Back in the 21st century, we thought we were living in modern times, but now? Now we're in a whole new realm of modern. Thanks to some crazy breakthroughs in physics, the lines between time, space, and dimensions have blurred, and let's just say, things are never going to be the same. Earth is the one true world amidst all the chaos of time and space. After this wild technology unlocked what they call the crystal wall, a bunch of reckless folks, who I like to call the mad dogs of our era, decided it was a brilliant idea to start peering into the past, specifically the Yuan dynasty. It's over. Cicada Wei Kang, who is only 5 years old and just starting to remember his past life, is now squatting on the ground like a little ball. He's holding a black cicada with chopsticks, gently touching its eardrum to feel the vibrations. It's been hundreds of years, and it's still so noisy, he says firmly. Young people don't always understand sorrow. Wei King is a reborn soul. He lived through tough times in his past life and was reborn 600 years later, hoping to start fresh. Everything is new to him now. In the garden of this public hospital, a drone hovers, spraying mist over the plants to clear the dust. The mist catches the sunlight, creating a rainbow. At Wei Kang's call, the drone comes down and takes the cicada from his little hand. It flies the cicada to the shade of a tree. A few minutes later, the cicada starts chirping again. Wei King wipes his nose with his sleeve and sighs in relief. Back to normal. Looking back, 500 years ago, an unmanned Eastern spacecraft brought back soil from the moon, which marks the beginning of the recent ancient period. On Earth, at the end of the second millennium, the first industrial war paved the way for the internal combustion engine revolution, and the second one introduced the nuclear age. This led to a 150-year peace. The need for new technologies led to the development of artificial organic matter synthesis, nuclear fusion, space travel, and other breakthroughs, all of which changed urban life. After the second century of the second millennium, the world saw dramatic changes. Wartime technologies, now applied peacefully, sparked competition between civilizations. Drones helped build human settlements on major planets, and in medicine, immortality was theoretically possible. The human brain needs to regenerate nerve cells. This process makes memory and thought unstable, requiring great will to maintain them. If not careful, the person may forget themselves. Despite all this progress, human conflicts continued. New technologies revealed new areas for competition, and these areas became the battleground for civilization. In 2400, conflict broke out. The war lasted 223 days, and it cost 93.3 million lives. The most destructive attack was on August 6, 2400, when the I-Alliance launched a planetary-scale destruction plan in the Western Pacific, shattering the fragile balance of tectonic plates in Northeast Asia. Despite evacuation efforts, 6 million people died or went missing. The war didn't result in the usual post-conflict benefits. The real issue was economic. The world's industrial nations were out of sync with cutting-edge technology. Even as technologies like quantum and aerospace advancements matured, ordinary people were still far from benefiting. When the war ended, the world hadn't changed much. Technologies like quantum and aerospace still had room for improvement, and ordinary people remained disconnected from the advancements. In 2533, scientists discovered wormhole effects in the Earth's gravitational core, opening the possibility for humans to explore other physical worlds through microscopic wormholes. By 2587, human spacecraft had explored the cores of the Moon, Mars, Venus, and even Jupiter and Saturn, confirming that this technology could be applied on major celestial bodies. The eternal night was over. From the 1st to the 6th century of the second millennium, humans discovered that the future may not lie in the stars, but in exploring multiple planes. They also realized that humanity wasn't alone. Many parallel universes mirrored human civilization, with signs of human activity in each. Wei King was born in 2590. Time, 2608. Location, Puhai No. 4 area. After the Solar System War, high-rise buildings have been rebuilt here, but rivers of blue seawater flow between them, resembling Venice. The rise in sea levels, caused by rapid global warming, flooded much of the land, but humans used their engineering skills to adapt, creating boat cities and building infrastructure. In this area, private boats and large ships travel along small rivers, all navigated by unmanned signal stations. The industrial zones, now highly automated and controlled by electronic modules, continue to thrive. The factories have become compact, efficient spaces, and robots are used to maintain and monitor the machines. A small drone zooms into a factory. We shift to a school residential area 15 kilometers away. Welcome to Tinglong Factory number 12. This factory produces internal combustion engine equipment and industrial foundations. Engineering students press 1, and professionals press 2, 6, 6, 6. I am 6. Wei Kang, a graduate student in engineering, is lying in the cockpit of his skyscraper apartment, furiously tapping on the screen. The factory login process was led by his instructor 10 days ago, but because students can log in remotely, most of them procrastinated. Wei Kang, however, finally decided to wake up and start reviewing for his exam. Welcome to login, Wei Kang. Your instructor left a message for you. A teacher appears on screen, saying, "You're the last to log in. I'll be watching your grades closely. If you don't score at least 80, you'll fail." Wei Kang groans. Why didn't you say that earlier? He sweeps some paper off his desk and starts preparing for the exam. Despite everything that happened in his past life, Wei Kang is content with this one. His only regret is not having spent more time with his parents, as he ended up an orphan. Wei Kang's parents were part of the last group recruited by the Space Exploration Department for subplane exploration. While the idea of encountering alien life was a fantasy, most planets in the universe with life weren't as advanced as humans hoped. But subplanes contained planets with dangerous, intelligent civilizations. His father was a chosen explorer, and his mother monitored the physical phenomena of shuttle nodes. 3 years ago, they lost contact during an exploration mission and were believed to have been attacked by an advanced civilization. Because of his parents' sacrifice, Wei Kang was given higher education privileges and became a graduate student in modern engineering. In this peaceful, prosperous era, everyone has access to 18 years of compulsory education. Graduate students are common, and technology is so advanced that only a few people need to operate it, while others benefit from it. However, this focus on education helps prevent young people from becoming distracted by meaningless entertainment. Though Wei Kang was wise as a child, he became more average over time. "I don't have big ambitions," he mutters. "I'm fine just like this." He taps the holographic test questions and begins his review. In Puhai, the apartment where Wei Kang lives is a standard otaku suite, with a total area of 20 square meters. This is social standard subsidized housing, which only costs $100 per month, and is exempted based on the student's grades. Wei Kang paid 3 years of rent in one lump sum. There are also 400 square meters of residential housing in this city, which is a must-have for marriage. Wei Kang has no plans to save this money yet. In a city with crisscrossed waterways, after coming out of his apartment dormitory, Wei Kang went to the small dock at the door, swiped his card with his watch, and unlocked one of the 5 shared speedboats on the public charging dock. Pulling down the power brake, he drove swiftly along the river towards the large supermarket 3 kilometers away. Purchasing in person is necessary. In fact, there are online purchasing channels in the apartment, and vacuum pipes will quickly deliver materials there, but such purchases will leave information records on the internet. The teachers at the school are already very nagging. Whenever there is an error in the exam, they will look through various records. "No, I want to see you drink 6 bottles of happy water a week, and take out various meatballs, ham sausages, and seaweed potato chips. TSK, I'm sure I'll be like my old mother who criticized me inhumanely. Eat, just eat." If you put half of your energy into studying, you would have gotten perfect marks on every subject. However, if you go to the supermarket to purchase, there will be no such online consumption data. After the motorboat parked at the pier, Wei Kang climbed over the railing and walked through the alley. In the 27th century, in such a bumpy corner of the city, although there is no high technology, the design style is very unique. The walls on both sides of the alley are covered with grid bricks. The grid is filled with artificial soil and covered with various types of vegetation. The long alley is like a jungle path, which makes people feel happy. At the crossroads of the alley, the crazy children stopped Wei Kang from walking. "Hey, stop it." Wei Kang saw 4 little boys chasing a white cat that jumped out of the bushes in a square flower bed in the city, and couldn't help but stand up and yell at them to stop them. At the same time, he threw his backpack onto a branch protruding from the flower bed on the wall and caught a naughty kid in 3 steps. He showed his social reporting system on his watch, clicked on the child's avatar, and the school he was in was immediately displayed. As a citizen, as long as you submit photos and video evidence, you can ask the school to add test questions to the child. 2 minutes later, the boy with his drooped head was seen leaving. Wei Kang rambled with a hint of pride, "Next time, be clearer and don't bully the weak." Slightly the child made a face and ran away. Wei Kang continued to speak harshly, "Don't let me see you again next time. A few minutes later, looking at the direction the child was leaving, he let out a breath and said, "Is this considered a normal thing?" As he spoke, he cancelled the message that was about to be sent in the small report system. Photos, video content. Being active and destructive is the nature of boys before they grow into men. Therefore, what is needed is guidance, not unilateral condemnation of their evil nature. If he is scolded blindly and suppressed successfully, then the boy will become a submissive, bloodless fat boy who does not know how to resist. Of course, it is also possible that during the confrontation, one may admit that one is evil and thus become a bad person who will carry out the evil to the end. In the process, one may be further ostracized by society and go to extremes. A minute later, even though there was no one around, Wei King suddenly became excited. Emphasis added. Kicking cats and dogs at this age is definitely not evil and must not be labeled as evil. They are just boys who have not yet successfully cultivated their values. Speaking of this, his tone was a little sad, but for just a moment, he tried to calm down, as if nothing happened. There is a supermarket ahead, so you need to go straight to the goal. Take the goods from the supermarket shelves to the automatic payment platform, and finally the automatic door opens, and the electronic salesperson, "Welcome to visit next time." After completing the purchase, Wei King carried his bag with a bag of Odin and sweet and spicy skewers, and was ready to return home with a harvest. At this time, on the street, the screen playing advertisements suddenly interrupted an emergency message. The energy in Asia's number 2344 gravity well has exceeded the peak and is being released urgently. People in the city are asked not to move in areas lacking safety facilities and to take shelter temporarily to avoid accidents. It is expected that the city will lift the high magnetic and high electricity warning in 10 minutes. The probability of the surprise in the forecast's "be careful not to happen" scenario is very small. The head of a gravity well spreads strong electricity toward the atmosphere, which may produce ball lightning. However, most of the ball lightning will be directed underground by facilities near the gravity well. A few slip through the net, and the probability of someone encountering it is as high as summer thunderstorms being struck by lightning. The probability of hitting is the same. Most buildings in the city have lightning protection and nuclear magnetic pulse protection structures, but the alley where Wei King just came is an area without any protection. The automatic positioning system on personal electronic devices clearly indicates that entry into the danger zone is not allowed. Now there is no retreat. Wei King raised his head and looked at the sky. At this time, there was a distorted lens in the sky revealed by the tall buildings. The entire lens is like the circles on the lenses of glasses for myopia, but in this sky even the innermost ring is hundreds of kilometers in diameter. Now this lens is spreading rapidly. Directly below the center of the wavy circles in the sky is the gravity wellhead facility on the ground in the center of Urukai. It is at this facility that the Earth's Spacetime Exploration Department vertically accelerates high-energy particles to the center of the Earth to conduct detection of outer physical areas. Since the basic principle of shuttle is to use the Earth's energy facilities to create a micro-wormhole in the center, the application of a large electromagnetic field above the gravitational wellhead will cause strange optical distortions. When the circles of distorted lenses in the atmospheric area above the gravity well continue to shrink, it indicates that something is passing through. And if this lens spreads outward, it means that high-energy particle information in the gravity well returns. Now it is obviously the latter, and the speed of information release has exceeded a peak. The distorted lens ring of the atmosphere above emits white light like lightning as it spreads. Wei King covered his head and prepared to find a place to hide. At this time, the communicator on Wei King's wrist rang, and a message was displayed on it. "Student Wei King, what are you doing in Area 833? Don't you think the school is not quiet enough, so you are studying in the dormitory?" Wei King opened his mouth and spit out one word, "fuck." However, misfortune never comes singly. The plastic bag in his hand suddenly fell to the ground, and strings of sweet and spicy were spilled out. Yes, the white cat outside the supermarket had been staring at Wei King for a long time. Seeing Wei King in a daze, he knocked over Wei King's plastic bag and ran away with a trophy in his mouth. Didn't get the snacks and was caught by the teacher? Alas, it seems that in the school year assessment, my evaluation will be mediocre for another year. 40 kilometers away. From the dark gravity well, a capsule cabin 4 meters long and 2 meters wide rose up. In this energy cabin, the energy level of the originally electromagnetic human body continues to decrease, and finally the high energy level is released, and life activities can continue. This is a girl. Well, physically she is an Earth girl in her 20s, but her consciousness and thinking have been in an alien plane for a long time. The bed board of the capsule cabin was lifted up and she was pushed out of the cabin flat. The robotic arm on the base wrapped her naked body in a white examination suit. A large number of electronic devices on this test suit detect the condition of the body through more than 6,000 contact points throughout the body to ensure that humans on Earth are physiologically normal when they return from the high-energy state of the gravity well. The examination suit was wrapped tightly, and even the head was covered with a delicate white helmet, with only the face exposed, looking heroic. Well, to be honest, you do need to wear a helmet, because during the process of electromagnetic high energy, the non-neural sensing parts of the body are not protected. To put it simply, there is no hair. Well, in the high-energy process, these cuticles, which have no bioelectricity, are all burned away. Her eyebrows were freshly painted. If you play back the scene of you just climbing out of the energy warehouse, your skin will be as white as snow-white jade. This woman is a monitor, not a time traveler. The monitors maintain a high-energy state during the entire process of traveling. After the anchoring particles on their bodies arrive at the subplane, they will not turn into normal human beings. Instead, they maintain a state of energy that is difficult to observe on the subplane through the traveler's special phase. As for the time traveler, after the consciousness and thinking have completed the journey, after finding the normal physical structure in the subplane, they land completely and become an ordinary person in the normal state of that plane, walking in that world, touching flowers, trees, soil and rocks. Since the supervisor has no body, he can more conveniently manipulate energy and perform calculations and analyses that are difficult to complete with a mortal body. Every contemporary traveler carries a system, and the administrator of this system is the supervisor. They are not only the traveler's secretaries, but also responsible for monitoring the traveler's morality, intelligence, and body during the process of traveling through the planes. Now that the supervisor has returned, there is no sign of the time traveler returning. Obviously, something important has happened on the plane. In the hall of the East Asia Time and Space Exploration Department, the supervisor entered the communication warehouse and contacted his superiors to report the matter. 9 minutes later. In Urami's New Pearl Tower, a landmark building that was bombed during the Third World War and then completely rebuilt, light shines through the window where the conference room at the top is located. The director of the Space and Time Management Department contacted the heads of various relevant departments. Holographic projections appeared one after another, and everyone in the venue was absent. After the return supervisor explained the situation at the meeting, the participants couldn't help but be highly concerned about the current developments in time and space. In today's world, despite economic globalization, the influence of the nation is still there. The Space-Time Department on the Asian side and the Space-Time Department of the Atlantic Ocean compete with each other in time and space. Now the travelers from both sides collided. Because the two sides have conflicts over their dominance over the cultural development of certain planes. Plane dominance is a concept that exists in various aspects and is quite broad. As early as the 21st century, this was the case in movies. In European and American movies, all aliens in the universe spoke English. In animation here in Asia, Japanese was the official language in the first half of the century, and in the second half of the 21st century, Chinese was the official language. If the movie world is a plane, then speaking Chinese or English will represent the direction of which force dominates this plane. At present, some of the dimensions explored by the Earth are still developed before the industrial age, so in many concepts, they will be dumped by travelers sent by the Earth's civilization. The development of humanities in some worlds, which side of the Earth favors the form of civilization, is very important. This is just like the significance of launching a rover on Mars and the Moon in the 21st century to declare sovereignty. Comrade Yuan Yu, who was the chairman of the Spacetime Exploration Committee at the time and was also a senior traveler, was full of indignation. This person made a rare radical move at the meeting. He knocked on the table and said, "We can't give it up. Our right to guide the known sub-civilizations of the subplane is the sovereignty of space and time." Another supervisor, Bai Hunqian, glanced at him lightly, but also expressed his agreement and explained the seriousness of the problem. The time flow of the subplane is special. In those conflicting plane space and time areas, we or they have initiated changes in the target space and time today. After decades, we can locate the downstream thousands of years later to take shade and cool off. So if we retreat today, the consequences will appear decades later. At the meeting, most of the travel teams gradually understood the situation. This is war. The head of a travel team defined it. Yes, Yuan Yu confirmed again, this is related to future development. We must not forget the spirit of fighting on Mars and the Moon in the last century. Today, we cannot be afraid of colliding with them in time and space. The East and the West, in these centuries, from ideology to cultural system to racial differences. The various rifts in the past cannot be bridged in 100 years. In the conference room of the New Pearl Tower, when discussing the direction of competition, sovereignty and so on, there was no wavering opinion. The head of the crossing team of a certain interstellar development plane realized that the conflict had a very wide range of impacts, so he raised some objective questions. After a full-scale conflict in time and space, can we expand our military resources? What kind of cooperation system should different teams follow? What must be determined is that the personnel strength of the Atlantic Space Shuttle Department is no less than ours. Bai Hengqian of the Supervisory Committee took out the information she had and gave a response plan. Tianji's horse racing, using inferior horses to compete with the opponent's superior horses, using superior horses to compete with the opponent's medium horses, and using medium horses to fight against their inferior horses. She unfolded the information column on the screen in the hall. This three-dimensional icon system lists the existing forces in the four major planes according to the four warning levels of red, orange, yellow and blue, and marks different levels of confrontation risk. The supervisor's intelligent voice began to explain the strategy to everyone. You can withdraw the main traversers from the time and space areas with less confrontation, replace them with newcomers who have just joined the shuttle, and gather the main forces in the conflict area. As humans in the 21st century, we may overestimate the development of science and technology in 20 years, but it is difficult to imagine the physical technology in 400 years. Because the former is based on the model of optimistic development of technology, while the latter era often achieves breakthroughs in basic physics that exceed the thinking concepts of predecessors. For example, in the 21st century, in the ancient times, the interstellar travel that humans can think of cannot jump out of the hibernation chamber, the spacecraft particle thruster, and the various matters of thousands or tens of thousands of people arriving on a planet illuminated by another star to plant corn and encounter alien creatures. However, in the 26th century, after a breakthrough in basic physical observations, humans determined one thing: the energy levels of various substances in the cosmic physics region where the Earth is located are too fixed and are not suitable for the conditions of interstellar spacecraft navigation. What should we do? If you can't drive a giant ship in the gutter, then find the sea. Now the Earthlings will naturally think, let scientists send humans and production tools together with enough information enthalpy to the appropriate physical area, let humans build a cosmic starport, and then mass-produce interstellar fleets. The universe is infinite and not smooth. The physical conditions on the Earth's main world are dry land, and other places may be oceans. The technology of chemical rockets and particle thrusters in the main world cannot explore the universe, but under other physical conditions, it may be a step to the sky. How to say it? It is precisely because of the stability of the Earth's physical conditions that humans have developed to an extremely high level in mechanical technology and material design. In other words, the spacetime of the main world is too stable, and it is necessary to rely on the gravitational distortion of the scale of stars and apply huge industrial technology facilities, gravity wells, to observe and operate. Before the 26th century, the Earthlings in the main world could be said to be locked in a cage, and then, look at the sea. Looking at the sea of stars, and then helplessly calculating the spacecraft technology they made. Finally, why can these space sampans reach another star before the material leaks out? Now, the Earthlings are out. 10 billion mad dogs are out of the cage. Ahem. The multidimensional plane is actually a human trace circle centered on the Earth's main world. First of all, we must state a fact that before any technology is used, its principal phenomenon may have been applied naturally by human consciousness without knowing it. For example, the ancients did not know about chemical substitution reactions, but they knew how to use wet copper smelting. Today, plane travel through gravity wells is based on modern technology and modern human life sciences. The particle collider at the end of the 20th century proved that it could produce traces of particles that did not exist on Earth, which showed that the Big Bang would give birth to other particles, substances, and even the world. How to reach such a world now? Collider experiments can break through the space membrane where the Earth is located. Modern people take it for granted that traveling through time means breaking the space membrane at the stable gravitational point at the center of the Earth, and then projecting information and tunneling through it. When the civilization of the main world allowed consciousness to travel for the first time, it could carry enough thoughts to set off and bring enough thoughts back at the same time, just like the Great Voyage around the Earth actually proved that the Earth is a sphere and proved the existence of planes. This is proof, not invention. Because under natural conditions, consciousness can travel. It's just that this phenomenon could not be accurately measured in the past, so it could not be determined. Humans dream, and most of the dream information is based on daytime information, but a small number of bizarre information sources are puzzling. Moreover, after death, consciousness will also leave this world, and occasionally it will gain enough energy, and may leave with some memory information. In the 21st century, there is such a superstition that if a person dies by lightning, the soul suddenly has enough energy and may travel to another world. However, the contemporary time and space department cannot deny the fact that lightning travels through time. This is a bit like a cold joke, but modern Earthlings think that the assumption of the ancient internet era makes sense. In some subplanes that have been detected, people have identified many traces of Earth culture. Such cultural signs are from the end of the 20th century and the 23rd century. This period is an era of information explosion in the history of the Earth. Society makes human consciousness quite active, and at the same time, society has not achieved complete safety, that is, there is a possibility of a large number of accidental deaths. As for after the 23rd century, there are no accidental deaths. They all slowly give up their memories during regeneration operations, so the consciousness will not leave with memories when it finally leaves. So, on the subplane, the density of Earth cultural traces in this era is very high. There are cultural phenomena in the other planes, proving that consciousness may travel with complete memory and thinking. From a more basic perspective, the evolution of life in the subplane always evolves towards the human-like direction, which is also reasonable. Traveling exists in the narrow sense of wisdom and consciousness, and in the broad sense of life development, there is also cross-time and space infiltration. The physical conditions of the main world are stable, and stability is conducive to basic accumulation. Basically, there will be a mass extinction every 100 million or 200 million years, unlike some subplanes, where civilizations develop for 10,000 or 20,000 years and then come to an end. The stable geophysical environment is continuous as a whole in the 4 billion years of progress. Therefore, the life information of the surviving higher species may also guide the development of life in the subplane through the quantum tunneling effect. Since it has been spreading consciousness and life information to the surroundings, it can actually be called the main world. Of course, although consciousness tunneling can occur naturally. But from today's perspective, these predecessors who traveled through time and space due to accidents in the main world struggled very hard in the other world. Most of them were naked, relying on Krypton luck to travel the world with a little advanced thinking on Earth. Relatively speaking, with the support of contemporary industrial technology, plane travelers are armed to the teeth. What is the most important thing when traveling to a different plane? Information analysis and processing capabilities. Because the phase state of some elementary particles in the different plane is different from that of the main world, it is possible that supernatural physical phenomena will occur relative to the Earth. Information collection, while deciphering the laws of physics, and finally experimenting with science and technology suitable for the area. In modern times, every traveler who arrives at a different plane has information nodes on his body. And these information nodes are connected to the supercomputer system. Using some fantasy concepts of the 21st century, contemporary travelers have virtual chips in their brains after arriving at the target plane. Calculation. Fast calculations rely on higher energy levels and more microscopic energy arrangements. In the plane energy of material stability is the most microscopic and high energy level outside the spacetime membrane level. Relying on the information enthalpy sent from the main world, under the control of the supervisor, the performance of computing and processing is higher than the chips that support all the conventional energy phenomena of the target plane. Simply put, after the traverser arrives at the alien plane, the system hardware in the brain, although invisible and immaterial in quality, the folded data is faster than the performance of all local brains and energy computing devices. The computing nodes in the brain are of extremely low quality and difficult to detect. But it does not mean that there is absolutely no trace. Just like the neutrinos in the main world of the Earth, if the observation ability of the civilization is high enough, the traces can still be detected. The specific process is as follows. On the Earth, a large supercomputer will inject the computing data into the particles, send it into the gravity well, complete the tunneling at the center of the Earth, first connect to the high energy state of the supervisor, and then send it to the node on the traverser. In this process, it seems that the supervisor clamps the traverser, but in fact, this clamp only exists in the early stage of plane exploration. When the traverser is familiar with the physical rules of the target plane, he will no longer rely on the information enthalpy sent by the Earth, but collect energy locally, process it into information enthalpy, and be self-reliant on the plane. Therefore, the real strength of the traverser is how many nodes can be bound on the scale of his consciousness, or the number of phase particles in the words of geophysicists. The particles are reflected to the target plane through the gravity well on the Earth, and connected to the consciousness of the traverser, like a network cable across the void. With the blessing of science and technology and industry, contemporary traversers are engaged in cross-plane activities, which is not a national nature, and requires strict training. Although in this era, different traversers have different ways of thinking to exercise their consciousness, the traverser level classification is very strict according to the scale of phase particles that can be loaded by consciousness. At present, there are two standards for the level system of traversers in the world. The Central Plains classification method, civilians, scholars, and ministers. The Mediterranean classification method, citizens, heroes, and archons. The two systems roughly correspond to the big levels, but there are a lot of differences between the two sides in terms of consciousness progression. This difference will lead to different behaviors of the traversers in the plane. Then the two sides have different social ideologies in the other planes, which may lead to conflicts. At present, the main world on Earth has been mutually tolerant, and conflicts are becoming less and less. The standards of extraterrestrial spacecraft have also begun to connect with each other, but the conflicts seem to have moved to the subplane. In the major planes, time and space areas with traces of human society have been known, although there are some buffering phenomena in the particle energy levels there that are easier to be used by life, that is, people here can master the supernatural power that seems to be in the main world. However, these planes, human social organizations, and scientific and technological methods are weaker than the main world. After the main world opens up the plane, even under the physical rules over there, using the technology and power system over there, the Earth traversers can often use it more scientifically. Traversers from different cultures in the East and the West can establish dominance over these worlds. In addition, there are also interest factors. Plane exploration has saved the unhealthy economy of the Earth. Let the human development of cutting-edge physical high-tech finally have a model of giving back to the public, instead of constantly swallowing up the social economy and turning it into a bubble. Plane exploration brings back a lot of wealth. This kind of wealth is not real gold and silver. The rule of the main world is the conservation of matter. The tunneling phenomenon controlled in the gravity well will only bring information, and will not bring supernatural power to the Earth. As for what kind of information wealth is it? Well, it is not something like Bitcoin in the 21st century. It is very important data. In terms of theoretical technology alone, the Earth has obtained a lot of high-value verification. For example, dozens of design methods for nuclear submarines? Multiple design routes for nuclear power plant reactor types? In the 21st century, even superpowers cannot accumulate all technical routes. Each route costs money. The one who crosses the river by feeling his way saves a lot of money for the people. And medical technology burns lives. This money can be burned in a sub-position similar to the rules of geophysics. The only opponent of the Earth's time and space shuttle department is the counterparts on the Earth. Nowadays, the economy of the alien plane has greatly stimulated the enthusiasm for the development of Earth civilization. One gravity well after another is being developed on Earth. Moreover, Earth alone can no longer satisfy humans. At present, in addition to terrestrial planets such as Mars and Venus, Earth's Space Development Department is also based on Jupiter, and has set up city-level residential stations to prepare for the excavation of more gravity wells. The current project progress has progressed to the mapping of Jupiter's metallic hydrogen layer. In addition to the construction of gravity wells, the scale of information enthalpy on the main world side must also be expanded. At present, the most basic civilian-level traversers on Earth only receive support to analyze the material energy phenomena of the target plane. Scholar-level traversers can directly use information enthalpy to construct void creations on the target plane, but doing so consumes too much information enthalpy, and strict applications are currently required. If it is fully open to all traversers, Earth's traditional nuclear fusion array power generation system and mantle heat energy collection system are simply not enough. As a result, only the Xinjiang level has the authority to use the technology to directly complete material projection on the alien plane. But the fact is that demand exists, and where there is demand, there is future development. The engineering team on Mercury planned to build a Dyson ring within 300 years and to build a photon array computer spanning 1/3 of an astronomical unit. Once humans use the energy of the sun and process it into information enthalpy, they will be able to completely crush most of the native civilizations of the planes that have been explored so far, and treat all kinds of disobedience. According to this momentum, space and energy will continue to develop. Even if the Earth's main world is not suitable for space travel, Earth civilization seems to be able to break through the solar system and reach the neighboring Proxima Centauri in the next millennium, realizing the vision of running towards the sea of stars. The thunderstorm ended, and the store's intelligence system once again said to Wei Kang, "Welcome to visit next time." Wei King was forced by the teacher to return to school by the remote system. When he jumped on the boat, the cat also rubbed against him to get on the boat, and when he returned to the waterway dock in front of the school, the cat jumped ashore and ran away to an unknown place. He plunged into the information cabin and continued to work on the hard-working project. He didn't have much emotion about the beautiful future of this world. Wei King, now is the future for me. As for the future, I am too lazy to think about it. Under the observation of the Earth's main world, a certain interdimensional area defined by the crossing department. This is still the history of the Earth, corresponding to the historical coordinates of 1963. The Earth has conducted preliminary exploration of this plane, and Asia and Europe and the United States and the main world have invested exploration forces in this area, but because the situation in this plane is relatively stable, the risk of conflict in the current timeline within 20 years is relatively small. The fierce conflict between the Eastern and Western spacetime forces will occur in other nearby timelines. Therefore, according to the Tianji horse racing strategy set by the headquarters of the main world, the capable personnel here must be temporarily withdrawn. Current location and environment, under the waves of the Arctic Ocean, in the observation hall of the Arctic Research Ship Island. A man who is similar to Wei Kang, but obviously much more capable, is reading the transfer order report transmitted from the main world in his perspective, frowning. The report is written throughout one thing: to finish the personal work here, the remaining time to stay in this timeline must not exceed 10 months, and must arrive at another plane. Wei Chang asked the supervisor of his system, "My mission level stability is Class B. What is the mission that was changed?" Supervisory member Zhang Qin, "It is a military secret. We have no right to investigate. However, your successor has been nominated. Do you want to guess?" Wei Chang held his forehead and shook his head. "No need to say, I know. Hey, it's unfortunate for the family. He came here? The water here is deep. With his character, can he handle it?" Wei Kang and Wei Chang are obviously brothers. The word king comes first. Wei Kang is the elder brother. In fact, he just came to the world 5 minutes earlier. Wei Chang completed his master's degree at the age of 15, and spent a year studying the high-energy physics of the target plane he applied for. When Wei King was still messing around in college, Wei Chang had already arrived at the alien plane area where his father had run a business, and spent 15 years here. The time flow rate of the plane is faster than that of the main world. As his psychological age increases, Wei Chang is helpless about his brother's various behaviors. He did not admit that his brother was stupid. From childhood to adulthood, Wei King had shown intelligence above average in many things, but in terms of personality, he would show mediocrity whenever he had to compete with others. Wei Chang, he never even competed with me for the title of brother. When he knew I was his younger brother when he was a child, he was very angry. Later, he never called me his younger brother, but always called me a Chang. From elementary school to middle school, Wei Chang was always among the top students in various exams in every school year. What about Wei Kang? He relaxed, and relaxed again from the beginning of school, and his grades fell again and again, constantly moving towards the middle. Is it because of lack of ability? No. Every time it was winter and summer vacation, when there were only 2 of them, Wei Chang found that when he set the review tasks every day, his brother also set the daily learning goals. He kept moving closer to himself in terms of learning progress. Whether it was memorizing or arithmetic, he could reach his level within 1 or 2 months. Then, school started. Except for the first few exams, he was pretty good, and after 1 or 2 months, he was just like everyone else. What impressed Wei Chang the most was Wei Kang's catchphrase, "Isn't it normal and ordinary for me to be like this?" From childhood to adulthood, Wei King never felt that there was anything wrong with his mediocrity. Alarm 73.715046 north latitude, 64.955931 east longitude, biological and chemical targets found. The alarm sound on the warship and the flashing in the upper left corner of the operation interface in front of him made Wei Chang pull his thoughts out of his memories. Wei Chang regained his seriousness and put on his helmet. The eyepiece of the helmet pulled down projected the picture taken by the drone on the distant sea surface onto Wei Chang's retina. Between the white ice and the waves. In front of it, the huge sea monster squid waved its 60-meter-long giant tentacles and destroyed an iceberg. The frequency of the infrasound waves emitted by the mechanical device tied to the tentacles gradually approached the resonance frequency of the iceberg. The azure iceberg began to turn white. This was the scene of the cracks spreading inside, and then it began to shatter and fall off. Wei Chang, on behalf of the forces he belongs to in this plane, confirmed the intelligence that the northern neighbor was conducting biochemical military experiments in the Arctic Ocean. He was recording and filing it in a procedural manner. Most creatures on Earth are limited by nerves and cannot handle the situation after the body becomes huge. However, as long as the corresponding auxiliary skeleton is implanted, the hollow air sac structure is added inside, and the chip, artificial circuit, muscle electrical stimulation, and nutrient solution injection mechanism are added, it is possible to create such a super large sea monster. However, this sea monster technology should not appear here. It is a product of another timeline in this plane. The reason why it appeared is the changes made by other crossing forces. The iceberg was half destroyed. This big octopus with an oxygen pipeline embedded in its abdomen seemed to realize that it was being monitored by the scientific research ship in the south, stopped the experiment, and dived back into the deep sea. However, the controller of this sea monster did not know that a fish with electronic equipment was attached to the head of the sea monster, and this thing was secretly sending sonar signals. On the scientific research ship, Wei Chang lay on the recliner, looking at the electronic map on the large screen in front of him, and a red dot mark was floating towards the coastline. The biological base of this sea monster, seems to be located together with the nuclear submarine base of our northern neighbor. In the main world, on this beautiful day, a tilt-rotor aircraft landed in the school. It was said that the military's national defense students were going to be selected in advance. Many high-ranking personnel came, and many people came to join in the fun. As we watched, some places seemed very empty. Wei Kang is fishing for a cat, the same guy who robbed him of his sweetness a few days ago. Now it is looking at the skewers in its hand, very wary, but reluctant to leave immediately. Most of the skewers were eaten by Wei Kang, leaving a small piece at the end of the bamboo stick, which was also tied tightly with cotton thread. The cat came over slowly, suddenly opened its mouth and took a bite, then wanted to retreat, but the barbecue was tied so tightly that it couldn't pull it off. Wei Kang, Mimi, be good. Wei Kang continued to shake the skewers like a bad uncle, and at the same time blew a gust of wind with his mouth to let the scent drift towards the cat. White cat, Meow Wei Kang. Meow Wei Kang's eyes became more and more focused, and he kept calculating the distance between his body, hands, and the cat. Now when it gets closer, he will be more confident in grabbing the back of its neck. With a thump, the manhole cover of the sewer shook. The cat was frightened and ran away. Wei Kang realized that there were many people coming behind him. The cat fishing activity was abandoned halfway, and Wei Kang couldn't help but feel a little resentful. Standing up and having an unknown fire attack? Sort of, but can't. A total of 4 people came, including professors from the school's own disciplines, and people in formal attire who didn't know which department they were from. However, you are a little surprised to find that the visitor is here to see you? Serving? Plane shuttle activities, aren't they a voluntary system? Wei Kang asked with evasion. 2 days ago, the new law changed to a compulsory military service system. You are a student funded by a national loan, which just meets the service system. Someone from the Time Travel Manpower Development Committee patiently explained to Wei Kang. Then the school teacher advised, if one person joins the army, the whole family will be honored. This tone seemed to be encouraging, but why did it sound like exhortation? Wei Kang couldn't help but responded, I'm going to join the army, that means my whole family is joining the army. After saying that, he couldn't help but give himself a sip of milk. Why do you feel that your family is so loyal? The people in the Department of Time and Space must have Wei Kang's information, otherwise they would not pass the review. After hearing what Wei Kang said, the people from the Ministry of Time and Space said to Wei Kang in a very solemn tone, this classmate, the organization knows about your family's situation, but the country needs you now. After organizational research, there is such a situation. One plan is that as long as one of you or your brother is in danger in the subplane, we will do whatever it takes to ensure that one of you leaves the front line. With such a guarantee from the organization, Wei Kang had no choice but to go alone. Together with the other national defense students who were called up, they wore the red flower to celebrate their enlistment. After completing various formalities for suspension of study at the school, they lined up to board the tilt-rotor aircraft. Under the organization of the academic staff, many senior students handed over cups of water, then inserted flowers into the buttons on everyone's chest, and finally stuffed an egg into each person's pocket. This farewell process is said to have originated in the 21st century, which made Wei King a little confused. Of course, if they wrap their heads with a floral kerchief, it will be more authentic. Sitting in the plane, Wei King saw the white cat squatting on the treetop outside the window and looking at him, as if to say goodbye to him. The white cat stretched out its paws and licked its lips, then stretched it out and waved it. Put. Such a farewell action left Wei King dumbfounded. Most of the students recruited this time had very good grades, and Wei King was selected at discretion. There is a reason for this. In the 27th century, plane development is still in its initial stages. When exploring various planes, in addition to dispatching personnel on various timelines, permanent nodes must be left after the dispatched personnel return. These resident nodes have different shapes because the physical rules of each plane are different. However, the resident nodes in some planes are often locked in the genes of the previous explorer. This creates the actual situation of inheritance across positions. So in terms of family background, Wei King belongs to the second generation on Earth. Wei King's father's group of time travelers did not have this awareness at the beginning. As the first batch, they inadvertently left these inheritable things to future generations. Now in the subplane world where my father traveled, the organization wants to send a replacement, and he and Wei Chang are the best candidates. Other travelers who want to go through will face the trouble of accumulating interruptions and having to start over. Now, in the world where Wei Chang is preparing to end his mission, there is already a foundation left by his parents for the two of them to join the army and travel here. Wei King's father traveled through time in 1937. The first pot of gold is to export chips, special steels, engines, and electronic control system technologies across dimensions, and then the capital accumulated there can be used to organize production and scientific research. He left that plane as the founder of a large trading enterprise. In the early exploration process of plane missions, in order to facilitate the launch of the mission, it was necessary to quickly accumulate capital, so many methods could not be said to be just. If capital needs to expand, it must participate in the war. As a state-supported plane exploration operation, forced trade-offs in order to open up the situation are the norm in time travel operations. 4 hours later, Wei King was assigned to the corresponding training base. The big red flower on my chest had already flown to that corner along with the billowing airwaves when I got off the plane. After arriving at the assembly point, he received a call from his younger brother across the plane. Cross-plane calls require special facilities, and the training base is near the gravity wellhead facility in Puhai. Wei King found his destination, lay down in the dormant chamber, connected his brain nerves, and completed the docking of the dream state in the phase particles of the gravity well under the control of the chip. The time of the two planes is different, so to complete the call, Wei King's consciousness must shield his body perception in dormancy and complete the time synchronization with the other side. After opening his eyes in the dream, Wei King saw that he was in a cabin. Before he had time to look at the surrounding environment, Wei Chang, who was holding a Jingdejun ceramic tea set in the captain's room, spoke. Wei Chang, my dear brother, I read the comments given to you by your school over there. This student is helpful and hardworking. Tut tut, such a conventional comment. There should be nothing else to say. I feel that you are not a good student. This crosstalk tone is waiting for Wei King to support the joke. Wei King, it's you, right? You signed me up, right? These 3 questions were like Ma Chao's attack on Xiao Chao, exuding resentment. Of course, this resentment was just like oil on the water, just floating on the surface. While speaking, Wei King also confirmed that he was the proportional projection in front of Wei Chang, because he couldn't pick up the teacup and drink with him. Wei Chang also shouted, brother, cross-dimensional is very good, drunk on the lap of a beauty, awaken power. If you have tasted that, you will definitely be reluctant to give it up. Wei King, what beauty's lap, power of the world? I heard that there are conflicts in time and space, and you don't have enough people, right? Wei Chang smiled and said nothing. Wei King, take care, be careful. Wei Chang, you too. There is no need to be so lyrical when talking to brothers, as long as they have a tacit understanding. Wei Chang had other things to arrange, so he walked to the communication screen and started a fierce conflict with the company's management over the issue of group successor. Wei King had nothing to say and went offline. Wei King looked at the closed screen, looked at the wall, and was stunned for a while. In this life, Wei King actually has his own plan. Wei King, first, spend 100 years in mediocrity, forget the bad things in the previous life. Forget the self who was pushed to the extreme and could only deal with the world in an extreme way. Then hold on to the simple efforts and hope of self-rebirth in this life, throw off the shackles of the past, and live like yourself. But, living is often out of your control. In the plane shuttle base, Wei King has to go through 16 training assessments, which is necessary training before entering other planes. At the beginning, Wei King was a little worried that he was a special recruit and might become a burden in the whole team, but later he found that many cultural assessments that need to be memorized and remembered are not difficult. The assessment is divided into two types according to the purpose. The college entrance examination in the 21st century is a difficult type. Because of the internal competition, the goals of the assessment include, a group of people must be eliminated. So on the basis of mastering basic knowledge, set up traps to see if your thinking is not flexible and whether you will fall into the trap. If there were no such traps, everyone would go to the capital to take the exam, and 70 to 80% would go to a first-class university. Wouldn't it be wonderful? This kind of assessment is obviously not, it just sets a passing line. If you pass the passing line, the Time and Space Department will want it. Han Xin selected soldiers. The more the better. On June 17, there will be a written test on politics, economics, and scientific and technological common sense. Starting from August 23, randomly selected 21st century factory smelting and chemical production scenes, a 15-day or 1-month social practice test will be conducted. Wei Kang, who claims to be an average person, has completed 2 courses in full, to ensure that he can pass. Wei Kang is almost the last batch to take the exam. Because he studied very thoroughly, Wei Kang's test scores were all full marks, which was worth the tense nerves during this period. After all the assessments are over, the last 2 days, the instructor looked at the report submitted by Wei Kang and said, "Well, very good, in the last period of time, take a break and visit the exhibition of local customs and humanities in the target plane. Now other people have reported, and no one will accompany you for the time being. You are free to act during these 2 days." The reason for the training center, the target plane corresponds to the second half of the 20th century in the main world. The local customs are very different from those of the contemporary world, and contemporary people need to bring in scenes to familiarize themselves. For example, queuing at the bank, spending in cash, etc., these are things that modern people have never encountered. Wei King thinks it makes sense. But, what about himself? It's almost just a formality. 5 hours later. On the street sandwiched between high-rise buildings in the near-ancient style, Wei Kang, carrying a school bag, turned on his smartphone, which can be called an antique, and then turned on the first generation of intelligent navigation program that also appeared after the information revolution, the evil, map. On this road without pedestrian passages, avoid the vehicles behind you that do not follow the rules at any time. At this time, there are some bionic robots on the streets simulating modern girls in the 21st century. Facing their inexplicable smiles, Wei King sneaked a peek at the key positions and complained in his heart, "What are you laughing at?" Wei King was not completely free to wander around in this city street that simulated the 20th century. The communicator on Wei King's arm arranged 4 guidance tasks in these few hours, which can be understood as a novice tutorial to the target plane. Task 1, if you need to solve your own meal at noon in the 20th century, how to solve the cost of a meal with the least money. After going to the supermarket, Wei King had instant noodles and ham sausage in his backpack. By the way, I checked if there was any shepherd's purse in the flower bed. After confirming that there was none, Wei King thought to himself, TSK, the layout is not real. Task 2, go out at night in the 20th century. Please use 100 yuan to buy the necessary items. Wei King went to a small store to buy a flashlight, and then took his ID card. He originally tried to buy a fruit knife, but later thought that it was a controlled knife, so he just put a pen in the chest pocket of his clothes. In the end, he chose an anti-wolf sprayer. Task 3, find a place to live, the cheapest way. Wei King touched his ID card and decided to go to the internet cafe. By the way, he had to buy toiletries in the supermarket and use the toilet faucet to wash at 3 o'clock in the morning. The sun began to set unknowingly. This city built with old photos and materials evoked a familiar feeling in Wei King. The houses are all square, with white striped tiles on them. Some of the neon words hanging on the commercial buildings in the distance were not lit. Wei King couldn't help but slow down his pace, his eyes were a little blurred. The natural and casual stroll ended when they turned into the alley and met a big dog. Wei King looked at the grinning thing and cursed the electronic system on his arm. Is this also an assessment? The system on his arm refused to answer, so Wei King could only face this sudden encounter alone. The dim light of the sun was moving towards the top of the wall every second, and the alley became darker with every second it moved. The shadows in the corners of the wall were getting thicker, and the dog's white teeth were still so eye-catching. Wei King watched this shiny fur thing approaching step by step, and he began to mutter in his heart, when you encounter a creature, don't be afraid, don't panic, don't run away, and running away will easily arouse the other party's desire to hunt. As an adult male human, the correct way should be Wei King glanced at the corner of the street, slowly put the food in the plastic bag gently at his feet, and then he suddenly rushed to the fire window of the alley 2 meters away, swung a small hammer beside him and smashed the glass window. With a crackling sound, he picked up the fire axe in one hand. With such a sudden action, the big dog immediately rushed over. Wei King cursed in his heart, CNM, dogs in the 21st century run away when they see me holding an axe, and you dare to rush over, you are a mad dog. Wei King shook the thing in his hand. As a young man, his blood was pounding and his heartbeat was also accelerated. The height of contemporary adult men is generally 1.9 meters. In the past, the quality of human beings might not be able to fight a leopard in the wild. As for now, this is the moment when the terrifying upright ape has the highest melee combat power in tens of thousands of years. Of course, humans generally do not rely on melee combat now. Facing the giant dog that pounced on him, Wei King shouted to give himself courage and swung an axe. Well, the dog retreated directly and did not swing. But it was temporarily driven away. Wei King quickly took out the anti-wolf spray from the side pocket of the backpack. Wei King was actually mentally prepared for this sudden test. If Wen Hao never speculates about others with the worst mentality, Wei King has always been a villain's heart is a gentleman's belly. Wei King just thought that the planning of this base might arrange for him to be robbed by gangsters, interrogated by the police, and stopped for fortune-telling, so he specially bought a non-illegal and relatively useful anti-wolf spray. When the giant dog pounced on him for the second time, Wei King pressed the pressure button and closed his eyes at the same time. The irritating chili oil can instantly make medium and large animals lose their fighting power. The premise is that you have to wear goggles, otherwise you will cry bitterly with the bear if you rub your eyes. Ayo ayo, woo-woo. The howling dog screamed miserably. This cry also provided the direction judgment for Wei King, who closed his eyes. He just opened his eyes halfway and didn't look carefully at all. He swung the fire axe and hit the dog's butt hard. Before the dog's fierceness exploded and turned back, a wave of spray sprayed the dog back again. In the dual output of chemistry and physics, Wei King was very fierce and was ready to chop this thing all over the street. At this time, the whistle sounded, and the dog turned around and ran away. 5 minutes later, the rotary police helicopter arrived in the sky, and the special police team members wearing mechanical protection put down the dog's pod. Judging from the proficiency of the dog approaching the aircraft pod, it was obviously a military dog. The tester took the form and marked the last assessment item in front of Wei King. Wei King, for the last assessment, you let the dog bite me? Tester, as a shuttler, you not only need to master knowledge, but also understand your ability to respond to emergencies. The tester looked at Wei King, you are very good. In your team, 14 people were eliminated. After that, he turned on the projector and played the test results of other people. This last assessment does not necessarily require letting the dog bite. In the 20th century, there were many routines. Some were set up in a small apartment. This bionic female robot simulated a lady, claiming that she was injured, and then asked for help. Well, it led you to the apartment. Finally, a group of black men blocked and beat the assessor violently. After robbing the money, they tried to rob the ID card and then took a video. There was also a car snatching bag. In this scene, Wei King must take the main road, but Wei King went into the alley, so it could not be arranged. No one was eliminated in the cultural courses, but there was elimination in this aspect. So what is the significance of this final assessment? It is to let contemporary people know the evil heart of the old times. After watching it, Wei King pointed at the dog on the plane and said to the examiner, you are worse than it. Woof, woof. The military dog was not satisfied with being pointed at and barked at Wei King again. Wei King was afraid of being bitten, so he retracted his hand. The dog won. When the results of the new shuttle reserve team assessment came out, these materials were put into the review section of the Space Administration. Wei King's materials stayed on the table for a while and finally passed with a stamp. After graduating from the training base, Wei King came to the Gravity Well facility. Although I have seen this thing on the video more than once, I still can't help but be awed when I saw it with my own eyes. This is a wonder facility of this era. The appearance is a trumpet-shaped tunnel, with the largest entrance on the surface, with a diameter of 2 kilometers. The inner wall of this part of the tunnel is a reinforced concrete structure, and gold foil is laid to ensure the optical properties. From the surface to the bottom, the tunnel shrinks, and when it is about 6 kilometers underground, it will shrink into a pipe with a diameter of only 1 meter. After descending dozens of kilometers, this channel will reach the mantle, and the diameter will be only 1 millimeter. After penetrating the mantle, the channel will shrink further, but it will always be aimed at the artificial singularity at the center of the Earth. From the surface, this is a golden trumpet entrance, brilliant and brilliant. Now at the entrance of this huge tunnel, 6 huge steel bridges span the center, hoisting a laboratory base with a diameter of 400 meters. In the experimental base, Wei King lay in a 5-meter-high and 7-ton metal shell-shaped protective cabin. As an examiner of this cross-space trade, there are 15 other new personnel participating in the examination, a total of 8 men and 8 women. Captain Kofejia is the oldest and has traveled through that plane 3 times. Kofejia also lay in the cockpit and explained the final precautions to the others. Kofejia, you all have passed the interdimensional assessment. I ask you to remember the knowledge and key points. Don't get carried away. Especially for those brothers who were rated as impulsive in the personality test in the final assessment. Don't think I'm being long-winded. Some physical rules in the different planes are a bit abnormal. There are extremely abnormal individuals in our target plane. At this point, Kofejia looked at Wei Kang's dialogue box on the communication interface with ulterior motives. In Wei Kang's cockpit, among dozens of suspended cameras, Wei King aimed at Kofejia's camera and nodded solemnly. The huge entrance of the surface tunnel with a diameter of 2 kilometers, as the base hanging on 6 cross-gantry cranes fully turned on the lights, reflected a golden halo, and in the base, the high-energy conversion of the consciousness of the personnel in the capsule has been completed. Now, a laser hits the tunnel. The broadcast in the hanging base, the telemetry of the Earth's core channel is normal, the shuttle consciousness storage is normal, the photon stability is normal, the particle phase information analysis is normal, the target plane response is normal. The light spot is emitted into the tunnel, the consciousness is towards the center of the Earth, towards the target time and space shuttle. There is a group of new forces in the main world, heading towards the vast unknown plane time and space. Notes for travelers: in contemporary time and space detection, the planes with a large number of signs of human civilization in the time and space near the main world are temporarily classified into the following 4 categories: near plane, far plane, and different plane. Adjacent planes have the same history, but for unknown reasons, the history has forked, the development is blocked, and most of the technology is in an understandable state. At present, no adjacency plane more advanced than the main plane has been found, which seems to indicate that the current state of human beings is the end of history. For example, the wasteland of the world after the Cold War, or the history of the 2S parties unifying Europe to occupy Africa and Latin America, and confronting Asia and Oceania led by the new world of the free world. Near plane, still on the Earth, but the fork may be in prehistory, or in the future, the laws of physics have undergone major changes. Although there are super technologies such as spaceships, they are all based on the special rules of physics, and the breakthroughs in computing technology cannot be compared with the Federation. In this type of plane, there are often some supernatural phenomena that affect life or are directly related to life. Different planes, not limited to the Earth, the laws of physics are very strange. There are super individuals such as gods, as well as mysterious influence mechanisms such as mental pollution and curses. This type of plane is very dangerous, and scientists cannot even deduce the rationality of human birth in these worlds. The only reasonable hypothesis at present is that the early time space vortex caused the crossing, allowing the Earth's human beings to spread here and form human settlements. Far plane, this spacetime region has complex celestial bodies, continents, oceans and other material environments, but no traces of human civilization have been found. At the same time, the Spacetime Exploration Department has determined that humans can exist naturally in this area and reproduce and evolve. At present, these far plane regions are the most numerous, and both the Eastern and Western Spacetime Departments have sent human seeds here. Due to the nature of the passage of time and space, if you plant seeds today, you can travel to the spacetime of this plane thousands of years after the previous node in the next century. Simply put, in these planes, the main world directly builds the human civilization of this world from the origin. The first world Wei King traveled through, according to the classification data released by the Ministry of Space and Time, belongs between the interplane and the near plane. It has the ancient history of the main world, and most of the physical phenomena are currently similar to those of the main world, so it was initially classified as the interplane. It was only recently that the supernatural powers that humans in this plane may have been discovered, so it is now considered to be classified as the near plane. The turning point caused by the ripples of space and time was when the Tatar Empire soldiers were under a strong city in Hangzhou, Tungchuanfu Road, and the great Khan Menga was about to be killed by a slingshot. Because the Khan met with the messenger of God, he led his troops to retreat and return to the grassland, avoiding the fall of his original fate. These messengers of God gave the Mongolian army the light blade and the divine bow. Then they began to move northward under the will of God, sweeping across Europe all the way. However, this whipping of God in this attack had a far more far-reaching impact than the main plain. On the main plain, the sudden rise of the horseback forces on the grassland line had already dealt a blow to the historical civilization of Deng Qingshuan comparable to a dimensionality reduction attack. This is specifically reflected in the nautical charts and cultural relics. The Yashan Tongguan Channel was straight, but then the channel became curved. This shows that navigation technology such as the star drawing board was lost. What was lost in the classical era of human civilization was not just navigation. Since books were fragile and rare, it is very likely that after an ancient siege, a building was burned down with the soldiers' hall, and the accumulation of classical technology was cut off. This time, the land of Kyushu did not suffer such a sweep. A large number of technologies were preserved among the people. However, whether it was Constantine, the church land of the Vatican, or the unbuilt Notre Dame in Gaul, they were all completely burned down by the Tatars. However, when the Tatars attacked the European continent, this force that whipped the world suddenly disappeared, and the entire Tatar high level collapsed overnight, and even no tombs could be found, leaving a lot of mysteries. Then, after a vassal separatist war on the mountains and rivers of Kyushu, a general used the Tengu wood carving to scare away the remnants of the Tatar soldiers, built a capital in Yen, and established the Great Yen dynasty. 300 years later, this dynasty encountered an extremely cold climate, was invaded by the Tatars again, and the direct heir of the empire, King Jin, died in battle. Subsequently, the warlords in the north under the banner of nationalism supported the queen to succeed to the throne. After nearly 100 years, due to frequent commodity exchanges and increasingly fierce ideological confrontations between the South Seas, the Industrial Revolution took place first in the eastern part of the world. When the sails of the Great Voyage successfully drifted to the oceans, the Shenzhou Huangheng Gawusi built the first steam engine, and 5 years later, the Europeans also built similar machinery. At the end of the 19th century of the AD, as global capitalism shifted from the early free commercial economy to the monopoly commercial economy, the contradictions on the old plates increased day by day, and the hegemony after the industrial age began. The major forces in various regions of the world were involved in this meat grinder. In the later stages of the war, as the New World joined the Western Ocean camp, the vassal states of the former Shenzhou had an ambiguous attitude in the war. The East Asian Shenzhou camp had to accept the armistice agreement proposed by the equally scarred Holy Alliance. After the first hegemony in the industrial era, the authority of the Eastern Shenzhou was greatly damaged, and internal cracks in the rule appeared. Shenyang in Northeast Asia also took the opportunity to demand the cancellation of tribute and the establishment of the status of a brother country. Under the pressure of the situation, the upper rulers of Shenzhou had to further compromise with the power of the family groups in various regions, and increase the proportion of students who passed the imperial examinations in the southeast to enter the government. Externally, they reconciled with European countries, abandoned the radical strategy of civilizing Africa before the First Industrial Hegemony War, and at the same time recognized the status of the Kingdom of Shenyang and supported its maritime power development. But the West was not much better. There was a counterattack in the Sheriffs of Eastern Europe, the rule of the Romanov family was overthrown, the Red Russia was established, and began to export doctrine to Europe. The next was a world of constant small wars for 50 years. Shenzhou licked its wounds and re-established the order of the South Sea, Central Asia, and South Asia, while being wary of the rise of the land power of the Soviet Red Russia. Shenyang was completely released, vigorously developed its maritime power, expanded its sphere of influence to the Australian continent, and now began to covet the resources of the Latin state. The European community also experienced internal divisions. The Western Ocean Economic Zone represented by Ansari in Gaul and the Mediterranean Economic Zone centered on the Rhine River and the Roman Peninsula were strategically diametrically opposed. The European community existed in name only. Although the New World United States successfully dismembered the ironclad power of China in Asia and the Western Pacific in the First Global Hegemony War. However, with the rise of the sun in the Pacific, there was still no place for these Yankees to stand. Moreover, the opening strategy of African colonies promised by the old European empires during the war was explained by various treaties and ended in vain. The original economic recovery of the United States came to an abrupt end in the 30th of the century. The Third Hegemony battle did not break out, but the large amount of dark fire accumulated in the world continued to add scars to the world in the following 40 years. Now it is 2186 in the Qintong calendar. The Time and Space Management Bureaus of the main plane are stationed in this plane in this time and space. For example, the Future Company was set up in the ocean, and now it spans the new and old continents. Shenzhou, the alliances of many family-owned enterprises of old line chaebols in Shaanxi, Sichuan, Ili, etc., are backed by forces from the main world. Wei King's father is one of the pioneers of this world's new technology chaebol group. Wei King's father spent a lot of effort to consolidate his power in this plane, and when Wei Chang was transferred away, the main world immediately transferred Wei King to inherit. Why is this? The development of this plane is of great reference significance to the Eastern civilization of the main world. In the main plane, the Industrial Revolution broke out in Britain, and then a set of standards were passed around the world, and the East followed suit to complete industrialization. So much so that those who write time travel novels in the 21st century, when they write about returning to the Ming Dynasty to carry out the Industrial Revolution, they are more or less Western in color. Because the accumulation of things in the Eastern classical civilization was interrupted after the Mongols. In the main world, the rational thinking of the Song dynasty remains a little bit, and it still provides standards for some contemporary industries. For example, the book Shiyuan Jilu. It was taken to Europe by the Freemasons and recognized the rational and logical thinking of the East. It judged the location of the corpse according to the period of fly egg laying and the types of flies in different regions, which were all standards for judgment. If the civilization of the two Song dynasties was allowed to settle and be perfectly inherited by the later dynasties, and evolved into the Eastern Industrial Revolution, what would this world look like? This is the world. The East has a unique industrial system. The carpentry industry has become an intangible cultural heritage in the main world, passed down by folk craftsmen. In the Ming Dynasty, only Eastern carpenters could use the wood mortise and tenon model to complete furniture, while Europe was more accustomed to using iron nails. Please note that mechanical construction and assembly are essentially assembly. Screws and rivets have become part of the industry because the manufacturing industry has developed a whole set of models for them. The industry in the east of this world has a set of yin and yang systems, which scolarizes the expansion and contraction of different substances at different temperatures, and how to accurately embed them together to complete the fixation, which is also a series of data. Moreover, when Europe used welding technology on industrial machinery, the East widely used the technology of beating soft metals such as silver and lead into thin films and sticking them between two steel plate riveted structures to stick them together to enhance the combination. Now the industry in the eastern Shenzhou, from large carrier aircraft to small household appliances, rarely has screws. The huge gap in industrial standards has essentially interrupted many technical exchanges between the East and the West. Facing the Shenzhou set of yin-yang combination, which is actually a process system of various thermal expansion coefficients, the West cannot learn it. Even if you have passed the Chinese level 4 and can use vernacular dialogues proficiently. But in terms of technology, damn, these literary youths in Shenzhou directly use code words such as "the bright moon rises on the sea" and "the east wind blew again in the small building last night" to annotate some processing techniques, and the interpretation of different artistic conceptions is different. So one poem can even correspond to the possibility of 4 processing techniques. So, this is why Wei King only tested basic knowledge before crossing over, and did not make too many difficulties in the professional knowledge system. Because it is useless to take the test, even if you are a doctor in the mechanical industry in the main plane, you may still not be professional when you come here. Facing such a world, the Eastern Space Department of the main world requires the traversers stationed here to copy the entire set of technology to me, and copy any new technologies that the research and development institutions there have developed now. In the Qinchuan base, this is the Life Research Center built anonymously by the Shenzhou Wei family. This family invests a lot of money every year to supply the research on maintaining the human life field here. The bodies of the previous generations of the head of the family are preserved here, and the head of the previous generation was also born here. The medical equipment here ensures that the children born here are all the best human beings. Now in the facility, a sealed cabin is taken out of the liquid helium, and the manipulator extending from the concave warehouse on the platform ejects a needle-sized electric key, which is inserted into the small holes of the electric heating tube on the sealed cabin to complete the heating. Under the thermal expansion, the mortise and tenon are easily pulled out, and then the steel plate is easily removed. According to the will made by the head of the family Wei Chang a few years ago, most of the company's shares will be handed over to this frozen twin brother. For this will, the veteran administrators in the group think that it should be weighed according to the current situation. And 3 months ago, when Wei Chang was about to enter the hibernation treatment cabin, he still insisted on this decision and claimed that he had transferred his experience and thinking to this thought brother. Only trust your brothers in the industry you run. In Shijing, in a steel concrete building in the style of an oriental pagoda, all members of the Luoshui Group's board of directors were present, sitting around 8 square tables, with a screen-like screen on the stage playing images of the testamentary heir's medical thawing. Most people present hoped that a medical accident would occur. But no one dared to have any direct or indirect contact with the doctors in this laboratory. Because once a medical accident occurs, if the opponents of the current board of directors find that their people have a little bit of melon field plum, even if there is no legal evidence, it is enough to be socially dead. Although Shenzhou's society has undergone many changes, the clan's moral values have always remained. If a person is suspected of dishonesty by other members of the family, he will always be suspected unless he finds enough evidence to clear himself. Therefore, this live broadcast is also a witness for all parties to ensure that although everyone has objections, they are all open-minded gentlemen. Under the illumination of the shadowless lamp in the medical sterile cabin, as the sealed cabin slowly opened, Wei King opened his eyes here. The numb perception in his body gradually recovered. Wei King Uncle Wei, after seeing the flashing figure outside the glass screen, opened his mouth with great effort and said, this posture is very similar to the breathing before dying. A female doctor put down the flat electronic recorder in her hand, opened the door of the sterile room, lay down next to the thawing chamber, and put her ear to Wei King's mouth. Wei King stretched out his hand tremblingly, touched the light above, and took a deep breath as if he wanted to swallow the light. Finally, he accumulated enough strength, suddenly stood up and hugged her, and then hugged her tightly. It's so cold, give me a blanket. The female doctor in charge was a little flustered and had to comfort her immediately. Sir, the temperature cannot be raised directly, otherwise the body will be damaged, please bear with it. I will give you a nutrient solution injection immediately. Wei King, then hurry up. In addition, let those people go out. I feel uncomfortable watching them. Outside the sterile room, the relatives sent by the family across the glass now have unnatural smiles on their faces, forcing themselves to show respect, but there is uncontrollable disappointment in their eyes. Because, the one who wakes up now is not a fool. According to the civil law of China, if the heir designated by the property holder is a person who does not have the ability to judge the meaning of his own behavior, he cannot inherit the dominant power involving social and commercial activities. According to this code, the situation in the West where a dog inherits reputation and wealth is not feasible in China. Now Wei King's performance is not only expressive, but also knows shame. Obviously, he is not an unconscious puppet. 40 minutes later. Wei King, who was lying on the bed, was wearing a standard blue hospital gown. He leaned on the slope of the bed, turned on the electronic screen, and began to look through the personnel information of Luoshui Group, the financial reports of the past 20 years, and the real estate information. The young nurse put liquid food on the cabinet next to the bed. After taking a sip, he asked, Sir, do you want to eat? Wei King waved his hand and pretended to refuse seriously. Oh, if he didn't refuse, he would probably feed him in person, and he would definitely not be able to control himself. He had just arrived, so it was better not to do anything that would make others look down on him, and he had to pretend to be decent. Wei King, by the way, please postpone all the communication information outside. Tell them that I will reply to the status and we will talk about everything in 20 hours. It is not clear what attitude the capable ministers and generals under his brother have towards his weak master, so he might as well take a small step back and maintain mystery. This trick works immediately. Even if he is a weak master, he is still a rare commodity. On the board of directors, those managers in gorgeous clothes and high crowns have already started betting on the current situation. Wei Yu, the former assistant secretary of Wei Chang, picked up the bell hammer and struck the golden chime. Everyone, now you should swear allegiance to the new master. Wei King used the time he was lying in the ward to confirm the working status of the consciousness link system after landing in this plane, as well as the information of his teammates. As for the teammates who came with him this time, they landed in 4 planes this time, and there were only 2 travelers in 1 plane. The one in Wei King's group now is Kofeijia, who landed in Jiankong, the southern economic center. From the perspective of this plane, a few months ago, as the director of the group, he took the initiative to experiment with the Seameson energy project, which can also be called the closed-door training project, and he slept in this plane for 2 years. Now, he has just awakened in this world. The fact is, during the sleep in this plane, his main consciousness returned to the main world to confirm whether the newcomer is suitable for the mission in this plane. Kofejia is now the director of this cutting-edge technology project, and he used to be the secretary of a member of the cabinet, and he also has extraordinary connections in Shenzhou. He now abandoned politics and went into research. On the one hand, the main world paid great attention to the C-Messen project. On the other hand, the senior officials of Shenzhou also realized the importance of C-Messen, so Kofejia was sent here as a reliable person. In this way, Wei King had no difficulty in this plane. Whether it was a technical job or a difficult job, there were old travelers supporting him. 10 hours later, Wei Kang, who was in good health, left the private medical center. At the entrance of the medical center was parked a Shenzhou sedan, with rows of unarmed armored guards on both sides. This treatment made Wei King a little confused about which foot to step on. A capable and beautiful lady bowed to Wei Kang. "Mr. Wei, I, Qin Hongyue, am very happy to receive you." Wei Kang was a little entangled. "How do you say hello?" Bow, men are left palm, right fist?" At this time, he realized that he grew up in a cultural desert. Wei Kang had not had time to return to the Shijing headquarters that day. Such a trip was obviously deliberately delayed. Wei Kang could imagine that everyone in the group should be racing against time to deal with the tale of this period. At night, Wei King temporarily lived in the post house opened by the Xianyang sub-department. When Wei King finished washing up, he looked at the big bed and took a deep breath. The bed here is not the Simmons thick cushioned steel wire bed of Wei Kang, but the Nanmu vertical flower column type step-out bed. In the plot of the bridal chamber in costume dramas, it is often seen that there are wooden pillars around, and there is a carved wooden roof on top. The whole looks like a small wooden house. The edge of the bed where the bride and groom sit at the same time is a circular entrance structure from top to bottom. The step-out bed is more advanced, with a height of 3 meters. Because it takes 8 steps from the entrance to get on the bed, it is called the 8-step bed. Since the Song dynasty, this thing has been absolutely exclusive to the local tyrants. There is such a record in Jinping Mei. When Shimen Cheng married Meng Yulo, the third room, the matchmaker introduced, this Meng Yulo is a widow, she has some money in her hand, and has 2 Nanjing step-out beds. Although the productivity of China developed very fast in the 20th century, and merchants added the concept of luxury goods to items such as watches and cars, the status of the step-out bed did not decline at all. Moreover, this item keeps pace with the times and begins to be high-tech. It is not just a single bed, but also integrates home automation, air conditioning, table lamps, refrigerators, massage equipment, etc., and also has functions such as automatic dust removal and fragrance spraying. Of course, it was not just the bed that made Wei King breathe, but the beauty sitting behind the veil of the bed. Qin Hongyue smiled slightly after seeing Wei Kang, pulled out her hairpin, and the black waterfall scattered. Then the young lady said, "Sir, I will serve you to bed." Wei Kang was a little absent-minded for a while. Warm fragrance and soft jade are the most corrosive to heroes. Most men in the 21st century claim to be straight men and can withstand it, but in fact they can never meet it. When the girl becomes gentle and soaks towards you like water, all the man's determination, morality, and character will be thrown behind your head. Wei King immediately retreated, went back to the dressing room, looked at himself in the mirror, turned on the gold-plated faucet, splashed water on his face, and then wiped the water droplets on his face. The situation in this room, I can't control it at first, I need to readjust. Return to the room and continue to face the red-faced skeleton. Wei King held back a sentence for a long time. Are you a girl? This is another stupid question that will only be asked after the 21st century. Wei King thought, when you encounter a benefit that is really hard to refuse, but you have to refuse it, you must find a problem to convince yourself. Qin Hongyue smiled and said, "Sir, don't worry, your identity, everything is exclusive. I am naturally a clean virgin." Wei King stretched out his hand and covered his stiff and twitching cheek. After several rounds of internal struggles in his mind, Wei King gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, you go out." The woman was slightly startled, then turned around and asked, "Young master, tonight is unforgettable." Wei King took a deep breath, and finally suppressed the impulse in his heart, saying, "Today, I am very tired, you go out, if you don't go out, then I can only go out to sleep." Qin Hongyue looked at Wei Kang's hesitant but finally determined expression, smiled playfully and said, "Young master is really interesting, then, good night." After that, she stood up and left the room gracefully. Watching the door close, Wei King turned around anxiously, and when he didn't pay attention, he bumped into the door beam of the step-out bed, and a bump appeared on his head. After a long sigh, he took out a piece of paper and a pen and looked at the densely packed self-planning he had made for himself. After a while, he put it aside and went to sleep wrapped in a quilt. In a room 3 floors away, Shin Hongwei turned on the screen and reported the situation to the owner over there. The screen asked, "What, rejected?" Shin Hongwei, "Yes, but a little shaken. We can try again with Plan B." Shin Hongwei was talking to the head of the third house of the Wei family of Luo Shui Group. Wei Keng's father had branches and leaves in this plane, but Wei Keng Wei Chang's status as the legitimate son could not be shaken in the patriarchal system. The head of the third house said, "No need to try, just follow him." 9 hours later, it was already the next morning. Wei Keng woke up. His body had been frozen in this world for more than 30 years. Now, he is still a teenager. After Wei Keng yawned, he looked at the sunshine outside the window, and said with resentment, "Can't you come to my bed at night? If you want to have fun, you have to do it to the end." After a few seconds, calm down, calm down. Wei Keng, who was mentally unhealthy, began to rinse his mouth and wash his face, waiting for the fire to subside. After setting off again, Wei Keng found the person in charge of the trip and gave a death order in a very stern tone. "Yesterday's trip was delayed very badly, and you must return to your destination today no matter what." After emphasizing so much, Wei Keng felt that today's journey was very smooth. The motorcycles accompanying the trip and the work of road closures were simplified. The real scene outside the domestically produced waterproof golden-eyed van has more folk sentiments. There are a large number of young and strong people doing nothing on the streets of Xijing, and they can always be seen around the speech platform. On the speech platform, the parliamentarians talked about the Gongyang theory with saliva flying, which is the big XX theory in Gongyang Zhuan. Buddhists often say, "Put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot, and turn back when the sea of suffering is boundless." Taoism, it also advocates mutual assistance and harmony. But Gongyang school, national hatred. Not to mention 9 generations apart, it must be avenged in 100 generations. In the era of Wei Keng's main world, Confucianism was relatively moderate. Now when he first heard this doctrine, Wei Keng couldn't help but feel a little horrified. Shin Hongwei seemed to feel that Wei Keng's eyes were always looking at those who gathered outside the window to talk. "Sir, don't listen to those people's words. These people gathered just for a day's food." After that, she pointed to Wei Keng and showed him the scene where the speech leaders distributed food coupons after the speech. These speech activities were actually arranged by people in the city's council. Now the rate of refugees in Shenzhou is very high, and a large number of strong and powerful people are gathering, so the government sent people to provide relief. In the process of relief, lecturers are also arranged to talk about some national policies while distributing food. Lecturers are equipped with reference to the lecturers in the army, which is very common in the official relief organizations in Shenzhou. As the old saying goes, it is better to guard against the mouths of the people than against the rivers. If you can't stop them, then drain them. Zhu Xiao began, but he was an expert in water control. Who are the enemies of Shenzhou now? There are many external ones. At present, Shenyang and Shenzhou are still allies, and the main industry of Luo Shui Company is the aviation sector. Now Shenyang's La Liga Mecha Research Center has developed the Tengu Mecha. This fighter will be equipped on a large scale in the Imperial Air Force in the future. However, the mecha media such as the Nanyang Morning Post in Shenzhou have begun to hype it up, and military aid to Shenyang must be terminated. This? Well, it can't be said that it makes no sense. Shenyang is a filial son, the kind of Arthas in Jaina. It has built many wartime bases on the South Korean peninsula. At the same time, on the northern Shuiyuan, the Krasnir Space Agency has applied the gravity isolation system in the military field, and the Kirov heavy airship has also been developed. Although it lacks mobility, its heavy armor and the bombing properties of heavy cruise missiles have put great pressure on the north of Shenzhou. Europa and New Rome are now the largest trading partners of Shenzhou, but after these golden-haired devils occupied the Yanzhou continent, Nan, with gold mines everywhere, they also coveted the interests of the Persian Gulf under the protection of Shenzhou. So, from a harsh perspective, they are all enemies. But blindly emphasizing these external enemies is actually to cover up internal problems. At present, the Gongyang theory that has suddenly become popular in Shenzhou has its own views from all walks of life. The first layer of people are small merchants traveling around the country. They think that this is the gathering of public opinion by the clean stream, that is, the officials are trying to increase their exposure through such market activities. The second layer of people are the few scholars in the country who have accepted the banned publications such as Shangtinglun. They recognize that this is a trick of Chao Gong's borrowing ahead to use to reverse public opinion. The third layer of people are the establishment factions in Shenzhou. They know that the people are suffering to a certain extent. Although sending food welfare can prevent most people from attacking the Daofu in despair. But they can't restrain the restless hearts of the wanderers who have nothing to do. In this era, newspapers and radio have long been popular, and there are even flip phones, which have increased the channels for men to obtain knowledge and information. Traditional methods of appeasement have failed, and they must be given the illusion that they are becoming great people. Therefore, for those in high positions in the temple, they should be stimulated and let them run around in the market, which is to divert their blood and courage so that they will not change drastically. The fourth level of people are those who hold great power. For these noble families who truly rule the world, population is a resource. If it cannot be used, it will be hot. In the imperial era, the collapse of farmland production caused by population explosion and the refugees it produced could shake the foundation of a dynasty. But during the Little Ice Age 300 years ago, Shenzhou successfully used the manpower far exceeding that of Europe to start the second round of expansion. The immigrants from Mingyue and the Central Plains in the Great Yan Dynasty formed a very advanced village model compared to the local indigenous people in Nanyang. They robbed land, water, and forests, planted crops, built forts, and built roads and bridges. In that era, 8 prefectures in Nanyang were opened up for Shenzhou in one fell swoop, providing the initial resources for Shenzhou's industrial revolution. In the year 2201 of the Qin Tongli calendar, when Shenzhou was in economic crisis again, this model was once again used. From the invasion of Burma to southern India, 6 million people were immigrated in 30 years, which killed the European rule in South Asia. The railway from Shu to Southeast Asia and then to South Asia was opened, 20 million people were immigrated, the locals were completely assimilated, and the entire South Asian subcontinent was turned into a new land of fish and rice. Of course, Shenzhou annexed the entire Tianzhu without leaving any dregs. This kind of civilization-like steamroller-like advancement frightened the whole of Europe. Ambitious people in Europe felt that if they did not form a holy alliance, in a few hundred years, the East would crush the countries in the West one by one, and then there would be a global hegemony, and European countries would unite to fight against Shenzhou. External expansion can be successful in the first few times by relying on size, but as time goes on, people will definitely be on guard against you. The king of Qin's conquest of the world was the accumulation of several generations of wise kings, and finally achieved success in one battle in the generation of Qin Shi Huang. If the Qin state dragged on for another 100 or 200 years after destroying Han, the countries would have enough time to reflect on themselves while being beaten. Redevelop the system, and the Qin state would not be able to push forward. Now China is like a historical cycle, with a surplus of manpower again. The country generally has only elementary school-age population, which cannot keep up with the manufacturing of the emerging high-tech workshops. If these uneducated people cannot find a sense of existence in social production, then they can only make a name for themselves in the young and dangerous society. Therefore, the we Chinese are marshaled boasted by these marketing accounts and politicians on the street can always attract a group of traffic. Wei Kang, I emotionally agree with the analysis of the first level, because I hate moral kidnapping, taking people for the sake of justice, and even taking a few small characters to establish authority. The education I received in class made me understand the worries of the second level. This vast country does need to change. But my actions can only be at the third level. The people are in turmoil like a mess, with chaotic party struggles and each having their own thoughts. If you want to unify, the only way is to kill the enemy, and my but Wei King looked at the limited edition van worth 20 million under his butt, exhaled and sighed, sit on the fourth level. Wei King put his hand on Qin Hongyue's jade legs, feeling the smoothness and tight muscles, and complained in his heart, if I sit on my butt for a long time, then I will only be on the fourth level. Wei King suddenly thought of the system's monitoring system, pulled his hand back, and coughed at the waitress next to him whose face was red to the collarbone, pretending to be a gentleman, just now, that, I didn't mean to do that. What era is Shenzhou in now? Isn't it strong? No, it is much stronger than the East and the main world at the same time. Shenzhou has 78 provinces with a total area of about 21.45 million square kilometers. The core territory includes Bohai County extending to the Silla Peninsula, Indochina Peninsula, the Nanyang Islands, the South Asian subcontinent, the Tamil Peninsula, and the west coast of Australia. The population is 890 million. Of course, due to omissions in statistics, the total population is higher. Not autonomous? quite autonomous, even arbitrary. Shenzhou's literary tradition is well preserved, and there are more local ideological systems to explain the world than China in the main world at the same time. For example, the Han, Manchu, Mongolian, Zhuang, and Tibetan ethnic concepts in the main world do not exist in Shenzhou. The concept of Eastern ethnicity in the 20th century actually originated in the West. Intellectuals used Western learning to explain the East and also delineated ethnic groups. Shenzhou only has the concept of Zhuxia. Among Zhuxia, everyone belongs to Yanhuang in terms of bloodline, but with different branches. In terms of culture, etiquette is the boundary. According to the debate between Chinese and barbarians, those who enter China and keep etiquette are Chinese, and those who leave China and abandon etiquette are barbarians. The great scholars of China relied on this concept to govern and assimilate it all the way to the South Asian subcontinent. However, comparing the two eras, all of this in China makes people feel a sense of decadence. When dealing with the impact of the times, it seems more difficult to generate correct and objective coping ideas. Although the top think tanks in China now maintain the logical thinking mainly based on the East, this family and country concept that matured 2,000 years ago has added too much logic in the long development, so that the song is too high and few people understand it. In today's blind and ignorant people, the superficial ethnic essence passed on from the West is very useful. In addition, molecular genetic technology has been added in the past 30 years, proving that the Chinese paternal bloodline is very pure. In the absence of a profound note on the historical disaster process, the simple understanding of the country and nation by ordinary people in China, the political correctness of the Yanhuang nation must overcome all difficulties began to drive out the good money with bad money. The 80 million people in the whole of China are extremely confident that China will confront the world head-on. Wei Kang, I don't object to a head-on confrontation, but you now have only 40 million industrialized people, and the rest are just literate blind fools. Do you want to rely on the model of the upper class using wisdom and the lower class using courage to fulfill the destiny? This is a dead end, and it is a dead end that cannot be awakened until the country is on the verge of extinction. Before returning to the family board of directors, Wei King modified his itinerary midway and raided the family industrial park in Xijing, which is also the most technologically advanced industry of Luoshui Group Luoshui Yunshang Aviation Machinery Company. When Wei King saw the neat process in the factory, he was slightly relieved. Compared with the chaos outside, the industrial zone is another world. All workers are housed in a community supporting the industrial park, with a special kindergarten, supermarket, and restaurant. In the production workshop, a series of precision lathes are processed, and the ridged tenons as thin as embroidery needles are inserted into the machine like acupuncture. The precise data of yin and yang on the electronic screen keeps popping up, and the relevant workers operate skillfully. All this shows that Shenzhou now always masters the world's top industrial technology. After touring his own industrial park and understanding the various supply chains in the industry, Wei King opened the system, the traversal system connected to his consciousness, and sorted out the information of Shenzhou technology from his own perspective. Wei King divided the technology industry in the international market into 3 columns according to green, yellow, and red. The green market has strong competitiveness, and it is still the top technology, such as nuclear power, electronic communications, and maglev railway technology. This inlay process gives Shenzhou a unique advantage in this regard. The yellow-marked industries are large-scale aviation, satellites, shipbuilding, and ultra-high-energy physics applications. These are all competing with other powers in the world. The seriously backward red column, life sciences, in this regard, Europe and Shenyang have begun to strengthen warriors, organic mechanical implants and other technologies. After the chip is implanted, European war dogs can complete the understanding of 100 tactical commands. As for dolphins, they have also been specially trained, actually controlled by drugs and chips, and turned into combat creatures that can guide underwater bombs with strong sound waves. It has to be said that Shenzhou's culture does not care much about domesticated animals. Except for the cattle that plow the fields, which have a deeper emotional culture, horses, running dogs, pigs, and sheep are all considered animals. Culturally, some things are defined as cheap, and they are ignored in the technology that has been invested in. In terms of people, Shenzhou inherited the Zhou rituals. Religion has been opposed to human sacrifice since ancient times. No matter what, innocent people should not be used as sacrifices to please the gods. After the Zhou dynasty destroyed the Shang dynasty, it came up with the Zhou rituals to completely distinguish itself from the Shang civilization, and then it was the important logic of the distinction between Hua and Yi. So, in recent years, large medical companies in Europe, America, Shenyang, and even the Soviet Union have been conducting human experiments with the tacit approval of the government, because in terms of culture, they have a monotheistic religion and a culture of atonement afterwards. And in the East? No company dares to try this kind of thing. In Eastern culture, there is no ending where the company's senior management is dismissed, replaced by a good person to inherit, atonement and whitewashing, and reversing the impression of the world. Instead, everything related to it will be nailed to the pillar of shame. Haven't you seen Qin Hui kneeling there for 1,000 years, and no one with the surname Qin dared to get close to him in later generations? Atonement? The kind that will send you to the 18 levels of hell and never let you turn over. It can be said that the West of this world was able to force Shenzhou back in a war. In addition to hard work, it was also cruel enough. Shenzhou did not dare to do it, but the monotheism could push forward with a hard heart, squeeze oil out of African bones, kill all the natives of South and North America, and directly test anthrax weapons on the indigenous islands in the Pacific. Wei King came to the family's board of directors, looking at the second, third, fourth, and fifth rooms, and felt that his old father, a real hero. The first room also has male offspring, and Wei Chang also left 5 children in this world. Of course, now is not the time to talk about relatives. Wei King named the identities of all department heads one by one, and this process was like a university class teacher calling out names. The heads of various industries must be met by oneself. This is not just symbolic. Sitting in a high position, it is impossible for me to know everything about the things below. After all, Wei Chang did not put worms in the stomachs of each of them. As a weak leader, if I want to understand the things below, I must show that I am willing to open up and accept the facts stated by everyone in the system. How about this? At least show that you are not easy to be deceived. As a weak ruler, the biggest danger is that you are isolated by the operation of the system, and the people below start to solve things on their own. This is what Qin Ershi did. After meeting all the important people, Wei King clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, follow the rules. I am not a great talent, but I still know myself. You are all the supervisors of various departments and masters. Next, I still have to rely on you." But the people present raised their heads slightly and glanced at Wei King. Chinese people know that wherever the tone changes, it is the highlight. Wei King took out a personnel transfer plan. Wei King smiled and said, "I think the departments still need to communicate. It may be a bit too much to say that everyone is a member of the Wei family in the company, but everyone is from the same school and eats from the same pot." No one has any objection to this. Wei King's personnel transfer plan involves positions such as accounting and personnel management. The entire transfer did not involve any technical positions. The people transferred were all deputies of various departments. For example, the deputy of Department A was transferred to Department B as a deputy. The heads of various departments were not moved. In other words, the authority of each department did not change. The people in charge of each department in the industry are now silent. They have nothing to say about Wei King's set. But they all know what will happen next. The insertion of personnel from each department has broken one circle after another. Some things that were not in accordance with the rules before will not be convenient to do again. Running water does not rot, and the door hinge does not rot. Wei King did not want to fight with these people promoted by his younger brother. He just made adjustments based on the personnel information left by Wei Chang, let them check and balance each other and abide by the rules. As for Wei King himself, he had to complete his plan. What is the most important thing when coming to such a new world for himself? To connect with the local atmosphere. In the 21st century, many children of wealthy and big figures returned from studying in Europe and the United States. They did not have much ability, but they always stubbornly substituted their social thinking in Europe and the United States. This should be learned from. So, after the meeting, Wei King summoned his butler and made the first clear request. The study is now filled with high school basic courses that Wei King bought from the teaching bookstore. The butler on the side asked again in a tone of seeking confirmation, "Master, do you want to go to school?" Wei King took a sip of milk and asked, "Why? I don't have the right to education." The butler said, "Master, then what school do you want to go to?" "Wei King, didn't I say that after the exam, it depends on the results? Don't mention any letters of introduction. Also, there is no need to say hello to any school, and even I can accept failing the exam. I just want to know that the company recruits so many talents every year, and their study habits." Wei King asked the butler to rent a house for him outside, and at the same time found a retired teacher to tutor the course, and then started his own exam career. As a middle-class person in the main world, Wei King is still quite confident that he can go to college. And how many times have I repeated this time? After opening the book, the first glance is all kinds of formulas that I can't recognize. That's right, physical symbols are completely different from those in the main world. After staring at the heavenly book for 30 minutes, Wei King slapped his head. Wei King, system, all formulas are replaced with the ones I am familiar with. The formula conversion was completed quickly in Wei King's perspective, and now the questions are pleasing to the eye. Jianya, Kufeijia, who was operating in the laboratory, checked the system after get off work and looked at the situation on Wei King's side. After confirming that Wei King was trying to participate in the public examination here, he was a little surprised. But he smiled and said slowly, "Not bad." Kufeijia's minimum psychological expectation is, after Wei King arrives in this plane, his private life is chaotic and he can tolerate some delays. As long as Wei King does not abuse his power or argue with himself, it is not a big problem. As for Wei King's participation in the public examination of Shenzhou now, although the meaning is unclear, it is also a positive action. Kufeijia still has to give some tips on Wei King's actions. First, all examination activities must be in the sight of security personnel. Second, personal activities during this period must be kept confidential, and names must be pseudonyms. The college entrance examination, the Science College entrance examination, is not easy to a certain extent, but it cannot be said that it is the same as Fan Jin's success in the national examination. Wei King also passed the college entrance examination in his last life. The admission rate for one course was around 10%. After struggling and repeating the exam after failure, I was lucky enough to reach that scoreline. As for whether talent is necessary for science and engineering, from an objective attitude, Wei King thinks that is necessary. Because I am sure that I have no talent in English, no matter how hard I memorize the words, I can't choose the right preposition to fill in the blanks. So on the other hand, science almost requires a little talent. But the talent required for science and engineering is definitely not rare. At least half of ordinary people have it. As long as they are boys, when playing basketball, they can think about the shooting strength and angle, how many parabolas they can accept, set off firecrackers, and pull out gunpowder to light wood chips. That is, in chemical experiments, chemical formulas can be understood by analogy. Wei King, I am a middle-aged man, not stupid. With my qualifications, the only requirement for getting into university is about a year of absolutely dedicated study. In the 21st century in the main world, most working-class families have the financial resources and energy to provide an environment that allows their children to concentrate during the critical period of high school. Oh, if you really can't maintain it at home, you can send it to Maya Tanchang, where there is not even an internet cafe in the entire town. The school confiscates all mobile phones. This is the key to getting into college. However, in the 21st century in the main world, the conditions that are common in the East are actually difficult for most of the middle class to have a stable supply here. In China, the admission rate of first-class universities in Gouwu is only 1%. After Wei King finished the exam, he discovered, this question is not too difficult. At least the big physics question is not like the Jiangsu question. After the ball collides with the pulley, it goes around the circular slide track, and finally falls on the table in another question. A small ball collides elastically, and finally the kinetic energy of the two balls after the collision is calculated to create a series of Matryoshka steps. It's not just Jiangsu rolls. To put it nicely, the test questions are designed to test your awareness of possible problems with rockets after entering the aerospace industry. It's not that there are no straightforward test papers. The BJ mock paper is very straightforward. There is no doubt that Wei King has passed the 1% mark, and is still 30 points above the admission line. But, are you a top student? A bit beyond expectations. Finally, when Wei King entertained the tutor, he inadvertently relieved his confusion. At the wine table, the tutor was glowing and said to Wei King, after seeing you working so hard in the past 6 months, I have always found it hard to believe that you are a disciple of the Wei family. Wei King was slightly curious and asked, what's wrong? The academic style of the Wei family is not good? Teacher, I'm not as hardworking as you. I get up at 7:30 every day, go to bed at 12 o'clock, and have 2 sets of papers a day. Hey, I haven't seen a student working so hard for a long time. Children from wealthy families in China don't have to work hard. Most civilian families have troubles such as unemployment, and family instability has a great impact on performance. The situation that children in the main world are accustomed to, without any interruptions, and with clothes and daily consumer goods in place is not something that most families in this plane can provide. Wei King showed his determination to study in the main world for 2 generations and prepare to test the degree of involution in this world fairly by lowering the conditions to the same level as ordinary people in this world. It turns out that most people in this world don't have the energy to get involved with themselves. It is best to work hard for the college entrance examination. Although there is more than one path in life, this path is the safest one. This not only means that you have obtained a diploma personally, but also means that you have competed fairly with the largest group of people in society. If you don't do well in the first test, don't be discouraged. Summarize it, identify all your shortcomings, and then patiently retake it once. Don't get hit in the first try. Believe that you are not that fragile. The way to understand the various aspects of the human world can be to conduct a comprehensive investigation report on hundreds of industries, or it can also be to personally climb the ascending channel provided by this single plank bridge with thousands of troops. In the process of climbing, we can learn about the Shaoguan Xingzhuang who passed the ascending channel, the Shaoguan Xingzhuang who did not pass the ascending channel, the groups who connected with the production of various industries after entering the ascending channel, and the groups who drifted away from the ascending channel after not passing through. Of course, we can better understand the proportion of these various groups in society. The imperial examination in this world is over. After checking the public scores on the electronic system, it is time to go to the school to get your score certificate. Under the safe protection of plainclothes martial artists, Wei Kang, who was wearing a homespun school uniform and fake myopia glasses, rushed to the school where he was enrolled and took away various materials proving his academic success. This process is a procedural one. Wei King tried his best to improve his archival records in this world. Of course, after receiving the student status certificate at the school, Wei King also quietly watched other people who came to apply for such certificates. That is, the passing students account for a very large proportion of public examinations. Following them, Wei King was curious about their plans for his future, but he followed them to the video arcade. Wei King opened his mouth when he saw these junior high school graduates rubbing their hands excitedly discussing the game currency discount in the game hall today, which could be exchanged for 20% more. The reason for passing the exam is lack of understanding of learning changes destiny, so there is no future plan. Using the thinking of those who have passed the exam to plan the future, and how those who have failed will think about the future is a fundamental mistake. Right now, these teenagers who didn't do well in the exam are too happy. Of course, the ultimate reason is the issue of national policies for filial piety and honesty. Young people have been in this world for less than 20 years, so they will never think about the future from the perspective of 10 years. The furthest thing these young people think about is whether they will be nominated on the list in 2 or 3 years. If you give up even if you have achieved academic success, then the furthest thing a young person can think about is probably not enough recharge for the point card next month, and his ranking will drop. When it comes to treating abandoned houses, Wei King himself has a lot of experience, but seeing the large number of young people turning into abandoned houses in this target plane, he can't help but panic. Wei King had no choice but to say, the world of the elderly has been planned by gold power, and they are constantly being wasted in one gambling game after another. Therefore, the school, family, and folk customs of the real century-old undertaking do not fulfill their responsibilities. The young people rely on themselves. That bit of self-control? Oh, at an age when you haven't learned all the basics, have a restless personality, and have a weak mind, games can occupy your entire youthful spirit, but what about 20 years old? What about 25? Sooner or later, you will get tired of playing the game, especially cheats and cheats. If you continue to abuse the computer, you will get tired of it in less than a month. At that time, if you take your attention away and go out to make a living, what will happen? When Wei King saw these young people with no ambitions who spoke frivolously and behaved frivolously, he thought of the idle men and careerists in the market. These restless adults today should have been like this 10 years ago. As for the next 10 years, the cycle is continued in the next generation. In the main world, Wei King does not need to think about this problem. He only needs to know, he should follow the teacher, comply with social supervision and supervision, study hard, and use it as a background to provide competitive pressure for those who are smarter than himself, and those who will be smarter in the future. If you get a better position, you will be able to build the world better than ordinary people like yourself. Here, Wei King suddenly found that there was no one in front of him. It seemed that the responsibility for building the world fell directly on him? Quite at a loss. At the end of the inspection, Wei King got into the car driven by the group. Behind him, the young man who went into and out of the game hall to hook up with each other gradually backed away from the car window, but Wei King's thinking was not over. Many people, I would rather be a chicken head than a cow queen. Wei King could consciously be a vigorous root system under the towering tree, but now it has become a rotten root, and the outer bark is festering at the top of the tree. This makes Wei King not feel so honored, but instead he feels cold at the height. The foundation of national rejuvenation lies in the education of talents, and the education of talents is related to folk customs, schools, and tutoring, so it is also related to the enlightenment of all people and the constant production of wealth. Under the dominance of the evil Jinliism, no one in this plane, including China, focuses on solving the problems of private livelihood and talent cultivation. The only thing I think about is how to control this increasingly stupid and exclusive world in my own hands. However, when it came to permanent birth, Wei King checked the records of men and women participating in permanent birth. After reading it, well, as he thought, women stayed at home. However, in this way, women can receive social welfare according to their capita. This has led to a relatively high proportion of newborns in statistics, and the population structure seems to be better. The proportion of young people with young talents has been rising continuously for more than 20 years. Etc. Wei King rewinded the search page on his tablet computer, then re-entered the keywords and looked at the population curve. Stare at the timeline and the population of different age groups, and let the consciousness link system record it for yourself. Then I opened the curve of the production of resources such as food and cloth, and let the traversing system also record it, and then put the two curves together. Wei King used a simple curve chart to estimate the development trend of the conflict. Gradually, he had a little idea of the time when the war would occur in the future. Looking at it from a crazy perspective, young fools are just like the guns and ammunition produced. They will become useless after they are expired. The social practice was initially completed, and after returning to the group's base camp, Wei King and Kufeijia started a long-distance call. In China, in name, Wei King's Luoshui group is also one of the sponsors of Kufeijia's project, so it is normal for the two parties to have private conversations. In the test base, after coming out of the closed high-energy field equipment site, Kufeijia had not yet removed his radiation-proof power armor. Kufeijia leaned on his chair and looked at Wei King, who was still looking bookish, and asked with slight concern, "Is the exam over?" Wei King, who was sitting at the desk, was writing and chatting. "Well, I'm sorry, I've been busy with my own affairs for the past 6 months, so I haven't been able to help you much." Kufeijia, no, it's very good. It's the first time I've arrived in an alien plane. At the beginning, I don't need any help, but I try to understand the world as much as possible. I was originally thinking about how to test your study of plane information. Degree. The Orthodox Huizhi Township examination involves astronomy, geography, social science, history, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and other subjects. Any book knowledge system that can select talents will be included in the rural examination system. After passing such a public examination, Wei King's cultural knowledge field will be more deeply connected with the world, and he will be able to accept various situations. Ability. What Wei King and Kufeijia want to discuss is the issue of re-understanding this plane. It turns out that this plane is classified as a relative plane, that is, the history is different from that of the main world of the Earth, and other physical rules are the same, which is equivalent to a parallel world. But now it is confirmed that this world has been confirmed to have things that are impossible to happen in the main world. There are some phenomena of strange power and confusion of gods, so it is suspected to be positioned as a near plane. Not to mention anything else, in the 1960s in this dimension, it was said that Western scientists had used scientific methods to verify the phenomenon of psychic power caused by meditation. However, the specific application of technology in this area around the world, whether it is Soviet Russia's or the European and American Joint Intelligence Agency, has ensured that the security protection of relevant departments is watertight. The upper echelons of China received very little information. Nowadays, ordinary people in China have little information, but high-level officials in China such as Wei King and Kufeijia all know that traditional Oriental Qigong is not a scam here. In this dimension in 1955, Sun Shinra Research Department discovered a new particle, mesotrons, during their research on the Tesla reactor, and explained it to some extent in public publications, but then various countries disclosed in technical magazines, there is no longer any relevant follow-up research. In the 21st century in the main world, experimental reports on deuterium, tritium and lithium-6 particles at high energies will not be published publicly. Countries are now keeping research in this area secret because the various energy states of these particles are similar to the physical phenomena of human consciousness in this world. They can be controlled by human influence and form visible phenomena on a macro scale. Let's put it this way, carbohydrate oxidation and human body metabolism are both on the same energy level, and people can have the strength to hit people by eating carbohydrates. So in this world, if human consciousness is allowed to eat related substances, will it allow human thoughts to control some energy and blast it out? In this plane, there are already mysterious beings like Qigong and spiritual power. Although their number is extremely small, or even because of their extremely small number, they hide in the corners of society and have not been recorded in the formal records of history. However, the science and technology of the industrial age can turn originally rare phenomena into mass production. Kofeja is at the forefront of technology in this area. You can see in a scene where he demonstrated at the test site, a ball of light appeared in his palm, and then he used the ball of light to smash the vase. To put it bluntly, if he himself could not demonstrate the application of this technology, how many major groups in China would spend so much money on this project and give him the leadership of the project? Of course, it is impossible to bring this kind of superpower into the main world, because the technology is Jiahongzi. As an observer, we often encounter a ridge when viewed from the side and a peak from the side. That is, the same thing displays different effects from different angles. In different planes, the observable forms of material particles are also different. Jiahongzi can observe and capture in this plane, but the perspective gradually moves to the main world in terms of dimensions. This material is constantly shortening in terms of time and space, and finally reaches zero dimension in the main world. Jiahongzi is sent back to the main world through energy facilities. During the process of dimensional conversion, its half-life and spatial fluctuations are drastically reduced. Finally coming to the main world, it becomes something unobservable in the quantum fluctuations of the vacuum of the main world. Particles such as Jiahongzi, which cannot be found in trace amounts in the main world, are not the only cases that the Space-Time Exploration Bureau has explored in various planes. Human beings have been making new discoveries in the process of exploring the surrounding space and time, and their understanding of matter has gradually emerged as a system larger than the periodic table of elements and basic particles, including various types of quarks. At the same time, various time and space departments around the world began to initially measure the changes in the properties of these materials in various planes, trying to use them as coordinates for different regions of time and space. Of course, this matter is still too far away from Wei Kang, now he just needs to know. The main topic of Wei Kang's conversation with his teammates this time was not superpowers. It is another type of situation discovered in the process of studying medium macroons. Kofeja, in the latest experiment, we verified that the material information in the number 14 energy region has time overlap. The measured data is very surprising, it is astronomical level. Wei Kang, I have just come to this world, and my educational level is a high school graduation. You tell me the key points. In the next 2 years, I will conduct in-depth research on relevant aspects when choosing a major. Kofeja, time travel, you know, right? When creating space-time crystals on the Earth, it is only limited to a small microscopic scale, and the information can be echoed repeatedly. Wei Kang nodded, knowing something through comparison. Rewinding time has always involved the quantity of space. To rewind one's body back to the state of a child is to rewind, and to rewind one's own city to 40 years ago is also to rewind. The spatial scale is different, and the scale of reversal is different. Wei Kang asked Kofeja, what is the scale of the reverse flow here? Kofeja, I said that after reaching a certain level, it will be astronomical. Seeing that Wei Kang did not dare to think to a higher level, he said directly, after reaching a certain amount, the entire Earth's time will change, but the observer may retain the information before going back. Wei Kang, travel to the past, then change the world, and then change the present. Kofeja nodded. Wei Kang, so if someone changes the past now, can we realize that the past has suddenly been changed? Kofeja, in this world, we are part of the material flow of time and space, because our memory relies on the material of this world. When the world changes, our memory also changes. We cannot directly feel the historical changes in terms of thinking and logic. Yes, but the nodes in our consciousness will record. Theoretically, every time the history of the world changes significantly, the global macron nature will be more active, and the monitor will continue to record the node situation. Wei Kang, oh, no wonder, I said why I didn't contact them. The monitor is now outside the time flow, but once he talks to the traveler who has completely descended on this plane, it is equivalent to making a direct observation. The monitor's phase warehouse in the dimension will also be changed by the time and space flow. So I just looked through the fragments left by the time traveler on the time and space stream, and then sent the message unilaterally. Kofeja, they are fine. What we need to pay attention to is you listen carefully. The key point, in the tense development we encounter next, there may be some people who understand the direction of our actions, and they will follow the time. Information, make some arrangements for us. Wei King paused. What do you mean, Kufeijia? Well, be careful. If you accidentally do something to change history, there is no guarantee that some existence downstream will reach the present. Give us one. He stretched out his palm and put it on his neck. Cut it. A few minutes later, after Wei King reluctantly digested the information, he asked another question. During the period of our arrival, has the node recorded the overlap of time and space? Kufeijia, the situation of Jia Hongzi currently recorded in the node is stable, but it does not mean that there are no future people traveling through it. Maybe, the key figures who changed history are under good protection and have not appeared in public, so the downstream arrived here, without access to key personnel. It is impossible to change history on a large scale, so our nodes cannot record major changes in Jia Hongzi. Speaking of this, he looked at Wei King and reminded, therefore, all the exams you participated in previously must be kept secret, and they must not be unblocked even in the future. Wei King nodded. Well, what about your safety? Kufeijia raised his hand, and airflow appeared in his palm. He had superpowers, so Wei King didn't need to worry. Red Alert features. In 1968 AD, Luo Shui Group made an investment in the western region and completed the planning of 6 solar thermal power stations. This kind of investment does not have much return rate no matter how you look at it. At present, global energy has entered the era of Tesla reactors. Both Soviet Russia and Shenyang have updated their power generation technology to the latest generation of electromagnetic generators. Although Europe and the United States are still thermal power stations, they only use chemical combustion to initially react materials. After reaching the ionic state, the magnetic energy reaction still needs to be constrained by the Tesla device. So now, this solar power station consumes a lot of materials, and the energy it produces is less than 1/10 of the new technology. It is obviously an old technology with little benefit. But this industry is still in the category of boiling water, so 90% of the positions only require junior high school education to be qualified. In this world of capital, if people have no value in production activities, then war is launched to make the surplus population valuable. This year, Luo Shui Group asked for the population data recorded during the welfare distribution process in recent years and proposed to use work instead of relief. Take over the welfare system, take over the distribution of food stamps to some people, and turn these people into workers. Of course, after they are trained and transformed into workers, the amount of benefits paid will be higher than what they originally received. And medical and education benefits will be provided based on a long-term clean record of work. Where do these medical and educational resources come from? Wei King will allocate some medical personnel from the Luo Shui Group factory as the backbone, and recruit a group of normal and medical interns to support them first, and then they will become the backbone. A year ago, Wei King and Kufeijia discussed the possible overlap of time and space between Jia Hongzi and this plane. After talking about personal plans in this world, Wei King, well, I want to reform this place. Kufeijia was silent for a while and asked, do you have a plan? Wei King, not currently. Under Kufeijia's gaze. Wei King, but I want to do something in the business field and make changes. After that, he submitted a plan for injecting funds into the education system and training junior technicians. Kufeijia flipped through a few pages. In fact, his system scanned it and judged, okay, in fact, everyone here wants to change something, but you know that this is not the main plane, country, or organization after all. There is also a huge gap in people's knowledge and awareness. Hey, your proposals may be implemented, but they will require a lot of effort. Wei King paused for a moment. In certain matters, if I can't see other people taking action, I usually won't move. But, is it really like this? It's more uncomfortable to not move, so if you do something, even if you can't succeed, maybe it would give me some peace of mind if I could prompt someone else smarter than me to do it. Kufeijia, there will not be a super world war in this world within 20 years, and we will be stationed here for no more than 20 years. And our mission is to get the main technology of this world. As an outsider, what can be taken away from a plane is a variety of technical information. If we invest in the infrastructure and systems of the region, most of the benefits generated will be useful to the region and cannot be taken away. Moreover, such investment is quite difficult. Now, Wei King has experienced this difficulty. The fundamental problem of human society is management. It is the easiest thing to use profit to agitate, so most forces give priority to the capital that can flow in the region. But the problem is, people are used to a better life. When people in a state become accustomed to the benefits brought by stable conditions, they no longer have the initial enthusiasm and must be driven by more benefits. Therefore, for capital, its own management has become passivated. Therefore, capital will be withdrawn regularly. When people in an area are no longer easy to manage, the area will be directly impoverished, and then wait until the economic level there is so simple that dozens of big steamed buns can be exchanged for it. A daughter-in-law can pretend to be a high-class person with a meal of fried chicken wings and bread with meat and come back with the attitude of the greatest charity. Driven by material things, it will lead to insatiable desires, so society should be formatted every once in a while to make everything simple. However, the management of civilization is not about playing Monopoly. Many things will be cut off with chaos. In particular, the precious continuity of Eastern civilization must not play with the cyclical laws of economic crises of capital. Foodie Wei Kang, in terms of cultural continuity, even the spread of European cuisines is much shallower. Think about it, it's all the fault of capitalism. So, what is used to maintain the continued health of the management system? The main world has this answer, but Wei Kang cannot copy it directly. I am now a predator, no one believes what I say. Eating hot pot, hugging the girl, not sticking to trivial matters, standing on the high platform and mobilizing to a group of people in the audience. Let's fight for a better tomorrow together? Wei Kang, disgusting, really disgusting. 2 days later, the Solar Energy Industrial Park. We must fight for a better tomorrow. A red banner was hung on the newly built workers' dormitory. Today's labor is for the protection of tomorrow. Let us unite under the leadership of the company. These large gold-plated characters are inlaid on the building of the new factory. Besides, with a pop sound, Wei Kang slapped himself on the forehead. This is really hard to control. He still did this disgusting thing. The newly built factories that guaranteed employment implemented a conditional 8-hour work system. As a general public in the 27th, 21st century, we have to have some face. As a capitalist here, I have to focus on efficiency. Therefore, while demanding an 8-hour working day, we must negotiate conditions with the workers. 8-hour work system and 8-hour sleep system. The rest is the worker's own time. The company building has set a time to swipe the card at work, and you have to swipe the card in the dormitory to return to a room with no internet, no books allowed, only a couch. There are a lot of unclear boundaries between workers and employers in the 21st century. For example, if an employer blindly asks workers to work overtime for the sake of work progress, does it have to bear the cost of the worker's physical health deterioration? If so, how should it be borne, and how to legally prove the correlation between the two? What if workers especially like to enjoy modern consumption after work? For example, playing games for a long time or hanging out in a bar. Contribute to the economic prosperity of the country's tertiary industry. Is the resulting poor health entirely the responsibility of the worker? Today's capitalists were the past proletarians. Mr. Wei Kang feels that this account should be settled clearly. Time. Personal free time, work time, rest time. The latter two areas involve labor employment and should be determined through labor relations contracts. As for what impact this division will have, it is clarified that within 5 working days of a week, workers have only 8 hours of personal time per day, which is divided into 2 periods, noon and afternoon. Socially popular entertainment that may exceed personal time may not be suitable. This factory arranges team competitions, as well as group activities such as video game competitions. They will also fight for the workers' precious 8 hours of free time. So other consumption does not exist. Wei Kang, as for not providing a market for the service industry in the market economy and not providing employment for service workers, it's none of my business. The people here are all poor people. I never use the poor people's money to support singers, tobacco and alcohol merchants, the restaurant owner. It is a good habit to be self-reliant, to weigh what you can do, and then determine what you can consume. For this reason, the concept of convention did not form in this dimension in the 20th century. In order to achieve complete monopoly, capital has completely distorted society's consumption concept regardless of sustainable development. Many unnecessary things are forcibly promoted as necessities for entering a certain circle. After returning to the villa, Wei Kang looked at his van and thought that this thing was a standard equipment for upper-class groups to attend economic meetings. There are also the gorgeous clothes he wears and the platinum jade belt that ties his waist. I always feel that there are too many things that can make me suitable for the position of street lamp pendant. 2 months later, other company affairs dragged Wei Kang's attention back. In the General Industrial Base, Wei King participated in the Aerospace Technology Outlook meeting. China's military needs more advanced fighters. As a prince in China's aviation industry, it now needs to come up with its own next-generation aerospace fighter design. The concept proposed by the military was very general. Wei King suspected that the Chinese military had not thought it through before hastily setting various indicators in a high direction without thinking about whether it could be realized or whether the use and maintenance were cost-effective. As an aerospace manufacturer, Luo Shui Group needs to communicate with experts from all over the country to determine the design direction of the prototype after understanding the needs of the military. The military order is a considerable business for the Luo Shui Group. In order to win this business, it is worth fighting for the prototype aircraft. For the current experts from various GU institutes, how to obtain the leadership of this research and development project is worth fighting for. Therefore, these masters in the aviation industry have now flown to Xijing and began to introduce their aircraft design ideas in front of Wei King, a junior. In the main world, although Wei King University specializes in aerodynamics and has some understanding of aerospace, they dare not express any opinions. Aviation not only involves aerodynamics, but also electronic control, radar, and material strength, design, etc. If you show that you understand something, these experts will focus on that area and vaguely connect issues arising from other areas. Wei King's knowledge allowed him to know how much he weighed. You won't be able to float away when faced with technical staff's self-centered explanations, and then make decisions casually. Wei King raised his head and suddenly asked, "Who can explain Xinyan's air combat system?" Upon hearing Wei King's question, all the powerful people present paused. Rising Sun? China's current main technological competitor worldwide is the European Union Legion, and the main threat on land is Soviet Russia. As for Shenyang, it was originally a vassal state of China. When China was mired in the First World War, it gradually gained independence. But as a descendant of the Chinese civilization, everyone paid little attention to Shenyang. Of course, Xinyan's navy is supported by Western technology and has some skills, but that's it. Wei King glanced at the faces of the aviation experts sent by various research institutes across the country, and his own eyes showed his expectation for the answer. After a while, a relatively young designer determined that he could answer, and then stepped forward and said, "The development direction of Shenyang's Air Force is to follow the development route of lightweight, vertical takeoff and landing Air Force." "Wei Kung, who are you?" The other party showed his ID on his chest, Xiao Shang, a technical staff member of the Jiangxi Air and Space Division. The Jiangxi Aerospace Division has many business fields, but the research institute where Xiao Shang works is currently responsible for intelligent air design. Its main business is the design of cruise missiles and also participates in aircraft design, but they are all lightweight and miniaturized, so among this group of aviation in the master fight, it was originally a spectator to make up for the numbers. Wei King clicked on Xiao Shang's file and found that he was one of the technicians in Shenzhou who had recently supported Shenyang. He had been specially assigned to Tianqi Machinery Club. Such resume greatly interested Wei King. Wei King grasped the key point and asked him, "Dr. Xiao, how do you think you can design a fighter jet that can suppress Xinyan's next generation?" This question caused a faint discussion in the room. Xiao Shang smiled stiffly, "Lord Wei King, Shenyang is currently our quasi-ally. Our main competitor in the world is the European Federation, shouldn't it?" Wei King, the elbows and armpits cannot change. Xiao Shang, the Shenyang fighter is very flexible, and its hovering maneuver overload should be above 8.5 g. Wei King took a look at the fighter model he unfolded. It was a very light fighter with an ion cannon as its main weapon. Wei King tried to tease the topic, "So, energy warfare? Joint advantage of air information?" Air energy warfare, take the heavy fighter route, quickly seize the array position, form a radar scanning array, launch missiles, and the aircraft group jointly provides information for the missiles. Then break away after this wave, never fight, and take advantage of you wave after wave. Wei King announced the end of the meeting and then asked the group to entertain the participants. In the group's personal meeting room, Wei King approached Xiao Shang to discuss the prototype in detail. "Wei King, in future air combat, there should be an air wingman that, while possessing certain electronic warfare capabilities, can provide ground reconnaissance for the next generation Air Force. The air combat prototype we produced must have strong information processing capabilities and comprehensive command capabilities for air wingmen." Xiao Shang was confused by Wei King's suggestion. What the military wants is the main fighter aircraft, so shouldn't discussing the payload and maneuverability of the main fighter aircraft be a priority? Wei King, as a businessman, selling things proposed by others is just an introduction. But by deriving useful functions and satisfying the products that others need, you can be considered as having business acumen. Wei King was not sure of winning the order from the military and air force. The indicators proposed by the military are too harsh, including flying high, fast, loading many bombs, and being cheap at the same time. There is no way to satisfy them all. However, if at the time of delivery, the prototype shows another function that is as important as flying high, carrying more bombs, and being fast, then even if your prototype is not selected, it must be loaded on another prototype. On this function, Luo Shui Group is bound to be in an invincible position in this arms purchase order. As for the current era, Wei King has a forward-looking perspective. It is certain that the world will enter the era of intelligence in the next few decades. The era of intelligence requires a lot of software writing. That is the participation of programmers. The F-35 in the main world in the 21st century has been delayed in its service. It is all a software problem. Due to the extremely high level of confidentiality, this thing cannot be tendered from the market and can only recruit people internally, making the price higher and higher. It's interesting to say that at that time, American aviation had made advance plans for engines. Engine development was generally faster than that of fighter aircraft. However, it lacked foresight and planning in terms of intelligence and was short of talent. It was also due to the emergence of Asian hatred at that time. The only software talent the Americans can recruit are of Indian origin. Now, Wei King is not just pursuing the intelligent concept purely to compete for military fighter aircraft orders, because Wei King is ready to get involved in education. The solar power station being built in front of us, a social welfare industry, used the group's funds, which caused internal criticism. Now there are some unfaithful and loyal words that kindness does not control soldiers, emotion does not establish affairs, justice does not manage finances are being chanted in Wei Kang's ears. Now Wei Kang is preparing to allocate resources to provide re-education for ordinary people in society. If there is no suitable reason, the noise will be even greater. Therefore, we have to use the theme of laying out future industries to explain to the shareholders of the group, he is still a capitalist. Improvement is a goal set by oneself. If you talk about this to others, it is an empty slogan. In the process of social material operation, there is no good or evil in any production, transportation, and sales model. It's just that people in the resource allocation center will gradually become unfair in order to maintain their control over the resources they have obtained. It is now the second half of the 20th century. Strictly speaking, it is the eve of the spread of information technology. As the heir of a giant company, Wei King has a visual communicator with a suitcase carried by a special secretary. If he wants to eat, he can call the kitchen to notify him to prepare it and send it to him. It is infinitely close to the convenient life in the 21st century. However, ordinary middle-class families still use wired phones. Although cars are popular in cities and villages, and satellites are floating in the sky, electronic navigation systems have not yet appeared. Wei King knows many models of social development in the future. These models can be used to make money and do something for society. In the industrial park of Luo Shui Group with the nature of work for relief. In the 3,000 square kilometers of concentrated solar energy collection park, rows of curved mirror facilities are like well fields. 1 square per kilometer, and there are roads between each square. At the end of the workday, people from each square work building in the factory area came to the road station and waited for the bus from the industrial park to take them back to the dormitory area. While waiting for the bus, they came to a machine with a screen and began to select bundles of vegetables on the vegetable cabinet through the video. For these workers, the purchase of work points is subsidized and very cheap now. The vegetables are sold through the screen. Well, there is no such thing as spending the whole morning in the supermarket, where the onions are peeled by the uncles and aunts, and the watermelons are pulled out of the stems. After the workers have been picked, they are left with leftovers. After confirming the selected packaging bundle on the video phone, it will be immediately packed and sent to the door of the dormitory for the workers who are leaving get off work. The vegetable production here is specially built in steel frame plastic greenhouse vegetable gardens, and then people are found in the countryside and contracted to them. There are various temperature meters for humidity, temperature, and carbon dioxide at different times of the day. The humidity meter shows that although it is not as good as the intelligent control of the chip, it is enough to let people come to patrol and operate it. While increasing employment a little, it also reduces operating costs. Among the fruits and vegetables, the best ones are picked out and put on the visualization column for sale on the same day, the medium ones are canned, the inferior ones are washed and crushed into bottled vegetable and fruit juice and sent to the happy water vending machines frequented by young people. Wei King, I am a conscientious businessman and I absolutely do not add flavors, and the residue after juicing is sent to the pig farm. At present, in every step of the process, the contracted growers follow the standard operation under each camera. As for whether this system will be overstaffed in the future, well, in the electronic sales system, 10% of the supply is reserved from the outside at any time. There is still a certain market competition. E-commerce vegetable vendors. This is the concept that the entrepreneurs of the 21st century Lakeside University in the main world once wanted to put forward. But later they were scolded. The reason for the scolding was that it was really difficult for everyone to trust these businessmen who kept talking about market liberalization. In this high management, low technology field, it should be done by the government to serve everyone. Because in this way, the financial operation of the people's livelihood can be supervised by the public according to law. However, the officials in Shenzhou will not do this at present. Since no one is doing this, it can only be improved by Weikang, the midstream. The current pillar of Shenzhou's industrial economic development is mainly electricity, but the production capacity of this power plant is not advanced. The market efficiency is not good, so the workers' wages can only be reduced to 1/15 of the wages of workers in the outside industry. The factory motto of this power plant includes the item, "The factory is my home, love the factory as you love your home." In this case, the factory must also think about how the workers should live with this 1/15 of the wages like the head of the family. In food consumption, the cost of transportation, storage, and scattered sales of non-staple food industry is too high, and it feeds a large number of middlemen, so the above plan is made. For the housing problem, workers can currently live in factory dormitories. Near the industrial park, a large piece of vacant land has been planned, which is prepared to be developed to build personal rooms for workers, so the workers' housing consumption, now and in the future, will be largely reduced compared to the outside world. On the issue of travel, all routine and necessary travel should be arranged in a centralized and routine manner, such as going to and from get-off work, and children going to and from school, all of which are picked up and dropped off by shuttle buses. In terms of clothing and bedding, to reduce the extravagant style, Weikang stipulated that everyone, including himself, must wear work clothes when entering the industrial park, ensuring that the clothes distributed and wholesaled in the factory can be worn by everyone as usual. Consumption. Except for the necessary and beneficial to actual physical health, arrangements should be made, and the rest should be suppressed. Weikang, hardship and simplicity are good things, which can make us have stronger vitality. In the second half of 1968, although there were many major management changes in the industrial parks planned in the West. However, from an external perspective, these industrial parks are still welfare homes, self-sufficient and very introverted, just like Weikang's personality. In this world, no matter what kind of doctrine, it can only be widely known through export. But what are Weikang's industrial parks currently exporting? The industrial parks with hundreds of thousands of people only provide 10% more electricity for Luoshui industry. From the perspective of the market, these hundreds of thousands of people have almost everything covered internally, and their external consumption capacity is almost zero, which is not as good as the GDP generated by dozens of executives in the city drinking and chatting at high-class banquets. As for the re-employed workers in these industrial parks, they work collectively every day, and then happily enjoy low-priced goods, and enjoy almost zero-cost ball games and game competitions. Then they happily shout hope and the future. The impression given to the outside world is just like those MLM personnel in the 21st century in the main world who eat bran and vegetables every day and hypnotize themselves that they will succeed. They are trapped in a small circle and self-hypnotize foolishly. Unlike the MLM that tries to succeed in internal circulation, Weikang, the leader, is really thinking about the future. In the huge industrial park, a large number of schools have been established, and the IT industry will be the main industry in the future. This can refer to the rout of Indians in the main world. According to the history of the main world, due to policy fluctuations in the early Indian civil service examinations, a large number of children of rich people went to study in the United States, and the United States happened to be in the process of industrial transformation. These Indian students saw the rise of Silicon Valley and led the rise of this industry in India after returning home. From an objective point of view, India's IT industry is of reference significance, and the classification of the IT industry should not be the tertiary industry, but a type of secondary industry industrial project. India's failure to take off later was a problem of congenital deficiencies, not a problem of a single IT industry. For a country with hundreds of millions of people, the development of any industry must consider upstream and downstream issues. If an industry is physically isolated from its upstream in terms of transportation and geography, if there is no backup set within the controllable and influenceable range of the local area or its vicinity, there will be risks. This is not the textile industry, but a serious industry. During the period when the main world bear disintegrated, Puhai's textile industry, when the Western international cotton supply was cut off by the freedom-advocating Western countries, triggered a large-scale unemployment wave. Textiles were in mourning. This is much worse than the restriction and suppression of India's IT industry. But then again, it is precisely because the development of a single physical industry will be more miserable when encountering external restrictions that the Indian masters have no courage to develop various physical industries. Luo Shui Group is now starting to invest in the IT industry, and there is no such problem. The electronic hardware industry chain in China is distributed all over China, and there is no physical disconnection. And the two sides are tied together in finance. If you dare to cut off the supply, I will start to invest in the purchase of inventory equipment and poach people from your factory. There is no Pacific Ocean between us. Can you still use government power to intercept the flow of personnel and equipment? Luo Shui Group supplies fighter jets. Even if there is a regional split in China, Luo Shui Group's fist can ensure that no one dares to make trouble. Reason: there is no cotton in the local area, and the textile factory has to pretend to be a grandson to the outside world. There are leaks who consume mobile phone software in the local area, and the local maker of software is the uncle. In the southeast, several major academies are stimulating a wave of writing. This kind of activity initiated by scholars to try to reach the heaven has always been a reserved activity for the clear stream. Scholars from several prefectures in the southeast gathered in the streets of the prefecture government office, led by the local prestigious scholars, to plead for the people. The reason was that several Luosha merchants were beaten to death by local people in Jiangnan recently. The perpetrators have been arrested and should be sentenced according to normal procedures. However, some things are unclear, such as these Luosha merchants, who are suspected to be Soviet intelligence personnel, spying on the secrets of the Southern Fleet, and were discovered by the righteous people and beaten to death on the spot. Scholars and bachelors are both college students. The former is more inclined to liberal arts and works in various government offices, while the latter is the study of things, which is equivalent to the science of the main world, and is absorbed by various technical departments. Due to social reasons, these two types of scholars in Shenzhou are currently overemployed, but relatively speaking, the employment situation of the bachelor of the study of things is better. Various industrial monopoly groups are staring at each other. Even if the talent cannot be used by others, they will call the talents of the study of things. As for the scholar, the road to officialdom is very narrow. Only the Juren can be involved in politics, and the Jinshur can be considered a great talent. The Xiozai level is involuted. The intellectuals are dissatisfied and make a lot of noise. A large number of joint letters were thrown into various prefectures like snowflakes, and then transferred to the central cabinet by the local governor. In the face of the sincere hearts of these students, the land security agreement that the central government was conducting with the Soviet Union was also affected. The summit held by the two sides in Lushuan ended due to disagreements. In the study of the cabinet minister in the capital, there were many stationary utensils on the table, including Jiangxi Duan inkstone, Australian Tasmanian wolf hairpen, Song dynasty official kiln June porcelain. The angry memorials in the southeast were arranged on the ground one by one, and the joint letters were unfolded one by one. The cabinet minister stepped on them and made a crunching sound, which was very relaxing. After reading the case file in his hand, he asked the director of the Imperial City Division beside him, "Has the key witness not been found yet?" The director of the Imperial City Division: "No, the key person in this case disappeared as soon as he entered the alley." He opened the photo taken in the southern city, a few hundred meters away from the crime scene. This photo was taken by the Imperial City Division. The Imperial City Division is responsible for intelligence work, and they were targeted when the suspicious Soviet personnel came in. The elder did not look at the photo, and directly questioned, "He suddenly disappeared under your people's noses?" The director of the Imperial City Division: "My subordinates failed in their duties." Mr. Gu, of course you have neglected your duty. There are a few living people who are alive but dead and their bodies are not seen. I doubt the necessity of allocating funds to you every year. After receiving a harsh reprimand, the Imperial City Secretary said, "Mr. Gu, this matter is indeed a bit strange. We did not find anyone at the crime scene, but we found some strange ashes." Mr. Gu paused. "Ashes? The director took out photos of dust in this alley, as well as laboratory data, which showed that it contained iron, phosphorus, copper and other elements. Mr. Gu frowned and asked, "What do you think?" Director of the Imperial City Department, "Sir, there are several weapons that can turn people into ashes." Mr. Good, "You mean the Tesla electric gun?" Imperial City Division, "My subordinates know that the current power of the Tesla gun in Soviet Russia can only burn 10% of a person's parts and cannot completely destroy the body. However, according to my information, the Europeans are studying the spectrum weapon. This weapon is more powerful." Mr. Gun narrowed his eyes. "Okay, let's go on." In a deserted part of the room, he opened a brochure, which was about a trade project in which Europe needed to import rare earths from China for spectral components. With a click, Mr. Gu closed the document. In the Northwest Industrial Park, Wei Kang is in the cockpit using VR glasses to synchronize in a large classroom far away, taking software classes with high school students who have recently passed the mathematics and logic exams. Now it's time for get out of class to end. I read the news in my spare time and saw the civil unrest in the southeast region. Wei Kang opened the forum, which was still text only, and looked at the comments above, shaking his head. We have just entered the information age, and those who have access to the internet now are highly educated. However, when it comes to international politics, they are full of nobility and resentment. Wei Kang made a sarcastic comment. Today's young people are blindly boasting that China's technology is world famous. They don't know how much they weigh. High-tech operations require fewer people, so fewer people die in the war? The opponent is too high, few people use technology? Fighting is a collective responsibility, but individuals have no control over it. They must participate in social work honestly and practice their own values. Don't fight all day long. In addition to being cannon fodder, you selling it to others will not benefit the country in the long run. After that, the following are all comments. Most of these comments were sarcastic, a few were insulting, and in the end Wei Kang was simply labeled a traitor. Close the forum and go offline directly. Wei Kang, I knew it would be like this, so I spoke anonymously. However, at this time, the note in Wei Kang's consciousness flickered. Wei Kang, the amount of Jia Hongzi has increased. Is it because of my personal success in Qi training, or is it? Wei Kang's communication interface opened, and it was Kufeijia. Attention, just now, Jia Hongzi's activity level has increased. Is yours the same? Wei Kang nodded and sent the data of his node. Kufeijia compared his data. That's right, our node fluctuations are the same. Excluding personal factors, it should be that space-time disturbance has just appeared. Wei Kang, has someone traveled through this timeline? Kufeijia, and it has changed some people in time and space. When you are doing what you are doing, be careful and don't come into contact with any strangers, even shaking hands. Wei Kang knew that Kufeijia's work was much busier than his own. The 5 groups of people who arrived in this time and space zone this time acted on different historical lines. The 5 groups of people that Wei Kang belonged to all existed in Shenyang, Soviet Russia, and the Western Alliance in their historical lines. As for Shenzhou? It was not certain. For example, in another historical line, there existed Heavenly Kingdom, and the group led by it was called Zongilian. Kufeijia's research on Jia Hongzi was not only the business of the plane, but also the task of sharing data with companions in other historical lines. Super energy technology. This was also the commonality of the several historical lines that his group of time travelers arrived at. When the Time and Space Management Department determined that strange powers appeared in this area, it had to determine how much time and space distance such a phenomenon had crossed, so as to cut out this time and space area that was originally divided according to the plane and classify it as the near plane. Wudong Mountain, surrounded by green pines, on the Tai Chi pattern apron, Kufeijia raised his sleeves and bowed, and 3 Taoist priests were invited to board the plane. The please here is not easy. In addition to renovating the Jinwu Hall, a fully electronic sutra collection was built for Wudong Mountain. At the same time, Kufeijia personally copied the Daodejing and other Taoist classics for 7,749 times to show his sincerity, and fasted for 7 days in front of Jinwu Emperor. Only in this way can he cooperate with these Juanjin masters, ask for advice. After doing the previous set, Kufeijia has become a lay disciple of Wudong, and he has to call them uncles and uncles when he meets them. In the laboratory, various precision human body measurement equipment is used to measure the situation of Jia Hongzi in the bodies of these true Qi owners, and then take the plan to ask these uncles and uncles whether they can use this plan in the next step to continue to seek the Tao. Superpower is actually a modern term. Since the history of Shenzhou is very long, there are early ancient documents even in iron forging and iron smelting, so the awakened superpowers will more or less leave their own magical powers in the classics of Taoism, Confucianism, Buddhism, etc. So from today's perspective, Kofeijia's research can find a lot of planning ideas in classics, and follow the culture to find people who are different from others to conduct experiments in a conventional way. On the contrary, in the West, the literary tradition has been cut off several times, and monotheism has a very low tolerance for different kinds of people. There have been several large-scale witch hunts in history. For a long time, a small number of superpowers have had to hide in dark corners, and they cannot talk about nourishing qi and longevity with ancient rulers like Chinese Taoist priests. After entering the technological age, the superpower phenomenon is recognized as an objective existence, but these foreigners recognize something from a modern perspective and will not overturn the ancient behavior. There is actually no way to do this. If they really want to overturn all the history, it will be terrible. Isn't it that the modern West talks about human rights in order to flaunt its modern civilization? Can it turn to the colonial expansion era and talk about the massacre of Indians and the trade of Africans? Wouldn't that criticize their own civilization as useless? Western philosophers also self-evaluate. All history is contemporary history. The core element of Western civilization's competitiveness in the industrial age, maintaining cruelty, is based on being able to calmly cut off from the past emotionally, only marking the past from the perspective of an observer, and not substituting one's own morality into the ancient times for in-depth understanding and objective summary. Therefore, superpower is a modern system developed in the modern Western scientific community. This thing and ancient witchcraft are clearly divided from the historical connection. They will only admit that this is observed by modern scientific equipment, and there may be reference to the ancient witchcraft phenomenon, but they will never say that this is the modern version of ancient witchcraft. In the East, if the various circles do not recognize certain things in ancient times, they will not think of inheriting such things in the contemporary era. In the West, they do not admit that their modern things are inherited from the side branches oppressed by monotheism. They will only say that this is their great discovery representing the civilized world now, so there is no sin burden, and even today's methods are to some extent the same as those in ancient times. It is also the negligence of modern people under no knowledge. In the current superpower field in the West, research is looking for people to dedicate themselves to science. The research method is much rougher than Kofeijia's discussion of how to carry forward in the famous sections. Wei Kang is still unclear about the various accidents that may occur in the research of modern superpower departments in Europe and the United States, but according to the Western news collected by intelligence, mentally ill people with guns and destruction and gas pipeline explosions have often occurred in the Alps in Europe and Lincoln County in southern Nevada in North America. By the way, Wei Kang also paid extra attention to a small town called Tianbian in Shenyang. In the blink of an eye, it was the summer of March 1969 in the Western calendar. When some of the apprentices in the code farming industry of the Information College in the Industrial Park were able to design some simple programs, and some of the best had shown their potential to engage in this hair loss industry. Idle Wei Kang received a notice from Kofeijia that he needed to help with his research project. Wei Kang understood this help as loading superpower himself, and went there happily. This time, Wei Kang's position is a safe position, and he can just be a capitalist honestly. But the chair you sit on is also a position for layout here. The capital on hand is enough to move the world, but it is a bit unsafe. In the van heading towards the Lingyuan Microphysics Laboratory, Wei Kang leaned on the recliner, held up his hat, and said, "With superpower and capital, can we do things safely?" In the superpower experiment site, Wei Kang felt that he had thought too much. "Hello, Taoist priest." Before meeting Kofeijia, Wei Kang greeted the Taoist priest next to him with compliments. However, when facing Wei Kang, the Taoist priest just called him lay scholar in a formal manner. No more words were spoken. This made Wei Kang, who was determined to seek truth, quite embarrassed. To the Taoist sect, Wei Kang had no qualifications, had a family and business, and was too vulgar. The utilitarian mentality that eagerly desires superpowers is too obvious. In order to seek enlightenment, you have to go up the mountain to fetch water for a year or two, which shows your shinshing. The true biography of Taoism and Wei Kang have no chance, at least not now. Kofeijia looked at Wei Kang's unwilling look and smiled. In his opinion, this was normal. When traveling for the first time and encountering magical abilities from a near plane, it is normal to lack concentration. Kofeijia made a gesture of getting down to business now and asked Wei Kang to follow him. Kofeijia led Wei Kang into an armored vehicle. After the armored vehicle drove out of the base, it merged into a convoy. At the same time, scenes from other cabins in the convoy appeared on the screen of Wei Kang's armored vehicle. There are also negotiators in these cabins. Kofeijia introduced to Wei Kang, this is the technical director of Fengho Group Huining Mechanical Design Research Institute, Bai Jingqi, shopkeeper Bai. Executive of Fengho Group, Master Wei, it's a pleasure to meet you. You are famously low-key in the circle. If Mr. Ko hadn't introduced you, it would have been difficult to meet you. Kofeijia reminded that the next test site was provided by Fengho Group. After Wei Kang responded politely to the management of Fengho Group, he looked at the external screen to see the heavy-duty vehicles in the convoy and fully armed soldiers, and quietly asked Kofeijia, are we going to the armed testing ground base? Kofeijia, yes. It took a few minutes to walk through the test site. A Longyan individual mecha was being tested. It had full-body mechanical power and a shoulder cannon mounted on the back, which could be locked based on the visual aiming system of the helmet. The current set of equipment is a product of the Soviet Shanghai United Industrial Group. This type of equipment can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the new recruits. The clicking sound of its ejecting cannon and the sound of rapid-fire firearms hitting the target made Wei Kang couldn't help but take a few more glances. Bai Jingqi introduced, our north is a fully militarized country like the Soviet Union, and it must be armed to the teeth with technology. Kofeijia added, it's just that the price is too expensive now, and the military has not yet decided to purchase it on a large scale. Bai Jingqi, experimental equipment is developed to cope with future production conditions. In recent years, electronic hardware technology has been improving rapidly. Wei Kang nodded in understanding, and Kofeijia said to Wei Kang through the system, Fengho Group is showing its strength to you. Wei Kang, huh? Oh. He looked like he didn't take it seriously. Wei Kang knew that Fengho's display of the Longyan individual combat system was a warning to himself that Fengho had sufficient technical reserves in the field of individual mechanical equipment, and Luoshui Group had better not compete in this area. However, Wei Kang has decided that in addition to maintaining a cooperative relationship with the military in aviation, vehicles, ship engines, and electronic control design and electronic components, Luoshui's family's machinery manufacturing will gradually transform towards civilian use. Farm the market yourself and build an internal circulation. Instead of getting involved with other groups in the field of military orders, Wei Kang has taken control of his family's investment, quietly took control of the equity of Beige Intelligent Workshop, and is preparing to enter the civilian drone market. Wei Kang's current goal is to seize the lead in the software industry. In the future, these heavy industries will need to ensure that their equipment is sufficiently intelligent and will need to design operating systems. Luoshui will cooperate with them. Wei Kang inadvertently sighed, now the technical indicators of new military equipment are getting higher and higher. Our factory is now developing a new generation of lithium batteries, as well as supporting electric bicycles and clean energy buses. The Fengho Group administrator felt that his punch had hit the wall of air, and he felt a little bored. In the test site sealed off by the 4-layer security system of Fengho Group's large base, Wei Kang saw this large mechanical facility. Standing up suddenly, this is the interest in the blood. Wei Kang, is this a mecha? What Wei Kang saw was a large humanoid mecha that was 20 meters tall, with exposed metal joints and no armor protection for its mechanical muscles. The vehicle on the side approached, and the elevator was slowly placed in the cockpit behind the mecha. Kofeijia climbed up carrying a wine bottle. After entering the cockpit, he placed the bottle in his hand on the shoulder platform of the mecha. Superior looking at Wei Kang from the side, he suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, how do you electronically control this thing? With a snap, the glass cover like a crystal coffin plate fell down. Kofeijia in the cockpit raised his hand. Almost simultaneously, the robot raised its hand. This action was very standard, and the wine bottle on the shoulder was not spilled at all. Wei Kang opened his mouth, I really don't know how to maintain balance. This mecha stood up and was as flexible as a human being. In the broadcast, 2 steps forward, 2 steps back and turn around this heavy monster were completed one by one, then he stood on 1 foot and tilted 20 degrees to maintain balance. He also completed it one by one without dropping the bottle of wine on his shoulder. Wei Kang was no longer speaking, staring at the mecha, trying to find the control circuit on it. The balance system that controls the various parts of this more than 70 tons of humanoid steel has exceeded the current level of technology. A few minutes later, the cockpit opened, and Kofeijia came down and said to Wei Kang, you are very curious. Wei Kang nodded. Kofeijia raised his hand, and the true chi flashed in his palm. Wei Kang's mind flashed, and he understood something and asked, Jia Hongzi. Kofei Jia, guessed it right. True Qi, this is a magical energy. For hundreds of years, the heroes of the rivers and lakes have been high and high, flying over the eaves and walls. But in the era of firearms, no matter how fast the sword is, it can't beat the bullet. The first-class masters who have practiced internal Qi for more than 20 years are often attacked by young people with no martial ethics with pistols, unless they practice to the innate realm. The true Qi can condense a shield. But such masters can't resist the suppression of the country's military forces. So, is martial arts really useless? Thinking must be flexible. If the flesh and blood can't withstand steel, then control steel. Qi masters have the ability to hear a pin drop within 100 meters, and even close their eyes to be sensitive to the movement of the surrounding grass, trees, insects, and leaves. This shows that Qi can provide perception and control signals. Kofei Jia's design, medium-sized macro sensors, photoelectric components, and 6,000 synchronization devices of large machinery are directly connected to the body. When the human body's tendons are connected to the artificial tendons on the combat machinery, technically this large artificial combat machine has practical value. Half of the price of modern equipment is in electronic control, so the best value of ancient martial arts in modern times is to match the derivative control power of Qi sense to the appropriate industrial weapons. After completing the experiment, Kofei Jia explained to the personnel of Fengho Group that his equipment needed to be improved. Their discussion involved many industrial details. Wei Kang was excluded. However, Wei King could understand the entire conversation through the system listening privilege opened by Kofei Jia. During the whole process, it seemed that Wei King was just here to make up the numbers. But Fengho Group did not think so. Kofei Jia left with Wei King after discussing all the technical details. Bai Jingqi frowned as he watched Wei Kang and Kofei Jia leave in the same car. The technician on the side couldn't help but ask this question first, young master, in the Jinjiawi project, we should be fully responsible for the mechanical technology, and Nanfeng Wuji is responsible for controlling the sensing components. So why did you call the helmsman of Luoshui Group this time? The executive of Fengho Group glanced at the technician who was speaking. This is not your concern. For Wei Kang and Kofei Jia, the armored vehicle stopped halfway on the roadside. The two got off temporarily and found a quiet place. Kofei Jia patted Wei Kang's shoulder. After a ball of true energy shook Wei Kang's whole body from his shoulder, he signaled Wei King to take off his coat and slowly destroyed the eavesdropping device on the third button. Kofei Jia, your state of consciousness is being measured. After the measurement is completed, the system will tell you how to control your mind and luck according to the Taoist method, and you can slowly cultivate your qi. His words were to signal Wei King not to worry, and superpower would be there. Wei King nodded, and then turned the topic to the Pujuan golden armor. This equipment has a very high threshold for use? Kofei Jia, Jia Hongzi, you must complete a sufficient period of oscillation to reflect a stable signal conversion in the component. In other words, people who sense internal energy must have at least 10 years of skill before their true energy can be used. So he looked at Wei Kang. Wei Kang, I know that in the future, we will still need to rely on related chips and automation systems for assistance. Kofei Jia, yes, you continue to work on your progress. As a commoner in the main world, Wei Kang is very concerned about lowering the cost of living data. GDP is the fart of a chicken. In the main world, Wei Kang is good at calculating. Fried noodles with a fried egg outside cost 1.5 yuan. Oh, then go to the canteen, brush a layer of oil on the bowl, sprinkle some lao gan ma, beat an egg into it, and put it in the microwave for 1 minute. It will explode if it exceeds 1 minute. It is a sweet fried egg with a cost of 50 cents. Takeaway braised chicken wings are 8 yuan each, and Wei Kang can reduce the cost to 2 yuan. Buy frozen chicken wings for 2 yuan in the supermarket, wash them, and then sprinkle instant noodle seasoning packets and seasoning oil in the rice cooker, add a small dish of water, and you can braise them more fragrant than outside. Later the rice cooker was confiscated by the dormitory ant. In this world, Wei King began to work on the issue of increasing employment, and began to design how to maintain the gradual improvement of the substantive living standards of each worker while reducing consumption in numbers. Wei Kang, the wealth of the manufacturing industry should mainly flow in the normal consumption of the manufacturing industry and its personnel. Brands, sales designs, can only play an auxiliary role in the economy and must serve the general public. They cannot be specialized as a gimmick. Upper-class temperament and unique taste are auxiliary specializations. For example, mooncakes are wrapped in gold foil on the outside and silver tableware is given inside during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Eastern culture is obsessed with gift-giving. It is said that it is embarrassing to come to the door empty-handed. This feeds a lot of virtual structures in society that study how to be golden and jade on the outside without caring about rotten cotton on the inside. Mr. Wei thinks that this needs to be improved. In 1969, Wei King began to enter the e-commerce field with some assets of Luo Shui Group. 3 e-commerce companies began to register and began to recruit young people with no criminal records in the 4 western states to enter the logistics station business. At the same time, a large number of basic managers were drawn from some basic workers in the industrial park to enter villages across China. In the local ancestral hall, a series of non-staple food processing contracts were signed. All these arrangements were well laid out, and in the current economic depression, the automobile manufacturing company that was about to go bankrupt was financed, and began to transform into the production of battery vehicles, single-person assistance mecha and other industries. These measures made the heads of the old industrial groups in Shenzhou who held the country's heavy weapons feel puzzled. Luo Shui Group is also a large industrial group. Why did they go back to do business and start tinkering with needles and threads? In the economic development cycle, the situation of inferior goods flooding the market only appeared during the World War in the history of world industry. This shows that consumption is in short supply, and the market's threshold for other products outside the practical scope has dropped significantly, absorbing a large amount of production capacity. However, the consumption demand of the people in the war is paid by the national finance. When the economy is in recession, the first reaction of the upper structure is always that there is a problem with the market. The leaks will not consume until they are completely in crisis, and they will shyly admit that they, who control the means of production, seem to put the price of products on the market generally higher than the people's ability to bear. What if the price is lowered to a certain extent? Capitalists will say that the price cannot be reduced. The first price reduction will cause a panic drop in the raw material market, and as a result, primary producers will not be able to recover their capital. The products will directly expire and rot. In the textbook, in the classic case of economic crisis, farmers pour out milk in order to maintain prices and are unwilling to sell it to the market. Why are they unwilling to sell at a lower price? Even if they can recover a little cost? This question has always troubled Wei King in the past. Later, I roughly understood the logic. It is often vendors who buy milk, and they are unprincipled retail vendors. When primary producers have 10 portions of milk, the first portion is reduced by 10%, which induces market fluctuations, so that the next 9 bottles may not be sold even if the price is reduced by 50%. You must know that the fundamental purpose of the vendors who control the channels is not to buy milk for themselves, but to sell milk to make money. The logic of this group of guys who are staring at the market is that if there is room for further decline in market prices, they will continue to hold funds to suppress prices. They don't care about the life and death of dairy farmers, and they want to drink milk with consumers. This can be referred to the operation of rice merchants in ancient China, which is the same. And dairy farmers anticipated this step, so hey. Rather than being constantly undercut, it is better to dump 5 bottles and insist on 100% of the price. However, if the buyer of milk is a big household, very sincere to represent the huge market demand to solve the problem of cheap milk, every time the upper market shrinks, this buyer will clear all your inventory at a low price, slightly higher than the cost of production, sell to the middle and lower market, or reprocess and store. In this way, no matter how the market fluctuates, every piece of milk is still a property that can be fully traded, and the dairy farmers who know the situation will not choose to dump milk. The history of the 21st century in the main world has proved that as long as the price of goods is reduced to a certain level, there will suddenly be a huge rural consumption potential. And what about this world? People with weak productivity are abandoned and can only engage in low-efficiency labor, and cannot afford the meat, eggs and milk sold through traditional sales channels in this world. So it has not been regarded as a market. On April 1, 1969, the online grocery store appeared. This store provided a large amount of extremely cheap grain, oil, and vacuum-packed frozen bacon. You can get a voucher by signing in daily. New members can get 1 voucher by signing in once a day. After joining for 100 days, you can sign in twice a day and get 2 vouchers. If you sign in every day for 1 year, you can sign in 1 more time. For people with jobs, this sign-in will not have a daily task burden. All factories of Luo Shui Group have updated the clock-in machine. The self-information of the clock-in machine can be linked to the e-commerce platform. When you clock in at work every day, it will replace the workers to sign in on the platform. Wei Kang, this is employment and consumption together. He added in his heart, it's annoying to go to work every day. I don't have time to sign in on the app. In the current economic crisis, the marginal class in China has expanded rapidly. They can't afford toiletries that cost more than 20 yuan, clothes that cost more than 100 yuan, and even food and oil cannot be guaranteed. They refuse low-paying jobs because they are afraid that they can't support their families after paying strong labor. And this year, Weiking took over these materials that were in excess on the market and hung them on these cheap e-commerce platforms. Of course, the sale of such inferior products has been ridiculed by mainstream business newspapers in China. They don't believe that anyone would buy them. Yes, when people in the city were surveyed by telephone, the answer they got was "I won't try" was 99%. However, modern sociology books teach that when sampling, we should pay attention to the representativeness and breadth of the sample. These media surveys don't care about these. Is buying a test of taste? Or is it a consideration of actual needs? For Wei Kang, who ate instant noodles in college in the 21st century, buying things is just a need. When he was writing a thesis in the 27th century, he invited his senior and junior to eat kung fu dishes. Different material conditions have different understandings of social and economic activities. Therefore, when some people with inherent values in society gather into a closed circle, they will collectively ignore the economic activities in a certain direction. For example, can people in the 1970s understand the economic activities of the 90s and aughts who sell thousands of figures? Can the rich daughters in the city imagine the economic activities of the old man picking up waste under the bridge? In this era, there are still many poor people. So the subsequent developments surprised the mainstream media. They thought that the cheap goods that could not be sold were sold out. In their economic model, each market was in oversupply. In the market data of previous years, the scale of the consumer population was obviously not so large. This was obviously beyond the demand and had been saturated for a long time. How could it be snatched up? These economists who are used to quantifying people may have misunderstood a concept. If consumers drink a glass of milk every 2 days, they will fill in the questionnaire, "I can't get used to it," instead of the shameless "I can't afford it." In fact, teenagers aged 12 or 13 can drink milk as water. A figurine worth more than 1,000 yuan, Wei Kang, who is serious and conservative, said, "I won't buy it. That thing is too shameful and doesn't suit my taste. I don't like playing with plastic figurines." The price dropped to 100 yuan, and Wei Kang, who is open-minded, said, "I think I can follow the trend." A few months later, the consumption craze of signing in for discounts did not subside. A large number of agricultural and sideline products were not only sold to the new industrial park personnel through the platform, but also sold to their relatives and friends through this group of workers. This group of people represents the consumer group in the urban-rural junction area. Then, this wave began to advance further, blooming in both the pure rural market and the urban market. Cheap water cups and kettles, black and white TVs and satellite iron pots that were 10 years behind in technology, these backward production capacities picked up by Luoshui Group quickly spread to the countryside. The villages received loans to update agricultural production technology, and the improved agricultural products were not only spread in Luoshui's new industrial park, but also spread to big cities because the prices were too cheap. Among the people in those upper-class industries, they grabbed a certain market and formed a cycle. In the first half of 1970, it was determined that this cycle was feasible, and Weiking pushed it again. The highest board of directors of Luoshui Group decided to promote the renewal of the road network in the West and was willing to continue to invest in the power grid system. Because, at present, the villages that have signed contracts with Luoshui need electricity, and the solar power generation industrial park has time fluctuations in power generation in a day, and cannot grab urban orders, but small rural businesses happen to be within the service. Shenzhou's current road network is actually a very good foundation, but some branches need to be processed. The power grid system is a national industry maintained by the old bureaucratic system. It invests money every year and some facilities are sound. However, the economy has been in a cyclical depression in the past and has not been profitable. The Shenzhou General Council tacitly approved the economic expansion of Luoshui Group. Wei Kang, who was serious in Luoshui Group, wrote in the Target Planning in 1970, "In the third industrial age, the economic scale of light industry, agriculture, transportation and heavy industry determines the market demand of the IT industry. The textile industry, agriculture, and the larger the scale of economic activities, the greater the burden of information aggregation and processing. According to traditional methods, clerks are constantly recruited. The planned economy of the Soviet Union was like this. but there were more and more clerks and government offices were becoming more and more bloated. In the information age, these boring jobs can be completed with a software program and an electronic device. In other words, huge economic activities can generate demand for the IT industry. And only when such a market is created can the IT industry be supported. In the 20th century in the main world, India, the World Office, served Europe, and its own local economic activities did not need the IT industry. IT can be used for civilian and military purposes. This is originally part of the information technology revolution. In this game, Wei King played a very large span, and he laid out the information industry training school from the beginning. No one should be able to see it. Even in the future, when the intelligence system integrated with Shenzhou combat machinery on the battlefield showed its advantages in the war, if you only study military technology, but do not study the socio-economics and civilian technology of this period in depth, you may not be able to find the little butterfly wings behind all these changes. Wei King sighed, of course, maybe now and in the future, in people's eyes, I am afraid I will still be a businessman with a bad reputation. Wei King flipped through some documents, which showed a serious product complaint incident that occurred during the recent sales process. If there are problems with the products of the sales platform, then compensation will be paid, and the supplier's platform sales qualification will be cancelled. Just follow the process. A large number of rural factories have been established, and there are always a few good and bad ones. From the perspective of the transformation of the entire society, these problems are not the most important problems, but the news has made a big fuss. Because these electronic sales platforms are subsidiaries of their own groups after all, in the East, all old brands have a signboard, and this kind of thing is undoubtedly destroying the signboard. Due to the anticipation of some bad situations in the future, the reformist Wei King no longer has the initial fighting spirit, because reforms are often not recognized in the present, and will not be recorded in the future. In society, when the theme of an economic group is facing the lower class, it will be separated from the upper class. However, if 10 or 20 years have passed, the lower class will complete the promotion and turn to the upper class. People are all vain. They use cheap items because they have no money, and once the conditions are good, they will chase the trend. If the social ideology does not change fundamentally, the taste of consumers can be transferred to the upper class. When this era is over, Luoshui's brand and reputation will be fixed at the lower class, and the market created in the end will be given to the group brand that is waiting for the opportunity. Wei King, improve, and change to the end, I'm cold. What makes Wei King even colder is that as a reformist, he has done enough practical actions, but the so-called revolutionaries are still talking. Wei King thought they would move, but in the end, let alone taking advantage of the opportunity to develop in the countryside and conduct research and management on those new and novel markets that support rural industries. They didn't even form a new trade union in the city. Now Wei King is not afraid of the trade union. Instead, he needs the trade union to provide the economic income of workers and the proportion of investment in education and medical care, so as to make the next market judgment. But the progressives are doing some insignificant things. For example, co-education. The proportion of modern poetry in textbooks should be increased, etc. Wei King, I want to find a street lamp and hang myself on the southeast branch. Ding dong, the system prompted that Wei King's heart rate was too fast. Nourish your qi, you must nourish your qi. Wei King took a deep breath and tried to control it. If you want to refine your qi as soon as possible, your heartbeat must be kept constant every day. Oh, the true Taoist method requires a good heart and abides by the rules and regulations. If you want to play games, it is equivalent to gambling. It is absolutely impossible to practice, because if a person loses his head, his mentality will change drastically. However, Wei King is just an ordinary person, and his temperament is difficult to settle. At night, Wei King lay in the life support cabin again, activated the monitoring system, and saw the terrible results of his homework. He sighed and said self-deprecatingly, I was ambitious when I came, and I suffered endless hardships when I practiced. I should have known what I was made of. On April 1, 1970, at the internal sports meeting of Factory 34 of Fengho Group, an explosion suddenly occurred behind the Kuju field. After the aftermath of the explosion, Bai Jingqi, who was in charge of the development of Long Yan's individual combat system, looked palely at the pile of ashes and the man who disappeared in front of him. 2 minutes ago, Bai Jingqi, as a senior executive of the department, gave a speech for the opening of the game and was about to go to the transfer field to rest. As a result, he saw a person dressed very differently from the people here. This person called out his name and smiled as he stretched out his hand to shake hands with him. Bai Jingqi didn't understand why. According to Eastern etiquette, he should bow, but he didn't know if he was someone he had met before, so he decided to shake hands first and then ask about his purpose. At this time, a voice warning sounded in his ears. He hurriedly called for security. The security guard 20 meters away lifted the curtain and found the stranger. He felt that he had failed in his duty and immediately came up to stop him, but the other party hugged Bai Jingqi with a mysterious smile. The mysterious voice in Bai Jingqi's ear warned him to retreat quickly, so Bai Jingqi hurriedly retreated, but found that an arc flashed in the palm of the other party. At this moment, an aura pulled Bai Jingqi back 3 or 4 steps, and the security guard finally rushed up, and then the security guard turned into ashes. Kofejia, who accompanied the senior executives of Fengho Group to watch the game, was 70 meters away from the crime scene. He was the one who just sent a message to Bai Jingqi. He almost saw with his own eyes the assassination that did not happen in other timelines. Judging from the target of the assassination, it is obvious that in the original future timeline, Bai Jingqi of Fengho Group will be famous in the field of intelligent weapon design. Oh, Master Wei King has now withdrawn from the competition for the overall military equipment order. What? The software used by the future military in large quantities comes from the increasingly developed IT industry, so why was Wei King not assassinated by the future people? Even if Wei King is the party that directly provides the software, he is not as famous as the equipment manufacturer. Wei King is just a cheap seller. The future people may ignore this average guy. But now the shuttle assassination has happened. The original future has disappeared, the next is a new future. In the new future, if it is found that the problem has not been solved, if they are dissatisfied with the past, who will they choose to assassinate? Kofejia frowned and said to himself, he, Wei King, must have a certain ability to protect himself. After the Fengho Group's Kuju competition, Kofejia, as a person related to the 4.1 incident, accepted relevant investigations. After clearing the suspicion, he reported it and hurried to Wei King by plane. Your actions have greatly changed history. Kofejia said this issue to Wei King seriously. Wei King read the assassination information he sent and said, is it because of my influence in time and space? So there are assassinations downstream? Wei King was a little embarrassed by what happened to the unlucky boy Bai Jingqi. Wei King thought further and realized that he was currently only providing employment to people with lower academic qualifications, while also planning a market for cheap products. Doing so may promote the rise of the intelligent program industry in the future. This alone will cause other countries in the lower reaches of this plane to overturn the table and not hesitate to obliterate the source of their seemingly wrong. So, wouldn't it be wrong if I directly presented a clear program in this era and launched an offensive against the high-level intellectual circles? Wei King's expression became more and more solemn, and he began to understand why he was the only one making improvements. Kofejia interrupted Wei King's deep thought. It's been a year since you accumulated superpowers. Wei King nodded. The system currently in Wei King's consciousness is codenamed Jiajing Operation Number 3443. This system measured in detail the resonance amplitude between the current fluctuations of consciousness in Wei King's body and the Jie Hongzi. According to the original training method of this world, which is the inner chi training method collected by Kofejia, Wei King was fine-tuned according to his daily life situation. Taoist breathing has daily lessons. Wei King's system summarizes this aspect in more detail. At 6 o'clock every morning, the current movement and blood conditions of the body are first detected, and then a set of exercises similar to Tai Chi is performed on the plum blossom pile to coordinate the body. The next day is divided into 6 hours during the day, and breathing is carried out at different frequencies. The meals are coordinated accurately to the gram. At the time of Yin generation in the evening, one lies in the life-sustaining cabin and enters deep sleep under the coordination of magnetism. This method will make the inner chi become deeper and deeper in the later stage. It will be very slow in the early stage. How slow? Wei King entered this world for the first time, and his consciousness and spirit were very mismatched. According to the current speed, it would take another 10 years or so to be able to accurately control a trace of chi when throwing a small note to a girl. The small note flew into the girl's hand. This level is fine for guiding model aircraft, but how about piloting a large mecha? There is no chance, so it is no wonder that the Taoist priest dislikes Wei King. Kofejia, enable sharing on the system and show me your superpower accumulation. Kofejia carefully checked Wei King's condition. A three-dimensional projection of Wei King's physical condition was displayed in front of the two of them. Kofejia's facial expression was very calm. Wei King obviously abides by various precepts. There is no lust, no drinking, and the daily diet is on time. However, in the projection, the frequency fluctuations of mesonites in various nervous systems are still in the state of seeds breaking out of their shells. Of course, there is nothing to be disappointed. As for time travelers, it is impossible to perfectly fit the target plane on the first time they travel. Kofeija's current qualifications in this world are only obtained after traveling 3 times. After the projection was put away, Kofeija said, "Do you want to have superpowers soon?" When Wei King heard this, he did not take the bait, but asked tentatively, "How can you gain wealth through danger?" "Kofeija, there are certain risks in traveling through time. I'm just proposing a way. The choice is yours." Wei King nodded. "Kofeija, after our consciousness reaches the plane, it binds some particles of this world, and these particles often include particles that can produce unique phenomena in each plane." He snapped his fingers, and the airflow on his fingers burst out crisply. The voice said, "This plane is affected by consciousness, so the movement of consciousness can make these related particles more energetic." Wei King's nerves were touched. "Move the position? Is this the key word?" "Kofeija, my opponent, this is it. If you use this plane as the basis, you can travel again. When you come back, you can feel the scale of Jiahongzi in your consciousness." "Wei King, go back to the main world?" "Kofeija, if it was the year 2603, in the main world, it would be okay. But now is wartime. You travel back to the main world. After you return, you won't have enough time. The flow of time here is 10 times that of the main world. It will take you a week to pass through the gravity well, and you will stay for 1 day after returning to the main world. Our mission is to stay in this space and time, and you cannot leave this plane for too long." Wei King nodded and understood that he was going to a spacetime area where time flows faster. At the same time, I also understood once again that my younger brother had started working a few years earlier than me, and his management ability in this dimension was far beyond previous expectations. Now his position as the weak leader in the Luoshui group has not changed. 2 months later, Wei King took 2 weeks leave from the group. Coming to the northern Shanxi region, the headquarters of the Luoshui group was in the Qin land of Guangzhou, but Wei King learned for the first time that there was a facility here. 100 meters in diameter, hemispherical electromagnetic field controller. The energy tiles on the outer shell are arranged like golden dragon scales. The facility is codenamed Hichu in official documents. Where there is Hichu, there is Luoshu, so Wei King understood that there were at least 2 laboratories. In this world, in 1943, the United States of America conducted a hyperspace test in Philadelphia, and the entire battleship jumped directly to Norfolk, 479 kilometers away. Although North America kept the test highly confidential, the intelligence was still obtained by Shenzhou. The military of Shenzhou followed up on this project, and this is one of the laboratories of this project. In this laboratory, the phenomenon of hyperspace transfer and space rifts have been successfully tested. However, the evaluation of the Shenzhou military on this technology, a specific phenomenon caused under specific conditions, easy to be interfered with, and consumes too much electricity, and has low practical value. The current tactical thinking of the Shenzhou Combat Research Department is to speed up the projectile firing speed and range through electromagnetic overload, enhance the protection capability of electromagnetic armor, and consume a lot of electricity to complete hyperspace transmission, which has little tactical value, so there is no focus on research and development. It is currently only a technical reserve. However, from the perspective of the main world, sending the material energy level transition into the spacetime rift in this world is a big step forward in the projection of the main world. Therefore, for the travelers in the main world, this instrument that sends self-material information into the time-space rift level is enough for people to travel through time and space for the second time. Wei King, the Weak Master, just learned from the archives of Luoshui Group that the super time and space technology in Shenzhou, where this plane is located, was initially supported by Wei King's father, and then by Wei King's younger brother. Wei King continued to invest in research and development with the military. As for Wei King, the elders in the family wanted to withdraw these unnecessary projects, so they didn't tell Wei King. However, how can this be withdrawn? In the main world, this project was an important achievement of Wei King during his 6th time traveling, which promoted him from corporal to sergeant. In this plane time and space zone, travelers in nearby timelines also built corresponding facilities and established a tactical support system according to the research provided by Wei King. Once again, it is emphasized that the situation on different timelines is different. The next door to the Shenzhou timeline is the China Revolutionary League. And there are several timelines in this time and space area, and the conflicts between the 2 factions of travelers in the main world are serious. After understanding the situation, Wei King couldn't help but sigh. These guys in front of me are all batches of capable people. Now Wei King came to this facility in the name of investigation, but after entering this facility, Kofeijia and Wei King immediately obtained all the permissions of the artificial intelligence here. The main world still has some important scientific and technological facilities for this plane. When building, Wei Chang connected some nodes on the computer chip here to the main world, and now directly folded information. Wei King didn't even need to swipe the card, and entered the spacetime warehouse through facial recognition. As the electric energy on the spacetime warehouse gathered, Wei King's body slid towards the unknown space area in the supertime and space flow. After entering the spacetime rift, Wei King connected to the system in his consciousness, and the system said, "The appropriate plane has been matched, please choose to shuttle." Wei King looked at the multiple optional plane information in front of him. This shuttle plane is still particular. First of all, Wei King is not traveling back and forth from the main world, so the final performance of Jia Hongzi may not be suitable for true Qi. This kind of shuttle to a high time flow rate will make some attributes of Jia Hongzi particularly extreme. When Wei King came back, the connection between consciousness and Jia Hongzi, the superpower phenomenon, may be more similar to the situation of the ability people trained in laboratories in the West now. There are 4 mainstream super energy application methods in near planes like Shenzhou. The first is mind control. The second is energy storage, super energy explodes like a bomb. The third is shaping, super energy accumulates into tools with almost no mass but toughness, this is often used for shields. The fourth is erosion, that is, loading on a certain substance, such as a bullet, strengthening its material properties to an extreme degree in a short period of time, so that the information bullets of nanomaterials can easily penetrate the thick armor of tanks and warships, and locate and eliminate the personnel inside. Wei King now chooses to travel through the planes with physical differences. After returning, the nature of super energy will match 1 or 2 trends above. Wei King knows that he is a new recruit. Considering safety, he chooses to focus on the 2 planes corresponding to energy storage and shaping. Among them, the shaping plane is the interstellar warplane. Wei King, well, in interstellar wars, does superluminal travel have the paradox of irreparable energy? System, the cosmic region where our star is located is a normal region. In some dark matter series regions, atomic matter can be folded. These regions have been found in current astronomical observations. A cosmic map is opened, and in many galaxies 5 billion light-years away, the regions that meet the folding requirements are marked. Of course, the interstellar space that can be folded is actually not large. There are more than 200 stars in the large space, and only a few stars in the small space. They are distributed in a galaxy and become stations on the high-speed shuttle network of this galaxy. If there happens to be a life planet near this area, it will be as convenient as buying a house in the 21st century with a subway station next to it. There is no need to look up at the sea of stars and look down at each other like on Earth. Wei King is a little hesitant about this interstellar plane. There is also human civilization in this plane. There is a partial gap between the genes and the humans on Earth. They can be regarded as 2 subspecies. Of course, the problem is not here. That plane also has superpowers, and the name of superpowers is called psionic energy. Since it is an interstellar world of ship technology, it is hard to guarantee whether there will be any accidents there. So Wei King looked at the second plane again. This is a bit strange. According to the information that has been detected, it is a whole continent with 8 suns shining alternately, so that in these 8 days, the ratio of 8 days is 9 to 7 to 8.5 to 7.6 to 6.4 to 7.8 to 6.4 to 8.1 to 8.7. Wei King, 8 stars shine in turn? What's going on? System, according to the current surveying and mapping, the continent and waters are in a rotating axis tube state. According to its geological structure, the plate split and gravitational turbulence occurred 30 million years ago when the cesium atomic clock was used to locate it. It seems that a planet was pulled into thin noodles. The picture quickly simulated a picture of a large planet being pulled into a long strip, and then the picture expanded. It was a black hole sucking the planet in, and then this long strip structure was swinging through the 8 stars outside the black hole at an extremely fast speed relative to the outside world. Since the time inside the black hole is different from that outside, it does not feel too fast inside, so the planetary ball that was torn apart went through initial destruction and melting and then seemed to stabilize, forming a belt-like material. Since each rotation on this belt-like material only takes 8 days. And as it falls, the time inside will become longer and longer, and the rotation speed will become faster and faster from the outside, but the internal cycle of billions of years still needs to be endured, so after falling into the black hole, as the early destruction gradually ends, new life gradually begins to evolve. The system supplements the above, using the black hole theory to explain, is currently just a hypothesis, because we only travel to it and cannot jump out of that world to build a comprehensive observation system. We can only use existing theories and observations to deduce. Wei King carefully looked at the picture on this plane data. 8 suns of different brightness went to work one after another. The key is that there are still humans in such a world. So, how big is the universe that the main world civilization can observe now, and how much has not been observed yet? The countdown prompts that Wei King is not the time to sigh now, and it is time to make a decision. After obtaining the plane information, Wei King still hesitated and hoped that the system would give him more specific suggestions. Some people understand the situation in order to make decisions, while others, like Wei King, understand the situation in order to know whether they are at a disadvantage when others make decisions for them. Unlike other young travelers who want to make a career, Wei King is more like an old man who is just hanging around in the unit. However, the system is not an object that can be relied on. System, interstellar plane, your parents have arranged the initial forces in this plane, and you can inherit an excellent social status when you enter. Wei King muttered in his heart, "It won't be a few brothers again, my father, this life has not been lived in vain." The system continued, choose the black hole axis plane, you can carry some supplies one way, and you can carry cargo weighing 1/3 of your body weight for the first shuttle. Please make a decision within 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8, Wei King touched himself and found that there was no coin to toss for himself. Finally, his brain was stuck, and he raised his hand and slapped his face 5 times in a row, snap, 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 the last one was to retract the force. Wei King, the 4th hit hurts, an even number, yes, I choose the second one. Wei King made a decision happily. The Chrono Legionnaire is an allied infantry unit in the series of games Red Alert 2. The Chrono Legionnaire does not need to move his feet to go anywhere, but directly moves on the map. The distance of the instant movement will determine how long it takes for him to teleport to a new location and move or attack again. Since he cannot move and attack for a certain period of time after teleporting, the time he cannot move is proportional to the distance he moves. The Chrono Legionnaire will be very vulnerable at this time. The weapon of the Chrono Legionnaire is very unique, suspected to be a modified crack generator, which will directly erase enemy troops and buildings from time and space. Neutral buildings will not leave ruins after being erased, instead of destroying them. The higher the enemy's health, the longer it takes, and in the process of erasing the enemy's troops, the erased units cannot attack or move. Welcome to the Spacetime Network number 2983. Please try to relax and return your consciousness to your heart. We will cross 3.4 dimensions. A very pleasant voice echoed in my consciousness, crisp, sweet, and soft. This kind of guidance is obviously different from the previous electronic program guidance. Wei King felt that his 5 senses were gradually merging, and his vision, hearing, smell, taste, and cold and hot touch were integrated into one. So this guidance has a different flavor, like a pair of small hands caressing himself. Wei King's physical body has completely disappeared from the nothingness of the Shenzhou plane. In the process, Wei King felt that the surrounding matter was moving away from him. For example, the cabin bed he was lying on, the outer wall of the spacetime warehouse, the wall of the laboratory, and the earth that bound him with gravity, the air that always wrapped him, all of these were like shadows that encountered light and then retreated, flying out of his integrated perception range. It was as if he had fallen into a void, just like falling in a dream, but unlike a dream, he could sense it clearly. As all the matter on the earth disappeared and was stripped out of his perception, Wei King entered a void without any color, and even without the concept of matter and energy. The system interface was still there. Wei King, system, when will it arrive? In front of Wei King, there were 15 large hourglasses, and under the first large hourglass, there were 15 medium hourglasses, and under the first medium hourglass, there were 15 small hourglasses, and the sand in the first small hourglass was visibly falling downwards. Wei King, system, it takes so long? System, please wait patiently. Wei King, oh, then the system. System, I am the supervisor, not the system. If there is nothing necessary, please keep quiet. After the first medium-sized hourglass ran out, Wei King, supervisor girl? Then he called out, beautiful girl? Supervisor, what can I do for you? Wei King, you have a good voice, sing a song. Supervisor, sorry sir, we don't have this service. Wei King, what's your name? Supervisor, let's talk about it later. After a while, Wei King sighed and muttered to himself, it seems that I shouldn't have this confidence. During the process of crossing, it is easy to be confident, Just like becoming a rich man in middle age, gradually feeling that you have masculine charm, everything is an illusion. The small chat storm did not ferment, and the process of dimension crossing soon opened the eyes of the rookie Wei Kang. Suddenly in the vastness, Wei Kang felt a lot of light around him. Expanding his perception to the surroundings, Wei Kang's full attention was attracted by everything around him, and the interest in chatting with the supervisor was left behind. There are such magnificent stars in this void. Then Wei Kang found that he was also a point in this tiny star. Perhaps, the traces he left in this void also provided some flickering here. Each star has a different direction, but now it gathers here and will descend on different planes. The main world today is the sun, emitting light towards the surrounding areas with all its strength. When Wei Kang was looking at this sea of stars, suddenly, ripples appeared in front of him, and the ring-shaped fluctuations continued to spread. At this time, all the light spots around seemed to be affected and accelerated, as if they felt that the ripples were bad interference. However, Wei Kang was too close. The ripples had already reached him, but then, Wei Kang found that his connection with the supervisor seemed to be broken. If there was an explosion in the void, Wei Kang was now at the core of the explosion. The ripples were getting bigger and bigger. Wei Kang didn't know what it was. He could only watch it all happen. Suddenly, Wei Kang felt the light. Yes, there seemed to be a super bright existence in the center of the ripples that seemed to have broken through some kind of barrier, and now, it was about to fall near him. This was the light of consciousness, far brighter than any of the brilliant stars that Wei Kang had just seen. And it had an indescribable vitality? Now it seemed to want to break through something. He wants to return? Wei Kang inexplicably had this thought in his mind. Wei Kang's attention was also attracted. As if he was longing for something and trying to contact it. However, the space broken in the center of the ripples was not large to begin with, and only Wei Kang, who was very close, could see that the center of the ripples was being broken, but then, the ripples began to shrink, and the strong attraction sucked the light back. As the ripples finally gathered, time and space calmed down again. The consciousness of that light disappeared. Wei Kang felt lost, as if he had lost something. As for his current situation? Well, the supervisor seemed to be able to contact him. On the other side, the space-time administration was in chaos. On the new Oriental Pearl Tower, the 4 indicator lights on the top turned from blue to red. On the central control platform of the Earth, the data of tens of thousands of travelers jumped collectively. After receiving the information about the flashing particles in the gravitational well, the 60,000 supercomputing centers in East Asia are calculating quickly and printing out particles in the quantum generation and elimination field, ready to send them back. The unknown fluctuations spread directly to all the shuttle channels in the void, and almost all the traversers' consciousness was affected. The original shuttle dimension was disturbed and needed to be corrected. What is the reason? This has never happened before. The Eastern Space Department of Earth has detected this phenomenon in the dimension observation facilities in various places, so they began to discuss this situation in the public channel, and half an hour later, inquiries were also sent from the other side of the ocean. Obviously, this fluctuation also affected their shuttle. The 2 space exploration organizations, which were originally competitors, reached a verbal agreement with each other tacitly, not to expand the scale of the plane conflict for the time being, and set up a joint investigation team. Now 90% of the disturbances of the affected travelers can be corrected, and the space-time positioning of the remaining shuttles is slightly affected, that is, the space-time positioning is affected, slightly deviates from the timeline, or the time point deviates by about 10 years. And there is only one guy who happened to be in the space-time ripples, and he didn't avoid it completely? This guy is now in a big problem in the process of space-time shuttle. Shenzhou Plane, Hichu, in the command hall of the space-time physics department. Kofejia just sent Wei Kang away from this plane, and it has not been an hour. He was in the center, on the tallest building, looking down at the Shanxi Plateau with ravines and gullies on the distant skyline. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked back at the center of the golden scale-shaped test base. Just now, on the interface column of his consciousness system, the various numbers of Wei Kang's shuttle process suddenly changed from blue to red. The fluctuation of the numbers and the drastic changes now were like a small sampan in a storm. Kofeijia's face changed. He had just sent his teammates to the time and space shuttle array, and his teammates suddenly crashed. How could he see that he was murdering them? He was confused because he was concerned, especially in this plane, where he could not contact the supervisor directly. He rushed directly to the time and space test site, found another super time and space warehouse, lay in it, entered the time and space rift, and then operated the system and entered the dialogue interface. In the dimension, he found that Wei Chang was already waiting for him, and there were also two supervisors, one of whom lowered his head. Wei Chang saw Kofeijia and did not give Kofeijia a chance to speak first. He said calmly, "Don't panic. Make a time and space backup for him in that plane first. It is impossible for him to come back to complete the task in the short term." Kofeijia wanted to say something else. Wei Chang added again, "No one expected that possibility. If I were you, I would do the same," and then turned to the supervisor on his side. "Chuanfen, where is my unlucky brother now?" The supervisor named Yang Chuanfen called up the time and space data. In area 9834, the nearest safe plane near him is not enough for him to arrive, so he must make an emergency landing in a known plane and wait for rescue, and all known planes near him are high risk. "There is no Wei Chang, I know." He clicked on a timeline. "You can land here, and then let this timeline complete a space wormhole for replenishment. Bai Linglu, please." Bai Linglu is the supervisor that Wei King traveled through this time. As for her, she escaped the violent disturbance due to the protection mechanism of the gravity well during the space ripples. However, for the supervisor, if this kind of separation accident occurs during the crossing process, it is very serious if the traverser is not found. After Wei Chang assigned the task, he reported the situation. He wanted to return to the main plane. Of course, Kofeijia had to return first. In the Shenzhou plane, Kofeijia came back from the spacetime warehouse. He looked at the clock on the wall and it was exactly 10 o'clock in the morning. The timeline of this world will be divided into two parallel timelines from now on. Now it is line A. The Wei family has sent people here. 3 years ago, the Luoshui group just changed its owner. Now it is about to have an accident. The Luoshui group can't stand such turmoil. Kofeijia looked at the visitor from the Wei family and said slowly, "The space laboratory is still in progress. He will come back in 100 days. The old man of the Wei family, may I ask what guarantee Mr. Ka has?" "Kofeijia, I just entered the space-time zone and I have connected to him. I will enter the laboratory soon and increase the output power to bring him back." 15 hours later on the Shenzhou plane, Kofeijia entered the space-time warehouse again. The space-time archive has been completed. On this timeline, 100 days after Kofeijia entered the space-time warehouse, Wei Kang will travel back again, and Kofeijia will not return. Kofeijia entered the space-time warehouse and arrived at the high dimension again. At this time, Wei King had already gone to the timeline where Kofeijia had not saved. When Kofeijia came out of the space-time warehouse, it was line B, and it had been 10 days since Wei King disappeared. But 5 days ago, in the regional Hichu laboratory at the source of the Yellow River in Qinghai, the previous generation of the head of the family, Wei Chang, had come out and had taken a plane to the Luoshu laboratory in northern Shaanxi, waiting for Kofeijia to arrive again. Wei Chang said after seeing Kofeijia, "It's over, you should do your own thing." Kofeijia looked at Wei Chang with a guilty look on his face. Turning around, Wei Chang took a deep breath and used an iron face to the Wei family members who came here. "I'm not here. It seems that everyone has plans to divide the luggage. What do you want to do now? Waiting for a feast?" The last feast came with a bursting sound wave. The invisible airflow expanded from Wei Chang's side to 100 meters away. The glass plate outside the hall was shaken and turned into cracks similar to a dense grid state. In this world, Wei Chang is in the innate realm, and every word he says carries the power of oppression. His return to this plane is like a tiger returning to the mountains. And those who played tricks on Wei King before are now sweating coldly. 6 days later, Wei Chang stood on the helicopter, overlooking the industrial park in the northwest, which was built by Wei King's efforts in the past 3 years. Regarding this industrial park, when he came back, someone in the family reported it to Wei Chang, telling him that Wei King's useless investment had seriously damaged the family's management. Regarding those who tried to set things right and point to certain people to be traitors to step on, Wei Chang recorded these people who reported one by one in a small notebook on his system. In Wei Chang's era, Luoshui Group was an extremely heavy industrialized industrial group in Shenzhou, and it was closely related to the army and the temple. Relatively speaking, Wei King was obviously a bit low-end. But Wei Chang did not think that his brother's efforts were in the wrong direction. Wei King's down-to-earth approach. It is also a strategy to deepen influence on the plane. Wei Chang knew what kind of honest man his brother was. He couldn't dance with the upper class, nor could he haggle with the main interest groups in Shenzhou. So he did the basic work steadily and guarded the family business very well. Now, Wei Chang completely inherited Wei King's strategy. Since he had decided to give up the internal circulation in the military-industrial complex field and turn to civilian manufacturing production, he couldn't stop. Wei Chang turned on the communication and asked Kofeijia, "Kofeijia, What do you think of my brother? Kofajia, he's a good person, but he's too honest. Hearing this, Wei Chang's mouth slightly tilted, and he sneered, yes, it's the same as his schoolteacher's comments on him. Kofajia wanted to change the subject. Whoever starts to participate in the plane shuttle is like this. And everyone's crossing style is different. Wei Chang took another look at the gray solar energy collection field below. These are concave light collecting mirrors. The light is collected and focused on the concave heat receiving tubes, so the colors are not bright from high altitude. Wei Chang knocked on the cabin door, signaling the pilot to return, and continued to chat with Kofajia. My brother has another personality. After a pause, Wei Chang, he sometimes won't turn back until he hits the wall. No, he won't turn back even if he hits the wall. You said that the first time he said he was honest, he smiled. The second time you reminded him that he was too honest, he still wouldn't move. The third time you reminded him that he couldn't be too honest, he still wouldn't listen. Wei Chang narrated calmly, if he and I were on this plane at the same time, I could make the decision on many issues, but on some issues, he would be passive. At this point, Wei Chang exhaled, he has been to this plane, so let's do what he thinks. Kofajia felt a little strange, because it sounded a bit like the atmosphere of sorting out the relics of a relative. So, what kind of plane did Wei Chang land on? Please note that due to the impact of the time and space shuttle track, you will make an emergency landing nearby, Please be prepared. When he got the news, Wei Chang was a little nervous at first. After the 4 small hourglasses were filled, he had to accept the reality. During this period of time, the communication between the main world and myself was intermittent, roughly telling myself there is a plane crash now. But don't worry, sufficient supplies will be sent. Yes, it was a sufficient amount of supplies. The Federation sent 3,000 times the information enthalpy at once, which was considered as trying its best to save Wei Chang. However, this 3,000 times information enthalpy, due to Wei Chang's lack of understanding of the physical basis of the target plane, cannot effectively utilize the current information enthalpy. Of course, the target plane is a low exploration plane, and the key physics inside it, the rules are blank. Can't find the guide provided by the system? After Wei Chang called the system to no avail, he started a self-rescue operation, copying and copying again and again according to the original template he put in this time. Anyway, use them all. This is like a scumbag who doesn't know anything about the exam answers and just copies the questions and fills in the blanks. When the system re-established stable communication, Wei Chang had already used up all 3,000 times of the information enthalpy. The system seemed a little surprised by Wei Chang's approach. At the Spacetime Management Bureau, 16 supervisors, including Bai Linglu and Yang Chuanfen, have now formed a joint communication network to communicate with Wei Chang. Regarding Wei Chang's information enthalpy processing method, the supervisor's evaluation is no longer overused. Being smart is a relatively light term, and it is simply being in a hurry to commit suicide. It's just that in the current situation, it's not suitable for them to scold a new time traveler. In the void, Wei Chang's consciousness began to descend, and the system began to give some prompts and key instructions. Your situation is in a single proliferation situation. You must be reminded that your kind of proliferation is currently difficult for the system to accurately control. For docking, only broadcast docking can be done. Wei Chang, well, what do I need to do in this plane? The system is simple and clear, survive for 100 days. Finally, in a bright light, Wei Chang arrived. He opened his eyes. There were flowers and grass around him, and the environment was very original. But Wei Chang suddenly felt something was wrong after a moment. Well, in a chorus of voices, 1,400 people on the beach stood up. Wei Chang looked at those around him. These themselves are exactly the same. Some stood under the big tree and were scratched by spider webs, while others hunched their waists to prevent being scratched by the treetops. Wei Chang raised his hand, ready to. But at this time, there was a sound from beside him, a slap, and almost half of the people slapped him on the forehead, but this time the movement was not so neat, and the crackling sound was like a firecracker. The rest seemed to be like Wei Chang, who thought it was too silly for so many people to slap their foreheads together, so it was better to put their hands down. In a daze, Wei Chang realized that after thousands of simple copies of information enthalpy, everyone here is himself, but in each individual self, other selves have now become others. When something happens, you ask the system and start querying yourself. Of course, other people around you are doing the same at the same time. System, come out. While Wei Chang was looking for the system, he stared at others who were also looking for the system. Wei Chang was now further convinced that these were all his, and they were all copied. There are too many people online, please please summarize the problems together. The system seemed to be very confused, and had to block it. Wei King fell into panic in his heart. As a middle-aged man, he did not have the Taoist's determination to nourish his energy. Once a group like him panicked, it would reverberate like an infectious disease. When their emotional stability deteriorated sharply, Wei King still had logical thinking, knew what must be done, and gained unity in collective action. After a few seconds, one of them stood up and shouted, "Assemble!" The word was loud at first, but it was clear that he lacked confidence later. If he was in trouble with others, Wei King would never stand up and shout in such a high-profile manner, and he would definitely feel guilty after shouting. But these are all my own. As each one of them silently began to organize the team according to the benchmark, Wei King, the slogan shouter, obviously let out a long sigh of relief. The guards consciously started lining up. And the voices are louder and louder each time, and before counting, there were quick reminders from left to right. Wei King designated the numerical label as his temporary code. There is no need to waste words explaining this meaning to yourself. Wei King all thought of a situation at this time, that is, cluster cooperation is obviously required in this plane. If everyone wants to efficiently complete the distribution of things and the division of labor, they must have a default understanding among each other. Code system. The formation of the first square formation was successful. Although it was awkward at first, the guards immediately aligned themselves. Adjust the square array to be more regular. In order to prevent the communication channel from being blocked due to too many visitors happening again like just now. The guards specifically designated the 25th person in each row as a communication group to specifically communicate with the system. The 25th is also Wei King's birthday, and it is also a lucky number. Wei King's group, which was divided into communication groups, quickly obtained information from the system and relayed the situation to other people in the queue. First of all, this plane is a biological evolution plane, which belongs to the near plane. According to the plane classification of the Space Bureau, this is a near plane, and according to the plane resource level classification, it is unknown. According to the ratings of past travelers in the plane, this is a dangerous level. In fact, the adjective dangerous is too general. Most world wars have occurred, and the world where 1/10 of the world's adult men are killed or injured can be called dangerous. Wei King's plane is called the Pandora plane, where human civilization is almost cut off, and the main world has sent out multiple waves of travelers in the past 20 years. Almost all of them returned injured, including 3 ministers. Since the safety code of conduct in this plane has not yet been found, this plane can be described as horrifying. At present, the East and the West are engaged in the first all-round conflict in time and space, but this type of plane is not within the scope of war. Pandora plane information: human civilization underwent a major change in 2012, caused by an outer space existence named Pandora in the outer solar system arriving on Earth. This is not a meteorite, nor an alien spaceship, but a kind of existence that humans have never understood before. At first, this existence landed in Florida, North America. Before landing, the U.S. Space Department used nuclear weapons to intercept it in outer space after the warning was ineffective, but it didn't work. This optical existence passed through the light radiation and shock wave of the nuclear bomb like a ghost. It also proved that this thing could not be destroyed by nuclear bombs after landing on Earth. The U.S. military quickly blocked this place. This blockade only prevented the outside world from entering, but did not hinder the escape of people inside, because there were no living people inside. The outermost layer of this area is a mass of fog, but after passing through the fog, it is a bizarre boundary line. It seems that 2 different spaces are staggered to form an irregular interface, and this interface is refracted into various rays after being passed through by various energies including sunlight. After passing through this layer of flash, most electronic equipment cannot transmit. The information in the frequency band is inexplicably distorted. The intercom can only transmit at the level of hundreds of meters. In the early days, the first batch of scientists of the U.S. government entered this area as the advanced team wearing the highest level of biochemical protection equipment, but almost the entire team disappeared, and only one person came out and became speechless, only staring at everyone who asked her questions. However, after the second expedition team entered, a female biologist was lucky enough to come out alive and brought key information from the Pandora area. All biological genes in it are connected in series. Octopus teeth grow in the mouth of crocodiles, and cheetahs turn into snake tongues. When humans walk in, they will inexplicably merge with plant genes and become human-shaped shrubs. Talking bears, deer with flowers on their horns, and fish with suction cup tentacles in the water, all biological genes can be exchanged remotely. The entire natural ecological world seems to be becoming a family. Reproductive isolation between species? No, there is no need for reproductive activities, and all populations can share genes with each other. This may be an alien tool used to study the information of life on a planet, but it was accidentally leaked to the Earth, causing an ecological disaster. Or is it just a disaster for higher animals, because it is a disaster for the entire natural ecosystem, and the genes that have evolved over billions of years will be communalized overnight? Communism? This is a concept of human society. If this is a concept of life, it is undoubtedly crazy, just as organisms follow Darwin's theory of evolution, if society plays Darwinism. That's CNM. Humans are the top players in the 4 billion evolutionary races on Earth, and currently occupy the ecological niche of the ecosystem. Not to mention wisdom, even the bones, muscles, and motor nerve systems are the top configurations on Earth. And such top configurations are completed by countless deaths and trials during the evolution process. The great fusion of life gene information in this Pandora area? Humans are undoubtedly panicking. However, what makes humans more panic is that this Pandora area is still expanding. In 2113, it only took 100 years to spread throughout Florida. In 2304, the entire Pandora area swallowed up the entire United States, and the expansion speed was even faster. The Earth was officially updated to the Pandora era. Compared with the initial range, the intensity of gene exchange between various species in the expanded Pandora area has decreased, but it is still being exchanged. In the Pandora region, a large number of species have been reorganized. Primates exist because of the need for environmental preservation, and there has emerged such an intelligent species that communicates with nature. To some extent, they are new humans, new intelligent species that are more adapted to this era of great change, and will replace the old humans. The term old humans is not pleasant. In order to cope with such a huge change, traditional human civilization has made a lot of efforts, observations, experiments, and summed up quite a lot of laws. But still to no avail. Within the Pandora range, the information diffusion law of energy and matter in microscopic physics has changed. Carbon-based genes, in the process of replication and protein construction, information will tunnel into other substances. Therefore, within the range of Pandora covering this planet, all life activities are radiating information to other lives. In the process of radiation, weak life will be affected by strong life, and small life will be affected by large life. Communities with the same life genes will maintain a certain frequency resonance in Pandora, and once this resonance is formed, it will become a community. All species in nature come from an ancestor 4 billion years ago. Heredity is based on a double helix structure, so when the genes of some dominant species guide the synthesis of proteins, it will affect the synchronous changes of the genes of species within the range. This has produced a resonance phenomenon in the Pandora world. The environmental differences in various places provide a basis for the regional division of life. In 2373, the Pandora field has expanded to 2/3 of the Earth, and will soon cover the sea areas where the islands in the southern Indian Ocean are located in the remaining 40 years. In the process of the large poison circle and the large shrinkage of the Earth map, the humans who fell from the throne discovered that in the Earth covered by the Pandora field, there is a phenomenon of gene community competition between various regions. For example, the biological community on the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau is obviously different from the biological community between the Bay of Bengal. The species of the two places will be washed away by the radiation of the life genes of the other party when they enter each other's territory. Therefore, the surviving humans must stick together and perform rituals. Humans in a settlement must take blood from each other and inject it into their companions every week. No matter how efficient the life radiation of Pandora outside the domain is in transmitting information, it cannot compare to the physical information exchange life between humans in terms of information volume. Boring jokes on the 21st Century Forum. The amount of DNA information in a single sperm reaches 37.5 megabytes. In other words, each ejaculation is equivalent to transmitting 1,403,810 gigabytes of data in 3 seconds. Such a large amount of information can fill 44,032 iPads, so men have the strongest data transmission device in the world. When human blood cells are exchanged, the life radiation between each other will be like an acceleration channel, taking precedence over other life radiation. In this way, humans in human settlements have a certain repulsive force against the genetic radiation of foreign species. It's like a group of people wading through a muddy swamp arm in arm, one person's foot is not stable and falls, and the others hook him up, and humans walk with each other's support by exchanging blood. What? Blood-transmitted viruses. There is no room for viruses to run rampant in the world of Pandora. Viruses cannot even be called complete life. Once it weakens an individual species, this individual will be the object of life radiation, and the metabolism in the body and even the gene chain will be inserted and changed. Viruses. They cannot survive in this kind of radiotherapy all the time. In 2400, the Earth was completely engulfed by the Pandora field. Every day, new strange species merge successfully. In different regions, carbon-based creatures fight each other every day for their own genes and follow the will of the community. In the past, males of group animals such as lions, deer, and sheep could fight as hard as they could for mating rights, and today these species in different communities can fight as hard as they can. Human beings, a once strong species, are being melted like a sugar cube in water. The entire sugar cube of human society disappears, but the melted sugar, that is, human genes, continue to exist in species communities in major regions, and continue to provide bricks and tiles for the development of life consciousness on Earth. Nowadays, the survivors of the past human race can only shrink in a few gathering places and continue to survive. Not only is the population size difficult to maintain, but even the inheritance of knowledge and the level of civilization have begun to be interrupted and lost. If there is still no way to change the precarious situation of the tribe, then the human beings who inherited the past society seem to be really going to die. Back to the present, Wei Kang's situation this time. The formation in the jungle was almost integrated, and some old crooked trees blocked the position of Wei Kang's square formation, so Wei Kang could only change to a column. At this time, in the distance, in the dark jungle covered by fog, there were bursts of roaring. Wei Kang, oh no, my team is not arranged yet. Movie, Annihilation, novel Lost Southland, which defeated Lu Cixin on the bestseller list that year. While Wei Kang was forming his team, the system was still introducing the background to Wei Kang and the communication team. In this era, human civilization has begun to exist like oases in the desert. In the process of great integration, emerging biological communities have achieved a state of coexistence of regional life communities through the guidance of regional masters. All of this has also had a corresponding impact on human society in the old era. Human beings have also tried to control some powerful the coexistence of species to grasp power. Wei Kang, Communication 1. Wait, don't talk about this yet. Wei Kang, Communications 2-11, urgently explained the situation to those on the periphery. Come down into the grass, join us quickly, don't be alone. Move closer inward. Wei Kang's thousands of cells in the center. The first scene he saw after arriving was a large number of his own divine synchronizations, but not all of Wei Kang's first scenes when they opened their eyes were this. The eyes are the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees. Because they are in the outer area where the landing point is discrete, I am still surprised when I see the first person who is the same as me. I have not yet figured out the situation, and I am even a little scared, and I may even turn around and run away. The communication team and the nearly 150 unlucky selves need to be notified one by one, and no one can be missing. Now the voice of the central report is very loud, and it provides the self-gathering movement for those who are scattered in the early arrival place. Wei Kang, Communication 12, searched for the system's public information and asked the system's automatic question and answer function. Yes, genes and other life forms are prone to cross-connection. What's my situation now? Wei Kang, Communication 45, is still talking to the supervisor. Where is my hang? Support, map, and shooting marks in the perspective, throwing prediction, yes. Hurry up. Of course Wei Kang knew that the supervisor was a girl. If he were alone, he would be shy and polite to this girl, but now that he was in a group of people and in such an uncertain situation, during the conversation, some people could not help but be aggressive towards the clerk at the window. The posture of questioning. As for Wei Kang, his priority now is to take care of himself. The jungle is very lush with vegetation, but traces of past humans can barely be seen, because there are some red brick fragments and a cement sand mixture remaining in the soil. It's just that the structure of these hardened roads in the civilized era has been squeezed and twisted. Just like the past glory of mankind, it has now been shattered. The Wei Kangs have completed self-organizing 4 teams and have gone to the perimeter to guard. Others are seizing the time to integrate their current resources. Now everyone has a quantum node that can transfer material information. Now some submachine guns have been transferred to the hands, and some Kevlar ceramic protective clothing have also been assigned to peripheral individuals. The friction between the magnesium bars ignited the collected dead branches, and then 40 guards lined up to bring the fuel to make the fire strong, and the rough wood chopped down was sent inside to be roasted and turned into simple torches. Peripheral area. It's not really a torch. There are a lot of dry vines wrapped around the outside of the torch, and it's best to tie some oily fruits or pine branches. This way the burning time will be longer, and after these torches are sent to the periphery, there may be only the smoking red charcoal fire at the top, and the dried vines next to the fire need to be tied again. At this time, the movements in the jungle to the north made Wei King feel more and more urgent. Finally, in the northwest corner, Wei King's team came into contact with the threat there. The huge roar and Wei Kang's own shouts to each other made Wei Kang, who was still in the central area, feel terrified. Wei Kang, who was in charge of organizing on the north side, shouted, "Everyone spread out, the first group and the second group come to the front." Since the subsequent grouping has not been completed, the first and second largest groups should be given priority from an overall perspective. The guards in the two large formations hesitated for about tenths of a second, but still collectively obeyed the group's orders. No. A 33 in the first group. Being timid is definitely timid, but system rules are the basis for ensuring the large-scale survival of my group. When it is time to go up, you must go up. This is a rule of the country, a rule of society. Morality, and the responsibilities a man should have. Wei Kang was originally going to the 8th day plane and arrived as a businessman. Of course, the first step as a businessman was to conduct an inspection, and he had some self-defense equipment. These equipment now include body armor, a Kevlar helmet on the head, and carbon fiber frames on the shoulders, back, waist, ankles and knees to assist with load bearing. It carries a small caliber rapid-fire submachine gun that weighs 2 kilograms. As for the main weapon, it is a mechanical crossbow that is wound by the foot. Because there are only 100 bullets in total, every time you fire one, there will be no bullets. And the metal arrow can be used again and again. Exploited. So the guards who went to support now took out their mechanical crossbows first. It's not that crossbows are more powerful than submachine guns, nor is it to save bullets, but that Wei Kang's supplies for jungle operations currently do not include walkie-talkies. When these firearms are placed randomly, the noise will block communication, making it difficult to form an organization. Resistance. In each team, there are still 3 people prepared with submachine guns, ready to form alternate firepower when necessary to cover the retreat of the large forces. Yes, Wei Kang, who held the gun, knew that he had the responsibility to stop the incident. Among the first group, the 4th squadron, a total of 30 people, had priority in contacting the target. When the combat team arrived at the front line, they encountered the self-individuals of the reconnaissance team who had fled. When this individual, whose arm seemed to be wrapped by some stinging tentacles, saw the support team, he immediately pointed behind him, then suddenly fell to the ground and shouted, "Shoot quickly." The team immediately pointed the crossbow in the direction of the guard's finger. As the grass behind them shook, one person fired with a gun, and the others also shot the crossbow arrows. The thing in the grass seemed to lose its movement for a moment after being hit, and Wei Kang, who had been lying on the ground, immediately got up and shouted, "Continue to be vigilant, that thing is as big as an elephant." Wei Kang, who did not wait for the investigation after running 2 steps, the thing emerged from the jungle. "Boy, what kind of monster is this?" The lower body is made of the 4 legs of a tiger, the upper body is made of the metal bone plate of an annelid, and the front part has 16 tentacles like an octopus sucker, and the center of the tentacles is not an octopus tooth, but the mouthparts of a mantis. What the hell is this thing? The Wei King communication team immediately asked the system, and the system said, "The level of exploration of this plane is too little, and there are species changes after various gene fusions every day, so, Wei King communication team, forget it if you don't know." Then he focused on what was in front of him and ignored the currently useless system. In a tense scene, the monster that had just been forced to retreat into the jungle spotted Wei Kang, investigation team, who had escaped from the infrared perspective, and was about to escape back to the team, and immediately launched a thrust. The explosive power of this feline is most vividly displayed in its lower body. Wei Kang, the surviving member of the investigation team, returned obviously too slowly. Seeing that it was about to turn into a successful hunt, Wei Kang, who was the temporary commander and armed with a submachine gun, stepped forward, grabbed the reconnaissance Wei Kang, put the gun on his shoulder, and pointed at just the chasing monster 5 meters away, pressed the trigger and fired. This is not so much a rescue, but more like using the other self as a shield during the attack. Wei Kang, who was fleeing, was obviously stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and did not resent himself for holding a submachine gun. In this case, Wei Kang would choose the best option. If the probability of survival is only 50%, then he would choose the plan that makes the target bleed 100%. The forward impact of the fleeing guard Kang and the recoil of the gun guard Kang's fire, one of the 2 people fell down on his back, holding a gun and staring at the approaching monster with wide eyes, while the other lay on top of it and used it as a human shield. If both of them are going to die, at least hit this thing a few more times. Fortunately, the giant beast was once again blocked by fire. The second row of crossbow arrows from the guards at the rear also arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, the crossbow arrows were directly inserted into the body of the monster. It cannot be said that the monster was inserted into a hedgehog, because as long as you use the pedal wheel to roll 3 times, the arrow fired by the crossbow with the bowstring will be directly immersed in the monster's body. This monster was really seriously injured. After dozens of crossbow arrows were inserted into the nerve-dense area of the head, it no longer had the ability to control the movements of the whole body. It could only rely on the chaotic movement of other nerve nodes in the body. These several tons the monster staggered over as if drunk. The 2 Wei Kang who were originally on the ground rolled to avoid this final trample, and Wei Kang's queue dispersed in time. In the end, the thing hit a tree and fell into a pit. Not just one, but at least 6 more. Detective Wei Kang, who had narrowly escaped death, continued to elaborate on his intelligence. At this time, shouts came from the east side of the jungle, and other teams also encountered encounters. Go for support. Wei Kang, who was in charge of communications, shouted, and all the personnel began to turn around. The personnel holding torches and wearing body armor consciously walked at the front, swinging red charcoal sticks to prevent sneak attacks in the grass. Wei Kang's arrival seems to have stirred up a hornet's nest of a genetic community in this plain. The surviving Wei King seemed to have a sneak peek, and the information he obtained in his panic was incomplete. It is true that there are 7 or 8 large species, but these are not all of a genetic community. There are other small species in the entire region, and they now follow the will of life of this region and exclude outsiders. When Wei Kang's 4th Squadron arrived at the conflict area, the first stage of the fierce battle here had ended. In the center of the battlefield, 3 Wei Kang's bodies had been separated, and 7 or 8 Wei Kang's bodies were bleeding and injured. The rear was protected by a queue. Now 2 squadrons of Wei Kang were confronting the monster group at the lakeside. When the 4th Squadron arrived, 3 squadrons were now confronting each other. Kang, the central defender of the 2 squads, originally held the crossbow in a trembling hand, but became a little more steady as his own side arrived. This lakeside is obviously a former artificial lake, because on the island in the middle of the lake stands a large pebble that is obviously only found in large rivers. Oh, this was supposed to be a human park in the past, but you can't tell it now. Monsters are still gathering, but where is the Wei Kang cluster? The cluster also carried out a self-spiritual purge at the rear. The squadrons at the front have been closely united. That is because they are facing the risk directly and the Wei Kang have no brains to think about anything else. Wei Kang's learning efficiency is the highest as he approaches the exam. As for the rear, although it is absolutely logically recognized that it is necessary to support the front line, some hesitation, some timidity, and some self-luckiness are unavoidable. The real army should be one in which every individual is willing to sacrifice for the collective victory. Of course, Wei Kang knows himself well. Faced with such a group formed by himself, Wei Kang will stand up and point out this hidden danger. And the way to break it? It can be very direct. After applying to speak, Wei Kang 18 from the communication team took the initiative to come to his group to mobilize. This Wei Kang looked very difficult, but he finally took it upon himself to reveal the most secret things in his heart, and began to gain self-insight for the first time in this life. Everyone has the same thinking, and we are all Wei Kang, so we should all know, as an individual, an unimportant individual, the feeling of being isolated and excluded from the group. In this life, we want to forget some things, let go of some baggage, and try not to take the wrong path. But now, we are a group. Came into this harsh environment. As a group, we need to show ourselves. If a society does not ignore or give up on the basic necessary conditions for the survival of every individual, and does everything possible to fulfill the bottom line responsibilities and obligations in all aspects, can everything develop in another direction? And these words made Wei Kang, who had originally had inconsistent eyes, suddenly look at himself who was speaking out. Then, seeing the same actions of everyone around him, he understood that everyone was the same. The same thinking, the same will, the same resonance. The unification is instantaneous. Just like a spark igniting a prairie fire, one by one Wei Kang began to take conscious action for his own position. I, the 12th team, lined up based on me. Prepare to integrate available tree resources nearby. I, Team 7, use me as the benchmark. Quickly collect the powder from the fire, look for large dry leaves. This is to prepare a simple smoke cover. Wei Kang's view on society. The most terrifying thing about society is that after groups are separated, they start to ignore each other one by one. Today I can ignore your food, but tomorrow I will ignore my drinking water. The day after tomorrow, everyone will live in a broken society, driven as consumable parts and lubricants by some people with big goals. In the island country during World War II, in order to prevent American soldiers from having sex at will, the government recruited some women who were engaged in prostitution to fill the desires of the occupying forces. Let most people not worry, and most people in island countries will be grateful to those women? No, they will not be grateful, they will ignore it, and they will think that they are originally in this profession, and since politicians have chosen this method, then they will acquiesce. In fact, society as a whole has a sense of self-preservation and superiority towards these individuals who are selected to fill the hole. When the individual filling the hole makes a sound, he or she will act like a fly that smells blood, resorting to all kinds of soft violence and hard indifference to satisfy the group's sense of violence. Therefore, there is such a poison in its culture, thinking that one can be timid in the face of disaster, and others do this, and this is their fate. This virus exploded with its economy for a period of time, and then spread throughout East Asia with the spread of culture. East Asian countries have different degrees of social change and varying degrees of immunity, but there is no doubt that they have all been affected. This poison is indifference, social symptoms after poisoning. As long as the person suffering is others, then try to anesthetize as much as possible. As long as there is always someone to resist the responsibility, then take it for granted. This is how society should complete its distribution to everyone. Wei King has not yet had time to forget the pain caused to him by such social poisoning, and time has not yet diluted the pain. It is obviously exploitation, but it is not said that it is making you up. I also curiously asked, why is there a lack of gratitude and lack of struggle? At first, everyone was drunk and I, on behalf of society, reflected on, is there something wrong with this generation? As for Wei Kang, he hasn't had time to forget it yet, because his group is not yet an incurable poison person, because there is no class in his group yet. So, you might as well prove now that you can mobilize the society you form and don't have to follow certain taken for granted. Since then, a total of 1,567 Wei Kangs have arrived in this plane, and 1,559 are still there. 8 people have died in the early disaster. Therefore, taking this as a warning, the Wei Kangs in the cluster began to mobilize fully, that is, everyone is preparing for victory every minute. Use all available resources and prepare all available means. In the water source area, during the confrontation between the Wei Kang group and the Beast group, several fire piles have been burning, and the dry ropes roasted on the edge of the flames are constantly produced. In addition, some burning small charcoal is placed in a bamboo tube, and the outer shell of the bamboo tube is wrapped with straw ropes and sent to other teams to provide a fire source. And, the system finally sent support to itself. First of all, the map system sent the topographic map data of the Earth, combined with the information seen by the observers in the Wei Kang cluster on the high ground using the 3-point method, and completed the repair. A large team of Wei Kang, a total of 150 people, has been detouring to the highland area on the side. Moreover, the automatic aiming system that Wei Kang wanted was also installed on the 600 individuals responsible for shooting. For example, when you raise a crossbow or a pistol, a red circle will appear in your field of view, which represents the area where the bullet can attack. As for why it is a red circle instead of a red dot? Because my body is in a panic at the moment, I can't accurately feel the situation of the weapon and the influence of the external wind field. At the same time, the system can't make a more accurate judgment based on my feelings, and can only mark the probability circle based on the field of view and arm. Why, it took an hour to be installed. That's because it takes several minutes to measure the perception of each Wei Kang, and with hundreds of Wei Kangs, even the smallest problem becomes another big project. But all this caught up with Wei Kang's preparations before launching the campaign. As the sun gradually set in the west, the Wei Kangs on multiple high grounds completed the terrain statistics and the current wind direction data, and decided to launch an active attack at 3:33 p.m. Every Wei Kang was very nervous, but in the programmed communication between them, they knew the necessity of this active attack. Instead of waiting to be pushed by these beasts at night, it is better to seize the opportunity to take the initiative to fight after the conditions are almost ready. In addition to weapons and ammunition, Wei Kang's current supplies also include other supplies. Gold and other things are not important at present. Compressed biscuits are very important, and there is also an iron kettle. After all, Wei Kang stuffed the precious compressed dry food into his stomach, he took a pot of boiled water and began to wait for the countdown to happen. The war started with a long-range attack. The maximum distance at which a submachine gun can maintain effective lethality is about 150 meters. Considering that the opponent's large species are resilient, this distance is actually only 20 meters. In this early harassment war, Wei King did not use a gun. Instead, he took out a small pot of burned lus, which was about 200 grams and the size of a fist, and was filled with a large piece of red-hot charcoal. Then Wei King used straw ropes to string them up and put them in a simple bamboo basket. 50 Wei Kangs carried such bamboo baskets and trotted for 300 meters. They started to swing the ropes and throw bombs within 50 meters of the group of beasts. This thing has a range of 80 meters. According to common sense, it is not accurate. However, in Wei Kang's vision, there is a red parabola mark. The parabola changes constantly during the swing of the slingshot. The small hard mud pot fluctuates up and down outside the standard size and weight. The wind direction parameters and the system have also been corrected and reflected in the trajectory. Wei King just needs to grasp the right time to let go. As clusters of flames rose from Wei Kang's position, the beasts in the jungle also became agitated. However, the first wave of attacks created huge chaos. 80% of the pottery pots accurately hit the beasts. The impact of the slingshot was powerful, and the kinetic energy was comparable to that of a bow and crossbow. However, because it required a lot of space to swing, it could not be densely deployed, and it was impossible to aim accurately, so it was eliminated. But now this defect is gone. The beasts that were hit, even the large ones like war elephants, can be seen with their flesh sunken. Of course, they will rebound, just like the buttocks of 7 wolves become swollen after the belt hits the buttocks. And those small species like wolfhounds were smashed to the ground and rolled over. In addition to kinetic energy, the charcoal fire also created secondary shock and burning pain. So that for a while, it was difficult to stand in this area full of sparks. As for after the throwing, the group of creatures reacted and began to chase, and Wei King immediately ran away. As for the pottery jars and bamboo baskets, they were all thrown away. Anyway, they were not worth anything. The wolves behind chased very fast, but it still took a while to cover a distance of 50 meters, and now Wei King was not fighting alone. When the Wei King who threw in front withdrew, 20 Wei Kangs holding submachine guns rushed forward to support. This bullet may be a bit difficult to deal with large animals, but it is enough to deal with speed-type ones. In fact, Wei Kang, who was holding a submachine gun, had the sight marked in his vision, and he fired in bursts. Even if the animal chasing him was a large animal like a wild boar, he would aim at the vital points and shoot 3 times in rapid succession to take one down. Then, Wei Kang, who was running and smashing the fire cans, smashed the life clusters in this area, which were originally not in formation. Then a neat sound came from the bushes. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, move forward, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. These slogans were very weak at first, but then they became louder and louder, perhaps because they lost the people who were unwilling to express themselves. You are shy, or maybe you need to be brave now. The frontal formation of the Wei King cluster began the attack. The Wei King's formation was not orderly, mainly because the ground was uneven, but everyone always maintained the battle line. Wei Kang, who was at the front, wore 2 sets of bulletproof suits, and had a shield made of bamboo tied to his arm. He was holding a spear with a bamboo handle and a saber with a spear blade in both hands. This front row unit mainly defends against attacks by creatures that are about the same weight as themselves and can only reach tiger level at the highest level, so that the crossbowmen in the back row can cock their crossbows and shoot in 3 stages without interference. As for things weighing more than 1 ton, you don't have to attack them yourself. Instead, you should shoot and destroy the first wave of things that are 100 meters away. As for the rear of the queue, there are 3 rows of crossbowmen for 3-stage shooting. On both sides of the queue, individuals holding submachine guns form a group of 4 to protect the 2 wings of the 100-meter queue. Oh, it just forms a cross. Firepower. In the system's crosshairs and ballistic markings, Wei King can achieve an 80% hit rate with a sling, and the crossbow, which is easier to operate, can be said to be a headshot when shooting. Swish, swish, the crossbow was inserted directly into the monster's eye socket. Basically, the battle was solved with 1 arrow, and the health bar was cleared directly. Among most species in the entire community, only a few monsters smaller than wolves can escape the fire net. This kind of pig suddenly advanced to the last level and was intercepted by Wei King holding a bamboo pole. Their impact was too fast. After hitting the sharp edge of the spear, it was a bit difficult to throw it off. In a normal battle, from a high altitude, the 1-kilometer long front with 16 combat arrays is advancing like a moving dam. This method relies on one's own formation advancement that can suddenly shoot out a large amount of firepower, and there is no need for a quick charge. Control your steps to stabilize the front, and observe the possibility of the opponent attacking the cluster at any time and launching a preemptive strike. If the direction of its impact is determined, other fronts will move closer to double team its left and right wings, and at the same time, reserve forces will be deployed to fill the gap left by the double team on the entire front. As the front line slowly approaches, each crazy beast is stabbed to death, and the victory will undoubtedly be won by Wei Kang. However, in this war, Wei Kang only tried to predict as much as possible, but was not omniscient and omnipotent, so there was a loophole on the entire front. In the eastern third of the entire front, a troublesome beast was encountered. The total weight is 6 tons. This thing has the structure of a centaur. The chassis has 4 hooves like a horse. The front upper body has 3 pairs of arms like a naga. One pair of arms is a primate's hands, and the other is the last pair. Long, it is the catching limb of the mantis. The shortest remaining pair are the crab claws. The most important thing is, does this thing have armor? Although the armor is made of unknown plant fibers and tiles, it has good protection against bows and arrows. Although as the front advanced, its eyes had been broken by Wei Kang's long-range attacks, but when a Wei Kang came close and tried to attack its unarmored joints, its mantis pincers clamped on the spot faster than bullets. Keep this Wei Kang, accurate and fast. Let Wei Kang know that this thing has another set of perception capabilities besides eyes. At this time, the system explained in the communication group, this is the node organism of the genetic community in this area. It exists at the top of the life radiation system in this area. It should have sensed you individually through the process of its own life radiation. Positioning based on the life radiation coming from within. Wei Kang didn't have time to listen to the system's hindsight. The bones of the thigh of the Wei Kang individual caught by the mantis's catching limb were exposed. The other Wei Kang wanted to save him, and were ready to rush up and break the catching limb with a submachine gun, and then drag the wounded person down. For Wei Kang, even if his leg is broken, it is still necessary to survive, and then he can use his hands to polish tools and contribute in the group. But the giant beast didn't give this chance. The clamps on the shortest arms clamped Wei Kang's head. With a piercing click, Wei Kang's head was crushed, and Wei Kang, who had lost his head, even twitched. Seconds. This made the hundreds of guards on the front line see this scene with their eyes cracked. Although the sound of bows and arrows and gunshots were heard continuously, and it could be seen that they penetrated the armor of the giant beast many times, some sharp-eyed Wei Kang discovered that the flesh and blood of this thing was twisting like a bug and repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made Wei Kang feel that he lacked big snipers, rocket launchers, and cluster grenades when he came to this world for the first time. Of course, it would be better to have a recoilless cannon. Block! Wei Kang, the leader of the second group, shouted this word tremblingly, clearly feeling that he was unlikely to survive. He took a deep breath, suddenly calmed down, and ordered to himself next to him, "Give me fire cover." Then he shouted to the surrounding people. He shouted, "If you still have the guts, come with me and get closer to the destruction." Indeed, in the face of such a thing that does not rely on visual organs and has strong cell vitality and no vitality like planarians, it is impossible to use long-range strikes to continuously wear down the blood. Even Wei Kang can completely predict that this thing will die as long as it comes into contact with it. Corpses, devouring organic matter, recover their health faster than the damage caused by their own projectiles and arrows. This is the node creature. When the Pandora field first arrived, the carbon-based life information tunneling phenomenon was terrifyingly intense. Back then, it was possible to transform people and any animals into plants with skeleton shapes within a few hours, or a large number of carbon-based colonies would gather towards strong-willed humans, and organic matter would directly mold another identical person to replace the original one and return to the human world. After spreading to the world, the initially terrifying phenomenon of life information loss and gathering has been diluted less drastically as the scope has expanded. However, this supernatural phenomenon can still be seen in the node creatures of a regional biological community. This node creature is related to the life activities of all creatures in the region, and part of the energy of all life activities will be fed back to the node. Therefore, as long as the intensity of the attack does not exceed a certain upper limit, its life recovery speed can make the attacker despair. And the node creatures are not lacking in a certain amount of wisdom. The giant beast found that his tile armor was broken, and immediately reached out his hand, grabbed a handful of broken tile armor, and threw it towards Wei Kang, who tried to get close. Despite the advance warning of the danger mark in the system, the 3 Wei Kangs avoided the vital parts, but other parts were hit and bleeding. One of the Wei Kangs was hit on the forehead by a broken tile, which made him dizzy. 2 seconds later, the mantis clamped his calf. Fuck your ancestors, damn it. Wei Kang, holding the quintessence of Chinese culture, rushed forward directly, rolled to the armpit, and fired at the armpit of the strange limb with a submachine gun. The kinetic energy of the rapid-fire bullet was fully released at close range, and the limb connection was beaten into a bloody mess, so that the forelimb was finally half cut off. The elbow and armpit are blind spots. When an arm is cut off, the monster has an additional blind spot for action. When the enemy is not invincible, it is a morale boost for the bleeding and struggling party. 453, pay attention, it picked up a stone in its hand. The gun started to shoot. The sixth group of personnel, take the wounded away. The other groups quickly dragged Wei Kang, whose leg was broken, down. At the same time, 3 more Wei Kangs, under the cover of the firepower team, slid directly to the elbow. Of course, the probability of successful sliding is 3/5, and 2 were caught by the remaining pincers of the giant beast, but unlike the previous head crushed by the hand pincers, the pincers were broken as soon as they moved, and the 2 wounded were also dragged aside. During the fire-blocking process, a team on the left and right sides of the giant beast inserted steel pipe spears into the ground, with the sharp edges facing upwards, forming an obstacle belt. The gap between the spears was 0.5 meters, which was definitely enough for people to pass, but it was definitely not friendly to the giant beast. In the end, the giant beast fell on these spears, and 4 or 5 metal barbs were inserted into its body while rolling. Blood flowed out like a fountain. Wei Kang finally made this thing suffer a truly irreparable injury. Next, a bunch of bamboo tips were stabbed into its body, piercing it into a hedgehog, and then charcoal fire was piled up and dry firewood was thrown to increase its attribute damage. The repair power of the node creatures could not withstand such repeated attacks, and finally the breath of life began to weaken. The participating creatures seemed to feel the disappearance of the central node of life communication, and began to scatter and retreat to the west of the lake. However, they would not have a good end. Before the battle, Wei Kang detoured a large group, and now received a signal, and started to set fire to the upwind side of the escape route of these groups of beasts. The flames spread very slowly, but the smoke flooded over quickly like water. The war is over, and what remains is to clean up the battlefield, skin those who need to be skinned, and grill those who need to be grilled. The moisture in the jungle is very thick. Just at night, some places have already had a fog, and it is necessary to quickly light a fire to remove the moisture. As for their bodies, Wei Kang dug a pit and buried them hastily. There is no need to cry for yourself, just remember the pain, scars and lessons brought by blood and sweat. Every time you bury yourself, Wei Kang will break a stone, half of the stone is placed on the grave, and the other half is taken away. Now the work is urgent and there is no condition to hold a funeral. But before leaving, Wei Kang will carve the relevant information left by the sacrificed individuals in this world on the cliff. The broken stones taken away will be placed in front of the inscriptions of these mountains in the future. As for now, it is necessary to turn pain into driving force. Wei Kang has determined the location here, which belongs to the Pearl River Delta region. The former high-rise buildings all collapsed within 100 years, and they are covered by vegetation and can no longer be seen. During the battle just now, Wei Kang saw several 50-meter mounds, which were actually the debris piled up after the collapse of the skyscraper. After decades of rain, the glass shards turned into broken sand, which was eroded day by the moss and herbs on the surface, and could no longer be seen on the surface. It was not until Wei Kang started digging a pit and dug up a series of items such as red bricks, tile fragments, and rusty door handles underground that Wei Kang realized that this was once a city. Wei Kang did not have the quality of archaeologists to protect the relics. He picked up bricks, built a bathhouse, and built beds. These burned red bricks are now quite good supplies. After a brief confirmation, Wei Kang and his men decided to stay in the area and explore more underground supplies. As the soul of the 21st century, digging the city of the 21st century, Master Wei Kang had no psychological burden. Groups of people began to switch to the construction team mode. The first group began to dismantle steel pipes and assemble tents. On the original water source lake, the second Wei Kangs who were planning the water source used the naturally formed river that already existed here to start padding the pebbles of the stream next to it, and then dug ditches to let the stream water rush in here and become a source of drinking water after filtration. The team of 100 people worked silently, and sometimes they made fun of the hardship and put some dug grass roots in their mouths to taste the possible sweetness. Wei Kang number 1344 suddenly said, "We now live in the city center, but unfortunately there is no hospital." Wei Kang number 1365, "There are no fast food restaurants or internet cafes yet." Wei King number 1343, now we can only dig out bricks, and the glass bottles are all cracked. There is nothing to drink. Another responded, you dare to drink sugar water from hundreds of years ago. At this time, a Wei King in the communication group came over and asked, are you chatting? The Wei Kings raised their heads and nodded, but suddenly realized something. The Wei King in charge of communication said, you didn't move your mouth just now. The Wei Kings looked at each other in surprise. We didn't speak just now, and we were even 10 meters apart when we were talking. The sound of digging rocks with an engineer's shovel was very noisy. In theory, this was a communication barrier, but we just naturally released our thoughts to each other and received mutual responses. However, now, everyone deliberately wanted to do this, but it was like the situation in a dream where floating from the air to the ground and wanting to continue flying but never being able to reproduce it again. Wei King from the communication team, don't worry, everyone, ask other teams about this matter later. It shouldn't be an isolated case. As long as it is not an isolated case, it can be seen as nothing strange and analyzed objectively. If this kind of telepathy can be actively realized, the internal cooperation ability of Wei Kings will be greatly enhanced. This is certainly not an isolated case, and members of other groups have also experienced temporary unimpeded consciousness communication. At this time, the supervisor was in shock from the data just sent back by the node particles on Wei King's side. The individuals copied by information enthalpy are only the body and mind, and the consciousness phenomenon is not included in the copying process. To be precise, consciousness is a quantum physics phenomenon, which cannot be accurately observed or measured, because once observed, the wave function will collapse and become fixed, which is equivalent to killing. What happens when there is only a body and fixed thinking but no consciousness? Following the inertial thinking, you will hesitate when encountering various situations and act according to your instinct. The biggest possibility of such large-scale self-replication is chaos and disintegration, but Wei King does not have it. There are some dogmatic things in his inertial thinking. These dogmatic things obviously make Wei King not disperse at the beginning, but form a collective. As an individual, Wei King has always followed that he is an ordinary person, not an existence that can turn the tide, so when facing danger, he instinctively defaults to being close to the collective. But this is still inertial thinking. If it is just like this, it will not work. Without consciousness to further condense, this collective will encounter various contradictions and begin to disintegrate. After Wei King's movements disappeared synchronously at the beginning of his arrival, although the subconscious maintained the whole, the trend was still developing towards dispersion. If this is a situation of traveling on an isolated island, it will not take a few days for Wei King and others to split in various ways. But with the subsequent crisis, this trend quickly stopped. Insert a word, when the crisis occurred, Bai Linglu thought that Wei King would accelerate the chaos and finally flee in all directions. After all, this kind of human accident occurred in many experiments of Western traversers 10 years ago. But Wei King didn't know what happened here. In an instant, his consciousness suddenly surged. All the original clones, which only had instincts and inertia, had subjective initiative. And this surge continued throughout the entire battle. When Wei King died tragically, this surge reached its peak. At that time, the consciousness scale of most Wei King individuals exceeded the civilian level, and some individual consciousness, such as those who rushed directly to the node creatures for close combat, was obviously at the level of non-commissioned officers. This surge decreased with the end of the battle, and the consciousness scale of all Wei King monomers dropped to below the civilian level again. But even so, with nearly 1,600 bodies, the total consciousness scale is still terrifyingly high. The supervisor Bai Linglu is currently busy doing his job. Her job is not only to provide various cheats for Wei King. It also includes storing the mental states of Wei King's fallen individuals before death. The Time-Space Shuttle Department is very concerned about the life and death of the traversers, but in terms of medical standards, it is always based on the total amount of consciousness of the traversers for evaluation. Memory loss will make consciousness lose its foundation. However, in the process of plane exploration, the total amount of consciousness is increasing, and some memories are accidentally lost during the shuttle, which has little impact. And as long as valuable memories are saved and copied, it is equivalent to a small part of the memory being dormant. Because when returning, the self will accept this memory again, which is like lifting the dormancy. To a certain extent, the death of Wei King in this world is just a forced pause. When he returns to the main world, he will recall his past. So at the moment, Wei King's few self-individuals are suspended in the plane exploration. Bai Linglu is not nervous as an inspector, but she did not tell Wei King about the memory preservation of those who died. After Bai Linglu finished the necessary things for Wei Kang, he urgently reported this major discovery. After the standard time of crossing 4 dimensions, the response from the exit of the gravity well came. Are there any obstacles to the fusion of as many individuals? Bai Linglu, no, all consciousnesses are in the same frequency very well and can be perfectly integrated. The gravity well seemed to have discussed it and responded, there are still a few months, please observe while keeping the traversers safe. What is Bai Linglu thinking? The Space-Time Administration knows it. Even the Space-Time Administration has obviously shown radicalism when discussing this issue. The Pandora plane is a high-risk restricted area. It is classified in this way because no effective survival technology has been found for this plane. As for the survival technology of the native humans in this plane, can it take a bright path? Let's put it this way, the human settlements here are in the process of extinction. So even if Shang-Qing comes, he will only change the plot of a few people in this era and exert some influence. But now, the situation of life radiation in this plane seems to have been given a new interpretation by Wei Kang. More than 1,500 individuals, with exactly the same genes, and no conflict between their thoughts, and unity of will. Although all these processes may have many complex mechanisms, can they be replicated on other traversers? It remains to be verified. But now it can be confirmed, in the latest assessment of Bai Linglu, under the mutual radiation of life in Pandora world, Wei King was not like other travelers, who were constantly inserted with foreign genes by the life radiation here. On the contrary, it was Wei Kang who was radiating. And, Wei Kang's life radiation began to evolve further according to the environment. What is the situation of consciousness communication that has appeared in this Wei King group? It is that life radiation began to evolve towards the function of information transmission. The Bai Linglu and the high-energy warehouse of the plane determined that Wei King was suitable for the development, exploration, and accumulation of this plane. In the contemporary era, the exploration team has made a great contribution to the exploration of a high-risk plane, allowing the Space-Time Exploration Department to develop the area on a large scale. Then the team will enjoy exclusive rights to the plane. Not so important supplement, this authority belongs to the traveler and the supervisor who follows him. So, Bai Linglu in the space bubble covered his ears and quietly defended himself. I hope you have a promising future, what's wrong? And now, the situation faced by space-time planners is also different from before. The plane war among the travelers in the main world has reached a white-hot state. If Wei King can complete the unprecedented development in the Pandora plane, it will open a new strategic channel for the Eastern Space-Time Administration. This will play a key role in breaking the stalemate in multiple space-time zones. The first war conflict of human civilization in the plane field is of great significance. The first mover advantage is lost, and someone must bear the historical responsibility. Therefore, on the side of the Earth Space-Time Administration, there are some bold and proactive ideas about the plane where Wei King has descended now. However, it is still the same problem. Wei Kang is currently a civilian traveler who has just joined the travel people level, as the name suggests, people. Strictly speaking, according to the definition 10 years ago, civilian class time travelers are not considered regular troops in the process of time travel, but are still a reserve force in training. It's a bit cruel to let them take on the task of clearing high-risk planes. Yes, it's a bit cruel. Supporters do not deny that the radical plan puts too much pressure on novice traversers, but they cite the situation on the front line. At this point in the relevant discussion of the Space-Time Management Department, the space bubble located near the Wei King space-time area began to express its opinions. Luo Hongxing, a Shangqing class time traveler, but the battle ahead is even more cruel. The war has caused our 3 sergeant-level time travelers to get trapped in space. This important statement brought the discussion to an end for the time being. At this time, in the plane of Pandora, it has entered the evening, and the fog outside is a little thick, making the fence wet, so the bonfire in the center of the camp is a little more intense. The heated bricks in the fire are taken out piece by piece, wrapped in straw ropes, and divided. They were given to each Wei King in his bed. The conditions of the 23 wounded among Wei King had stabilized, and Wei King couldn't help but marvel at his own vitality. One of the seriously injured individuals suffered enough blood loss that he would go into shock and die. However, as we poured the prepared shuowang soup into the mouth of the seriously injured individual and kept him warm with a blanket, he recovered. A bonfire is burning in the camp, and the surrounding fence has been built. Behind the fence are pits. And the staff on duty have also been arranged. The more you do, the more peace of mind you will have. Most of Wei Kang's group began to summarize today's work and gathered together to explore the phenomenon of consciousness resonance that occurred in many of their groups during the day. When you are just thinking deeply, your thoughts will spread along the surroundings, and the phenomenon of collective telepathy has just appeared. Wei Kang, the communications team member, began to obtain detailed information from the system. In the consciousness of Wei Kang, the system rarely appears in a perceptible form. The white spirit deer appeared in Wei Kang's mind in the shape of a sparkling star. She connected the images collected from various individuals during the battle and began to explain. Wei Kang's eyes on this Showman system. Currently, there is a lack of information and data regarding your exchange of ideas. You are the only traveler who has arrived at this plane in your current form and survived effectively. It is currently known that the life genes in this plane copy protein information, which will cause a powerful quantum tunneling phenomenon, leading to genetic chaos in various species. But the phenomenon of life itself has the ability to sort out chaos. For example, the node organisms and their tribes you encounter are life in the natural areas of the Earth. They are an example of trying to complete the integration of life information in the Pandora field environment. They are a genetic community. As a new group, from a genetic basis, you are much more orderly than the traditional group of life groups in this plane. So, you might be able to relate to a certain level of life? Waking Communication Group 33. What does this genetic life activity information have to do with my conscious communication system? Consciousness is essentially a life phenomenon. The consciousness you understand now is understood by thinking. Most life forms have not evolved thinking to carry consciousness. Their current life consciousness is the genes in the process of evolution. Selection was born after the quantum tunneling phenomenon, a life phenomenon in Pandora's era. Wei Kang Newsletter 13. So, I can try thinking resonance, try consciousness resonance, and then achieve life resonance? System: yes, it's just you? It seems you can't control the resonance yet. Wei Kang's injured person number 87. Maybe, I can try. Let me think of something that can make my skin crawl. 15 seconds later. 40 guards gathered together, and under the wave of the conductor, they began to sing at the top of their lungs. The 5-star red flag is fluttering in the wind. The victory song is so loud, Wei Kang had forgotten how long it had been since he let out his voice wholeheartedly during the chorus. When he was a boy, Wei Kang always hummed instead of singing at the top of his lungs when raising the national flag. Because his voice is louder, people around him can't help but notice him, and his voice can't help but become weaker. During military training, everyone is required to sing loudly. However, that is because the instructor requires that the volume must reach a certain level, and everyone is just trying to complete the task. As for now, singing in this foreign land with a large group of myself. The chorus of 40 people soon resonated, and more people joined in, making the sound louder and louder. In the air, it seems that an invisible force is spreading, the common sacredness, and everyone feels a resonance in the emotional excitement. I feel this resonance, all kinds of fatigue during the day, and other pains of my own. Something strange happened? For the seriously injured Wei Kang, the healed wounds began a new round of growth. The Wei Kang with a broken leg felt very thirsty, drank a lot of water, and replenished food vigorously, while the cells in his legs, it grows as fast as fungus proliferation. Of course, this kind of growth does not include bones, it just grows muscles, but since the meat can grow, the bones can naturally take a while. After singing a song, the telepathic phenomenon that temporarily appeared in various working groups during the day appeared in the minds of all Wei Kangs this time, and each self established information exchanges with 6 to 30 other selves. It lasted for 2 hours. The supervisor Bai Linglu started to get busy again. This situation far exceeded her and the manager's best expectations. In this world, life is in a state of mutual radiation. When Wei Kang sings, for him, it is an unprecedented high degree of self-conscious life integration, forming a controllable temporary telepathy, and disabled individuals regenerate and heal like jellyfish and starfish. And for this world, this is a powerful radiation. This radiation phenomenon has caused considerable shocks in the large-scale ecological field. 50 kilometers away, the 10 ethnic groups that had just been beaten by Wei Kang in the battle were preparing to rebuild the nodes of genetic exchange. In the pond, the muscles of those embryos that had just grown out were still transparent, with only a few blood streaks, and there was no obvious difference between the texture of the skeleton and the muscles, but there was no more. Just like a stillborn egg that suddenly stops growing due to cold, the newly grown heart in the pond stopped beating. The remnants who originally surrounded this pond fled in panic. 150 kilometers away, the lives that originally belonged to a group seemed to be crazy stimulated and began to bite each other. The node creature of this group, a behemoth with a wingspan of up to 50 meters, spread out in mid-air. With its moving shadows, its hanging tentacles grabbed each violent creature on the ground. After sucking up the blood, the chaos in the territory was stopped 50 minutes later. 500 kilometers away, on both sides of the boundary of the natural waters formed by the influx of two rivers, the two aquatic life groups had been hunting each other here, but today there was a sudden truce and they each retreated into the waters. 1,000 kilometers away, the huge trees on the river canyon were slightly aware of it. Willow-like branches sprouted from the tree trunks, like streams, hanging down from the ravines in the canyon into the rolling Yangtze River. Suddenly, the Yangtze River water was formed by these branches. There were many obstacles blocking the way, causing the water level to rise half a meter. Back at the center of it all, it's a sunny morning. At least that's what Wei King himself thinks. In the morning, after a night, the branches and leaves of the bushes were covered with dew. Wei King started his day's work and walked to a shady area on the north side of the accommodation area, where there was a ditch. Within 100 meters of the accommodation area, guards squatted in the drainage pool with water cups rolled out of leaves to clean their mouths and spit out water. 50 meters downstream of the ditch, there is a steep slope of about 70 degrees on one side of the ditch. Wei Kang, who had eaten too much meat last night, was shining with golden rays in the sun. As for the ditch further downstream, there are clusters of fences erected, and farts are heard constantly there. The guards once again confirmed one thing, that is, they only eat meat. The big ones are very smelly. This smell seemed to scare away the small animals around it. In fact, in nature, animals all know the smell of carnivore feces and will never approach the territory of these creatures. A systematic examination of several seriously injured Wei King showed that the bones of the legs were growing on the new limbs that had undergone muscle hyperplasia last night. During this process, the leg muscles always twitched involuntarily, and they appeared if they accidentally stretched their legs. Growing pains. At the current rate, as long as there is adequate nutrition, the legs can recover quickly. Therefore, in today's plan, the first task is to cut open the stone, prepare a stone grinding mill, and grind the roasted bones into powder to quickly replenish the calcium needed for limb repair for the wounded. Today's exploration team began to explore the outer area in 6 directions. During the exploration process, he was inevitably harassed by some biological groups. Mosquitoes landed on Wei Kang's body one by one. After taking a sip of blood, Wei Kang's body bulged with big bumps, but after a minute or two of itching, the swelling will disappear. Wei King noticed this phenomenon and felt it was strange. Later, it was determined that this was the life-link phenomenon caused by the radiation of his own life. The damage can be shared equally to a certain extent. What Wei King didn't notice was that every mosquito that bit Wei King died in the grass within a minute. Wei King's life radiation phenomenon is no less than nuclear radiation for alien species. When Wei King recorded the time it took for each of his bumps to disappear on his own system, the supervisor seemed to have found an opportunity to insert a topic for the first time, and said with suggestions, in the state of multiple individuals of the same gene, the phenomenon of self-repair, it was discovered for the first time during the exploration of this plane. Wei King, oh, discovered it for the first time? Even now you still can't provide data services. It doesn't matter. I don't blame you. The supervisor seemed choked by these words. After a few minutes, the system simply said, otherwise, you can apply for a mission and be stationed here in stages. It doesn't take long, just 3 years. Faced with such a proposal, all of Wei King's communication individuals gave a unified answer without any hesitation, go back first, and then we'll talk about it later. Even though they had fought a battle and wiped out all the opponents, no Wei King would represent his own group and say that he was not afraid of death, and then indulge in provoking anything. An hour later, in the grass to the east. One of the searching Wei King shouted with excitement as he trembled, cross the mountain peak, hold down the snake's head with the stick, then step on its tail, beat it to death and bury the head, don't let it bite you. 6 Wei King approached with sticks and carefully controlled the big snake with white flowers and black background. No one would rely on the situation of the group to share the damage equally to be a hero and pinch them 7 inches. The current Wei King are not teammates with each other. Because teammates can sell them. Wei Kang, who was exploring the edge of the city's ruins, saw the railway foundation that had turned into a hedge. Although the iron track steel was still on the ground, the roadbed was squeezed crookedly by the huge root system. Wei King marked this area. If there is still a chance, allocate these steel resources. Wei King still picked up some good things. For example, some metal objects buried in the soil are now taken out to be taken back and melted to replace the current saber. After returning to the camp, Wei King found that what he lacked most now were bricks. The trees that had just been cut down to build a house began to grow hair after a day of dew. The mushrooms on them sprouted up section by section like the grass layer, dozens of times faster than bean sprouts. System prompt: in Pandora's biological field, organisms with simple structures may still be simple, but their energy exchange is not single. Life radiation can quickly support each individual entity with its energy. Wei King took out his saber and cut off a large piece of the clusters of mushrooms on the wood. He found that the wood inside had been transformed by mycelium, and the original outer layer of the wood had turned into powder that could be easily crushed. It was completely cut. When I opened the wood, I found that the mushroom's rhizome had penetrated deep into the core of the wood. In this regard, Wei King could only say, "Good guy, if this is a fungal infection on the feet, wouldn't it be a terminal illness?" Wei King has a deep understanding of the symptoms of athlete's foot, which is very itchy. After reconfirming his own immunity through the system, and seeing the impact of his life radiation on the genetic fragments of living things large and small, he was able to confirm that he was indeed invulnerable to all attacks. Mushrooms: you still have to consider what to do with these mushrooms. Wei King looked at the various types of mushrooms popping up, and his first reaction was, can these things be eaten? System: the remaining human civilization community in this plane relies on this. It collects organic matter from the wild and sends it to the mushrooms for processing. However, these mushrooms are of various types and cannot be eaten directly. They must be sorted out and pickled twice. Finally, eliminate its toxicity. While Wei King was checking which place had the most prosperous mushrooms, on the other hand, through the system's words, he suddenly thought, there are other human communities in this world. Opened the system's human civilization information. Today's human beings have lost control of the natural world. The best areas of water, light, and temperature were the foundation of human large-scale agriculture in the past. Only with large-scale agriculture can we support the scale of billions of humans around the world, and the collapse of large-scale agriculture. It also means that the existence of large cities has lost its material foundation. Wei King's current station is in a former large city area with convenient transportation and open terrain. The local humans cannot defeat the genetic community in this area, so they can only station in the cities outside the fourth tier in the past. The size of each settlement does not exceed 20,000 people, and if it reaches more than 50,000 people, it is the overlord-level human force in this area. Wei King, During the introduction of the system, Wei King discovered that humans in this plane are very playful. In order to deal with all kinds of giant beasts in this world, and even some node creatures with very strong vitality, humans in this world gave birth to the profession of beast master. It is a symbiosis between living things and large machines. Human beings in this world also had a detailed understanding of the phenomenon of life radiation before the Pandora field was about to engulf the Earth. The last desperate struggle of various laboratories of the human group is to try to find node organisms and use human life information to control these node organisms. Of course, the effect is in vain. Although some people have very strong wills and can indeed use life radiation to affect the life tissues of node organisms in the Pandora field, replacing the neuron cells of the creature with their own cells, but here when one party forcibly subdues the other, the result is that the loser is deformed and unable to survive independently in nature. The life experiment scientists at that time were very dissatisfied with this result. They believed, if we have more time, more manpower, and more resources, we can coordinate the overlord-level node creatures that belong to humans. Of course, just when everything was desperate, another group of technicians applied this failed semi-finished technology. The deformed organs were cut off and the mechanical structures were connected. These deformed creatures still had strong vitality and quickly completed their growth along the organic tubes on the mechanical limbs. In this way, the Beast Master symbiotically and dominantly controls the subspecies collected from node creatures, and controls the subspecies in mechanical fusion to increase combat power. For example, the system listed the status of some symbiotic beasts in this world for Wei King. Wei King saw the first interface and almost blurted out, "Fight Greymon?" This is a mechanical beast that looks like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. 50% of its body is alive. Its head is covered with a mechanical helmet. Its chest and other vital parts are also covered with shiny metal shields. Mechanical devices are embedded in its arms. The shell can be opened and exposed at any time. Machine cannon, and the right hand is a pure steel shield. If nothing else, this thing looks cool, like a living figurine monster. Of course, it was precisely because this thing was so handsome that it blocked the plans of past travelers to start anew after arriving in this world. The few high officials on Earth who have been in this plane have been destined to die on this path when they continue to cultivate their own beasts along the mature beast master system in this world. It was precisely Wei Kang who, before this accidental crossing, before the arrival of the supervisor, very simplified the information enthalpy into thousands of himself, and only then could he bump into another path. Just like history, when a force develops into a high level and complex one, and then falls to the bottom, it will not be able to respond to new things. After the foundation of the rule of most dynasties in China was shaken, although the resources occupied were far more than when they first started the uprising, they had no possibility of making a comeback, because the last emperor would not take the initiative to get rid of the ceremonial guard, and the bureaucratic system would not lose the order of respect and inferiority. People can be simpler and more rustic. On the other side of the camp, Wei King had already investigated where the mushrooms grew best, and it was on the fence next to his own pit. It grew lushly, and a large number of spores would appear when swept with a stick. Grass, fuck your uncle, mask, set fire. Wei Kang and others expressed their opinions without hesitation while retreating. Wei Kang, when you poop, you can be surrounded by vegetation, but you can never be surrounded by mushrooms. In order to solve this problem, a group of Wei Kangs volunteered to deal with the toilet. First, they lit a torch, then used the flame to burn the mushrooms to death, and finally scraped them off. The mushrooms have a burnt smell. Well, since it is in the toilet, it is a side effect. This will cause Wei Kang, who is dealing with the toilet, to not eat mushrooms for a long time. However, just as the cleaning work was in progress, as a torch spark fell on the earth pit, the spark suddenly lit up and then went out. The Wei King excrement removal team in charge of the operation realized something. The pit was built only 2 days ago. The fermentation speed of this microorganism? A bit fast. A new work project has begun. 4 hours later. Outside the residence, in an open area, in a temporary shed built. Wei King of the chemistry group operated according to the teaching materials provided by the system, filtering with coal, and then heating with a picked-up pottery pot, and a series of operations. Finally, take out the dried white crystals. Mix a certain proportion of charcoal, ignite, and make a tearing sound. It can be determined that it is nitrate crystals. The Wei Kangs looked at each other, and after their eyes met, they communicated with each other in consciousness. Wei King 1, in 3 months, I will leave and never come back. The output is uncertain. So do you want to do it? Wei Kung 2, but, playing with shit is only possible here. It is impossible to return to Shenzhou, and it is also impossible to go to the main world. The former is impossible to let yourself wander around the dry toilet pit, and the latter is impossible for you to prepare such dangerous goods. Wei King has slightly discovered some of his own fun in this world. You can speak loudly, no one will laugh at you, you can freely put forward your own ideas and aesthetics, and no one will despise you for being rustic on behalf of the trend. You can do what you want, and no one will say you are stupid. P.S. When digging shit, Wei King has ignored the possibility that the supervisor may vomit. Oh, when the group sprayed far in the morning, the shield was not turned on. I don't want to eat mushrooms anymore. About 100 kilometers east of the Zhujiao ruins, there is a human settlement, which is also the closest human settlement to the cluster. The name of this settlement is Jian City, which has nothing to do with the name of the city that people associated with before the Great Destruction. Instead, the people of a village successfully saved themselves during the Great Destruction and found a place with river traffic and hills to build such a city. Now the whole city is surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall, and there are high platforms everywhere on the wall. The black muzzle overlooks the surroundings from the platform. This artillery technology is barely breech-loading, steel-rifled barrel, the barrel wall is very thick, and brown gunpowder is used as the propellant. Relying on the base roller on the turret, the surrounding area can be controlled. Overall, this is probably the Krupp steel cannon technology in the mid-19th century. Civilization has regressed to the present, the social system has begun to blunt, and many technologies can no longer be maintained. For example, chemical industry. Technically, after preparing potassium nitrate, hydrochloric acid is then mixed into nitrate glycerin or guncotton. Each step is feasible. However, many intermediate products are extremely unstable. In the 21st century, formal chemical factories recruit people with academic qualifications and discipline, as well as good management. Those low-educated small workshop technicians in the private sector can also be cautious and reluctant to prepare some chemicals under the drive of interests, even at the risk of being in jail. Now, in a situation where some people monopolize resources and most people lose their upward channels, they still have to maintain the production of hazardous chemicals with many key steps. It is only a matter of time before a major accident occurs. So, it is not that people have forgotten knowledge, but that society determines production relations, and production relations restrict productivity. There is no high explosive, so the gun chamber pressure does not need to be high, and the military industry gradually sacrifices performance for stability. In small and medium-sized city-states such as Jian City, the overall reliable military technology has been reduced to the 20th century, and a few craftsman-level technologies, such as refined gears, wires, and optical glass production, have barely reached the workshop level in the middle of the 20th century. Now, in the center of this artillery fortress city. The center of the city is in a building that looks like a tower of the Great Wall. The windows on the four walls of the building are very small, and there are 3 sets of skylights on the top for light transmission. The steel plates on the skylights and wall windows can be pulled down to make the room completely airtight. Inside the building, there are electric fans, incandescent lamps, and other equipment. The light from the skylight just shines on several potted plants, 2 of which are potted kumquats, and the small oranges on them are still green. On the wooden chair, there lies an old man in a white coat, like a researcher in the 21st century. In this era, clothes that can be preserved for hundreds of years are very unusual, because humans have lost cotton supplies, and most people are already using linen fibers to make clothes. This is Zhang Longmu, the owner of Jian City. He looked at the report provided by the person in charge of the fungus culture room. The report showed that there was an abnormality in the fungi in the culture dish. The owner of the city opened a book and turned to one of the pages. This page recorded the reason for this phenomenon. There were major changes in the gene community in the surrounding area. He turned to another glass showcase and took out a box of signs, which recorded the names of his beastmasters. He first picked up a sign from his own son, then picked up another sign, and then hung the 2 signs on the kumquat potted plant beside him, smiling kindly. It has been nearly 40 days since Wei Keng crossed over here, and the construction of this territory has become more and more prosperous. In the settlement, one after another, the indigenous blast furnaces have been built, reaching a height of 5 meters, using bricks dug out from the ruins of the city. For a blast furnace of this scale, the blowing work is definitely not something that can be carried out continuously by manpower. Well, it is mainly because Wei Keng's hands are sore. So Wei Keng specially blocked the small river, and used the lever principle and the wheel to make the blast furnace blower reciprocate, continuously pushing the hot air in. As the hot air blown into the hot coal turned into a jet flame, the furnace temperature reached the level that could melt steel, and the metal objects dug out from the ruins finally melted at this temperature. This indigenous steelmaking technology wasted a lot of resources in the 1960s and produced a lot of useless scrap steel. Therefore, after the 1980s, some literary intellectuals despised the steelmaking method when they mentioned this era. But in fact, the steelmaking method can produce relatively usable steel. Back in the 1930s, weapons were obtained in the local anti-aggression war by relying on this method. The premise of being usable is that the people who used this method to make steel in the 1930s were science and engineering students who had returned from studying abroad. Although it was a local method, all the standards were met. The people who made steel in the 1960s were farmers who had no awareness of industrial production. They could not understand the meaning of each indicator for the tasks assigned by the superiors. They relied on enthusiasm and quantity in the hope of being praised and approved. Therefore, the height of the small blast furnace was not enough, the inner wall strength was not enough, and even the furnace temperature was not reached, so the steel produced was scrap steel, and there was no technical summary. In general, it is not a problem of method, but a lack of qualified talents in industrial production. Wei Keng, so a bunch of literary youths are scolding, do you have the quality of steelmaking? Wei Keng wants to make steel now, which is useful to him, and all related processes have entered the summary state. The copper and iron dug out from the city are classified, and the steel goes into the number 1 large furnace, and the copper goes into the small furnace. After the steel is refined, it flows directly from several outlets into the shell casting area for casting. The other outlet flows into the forging area. After forging, it is drilled with a drill bit, and then extruded. Finally, it becomes a 30 centimeter long iron can as thick as a mineral water bottle, and then the bracket is welded below. Oh, forget about the angler. There is a visual ballistic marking system provided by the system. This is a grenade launcher. Simple steel pipes, cast iron charging iron blocks. Simple and convenient to use. After confirming that these explosion-resistant iron frame steel pipes have been batched out, Wei Keng immediately announced, I don't want to use the slingshot thing anymore. As for the copper refined in the small furnace, it is forged into copper skin while hot, and then cut into specific specifications. After heating and extruding, it becomes a copper pen cap and copper pen head. The copper pen head needs to be counterweight and filled with lead liquid. These clanging things were sent into the chamber machine by the measurement team to try to push, and then taken out and tried to process with a file. These copper pen caps are filled with black particles, and then the pen head is inserted, and then a large stapler-like rack is used to squeeze and knead the front to prevent the pen head from falling. In fact, the most complicated technology is the thing at the bottom of the copper steel cap. The tutorial provided by the system is very complicated. Fortunately, there are hot springs and sulfur in this place, and sulfuric acid can be prepared with sulfur, and hydrochloric acid can be prepared through salt to prepare sulfuric acid, and hydrochloric acid and pyrolusite can be heated to generate yellow-green gas, and this yellow-green gas can be used to prepare a bleaching powder through potassium hydroxide. Then, you can make firecrackers. Just find realgar, omit 100 words, the thing in the thermometer is nitrate? Too dangerous. To prepare that thing, formal industrial technology is needed. All the operation steps need to be below 80 degrees, and you can reach that condition by just rubbing your hand. Rows of border area made rolled off the production line from Wei Kang's Adobe workshop. After a day of industrial production, the water used to cool down the equipment passed through the dried bamboo tubes and poured onto every Wei Kang who had soaked in the pond. After finishing the bath and drying the water, they smeared the crushed Panax noto ginseng leaves in the jar on their bodies. These days, the Wei Kangs have been harassed by a group of female mosquitoes that demand their blood and sperm to give birth to their offspring. In fact, those who have sucked Wei Kang's blood have died. There is an urgent need for straw curtains in all adobe houses. The only drawback now is that Wei Kang, who is focusing on heavy industrial production, is very inefficient in weaving straw mats. Wei Kang, if a group of girls come and weave straw sandals and straw mats for me, wouldn't it be beautiful? Oh, Wei Kang didn't say this to the supervisor. Although his emotional intelligence is a bit low, he still feels that he and this girl seem to have some differences about this plane because he is unwilling to cooperate with certain things. When there is a disagreement, the goal should be not to quarrel. As for telling some jokes, it will not produce good feelings but only disgust. Wei Kang judged the relationship between himself and the supervisor in this way. In the words of the 21st century, the personalities of both parties are not suitable. The consumption concepts are not suitable, and the living habits are not suitable. In short, he is too rustic and can't get along with the flight attendant. However, in the dimensional space bubble, the supervisor Bai Linglu is constantly flipping through Wei Kang's action records of these days. Of course, some unsightly scenes, such as standing in a row of golden water columns in the morning to open an arched corridor, she directly turned on the intelligent coding system. The girl's impression of Wei Kang has changed greatly, and now there is a positive evaluation, very decisive hands-on ability, try his best to consider the surplus, and now it is very reliable. Take the current project of saltpeter treatment that she is flipping through. The plan set by Wei Kang is only to complete the initial output of 3 kilograms per day. But when executing the plan, set as high a standard as possible, directly block the river, and then catch a large number of fish, add the internal organs to the saltpeter pile, ensuring the output of 15 kilograms of pure saltpeter per day. Although this is just a small part of the plan, Wei Kang will definitely complete the goal once he sets it, which makes Bai Linglu feel that the overall plan of this plane is executable. Then the question is, how to make Wei Kang agree to stay here? Bai Linglu, he doesn't talk to me now, what should I do? She didn't send this trouble to the gravity well. Wei Kang wanted to stay in the ruins for 100 days and then leave, but it is inevitable to encounter some unexpected collisions here. 40 days after arriving in this plane, a boat passed by upstream and stayed outside Wei Kang's residence. This sneaky look was like a sneaky spy. For this reason, Wei Kang must be hospitable and let them get off the boat for a drink. Bullets hit the river surface, warning them to stop the boat. The merchant who got off the boat stammered and claimed that he was from Jian City. Seeing that there was a new human settlement here, he was ready to do business. To do business, Wei Kang certainly wanted tea, cotton cloth, and tung oil. He wanted them all. I originally traveled through time to become a time and space merchant, and I still have a lot of small yellow croakers. Of course I have to buy them. I buy them to make tea to treat constipation, set up mosquito nets, and brush waterproof cloths. Wei Kang invited these panicked suspected merchants to the camp to discuss business, but after these guys entered the camp, they kept shivering. Wei Kang couldn't hear the Cantonese dialect clearly, so he had to rely on the translation system, which made communication even more difficult. The reason why these merchants shivered is not difficult to understand. A human settlement suddenly appeared in the place that was originally a ruin, and after entering, they found that these humans looked exactly the same. In the Pandora world, there are all kinds of weird gene communities. Some gene communities are not short of human-like individuals. They are called fusion people. Although some individuals look similar to humans, they have very strange actions in life for normal people. For example, they are human for 1 year and beasts for 10 years after pupation. These gene communities only use the thinking ability of the human brain. As for human morality and social habits, they have never existed. Wei King is now like this weird gene community, and because he looks exactly like a human, he has stimulated the uncanny valley effect. Of course, for this reason, Wei King resolutely argued, if there are 1,000 identical beauties, you will definitely not have the uncanny valley effect. The small yellow croaker in my hand is much more attractive than a beautiful woman. Please show your capitalist greed, the kind that can sell a noose with 10 times the profit. The system reminds again, these guys may not be businessmen, at least not pure businessmen. They were being hypocritical when they were talking about business, and they didn't bargain with Wei King about the parameters of tea and cloth. Whatever Wei King said was what it was, and it was obviously perfunctory. That night, when Wei King deliberately left a hole, they escaped. As a result, they fell into the dry toilet and almost choked to death, which shows where the hole Wei King left was. Ah, mother, father, in the tunnel, the mentality collapsed and thought that they were swallowed by something. They cried and screamed, and the stench kept coming up. Wei King squatted on the edge of the dry toilet, threw the rope down, pinched his nose and said, "Everyone, since you are here to do business, why do you act without saying hello repeatedly in our area? This is probably not the way to be a guest." Wei King's shouting made the people in the pit feel a little relieved. They should have realized that they were not in the belly of some evil beast. Look, there are still dry leaves for wiping butts thrown by Wei King in the dry toilet. Wei King's questioning went unanswered for several minutes. Just when Master Wei King wanted to unbutton his pants and rinse them with hot water, finally, a tough voice shouted, "We are not guests, you are the uninvited guests." Then a pile of shit was thrown out, almost hitting Wei King, who was shouting. Wei King was silenced and stopped arguing. After pulling them up, he simply poured a basin of water on them and unfolded a map on a wooden board a few meters away from them. Wei King warned these merchants, "Do you see this map? With this river as the boundary, your city's armed forces are not allowed to cross it within 6 months. Don't say I didn't warn you." Then he threw a small and simple wooden board map. In the team that crawled out of the filthy tunnel, a few soft eggs accepted the map provided by Wei King with snot and tears, and then this group of people rushed into the jungle without looking back, as if there was a ghost behind them and they didn't dare to stay for a moment. Wei King and others looked at the direction they disappeared, lowered their heads and thought carefully, as if they felt that the current situation was very unsafe. So a team was sent to follow them from a distance to determine their return route. Of course, it was also necessary to determine the relevant intelligence of Jian City. A week later, some members of the reconnaissance team returned, and another part was sent to rotate reconnaissance. In Wei King's eyes, this is a somewhat remote city with cement walls, but the cement outer walls are pure black, and some wet places are covered with moss. The reconnaissance team touched the nearby hilltops and highlands to observe the situation of this dilapidated human settlement. Based on the number of animal-powered carriages parked in the open area, combined with the road conditions on the map, it was inferred that the force sent after its full mobilization should be mobilized. A team of about 1,000 people should be able to carry heavy weapons such as artillery to attack the area where they are entrenched. Of course, this offensive force is the upper limit of the most ideal situation. Even the Mongolian system during the Genghis Khan period could not put its strength into one direction when there were abundant reasons for combat. Judging from the lushness of the shrubs outside the city, the soldiers in the city have not had large-scale marches and other military training for a long time. Under the current circumstances, even if the highest center of the city has the highest authority, if it wants to take the initiative to launch a foreign war, the forces that can be mobilized should be less than 1/10 of the forces that the entire city can mobilize. But even if he is really so optimistic, Wei King is still uneasy. War means death, and he is very afraid. When the Pandora era began, the life on Earth began to revel, while human civilization was declining step by step. Radio communications had lost their effectiveness, and traditional cable telegraph railways were repeatedly destroyed. In the first few hundred years, cities relied on jeeps to communicate. However, cars require a complete industrial system to maintain. When cars lost their industrial maintenance, 50 years later, cities could only rely on dragon horses, which were large-sized, load-bearing animals with horse and cattle genes, to exchange materials and information. And each city could not maintain too advanced education due to the gap in production and communication. In the past 100 years, cities have regressed from 9 years of compulsory education to 3 years of literacy education, and finally to 1 year of literacy, resulting in cities maintaining a technical style of the black iron steam age. In fact, universal education is not absolutely impossible under this productivity. At least before the 1970s and 1980s, universal literacy was forced to be promoted. At that time, the vast rural areas of East Asia were still in the state of cattle plowing productivity. It's just that the defeatism brought about by the decline of mankind after the Pandora era has made mankind lose the morale to move forward. Without morale, no one will work hard. Universal education. This is a strategy of giving from the upper class to the lower class. If social development is deduced according to self-interest, this strategy cannot be sustained. When in a capitalist society, the voice of applying for education funds in parliament is obviously weak. Military expenditures, capital market economy, which one does not have a large number of people running and shouting? And the parliament masters are not trained in public basic education, and cutting public education funds can make the class more stable. At the same time, among the groups that currently enjoy the rights of compulsory education, young people overestimate their role in society. They will call for environmental protection, social fairness and freedom, but they will not call for more homework. As for the beginning of the Pandora era, how did the 9-year compulsory education gradually become like this? When all efforts to stop the Pandora field from eroding human civilization failed, the remaining humans began to get used to lingering on like this. The first generation of intellectuals preferred to keep their teams alive rather than listen to some voices nagging about inheriting the flames and restoring glory, so the distribution of social status unintentionally ignored teaching and educating people. When the era of the first generation of intellectuals came to an end, the second generation was unwilling to obey the distribution to teach and educate people for 10 years. The highest ruling class was forced by the reality of insufficient manpower and changed to 6 years of compulsory education. Even at this time, some wise men would appear, who believed that current production did not require such a high level of knowledge, as long as literacy was enough. For example, when buying vegetables on the street, there was no need to understand complex mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Isn't this useless? However, the society has relaxed education, but it does not mean that everyone will relax with you to engage in healthy competition. Society will never lack people in class competition. After the second generation of intellectuals in the Pandora era implemented 6 years of compulsory education, society was substantially stratified. Social management requires tables and classifications, and quickly finds the most scarce resources in statistics to fill them. In terms of industrial technology, the maintenance of steam engines and the dissection and connection of biological structures require knowledge of solid geometry. High-tech positions require knowledge instilled in systematic education. When such problems arise, do the human city-states in various regions make up for them after discovering them? No, there is no compensation. The way of man is to take away what is not enough to give to what is more. Everything accelerates this process. When the class that possesses knowledge overlaps with the upper class, then the aristocratic class will not contribute to grassroots education, which is difficult, has little fame and fortune, and betrays its own class. Furthermore, 80 years after the Pandora era, almost all city-states resolutely gave up the great education of the old civilization era. Civilization is like this. Once you give up progress, you will retreat significantly. Not to mention the city-state economies in the Pandora era, even the Earth in the 21st century, the first-order developed countries at that time also made such mistakes in education. As a result, a head was opened, and the dominoes were behind. Even if there were some politicians who had the idea of reversing all this during this process of degeneration, the decision was made with heavy shackles. Shackle 1, on the surface, academic freedom in schools. Secretly, the government allocates funds to the education sector but is not supervised by the government. Shackle 2, every teacher is politically correct and does not interfere with students, but the academic clique controls teachers to make the same voice, and then completes the group needing among a generation of intellectuals. Finally, when education degenerates, anesthetics are used for temporary comfort. This anesthetic is, for example, students in my society are innovative geniuses who learn by themselves under open education, and students in other societies who are strictly assessed are nerds, lacking innovation ability, and all copying our ideas. In order to make this self-paralysis more effective, and cite the examples of Edison's self-study and Gates's voluntary dropout from college midway to prove it. If a social group lacks education, then ignorance, pride, and complacency will evolve in culture. This is the case in Xi'an City. When the explorers in black and gray ran back, they reported this mysterious, new and weird human gene community to the upper level. The decision-makers in Jian City rushed to make a decision without further investigation. The 7 or 8 think tanks of Zhang Longmu rushed to make a decision. When they handed over the decision plan, they might have the following mentality: investigation? Inference after careful investigation for a few days and getting a lot of information is a mediocre hindsight. Only by judging, guessing, the results based on the small amount of information now can we show that we are smarter than ordinary people. In fact, they can't investigate. Investigation requires a lot of manpower, and observation should be made from multiple perspectives as much as possible, and then everyone should tacitly and humbly regard their own opinions as part of the entire investigation. When making the common conclusion, there should be no personal ability mentality, and it is not allowed to force their own investigation to be the main focus and set other people's opinions as auxiliary. In short, the think tanks in Jian City who have no civilian education performed at the same level as the think tanks of a certain country in the 1920s of the 21st century. Their inferences and conclusions about the appearance of Wei King are as follows. Inference 1, this is a community born mainly from human genes. The birth of this community may be a coincidence caused by the human gene radiation from multiple cities including Jian City, or it may be a branch of the fusion population in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River in the north that moved south. Inference 2, the current strength of this community is very weak. No large biological beasts that can compete with the Beastmaster have been found. Most individuals only hold guns and other equipment. Inference 3, the community is in a state of confusion, so it has put forward a request that it does not want to contact us within 6 months. It may be in the process of further dispersion. Conclusion, Jian City must send forces as soon as possible to control, even destroy, and replace its core before it is further strengthened. With this, the rest of the words of these small experts in the county are not very nutritious. It was nothing more than there are many beastmasters in our city-state now, and the newly debugged mechanical war beasts are powerful. Now we can try them out and show our strength internally and externally. In the office of Jian City, Zhang Longmu finished listening to the report and turned his eyes to the 2 young men. The man was still reading the information, while the woman next to him pulled the kumquats on the potted plants. She asked Zhang Longmu, "Uncle, when will your kumquats ripen?" Zhang Longmu, "You move less, and they will ripen faster." Then he turned to the man next to him. Zhang Longmu, "Fong Hong, I want you to carry out this task this time." Fong Hong nodded. Zhang Longmu looked at the 2 and said, "When you come back, this pot of kumquats will be sent to you." A month later, that is, the 78th day after Wei King came to this plain, some more than 1,000 people counted the days on their fingers and calculated that they had more than 20 days to go back. The big iron gate of Jian City creaked open with the sound of the steam engine starting up on the tower. A convoy of 20 carriages filed out of the city gate, with metal embossings of Jian on the carriages, which looked like traditional Chinese characters. The traction animals were heavy draft horses weighing 2 tons, these dragon horses with mixed genes, with hot air coming out of their nasal cavities, dragging vehicles with fine steel chassis and metal suspension rubber tires, slowly passing over the rock arch bridge on the moat lake in front of the city gate. Because the vitality of various creatures under the radiation of life is quite tenacious, resin liquid such as rubber can still be obtained. The carriage is surrounded by a steel shell. Of course it is impossible to achieve all-round defense against machine guns like a tank, but the steel shell near the window is thicker, so people can hide in the steel shield at the window and drive a heavy machine gun to shoot around. And at the back of this convoy are 3 war beasts wearing metal armor. These creatures and mechanical stitched monsters put their front bodies on carts and move forward half relying on wheeled vehicles. These are the mechanical war beasts of the Beastmasters. These mechanical war beasts weighing more than 5 tons have eel-like electric cells in their bodies, which are used to drive the machinery in the chest and forearms to open in battle. However, this drive is not that long-lasting, and can only support 20 minutes of intense combat. And there is a culture tank in a metal box in its carriage, in which microorganisms are replicating and emitting life radiation, and these life activities are controlled by mechanical war beasts, and the war beasts can extract energy from them. It's like wireless charging. The convoy went westward, making a unique sound of metal. And at the beginning of all this, it was spotted by a reconnaissance team sent by Wei King. It can be said that Jian City's actions in the last 10 days after his crossing almost ended reminded Wei King of the time-limited tasks in the game, and something always happened at the end. Regarding the details of the return, Wei King asked about the relevant processes of the system. At the beginning of the return, all the self-individuals gathered again at the point where they first landed, and the whole process lasted for half a day. In other words, it is impossible to evacuate from here and then evacuate to another place. At present, these uninvited guests must be stopped. Blocking can be divided into two types, verbal blocking and armed blocking. Verbal blocking means arguing with reason through negotiation, and armed blocking means armed suppression. Wei King has not thought about verbal blocking. But when the other party is armed with military weapons, trying to block verbal blocking is as naive as asking the League of Nations to mediate on September 18. But armed blocking is problematic. Wei King has clearly seen that there are heavy machine guns in the team that came this time, which he cannot solve. Submachine guns and heavy machine guns are not the same concept. The effective range of the former is only 150 meters, which cannot be used as the tactical core of the squad, while the latter can suppress any action of the opponent's infantry within a range of 500 to 1000 meters. It can be said that the heavy machine gun is the core of firepower. As for the crossbow, the previous one was bullying monsters in a semi-jungle environment. If it was on a regular battlefield, the requirement of standing to shoot would be enough to be fatal. Relying on organizational strength and willpower to defeat the opponent? Wei King, I am an average person, and my willpower is unreliable. Moreover, the opponent is a local. If you want to rely on the perfect terrain to give a complete annihilation, you have to let the opponent's intelligence drop to a certain level. If the war plan is preset to be perfect from the beginning, there are precedents in history. The naval idiots in the Pacific War set up combat plans and always pursued perfection. They expected that the American devils would definitely be deceived by their own strategies, and then fall into the trap, and finally the Imperial Army won a great victory. War is a very serious issue. After a baptism, the Wei King group will never rely on one or two possible favorable conditions when dealing with war. Wei King felt that the current conditions were uncertain and he had to seek help from the system. In the face of Wei King's active dialogue, Bai Linglu responded very smoothly. He first expressed his concern for Wei King's current crisis. Then he believed that Wei King could solve the problem and was willing to help as much as possible. Then he analyzed the current threat situation. This threat was only short-term, and as long as it was successfully overcome, different results would be achieved. Finally, a regulation on system assistance was elaborated. Related weapons support can be provided immediately, but the corresponding material support requires a longer time for the shuttle return channel to arrive. In short, after receiving the assistance, you must stay in the area for a longer time. No, stay for a longer period of time. Faced with such an answer, Wei King grinded his back teeth and asked, how long will it be delayed? Bai Linglu, the mass of the transported materials is calibrated to 1/3 of your weight as a unit scalar. You are now 1523 people, and the unit scalar is 45.3344 tons. Completing the transportation of a unit scalar will extend the arrival time of the channel by 100 days. The exchange must be more than one scalar and less than 3 scalars. After a certain degree of intense discussion, Wei King and his group, well, if Wei King were a person, this kind of discussion would be self-hesitation. The key point of the discussion among Wei King and his group was whether to be prudent and careful in exchanging one scalar, or to leave a little more room to exchange 3 scalars. If Wei King had not split into multiple parts, facing such self-hesitation, he would choose to flip a coin, or slap himself a few times to see how many times it would hurt. But now, a comparison is made to see which opinion is more common in their group. 5 minutes later. Wei King's communication group gave Bai Linglu a unified solution: exchange 3 scalars. This is the limit that can be exchanged. Bai Linglu was a little surprised by Wei King's sudden generosity. However, now all members of the Wei King group have made a generous choice. The logic behind it is, if the war is about to begin, then we must burn our boats and burn our bridges. The purchase of military supplies must be guaranteed as much as possible, and we must never learn from the Qing dynasty's hesitant performance in purchasing ships before the Sino-Japanese War of 1894-1895. After determining the total amount of supplies, then we can place orders. Wei King Communication 11, 10 rounds of that single-soldier nuclear bomb, that is, the nuclear rocket launcher with a 50-ton equivalent during the Cold War. Well, I know how to use it. Dig trenches and put on protective clothing. Oh, and give me 2 more motorcycles. Oh, don't worry about me. No one here has signed up to launch it. I'll do it. As for the launch of nuclear rockets, Wei King has no shortage of volunteers. Wei King's, this kind of tough equipment should be launched once in a lifetime. However, Bai Linglu quickly denied Wei King's crazy idea. Bai Linglu explained sincerely, heavy element atoms cannot be stable when shuttling. If you can find enough artificial elements in this plane for calibration, you can launch this equipment. Bai Linglu said these words in a very polite tone. Wei Kang, who was short-sighted, always felt that the tone of the young lady at the end seemed to mock the word poor. Wei Kang, who was poor and short-sighted, had no way to refute it, and could only sigh in his heart. A few minutes later Wei King began to carefully check the list of materials he could accept for transmission. These are some relatively common items that I have thought of these days. Wei King Communication 34 said to Bai Linglu, "It seems that you have already made a plan. Bai Linglu, you have encountered difficulties in the plane development. As an inspector, I should share your worries." Facing the supplies on the list, Wei King suddenly felt that his previous plan could be torn up and started over. For example, in terms of weapons and equipment, Wei King originally wanted to replace all the equipment, but after seeing the supplies on the list, Wei King found that after he chose to exchange at the cost of 300 days, in dealing with the threat of Jian City, it was no longer a single option of launching a high-intensity blocking war in a short period of time. Instead, he could carry out long-term attrition operations to counter the invasion of the enemy. If we simply start from the goal of defending the base area, rather than destroying the enemy's living forces, guerrilla warfare can reduce casualties. So the weapons and equipment must be reselect. First of all, heavy firepower must be available, and 860 caliber mortar tubes must be available. This demand remains unchanged. This is what Wei King had to choose from the beginning. Without this, Wei King would have to make a conscienceless cannon. In terms of light machine guns, 3 are equipped. Because there are some difficulties in replenishing bullets, it is useless to have more, just to solve the problem of whether there is any. But then, the plan of hundreds of assault rifles was directly cut off, and replaced by fewer and finer equipment. Guerrilla warfare requires night operations, so 50 sets of infrared night vision goggles, a set of solar charging panels, and a small boiler generator set weighing 1 ton, and a series of power transformation equipment are attached. As for the main weapon, 40 high-precision snipers are matched with 40,000 special bullets and spare barrels. The barrel life of the sniper rifle is 2,000 rounds according to the factory standard. It seems that it is almost enough. As for other carrying capacity, it is actually to prepare for further insurance for survival. Chemical equipment must be replaced. The chemical reactor assembled by Wei King himself can only produce more than 20 kilograms of nitric acid a day, and the smell is too strong. Some joint gaps can only be blocked for a short time by sealing with clay gum. Now we have to import a set of standardized small equipment, that is, modern technology and traditional equipment, with thermometers and pressure gauges. In addition, it is too labor-intensive to continuously extract plant ash to obtain alkali, so we also asked for a set of ammonia production equipment and a set of simple hose alkali production facilities. The next step is to get a gas generator, a small steel-making furnace, a better bullet molder, and steel rolling equipment. Wei Kang is still thinking about the steel on the rails outside. Although the focus of guerrilla warfare is the 40 high-precision sniper rifles, these weapons and equipment are constantly rotated by the front. But in fact, it is still necessary for everyone to be equipped with a gun. What if there is a possibility of large-scale combat? With a gun in hand, you don't panic. Now the living place is all earthen walls and fortifications. Hearing the movement outside, the difference in mentality between having a gun and not having a gun, Wei King knows himself and the production team best. As for the remaining space-carrying capacity, Wei King asked for a full 4,000 bearing rings, as well as large and small core parts of steam engines. The combination of production equipment, personnel, and basic transportation construction is considered production. Wei King knew the small mines in the nearby area, so what he lacked was transportation capacity. Wei King in this plane tried to carry it with a shoulder pole. He felt that his shoulders were about to break after carrying about 50 kilograms of goods for 1 kilometer. Later, a wheelbarrow was used to transport 200 kilograms of goods 5 kilometers away. The wheelbarrow has no bearing ring, and the friction between the wheel and the front axle will make a very loud creaking sound when it rotates. When Wei King pushed this thing, he began to miss the construction site cart that he used to disdain. The wheel represents transportation power, and the parts that can withstand the friction when the wheel rotates are strategic parts of the transportation industry. But the 2 concave steel rings and steel balls look simple, but only modern industry can make them. With transportation power, the excavated soil blocks can be easily moved, and the brine production along the coast does not need to be boiled in a simple iron pot. The efficiency is improved by 100 times. With transportation power, dozens of tons of bricks can be transported from the ruins of the city to the river near the settlement, together with the wood transported by water in the jungle. to form a charcoal burning site and a lime kiln. With transportation power, animals killed in the jungle do not need to be disassembled on the spot and carried down the mountain in a backpack, but can be sent directly to the foot of the mountain. The fur is washed, pickled, the meat is salted and air-dried, the internal organs are boiled, and the scraps are composted. Cleaner processing. After Wei King selected the things. After the system confirmed, it was immediately teleported. In the central field, as Wei King piled a large amount of wood in the center of the field, the atmospheric charge in the sky began to condense around a point, and soon gathered into a ball lightning. However, smoke appeared on the wood and suddenly a blazing flame appeared. However, the heat energy of the flame did not jump upward with the flow of air, but focused on the ball lightning. The greater the energy in the center of the ball lightning, the more the space began to distort, as if it was constantly absorbing everything around it. Wei King also felt the suction, but something flashed in his consciousness and he could not feel the suction. In this process, it seemed that his body was originally a magnet feeling the magnetic force, and suddenly it became a copper block and could not feel the magnetic force. However, the flow of ground materials continued, and a large number of fine particles gathered towards the center of the ball lightning from a few hundred meters, and a large amount of gasified materials rose close to the ground. 20 seconds later, the ball lightning separated a light surface and printed around a piece of three-dimensional space. Soon, the prototype of the equipment appeared in the repeated sweeps of this energy. This is teleportation. Wei King, so I said it this way, printed it out? In the dimension. After Bai Linglu obtained the list of supplies needed by Wei King, he controlled the teleportation while reporting to the top. Superior Space Department, does he know about this arrangement? Bai Linglu, Wei King's shuttle is currently undergoing intensive development work. I will describe the relevant reports to him in accordance with the regulations. Supervisor Bai Hengqian, you should inform him now. Bai Linglu, during this shuttle trip, he had a crisis of trust in me. He had negative feelings of resistance to my assignment. If I interfere with my opinions, it will affect his work attitude. From all aspects, Wei King's current work plan is very beautiful. He talks about staying here for a while before leaving, but in the eyes of the monitor, what Wei King is currently building on the target plane, which is preparation for long-term stationing. From accommodation, water, food reserves, ammunition production, and road smoothing. No matter how you look at it, it's not just a one-year stay, it's more like maintaining a lasting intervention force here. From Wei King's personal thinking, there is a possibility that his return may be interfered with, so in order to prepare for the worst-case scenario, long-term planning is done as much as possible. The longer Wei King's preparations are, the more Bai Linglu in the space bubble can't help but want to promote this mission in the long term. And some of her thoughts still have to wait for the decision of the Spacetime Administration. In the eyes of the Spacetime Management Bureau, the combination of Wei King and Bai Linglu is a bit weird among the plane exploration team. One of them is so busy that he and his partner can't say more than 3 sentences. The other one was just making guesses and making plans for plane exploration. Now, he was even hiding a little bit. Call it a conflict. There is no conflict between the two parties. There is no situation where the time traveler and the supervisor in some teams are not at odds with each other and they are replaced directly. I would like to say that it is a pleasure to cooperate with both parties. Many time travelers and supervisors have friendships that go beyond colleagues. Wei and Bai are completely ordinary netizens. After reviewing the situation in the Pandora plane again, the Superior Space sent a message to Bai Linglu after a serious discussion: observe his losses in this battle. If the battle losses exceed 1/10 of his total, then arrange for him immediately return. 1/10 is very light. In the process of increasing consciousness of Wei King, only 1/3 of the casualties can be considered as damage. The Space and Time Administration has been very conservative towards Wei King. Bai Linglu, received, but if his loss is extremely low? Then is it okay? Superior Space, observe first, and we will make arrangements for the follow-up matters. For example, in the conversation between Bai Linglu and the Superior Space, in fact, there is no such thing as delaying the return after transferring materials. Wei King will be able to return early in another 10 days. The current delivery facility is not actually an interdimensional transport. Wei King's consciousness has calibrated the properties of all the material particles here after living here for more than 80 days. With these calibrations, the material transport just now was directly printed using the energy of this plane. No need to consume much information enthalpy. This is equivalent to the initial moon landing. Sending a water bottle consumes a lot of fuel and the life of the transmitter. However, after the moon landing, after completing the construction of the station on it, the properties of the lunar soil are detected, and bricks are directly needed on it. For solidification in a solar furnace, there is no need for any spacecraft to transmit it. 120 tons of materials is not a transmission limit, but the information enthalpy printing range that Bai Linglu can mobilize within his authority. This, in some special missions of plane exploration missions, the supervisor can theoretically announce the battle mode and assign tasks to the traversers. On the Earth's side, in East Asia's number 14 gravity well, it is in the interdimensional space opened up by a high-energy state. Yuan Yu asked Luo Hongxing, another veteran time traveler, what do you think of this situation? The situation here refers to the fact that Wei and Bai showed signs of a two-headed dragon in their decision-making to open up the Pandora plane. Luo Hongxing, currently, we are in the midst of a war. The problem with the new team is not serious. After this conflict, we will try to replace him with a supervisor. Yuan Yu said, to be honest, we watched Wei Chang, Lao Wei's child, grow up. And this Wei Chang, hey, I thought he was a bit boring when he was a child. Luo Hongxing pointed out the situation on the Pandora plane. He is also very lazy in exploring and doing things in this plane. So, the dragon gave birth to 9 sons, and the 9 sons are different, but after all, they are born from the dragon, not from the mouse. A nest of Yuan Yu laughed but stopped discussing the issue with him. Instead, he said, go down and be careful. Luo Hongxing, don't worry, I have been to the Pandora plane. As long as the life radiation there is controlled, there is basically no danger. Having said this, he once again looked at Wei Kang's current living situation. After going down, the passage to the war zone will be opened. In the Pandora plane, Wei Kang gathers with some fireworks. In a large house made of clay, Wei Kang's representatives on various working groups communicate here. Confirming that conflict was inevitable, Wei King began to make up for the various forces in this plane. In the open space in the center of the gathering place, a sand table made of yellow mud was placed in the center. Here is a topographic map of 200 kilometers surrounding Zuhujio, with 40% of the area passed by Wei King's team. Factual corrections were made based on actual observations. The first group of Wei King gathered around this big sand table and analyzed the political situation in this area with the information obtained by the investigators. Human power is currently declining, and the major city-states are autonomous in various places. No, it should be semi-self-destruction. There are still several hegemonic cities in the entire human world. The East Asian continent seems to be a tribute system. Many secondary cities protect the main cities along the rivers. For example, the Yangtze River and the Yellow River basins maintain this state form. As for the cities in the Mingyue and Zhejiang areas, they actually want to pay tribute. Because the core cities in the river area are the best preserved places for human technology before the Great Destruction, with many more advanced biological and electronic technologies. Paying tribute can obtain these precious technical support. However, the traffic on land and sea is blocked by various gene communities, making it very difficult to pay tribute here. In addition to technical exchanges and contacts, in terms of culture, cities like Jian City also have to be appointed by the internal mayor of the state center, appointed. After all, it has only been 150 years since the Pandora field completely devoured East Asia, and everyone still needs a legal system. Regional strength relies on legal system, and beastmasters can be recruited. The central city, by giving regional legal system, counts the data of beastmasters outside the actual control area as much as possible. Wei King highlighted a key point in this information. First, after attacking Jian City, the overlord city behind it cannot send forces to interfere. There must be an upper limit for one's own military operations. Second, some people in Jian City cannot go to other areas to recruit joint forces, so one's own military operations must also have a certain bottom line. At least the opponent must be exhausted and no longer have any plans for military adventures. Military preparations are being made, and economic research is also being done. In the newly built airtight darkroom 600 meters away, there are grids made of bricks and tiles, and fungal culture media composed of broken wood chips are placed in the grids. Here, Wei King's economic research team looked at these clusters of mushrooms and thought again, can this thing be used as staple food? This small mushroom is the economic foundation of the current city-state. Humans are no longer the controllers of the Earth's ecological communities in the past. Without vast farmland to supply food, they can only look for other ecological niches. So eat wood? Of course, you can't eat it directly. In the Pandora field, the variants of fungal organisms can process wood within 2 to 3 days. Quickly decompose wood into more easily decomposable organic matter. Humans could not digest fungi before the Pandora era. So, how many meals can you eat with Flammulina volutypes? Such a stinky joke. But humans have a life radiation effect, and under this radiation effect, the bacteria in the human intestine and humans are in a gene community. In the early days of the catastrophe, when the hungry humans began to dig termite caves for food, they gradually discovered that they could completely digest fungi. This is because the intestinal bacterial community took away the genes of the symbionts of termites. Today, this type of substance has become the main food for humans in the south of the Yangtze River in East Asia. More importantly, this kind of food is conducive to storage, and the raw materials are easy to obtain. The city-state's crusher crushed the surrounding trees, and the wood chips mixed with spores waiting to develop were sealed together with quicklime. When they need to be eaten, they are taken out and watered, and fungal spores can grow. This kind of wood chip block is also called jinkwai because jinkwai will grow jingzi. As for the edible fungus spores mixed in the jinkwai, it was discovered by the people of the southwest who had seen villains, poisoned, many times and tested it out. This Shinnon's behavior is worthy of praise. The so-called jinkwai is homophonic to ji in the southwestern dialect. When Wei King heard that the mushrooms on the jinkwai had a variety of amino acids and tasted very good, he couldn't help but saliva. The system quickly reminded, no matter what kind of jingzi, it cannot be mixed cold. Of course, Wei King knew very well that the energy density of edible fungi was very low. In addition, under the current productivity, there is a lack of salt in the city, and there is no onion, ginger, and garlic. The mushrooms eaten by ordinary people are definitely not as delicious as they think. As people who grew up in the industrial age, with abundant food and clothing materials, they may regard some foods that people of this era have eaten for a long time as delicacies, while people of this era may just want to boil lard and mix a bowl of rice with the fat that the ladies of the 21st century picked out and discarded in the cafeteria. At noon, the two research groups each handed in a detailed report plan. Wei King from the kitchen got more than 21-pound hairy crabs from the river, as well as 3 large black fish. According to the distribution system within the Wei King group, these things are currently given to me, who is the brain. Of course, the two groups only ate 1/3 of the crabs, especially the hairy crabs, which only ate the first bite and were not full. So they called Wei King from the physical work group, lined up according to the importance of the work, and divided them up. Eat mushrooms, not cold, and I don't eat mushrooms although the midsummer of September has not yet dissipated, it is not so hot in the mountains. However, the autumn dryness of the people coming out of Jian City is getting worse. Because they have been trapped in a battlefield that seems to be a glue-infused swamp for half a month. At this moment, on a section of the mountain road suitable for ambush, the beastmasters Zhang He and Fang Hong, both wearing woolen clothes, were hiding from something beside their mechanical war beasts. In front of the mechanical war beast, another dragon horse fell to the ground. The head of this dragon horse has completely exploded. The kinetic energy of the sniper bullet was released on the head of the carbon-based creature, which had a completely shredded effect. Because it had just been killed, it was still twitching, and the muscles behind the anus lost control, and feces were gushing out. A few seconds later, it seemed that they felt that the surroundings were not so dangerous, and the two beastmasters asked the accompanying soldiers to go to the front to drag the dead dragon horse. After taking back the dragon horse's body, the mechanical war beast opened its big mouth and swallowed it. The belly of the mechanical war beast, which was protected by the iron armor of the lobster ring shell structural steel, bulged. Half an hour later, the mechanical monster vomited out a meat egg. After the meat egg was broken, a new dragon horse broke out of the shell. The newborn dragon horse was still trembling after its birth, and it couldn't wait to swallow the meat egg shell and the surrounding plants. At this time, 750 meters away, Wei Kang, who was wearing dried green grass, observed the situation of the Beastmaster convoy through the 4.9x free zoom lens of the sniper rifle, and had no intention of continuing to shoot. 200 meters to the left of the sniper position, Wei King over there was using flag language to communicate with the artillery position 400 to 500 meters behind. In other words, once the sniper encountered any problems, they could directly report the artillery position to the mortar group. But so far, the intensity of the war has not reached the level of allowing the artillery to go up. The work of outpost operations is to delay the opponent and constantly waste the opponent's time. Facing the opponent's advance, Wei Kang's main force has already made observations at several passes and made initial arrangements in advance. Although the enemy will not take the initiative to hit this pocket formation under normal intelligence, what if they are mentally retarded? For example, a French roller enthusiast clearly sent a radio order to turn in. So, try to prepare as much as possible within the strategic time. As for the task on the front line, it is to keep an eye on which road the opponent will take. Wei King's strategic brain: if the enemy does not take the pass and chooses an area with a width of at least 1,000 meters to advance, the small battle group with only 20 carriages will have to take a 300 or 400 kilometers of curved roads. So now it is right for the harassment team to kill these masters' horses. Use what kind of tactics to face what kind of opponent. If the enemy is a military force with a strong fighting will and rapid artillery counterattack, Wei King's sniper team will shoot at multiple sniper locations at the same time, and directly snipe its leader, or other high-value targets, and move immediately after firing a shot to prevent the opponent from determining the position based on the sound and covering the mortar fire. But now, there is a joke. A soldier reported to the officer, "There is a sniper over there, but his shooting is very bad, and he couldn't hit us for several days in a row." Officer: "Since you found him, why don't you kill him immediately?" Soldier: "Then what if they change to someone with more accurate shooting skills?" The above joke is the situation that Wei King is facing, except that the sniper with bad shooting skills is on the opposite side. Now Wei King has made Fang Hong and Zhang He's march less than 5 kilometers a day, which is a disaster for the army responsible for the offensive mission. Anyway, Wei King's stay in this plane has been extended to 300 days, so there is time to waste. Just like cooking meat with water over a slow fire, attack their means of transportation, and at least give them some mobility to collect water sources around and find firewood. Control the fire to prevent them from jumping off the wall. As an ordinary person, Wei King knows deeply what will happen if he enters the state of procrastination. As he procrastinated, he changed from "how many places will I improve to in the next exam" to "it's better to take the exam later and the exam results will be released later." If you wait for time without a plan, you will eventually accomplish nothing. As for Wei King, the new steelmaking furnace has melted the rail steel, the brine on the beach is also drying, and the tasks on the schedule are advancing every day. Back to the battlefield, seeing that the opponent is so bad, it is easy to delay. They can't actually approach Wei King's area without taking some important passes. And if they take the pass at this speed, Wei King can give them a pocket formation. So, when you wait, you can create opportunities when there is no opportunity. Wei King deliberately gave up some corner fighters and waited patiently with them. In the observation position, Wei King was also very interested in these mechanical war beasts. Originally thought that this was just a fusion of machinery and biology, with a strong recovery ability. But when he found that this thing could actually devour corpses, Wei King was very curious about this scene. Of course, after the system introduction, this is not a resurrection, but a new individual is created based on the wreckage. The dragon horse that was vomited out is actually not a dragon horse in good condition. As soon as it came out, it ate a lot of surrounding plants and trees. And this is regenerated under the life radiation of the mechanical beast, and the mechanical beast also consumes energy in this process. Therefore, every time the mechanical beast recasts the dragon horse, it will be as listless as masturbating 7 times a night. After understanding the details of this process, Wei King: "I kill the horse, you build it, I kill, you build it again, we will work in this mode. I consume a few bullets, you consume time and energy." However, if the people of Jian City really follow this mode and slowly fail like a computer AI, it would be abnormal. People often take advantage of the cards in their hands and jump once. In the afternoon, when the newborn dragon horse barely pulled the cart, the two beastmasters did not move forward. In the slowly setting sun, the two of them had a heated discussion. Because they were too far away, it was unclear what they were talking about. Wei King thought that this was a discussion about advance or retreat. After the two discussed, it seemed that they had reached some conclusion. Zheng Yi walked to his dragon-shaped war beast and closed his eyes to resonate with it. A few minutes later, an egg was produced at the tail of the huge mechanical dragon beast. After the eggshell was opened, a pigeon flew out. The two tied the letter to the pigeon's leg and then released it. Wei King had difficulty aiming at this small target that was flying by, so he could only let it fly past. But Wei King here notified himself who was stalking near Jian City. And the combat decision-making circle took out the attack reinforcements plan. In this plan, a capable team was sent to start interspersing the rear to observe which road the reinforcements would take, so that his large force could move to the appropriate position to intercept and kill first. However, Wei King here was calculating how much force Jian City would send out of the city again. Over there, things changed again. The outpost responsible for keeping an eye on Zhang He and Fang Hong's team discovered a new situation. Wei King was on duty with night vision goggles at 8 o'clock in the evening, and suddenly found that the two beastmasters were moving tonight. 10 minutes later, it was determined that their entire convoy seemed to have fed something to Longma and moved quickly. Wei King had determined that these two guys were going to make a big advance under the cover of night. Good guy, Wei King was directly good guy, like a mobile game player who caught a money-making bug, and immediately greeted his reserve team who had been on standby through the system's communication system. Don't worry about when to attack the reinforcements, you can eat meat tonight. In the rear camp, Wei King's team of 200 people immediately set up camp. As for where the other side wants to penetrate, Wei King doesn't even need to look at the map. He marches at night, and he drives a carriage. If he walks on the mountain road, he will roll down the cliff. If they don't escape, there is only one way ahead. So, Wei King arrived at the area 2 hours in advance and set up an ambush. Zheng He sat in the carriage, and the window was a quiet night. All the dragon horses now had their eye sockets enlarged in the opening and closing of their head bones to receive more light, and all the personnel also moved silently with wooden balls in their mouths. The mountains were like a creeping beast in the night, retreating little by little, and as the mountains continued to move, new mountains appeared in front. As they moved forward, the mountains in front were getting closer and closer, and gradually the convoy entered it. The dark shadows of the mountains on both sides sandwiched the convoy, like a beast opening its mouth. Somehow, Zheng He felt uneasy. Although she urged to act quickly during the daytime debate, it did not mean that she was completely sure. Her heart had been pounding since the night march. Feng Hong started to speak first. After the Beastmaster looked at the surrounding terrain, he said in a low voice, "This is not a good place." Zheng He stuck his head out of the window and looked at it. He agreed, if we arrive here during the day, there must be an ambush on the mountains on both sides. We have to pass through here quickly. She gestured to the soldiers on the periphery. The soldier put his finger to his lips and simulated the call of a night owl. Then the team began to speed up. At the same time, Wei King on the top of the mountain watched the convoy speed up and drill into the pocket formation regardless of anything. His originally tense heart was raised to a new height. This, for anything that is not in the pocket, the closer to the result, the faster Wei King's heartbeat. Wei King did not have the ventriloquism to imitate the bird's call to send a signal, but he had a system to relay the message. As early as when delaying Feng Hong's team, Wei King's team had dug trenches on both sides of the hillside at some important ambush locations along the way. So after getting the information, they rushed here in advance and could immediately enter the battlefield. As the adventurers in Jian City were completely trapped, Wei Kang, the stable dog, finally output the big cart in his hand. More than 30 old rubber wheels filled with hay were ignited and rolled down the hillside. The fire illuminated the position of the convoy in the valley, and also chilled the hearts of Feng Hong and Zheng He's team. Pa, with 20 gunshots, all the animal power of the convoy fell to the ground again. This time, it was not just one or two. In the current terrain, Wei King felt that they could keep them all at the lowest cost. Counterattack. Feng Hong took the lead in issuing a command order while Zheng He was still in a daze. The water-cooled heavy machine gun in the carriage opened fire, and the bullets hit the positions on the hillsides on both sides, emitting a lot of smoke. Of course, wherever the bullets were fired, Wei King lowered his head. Wherever the machine guns left, Wei King would appear in fire. A water-cooled heavy machine gun is heavier than a general-purpose machine gun, but its firepower is more sustained. If it weren't for the current advantage of occupying the high ground on both sides, Wei King really wouldn't be able to control casualties. The 60 mortar on the top of the hill opened fire. In the trajectory marked by the system, the shells accurately landed on the first carriage and penetrated into it. Then the whole carriage exploded in the flames, and the heavy machine gun on the carriage was broken into several parts on the spot, and flew out 20 meters away with the wreckage of the car body. The firepower sweeping the hillside suddenly decreased, and the other machine gunners also panicked and began to look for where the artillery came from. At this time, a voice sounded in the valley, which Wei King thought was well spoken, but to this place, it was obviously a northern accent to persuade surrender. We have occupied an absolute advantage in terrain and have artillery that can destroy you. Now it is your only chance to lay down your weapons and surrender to us. If you resist stubbornly, you will only perish. Zheng He raised his head and looked at the flashing torches all over the mountains and fields. He felt that his 150-man army was too small. In fact, Wei King's ambush team was only 200 people, but after relying on the mountain terrain, it looked like the encirclement was very large. Of course, her feeling was not wrong. It was indeed impossible for thousands of people to rush up. After Wei King's shouting, the team had obviously lost the will to resist, and the gunshots had been scattered. Boom boom, the huge mechanical war beast launched a charge. The fighting will of a person may disappear, but the mechanical war beast controlled by the Beastmaster will never be like this. As the Beastmaster, Fang Hong did not want to admit the current failure, so he put his last card on it. Looking at this steel behemoth that ignored the rain of bullets, Wei King gave praise in his heart. If these people in the valley still had the will to fight, relying on this heavy semi-mechanical biochemical unit, and carrying out infantry tank coordinated tactics, I might really be in a bit of trouble. But now, this lonely thing rushed up and had no threat. The sniper shot first, and the bullet blinded the behemoth's eyes. Of course, for its tyrannical vitality, it was only a short-term blindness. Wei King knew that this thing could repair the eyes. In fact, if you dissect this giant beast, you will find that there are multiple sets of eyes under the eye sockets, just like grape tumors. When the outermost eye is damaged, another one will turn up within 10 minutes, and then the nerves will emerge and connect with the brain's nervous system like worms. It takes an average of half a month to grow such an eye, so it is not possible to regenerate on the spot as Wei King thought. At the moment, Wei King does not expect to use sniper bullets to kill this giant beast with max repair power, and of course he does not expect the bullets of the submachine gun to wear away the blood skin bit by bit. All the vital parts of this war beast are blocked by the steel shell. Wei King is sure that he has not considered it carefully. He has to go back to study the double base propellant and the concave charge. The iron fist is still needed. Now, the Wei Kings on the hillside suddenly opened fire and suppressed the machine guns under the mountain. Then, several Wei Kings ran down through the trench, went around the traffic trench to the side of the giant beast, and smashed the pottery jar with burning cloth strips in their hands directly at the head of the giant beast. Morovsky cocktail, this is the fine wine that armored forces always have to taste. After throwing the fire pot, Defender King hid in the corner of the Z-shaped trench, and the flames covered the whole body of the giant beast. A few minutes later, the high temperature of the burning destroyed the giant beast's muscles to open the mechanical cover and trigger the gun. Moreover, because this metal armor has good thermal conductivity, when the flame continues to burn, some oil flows out from the gap inside the iron plate, crackling. In the end, these armored monsters stepped into the air in the trench of the third section of the slope defense line. After the mechanical claws fluttered a few times and crushed a few pieces of soil on the edge of the trench, they fell to their knees in the deep pit and could not get up. And at the bottom of the hillside, Fang Hong and his soldiers, who originally pinned their hopes on the war beast as the decisive unit. After raising their heads in the fire suppression, they found that the war beast was finished, the last hope was shattered, and the morale was wiped out. A white flag was hung high from the carriage. At the same time, in the mayor's room of Jian City, the kumquats in the pots were ripe, but after one fell off, there was not much flesh inside, like cotton wool. As soon as Wei King finished the battle, Bai Linglu reported the results of the battle. She emphasized two key points: 0 casualties and complete annihilation. This battle was beautiful. Bai Linglu originally believed that Wei King would win, but she was still surprised by the result. There is a saying, if you get 99 points, the test measures the ability of 99 points, but if you get 100 points, then the upper limit may not be measured yet. At this time, the prisoners in the valley began to line up, and their weapons and helmets had been thrown down. Wei King separated the soldiers and officers. Now there is something that makes Wei King very headache. That is, these prisoners are all speaking Minnan dialect, and it is a dialect of the Minnan language family. To Wei King, it is completely Martian language. Only some officers can understand his Mandarin. Oh, they are called the official accent of the North. Since the words don't make sense, then pick up a pen and communicate in writing. Good fellow, Wei King found that the literacy rate of these people was only 30%, and they were all common and simple words such as red, orange, yellow, green, car, person, bird, fish. They couldn't understand the slightly more complicated words, such as drive and sweep. Wei King wanted to give orders, such as asking the coachman to drive the carriage, and all the personnel to collect food, but these things still had to go through the middle-level officers. This made the work of separating officers and soldiers from each other among the prisoners a little troublesome. To capture an army, you have to confiscate its weapons and then disband its organization. Sometimes disbanding the organization is more important than confiscating weapons. Although this unit did not show much organizational strength when it was beaten, Wei King was still very careful and provided food and water to each soldier. At the same time, he tried to record them according to the system's language. Some simple words to memorize. 200 people escorting 150 people may be very stable, but Wei King still scared himself. After making all the preparations, he also took out several insurances. 3 groups of people on Wei King's side followed the head of the biochemical beast with heavy snipers, fearing that it would suddenly attack and cause unnecessary losses to themselves. However, Wei Kang was afraid, and these prisoners were also afraid. All the prisoners looked at Wei Kang quietly when they were lined up. When Wei Kang's eyes swept over, they immediately lowered their heads like students facing teachers in the classroom. Zhang He and Feng Hong were arranged in an empty carriage, walking at the front of the road, and their war beasts were in the last carriage. Zhang He looked at Wei Kang outside the window, his face pale, and murmured, "They are all the same people." Feng Hong put down the document on Wei Kang's prisoner redemption policy in his hand, held her hand and said, "Don't worry, at present, we are not in danger." He carefully folded the document and put it on his chest, because it contained important information. At this time, Feng Hong focused on the following: Wei Kang's unified text was impeccable, without any mixed writing habits of the complex text. It was impossible to tell which region the person was from. Unified text is simplified Chinese, and complex text is traditional Chinese in Wei Kang's eyes. Simplified Chinese is the most refined form of Chinese characters, which can no longer be deleted and has stability in the process of circulation. It is the text circulated in various regions of the contemporary world. Therefore, it is called unified text. The structure of traditional Chinese characters still has a lot of room for change, which actually makes the differences between different places. For example, the 21st century Hong Kong version of traditional Chinese and the Taiwan version of traditional Chinese are very different. Now it is not just Hong Kong and Taiwan. When the upper class gradually began to aristocratize, the original provinces and regions of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Ji in East Asia began to have their own traditional Chinese character system, that is, the Fuan system, in order to ensure that there are circles in the process of knowledge inheritance. In other words, it is difficult for a city to blend into another city without being exposed, because the Fuan writing habits are different. Moreover, some characters in the Fuan of some regions are not necessarily more complex than the strokes of the unified characters. Some kana similar to Japanese may have been born. Therefore, when writing formal unified characters, it is possible that their roots will be exposed. The Wei Kang group now speaks the orthodox Northern Standard Language, that is, Mandarin, and the written language is also a standard unified language. This is very strange in Feng Hong's eyes. Now Jian City regards Wei Kang as a kind of Jin community, so even if the Jin community was born locally, why is the language and writing system incompatible with the local area? What is the secret behind this? Jian City, the carrier pigeon has flown back overnight, but when the city lord received the letter, he did not know that the exploration team he sent out had been completely wiped out. In the letter, Feng Hongqiang, there are a lot of sharpshooters in the mountains, constantly killing their own livestock. It seems that they are trying every means to stop them from moving forward, so they should continue to send more forces, and so on. Of course, at the end of the letter, there are also the latest results of Feng Hong and Zhang He's discussion on the situation, preparing to take advantage of the night to quickly insert, hoping that Jian City will send air forces to provide certain air cover in the morning. The city lord read the letter carefully. Feng Hong and Zhang He stayed outside for a full 15 days, and now they finally took the initiative to ask for Air Force observation. Maybe they really couldn't help it. So, he signed the document under the unstable light of the electric lamp. 10 minutes later, the document was delivered to the Flying Dragon breeding tower 200 meters away. The Flying Dragon with a wingspan of 30 meters actually has a little bat gene in it, so the 400 kilograms were hung on the steel pole. When the light was turned on, the breeder stuffed the water pipe into the Flying Dragon's mouth, and the fermented substance that was as thick as porridge was poured into the Flying Dragon's belly through the water pipe. These flying monsters opened their eyes excitedly. As the tower door opened, the steel poles in the tower stretched out outside the 50-meter-high tower under the action of mechanical gears. The Flying Dragons hanging on the steel poles felt the cold air outside the window and let go of the steel poles. After falling, he spread his wings. When he was 30 meters above the ground, he adjusted his flying attitude and took off with a swish. The city lord stood on the tower, taking advantage of the late evening breeze, to pull out an iron candy box from the cabinet on the side, took out a betel nut rolled with leaves, and stuffed it into his cheek from his mouth. While watching the 3 Flying Dragons leave, he started chewing. When he was still thinking about what the so-called blocking battle by many sharpshooters in the letter was about. 2 minutes later, there was no need to think anymore. When multiple gunshots were heard, the 3-headed Flying Dragon had already crashed on the top of the mountain. The scene switches to the hilltop south of Jian City. When those big dark guys flew out of the city, they were seen by Wei Kang. This thing is not very fast, and it does not fly at an altitude of several hundred meters. Not to mention Wei Kang's sniper, even an ordinary rifle can intercept it. No, when the flying dragon stood straight and prepared to cross the hills outside the city, Wei Kang at the 4 points immediately pulled the trigger under the red dot mark of the system. The 3 things that wanted to fly out were just before dawn, spiraling down in the dark blue star curtain. And this black dragon falls was performed to the audience on the top of the tallest tower in Jian City. Mayor Zhang, who was sitting at the head of the auditorium, let out a mouthful of brown red spit along with the beetle nut dregs and flew to the bottom of the tower, like a pool of blood. 8 days have passed since the pocket battle. Wei Kang, who was fully prepared for the counter-encirclement and suppression campaign, found that the hot pot in Jian City was not as spicy as he expected. The investigation team in Jian City found that the other side had no more troops sent out, and only some businessmen were among the people coming in and out of the city gate. It's gone like this? Wei Kang confirmed himself again and again. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy is stationed, we harass. When the enemy is tired, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. Wei Kang once again recited the essentials of guerrilla warfare. However, the reality is that I follow the formula to do harassment, which is to kill a team of 150 people with a small hit, and the battle is over. Wei Kang, technical team, is debugging the heavy machine gun. This is a traditional Maxim water-cooled heavy machine gun, a classic. It's a pity that I can't make this thing myself at the moment. The system outlined the equipment needed to build heavy machine guns. Rows of forging, drilling, and boring equipment required a large auditorium to accommodate them. These modeling made Wei Kang couldn't help but look at the scene of the Machinery Manufacturing Bureau during the Westernization movement. Now I can only make grenades, cannonballs, rail steel rifles, and bayonets. So now I can't put it down with the several heavy machine guns and as many as 200,000 rounds of ammunition that were seized. Of course, the more valuable harvest in this battle may be the prisoners. Now the prisoners are divided into 7 or 8 groups. After a certain degree of education and transformation, they begin to work. Although these prisoners could not let them participate in machinery manufacturing, they could not let them enter the small chemical industry to prepare acids and alkalis. But, it's okay to let them transport salt and then pick up bricks and rags for themselves on the ruins. In order to quickly bring the prisoners into his own rhythm, Wei Kang worked very hard to manage them. In the small square, on the stage, Wei Kang, who was in charge of ideological transformation work, held a tuning stick. Everyone, sing with me. When you lose your ambition for a while, you can't help but sigh. GM faces one tan. When you are down for a while, you can't help but feel frightened. Even if I lose hope and feel confused every day, even if I am busy and drunk with experience, without a soul, a person with a body is like a scarecrow. Don't mess with the 5-year-old ball and lose the straw wolf. Life can be compared to the waves on the sea. Lin Xingho wrote Si Bear Ebu Dragon. This Wei Kang sentence is followed by another sentence. After singing it 3 or 4 times, it is basically in tune. Singing is an ancient and effective group activity. When a group of strangers can follow your rhythm in a chorus, it is already implicit that you can partially give orders in the group. After singing together, Wei Kang began to register everyone and began to select the captain of the prisoner team. Oh, Wei Kang's selection criteria was very simple. When he just sang along with himself, he shouted loudly. It's the right choice if you choose it now. Then, according to the tasks that each team needs to work on, tools are awarded, as well as each captain and deputy captain, rifles, and crossbows. Well, this rifle is a single-shot rifle made by Wei Kang himself. On the choir podium, Wei Kang looked at the people holding guns in his hands, and silently encouraged himself. As an ordinary person, I have social phobia, which is xenophobia, but as one of the middle-aged people, I have social phobia. The existence of Z should be able to overcome this mentality and enter society. Wei Kang handed over the gun to the captain he chose. A future begins to be created. These people who had just been defeated and captured were given weapons after only 1 week of communication. Wei Kang himself felt that he was too careless. But all Wei Kang logically acquiesced to the implementation of this rule. According to the social mentality, when the battle is over and the victor has made rules, the defeated party will silently obey and try to move closer to the victor to complete social integration. But if the victor refuses to integrate, the obedience of the defeated will weaken over time. Wei Kang himself should be worried that if he gave the weapons to the captive squadron leader, would he be shot in the back? But think about it from another perspective. These people who sang loudly with Wei Kang were selected as new captains, and after getting weapons, they stood out from the original captives. What they had to do might be to show themselves, follow the orders of the victor, and then consolidate their newly acquired class. in order to be able to infiltrate control into these 150 people. Wei King felt that such a small risk was worth taking. People are more stable than animals. As long as they are given a stable food supply and the internal organizations other than themselves are interrupted, then it will be fine. After the captains were assigned, in just 2 or 3 days, Wei King quickly received the effect he wanted. The captives worked very hard to transport salt. The bricks were also transported very fast, driving the dragon carriage to compete with the steam engine car. It was like a very motivated young man who had just entered the unit. Wei King had to print special pottery coins so that they could exchange for fresh fish. Yes, Wei King did not eat the things he caught in the past few days, and gave them all to these newly recruited long-term workers. Wei King could not help but sigh that it was true that treating people with trust would gain them with sincerity. It originally took 50 people to watch over the 150 people, but now only 10 people were needed to follow the 10 newly elected team leaders. Moreover, as Wei King taught them pinyin, simple mathematics, geographical maps, and the ancient history of human civilization under his feet every night under the oil lamp, Wei King found that his control might be stronger than before. Some of these captives gradually let go of their courage and began to ask themselves many questions. The attitude of questioning began to change from fear and obedience to respect and obedience. The captives began to move steadily along their own tracks. After Wei King won the battle, the last stone in his heart was put down. Wei King, the groups in society that are still talking are much safer than the groups that are not talking. Except for online social networking. September 28th. That is, 2 weeks after the captives were captured, He felt very absurd these days. The group that defeated him escorted him to a camp, and then he found that there should be thousands of people with the same face here. He was so frightened that he dared not speak for a few days. But then, this panic gradually disappeared. These people with the same face did come not long ago, but they built a complete trench in earthworks. And they all seemed to be chatterboxes. In the past few days, about 10 people with the same face came to chat with him, about astronomy and geography, and about sketching and painting. As they chatted, they became familiar with each other. As for Feng Hong, he seemed to have made friends. The two sides were discussing when Betelgeuse would explode, and they were arguing about things that happened hundreds of thousands of years ago in the starry sky. Oh, yes, these people also like to sing in chorus. Look, someone is howling outside again, the river flows eastward, and the stars in the sky are like the Big Dipper. In the Eastern Spacetime Travel Department, when the latest information of Wei Kang's bilingual routine was sent back, those minister-level leaders who were originally a little worried about the accident now have a completely changed mentality. A senior minister who got the information of the plane commented to his colleagues on the next front line with a smile, "These two are a pair of weirdos." One was not told at all that a small number of individuals died, but they were not dead. The memories were already stored, and eventually consciousness returned, and all memories would be stored. He wanted to use such a shock to urge the traversers to complete the task seriously. And the other one? He was indeed scared, and then rejected all suggestions, and exaggerated the danger of all things in the unknown plane by dozens of times. Now, the people in the Time and Space Management Department also understand some of Bai Linglu's current thoughts. Wei Kang, what are you afraid of? With the mode you are currently developing, your ability is indeed no less than that of a minister, and you have already backed up the system of the return channel. You can completely fight some regional threats in this world and come back to collect data on this plane's advent mode to improve your own consciousness growth system. Now in the main world, it has been officially confirmed that the East and the West are in the first plane war stage. The two sides are now fighting in nearly 1,000 planes in 460,000 timelines, and the number of traversers mobilized by both sides has reached tens of thousands. The social mobilization system created by the 4 world wars on this Earth is now competing in plane exploration, which is really amazing. In some plane areas with lower danger levels, the historical lines are repeatedly explored, and the personality data of each mayor-level leader in the plane world is accurate. The two sides are making arrangements with each other on these planes that have been crossed many times. This kind of battle of wits between traversers is unimaginable for Wei Kang, a civilian level. There is no military law system for the civilian level. If there is a military law system, regardless of whether Bai Linglu violated the rules, Wei King cannot violate the arrangement of the exploration mission when he arrives at the plane, even if it is an accident during the arrival. In these hot warplanes, both camps capture and detain the defeated traversers. Detention means seizing their consciousness nodes and forcibly detaining them in the space bubble within the dimension. Out of humanitarianism, although the detention of the two major traversal groups will not completely erase the existence of the other party's consciousness, it will definitely damage the consciousness of the traverser, and then affect the number of future traversals in career life. In various senses, this is a war. Because it is a war, the thinking of both sides is out of the state of peacetime. Oh, this is like don't expect your girlfriend to talk to you softly when her period comes. The Eastern Space Administration has now mobilized all those who can be mobilized. To some extent, Wei Kang is now also regarded as a military personnel rather than a civilian before the war. As for the importance of the plane where Wei Kang is now, since there are too few people exploring it, the time and space flow speed is faster than that of many planes, so it has more strategic value. The first plane war, the latest phenomenon discovered by the senior travelers on both sides, is that the time flow speed of the new plane is faster than that of the familiar plane, and this situation will change with the shuttle activities. In other words, after a large number of shuttles to a plane time point and the opening of countless historical lines, the flow speed of this plane relative to the main world will be reduced. For example, in the Shenzhou plane, before the World War, the travelers started to settle down and move at a certain time point in that plane for 10 years, which was 1 year on Earth. Now, after the main world has generated many timelines, it has dropped to 9.8:1. Such a trend makes humans realize a new standard to judge the resource nature of a plane. This resource is the flow speed of time. Only those that will become lesser resources, and those that do not change are not resources no matter how important they are. According to the assessment of the Space-Time Administration, if the time flow speed of a plane drops to 3:1, then the value of this plane is very low. The value of the different plane lies in providing information. If the personnel sent by the main world travel through, the travelers put down by the gravity well of the main world will take 1 year to obtain the information 3 years later. This cannot make up for the huge investment in the shuttle. So it takes 1 year to obtain 10 years of information there, or 1 year in the main world, and the travelers collect 100 years of information there, that is considered high value. Although this world war is still going on, both the East and the West have realized that the resources of the near plane and the near plane are limited. In the future, the far plane and the different plane must be developed, even if these planes have various dangerous obstacles. As for the plane where Wei Kang settled, the current flow rate comparison with the main world is an astonishing 678:1. In this plane war, in the various timelines that urgently need faster and better information enthalpy processing processes, the plane where Wei Kang settled is definitely a high-value mine. In the absence of sufficient information before, this plane was highly dangerous and Wei Kang might not be able to settle down, and the Space-Time Administration did not say anything. But now Wei Kang can obviously settle down here, but he is still a civilian-level reserve force, so now it is assumed that the little tricks of Bilinglu are used. Of course, the Space-Time Administration still needs to do ideological work on the time travelers. So, this situation was given to Wei Kang's younger brother Wei Chang. On the Shenzhou plane, Wei Chang was on Hichu's time-space shuttle. A batch of materials had been packed and were ready to be annihilated in the super time-space machine, which was actually transmitted to the next plane. Because the future company in the next timeline began to do big things, he had to provide sufficient support to his own travelers over there. After transmitting the sixth wave of materials, he frowned when he received a new message, and then he lay in the time-space machine and entered the time rift, connecting to the communication in the high dimension. Oh, in just a few days, it was confirmed that his brother had unprecedentedly settled in a high-risk plane, and did a good job, and was even paid special attention by the time-space management department of the main world. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wei Chang laughed and scolded, "When you are forced into a corner, you will show your true ability." The two have lived together for more than 10 years since childhood. Wei Chang knows Wei Kang's character, and he fully understands from the few words in this report that Wei Kang took the attitude of reviewing before the exam in that Pandora plane. My brother is not really useless, but he likes to be lazy at home too much. To talk about the relationship between the two brothers, we must emphasize that the main world is the true world of the world of all things. Because the time in the main world is much slower than that in other planes. So after traveling through the other planes for more than 10 or 20 times, you can still see your unchanged relatives, which has become an invisible anchor of emotion. Wei Chang's father also planted seeds in other planes, but time is too fast compared to the main world. In a trance, the so-called brothers in that world have grown like radishes, so they are not regarded as brothers at all. In addition, the arrival of Wei Kang and Wei Chang in the plane is actually Wei's father and Wei's mother. After the exploration, they're selected a timeline to combine sperm and eggs in the plane to form embryos, leaving a foundation for the two. At present, the more than 40 plane timelines left by Wei Chang's father actually have backups of Wei Kang's arrival. Wei's parents have prepared the foundation for the two brothers to explore together in the other plane. And Wei Chang also thought so, but he was a little stronger and rushed into the plane to explore and wait for Wei Kang. At this time, the chief supervisor of the new war zone where Wei Chang had arrived found Wei Chang in a daze. Li Shimeng, what is the matter with Sergeant Wei? Wei Chang, Sr., someone at home is having some problems right now. Li Shimeng, your brother also joined the journey. I heard that an accident occurred and he entered a high-risk plane. How is he doing now? She currently does not have enough authority to check the situation on Wei Chang's side. Wei Chang, my brother is doing well. He has successfully settled in that plane and can complete all tasks independently, but he is not in sync with his supervisor. Li Shimeng, oh, not in sync, huh? Is there a conflict? Wei Chang, no, it's just that the cooperation between the two sides is very rigid, and he has difficulty communicating with the supervisor. But it can be dealt with for now. Li Shimeng, after the war, when he changes planes, he can also try to cooperate with other supervisors. Pandora World, it is another new day, 23 days after the end of the ambush on Jian City. Because of the daily labor and chorus, Wei King entered a rhythm while trying to bring the captives into a rhythm. Now the state of consciousness communication between each self is becoming more and more frequent, and almost all individuals can directly communicate with other individuals who come into contact with work. People in the outside world are getting more and more accustomed to Wei King, and Wei King feels that he seems to be getting more and more weird. At this time, caravans from many human city-states have come and started commercial exchanges. Wei King bought a lot of textiles and food, hard blocks. Wei King originally planned to trade these commodities with gold, but Wei King found that the currency in circulation here was actually steel coins and copper plates, which were 1 yuan coins and 50-cent coins before the Great Destruction. Fortunately, the merchants did not want to return empty-handed. They were interested in the large salt grains extracted by Wei King, and of course they were most interested in copper bullets. In the entire South Country, there are 3 things that are hard currency: small yellow croaker, gold bars, bullets, and betel nuts. Among them, bullets are the most in short supply, and in Wei King's calculation, they have the highest added value, which is 20 times more expensive than copper and black powder of the same quality. It is not that there is no relevant production equipment in the human world, but there are very few qualified production personnel, and it seems that due to management problems, the number of guns and ammunition produced is also very limited. A merchant from another city who traded with Wei King confided to Wei King that there were 4 arms workshops in Jian City, and the largest of them produced no more than 100,000 bullets per year, which was only enough for some armed personnel in the city. Behind this distribution method, the upper class is also divided into factions. Powerful families and individuals will give priority to guaranteeing the military forces loyal to them and getting sufficient ammunition supplies, while others will be ignored. Wei King did not expect that there would be a small county town that would engage in factionalism in the armed forces. There are only 100,000 bullets a year, and Wei King does not believe it, because he sees 200,000 bullets, which means he took the output of an arms workshop for 2 years? In addition, with Wei King's own efficiency in producing bullets, if there are enough raw materials, 1 million bullets can be produced in a month. The system provides standardized molds, forging machines, lathes and polishing machines, and Wei King also carries out assembly line operations, so shiny bullets can be produced with a crackling sound. Wei King accepted all business opportunities, but of course he was more cautious with bullets, agreeing to only sell 10,000 rounds per month. While doing business, he was also willing to discuss the redemption of prisoners with Jian City. In Wei King's view, this wrong conflict should end sooner. Through exchanges with businessmen, Wei King gradually learned that there were about 50,000 people within the city wall defense line of Jian City. Within the range that a city-state could control, the safety level was relatively high, so some dangerous natural mountain villages also had a population of 1 or 2,000. These satellite settlements surrounding the city-state have complex blood ties with the city-state. Some are the side branches of the upper echelons of the city-state, and they dispersed after failing in the struggle in the big city. If these people are included, the system estimates that the total population of the entire Guangnan area is about more than 1.2 million. Wei King paid more attention to, there are suspected armored vehicles with steam tractors in the area, which can produce 70mm caliber cannons and other intelligence. After receiving this information, Wei King did not plan to take the initiative to conflict with human forces in this area in the short term. When the enemy's number is hundreds of times that of oneself, the variables are quite large, and war will cause a lot of uncertainties. And it's good now. On the river bank, a hydraulic rotary cutting machine is in operation. The captives a month ago are pushing large wood into the hydraulic wheel saw to cut it piece by piece. In the Pandora era, wood cannot be used as building materials, but it is very important as modular raw materials. At present, Wei King feels that there is not enough manpower. At this time, the supervisor, explorer, I have a new discovery. Maybe it will be helpful to you. Vikings, well, tell me about it. At this time, Wei King is working in a group, so he is in a telepathic state, so the conversation with Bai Linglu is the current unconsciousness of each individual, and the conversation with the supervisor in the overall state, that is to say, now Wei King has begun to complete the consciousness integration by himself. Facing such neat replies from Wei Kang, Bai Linglu is a little nervous. Just like the response of a little girl facing the rolling sea. System, your life radiation in this world has risen to a very high level. According to the data characteristics of the early Pandora era, your stem cells can be completely transformed into a new body under certain technical conditions. Wei Kang asked with some caution, certain conditions, what conditions? System, it requires a facility, not big, 20 tons will do. You can build a brick dam first. The system called up the culture warehouse facilities of the replication center and gave Wei King the growth rate of individuals in the culture dish under strong life radiation. A new body can be formed in about 10 days. After the new body is formed, the individual memory and thinking of Wei Kang who participated in the life radiation will be integrated into it, along with consciousness. And in this process, because the newly born Wei King has complete past memories and thinking, he cannot realize his new life at the first time, but thinks, hey, am I in this new individual? This equipment will make Wei Kang live forever, but Wei Kang, it sounds like a scam. Since these few days, Wei King has lost his appetite after obtaining information about Jian City and many surrounding cities. But the supervisor was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, so he proposed the Pingji strategy. Her enthusiastic tone matched the lines of a martial arts novel, first kill Shaolin, then destroy Wudong. Bai Linglu said this recently, you are very strong now, you need to be bolder and more ambitious. It is unrealistic to conquer the world, but it is still feasible to conquer these 50,000 square kilometers. Now Wei King still politely rejected Bai Linglu's proposal. Wei King, self-replication, this is a bit weird. I will leave after a year, it is unnecessary. Wei King and others, their attention returned to the current work. In telepathy, they communicated about how to cut wood more standardly. In special situations such as war, you can use it as much as possible. If it cannot be used according to the rules, try to use it as much as possible to bypass the rules. This is the level of human resource arrangement of leaders. As long as the contradictions do not emerge, it will be fine. If the contradictions emerge here, the relevant parties will come forward to complain, at least they cannot come forward to complain during this period. Please note, readers, you are from the perspective of God. In reality, most people have a single perspective. For example, when many young people first enter the workforce, they will work overtime with enthusiasm. The leader will be very encouraging, young man, you are capable, I will arrange things for you. But how much can you see at the time? Later, I understood, and it passed, and I was no longer angry. So, now I look at it more openly. At least now the space-time administration has not used the protagonist to death, and all the remuneration is still recorded. The reality is even more cruel. It is really that the leaks are harvested and then left aside. In this world, some opponents may move so slowly that you feel that you have plenty of time. But the development of other things in the world will not wait for the end of the round of things you are paying attention to. In the Pandora world, human city-states are just the decline of past glory. The foundation of past industrial and social civilization is too solid, but in fact, there has been no fundamental change to adapt to this era. Before Wei King arrived, it was the gene community of this world that really adapted to this era. The lower reaches of the Pearl River Cape are the most fertile areas. In the past 100 years, almost every 10 years, the gene species here will be rotated by the surrounding areas. And Wei King's arrival and occupation can be regarded as a change. But it does not mean that it will not be challenged by gene communities in other areas. On September 28, when Wei King's main attention was still on how to communicate with the humans in this world, at least 3 gene communities around Wei King began to radiate life with each other. Before the Pandora era, the genetic species on the Earth would normally differentiate. For example, the genes of the ancient Chinese cat then differentiated into Yangtze tiger, Siberian tiger, South China tiger, Bengal tiger, Indochinese tiger, North China tiger, and XJ tiger according to different regions. After the Pandora era, this happened faster. When a branch of a gene community occupies an area, if the most original mother branch of this gene community is eliminated in species competition and loses the integration at the source, the brother and sister branches differentiated from the gene community and the mother branch will have regional disputes. Of course, in the Pandora era, gene communities may differentiate or merge again. This will happen when stronger genetic radiation different from oneself is felt. Wei King has always been worried about the union of human city-states and the surrounding areas. In fact, the union is happening between the surrounding gene communities. The tiger shrimps in the streams and rivers dozens of kilometers around Wei King have changed again and finally became a unified category. And the small herbivores in the caves and the geckos crawling on the treetops have also begun to converge. This 60,000 square kilometer area had an apostle-level supercolony landed 30 years ago. After the ultimate node of the area was cut off, the gene colony in the area once again showed such a union. This was not noticed by Wei King, who was still focusing on the human area. In Jian City, September is exactly the production time. The black ion pipes in the factory area are emitting clumps of black smoke. The dust of the nearby residential buildings has not been cleaned for decades. Except for some bright windows, all the brick and tile walls are as black as the stove. This is the appearance of a more advanced industrial city in the 1930s and 1940s. In that era, bright cheongsam stockings had to shuttle through such a gray and dirty city. In such a gray city, there are a few buildings that remain clean. This is the administrative center of the city, and the bigwigs in the city are discussing the recent crisis here. Zhang Longmu, this is a crisis in our city. No one made a noise at the meeting, acquiescing to the city lord's characterization of the matter. But everyone present knew that it was not so much a crisis for the city as it was a crisis for the political group to which the city lord belonged. Because the one who sent out military forces hastily and without thinking was the city lord. If they accepted the peace talks in a defeated attitude, they would face a serious crisis. Therefore, when they contacted the Wei King group again, the Jian city side must maintain a strong attitude. Then solve the problems. Well, these problems include a series of exchange relationship issues such as prisoners and trade. For such upper-level politicians, politics can commit crimes, but cannot make mistakes. Crimes can be whitewashed, but mistakes will be hit with a stick and never turn over. Therefore, the internal parliament of Jian City unanimously passed the decision to maintain a tough stance on the same face in the south. And such a confidential resolution was leaked to Wei King by a caravan that came to Wei King 2 days later. Continue to fight? Wei King was a little depressed. This is a headache for many warring parties in the world, and they cannot end the war. They can only continue to send a large number of reconnaissance forces to the northeast to keep monitoring Jian City. There is a calculation here. To maintain a scout on the front line, 3 people are needed to prepare, stand by, and on duty on the front line. To maintain 3 people, the rear now needs 5 people to work in this area. Although each Wei King is a generalist, the standby and reserve personnel will also hold other positions at the same time, and one person can do 3 jobs, but this impact is still there. That night, Wei King met Zhang He and Feng Hong again and told them the bottom line. That is, no matter what the result is under the current situation, they will be released back in 2 months, but the situation between himself and Jian City is not just a prisoner issue, but involved in a deeper contest. Wei King, Jian City still uses military means to deal with me, which has put us in a dead end in bilateral exchanges. This involves the bottom line. Please think from multiple angles. When the people I deal with can always use force to force them to achieve their goals, will they still use force the next time they deal with me? To be honest, I am not afraid of fighting, but I hate it. I am tired of having to be on military alert in all directions all the time, so I must show that I don't buy it. Feng Hong wanted to organize the language to argue. I think Jian City may not mean this. Wei King, friend, I am not arguing with you here, I am just describing my current attitude towards you. I am very serious about dealing with Jian City. This is a question of yes or no. At this moment, I will show no mercy to anyone who may pose a threat to me. That is to say, for now, I hope you can remain neutral. I don't want you to become an enemy that I have to fire at because of some actions. Even Wei King looked at Zhang He beside him and expressed his sincerity. Madam, you can leave first. Then he turned to Feng Hong. You are being detained by me. You must not reach out when I am dealing with Jian City. Zhang He, no need to let me go, I'll stay with him. The girl smiled at the dumbfounded Fong Hong, and then said seriously to Wei King, "You can explain all this clearly, you are much more honest than my uncle, thank you. After this conflict is over, I hope it can still be friend. Wei King, that is, it would be best if there is no enmity." Then he added silently in his heart, "If there is really bitter hatred, I will go to the extreme again. In that case, it will be wrong again." Bai Linglu, are you reassured by their promise? The so-called promise here, when Zhang He and Fong Hong pressed against Jian City, they would not make any small moves as prisoners. Wei King, of course, I won't worry. I will send people to watch them. Bai Linglu, oh. As a supervisor, she has the obligation to warn Wei King of some risks. Wei King continued, "The reason why we just met and talked so much is because I hope to reduce the probability of having to press the trigger on them." Bai Linglu thought for a moment. She now discovered that her partner had devoted a lot of attention to the human society in this plane and tried to avoid many things as much as possible, instead of just taking advantage of strength. And in time travel, is this an advantage or a disadvantage? If Wei King had been asked to answer this question, he might have said, "What I do should be similar to the choices of ordinary people." In October, the coolness of autumn has not yet reached South China. Here in Jian City, the Big Bad March has begun. Standing on a hill 8 kilometers outside Jian City, I saw the city, from the inside to the outside. The gate of the 3-story cement city wall opened, and a marching column with black smoke passed through the inside and left the city. Well guys, 6 diesel armored vehicles in the queue. Of course it's not a serious military armored vehicle. Well, it's almost like a tractor engine, welded with iron sheets. It makes a roar that can be heard from a kilometer away. There were more than 40 carriages in this team, and the total number of people was about 500. Wei King saw in the telescope that there seemed to be many AK series automatic rifles in their individual weapons. If it is a weapon of this type and properly maintained, the gun will still have a dense dispersion within a range of 200 meters. In other words, this team can contain its team tactics through point shooting from 200 meters away. In the field of ruffian fights, there is no difference between a big black star or a long gun, because the battle is within a range of 20 or 30 meters, but on the battlefield, one party can use accurate weapons within a range of 200 to 400 meters. Continuous firepower, but the other side cannot, then the weaker side will not be able to carry out tactical maneuvers. Any company that wants to raise its head will be suppressed by firepower, and then sit back and watch the other side outflank it under the cover of firepower. That was the case in the battle in the Himalayas in 1962. The semi-automatic rifle obtained from the Soviet Union successfully suppressed the British Sten submachine gun that was left over from World War II. The effective range of the Sten submachine gun is only more than 100 meters. If it exceeds more than 100 meters, the bullets will scatter and it will be difficult to cause damage. Now Wei King's batch of new single-shot rifles are forged from rail steel. Due to the substandard rifling and low-velocity black powder warheads, their range is only 200 meters. As for the firepower, they are not as good as the Sten submachine gun. In this regard, Wei King had to sigh, the foundation these city-states inherited from the civilized era is really solid. Sitting on the armored vehicle at this time was Zhang Kaimu, an old military strongman in the city. This white-bearded man is famous in the city for his shaggy hair and even tougher temper. Now he was carrying 6 mechanical combat vehicles and 15 medium-sized, no more than 700 kilograms, mechanical combat beasts. At this time, he raised his head and stood up from the hatch cover of the armored vehicle to look ahead. Suddenly he saw a sign erected on the road ahead. The old man picked up his binoculars and looked at the content on the sign, "Stop moving forward. Armed conflict is not good for both sides. Please bring all issues back to the negotiation table." The old man threw the binoculars to the officers on the side, and laughed to the left and right. "I thought he was so tough, but when my gun carriage came out, he became a coward, ha." Then he raised his whip and moved forward. "Old man, it is a pity that the soldiers and horses could not be wrapped in horse leather for the first time." The old general was so generous, and other military personnel also cheered and cheered, as if defeating the enemy this time was like searching for something. Under the point of the old man's riding crop, the armored vehicle increased its power. They rolled forward and knocked down the sign that Wei King had set up specifically for them half an hour ago. The 1st Brigade of Wei King on the top of the mountain watched this scene and couldn't help but wonder in the telepathy between them, are they illiterate? Later, Wei King saw the old man spitting on the broken sign as the chariot drove forward, so he determined, it must be either illiterate or arrogant. But arrogance comes with a price. This war was an unexpected overtime game for Wei King. But Wei King had a plan before the war. Wei King, Our main force is equipped with micro-submachine guns, which are not suitable for frontal combat. If the opponent is determined to fight, it will be difficult for us to gain the upper hand in the firefight. The only way is to use sniper rifles piecemeal during their march, and at the same time use all possible blocking positions along the way to harass them as much as possible, that is, shoot from all directions without requiring hits, interfere with the actions of many parties as much as possible, and hit them when they are in chaos. Rounds of mortars fire rapidly, and then quickly disengage. Let its armored units and large troops break away and wait for the opportunity to annihilate them. The plan has been finalized, but Wei King still thinks worriedly, who can guarantee that the other party will not have rifle grenades? What if the enemy's will is far beyond my imagination and he has excellent combat qualities? After encountering an enemy attack, he will use a rifle grenade to launch a round of rounds at the cold gun area, lock his own array, and launch a counterattack? Then the harassment battle on the blocking position will turn into a limited encounter. Therefore, the only heavy machine gun they carry is hidden and deployed on high ground. Once the opponent organizes a charge, the heavy machine gun fires to provide cover. Of course, after the troops evacuate, throw away the heavy machine gun rack and try to transport the machine gun back. Bai Linglu didn't say anything during Wei Kang's discussion. She really wanted to eat melon seeds. Back to the present moment, 20 seconds after the sign was crushed, the armored vehicle drove forward 150 meters recklessly, and suddenly seemed to knock off a steel wire tied to the tree stump. After a delay of about 1 second there was an explosion on the roadside, and a piece of metal turned into a high-speed metal block under the squeeze of the pot-type explosive, and directly hit the armored vehicle. With a bang, the bottom of the civilian steel plate spliced tank was torn to pieces by the metal block. Big piece, and then misfired internally. This thing is very common on the roadside in the Middle East in the 21st century. American mercenaries equal security personnel, as well as American military forces recruited by the puppet governments in the region, are often warmly entertained by this kind of thing. Now as the weaker party, Wei King must learn to cook this dish to entertain guests. Now the results are outstanding when serving the food. This explosion sent the white-bearded old man away directly. The whole person was ejected from the hood of the armored vehicle under the impact, just like fat particles squeezed out of acne. The old general was still half alive in the upper half of his body, but the lower half of his body was penetrated by the metal jet. After the explosion, Wei Kang, who sees things from the perspective of development, looked at the chaos in the ambushed circle and once again scrapped his previous plan. The troops that were so aggressive just now were like ants that had exploded in their nest. Not to mention the company-level counterattack, even the squad level was gone. That's it? In this way, a tree fell and the Hosens dispersed, which made Wei King feel that he could fight. So the Wei Kang cluster sent the general attack order along with the semaphore and signal flare in the system. In the dimension, Bai Linglu's little hand moved again, and his mouth couldn't help but curl up. The canyon was filled with the smell of gunpowder smoke, the smell of blood, and the panic and courageous screams of the wounded and incapacitated soldiers in Jian City. As for Wei Kang, he had to face a rolling car, an injured dragon and a mechanical beast that needed last-minute blows. Facing the equipment lying around, Wei King picked up the captured assault rifle, disassembled and assembled it according to the tutorial provided by the system, and then selected a prominent large rock 200 meters away as the target for calibrated shooting. After a few bursts of fire, Wei King still insisted on his previous view. If this weapon is used properly, it will bring huge casualties to himself. However, the army that just attacked him has no combat organization at all. The machine gunner was sniper kills, no one is there to make up for it. During the entire battle after the white-bearded commander overturned his car, this team effectively opened fire on him, that is, there were no more than 8 people from the beginning to the end who aimed their guns at him at 3 points in one line. Moreover, Wei King himself was still at risk. When 8 people were aiming at him, the system marked the threat trajectories in Wei King's vision in advance, and the sniper killed them in a few tenths of a second. The infantrymen in Jian City lay flat, and mortar shells fell from the sky one after another, making several other armored vehicles unnecessary obstacles. The drivers of these vehicles may have been fighting with the wind in a safe steel shell. Too many, and they have no understanding of the battlefield. When encountering artillery fire that can destroy themselves, they either make a sudden U-turn, or they want to go to the side of the hillside and take a detour. The car that turned around collided with other carriages. In order to escape, it stepped on the accelerator and crushed Ryoma to death. The car that wanted to go up the hillside to take a detour obviously didn't have the skills. The vehicle tilted along the hillside, and the wheels rattled on a big rock. The balance was completely lost, and it rolled directly down the hillside. Finally, the 4 tires rolled towards the sky. Being such a novice, Wei King simply let the machine gun fire directly and joined in the suppression process. The Wei King Brigade, which originally planned only to conduct guerrilla warfare and respond to harassment, now carried submachine guns and walked down the mountain. This was supposed to be a bloody distance. Wei King ran for a full minute from 300 to 80 meters, but he did not encounter any fire resistance along the way. Only 5 Wei King were shot in this battle. Since Wei King was carrying a Kevlar helmet and ceramic plate body armor from the first batch of supplies, the projectiles basically did not penetrate Wei King's armor. Only Wei King was unlucky. He was shot in the shoulder, which was probably the only battle damage. When Wei King completed the deployment of the infantry team at the front, click, 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 a submachine gun with a large magazine fired at close range, causing the group of guys to run away with their heads in their arms. Then, they ran away through the opening left by Wei King, leaving 78 wounded and 14 corpses. 15 minutes after the battle ended, far from the rear of the battlefield. At the main production base, after receiving the battle situation information provided by the system, Wei King came to Fang Hong and Zhang He and asked more implicitly, "This, Kamu, do you know the white-haired old man?" Fang Hong frowned. He is from the military faction in the parliament. He has always been asking for increased military investment in the city. Zhang He, what's wrong? Is he the coach of this crusade against you? Wei King nodded. Are you familiar with him? Zhang He shook his head. I'm not familiar with him. This old man is very stubborn. She thought that Wei King wanted her to help with the conversation, so she immediately rejected the task. When she thought of the old man's mean attitude towards her who had been a prisoner, my face felt uncomfortable. Fang Hong was kind-hearted and seemed to want to help Wei King, so he promised Wei King to come forward and communicate. As a result, Zhang He pulled him back. Zhang He shook his head and told Fang Hong to leave him alone. Wei King paused and said, "Well, I just had an encounter with him." Zhang He looked stunned and wanted to ask hurriedly. At this time, it was Fang Hong who grabbed her. He looked at Wei King and motioned for Wei King to speak. Wei King took a deep breath and said, "This battle was a 50-50 draw with him. He and I have won each other's respect, so the problem is solved. I think you can go home tomorrow. You need to take care of yourself. Do you want to order some specialties? Chili peppers, native ginger, or ground soybean oil?" The ground soybean oil is squeezed from plants with peanut genes. Fang Hong and Zhang He stared at each other in confusion. Wei King asked everyone about the prisoners, but none of them were familiar with Cao Mu. It seemed that this stubborn old guy was not very popular. Wei King, no one seeks revenge from me. When Wei King's consciousness gathered and he was extremely relieved after completely settling the matter, the sudden anxiety and severe pain spread throughout the Wei King cluster. This intense awareness of alarm seems possible? The Wei King people do not want to admit that one of their own individuals has died. And now this kind of thing is happening in the northwest. A liquid mass 3 meters in diameter in the jungle is digesting Wei King. This Wei King led the reconnaissance team when the Wei King group focused its main attention on the human forces in Jian City in the east. Wei King stationed in the northwest is just a standard team of 10 people. Therefore, in the face of the sudden deterioration of the situation, the Wei King cluster was seriously lacking in attention. If Wei King had not become an enemy of Jian City, or if the two sides had reached a peace agreement earlier, Wei King's plan would have sent a force of hundreds of people to conduct a sweeping exploration of the mountains and forests, and this crisis would have been eliminated in advance. But who can budget in advance? The rapt Wei King was twitching violently, and the nerves in the vacuole drilled into Wei King's ears, nose and mouth, trying to connect consciousness. The Wei King individual was now trapped in a fantasy where everything was very beautiful. The palace was pure gold, and there was no withered flower. There was sweet water flowing in the pond. A charming woman was chatting with him, constantly asking him something, and her tone was so gentle and beautiful. But the warning from the consciousness reminded him that he was in the range of influence of the truth serum. However, this beauty only lasted for a short while. After his resolute resistance, he suddenly fell into the abyss. Thunder, electricity, and the feeling of shattering inch by inch on his body all came towards him. The huge figure represented something that he had to surrender. And it was this condescending training that seemed to trigger a string in the captive Wei King. Half an hour later, the big vacuole stopped the interrogation. It spit out Wei King, who had melted halfway and whose head had shrunk by 1/3. Something was shrinking in its vacuole, and several black spiked limbs popped out like blades, which made it look like a spider. A human face gradually emerged on the body of the spider's large droplet, and next to it, a person with a dark green body and eyes that stretched out like snail tentacles came to the side, and the two sides exchanged information with the touching neuronal links. They got very little information about these Weikangs, only a few fragments of pictures, such as high-rise buildings, subways and various fast shuttles, which were pictures of the civilized world. The scientific name of this spider and this snail eye in this world is Fusion Man. Before the Pandora era, humans were the only species that used their own brain configuration to give birth to complex consciousness, and the total number reached 8 billion, so such excellent human genotypes were also obtained by communities in various regions. When the community needed some highly intelligent individuals with logical analysis ability, they would find human genes to give birth to this kind of fusion people who were very strange in the eyes of natural people. However, most humans themselves do not understand consciousness, thinking, and wisdom. Before the Great Destruction, global public opinion served a minority of rulers, so the trend was to indulge human desires and facilitate the control of most people. As long as society has not reached the era of extremely high spiritual realm, and material consumption and planning are no longer affected by low-level interests, conscious humans still act according to animal desire instincts most of the time. Therefore, after Pandora field communalized human accumulation, the fusion humans created again did not exceed this upper limit. They now captured a Weikang, and tried to control human external senses through nerves as before, and then control them. For the first time, they did not achieve the desired effect. Therefore, the two fusion humans did not understand. At this time, Weikang, who was twitching underground, could no longer tell whether it was day or night, and whether he was still in the illusion. He was still struggling with his breath. On the east side, the Weiking Brigade, which had just finished fighting in Jian City, was marching hard. In order to determine the best route and ensure that there was no ambush ahead, a large number of small columns were sent from the Weiking base camp to directly insert into the route nodes to determine the road conditions ahead for the large army. Those themselves, the Weiking group must save, but they will never make the mistake of Jian City, and the road must be explored. The goal Weiking has set for himself now, a forced march of 100 kilometers in 1 day and 1 night. The forced march record in the main world is 14 hours, and a forced march of 72.5 kilometers of mountain roads. Weiking is now saving lives, and forcing himself to get closer, but Weiking is still slightly confident. The physical fitness of the troops who set that record is definitely not as good as his own. He is uniformly 1.9 meters tall and takes bigger steps. Moreover, he is also lightly equipped and only carries rifles and grenade launchers. Mortars and heavy machine guns are for the second wave to carry and keep up. After Weiking tied the bandage, he started running desperately. After running for 7 kilometers, the soles of my feet began to swell, and the blood blisters on the soles of my feet hurt like a blunt knife scraping the flesh. At the same time, the pain in my calves was like countless ants crawling in my blood vessels. After running 20 kilometers, the pain in the soles of my feet disappeared and began to numb. My legs began to ache. After running 30 kilometers, the pain in my legs was already trembling. After running 40 kilometers, my legs took mechanical steps directly, and part of me began to hurt. Brush, 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 the sound of the weapons vibrating slightly on my body sounded softly as the whole team moved forward, and there was no other sound. As the suffering self in my consciousness further transmitted back the unspeakable pain, and these pains were accompanied by the temptation of approaching the limit of myself again and again, my desire to survive forced me to continue running. Between enduring torture and enduring fatigue, Weiking group chose the latter. After a day and a night, there seemed to be a change. The feeling of fatigue spread throughout the body, brewing to the extreme, and it seemed that something suddenly opened up. The flesh in the abdomen and thighs seemed to turn into liquid cells and flow toward the muscles. After a systematic analysis, I got good news. I once again started unusual life activities. After reading the information, Weiking sighed, after all, this is not the physical situation of the main world. There is life radiation here, so my forced march cannot be compared with the main world. Bai Ling Lu was busy again. Weiking's case was enough for her to write several high-value papers. In this world, if the will of the gene community is very strong, it is very difficult to kill it simply by exhaustion. When the state of some tissues drops to a certain threshold, other cells will supply in the unified life radiation field. Now all higher animals have the recovery ability of amoeba in life radiation. At this time, Weiking's abdomen, thighs, and fat cells are rapidly reducing organic matter, and the decomposed sugar lipids flow along the body fluids to the muscle cells, and the cells are quickly repaired under the action of the life radiation field. This forced march is just to lose 7 or 8 pounds of fat. After the 28th hour of the march, I felt that my thighs were sore again, and the soles of my feet felt painful again, but my whole body had such an endless strength. When all endurance is on the verge of the limit, what can support oneself to persist is not whether the party who inflicts pain on oneself will become kind, but that one is sure that one has more and more confidence to fight. Therefore, the limit of human tolerance will also break through the upper limit of the pass layer by layer. After the 36th hour, the march reached a distance of 150 kilometers, and Wei Kang's pain gradually disappeared. This time it was not numbness, but an itchy feeling of flesh growing well. There should be a thick layer of calluses on the soles of his feet, as if they had turned into a pair of shoes. When they approached a distance of only 60 kilometers, Wei Kang and his companions could clearly feel the captured but still alive self. It seemed that the oil was running out and he would be annihilated at any time. The marching Wei Kang said nothing and tried to continue to increase the speed. His breathing became deeper and deeper. Of course, he did not dare to open his mouth, because opening his mouth would lose water. At the same time, this group of symbiotic groups now crossed 2 hills and stopped by a lake. The supply beasts that came this time gnawed down a large tree, and then sprayed gastric juice with a strong smell, and then wrapped it with leaves like a cocoon. 2 hours later, the wood fibers in the cocoon will break and can be swallowed into the abdomen in large mouthfuls. And when they are full, they will send themselves to the strong in the community for them to insert a tube to suck blood. Compared with Wei Kang's long-distance raid, this gene group heading south was just on a picnic, moving only 10 kilometers in the past 2 days. And in this group, the detained Wei Kang survivor was wrapped by spiders for the 8th time. As his own group kept approaching, the incomplete Wei Kang had already felt his arrival. But now, under torture, Wei Kang no longer expected the rescuers to arrive as soon as possible, so he held his breath and looked forward to hope. Because these days, he has seen it through, and there is no luck anymore. When the self group approaches, the enemy will definitely kill him. However, the incomplete Wei Kang is still insisting, but what is the reason for insisting now? Sensing the nerve tentacles that are connected to him again in the vacuole, Wei Kang, who has lost his vision and hearing, said fiercely, "You have tortured me for so many days, I want to see the frustration of you having to give up, and the cowardly look of admitting defeat." In this re-barbarized land of Guangdong, Wei Kang traveled northwestward day and night. It turns out that the gunfire conflict with Jian City just turned the page. About 20 hours after Wei Kang released Feng Hong and Zhang He, the eagerly awaited people in Jian City got the official news of their return from the expedition from the city newspaper. General Zhang Kaimu, the white-bearded general, led the armored chariot troops. After leaving the fortress, he drove straight in and arrived in front of the enemy camp. He declared a battle without saying a word and fired guns and cannons for several hours. In the end, his loyalty and courage moved him to heaven, and this battle resulted in a great defeat for the people with the same face in the south. Force them to return to me, compensate me for their property, and compensate for my goods. Naturally, I am jealous of the talent. During the pursuit, old General Kaomu unfortunately fell from his car and was seriously injured. When he was 100 meters, 5 kilometers away from returning to the city, he was seriously injured. At the last moment, he looked back and said, "I am a soldier, and today wrapped in horse leather, happy. This team after the battle was also reorganized and brought back by Zhang He and Feng Hong. However, these returning victorious combat teams were controlled and isolated after returning to the city, and their communication with the outside world was cut off. However, there were too many wounded soldiers returning, and the armored vehicles were very dilapidated, and the steel plates on them were obviously twisted and cracked. Therefore, rumors about the brutality of this battle still spread in the city. The city lord Zhang Longmu summoned Zhang He and Feng Hong again in the city tower room and questioned them in detail about everything they saw. As for what decision he will make, you can't see it on his face at this time. On Wei Kang's side, after 48 hours of forced march, Wei Kang had arrived at the frontier battlefield and began to engage in contact combat with the alien species of the invading genetic community. In the jungle, the guards sniffed. Although they could not confirm it visually, their brains could always use a strange perception to accurately detect those threats to themselves at a certain point in front. Guided by this feeling, Wei Kang formed a group of 20 people. Each group was 50 meters apart. More than 12 teams spread out a wide front and began to explore forward like a carpet. At this time, the Wei Kang collective was very serious. In this state, they passively entered a state of spiritual communication, and this state became increasingly clear, like tinnitus in the middle of the night. Each group of Wei Kang filled in the information observed during the exploration process on the system form according to a standard format. Feces, footprints, and the smells smelled by the reconnaissance team at various downwind vents were used to comprehensively judge the information ahead. The supervisor Bai Linglu, who is now at the system terminal, is unable to tell which individual the information on the record sheet comes from when he collects the information sent by Wei Kang. In other words, in a team, perhaps the number 1 guard king saw signs of bending in the branches in front, the second guard king smelled the smell of humus after the soil where the grass and trees were kicked away, the third guard king, the fourth guard and the fifth guard king heard sounds from 3 angles, and then Wei Kang's brain of the entire team, including this type of perception provider, judged the situation and determined that the target was only a few minutes away. Wei Kang himself may not know which Wei Kang's results were specifically reported among the pieces of information reported. This is just like when a normal person plays a game, the whole person reaches a state of excitement, but cannot perceptually determine which part of the brain his excitement comes from. This situation is very important to Wei Kang at this time, and Bai Linglu is focusing on recording this element. Because, according to the standards of the Time and Space Administration for judging travelers, Wei Kang's current collective obsession with a goal seems to no longer be called a group, but has begun to become a unified consciousness based on the group. Just like a dolphin has left and right brains that can think alternately day and night, but both brains are one conscious mind. Now that Wei Kang has merged in the search team, what about the future? The 43rd minute of the jungle contact battle. In a patch of spiked thorns, a swift leopard suddenly jumped out with a clatter sound. Leopard? Well, let's call it that. The explosive muscles in its legs are all leopard-like, but the rest of it looks very casual. It has a pair of elephant ears, saber teeth on the upper jaw, and wild boar tusks on the lower jaw. This thing looks so fierce and explodes very quickly. But Wei Kang was even more powerful. When the object came out, 3 gunshots were fired immediately, hitting the head and waist on both sides in no particular order. When it fell, Wei Kang, who had been ambushed by the leopard, looked as usual. He held the steel gun tightly, as if he had been prepared for a long time. He raised his arm and stabbed it, just inserting it into the throat of the leopard. Then within 0.3 seconds, the man beside him, the 2 guards, rushed to the bayonet just in time to make up for it. They grasped it firmly with both hands and stabbed it downwards, pinning it to the ground without even giving it a chance to struggle. The division of labor between the 6 people in Wei Kang's team is like a human eating a hamburger, cutting off the front teeth, tearing the meat with the canine teeth, twisting the tongue to push it down, grinding the teeth to chew out the taste, and then swallowing, extremely smooth. At this time, Wei Kang's condition was amazing. Man and sword unite? No, everyone is one. During the search and killing process in the jungle, a group of Wei Kang concentrated information to a new level through spiritual communication. As mentioned before, Wei Kang could hear what other individuals heard and smell what other individuals heard during spiritual communication. And now it has gone a step further. When you smell the smell, you know where the target is, but you have already ignored who smelled it. When you hear where the opponent is, you no longer feel who heard it. Get used to it. This habit is just like people use their eyes, nose, and ears to see, smell, and hear, but when doing all this, they no longer care about what their 5 senses look like. In the battle just now, each Wei Kang's eyes could only see a range of 30 meters, and each pair of ears could only hear a fraction of 7 or 8 meters, but according to the perception of their own group, each individual made a linkage. This linkage is like the conditioned reflex of the arms and body naturally supporting forward when running and falling. Although this single beast rushed out very fast, Wei Kang's joint speed was faster. And each individual knew very well how to contain this swift beast from his own perspective. Joint collaboration is a killer in the history of human evolution. When this skill began to evolve into a language tool to coordinate all large creatures on the earth, although the paper data is higher than that of humans, but when hunting and fighting each other, coordination can allow humans to seize the opponent's weaknesses that are exposed in an instant. For example, this swift leopard now has a strong impact force in the front when it pounces on the first Wei Kang, but its ribs are very vulnerable. Now, those who have bullets in the back row of the Wei Kang formation will come to the front row tacitly, and those who have fired the bullets will use the bayonet to pierce the back of the leopard's head again, completely breaking its nerve chain. Then continue to load in the center of the team. After hunting and killing 3 ambushed cheetahs, Wei Kang has engraved a cross on all the self-made bullets in his hand to enhance the stop effect. The war with the gene community now is completely different from the war with the human city-state. To deal with the human city-state, it is within a 100-meter range with a wide field of vision, and the order of firepower of the attack is judged by each other, and whose team can judge faster and suppress the opponent's firepower counterattack. At present, the battle takes place within a range of 5 to 10 meters, and no more than 20 meters at most. When fighting in close combat, calm, quick, and tacit understanding is required. Wei King has no claws, and has not evolved more muscles. But he is absolutely strong. The 12 vanguard teams, like 10 fingers pinching into dough, went deep into the jungle, waded into it. On the broader map, in the entire Guangdong territory, Wei King is now only in contact with a part of it by forced march. In the jungle mountains of hundreds of kilometers outside the Zhujiang where Wei King is located, in the resonance of the Jin community, at least 60 life radiation nodes exceeding 30,000 BMR are scattered throughout the entire northern Guangdong, and now they are leading their own Jin communities to slowly approach Wei King's activity area in the south. Among the core node creatures of these communities, there are 60-ton four-legged six-limbed Tyrannosaurus. There are also mammoths wearing heavy armor like ancient war elephants but with 4 trunks. The liquid spider that captured Wei King at this time is just smaller in size. Of course, it is precisely because of its small size that it advances to the front and captures Wei King's squad. BMR is the basal metabolic rate, and the value of a normal adult male is 2000. Because in the Pandora era, the traditional genes in each species were unstable, and the gene alone could not determine the strength and weakness of a certain creature. Perhaps 2 similar genes, one is a cat and the other is a tiger. So the metabolic rate unit is used to quantify the intensity of a creature's life radiation. Now, more than 30,000 are definitely node creatures in the gene community. After this kind of creature is injured, if it is not further damaged, the cells in the body will quickly merge into the wound. The vitality is extremely tenacious. Using Wei King's record to evaluate, the blood bar is very thick. Even if it is fatal, a bomb must be placed in the wound, and it can only be finished after a complete critical hit. However, the radiation nodes of these gene communities felt the pressure of life radiation from Wei King. And as the Wei King cluster got closer and closer, the detained Wei King also burst out with strong enough life radiation. Now when the stealing spider uses nerve silk thread, some nerve silk threads have been grabbed by the wreckage Wei King. The gene community in the region is conscious. The node creatures that have integrated some human genes carry part of the consciousness of their communities and can express the perceptions of the communities they represent about certain things in a language similar to that of humans. For example, if the fusion people were asked to express the influence of Wei King on the gene communities, it would be like this: this spring, when the monsoon in the ocean began to strengthen its influence, the evil of the world suddenly came to this world, first expelling the leader of the gene community at the estuary, and then trampling on the life order of the entire region. They are more resistant to nature than the humans who are now entrenched in the city, and they are tireless on the road of blasphemy. Now, with the arrival of Wei King, the above concepts in the thinking of the node creatures have become clearer. All the fusion people felt the cruelty behind the continuous destruction in front, the dull bullets and the stabbings against the 50-kilogram swift creatures. Even the flying insects released were slow to move because of their strong life radiation, and were strangled to death by Wei King wearing straw gloves. Speaking of the poisonous insects in the jungle, Wei King had not yet realized that this was an attack launched by the hostile gene community. Not to mention that these poisonous insects were already quite slow when they flew over against Wei King's strong life radiation. After flying over, Wei King, who was holding a torch, slightly burned a large number of flying insects and fell to the ground. The few that bit Wei King a few times did not produce any bad effects. Oh, first of all, Wei King must admit that being bitten by these poisonous mosquitoes and bees is very painful occasionally. However, after being here for more than half a year, the individuals in the Wei King cluster chew a small amount of plants each time, and the system can analyze the medicinal properties of various plants. The system has also compiled a complete set of alkaloid data for this purpose. Now, when the stinging pain of the bite appears on the skin, take a little from the bottle immediately, mix it with spit and apply it on the skin. Wei King's self-healing ability under the life radiation of his own cluster is very fast. With the help of the ointment, the toxins quickly flow out of the skin through the pores. It used to itch for 7 or 8 minutes, but now it will be fine in 1 minute. At this time, Wei King, who was tied into a cocoon by spider silk and almost became a wreckage, is still alive tenaciously. The self in this consciousness also began to sense more and more clearly all the operations less than 1,000 meters away. At this time, this Wei King individual did not feel fortunate to be saved, but was worried about the hidden dangers that his individual now caused to the group. Will he see the flashing images in his mind after the liquid spider implants his nerves next time? And then threaten more lives in his group? The wreckage Wei King muttered, "It's over. Strong will is one thing, but strong consciousness is just a phenomenon that exists in the state of matter from a materialistic point of view. The subjective initiative of consciousness can greatly compete for matter. But it cannot change the phenomenon that matter can be competed for. Now, after Wei King in the wreckage feels the information of his group approaching, he believes objectively that he cannot absolutely grasp the information in his mind and will not be seized by the nerves implanted by the stealing spider. This happened to him, and he should be responsible for it. This is what the wreckage Wei King is thinking now. After being captured and tortured by various tortures, the wreckage Wei King went from despair at the beginning to struggling for survival, and a few hours ago, the last indignation to see the thing that tortured him show panic. Until now, Wei King has become detached. In the great torture, it seems that the existence of the self has been put down, that is, the various pains and vanities on his body, because, after enduring the torture, it is found that with the passage of time, these pains and humiliations will always fade away. Similarly, the joy and honor corresponding to the pain will actually pass away. So what things are difficult for oneself to pass away? Wei King, who was tortured, began to think about his own essence. When one is suffering, another group of self-individuals constantly surpass their limits to save. Using the wisdom and perseverance that were once mediocre to the limit is the progress of one's own essence. Now, I have to put aside other things and continue to advance my essence. The detachment of the wreckage Wei King may be similar to that of Ji Cheng, who was imprisoned in Yoli. As a Zhou person, he came to the area of Shang civilization that was still worshipping theocracy. The cruelty of human sacrifice and the punishment of imprisonment are also extremely devastating to the mind and body. From the perspective of modern people, there is no reason not to collapse and go crazy in such an environment. But going crazy cannot perfect the book of changes. Therefore, King Wen of Zhou must forget about the self and the world and start thinking with his own essence. At this time, the wreckage Wei King thought, next, I should leave when I should. Death as an individual is not important. What is important is that those who are alive should continue to face this bloody world with their essence. In the mutual radiation of life, the thoughts of the wreckage Wei King passed through the hundreds of meters between the two hills and reached the Wei King consciousness group that was preparing for battle. After receiving the speech of the wreckage that followed the essence, the Wei King group was silent for a minute, and the consciousness of hundreds of individuals exchanged no more than 5 sentences on this issue. This can be said to be silent thinking. Finally, the cluster issued a command from its own willpower to the wreckage individuals: observe the discipline, must persist, and cannot give up. Persistence itself is the greatest meaning to oneself. The Wei King consciousness group did not deny that the wreckage Wei King fell into the hands of the enemy, which objectively led to the risk of information leakage during the battle, but the wreckage individuals can sacrifice their lives for justice. But the Wei King cluster, which currently has a total of only 1,500, cannot default to it as normal. Throughout history, when a human society recognizes the tragedy of an individual within it as this is life, then the days of its lingering in the future are not far away. Now in this wild nature of the wild beasts, as a human, we must keep the splendor. Grasping this is actually an empirical judgment of things after oneself obtains enough information. If a racket comes over, can it be caught? You will be sure before the ball lands in front of the racket, and can you pass the exam? Students feel confident the day before the exam. On the top of the mountain, Wei King gathered in a group to look out and began to make sure that he had a certain degree of certainty and took the wreckage back by himself. As long as you can be proficient and achieve the expected results that you think you can achieve, because your actions can be faster than the reaction speed of these groups. At present, the bamboos on the hillside were being chopped down, and Wei King began to prepare the final batch of tools. After comparing a series of records he made on the system, Wei King believed that when he came, he could always detect the direction of the enemy with this sixth sense. Then he used his eyes to identify the threat, making sure that the perception was not a coincidence made by his brain. Previously, these gene communities were rushing here because of Wei King's life radiation, and because of Wei King's approach, they felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Correspondingly, when Wei King arrived here, he also completed his positioning through life radiation. Moreover, Wei King felt the location of the wreckage more and more accurately. So, Wei King tremblingly began to make a hypothesis. This feeling is like dismantling a bomb that will explode at any time. Can you really grasp the line of future life and death in the palm of your hand? There are various reasons to prove that I can do it, but the feeling of if I miss it, it will last forever makes my heart gripped and unable to move. Wei King, what if the mind-stealing spider wrapped up the wreckage itself? By touching the flame with your hand, you can know the temperature geometry inside it. When your life is enveloped by the enemy's life radiation, can you accurately position yourself? If this is the case, Wei King feels that he has a chance to destroy plus save. At this time, Wei Kang, who arrived on the battlefield first, numbered 537 people, equipped with light weapons, and the projectile weapon was a grenade. 120 people followed, carrying 4 heavy machine guns. 60 mortars, as well as 40 rounds of nitrate rockets and explosive packets are also heading towards this battlefield, and there are still 2 days to go. Of course, when it comes to rescuing people, the sooner the better. An extra hour means more variables. To minimize casualties and annihilate the enemy, one must wait for heavy firepower. This is a decision similar to a fork in the train. Option 1, it is possible to save one individual, but several times or even dozens of times more individuals may die. Option 2, it is very likely that this individual cannot be saved, but when the enemy is eliminated, many individuals will die less. However, after Wei Kang's hundreds of heads communicated with each other, there was no confusion in their logic. Instead, it became gradually clearer. Wei Kang, what is the purpose of my fight? To destroy the enemy? Or to protect myself? Most of the time, destroying the enemy equals protecting myself, there is no conflict. But now, the cause and effect must be clear. Because I want to protect myself, I must destroy enemy. So, Wei Kang was completely relieved at this time, and made the decision of option 1 very calmly. Being in a weak situation and constantly persisting in not giving up, even if it is only one person, you must protect yourself. As for myself, who is in a relatively strong position, I still have to defend the bottom line even if there are dangers of death ahead. If you can defeat 500 enemies, you are in a strong state. No need to explain, no need to consider the pros and cons, in principle, it's the right thing to do. In the last 5 minutes, each individual in the Wei King group determined the thousands of data they had just observed and aimed at, as well as their own predictions of a series of positions in space. Without stopping for a moment, take action immediately. The 2 wings of the Wei Kang cluster spread out directly and launched a frontal offensive. Things like life radiation make both sides feel the threat of the other, so sneak attacks are useless. So this was not a sneak attack by Wei Kang, but an honest one. He started to act quickly in a very short period of time. He arrived quickly, but he had no ability to stop it. In short, it's a matter of hard work. The roundabouts are just in front of the genetic community on the hilltop, not hiding or avoiding them, because they are sure that they cannot draw the strength from the front to fight off the roundabouts. Behemoths weighing half a ton on the top of the mountain began to charge downwards. When these large predators charged downwards in groups of 7 or 8, they felt like a torrent. Wei King was attacking upwards from the hillside, very weak under such impact. 10 days ago, Wei King's ability plan for himself was that when encountering a big guy weighing more than a ton, he must avoid it and destroy it with a sniper rifle and heavy firepower. But now, there are only 26 sniper rifles, and they must suppress the targets on the mountain. They can only block 2/3 of the behemoths descending the mountain on the front battlefield. Swish, 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 the grenade fired. At a distance of 200 meters, a barrage came to Wei King, who was attacking Su Jing. Although the black powder and broken iron shrapnel had limited lethality, it still exploded instantly. Being blinded by the charging beast, its vision and hearing were useless during the explosion, so it could only rely on the path it saw 2 seconds ago to launch a charge. However, the Wei Kang who were leading the charge anticipated these processes when the warheads fell, so they took the opportunity to roll to the side. On the battlefield in World War II, when a tank charged, there was a kind of warrior who would blend in among the dead. When the tank rolled over, his teammates' machine gun fire provided cover. They took the opportunity to roll to the side of the tank and stuff clusters in the tracks. Grenade. This beast is nowhere near a tank. The submachine gun was aimed at his side waist and fired. Facing the giant beast passing by from the side, he pulled the trigger in his hand. Before shooting, he held the gun with both arms and raised it diagonally upward. After shooting, he held the gun with the muzzle tilted downward. These dozen bullets destroyed the beast's fragile internal organs at close range, destroying its temporary fighting ability. When the giant beast fell on the gentle slope before it could get up, Wei Kang, who was holding the blasting rod, thrust the bamboo pole into the beast's abdomen or throat with a stick while the beast was bleeding, then threw away the bamboo pole and left. This blasting rod is a grenade tied to a bamboo pole. The surrounding guards held up their guns and fired indiscriminately, hitting them on the ground and unable to move until the grenades exploded. In this way, after this set of hammer stun, the grenade explodes to stun, cripple, side strafing, and last hit, the blasting rod pokes in. 9 out of 10 are successful, which fully reflects the premeditated plan, the word long. As a human being, Wei King tried his best to come up with as many plans as possible before the war, rather than pure muscle output. The total BMR values of the two groups fighting at this time are almost the same, but judging from the situation before the war, Wei King appears to be thinner in appearance. The giant beasts in every genetic community seem to have the ability to cull Wei King. But a fight. Wei King only suffered 16 casualties, and he rushed directly from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. Wei King's attribute lies in the brain, and the metabolic energy supports a large amount of complex coordination of consciousness. At this time, it is proved that this kind of addition is more excellent. At the 15th minute of the battle, Wei King charged head-on onto the top of the hill, and made detours on the left and right up the hillside diagonally. Gene community judgment: the current strength is not enough to face the disaster of nature and we should leave here. The droplet spiders in the colony once again swallowed Wei King's remains, trying to completely digest Wei King in 5 minutes to obtain life energy and obtain one last piece of information. But this thing didn't know that its final greed happened to be in line with Wei King's best expectation. 300 meters away, grenade tubes were placed in the pits one after another. Most of the tube bodies were basically buried and fixed in the soil. The direction of the grenade tube was aligned with the general direction of Wei King's life radiation perception. Now, after the wreckage was swallowed up by the droplet spider, Wei King had a precise location. 1.5 times the amount of powder is put into the grenade. After this amount of powder is used once, the grenade will be irreparably deformed and cannot be used again. However, in the short term, super range can be obtained. In order to prevent this possibility, the explosion phenomenon occurred, so it was buried in a pit in advance. After determining the location, Wei King picked up the ordnance shovel and slightly moved the grenade in the soil. The fine-tuning of the ballistics is completed, the stones inserted are stable, and the ballistic impact point provided by the system coincides with the position perceived by the system. Wei King's consciousness group visited the artillery position and loudly shouted to himself, "Let go!" The 8 projectiles hit him in the direction he expected. With a series of explosions there, countless small shrapnels were ejected into the air and then fell again. Everything came to fruition. When the Wei King swarm rushed up the mountain, the Gene group had cut off their tails to escape, leaving behind a large number of corpses to flee from the north. Wei King dug open the spider's belly and found his own remains inside. Seeing that he had only survived, Wei King found it hard to imagine that a person could reach such a state, with no skin tissue and even most of the muscles peeled off. Perhaps the limbs were digested first, so the skeleton left behind was skimmed off. There are no eyes visible in the orbit, and the empty interior leads to the brain. The internal organs were wrapped by unknown silk threads and were not exposed from the cracks in the ribs. However, although this self cannot breathe normally, it is still alive and has a heartbeat. Under the influence of the life field radiation, the related organs will be forcibly kept alive. At this time, there are many opening and closing holes in the muscles of the wreckage Wei King to forcefully absorb oxygen into the abdominal cavity. Now transported away first, just as the guards want to carefully drag the wreckage out of the spider's liquid abdomen, it was found that there were many places connected to the spider remains on the back of Wei King's head and calf muscles, making it difficult to distinguish them from the tissue point of view. But then, the spider suddenly moved, and all the guards couldn't help but be startled. Except for the 2 in front who kept observing, the rest retreated and picked up their firearms to be on guard. Is this spider still alive? Wei King felt that this made no sense. He had obviously cut off several major nerve centers, and he could not detect the threat of this spider in his own senses. Well, that is, the life radiation recorded by the system is probably not the natural twitching of the frog's muscles. However, Wei King soon determined that it was not the spider that was alive, but that he was struggling in the wreckage, which seemed to be causing the spider's current tissue twitching. What changes will come next for Wei King? 20 minutes later, during the observation, it was discovered that the body of the wreckage Wei King was extracting tissue from the spider into the body, and the tissues connected to the eye sockets and skin were regenerating. All this reminds Wei King that this is the Earth in Pandora field, and carbon-based life can be very tenacious. Previously, this fused human spider swallowed up Wei King through a symbiotic dominance, trying to seize the information of Wei King's mind. At that time, Wei King resisted tenaciously and never gave up. Some of his nerves even entered the wreckage of Wei King and were assimilated by Wei King's life radiation. And when the Wei King swarm came over, this mutual assimilation fell into a trap. A more anxious state. But until the last moment, when the spider was ready to digest Wei King, it was already too late. Now that the spider has been maimed by the explosion, its main nervous system has been torn off, and it can no longer control the symbiosis process. Moreover, the health radiation is clustered here, and the life radiation will be even more powerful, so it will be even less effective. Looking at the wreckage of Wei King lying inside the spider, and the amniotic fluid surrounding his body, Wei King was sure that the next step might be better than he thought. The system, which I hadn't seen for a long time, suddenly spoke up and gave me a possibly reliable suggestion. Bai Linglu, you can try blood transfusion. Wei King paused, then immediately called for the first aid kit and found the needle inside. Wei Kang, who was closest, rolled up his sleeves, found a vein, and stabbed it in. The tube of blood became full as the piston of the needle stretched. After pulling out the needle, Wei King pressed the wound, but the small wound healed instantly. In Pandora's field, very strict medical conditions are not required. When genetically similar communities gather together, all alien life forms are vulnerable. The remains of Wei Kang in the vacuole also directly broke through the vacuole and stretched out the shoulder of the growing forearm. As the shoulder squeezes out of the vacuole, the translucent growing arm bends like a noodle. When a tube of blood was injected into the blood vessel of the wreckage Wei Kang, with the injection, the naked eye could see this ray of red flowing under Wei Kang's transparent skin. Wherever it went, a large number of tissues and capillaries were like plants that accelerated time. Veins have grown out. Effective, quite effective. In the life field, similar life forms can only convert carbon-based energy, but material exchange. It still depends on the body. Tube after tube of blood was injected into the remains of the body. A large number of bubbles emerged from the transparent spider remains, and a large amount of sweat-like liquid dripped from the outer skin, and the bubbles quickly collapsed. Obviously this is being forcibly metabolized. The wreckage Wei King felt thirsty, and the guards immediately poured water from the kettle into it. So the sweat on the spider's remains became even more intense. Within 3 hours, broken eyes, skin, and even hair have grown back. This body that had gone through so much suffering finally survived. Of course, everything is not over yet. The Wei King cluster entrenched here exudes an evil spirit. This evil spirit makes the birds within 10 kilometers around them afraid to approach. When life is preparing to prey, the metabolism of the whole body is different, and in this Pandora era, it will be reflected in the radiation of life. Although Wei King is not hunting, his thoughts and emotions are linked to his life state when his body is tense. If it is maintained, this state will radiate with the life field, which is an evil spirit to other weak creatures. In this battle, the Wei King cluster lost 3 bodies. Everyone's scalp was fried, and Wei King also felt that there were many sources of life radiation that were hostile to him within a few dozen kilometers around him. Recalling the battle just now, I found that when I attacked, the 3 fallen soldiers all suffered fatal head injuries. The system clearly recorded the 3 moments of death. One was caught by the dying beast when he rushed forward with a blasting rod, and the other 2 were directly knocked down by the beast and held down. What these 3 self-deaths have in common is that after being controlled by the giant beast, they were unable to escape. Their eye sockets were penetrated by long sharp claws and canines, and they died completely. Wei Kang, who had just experienced a bloody fight, was a little nervous and said, "These people seem to be accumulating experience in killing people. If this is the case, they must be eliminated. In the 21st century, all beasts that have preyed on humans must be controlled, and during the capture process, they can be killed directly." Therefore, Wei King gave himself a very good reason for launching a pursuit. Only by killing him thoroughly can the hidden danger be eliminated. 5 hours later the wreckage Wei King returned to the team after fully recovering, and soon joined the spiritual link, and in the next series of tasks, his thinking consciousness was also integrated into it. One Wei King is nothing compared to the various strange biological groups of the gene community. But if the number of Wei King exceeds 100, it will form a qualitative change. Even if they cannot defeat the gene community head-on, they can quickly insert into the short contact with their own endurance and organization, and then withdraw without missing one, and then insert again, and then withdraw again. And if the scale of Wei King exceeds 500, it means that they can really run rampant in the entire jungle. In this era, most of the large aggressive carbon-based groups cannot maintain a gathering of more than 1,000 when moving over long distances, because this is the limit of their logistical capabilities. Logistics: this is the ability of a creature to control and collect energy in a region. In the old days, humans planted a single crop on the entire alluvial plain, collected and gathered organic matter, and then gathered through transportation, which supported more than tens of thousands of troops to travel hundreds of miles away to fight. And such a system, the gene communities that are still barbaric do not have this ability. In a week, Wei King targeted the 4 most advanced gene communities in this area and began to sweep. Strategically, it was a sweep, like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves, but tactically, it was a cat catching a mouse. 5 days before the battle, Wei King had been patiently sticking to it, which was the combat experience gained from Jian City, killing horses and destroying transportation capacity. When the enemy's transportation capacity was unable to move due to his interference, it was like a barrel effect, which depleted all the combat conditions of the enemy's forces. Heavy sniper rifles were definitely the most effective military supplies in Wei Kang's exchange this time. One by one, those giant herbivorous devouring beasts with huge stomachs and small heads were hit hard by Wei Kang. On October 17, 60 kilometers northeast of the Qingyuan ruins, this was the scene of the Wei King cluster's battle with one of the invading communities this time. Wei Kang's current strategic bottom line is that the Jin community in the north cannot cross the Qingyuan ruins. This can be seen from the satellite cloud map. The northernmost part of the Zhujiao alluvial plain is Qingyuan. Further north is a completely mountainous area. Wei Kang would climb 1 or 2 mountains when he was doing production activities, but he would never take mountain roads as fun. There was no step recorder in this plain to record your steps. By Linglu, you can have this. Back to the current battlefield area, in the mountains and forests, the supply beasts of the Jin community are now skinny, and they hide in the jungle and dare not come out. They can devour trees for food, but water? Pop! The crisp sound of gunfire rang out on the top of the mountain, and the sound did not reach the riverside. The head of the beast trying to replenish water exploded and fell to the ground. The huge body was half soaked in the water source, and the small crustaceans in the lake and the cockroaches in the surrounding soil smelled the blood and began to share a piece of the pie. Oh, these 2 types of small animals may bite each other. This beast that produced blood for the top of the entire Jin community died like this. And judging from the dozens of bones on the riverside, this is not the first one. Although these species will try their best to return energy to the powerful community in the jungle by decomposing their small animals after death, but without these giant beasts as the first channel to convert material energy, the top group of node creatures in the Jin community will suffer huge losses when obtaining energy, and this loss is not enough to support the metabolic consumption of the internal cluster. And for the Jin communities, the most helpless thing is, Wei Kang, who launched the sniper, is 800 meters away. This is the distance where the most combat-capable individuals among them cannot fight back. Those node creatures and the surrounding giant beasts weighing 1 ton are like the Yamato class and Nagato class, which are the pillars of the empire in the Pacific battlefield of World War II. The most unpleasant thing in the world is that there has been a constant exchange of fire in the vast Pacific Ocean, and I can't catch up once. In the first 5 days of this battle, Wei Kang and others did not make an appointment with these giant beasts. Wei King taunted from a distance, "You just stay there and wait for me to plant an orange tree for you." Preventing the huge, slow metabolizing supply giant beasts from approaching the water source is equivalent to interrupting the oil lifeline of an industrial country in the war. As long as it is interrupted, it will win. In this way, Wei Kang, who was squatting at the water spring, sealed off 4 communities. The total life radiation of these 4 communities was originally several times that of himself, but only 4 days of water shortage reduced their life radiation by half. And today, on the 5th night, these 4 Jin communities finally couldn't stand it anymore and started to attack. When Wei King saw a large number of swift species rushing out as a fast cluster, he was happy and waited for the separation of lightweight biological communities and heavy blood-thick units in the Jin community. This night was a geometric night composed of straight lines drawn by bullets and parabolas drawn by grenade launchers. In the field of vision provided by night vision goggles, the charge of these batches of lightweight beasts was completely blocked by the firepower network. Wei King's homemade rifle bullets alone smashed their heads 100 meters away. When these beasts approached within a range of 50 meters, heavy machine guns could directly tear their bodies apart. Of course, the heavy machine guns only fired at them 4 times. More often, they were harvested by fragments of grenade launchers. In just one night, more than 600 swift species were killed at 8 ambush points. When the giant beasts were only halfway through their journey, they had already been killed in front. This disconnection was fatal. When the Jin colony found that it was impossible to do anything and let these giant beasts turn around, Wei Kang, who had finished the sniper battle, carried a 60 mortar and a heavy machine gun to block them again. There was no need to worry about the assault clusters of the swift species on the left and right sides, and they could output calmly. The powerful healing ability of these giant beasts suffered the heaviest blow. When they were shot with 1,000 bullets by Wei King in 5 minutes, even the thickest blood bar would be exhausted to death due to the loss of blood in the body and the large amount of soft tissue damage that could not be reorganized in a short time. As long as they fell to the ground, several Wei Kangs would hold a 4-meter-long bamboo pole and stab it into a wound, and then detonate the front cluster grenade, waiting for them to explode and impossible to revive. On the morning of the 6th day, the radiation intensity of the 4 gene colonies within the 120-kilometer range was not as good as Wei Kang, and due to lack of water, the life value was still rapidly decreasing. In the system space, the white spirit deer with long hair down to her waist sat high on the light chair. Oh, she only had hair in this space. When she returned from the gravity well, she was so smooth that she didn't want to look in the mirror. She looked at the latest value, pursed her lips, and controlled herself not to make a sound, because once she opened her mouth to narrate, she could not contain the surprise and pride in her tone. The data of the Wei Kang cluster in terms of mind resonance has increased fourfold. According to the scale of the main world's consciousness that can increase the node's information receiving enthalpy, the average value of each Wei Kang individual has also soared from 43 to 129. Although this average value has dropped after the peak, it is still above 80. The highest peak of a certain individual reached 675. And the consciousness exceeds 1000 is Shangqing. Wei Kang's value is not a single one, and now it exists in batches on this plane. Bai Linglu has checked it out. In all the crossing situations, including the situation of various crossers in the current plane war, there is no phenomenon like Wei Kang. This phenomenon of a large-scale explosion of consciousness is rare. It seems to be a night of killing. The whole day of the 6th day was quiet. The mountains and forests here are quiet. But the life scale of these gene communities stuck by Wei King continued to decline, and their life as life was extremely pitiful. However, on the 7th day, Wei King discovered that large-scale autophagy had occurred in these communities, and many individuals were shrinking. It can be judged that their internal hunger has reached a critical point, and they can no longer maintain normal actions. So, Wei King gathered the small clusters and began to form a large cluster, preparing to completely pull out the communities one by one. After a morning march, they bypassed 2 mountains and rushed to the first target. This is the strongest gene community blocked by Wei Kang, and it is also the community that Wei King has confirmed to have killed his own individuals. After the Wei King group responsible for observation determined the wind direction, the action team lit firewood at the bottom of the hill, and thick smoke surged to the top of the hill. On another road on the hillside, Wei King blocked the mouth with guns and would never let go of any creature the size of a fox. After half an hour of fumigation, several smoke piles were covered with soil, and the smoke at the foot of the mountain stopped immediately. The smoke on the mountain had not yet dissipated, and at this time the Wei King group attacked. The whole journey was a crushing defeat. Although some beasts were still very crazy before they died, facing the coordinated attacks from multiple angles, these crazy beasts also became corpses with broken skins. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, Wei King quickly found the node creature with the strongest life radiation. But after seeing this thing, Wei King was silent again. A week ago, when Wei King saw himself melted into debris in the thinking spider, he was ready to accept any tragedy in this world, but this world always has scenes that challenge the limit. Now you can see a 2-meter fat thing sitting upright. This thing looks like a toad when sitting upright, but it is not a toad. Its mouth parts are deathworms, and it has no eyes at all, or the eyes are on the neck. There are 4 tumor-like things on its neck. If you look closely, these are human heads. The eyes on these human heads provide observation for this fat thing. 3 of the human heads are obviously a bit old. The skull structure seems to be atrophied and gradually collapsed into the skin. As for the facial features, it is even more difficult to see, but the new head, Wei King is sure, it is his own. In this regard, Wei King stared at his remains, speechless. When Wei King approached, his head opened its eyes. When the eyes of this head, which had been parasitized by this fat body, looked at many of his own, it seemed to feel the excitement of genetic radiation, and it seemed to light up for a moment, but disappeared in an instant. It was like a spark in the dead ashes jumping for a moment, and then completely gone. This is not because there is still life consciousness in this head, but Wei King's strong life radiation resonated with the tissue with the same genes as Wei King in the remaining head, allowing the Wei King cluster to read the last encounter recorded in some brain tissues in this head. After the integration of combat activities, the Wei King cluster consciousness obtained such a complete picture. Half a month ago, when the team stationed in the north was blocked by the Beast Group, in order for some of the self-individuals to go back and pass on the message, Wei King Reconnaissance Team number 98, 94, and 93 carried out blocking operations, while number 84 to number 91 evacuated. Among them, number 87 was the individual captured by the stealing spider. The evacuation team was also unsuccessful as they were blocked by the stealing spider. Only number 87 was rescued in time by the Wei King cluster. 3 Wei King individuals made a final desperate resistance relying on the outer earth mound of the temporary base. Among them, individual number 98 was knocked down when he shot and killed one and stabbed the second. Knowing that it was useless, Wei King bit open the grenade, bit the smoking thing with his upper and lower jaws, and kissed the giant bear that knocked him down mouth to mouth. He died without pain. Individual number 94 died in the cabin. After the 4 beasts got into the cabin, when these beasts bit into a bloody mess, individual number 94 endured the severe pain to close the door, overturned the oil lamp and pressed the lighter at the same time, lighting the branches that had just been dried and piled up for cushions in the cabin. He hugged a beast in the thick smoke, ignored its bites and rolled at the door to hold the wooden door tightly, not letting these things break the door and escape. Finally, he gradually lost consciousness in the thick smoke, and felt the last bit of burning pain from the scorching flames on his skin. He couldn't help but sighed, "Oh, this is the same as my last life." And individual number 93 was the last one to die. After watching his belly being cut open, all his strength was drained. There were no bullets in his gun, and even if there were bullets, Wei King didn't have the courage to pull the trigger to end it for himself. He happened to see the fate of the other 2 in the induction, which made Wei King, who had not yet chosen a path, confused. Wei King number 93, I still want to live. It's not always death, there should be another way. Why not try it? However, next, he was clamped by the monsters with pliers and came to this fat node creature. Faced with such a terrifying thing, Wei King number 93, a single individual, could hardly contain his fear. Real sacrifice requires a moment of courage. If you miss this moment, you may become a coward. Number 93 Wei King has no resonance of life radiation, nor the support of the last blood and courage in the battle. Instead, he will make a little cowardly choice in constant wavering. Number 93, after discovering that this thing has the ability to communicate, I want to ask for mercy. In this last memory fragment, number 93 expressed the memory of begging for mercy in detail, repeatedly emphasizing that his group has a big secret. Of course, he has to narrate that he has a bigger secret and wants to delay time. In number 93's logic, if the interrogator wants to interrogate the secret, he must use torture little by little without killing himself. Every time he can't stand it, he will reveal a little and delay time. This is what Wei King said after reading the manual of captured scouts. However, after seeing that the members of the evacuation team he covered were also captured and dealt with by these monsters one by one within 2 days, number 93 finally despaired. No longer begging for mercy, but facing this enemy with contempt, he frankly narrated, I know nothing. It is better to put away my weakness and die with dignity. This was number 93's last thought. Then he watched the fat creature open the bloody mouth of the deathworm, and the endless darkness swallowed him. All his perceptions decomposed in the severe pain, and his brain consciousness was forcibly destroyed, so that some memories were also scattered. Now Wei King's consciousness has finished reading this memory of his final end and fell silent. I will not lie to myself. I have the courage of being desperate, and the helplessness of looking for a way to survive when I see the same fate again. Of course, in the end, there is greater despair and self-humiliation. The 4 Wei Kings who were close to the node creature took up the bayonet and wanted to gouge out their own and the other 3 heads. During this process, the struggle of the fat monster made Wei King's movements very difficult. Wei King thought about it and just dug out his own head, put it in the box, and then prepared to bury it where number 98 and number 94 fell, because number 93's final thought was that it might be better if he died there at that time. Then, the Wei Kings looked at this ugly node creature, and at this time, extreme flames appeared in their eyes. This flame was not abrupt at all, as if it was brought by Wei King himself. The sun gradually set, although the bonfire began to ignite, the jumping flames seemed to only make the darkness flicker between the Wei King individuals. Wei King's shadow was extremely long, and the shadow finally merged into the gloomy jungle. The image of that monster, a whole year, I can't remember which one I referred to, maybe Nurgle, or sex and abuse. Oh, I'll go open the door, loyal to home. Beside the campfire in the dark night, facing the twitching of flesh and blood, Wei King felt a great pleasure of revenge. Although logically, it is not considered healthy and taboo. But now? This is only once now, this time is a special case. Wei King defended himself. The flames rose, and pieces of hot stones were sent into the wounds cut on the body of this node creature. Wei King thought it was too noisy, so he used a wooden rack to open its mouth and constantly destroyed its constantly healing vocal organs. When these things that did not meet his aesthetic standards were removed one by one, Wei King's inner evil could be released. Yes, after witnessing too much cruelty that he had encountered, if he could not give any feedback, Wei King felt that he had a psychological shadow. Wei King, how should I put it? Thoughts need to be communicated. While Wei King was looking for various reasonable reasons, he put the cut fungi and vegetation into the internal organs of the node organisms. When he saw the carbon-based substances constantly regenerating and rejecting these structures, all Wei King smiled. If from the outside world's perspective, these more than 1,000 people with the same faces grinned at this matter, cooperating with each other to cut the living meat, without a trace of pity in their expressions, and even through communication, the steps became faster and faster, which would definitely feel chilling. As the star curtain in the sky slowly turned, the life radiation of the gene community node organism captured by Wei King was weakening inch by inch. Not only that, but abnormal organs were also constantly growing in its internal tissues. Especially the nerve center, the tissue was irradiated by Wei King's genes, and the brain tissue structure was forced to mutate. Then, it seemed that emotions could be understood. No, a channel instilled with a lot of emotions by Wei King appeared. The negative and dark things in Wei King's consciousness were input into this gene community as Wei King's life radiation forcibly opened up part of the node creature's understanding ability, and were also vented into this natural world. Negative thinking is an attitude towards the end, destruction, and even hatred of a certain type of existence. This is an absolutely vicious existence. Everything that Wei King's captured individuals encountered at the node creature seemed to be just the pain before extinction in ordinary creatures, and would not derive anything else. However, in a higher consciousness life existence like humans, the more complex the death and torture, the more complex the darkness can evolve in thinking and consciousness. After its birth, this node creature continued to devour humans, and even integrated human heads into its own organs. It originally had human genes in its body, but the human genes were successfully controlled by it and seized human memory and thinking. Now, under the strong power of Wei King's life radiation, this part of the human genes has begun to bite back, and then this community began to be forced to accept the depression, darkness, and terror that only humans can understand. I began to know what it means to be born as a human. I'm sorry. In the past, the complex consciousness and emotions possessed by humans as higher creatures could not be spread when they collapsed and distorted. But now, when thousands of human thoughts with the same genes tremble darkly at the same time, they will spread out with the radiation of life. Blackening, Wei King can do it. Now it is not just this gene community that is affected by Wei King, but the whole area has changed. In the jungle, a large number of leaves fall without wind, and the roots of the leaves break automatically. It all started with the abnormality of small organisms in the soil. These tiny organisms were originally the most marginal life within the range of life radiation of these gene communities, so they were also the individuals that could not bear the influence of Wei King on the periphery of the life community. The insects and geckos in these soils mutated rapidly, and the internal cell nuclei of their bodies fell off abnormally. Then, the shed genes changed their structure and returned to the cell nucleus to disassemble the cell nucleus and proliferate and replicate. Viruses, something that is no longer common in this era, have appeared. However, now with Wei King's negative blackening, this thing has once again become the crack of the loser with its fangs and claws. In less than 10 minutes, the virus spread from small biological activities to plants. Necrosis began to appear in the pipes of plant bark, and a large amount of internal dehydration began. Abnormal leaf fall began. Then a large number of more complex animals also lost hair and twitched like plague. This gene community bears a lot of abnormal information. Even if the node creature in Wei King's hand now survives and returns to the natural community, the accumulation of a large number of error fragments in its genes will cause the community organisms in it to periodically necrotize. Such changes have spread to all directions, causing panic among countless natural life consciousnesses. If it is said that these gene communities previously only had an unparalleled disgust for the Wei King cluster that suddenly emerged in the south to grab territory, now they have truly detonated a more terrible situation. The Wei King cluster has now become toxic to all gene communities in the entire Pandora world. This fluctuation has now expanded to 2,000 kilometers, no, 3,000 kilometers. The entire Southeast Asia, half of South China, and large communities on the ocean can feel this shocking change. Such a shocking change process has not been unheard of in the Pandora era. The upper reaches of the Yangtze River, which was called Yudi in the civilized era, have both mountains and water. Now it is still a mountain city. On the uneven ups and downs, towering giant plants blend with the architectural fragments of the old era, standing on both sides of the Yangtze River, forming a life-punk city. The Jin community here is not the strongest community in East Asia, but it is definitely the Jin community with the deepest evolution towards human society. This is because this was the last relic of the human refuge plan before the Great Destruction. Since the community here is the place with the highest concentration of human genes, it is most sensitive to the changes thousands of miles away in the south. Because Wei Kang's negative attitude at this time is, to some extent, a reflection of the situation when the Jin community was born. Shelter Plan. In 2365, when the Pandora field approached the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, the strongest technical force in East Asia gathered here at that time built a nano-network that could cover the entire city circle. This nano-network is divided into 6,000 layers, using a large amount of light quantum signals to cut off the transmission of life information in the Pandora world. This plan was partially successful with the startup of 40 large nuclear power plants in the surrounding area. The nano-network successfully interrupted the natural carbon-based life radiation. When the shelter plan was initially successful, the humans who escaped here breathed a sigh of relief, but more problems arose. And behind this city, a large number of humans tried to get tickets to squeeze into this city at all costs. However, the shelter suddenly collapsed 3 months later, and tens of millions of people gathered here were exposed to the Pandora field in an instant. Then, this place became the largest human fighting field at the end of the old era. As to how the shelter facilities collapsed, the last words left by humans in despair at that time were recorded on the rocks beside this big river. A scribbled record on a red rock summarized it as follows: "This is the bad nature of human beings." When society becomes more and more complicated, there will always be some social thinking that begins to not focus on social development and survival, but pursue strange theories and anti-civilization hopes. And then the details of the collapse of Yuqing were recorded in detail on the stone. The last record of a city clerk who was conscientious and responsible. The shelter finally accommodated too many people, so it was also mixed with extreme natural terrorist organizations. These organizations use the slogan of loving the earth. When the Pandora field spreads, it means that humans surrender to nature, so all human self-rescue is unreasonable in the eyes of this organization and should be abandoned. So in the end, this organization destroyed the shelter facilities from the inside. But another person wrote down another view. Of course, it is also possible that the shelter plan failed at the beginning. The barrier it created only blocked the most obvious life radiation phenomenon, but the consciousness of human beings has actually been polluted by life radiation for a long time. This cannot be seen in a single person. Maybe this person is just a little depressed, but in the whole society, it is full of decline, despair, madness, and helplessness. It is the phenomenon that human consciousness disappears in the mind under life radiation. And the unconditional compromise of the Green Terrorist Organization is actually the conquest of humans by the group consciousness in Pandora's field. Yuqing was completely exposed to natural life radiation. Tens of millions of humans who were desperately waiting for death here. After the first few days of crazy destruction and killing, more and more people began to calm down. When humans cannot defeat something, religion will be derived, and this idealism of humans in despair seems to have achieved results. Within a few months, more and more people calmed down, and one by one they found trees to lean on, ignoring that they were swallowed by nature. Facing their upcoming fate in a non-violent mode. Because tens of millions of humans finally ended here, the human genes in the community here are very strong. Almost every plant and tree has human genes. The flowers on the trees look like human lips, and the fish in the water have human teeth. Now, 70% of the fusion people here have not deviated from human aesthetics, but are a little weird. For example, some fusion people live with plants, with vines of plants exposed on their tail vertebrae. During the day, the vines are inserted into the mother tree to absorb nutrients and move at night. Some people have palm leaves growing on their original hair. When the sun is strong, the hair can be spread out like an umbrella to photosynthesize. The gene community here expresses a large number of human genes and has a large number of humanoid individuals. Therefore, among the global gene communities, it is also very rare to have the ability to make tools. They will hollow out the inside of some large organisms, implant them into the tree structure like assembling parts, form transport ships, go down the Yangtze River, spread to the surrounding areas, and collect minerals. There is even the ability to smelt metals. The group consciousness linked to these fusion people also inherits some social habits of the old human era, such as they are matriarchal societies with social hierarchy, and the existence of sacrifice is the self-proclaimed name of the highest node creatures among the fusion people here. But even so, they are still a group, and are not regarded as humans by the human city-states in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. Because, even if the high-level fusion people are indistinguishable from the old-era humans in appearance, they will not have the concept of the same kind as the high-level life in the old era. They will be like the leaders of ant colonies, and can plunder the life materials of any low-level fusion people. In other words, the sacrifice here is not as simple as the transcendent rights and status of human society, but as the top level of eating in the group. When the strong have absolute power and obligations over the weak, this is by no means a society, but an ant nest order of the law of the jungle. And now, the upper class of this group in Yuching feels that the kind in the south has a will to vengeance against the whole world. The metal bronze bells hanging on the giant skyscraper trees rang. In the tree holes in the giant trees, there were hundreds of strange species with dragonfly bodies but human eyes on their heads. They flew to the top of the largest giant wooden building in each area. On the jungle side, with the reminder from Bai Linglu and some feasibility study reports on the status of the captured node creature, Wei King recovered from the negative state and returned to work. Wei King said on the system, "Sorry, I just couldn't control my state. Bai Linglu, your venting is normal. As long as it does not exceed a certain value, proper venting will help your mind release chaos. Of course, it is also my duty to remind you. Your personal memory of the damage in this battle has been. Don't worry, it will be saved." Wei King, thank you. For the next step, I would like you to help me with the planning of how to deal with this thing. This node creature, Bai Linglu, has already retrieved the information and given a plan that makes Wei King very comfortable. Wei King began to review the battle situation again and continued to think in an orderly manner. Although further away in the northern Guangdong region, there are still more genetic communities that continue to be hostile to themselves. But the reasons why they must be addressed at this stage are insufficient. The rescue and immediate revenge have been completed, but next, we have to take our time. After taking the initiative, you must grasp the rhythm. In other words, you can prepare more for your own industrial production, communicate more with other human forces in the local area, and at the same time continue to collect intelligence on various communities in the world. Wei King's team retreated along the mountain road, and most of them were in a hurry, striding forward with weapons and ammunition on their backs. Some Wei King were held by the person in front, or pushed forward gently by the person behind, holding paper and pen to record and draw. After this process lasted for 5 minutes, they handed the paper and pen to themselves behind. Carrying the luggage on my back converted into physical labor. Wei King is now very flexible in using his own life radiation. The brain, the organ with the highest energy consumption, can absorb 70% of the energy from the entire group, maintain powerful mental arithmetic, and estimate the situation from various perspectives in front of him. For example, if a leaf in front falls from a branch, which piece of soil will it fall on the ground 2 seconds later? The thinking array formed by the guards can accurately predict it within tenths of a second. Wei King can think at high speed. At this time, the consumption of life radiation to support each brain thought is 27,000 calories per hour, which is 3 kilograms of fat or the energy of 48 Big Mac burgers. Of course, the brain can accept such information, but if it wants to form an effective memory, the brain will still be overheated during the process, so every 10 minutes, Wei King changes to another brain to record. But what about Wei King, who has already recorded the information, then switch to making the muscles of the body become a large energy consumer, such as walking with a bag on your back? On the way back, Wei King continued to rapidly consume fat in his thighs and internal organs. The things that once vibrated under the skin are now flowing rapidly under the control of self-life radiation. Keep your body temperature at 37.5 degrees Celsius. I will continue to fight against the community here. Wei King, who was recording terrain data, once again determined the strategic goal. But I will try my best to show more vitality here than you. Wei King, who was carrying his own remains, did not waver in his core goal. I still need to improve in many aspects. Wei King, who was at the forefront of the queue, held a road cutter and kept cutting away the weeds that had grown just a few hours ago. He smelled the sweet smell of grass juice and felt confident about his future. In this competition, the biggest advantage within our own cluster is the advantage of communication and coordination. The large number of pictures, smells, and auditory signals that he transmitted telepathically provided foreseeing cooperation for each individual's actions. And this way King thinks it can get even better. Telepathy works better than words, but language is a progressive mode of sound communication, and this mode is advanced. In ancient times, humans' strong telepathy compared to animals was to make sounds to confirm each other's status. Gradually, this method of shouting at each other was needed to transmit information more quickly based on simple syllables. After the birth of language, it originally took a long time to roar to convince other individuals that they had spotted a deer instead of squatting and shitting and encountered a hyena. When language appeared, it only took a few syllables to express it. Language is encrypted and normalized roaring tones. So now can my telepathy be standardized in various meanings? Wei Kang now looks back on the scenes of mental perception he provided during the battle, which were not so clear at all. The process and possible results of the battle can be expressed more simply. You only need to pay attention to a few points such as the hands and feet in the picture, and you only need to determine the changes in the sound. Most of the time, you don't need to express the cold and hot sensations of smell and taste, because even many self-identities do not pay attention to every scent around them all the time under normal circumstances. Only the artistic conception that is important or even familiar to you can replace a lot of information about the six senses. That is to say, understanding from heart to heart. Wei King feels that there is more room for improvement in his coordination. The Holy Grail can only be created by a pure soul. On the 145th day after Wei King arrived in the Pandora world, as most of his group returned downstream along the Pearl River, the second phase of the conflict in this plane ended. When the 400 Wei Kangs returned from the dock, they were moved to finally be able to return to the fireworks of the world they built. Now, on this small dock, 50% of the Wei Kangs were wet all over, because when they came back, the Wei King group did something, using the animal skins peeled in this battle to inflate the raft to increase the buoyancy, so that they could transport back the rusty stainless steel parts that might be in a scrapped parking lot. But along the way, the big fish in the lake always rushed over to take a bite regardless of Wei King's bamboo fork. As a result, the airbags of these rafts that Wei King had high hopes for were broken one by one. When they arrived at the port, all the material rafts were half submerged in the water, and some were even completely submerged in the water, so when they arrived at the port, Wei King went directly into the water to fish them out. The plan of using rafts as water vehicles has completely failed. In fact, all organic materials are not suitable for shipbuilding in modern times. Moreover, if it were not for Wei Kang's life radiation, these wood and rafts would have been decomposed by small fish, shrimps and algae as soon as they entered the water. So steel must be used. A large pot was set up on the dock. The big fish had been bowed. They were still energetic after being taken off the pole, but what awaited them was to be gutted and beaten into fish by the chisel and slide into the pot. Bow fish means to penetrate a line through the fish's nostrils through its upper jaw, and the other end of the rope is tied to its tail, near the anus, making its entire state like a curved bow. This is a Fujian folk custom and a real intangible cultural heritage. It is conducive to oxygenating the gills and can survive in the water for 20 to 30 hours. This is a skill that Chinese fishmongers all knew in the past when there were no oxygenators. Wei King found this information in the system and tried it. The effect of keeping alive is very good. All the big fish that gnawed his raft were treated in this way. The minced fish meat was mixed with starch extracted from flower and tree species to make fish balls and put into the pot. On the other side, eggs were taken out from the pure ash soil, peeled, and the black eggs were cut into small pieces and mixed with fish balls and put into the pot. Onions, ginger and garlic were put into small cloth bags and mixed together and boiled. After boiling over high heat, they were scooped out in bowls. The Wei Kings who returned from the battle began to sip the big bowls. After eating preserved egg and fish ball porridge, the emperor is not as good as me. Several Wei Kangs sitting in a small corner were intoxicated with themselves in a vulgar tone. War requires tightening the belt, because the energy of all people in the entire group is used on how to safely deal with external problems. As for many internal things, they can only be simple, just like now, this pot of fish ball and preserved egg porridge, from the big pot, to cutting meat to preparing various seasonings, everything is as busy as the new year. This would not have happened in the previous war. On the front battlefield, Wei King only used jinquai and salted barbecue to deal with it. Now, there will be more free time. If we can fight well, then we can also build well. It's all about group collaboration. November 3rd, 132nd year of Pandora era. At this time of year, frost has begun to appear in the Yellow River Basin in the north, and some high-altitude areas in the south are also chilly, but the climate in the Pearl River Delta region is still pleasant. Oh, in the Pandora era, only Wei King can be pleasant. Zhang Jiakan, a merchant and envoy from Jian City, looked out the window at the greatly changed era. The farmland was reclaimed piece by piece, except for the grass. The land was arranged in blocks. In these blocks of different sizes, like soldiers, the plants with a height of 2 meters opened their leaves in this wilderness. Pollinating insects of all sizes dot the small flowers. The flowering period of this type of plant is all year round, and the buds are constantly forming, so it has always attracted flying insects for pollination. After pollination, the flowers will shrink, and then the vines will fall to the ground and begin to mature. If they are not harvested, the seeds will begin to swell on the ground, float away on rainy days, and then take root in a new place. This plant is similar to plants on Earth, but it is no longer completely the plant recorded in the data of the main world. Zhang Jiakan saw that some farmers, some of whom were soldiers in Jian City, were later captured and now organized into production teams, were working in the fields. They used a single-person cart-type harvester to cut the fallen vines and collect the fruits. At the same time, these farmers looked at the crops one by one, cut off the leaves of those plants with less fruit drop, and then piled them on the roots of crops with more fruit drop, leaving water for high-yield crops. Due to this human behavior of interfering with nature, the strong in the species community have become strong, and the high-yield ones have flourished, while the low-yield ones have become firewood. In the neatly arranged rows of plants in the square fields, there are always a few gaps. The original plants here are used as firewood because of insufficient yield. Of course, in Wei Kang's plan, after each planting, the field with the most plants will be eliminated to fill the gaps. The vacant fields will be planted with a new row, and the filled fields will start a new round of involution. The light and water here in Zhujiao are good, suitable for the growth of leeks? Yes, a good place to develop agriculture. Wei Kang, 3 harvests a year? Not enough, not enough. How can young crops not work hard? They should struggle and have a wolf spirit. Other crops in the field can drop a pound of fruit every week, why can't you? Under the care of Wei Kang and other farmers, these crops continued to drop fruit after they grew. Well, this fallen fruit tastes like peanuts. The people who now settle here happily collect these fruits and then send them to the oil pressing workshop to separate the peanut oil and residue. In order to get more fruits, these former prisoners wore big straw hats and squatted in the fields they contracted, counting the number of fallen fruits on each plant in the fields at dawn every day. This kind of landlord spirit does not give the crops in the farmland a chance to evolve in a cunning direction. Those who dare to lose fruit, and those fruit that have insufficient oil and starch are all found by the sharp eyes of these contractors. Out. They may not be able to improve their level through complicated cultural courses, but their attitude towards farming may really be imprinted in their genes. After arriving in the city, Zhang Jiagan ate a meal here in the brick and tile inn. A pot of bubbly and fragrant rice was brought up. Powerful. This is a popular food in Jian City. Zhang Jiaqian's family relied on this to make ends meet when he was a child. When he started to join the commercial company in Jian City, he was very repelled by this kind of cheap food. But now, these modified mushrooms made him pick up the bamboo chopsticks and grill them on the charcoal fire provided nearby, and he couldn't wait to get started. 10 minutes later, the pot was finished. I drank 3 bowls of batter soup. And a plate of stir-fried vegetables? Oh, Wei King couldn't tell what kind of vegetable it was. When he found this plant from the cultivation area, he thought it was quite tender, so he opened a vegetable garden for it. Any excellent ingredients? Add salt to make it taste good, add oil to make it fragrant. This is the unchanging truth. Putting down the plate, Zhang Jiaqian thought for a moment and decided not to open the toothpick box on the table like the common people here. He stood up and looked at the street scene outside. At first, he looked at the bustling crowd easily, but then he suddenly reacted. There were many people with the same appearance here, and only then did they realize that this was no ordinary city. A few months ago, in the people of Jian City, this place was still a kind of ghost that was inhabited by aliens. He looked blankly at this area that he should be unfamiliar with and always vigilant to. But the businessman and envoy had to admit that he felt more comfortable here. Such a productivity change occurred in the gathering place of Wei King construction. This can start from the discoveries made in the Battle of Wei King in the north. When Wei King captured the node creature who dared to take his own head during the raid, he became extremely emotional and began to think of destroying its self-healing and vitality capabilities. He not only burned it with charcoal fire, but also inserted it into the body. Wood. However, node organisms are node organisms. The insertion of organic matter from plants will not be like the situation where a wooden thorn is inserted into a human finger in the main world and then swells and is pulled out. Instead, it is directly integrated. At that time, Wei Kang, who had reached the most powerful stage of blackening, after receiving the system prompt, I finally came out of my state and started researching. Before the era of Pandora, plants in nature could be cultivated through grafting technology. Garden masters could make a tree bloom with 7 or 8 flowers and bear 3 kinds of fruits. However, in this world, it is a natural phenomenon for a large number of vulnerable single-life information to spread randomly in nature. Grafting technology no longer exists. If you insert any plant branch, within a week, the genes of all cell nuclei in the branch will be the same as those of the main trunk. Same. However, grafting is not possible, but direct hybridization is possible. The genes of the two species can be mixed in the node organisms of a genetic community to create a new species. Oh, there is a precedent for this kind of thing. In every surviving human city-state in the world, the types of mechanical war beasts can be counted. There are 670 species, most of them are before the Pandora field spread to the world. Human automated combat machines kidnapped node creatures from the Pandora field, then put them into laboratories on the edge of the Pandora field, and implanted the desired organisms into their bodies. A hybrid evolved from genes. When the desired hybrid evolution is complete. In theory, this kind of hybrid is part of this node organism's attempt to build a new species community. Therefore, when a hybrid is born, in order to genetically finalize it, the original node organism must be destroyed, so that the hybrid becomes an individual that is no longer constrained by the original community, and then adapts to human mechanical transformation from generation to generation, becoming a deformity compared to nature, but companion species that respond to human needs. On the eve of the spread of Pandora, Earth's technology was the strongest. At that time, there were the most types of mechanical war beasts. But now, it is very difficult to capture a node creature. This technology no longer exists in various small city-states due to the lack of practical conditions. Strictly speaking, the crops Wei-King developed after the war ended last month are the simplest of such technologies. The principle is the same, but why is it the simplest? Plants are much easier to cross than animals. And animals with deformities may die, and plants with various deformities can sprout. In Pandora's field, life fields that do not even need node organisms can interbreed, but in the wild they do not belong to any one genetic community and will quickly deteriorate. Of course, this is the case. Using node organisms to quickly cultivate plant species seems to be too extravagant. For existing human city-states, the conditions required to face and capture node organisms are too harsh. As for Wei-King catching a node creature with his bare hands, it is simply unimaginable in the eyes of contemporary people. The harm of the life field radiation of the thing that Wei-King caught is the same as that of a nuclear reactor for ordinary people. It represents that the life activity center of the entire community converges a large amount of carbon-based life information and directly inserts it into the gene sequence of the individual near it. This is much more serious than the chromosomal abnormality caused by the simple neutron rays of the reactor smashing the gene. If humans today are lucky enough to obtain a node creature, they must use it to cultivate stronger war beasts. Control more areas and open up more traffic nodes in cities. The few traversers who came to this world in the past also came to a unified conclusion: war beasts are the core of this world. If you can defeat the apostle-level node creature and create a powerful war beast species when it is weak, then you can promote your city to the top. Therefore, the thinking mode is also taken away. And Wei-King, who is a blank sheet of paper, can be said to have no experience in traversal, but he is very independent in thinking. Growing vegetables is important, and there must be things I grow in my land. Now that node creature has not died so far, but now the community it represents, what about other species? They were all strangled by Wei-King in the war. As a community, when all the subordinate species are extinct, the central node will also die. But it is still alive, which means that now, its lower hybrids have seized enough energy in nature to support a community. A large pool was dug 5 kilometers away from the residence. The pool was built with blue bricks, and there were multiple water channels at both ends of the pool. The fat node creature that once devoured Wei-King is now soaking in the pool, but now it has begun to plant. Countless flesh and blood veins have become tentacles for drawing water. Now it is like a big radish hiding in the center of the pool. Of course, no matter where it hides, there are 4 cement corridors that can go deep into the center of the artificial pool, and all dodges are in vain. The administrators here are all Wei-King. Every day, they hook this species with large iron pliers, insert steel-like pipes into its interior to collect tissues and observe its life. This community that once derived a large number of animals was suppressed by Wei-King, and it was observed and controlled step by step here, transforming into a node of the plant gene community. If it doesn't transform, Wei-King will help it transform. Every day, excellent crops collected from farmland are sent here, and then the entire life organization is inserted into it, physically outputting genetic information. Wei-King tirelessly teaches it that photosynthesis is good and that photosynthesis contributes to the world. Now, basically this gene community has tacitly accepted its producer status in the farmland ecosystem constructed by Wei Kang. At the edge of the pond, Wei Kang and his colleagues finished their collection work today, put the long pole iron hook back into the slot by the pool, and the cart with the sampled glass tube was transported back to the laboratory. 4 Wei Kangs were left to do the final inspection. One Wei King clapped his hands, looking at the pond with roots and floating leaves, and suddenly had a literary illness. In this situation, I want to recite a poem about the moonlight in the pond. And another Wei King squatted by the pond and said to the super large water radish that was gradually fleeing towards him, "You have been enlightened by me, abandoned evil and followed good, and provided for all living beings with yourself. The merits are immeasurable, immeasurable. Come, I will knock this great compassion mantra for you to listen to, you understand it." The arrival of the secret envoy from Jian City made Wei King very happy. After arriving in the Pandora world, although Wei King came in a cluster, he was still a person to some extent, so he always put a lot of energy into thinking about how to communicate with the human forces here. The armed conflict caused by the mutual misunderstanding between the two sides in the early stage was a kind of communication, and after capturing them, the dialogue with different strategies for different classes was also a kind of communication. Now facing multiple human city-states in the whole Guangdong area, how to end the state of hostility with Jian City as soon as possible is still a problem that Wei King has been thinking about. If possible, Wei King can even accept a certain degree of economic compensation to Jian City. Defeat is called reparations, victory is called economic compensation. Why? The hostility between Jian City and himself has affected his strategy in the entire region. After blocking Jian City, many businessmen came to Wei King's area. These are people from other city-states in Guangdong who come to Wei King to do business. Now there are about 500,000 people in the whole Guangdong, and Wei King has sea salt, cheap and extracted sea salt, and ceramic jars with metal lids that are very well sealed. These trades are all very happy, but all the people who come are merchants, no settlers. Because, in theory, the captives captured in the war between Wei King and Jian City still have no personal freedom. So people from other city-states naturally cannot come. And if we can negotiate the issue of captives with Jian City, let these captives in this newly developed hot land in the south return home freely? This kind of return home can also bring a few bottles of oil, some salted fish sealed with carbon dioxide, and some pots and pans, and fabrics made of hemp fibers that have been completely crushed by steam looms? Wei King believes that they will come back the next year, and adventurers from other cities will also come. And Wei King is quite confident in the land under his feet. Before the Great Destruction, this was the Cape of Pearl River, the top 2 super-economic zones in East Asia, and a place known as the richest Russian province in the 21st century. Now on the dock, as a batch of stainless steel is melted in the furnace, on the small dock, a ship with a displacement of 200 tons has taken shape in the shipbuilding pit. After the successful construction of such a ship, Wei King will have heavy firepower to rely on in the entire Pearl River plain during the war. It is no longer the previous 2 legs with light weapons. Wei King analyzed after the war, in the 21st century, this kind of maneuvering with light weapons and relying on the soles of the feet is like the Dunkirk retreat after being beaten and abandoned. In combat, heavy machine guns and special mortars are necessary. And to develop further, it is necessary to coordinate with the human forces in Guangdong. When the farmland began to expand, Wei King knew that what he urgently needed was people. In this world, Wei King is a high-tech talent who can create value in industrial production. But no matter how many he is now facing the problem of being dragged down by a lot of chores, such as agriculture, mining, and transportation of minerals. When Wei King does these jobs, most of them are watching his own work in the industrial zone in telepathy, and for each step of the work, repeated records are made on the system. Wei King and Zhang Jiakan met in a public meeting room built with straw mixed earth bricks. Both parties sat on a long wooden bench. For the first time, Wei King felt that he was a little careless in the construction of the reception room. In this newly developed area, bricks can be fired in the brick kiln, but these building materials were used by the pragmatic Wei King as the foundation of water conservancy facilities in factories. As for the reception room, since there is no practical value for the time being, straw bricks are used to make a mess. The space is large enough for people to go in and talk. That? Western politicians can even plan in the toilet. Zhang Jiakan was sore from the long wooden bench that he started the conversation without any hope. 50 minutes later, Zhang Jiakan had 4 proposals in front of him. He looked at Wei King, who entered the door again and was about to draft the 5th proposal. He felt that he had to press pause. Zhang Jiakan, sir, I have already felt your sincerity, but for now, we have to confirm each other first. I can only make limited decisions, and I must return with your opinions first. He is like a lady in love, facing an overly fierce attack and wants to escape. Wei King also had to stop and said, "Thank you so much, sir. I hope that what we talked about today can be implemented as soon as possible." Zhang Jiekan, of course. This time he came as an envoy and a businessman. Jian City needs a large amount of edible salt, and even a batch of soda ash if possible. This is the hottest project in Wei King's trade with other city-states. When Wei King did not come, all city-states would take advantage of the weakening of the winter ocean monsoon to gather a large number of manpower on the seashore to repair some temporary salt fields before the Pandora era, which consumed a lot of labor. And every summer storm, the sea beast Jin community would destroy the salt factory. Now Wei King has established a firm foothold on the seashore. Salt is transported to storage points by ship and supplied to merchants in unlimited quantities. This has benefited the economies of various city-states, except for Jian City, which is still hostile to Wei Kang. Therefore, although Zhang Longmu still claims to be tough on Wei Kang, a strange human group, he has to compromise with reality in actual actions. The conflict damages the interests of both sides. Sacks of salt were loaded onto the vehicles and covered with a tarpaulin made of palm leaves to prevent rain. As for the laborers in Jian City who were going home, they also took their luggage and got on the vehicles. The transport workers shouted while carrying the goods, while the passengers on the vehicles chatted while eating roasted melon seeds, looking like they were going home during the Spring Festival travel rush. This time, the team will be escorted by Wei King's 100-man team. For this reason, Wei King once again emptied all the teams in the north, but he learned his lesson and would never leave the team outside this time. 5 hours later, the convoy left the residence from the perspective of the Wei Kings. Wei King's consciousness temporarily thought about a question. He was doing so hard here, but after a year, he still had to leave. Should he leave something for this world? In response, Wei King looked to the north and inadvertently expressed his thoughts. If you want to be safe and stable in the future, you must always have the power to fight a war. If you want to leave something behind, you must let go and fight a thorough war against the Jin community in the north to maintain decades of stability. At this time, the system spoke. Bai Linglu, Sir Pioneer, now the plane channel has successfully located 30%. If you are willing to stay for another 3 years, you can temporarily open the return channel to transport 1,300 tons of supplies. Bai Linglu's tone was bewitching. However, Wei Kang was not stupid. He noticed that the tone of his supervisor's conversation with him seemed to have an adventurous tendency to take a chance to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. It was not that she encouraged him to take risks, but that she seemed to be betting on something. Especially when he wanted to look through the system regulations, Bai Linglu gave him a lot of information in a general way. Wei Kang's experience: when a civil servant gives you a lot of information when you don't have much time, and doesn't give you the key points, then he must be afraid of being discovered by you. Of course, Wei King thought about it and decided that there was no need to expose it for the time being. Now she really wanted to exchange a batch of weapons, and if she didn't expose it this time, she would become bolder and there would be plenty of opportunities to expose it. Wei King clicked on the weapon exchange column. First, exchange 200 assault rifles, with a total weight of 1 ton. Exchange 700,000 rounds of 5.8 mm bullets, with a total weight of 12 tons. Next, 1,000 Type 38 rifles, weighing a total of 4 tons. Wei King originally planned to find wood to make gunwood by himself, and then exchange for core parts such as barrels, but the system prompted that his gunwood might not be processed up to standard, which would easily affect the trajectory, and the processing of that gunwood would also require multiple processes, which was definitely not easy to do. After seeing this series of industrial gun manufacturing processes, Wei King decided not to save money on this. Directly exchanged the whole gun and the scope. This also includes 100 night vision scopes. Wei King, I don't want to exchange it a second time. In the era of bolt-action rifles, the Type 38 was a firearm designed for East Asians. The industrial base during the Republic of China was almost zero, and there was no independent military design capability. The Zhongjing is a modified Mauser. It was suppressed by the Type 38 in the Battle of Zhongtiao Mountain. To a certain extent, it was one of the reasons why the National Army, with twice the number of troops, suffered a 20-fold loss ratio. As for the era of semi-automatic rifles, that was after the completion of the industrial system after the founding of the People's Republic of China. Although Wei King is 1.9 meters tall and his physique is definitely not inferior to that of Westerners in the 20th century, if a rifle wants to be used on the battlefield, it must consider many factors such as environmental durability, and the dust cover outside the Type 38 can effectively prevent sand and dust from invading. The gun is good at bayoneting, has low recoil, and has a stable trajectory when aiming at a long distance, which is particularly important with the aiming assistance of the system. As for the 6.5mm rifle bullet, just 1 ton will do. An average of more than 50 rifle bullets per person is enough to fight a battle. Finally, it is heavy firepower. Artillery is not the previous mortar, but an artillery that can take into account both attacking and fire suppression. Wei King had almost no hesitation and ordered the famous gun of World War II, the Type 92 infantry gun, caliber, 70mm total weight, 0.212 tons total length of the gun, 2.745 meters total height of the gun, 0.62 meters, with shield, elevation angle, 10 degrees to plus 75 degrees, some data claim that it can reach more than 80 degrees, range of fire, 4-5 degrees left and right type of ammunition, 70mm high explosive shell / shrapnel shell / smoke bomb weight, 3.8 kilograms, high explosive shell, mush. Velocity of shell, 198 meters per second maximum range, 2788 m minimum range, 100 m. The highlight of this gun is that it is super light, 200 kilograms, and the parts can be disassembled and packed away by infantry, which is very suitable for Wei King's current conditions. Although this gun is small, it has effective destructive power against brick and tile structures, and its height is about the same as that of a heavy machine gun, so it can be quietly pushed to the front and fired directly in its blind spot. The so-called bayonet tactics on the cannon. The weapons transmitted by the system are definitely not the original technology, but have skins. The steel forging technology of the entire artillery vehicle is better than that of World War II. Even some structural parts outside the barrel are made of titanium alloy to reduce weight, and the aiming equipment on the barrel is electronic. This thing is good. Wei King directly asked for 16 guns and put together 4 artillery companies. Looking at the modeling of the system and the perspective, Wei King, who had Krypton gold, exhaled and appreciated the power he was about to gain. He opened his last topographic map of the northward advance and imagined how to arrange these 4 artillery companies in certain places on the map and fight a decisive battle on the battlefield. During this YY process, Wei King admitted that he might look a little silly. Because, after Wei King changed the gun, the system automatically turned to the armored vehicle. Before Wei King could say anything, it directly reminded him, rare earth parts on the main battle tank cannot be transferred. It is recommended to exchange for the Type 4 tank, and 20 tons can be exchanged for 2 at a time. Wei King passed this thing and continued to ask for a gas generator and a vehicle engine. Of course, the system wanted to recommend a replication center, and Wei King also jumped over it. Started to select more chemical equipment and mechanical processing equipment. According to the system's requirements, after 15 hours, irrelevant people will be isolated. Wei King pushed the special sand and gravel found in various areas out of the warehouse with a wheelbarrow. These raw materials that cannot be refined by themselves but can be used to form the required items were sorted by Wei King dozens of days ago to deal with emergencies. The scale of this exchange was relatively large. The system required Wei King to stand around the edge of the 600-meter jungle, provide positioning coordinates, and then let Wei King pick up the sun mirror and aim it at the sky above the jungle. As the light crossed above, it was like a laser transmitter. Clusters of very small but highly dense beams swept across the entire bush. These bushes smoked and then burned, and the flames were pinched into halos by the light spots and expanded to the entire jungle. Suddenly, the jungle was not burning and glowing, but radiating light like a filament. 5 minutes later, as everything was annihilated, the minerals only turned into slag, and the original jungle was like a scene that had been pacified by a neutron bomb. It was very flat and slightly concave inside. The supplies Wei King wanted were in the center. Wei King on the periphery blocked the site, and then groups lined up to enter to receive weapons and push supplies. For the last 10 large equipment, Wei King took a deep breath and felt that the chimney in the factory could be higher. When these equipment were built, in terms of machinery, Wei King could produce machine guns and bearings for 1-ton load vehicles. In chemical industry, Wei King has been distilling wood these days and produced some charcoal oil. This type of benzene can now be processed. After nitration with nitric acid, it will become the kind of substance that judges the explosive unit. In the dimensional space, Bai Linglu saw Wei King checking the information project and stuck out his tongue to ask, "Are you preparing to blow up the mountain?" And Wei King also answered the unforeseeable future in a half-confused way, "I don't know what I'm going to do, but these technologies can do it, so I'll follow it." Then he explained, I'm not a genius, I don't have such strong foresight, but as an ordinary person, I abide by the social division of labor and make comprehensive preparations to suffer less losses. Where am I going now? After the war, there were more and more discussions on the topic of the relationship between self and social civilization development within the Wei King group. The logical analysis of each self-idea is as important as any of Wei King's thoughts on the issue of eliminating the outside during the war. In the production and development process in the spring of 2433 AD, with 20 ships opening routes on the Pearl River, Wei King's settlement model is no longer a single settlement, but a series of single chimney factories, residences, and defense bunkers on 40 rivers within a range of hundreds of kilometers. In the period of the ancient information industrial revolution, that is, the 21st century, the supporting industries can be achieved by using convenient transportation lines. A guy who wanted to build a car on a whim found that he was short of some parts. He went along the traffic line to find that Wang village in the east of the river was making screws, and Li village in the west of the river was making wrenches. After buying these two things, he thought he needed electric welding. Oh, walk 2 kilometers north and find Shan Laoban, his factory can make it. Then he found that he was short of bearings. It doesn't matter. He can still find a manufacturer that can supply him within the traffic network. And this is the industrial supporting area. Wei King's current industrial technology is not complicated. In fact, an entire industrial park can be installed. The industrial model in the late 19th century was a point model. After the Western powers completed 1 or 2 industrial parks in the industrial city, they could open up a large number of colonies overseas to supply raw materials for the center. But what Wei King wanted was not this kind of civilization model where the central boiler of the steam engine conveys pressure to the surrounding, but a common development model where all points in the power system are connected in parallel and powered together. From the initial settlement to the current new gathering point, a shipload of red bricks found suitable land along the river network, and then directly occupied it, built a large yard, and processed the raw materials in the area on the spot. There are only 20 to 30 Wei Kings in each stronghold. Of course, as the merchants this year tentatively sent young and middle-aged people who had committed crimes and were avoiding punishment, the number of employees in some factories has exceeded the number of Wei Kings. To a certain extent, this decentralized distribution of strongholds is Wei King's way of making it easier for the local people here to get used to living with a small number of themselves, rather than being surrounded by a large number of themselves in one place, producing the uncanny valley effect. And Wei King's planning has magnified his potential. There are hundreds of strongholds on the river. Each stronghold maintains a unified productivity under the communication of river ships, and also has a stronger expansion power than a single industrial park. At least, there is only one building in a stronghold, and the surrounding area is open. As long as people come, it can be expanded at any time. There are at least 20 large human settlements in the entire Guangdong area, with 500,000 survivors. Now Wei King has completed the exclusion of the rest of the Jin community on the plain. The next step is to absorb the humans of this era into the plain and integrate them into one. Now on each base, Wei King, who organized the production, was re-educating the newly joined employees with teaching materials, instilling the old production knowledge, and making them understand the relationship between themselves and the social operation process. On the plains, Wei King was actively trying to communicate with humans and trying to establish a social order. However, Wei King, who was exploring the outer area, was destroying, wantonly, and abandoning the bottom line of destruction. At the beginning of this year, all things had just been moistened by rain. After completing the change of clothes, Wei King broke into the slightly dry jungle again. Now Wei King could clearly feel the life radiation of the community, and had assault rifles, light machine guns and other weapons. The number of Wei King's exploration team dropped to 30 people again. According to the areas divided on the map, all the biological individuals encountered along the way were destroyed and killed, and after the sweep, they began to set fire to the mountain. The fire engulfed the hills one by one. After the flames, Wei King, standing on a high place, reconstructed the map, investigated the river hydrological data, and handed it over to the system modeling. After a detailed assessment, Wei King drilled holes in the mountains at dozens of locations and buried explosives. With a loud bang, some mountains collapsed in the smoke and blocked some gullies that are now streams. Establishing order while destroying order, therefore, contradictory behavior, the Wei King group has a need for self-analysis. Humans are so complicated. When actions go beyond the scope of traditional desires, they want to continue to act, rather than the 3-minute enthusiasm of young children, which requires deeper core thinking support. Tracing the source, Wei King first began to define the influence of the past society on himself. When a person grows up in a social state, he will be instilled with the concept of various rules and regulations by society, and he should abide by them by default. If he does not abide by them, he will be punished. Some selfish Wei King began to criticize further. For a single ordinary person, some rules and regulations are more beneficial than harmful to him and the social cooperation he participates in. And some rules and regulations are actually not of much help to himself, but just help the rulers maintain the etiquette of the system. At this time, Wei King, who kept flipping through the historical materials in his memory, tried to summarize the historical laws. In this summary and analysis, because there were two key points, Wei King's thinking was divided into two directions. Wei King in the outlook: when a society is developing, more and more parts need to cooperate. Therefore, there are many new regulations. For example, ancient people did not need to build roads and bridges between mountains and rivers. It took 100 years to complete a palace civilization. The death of some slaves during the construction was also something that the entire human race could bear. Therefore, ordinary people in ancient times did not have rules and regulations for safe production. Wei King in reflection: social interests also increased the demand for top-level governance. For example, in the internet age, electronic software companies, facing the rampant piracy in the process of unlimited information diffusion, will file lawsuits again and again, and enforce the law offline with legal personnel again and again to crack down on those thieves who make pirated online games. Then Wei King's thinking of the two views diverged into multiple categories after reaching the same conclusion. Indignant Wei King: therefore, rules and regulations will be instilled into the middle-class posture in the continuous information bombardment and grassroots education, but ordinary people? They rarely have the energy to think about what they default to right or wrong. Which rules are conducive to social cooperation and thus convenient for themselves? Which are dogmas that are conducive to stable governance? Some are right, maybe not right, but others have emphasized it 1,000 times, killed all the opposing voices, exhausted the voices of the masses who are busy with production work, and became the only right. And some mistakes, they can't rise to the level of crime. It's just that they are spread too much, and enough bad feelings are collected on the internet, and finally they are emotionally convicted. Forced law. For example, collect the bad feelings that naughty children cause trouble to others, and then condense them in public opinion, and the conviction of the naughty children is completed. Another example, collect the good feelings that small animals are not cared for, and in the process of dissemination, constantly mobilize people's emotions to brew into supremacy, and begin to occupy resources as a matter of course. The logically clear Wei King cluster further pursues the previous confusion, so at that time, some of the kindness, justice, and even laws in society that are useless to me and most of the general public were imposed on us. The gradually clear-minded Wei King group began to divide history according to this law, so when most of the newly born rules of a country's social civilization allow most people to benefit from social cooperation, then it should belong to the rising period. On the contrary, if the social rules are mixed with a lot of dogmas that have nothing to do with the interests of the general public, but everyone must abide by them, then it is inevitable that there will be a decline. Wei King, who thought deeply, in the historical cycle, when there is a decline, among the large number of old rules, we can't tell which are necessary and which are useless. So just give up all of them completely, and then choose again. Wei King, whose mind gradually became clear, began to defend himself openly. So, I am not black now, right? Not black. Absolutely not black. As an ordinary person, I can't understand all the social rules at all. And the social organization I belong to can't patiently educate me at the grassroots level, so it's normal to give up a lot of rules and regulations that I don't understand. Yes, there is nothing special about me. So, Wei King raised his head and chest. At this moment, it is like a hot-blooded person who has just crawled out of the ignorance of a teenager and found reasons for rebellion in the eyes of adults in adolescence. Nature protection, get out of here. Respect life. Fuck you. Animals are emotional, and they cannot be abused? Who is teaching me how to do things now? Wei King, I only need to know what is good and what is bad, and I don't need to know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. After getting rid of the darkness, there is a kind of arrogant vitality. The original blackening hurts others and oneself, destroys the world, and also destroys the things that are considered right in one's own thinking, and then destroys one's own sense of good and evil, and sense of right and wrong. But now, many right and wrong rules are directly denied, starting from the most basic. Wei King stubbornly began to believe, labor is right, communicating and cooperating with peers is right, self-reliance is right, and fair exchange is right. But in addition to that, I, who started everything from scratch, need to care about the right and wrong that are unclear to my own interests? Do I need to feel guilty for things that have nothing to do with my survival? Do I need to regret offending the solemnity that was once high above? The law of dynasty cycles. When an era is over, the rulers who hold many rules and powers can die. But ordinary people like me can completely throw away the things I didn't understand in the past and move forward. The palace was reduced to scorched earth in the fire, and the people digging in the ground will still be full of vitality. Now Wei Kang is cheerful, but in the consciousness of many life communities in the Pandora world, the disaster is truly awakened at this moment. Because in the past, Wei Kang was wanton in this world, destroying the common sense of right and wrong of both parties. The community said that Wei Kang was a natural disaster, and Wei Kang could not find any evidence to deny it for a while. What about now? Wei Kang can stare at the line without dodging. This sense of right and wrong is yours, and I don't think I need to be responsible for this sense of right and wrong. If you call me the fourth disaster, I will sue you for defamation. It is natural for you to die. Why do you say I am a natural disaster? The dead bar mentality that Wei Kang finally formed, you, the consciousness of the life community, do not communicate, do not respect each other, and blindly emphasize your own justice unilaterally, and have no moral values when using cruel means against me. Then why should I follow moral principles towards you guys? With this mentality, Wei Kang now has no feelings towards the entire northern ecosystem. This destruction reached its peak in April. Wei Kang determined that there were 3 gene communities in the northeastern region of Guangdong. He immediately sealed off 4 directions at the same time and then set fire to the upwind vent. This fire, in the main world, would not be a matter of imprisonment, but would be machine-gunned on the shooting range. Because arson at that time was a destruction of collective property and a threat to the safety of the public, it must be sentenced. But this era, the natural environment does not belong to the collective you belong to, so naturally there is no sacredness. Burn! The 8-meter-high wall of fire, under the influence of strong winds, swept at a speed of 30 meters per second. And Wei Kang on the top of the mountain looked at the sky-covering tent formed by billowing smoke in front of the wall of fire he had lit. Under the shadow of this tent, strange creatures of all sizes fled north in panic. Such a scene constitutes a world-famous painting. When Wei Kang began to face the world with the attitude of killing rats, he no longer had resentment about his past casualties. Instead, he objectively reflected on his previous thinking and preparation, and his insufficient understanding of the nature of the target: non-human, non-communicable, and non-emotionally influenced. So, in this Pandora field, Wei Kang's genes seem to have something turned on. As one of the top evolutionary species on Earth for 4 billion years, humans are characterized by intelligent thinking, but what is wisdom? Intelligent thinking is neither good nor evil, nor does it appear out of thin air relative to all life. Intelligent thinking is a high-end life feature developed on the basis of animality, which can weigh the pros and cons of more long-term and complex things. In the Cambrian era, the development direction relied on the pros and cons of gene recording selection from generation to generation. In the Jurassic era, the ignorant brain neuron system may have participated in evolutionary selection, but the selection is still determined by the effect of gene construction protein to enhance muscle. In the Quaternary period, the brain functions of a group of top mammals became stronger. Primates stood out on this road. Animality also underwent a transformation here. When the cerebral cortex evolved specifically to judge the same kind, understand the behavior of the same kind and assume the other party's thinking, label concepts such as kindness and evil appeared in humans. Since then, complex animality has begun to be constantly packaged and explained by humans, a thinking body with a talent for deception, and explained human nature. Human nature is essentially a trade-off of animal nature from a longer-term perspective. This is the direction that the evolution of life on Earth originally had, but now this direction has been confused with the arrival of the Pandora field, and even human civilization itself has not had time to figure it out, and has not picked up the most advantageous part of itself as a life. As a life, if you can't let go of your means in a direction that helps you survive and do it at all costs, you will be eliminated. Now Wei Kang has begun to compete with all his might. As a dominant species, it is so thorough. This is not a good thing for other species. Throughout the East Asian continent and the Western Pacific, many life communities have plundered genes that can carry higher thinking from humans. They have just been conscious for less than 100 years, and suddenly they feel it. In the area of 113 degrees east longitude and 22 degrees north latitude, the life radiation of the Wei Kang community in this area is becoming more and more selfish and exclusive. In terms of the total amount of life radiation, Waking has not been significantly enhanced, and has not been like other gene communities. In order to increase the scale of the area covered by itself, it has continuously merged various new genes like the pore in Marvel. But the influence of the Wei-Kang cluster on the biological genes of a large area is gradually approaching the apostle level of this world. Fire the main plane of the Earth, the gravitational balance point at the center of the Earth is busier than ever before. Information from the surface is constantly sent here, then annihilated and penetrated the space membrane, and then returned from the space membrane. It seems that too much information has been sent, and the quantum effective field in the center of the Earth's gravitational field has also undergone unique changes. Throughout the center of the Earth, the regular reverberation of information has changed the microstructure composed of nickel and iron atoms inside the center of the Earth. The great technological change has been continuing. Now a large number of Shining traversers have made new breakthroughs in the plane system. In order to more conveniently obtain the support of information enthalpy, they simply carved energy chips directly near the center of the Earth. That is, iron and nickel atoms are arranged according to the structure, and the energy absorption of iron fusion is completed in the nuclear reaction, and other heavy elements absorb energy. In this process, the quantum generation and destruction field of the center of the Earth records the mass energy conversion of the main world and processes information on each plane in the dimension. The war allowed the first batch of traversers to not rely on the information enthalpy of the Earth in the short term. Economic independence is the real independence. These first batch of shuttlers are the most successful ones in this war. They have gradually gained a higher say in the plane policy decisions of the Space-Time Management Department. And Wei Chang is part of the first wave of Earth's crossing. He is not the strongest, and the energy chip in the center of the Earth is only enough for him to independently transfer time and space 3 times. Some people who are stronger than him control the nuclear energy information tunneling facilities near the center of the Earth, and can even directly build an information tunnel between 2 planes. But Wei Chang can currently access this technology, and with future development, he is destined to become a veteran of the Space-Time Management Bureau. Wei Chang is now looking at 2 documents. One of them is about Wei Kang. Wei Kang's space-time tunnel has been completed. Due to the high-speed effect of space-time, the Pandora plane is regarded as a mine and is continuously extracted with high time flow, which is convenient for accelerating some decisive battles on planes with low time flow. Oh, this extraction of the flow of space and time and acceleration of the flow of space and time on another plane is also a new technology of the space and time managers in this plane war. This was originally proposed by a traverser named Su Jie in this plane, and then successfully developed. The contemporary plane war has produced geniuses and ghosts in various fields. Regarding Wei Kang's experience in the other plane, 1567 initial individuals, 57 individuals died due to various factors, and when 3 of them fell on the plane, the system had not yet preserved the complete consciousness and thinking, as if it disappeared out of thin air. Oh, to some extent, this is equivalent to the death of a part of human consciousness. Wei Chang was very angry when he first saw this content. After all, the Space and Time Management Department still did not keep his silly brother safe, but then he thought about it and let it go. After all, it is now a plane war. Even if he is in the Space and Time Management Bureau, he cannot pay enough attention to people who are not in absolute danger of life. Now Wei Chang also saw the reaction of the Wei King cluster after many times of distress. The sky falls and the color does not change, the violent bones do not yield, the hardship does not shorten the breath, the mighty and lustful spirit does not disperse, his brother finally has some manliness. Wei Chang turned to another document, which was sent by Luo Hongxing, a veteran Shining traverser. In the time and space area where Wei Chang is located, there is a timeline that is about to start a strong confrontation with the Western Time and Space Bureau of the main world. He needs his help in this confrontation. May 19, 2433 of Pandora Plane. Wei Kang is conducting a military simulation in front of the exquisite sand table in the Earth House. Of course, during the simulation, a small part of himself is conducting a training to provide a real basis for the simulation. Marching, how much supplies can he carry to continue to march, how much progress his physical strength can support for the forced march, and how long does it take for his physical condition to recover after the forced march. And after facing the enemy, launching a charge, can the cooperation between the various firepower groups organize effective resistance against the current enemy? The data of the training is the key basis for the formulation of tactical specifications. Wei King even practiced crawling forward when the machine gun was strafing with a half-meter high trajectory. Since Wei King was understanding himself, he could not use the instructor's one-way perspective to state, this was a test of the psychological quality of his group when facing fire suppression. In Wei Kang's record, this was to give himself a shot to understand the feeling of crawling forward under machine gun fire. It would not cause collective panic at that time, lying on the ground and unable to do anything. The object of this staff simulation was the human city-state including Jian City. In the past, the 3-meter-high concrete walls outside these city-states and the 2-meter-long slash and burn on the walls, as well as the artillery and machine guns in the blockhouses, made it impossible for Wei King to attack. Now, whether it is the new artillery or the explosives that can be produced by his own chemical plant, they have a certain ability to attack. It has become possible to break through this wall. Of course, the current strategy is to integrate the humans in this area economically, and the probability of a hot war is very small. Wei King's policy towards humans is also to try his best to avoid a hot war. The reason why he was rehearsing every little bit of the low-probability events was because the 10 individuals he lost in the second conflict with the Guangdong Jin community had made Wei King prepare for all events with serious consequences regardless of probability. It was June, and the typhoon came. Regarding the typhoon, Wei King did not set up a weather station on the sea, but Wei King determined that there were abnormalities in the life radiation on the ocean through the perception of life radiation, so he guessed that it was a typhoon. When he first arrived in this world last year, Wei King was only in a settlement and only felt a few heavy rains. The typhoon path often makes a circle. It lands every year in the Treasure Island and sweeps across like scraping the ground. Other areas of the mainland are only affected by cyclones. And this year's one is obviously a big one. The main body of the typhoon is here. The super large-scale rainstorm swept the entire Pearl River Delta. The shirtless Wei Kangs wearing straw raincoats looked at the great power of nature and couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, they also felt wise for their own operations. A certain Wei King proudly thought, I am worthy of being a Yanhuang race, and I am born to control water. This should be a genetic talent, right? Well, it must be. Due to the lack of historical climate data, historical precipitation data, and records of hydrological data in various regions, Wei King could not analyze the annual precipitation and the water flow in each river. Therefore, it was impossible to adopt the strategy of strengthening key riverbanks to effectively divert water, but only to focus on protecting his own area. That is, the places upstream that may encounter large volume floods were blasted and blocked, allowing the upstream water to flow from both sides. This is similar to a slope. If you block your hand slightly towards that place, the water will flow down from the other two sides. Wei King did not use much labor, but built several dams on the 7 upstream rivers. The specific earthwork he had to dig did not exceed 1,000. He successfully caused the upstream water to be stagnant for dozens of kilometers, and 40% of the water was diverted from hundreds of tributaries and streams, filling these waterways that were not full in previous years. Wei King's residential areas are basically on high ground. As long as the water level of the nearby river does not exceed the scale engraved on the big stone, there will be no floods. However, from the perspective of the outside world, this method has a similar illusion in history, and a classic idiom using neighbors as a pit was created. If Dayu saw Wei King's flood control, he would definitely pick up his straw sandals and beat this unfilial descendant. Wei King's flood control can be said to be full of unethical points. Wei King's residential area and farmland areas were saved, while some jungle areas, these areas with terrain that may be higher than farmland, all suffered. In the affected area, clusters of treetops were directly flooded by the rolling torrent, and animals gathered in groups on a huge few high grounds, and then saw the water flooding up, desperate and helpless. In the area flooded by the rolling flood, sometimes there were 7 or 8 strange herbivores on a tree with tentacles wrapped around branches, looking at the terrifying scene of the 1,000-mile marshland with great timidity, but in the end the soil at the root of the tree was washed away, and dozens of animals all fell into the water and struggled in the torrent. Chinese civilization has long recognized the power of natural disasters and invented the term water and fire are merciless. Wei King's travel to this plain is the arrival of the Natural Disaster Army. A few months ago, a large-scale fire was set on the mountain, and then a flood flooded the earth. By the way, a large number of huge trees were burned to death when the mountain was burned. At this time, there was no vegetation on the hillside, and a large amount of mud and sand poured into the river. This is also the reason why this flash flood was so terrible. In other words, landslides also occurred on the hillsides in many areas upstream, and a large number of animals hiding in the caves of the mountain were also drowned by mudslides for no reason. In this natural disaster, Wei King took advantage of the surveying and mapping and did not suffer retaliation from nature. This may be the advantage of being able to grasp the number of days after mastering wisdom. Based on Wei Kang's observations, the system made an estimate of the flooding situation. After Wei Kang's actions, if the situation in the main world is the same, the ecology of this area will be severely damaged for at least 10 years, and the population of all large native species will be basically destroyed by the flood. After all, there are shrubs on the hillside, and the ecology can only support small and medium-sized predators such as bobcats and cheetahs, and everyone hunts in the fertile lowlands. For these species, this flood came so suddenly that it would detour along the low-lying areas, encircle, and destroy one piece after another very thoroughly. There are legends of great floods in the early Eurasian civilizations. To a large extent, it is not the climate, but the agricultural civilization began to settle in the rich river basins, unknowingly destroying nature, and there is no water conservancy experience to deal with it. After the huge damage, literature recorded these floods that may seem small in scale, but they are very destructive to the gathering areas. The continuous development of humans will inevitably offend nature, but Wei Kang, who has certain knowledge and experience, is purely a Taoist friend who dies rather than a poor Taoist. The thunder in the sky was banging, but it could not give Wei Kang an effective warning. In the distant East Ocean, there were continuous 5-meter-high waves on the sea. If a 10,000-ton ship was sailing in this sea condition, the bow would be constantly raised and then fell into the waves. But now there is a small island floating steadily on the sea, and even the waves did not hit it. A closer look shows that there are countless sargassum-like tentacles floating around the island. No wonder they weakened into a fluctuating sea surface after the waves came. Take a closer look at these sargassums, they seem to extend from the belly of the island. Suddenly, in front of the island, there was a volcanic eruption. No, it seemed to be a whale spray. 2 seconds after the mist was sprayed, a python head as big as a bus stretched out. It seemed that because of its heavy weight, it could not raise its head, so it could only crawl along the ridge of the island and reach the high point of the island to overlook the surroundings. This is an apostle-level existence, a node creature of a super-large-scale gene community. Its codename in human civilization is Xiantai Xuanwu. Of course, the model cannot be forced into the giant turtle in the human impression. The head of the turtle is a forward protruding telescopic body, and the entire turtle back is high in the middle and low at the edge. And this thing is high on the outside with small peaks, low in the middle, like a bathtub, and the head is like a whale spraying water from the hole on its back, drilling out. Anyway, most of the node creatures in the contemporary world do not develop according to human aesthetics. Such a gene community can even interfere with ocean currents, so this typhoon heading towards Guangdong is also affected in this way to some extent. This huge python head looked at the direction of Guangdong on the peak, and there seemed to be some doubts in its eyes full of algae. In its perception, this typhoon caused more casualties than expected to the life community on the land, but the new community that made it feel threatened and now intervened did not seem to be killed. The giant python retracted into the cave entrance in the mountain, and then a thick cuticle of the same color as the rock blocked the cave entrance. This can be referred to as the lid at the exit after the snail retracted. This black tortoise did not continue to pay attention to the southwest for the time being. It has been fighting with the gene community on the Yellow Sea continental shelf in the west for more than 10 years. In human terms, the enemy of one apostle is another apostle. It's just that Wei Kang has attracted attention this year, and the gene community represented by Xiantai Xuanwu has temporarily freed up its hands to intervene. At this time, in the north of Guangdong, a large number of gene communities fled to the north, causing a considerable impact on the ecology of northern Huguang. The vegetation along the way also appeared in strange and chaotic forms due to the impact of foreign gene communities, and the leaves and fruits also appeared in strange and chaotic forms. The node creatures that escaped from the south were terrified, because this time, Wei Kang really made these creatures experience extinction. At the end of the Quaternary, that is, the Anthropocene era, when the Pandora field had not yet arrived, the speed of species disappearance in nature was at the level of mass extinction. Human occupation of natural areas cut off the habitats of large areas of creatures. The rise of mankind originally represented a natural disaster for the entire natural world. When humans entered the civilized era, they became aware of this and could not change this contradiction. They only hoped to develop rapidly and separate their material energy acquisition from nature to end the competition with other natural creatures at this level as soon as possible. However, after the Pandora era destroyed humans, it was not completely destroyed now, and someone returned to the original attitude of humans towards nature. Further north, the consciousness bodies in Yucheng had to shift their attention from the traditional competition with the old human city-states on the eastern plains of the East Asian continent to pay attention to the existence of this extreme in the south. water the rainstorm eventually faded. Logically, there will be retribution for interfering with nature without authorization. 2 days after the typhoon, various effects began to gradually emerge after the flood and fire disaster. However, Wei King's speed of action is always a little faster than nature. Before nature's revenge began to take effect, he had already cleaned up the environment around him. As soon as the river water receded, the Wei Kang cluster separated into a team and started patrolling with gas-powered cars. First, clean up the dead bodies that may appear in the river. Although under normal circumstances, most of the bodies are washed downstream, and most of the surviving bodies will be quickly dealt with by animals. However, the Wei Kang gathering place is already a restricted area for various gene communities, and there must be no animals nearby to pick up dead bodies. Therefore, the bodies must be disposed of quickly to prevent the breeding of various strange mosquitoes. Secondly, determine the situation upstream of the residence to see if any animals have fallen in and drowned. Several large wells must not be polluted. A barrier should be built, and then the water source should be clear, and quicklime should be sprinkled in for further disinfection. Then the water should be boiled and stored in a water tank. It should be boiled again when drinking. Finally, carry some dried fish and search for surviving wild cat-sized animals. Searching for them is certainly not just for petting. Although Wei King drove away the gene community near his area, he still has to build a new ecosystem based on objective facts and control each ecological energy level. At least Wei King himself cannot catch mice by himself. Cats are predatory creatures that must exist after the formation of human cities. The emergence of human cities has destroyed the natural balance of the local area. A large number of upper food chains have disappeared, so insects such as cockroaches and rodents such as mice are bound to proliferate. At this time, cats that can prey on them without causing danger to humans are the best collaborators of humans. They can conscientiously clean up all creatures below humans. Until the 27th century, humans still couldn't eradicate rats in the city, so when issuing a dog ban to eradicate stray dogs, they were still very indulgent towards stray cats. Even city managers built some warm basements for them in winter. Because they are useful. Wei King returned with a large number of kittens. Among them, there may be a few unlucky little leopards. Wei King grabbed the cat's neck with a big heart. It doesn't matter, I don't have free-range chickens and ducks here, you can bite them, and if you encounter a mouse, go up and bite it to death. So, after the flood, there were epidemics, insect plagues, and rat plagues. These natural ants were ready to teach Wei Kang, the bastard, a lesson. All were pressed into the pit and buried on the spot. Wei King said to himself, why am I so skilled? TSK, for thousands of years, people and nature have to live in harmony, and naturally they have to understand the nature of nature. I also have a heart of Tao. Then, Wei King from each environmental inspection team shamelessly told the workers who came out with him, let us take the steps of sustainable development, green mountains are needed, green waters are retained, and GDP grows high. Summer flows like the rolling water of the Pearl River. Unknowingly, Wei King has stayed in this plain for a year. 2 months later. The water from the dam poured into the pool as the gates were slowly opened, and then it would flow into each block and turn along the gradient of the countryside. The roots of the crops in the farmland were rooted in the soil and absorbed the water in the soil like sponges. In the hottest state of summer, their genes expressed the state of aquatic organisms. Before the Pandora era, due to the lack of water, they could use the sun to photosynthesize as much as possible. Summer was the time when all kinds of aquatic plants were most likely to explode. In order to ensure that they would not be dehydrated by the sun, the leaves of land plants would stop transpiration and optical effects when they encountered excessive light radiation. This behavior of not producing when encountering a little heat was unreasonable in the eyes of Wei capitalists. Land plants should learn from aquatic plants. With the interception of the dam, nearly half of the water flow of this stream was absorbed by the farmland, and the air quickly became humid. The soil did not become muddy due to waterlogging. Dozens of square kilometers of farmland almost used up all the water of the 7-meter-wide stream. Of course, the fruits produced in this way made the farmers who braved the scorching sun feel that their sweat was worth it. It is rich in starch and has a taste of water chestnuts after being cooked. After heating and drying, cutting into slices, and storing in a glass bottle filled with nitrogen, this fruit has become a commodity favored by merchants. Now Wei King has opened up 3 rivers to carry the material transportation of surrounding cities. These human settlements, which had previously huddled in the mountains for safety, lacked everything. In terms of food, they had been eating mushrooms for generations. This caused the height of the middle and lower classes to become shorter and shorter, and the adult men were all 1.6 meters tall. Wei Kang was not a person who cared about height. When he first saw them, he thought they were very capable and did not consider anything else. Later, he realized that the pressure brought by their body size might be one of the important reasons why they were so cautious when they met him in the early days. As Wei King completed the debugging of the equipment in the factory, he successfully completed the casting of the steam engine crankshaft and the sealed piston. In this world, Wei King successfully forged his own single-cylinder vertical steam engine. Although this steam engine weighs 2 tons and has a fixed base, it has an output of only 5 horsepower, but this is a breakthrough from zero. What does the invention of the steam engine mean? With ships, tractors, or textile machines? In Wei Kang's eyes, it means the improvement of steel quality. Good steel must be hammered with a hammer. Before the steam engine output power, it was all processed by water power. Such processed parts are very small, at most forging bayonets, barrel parts, etc. As for larger steel, ingots larger than a wine bottle? It will directly block the turbine. But with the steam engine, it is different. When the steam engine rotates, after encountering resistance, it does not slip away when the water reaches the upper limit like a water turbine, but the pressure in the boiler increases sharply, increasing the output. After making the steam engine by himself, it represents Wei Kang's improvement in processing quality. Wei King increased the acquisition of minerals in trade. It has reached the level of not refusing anyone. Because the surrounding areas also accept their own steel products. There is a saying, capitalists can go through fire and water for profit. After these merchants determined that there was food and metal processing capacity in the downstream plains. Finally, they began to transport people. And they also transported some old scrapped machines from their city-state. September 4th. When faced with the 8 diesel generator sets sent by the merchants from Manga City, the corners of Grandpa Wei's mouth twitched. The merchants who came stared at Wei Kang and quoted the price in one breath, 8 single-cylinder steam engines. Oh, Wei Kang can only assemble 1 per month now. Faced with such a lion's mouth, Wei King thought for a while and bargained in half. The merchant immediately said, "Deal." Grandpa Wei Kang felt that he seemed to have bargained too little. After these merchants left, the people in Wei Kang's industrial group disassembled these diesel engines with wrenches and screwdrivers. First, the internal electronic control system was aging, so it couldn't be started, and some wires were obviously overheated and burned. But overall, those cylinders and parts with the highest technical difficulty were still very good. All were dismantled for cleaning, electroplating liquid, lubricating oil, some small defective parts, and drawings were drawn, so that the forging field over there could use the good steel selected from the scrap car yard for forging. There are very few people who can repair machinery nowadays. To be more precise, there are even fewer people who can understand the double-solid geometric structure of the manual. Although Wei Kang was living in higher education on Earth, he had learned mechanics, chemistry, and simple principles. Even the education in the 27th century gave everyone a practical lesson on assembling machinery in the factory. Now the system has sent the 3-dimensional modeling of the entire mechanical operation to Wei Kang. After Wei Kang's various divisions of work understood the whole machine, the system called up the model of the machine and a series of maintenance and repair tutorials provided by the manufacturer. So far, for this batch of diesel engines, Wei King has been in order except that the specific disassembly techniques are still relatively naive and the buckling of parts is a little slow. Let's put it this way, the current Wei King cluster, as a reserve pool of high-level talents, is a pool that all the aboriginal human settlements in Guangdong cannot produce together. The Wei Kings next to the diesel engine group were busy until the evening. There were a total of 6 groups, each with 3 people. Among them, one used a wrench, one took a pen to record, and one put away the disassembled parts. The number of disassembled parts is increasing, and the process of parts processing is becoming clearer and clearer. The parts drawings are also stacked into several piles according to classification. Machinery is the romance of men. A large number of complex geometric bodies, under the conduction of energy. Let these parts that I have rationally thought about, assembled with my own hands, and moved all at once with the pressing of my own buttons. Oh, this moment is 100 times more enjoyable than XX. This. Wei King has also glanced at women in this plane. Wei King, I'm not afraid of the supervisor. Am I afraid of her? Afraid of her? Ha ha. Ahem. The main reason is that I am insecure now, and I have no sense of security. I have to expand, and expand again. This is just like the early 21st century, when the Eastern economy leaped forward, a generation of baby boomers suddenly collapsed. At that time, ladies may feel that they have an advantage in the ratio of men to women, and they are constantly choosing, etc., while men's personalities are like Wei Kang, lacking confidence, houses, cars, savings, and more struggles for a few years to have more confidence in life. Of course, it seems to be true. That generation of young people, because the society was relatively simple when they were young, believed too much that hard work would definitely be rewarded. In addition, they read a series of chicken soups from Yilan and Reader magazines, and went through the college entrance examination, which was fair enough at the time. Therefore, after they graduated, although they worked hard, they lacked the sense of struggle. As a result, they blindly followed the baton in the first few years of work and fattened up the people's rich of that era. In the end, what happened? Back to the topic, the simple Wei King now believes that machines will not deceive themselves, and they use their wisdom and strength in their positions. Then the society they live in will not fool themselves. With the electric ignition similar to that of a gas water heater, the gas generated by the gas generator was introduced into the diesel engine, and the diesel-to-fuel engine finally started. The electrical energy reached the newly assembled circuit, and the steel in the factory could undergo more complex heat treatment, and the machine tool did not need to be connected to the high-pressure steam pipeline to supply pressure. The electricity made the wheels of these machine tools rotate with a buzzing sound. What Wei King had to worry about was that after the metal broke, the speed of the fragments might be like a bullet. At the smelting plant, various scrap metal raw materials were dug out from the ruins and sent into the newly assembled electric furnace to start processing new products. After spending 4 months, Wei King looked at the latest nickel-steel cylinder block, crankshaft and other key parts he had processed. It seemed that he could process the Stirling engine. This diesel generator set was really a technological pendant given to him by the natives here. Wei King, I want to mechanize. The tracked car moves. Wei King was sure that his current mechanical level was almost comparable to the processing level of mechanical factories in city-states such as Jian City. They could only maintain the mechanical process of producing tractors. And their tractor fuel? Around Jian City, Wei King found a large number of castor-like herbs, which were the raw materials for refining in these cities. A year ago, Kamu's armored vehicles attacked with a lot of smoke and advanced like asthma, but even if this biofuel did not work well, they had to consume chemical raw materials such as caustic soda when making this diesel. Wei King is now targeting straw refining, which is to heat the material to 650 degrees in a sealed reactor to liquefy it. There is a lot of carbon powder mixed in it, which is hard to say that it is diesel. According to the standards of the 21st century, it consumes a lot of fuel, the output is not good, and the performance is easy to clog the machine. In Wei King's eyes, synthesis is better than collection. Use water, gas or methane for hydrogenation, and then filter it. Even if the fuel that comes out is of poor quality, I should be able to accept it. After looking at this complicated plan, the first problem is the chemical reactor. I have to build one myself. It doesn't need to be big, and it can't be too big. Complete a 3 cubic meter reactor. This kind of thing may be an experimental product of the early chemical industry during World War I. It doesn't pursue the ultimate lifespan. After producing it for more than a dozen times, check whether hydrogen corrosion occurs inside. Oh, the technical difficulty of this thing is a bit challenging in Wei King's eyes. But think about it, during World War I, junior high school students were the main engineers of the factory. It inspired Wei King's tenacity, and he built the most primitive small chemical equipment. The smaller the size of the chemical equipment, the lower the challenge in terms of materials, and the simpler the numbers in the formula. The difficulty in chemical engineering is not the principal technology, but a series of early production regulations and the discipline of personnel. Many operations require some procedures that seem unnecessary and affect the speed of work, but they can prevent 1 in 10,000 accidents. For example, before discharging the material, you may be able to complete the operation in 2 or 3 steps, but there are 40 steps in the regulations. Now Wei King has separated a large group and started to study this industry. What about this? Wei King found that this time, it seems that he doesn't have enough people. In February of the 134th year of the Pandora era, when Wei King was still thinking about a series of chemical supporting facilities, the merchants found the reactor that Wei King wanted this time, but of course they couldn't transport it this time. Directly responsible for taking Wei King over. When Wei King came to this abandoned brick and tile house, he dug out the chemical equipment protected by these steel frames from dozens of broken bricks, and found dozens of large boxes of spare parts. Wei King realized a fact. He is an outsider, and he can run to the ruins of a parking lot to pick up stainless steel. The locals here actually know more warehouses. After Wei King destroyed the gene colony in the area, these merchants took the locations of factories recorded by their families before the Pandora era, and directly brought the team to transport these useless equipment in the abandoned warehouses here, and then replaced them with dozens of sacks of salt and steel tools and left. In this regard, Wei King was at a loss. Should I tell them that these are all things on my territory, and you can dig up at most 500 plus a banner? Master Wei is not so stingy, but a new problem has arisen. If I sparked a gold rush, these merchants in the city-state would take me to dig treasures again and again in a short period of time, and my productivity in terms of numbers would have reached the limit, and I would not be able to convert productivity to exchange for them. But if Wei King refused to accept it, these merchants, driven by the strong demand for goods and the selfish desire to make money, might smash the equipment in the previous generation of warehouses swallowed by the jungle into tatters, and let Wei King accept it at the price of scrap. Because even if they ruined these equipment, they would not want to be benefited by others digging for treasure. This will bring great disaster to the pre-Pandora industrial heritage. Once economic activities begin, there are sometimes uncontrollable factors. To the north of Guangdong is Hunan, and when they are connected together, it is the Yuan dynasty's Huguang province. The fighting between the Jin communities fleeing northward from Guangdong and the Jin communities here has become vicious. The involution has reached its extreme, and it has derived irreconcilable hatred. The species in the two places have produced a large number of targeted evolutions. For example, they have evolved to be exactly the same color as mud in the water to ambush. Or the spikes that can just block the opponent's limbs. This vicious evolution has greatly consumed the resources and energy potential of the ecology. Therefore, the total node creatures in the hundreds of small and medium-sized gene communities in Hunan have awakened from Dongting Lake. At the bottom of Dongting Lake, a center, multiple scaly python bodies extending and rolling within a range of 400 meters around it have become active. This creature is not at the apostle level, but it is definitely the overlord of a region. The powerful life radiation affects all small and medium-sized gene communities. And these gene communities, as descendants of large nodes, have also fed back a lot of biological energy. A lot of silt rose from the bottom of the lake, and the precipitated nutrients and organic matter came to the surface of the lake, along with a lot of eggs like toad eggs. These eggs opened their green leaves under the sunlight and turned into duckweed. These duckweeds quickly spread and filled the lake's surface, and when the proliferation speed was the fastest, a large number of whirlpools appeared underwater and swallowed the duckweed. These whirlpool makers, through such nutrition acquisition, completed their development in the water, and climbed up the shore crookedly. At first glance, they were a group of giant salamanders, but in the next few days, they continued to devour creatures on the surface. Their hind limbs extended to become ornithischians, and their head bite force increased to become Tyrannosaurus rex. And further north, another center with strong life radiation in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River Yucheng. The skyscrapers that once stood on the riverside have now been replaced by the trunk of a giant tree. All the fragments of the skyscrapers have been wrapped and swallowed by the tree tissue on the number one giant tree. On the top of the tallest giant tree building fusion hangs a fruit with a diameter of 4 meters. This fruit has a human brain and eyes. This is the highest ruler in the gene community of Yucheng, the first spirit. Now, she is looking south, that is, the direction of Dongting Lake. Below her, 43 priests are sitting on the branches of the giant tree. These priests are generally human in appearance, but the details such as hair, pupils, nails, and scales on the skin have the characteristics of other creatures. The first spirit, the dragon in Dongting Lake, has moved. After it wakes up this time, it will not only clean up its territory, but also expand to the surrounding areas before the end of hibernation. The first spirit cast his eyes to his lower left side and asked his children telepathically, "How should we deal with it?" When asking questions, he mainly cast his expectations on the two closest symbiotic priests, Long Shimin and Qi Xingxuan. While Long Shimin was still thinking, Qi Xingxuan rushed forward and took a step. "Lord Sholing, the awakening of the Dongting Lake tyrant this time is because an anti-natural force has risen in the south. It is not our enemy, so we need to guide it." Sholing, guide? Qi Xingxuan, the humanoid gene community in the southernmost part of the country is currently destroying the natural ecology and is contrary to us. If we let it understand our life path when it is weak, it will be much better than contacting it in the future when it deviates more and more from our path. Sholing looked at Long Shimin. Long Shimin turned to Qi Xingxuan. From a genetic point of view, they are all new communities of human gene evolution. Do we really want to have a fierce confrontation with this existence with similar genes to us now? Qi Xingxuan, in terms of genetic similarity, those downstream are also similar. Long Shimin, no, the old humans downstream are not a genetic community. In Yuqing's mind, there is no community, just a group of bacteria with human cell genes. Qi Xingshuan argued the key sentence lightly, but those beings in the south are not the children of the mother, not our brothers. Long Shimin retreated silently and stopped talking. The head spirit looked at the other priests. Do you have any other opinions? In the echo of the soul on the top of the giant tree, the other priests did not oppose Qi Xingshuan. Yuqing's genetic community has the ability to take up industry, which is very rare in the world. If you look at the distance of Yuqing, you can see some huge pyramid-shaped buildings sealed with green in the mountains. These were not built during the human civilization period, but rose from the ground during the Pandora period. Now it is sealed with the buildings of the civilization era. If they feel it is necessary, they will still smelt steel, but the high temperature and exhaust gas of steel smelting will make the Gene community very disgusted, and their attitude towards the workshop industry of this metal product is the same as that of a spittoon. Nowadays, when confronting the human city-states in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, they prefer to grow hardwood with silicon-based crystals, which are polished and inserted into the body of the organism to become sharp horns. Of course, flying beasts will also throw some corrosive materials for airstrikes. September 4th, 134th year of the Pandora era. Qi Xingshuan went south with the advice of the first spirit. In the wetland swamp covered with vines on the north bank of Dongting Lake, he sat down slowly and began to emit radiation as a small node organism. After the waves on the lake surface had been surging for 20 minutes, the large worm in Dongting Lake surfaced. The several-meter-high meat mountain was wriggling in the wetland, leaving a deep black humus dent. Facing such a monster, Qi Xingshuan's eyes were slightly frightened, but he quickly opened his arms and greeted it. His body was embedded in the body of the worm, and then melted into each other in the mutual radiation of life. There seemed to be light in this process, but in fact it was not visible electromagnetic waves, but the perception brought by life radiation to the suddenly mutated creatures. The two sides completed the gene fusion, which was the communication between the two gene communities. For humans, such a communication process is unimaginable, but for the gene community and the individuals in the community, this is not death, but represents the community's implementation of the goal. To the north of Dongting Lake, the legion from Yuqing crossed the Yangtze River. These animals, which were advancing like centaurs on the ground, opened up their half-human upper torsos and ribs after entering the Yangtze River, revealing countless red cracks. These cracks opened and closed, which was the function of the gills. This group of forces arrived at the edge of Dongting Lake and joined forces with tens of thousands of warbeasts in Dongting Lake. But if you look closely, the two teams are still clearly divided into two commands, and the command of the northern gene community is still in the north. Although Qi Xingshuan's body was devoured, the existence represented by him has not disappeared in this life group. Perhaps it can be compared with the politics of the earth. This is the dual empire. When the royal family of a country inherits the king of another nation, the two countries are unified in high-level politics, but they are actually two different nations. When an era passes, they will still separate, such as Hungary and Austria. Although this is a biological community, the action of tens of thousands of large individuals weighing hundreds of kilograms or more is a large-scale military operation. Even though many of them are eaters who are not picky about raw or cold food and have excellent digestion, they have to store large amounts of fat before exercise and transform their digestive systems at the same time. Guangdong, Zhujiao, a stronghold at the lowest downstream. Under a group of black chimneys made of red bricks, Wei King stared at the fuel manufacturing equipment, from one reactor to another, through various heating chambers. When the catalyst reacted, and finally entered the distillation tower, he finally made the fuel. Wei King looked at the slightly smelly liquid in the pottery jar and couldn't help but sigh. If it was just 5 years after the Pandora era, there were still a large number of internal combustion locomotives in major city-states, and my oil refining would be equivalent to refining gold, but now? Half an hour later, a group of 3 Wei Kangs, one poured fuel into the black engine, and the other picked up the solid iron crankshaft and began to shake the black engine. Bang, bang, da-dee, this simple diesel engine started. Sitting on this crawler tractor, when the speed reached 10 meters per second, the wind with the black smoke of the tractor fascinated Wei King sitting in the driver's seat. You must finish the bee you want to pretend. Around, there are guests from various cities invited by Wei Kang. The purpose of showing off the locomotives produced by themselves this time is to show the surrounding forces that they are no longer technologically backward and to remind the people behind them not to do stupid things. According to what Wei King knows, that is, the news he got from various business groups, the two city-states such as Jian City are still unwilling to give up. Within a year, almost 3,000 or 4,000 laborers came to the south from various city-states. Under Wei Kang's organization, they expanded farmland and open roads, and mined raw materials for production. Especially the factories that were in operation showed what super production capacity is. Take the textile factory as an example. The factory with only 7 or 8 machines has a much higher efficiency in mechanical tanning of fibers than hand rubbing. Linen and cotton cloth, while meeting the consumption of the Wei Kang cluster itself, are dumped towards the surrounding city-states. Food, clothing, and safety, Wei Kang can provide them, which has made Wei Kang's stronghold community a human pump effect. The continuous influx of young and middle-aged people from the old strongholds into Wei Kang's stronghold to try their luck has not yet been significantly felt by the civilians of various city-states. They just felt that the caravans brought more goods, there was nothing to do in the city, and there were fewer people fighting in the dark. But for the lords of each city-state, they had a deep understanding that they could no longer give absolute orders to the lower levels. Before Wei Kang came, the upper level of the city-state could order people in the city to collect wood and salt mines in the dangerous area in the name of cutting off food. These top leaders of the city-state still retained some knowledge of human society before the Great Destruction, so they knew the two terms industrial scissors gap and urban effect radiation, and they would not be like the upper level of the modern Qing dynasty, who were sucked blood and didn't know that their arteries were cut. Therefore, these city-state upper levels who realized the crisis seem to have made several connections. In this regard, Wei Kang also maintained full vigilance, because Wei Kang himself knew that if he continued this model for a few years, he would be able to kill them. If they don't jump this year, they will have no chance to jump in the future. As for whether they will jump a few times before they die, Wei Kang will not bet that they have no bullets in their guns. Just as Wei Kang was waiting for the city-state leaders to attack him, he found that his attention seemed to have been diverted again. On September 27, at the Qingyuan stronghold, Wei Kang set up a logging team to collect wood and then transport it downstream by water to provide fuel and chemical raw materials. I met a caravan this morning. The leader of this caravan said that there was something big going on, so he could only temporarily close the caravan and bring them into the stronghold. After the leader of the caravan sat down, he collected enough benefits, kept it secret for a while, and said that further north, there is a large-scale southward movement of genetic communities. Wei Kang took a look at the mysterious businessman in front of him. With a mysterious look, he immediately associated it with the marketing account. But since traveling, so many unlucky things happened, which made Wei Kang understand rationally that his luck was really bad, and some things would rather be believed than not. The next development convinced Wei Kang that maybe all this was true. Shaohong City is the northernmost city-state in Guangdong, with a population of 60,000. In this era, it was definitely a big city. It was connected to the Gan region in the north by a passage that could transport important scientific and technological materials from the large human city-states in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River in the north. Therefore, it has always been the focus of trade routes. However, the caravans in this city are no longer active. There is only one possible explanation. It is surrounded by unknown genetic communities and humans guard the city walls. The humans in the traditional city-states of this plane are different from Wei Kang. Wei Kang's group of 100 people is large enough to be able to travel across the jungle. Even when faced with genetic groups, they can shoot at them and continuously attack and kill their external targets. In an environment like the jungle, Wei Kang's telepathy speed between individuals is almost as strong as that of a single person, so there is no fear of a single person facing the jungle. Moreover, because Wei Kang can sense the location of opponents in the mountains of northern Guangdong through life radiation, equivalent to can see the danger. But for the caravans here, if they are not careful in the jungle, they will be surrounded by giant beasts, and even life radiation will destroy them. He destroyed 4 small gene communities with his bare hands, and then set fire to them, flooding the ground, and forcing back the invading medium-sized gene communities in the area except his own. So Wei Kang unknowingly overlooked something. And now, Wei Kang was prompted. A big city of 60,000 people can be blocked by genetic radiation. Human beings in this world are different from ourselves, and there is no unified thought and determination. Wei Kang couldn't help but think back to his state just after arriving. What if he had no determination? What will happen? After all, I haven't forgotten those things in my previous life, so I had a collective violent attack after facing threats. Wei Kang couldn't help but hypothesize, if I become less prone to sudden changes, I might disperse in a hurry. Of course, in that case, what will be my fate here? It can be seen from the ending of the death of so many individuals in this world. At this time, Wei King couldn't help but feel confused. So, am I not wrong? However, this question involves the scars in his heart, and he doesn't want to think about it. Now Wei King not only leaves some industrial production facilities and management in this world, but also seems to have some answers that need to be verified. In various strongholds in different factories, the Wei Kings all raised their arms thoughtfully. He looked at the cyan veins under his skin. Regarding blood exchange, people who come here do it with each other once a month, but basically they avoid Wei King. But now Wei King seriously began to consider whether he could integrate more with the people here, so he opened the system and asked, "System, will my genetic radiation have any impact on the people around me?" Bai Linglu pressed the system's intelligent self-answer AI, grabbed the microphone and began to explain, "If the genetic gap between species is extremely small, there is no harm in mutual radiation. When different people's genes build proteins, in addition to embryonic development and growth stages, there are differences between people. But after growing into adults, the endocrine, muscle, and visceral tissue proteins in each person's life activities are within a fixed range according to different living habits, so they are within a fixed range. Although there is some influence under the influence of life radiation, this influence is more about regulating the biological clock and mental state rather than replacing thoughts and appearance." Wei King was silent for a while and sighed. "So, am I an alien in the eyes of humans in this world? Bai Linglu, if you don't break something, you may always be considered an alien in some way." After Wei King finished talking to, what he thought was, the system. In each factory, Wei King walked towards the employees and said, "Everyone, let us sing a song. Unity is strength. The song that made me irritated when I was in military training in my previous life is now my courageous song in this world. When there are cicadas chirping in the summer, I find the environment irritating, but after autumn everything starts to quiet down, and I feel like there are things I can't wait for." The strategic planning individual in the Wei King cluster summed it up to himself in a verbose way while drawing with a ruler. "In this world, I am not that special. I will not focus on certain things and lose others. They won't come to you. Likewise, you won't always chase me to arrange things alone just because I have gradually gained experience." Bai Linglu's record, time travel activities are not a movie plot. Disasters will not be arranged just because of the efforts of the time traveler, Wei King, nor will they be stopped just because many bystanders, natives of this plane, want to continue to watch as outsiders. Fell on them. Now, regarding the contradiction between human urban activities and natural ecological genetic communities, several stages can be clearly divided according to the mutual influence at different periods, and the previous process can be reviewed. The first stage, Wei King has just arrived on the ruins of Zhuhujio. In this area of only 50 square kilometers, the new head Thai baby Wei King has a direct relationship with various weird genetic communities in the world. The second stage, Wei King has established a foothold in Zhuhujio, and his footprints have reached the surrounding area of 400 to 500 kilometers. According to the standards of this world, they still consider themselves to be a Wei King cluster of ordinary people, trying to connect the human survivors in this area and counterattack Pandora's genetic community. Suffering a violent counterattack from the nature of this world, after a dozen individuals died, they began to become barbaric. Unilaterally expressed Shunchang will perish to all life in the area. Because of this stage, Wei King has just won again, and the speed of his rise has accelerated again, completely breaking the balance of the regional ecology, and the community fighting in the wider area has begun. More powerful genetic community forces began to appear. However, it is no longer Wei King who bears the brunt, but the human city-states in this area who cooperate with Wei King. Several city-states in the north were besieged by creatures from the south. At the end of summer, Jian City, which had the most dealings with Wei King, also encountered a crisis. Jian City was shrouded in threats from the life community, and a thick fog appeared around it. The thick fog turns the machine guns and artillery on the city wall into close combat firepower that can be fired effectively within a range of 40 or 50 meters. Small species killed and broken by bullets will also be dragged away by the vines extending from behind the fog, being swallowed by the giant beast from behind. The humans in Jian City felt as if they were facing an unknown and strange creature with unlimited health. The details of the siege of these city-states were informed by the Jian City messenger, Zheng Zhegan, who risked his life to break out of the siege and informed the gathering place of guards in the Pearl River area. When Wei King saw the warrior who had broken through, his whole body was already covered with various grape-like tumors. Hairs like sea anemone tentacles were crawling in some tumors, while some tumors were beginning to become keratinized. Faced with such a situation, the natives from other planes in the stronghold avoided it. Of course, some people still trembled and said the solution, that is, blood transfusion. Transfuse blood from many people. However, if we let experienced doctors from traditional city-states judge, Zhang Jiajian's current alienation has exceeded the upper limit of what a blood transfusion can save. After a detailed exchange within the Wei Kang cluster, Wei Kang, who was standing in front of Zhang Jiagan's hospital bed, asked, "Do you believe me?" Zhang Jiaqian, who was bedridden, had his cheeks covered with gelatinous rotten flesh. He said in a breathy voice with difficulty, "I believe it, so I came to you, begging you to save Jian City." Wei King calmly shook his head. "No, you came to me because you wanted to rescue Jian City from the siege. Jian City is now besieged by weirdos. What you want is to find another weirdo to restrain the weirdos." There was a hint of stiffness in Zhang Jiajian's eyes. Wei King stared at Zhang Jiajian and said in a low voice, "You don't even want to admit that I am a human being." Zhang Jiajian didn't say anything. However, Wei King did not continue to press. Instead, the 6 Wei Kang who were in charge of medical treatment took out medical equipment and extracted 200 milliliters of blood from his own blood vessels. Zhang Jiajian looked at all this and wanted to say something, but thought of the mutated appearance of his whole body and did not speak. Because the way he looks now is a real alien, no one wants to come into contact with him. "Wei King, my blood will not make you become the same person as me. You are an adult, have completed growth and development, your bones and muscles have been fixed, and even your thinking has become independent. Now the phenomenon of your life organization changes have occurred due to interference from the life activities of foreign species, and among all the strong external interference sources you can come into contact with now, my genes are the closest to yours. Do you understand?" Zhang Jiaqian forced out a smile. "Thank you for being willing to save me. Wei King, you don't need to thank me. As a fellow human being, this is the way it should be." After saying that, he put a stick to his mouth and asked him to bite it. Wei King inserted a catheter into his vein, injected blood into his body, and then began to remove the severely mutated tumor on his body. On the other side, he used a scalpel to cut open the web surface between his fingers and bandaged it. During the whole process, Wei King did not give him any anesthesia, but he was always staring at him. An hour later, the operation was over. Zhang Jiajian, who was sweating profusely, spat out the wooden stick he was biting in his mouth. A large amount of saliva soaked the stick and fell on the quilt beside him. He looked in the mirror at the slowly healing wounds on his body. He looked at Wei King with difficulty. "Thank you, can I sleep now?" After seeing Wei King nod, he immediately passed out. Wei King looked at Zhang Jiaqian, who was gradually breathing calmly, and couldn't help but sigh. He is a man. While Zhang Jiajian was undergoing surgery, the Wei King Group's staff team was analyzing the latest intelligence. Jian City was under siege, and there were many details that needed to be clarified. First of all, Wei King was confused. It was the fog that appeared around the city now. This is something I have never encountered before. If there had been fog before, he might have suffered serious casualties. As for this question, Inspector Bai called up the pioneering files and gave a hint. You have encountered fog before. When you first arrived, the transpiration effect layer in the forest increased significantly. Wei King couldn't help calling out the summary of information he had just arrived. He launched the attack in the afternoon, there was no heavy fog under direct sunlight, and it ended before evening. I felt a little damp after the battle. Yes, at the end of the battle, when the deterring group set fire to it, there was a lot of smoke. This seems to be the reason why the woods contain too much moisture. But I didn't pay attention. Looking back now, could this be it? Bai Linglu explained, the genetic community in a region dominates the flow of ecological energy in the region. During the radiation process, it will have an impact on biological plants. Therefore, in large-scale battles, trees will spit out water vapor in large quantities, forming at night the water mist shields your actions. As for Wei King not being encountered later? During the second phase of the conflict, the scale of Wei King's genetic radiation. The entire mountain forest, at the producer level, is no longer able to effectively communicate with the genetic community in the area. It can be said that the stomata of the mountains, rivers and vegetation have been closed by Wei King. How dare they cooperate with the community to release fog? Therefore, Bai Linglu speculated for Wei King, if the Wei King cluster arrives near Jian City, the fog effect in the area will also weaken. Regardless of Bai Linglu's bold judgment, Wei King always adds as much insurance as he can to prepare for any risk. Wei King gathered here, we should prepare some incendiary bombs. Wei King is actually very cautious when it comes to preparing dangerous goods. He usually saves as much as possible, especially things like white phosphorus. However, Wei King will still prepare them in case of war. In Wei King's eyes, fighting is the most risky thing. In the third stage, although Wei King did not bear the brunt, he was ready to take the initiative and go out to fight instead of sitting at home and waiting. In the dimensional space bubble, Bai Linglu said, the goal is accomplished, Woi. In her case, all the plans on the list were overfulfilled. When she first arrived in this plane, she once suggested to Wei King that if conditions permit, clean up the 50,000 square kilometers of threats in the area. At that time, she was just working with Wei King. Wei King had no intention of actually completing it. Of course Wei King refused without hesitation at the time, but now in the third conflict, the goals of all Wei King's plans have exceeded the initial exploration planning goals at the beginning. Bai Linglu opened the distance radio call. At this time, an exploration passage was approaching at his own coordinate position, and it was at this target that Bai Linglu had a conversation. Our arrival is smooth, everything is smooth and smooth. My eyes returned to the Pandora plane, and the time traveler who was dealing with the problem on the front line. On September 29, supplies were piled on the dock of the stronghold. Wei King in the stronghold handed over the work to the recruiters and started waiting with his personal equipment. And at all the strongholds, red flags were flying, and banners were hung: resist disasters, coexist, defend homeland. In the past, Wei King had telepathy inside, so there was no need for such things. But now, external people have formed a community of interests with themselves, and to transform it into a community of destiny in this disaster, publicity work must be done well. The Wei King combat team, 2 battalions and a formation of 600 people, took a steamship to go north to the upper reaches. Then, using the transportation capacity provided by the self-assembled crawler tractors, it took 30 hours to go north into the mountain forest area and began to head towards Detour to the east. Although the number of people in Wei King's operation this time has not increased compared with the last time, there has been a qualitative change in terms of baggage and firepower, allowing him to fight a rich war. Because unlike last time, a single self fell into the hands of the enemy, and there must be a time limit for the mission. Now Wei King has more initiative, so the march is also based on the word stability. Oh, to be honest, the number of casualties in Jian City is a few hundred more and a few hundred less. Currently, it has little to do with him. The relationship between the two parties is at most a commercial and trade relationship. Now what about the alliance that Zhang Jiaqian mentioned when pleading? In the final analysis, you still have to pay unilaterally. As an ordinary person, Wei King's ability to accept group instructions from an individual perspective is sometimes limited. As an individual, when your society communicates with another society, if your own side is essentially giving unilaterally, then things like one family and blood is thicker than water are just the goals that the general will of the group hopes to achieve, and are by no means a reality that an ordinary person like me can rely on. Often, the upper management of the group can be more tolerant of this kind of collective contribution, but ordinary people do not have the capital to believe propaganda that is not realistic. If he really believes in a family member, but is defrauded by the other party, he can only hang yourself. The dialogue window where I deal with the collective on behalf of myself should be for the sake of the overall situation and will not help me claim compensation at all. So, when the other party can deal with common disasters together for the principle, such as fighting floods together, facing foreign enemies together, in short, fulfilling the obligations of relating to the rules of common survival and development together, then this concept of family and blood is thicker than water, which is a reality that can be relied on, and ordinary individuals should fulfill their obligations. Now all Wei King individuals are the above-mentioned people, adhering to the above-mentioned interests, which directly affects the decision-making of the Wei King group. So Wei King is now saving Jian City. In terms of action-interest connection, it is for the entire human beings in the region, uniting the human beings in the region, that is, it is helpful for their own development and survival in the region, so they will fight at all costs. Therefore, strategically, Jian City will be preserved, and it is impossible to take the initiative to bear too much loss at the tactical level in order to reduce the casualties in Jian City. So in all plans and arrangements, as long as Jian City is not extinct, everything is fine. When more than 30% of the people in Jian City die, Wei King will make a slight adjustment in tactics. After marching for 30 hours, Wei King Corps conducted front-line reconnaissance and soon found footprints of a large number of creatures gathering in one area on the east side of Jian City. This sign indicates that there are a large number of herbivores and carnivores there. Based on the stride span of the herbivores, Wei King determined that this was not the stride when being chased by carnivores. The antelope's hoof jumped up for several meters. And the herbivores migrated leisurely, while the footprints of the carnivores were outside the herbivores, much like a sheepdog guarding the periphery. After the Wei King group discovered this situation, The frontline reconnaissance troops further judged the number and ratio of these biological communities based on the freshness and wetness of the feces. In terms of firepower and perception, they have advanced one level higher than the second stage, but the tactics and strategies of Wei King are still cautious and serious. When the Wei King group quickly inserted into the battlefield, the life communities heading south also felt it, and the feeling that Wei King gave them was, although the total amount of life radiation was not strong, the concentration was extremely high. The threat level is extremely high. Wei King's marching speed is as fast as a swallow chasing a swarm of flies. Although Wei King did not pursue the extreme forced march, and even Wei King himself deliberately controlled the speed, the tractors equipped with gas generators and boxes specially used to pack supplies in the troops now make the marching efficiency very high. Compared with Wei King's unified group action, the gathering of these communities of herbivorous organisms is a bit like running a farmhouse. The life communities heading south are only threatening to human city-state strongholds like Jian City, which do not have large-scale mobile operations. The development of contemporary city-states is all about small-scale battles of beast masters. Because the city-state has no group to fight against the life radiation of the outside world, unless it can be like Yuqing in the north and does not care about mutations. They are too immature when facing a field group like Wei King that also has life radiation. These gene communities from the Dongting Lake community showed their aggressiveness immediately after discovering the Wei King group. However, since there was no group charge, Wei King did not even record it as a battle, but only as a contact. Wei King did not pay much attention to it. For example, within 5 hours, a total of 16 beasts with the main form of Tyrannosaurus rex but forearm length that could reach the ground appeared in the vision of the Wei King group. This biological form may be a top biological form that takes into account speed, quality, and bite force. However, just after approaching the Wei King group, with the sound of gunfire, they fell to the ground. What killed these Tongbi Tyrannosaurus rex was an anti-tank gun with a barrel of 2 meters, a gun rack, and a caliber of 13 millimeters set up on the top of the mountain, load K-type bullets into the chamber, and shoot at the forehead of the Tyrannosaurus rex through an 8-fold mirror. The recoil caused some dust to shake off the ground as the gun rack vibrated, and the remaining impact force passed through the spring system and made Wei King's shoulder feel a strong thrust. This gun can penetrate 15 millimeters steel plates, so it can also knock open the heads of these giant beasts. Well, the most important thing is that this thing was processed by Wei King himself. The system sends a high-precision sniper. Wei King calculates the barrel life every time he shoots. Sometimes when facing large targets within 300 meters, Wei King's frugal nature always feels that he has not played the highest cost-effectiveness. After the gun went off, the Tyrannosaurus rex's head was like a chocolate shell ice cream crushed by fingers. Touching the slightly hot steel pipe sleeve, Wei King, who was responsible for clearing obstacles, licked the still smoking muzzle. This action was very stupid. After his tongue was burned, he said arrogantly, "This is the gun a man should shoot." Pa bang bang, amidst the continuous volleys of gunfire, a group of war sheep rushing out of the jungle fell to the ground. After the battle, the guards used steel forks to repair the sheep, and then dragged them to the fire rack for processing. The life in Pandora field is very powerful. Although the bullet can shatter the internal organs and stop its movement, it is different from the situation on Earth where it is finished after being killed. The inside can be restored, so it must be completely killed. On the 15th hour after strategic contact with the front line of the Nansha Jin community, Wei King stayed in a combat posture for the first time. In the temporary camp, 10 sheep were grilled on the fire. One group of Wei King is roasting mutton here, while another group of Wei King is making statistical records on its skeleton. During this process, Wei King discovered a situation, that is, there were obvious traces of late splicing on some skeletons. Wei King couldn't imagine how the giant sheep's 20-meter horn would develop under natural conditions. How could an animal eat grass if it had such a thing? There are not a lot of troughs in nature that just happen to be raised. So Wei King conducted in dissection and found that the internal tissue of the collision angle had cell walls. After slicing, he could even see the pipes for plant transportation. At the same time, Wei King also discovered that the outermost ends of these collision corners were polished. This is obviously not something the animal can do on its own. Judging from the degree of skull fusion, their transformation should have occurred within the past year. Combined with the dense charge of these sheep against his machine gun group, Wei King felt that there might be something behind this force. At the main campfire, "Come over here from the Zhang family magazine," Wei King shouted towards the army group. Zhang Jiaqian, who was holding the record book, ran over. Because some tumor tissue was removed with a knife, his face became much more serious. In this battle, it was no longer purely Wei King's team. There were 24 people from this plane accompanying the Legion. Of course, in order to resist the radiation of the genetic community, Wei Kang's blood was injected into their bodies to ensure that they were protected by the total radiation of Wei Kang, the human cluster. Wei Kang introduced the current situation to Zhang Jiaqian. Zhang Jiaqian carefully examined the fusion of the two organizations, and then said with some uncertainty, "Have you ever heard of a place called Yuqing between the mountains and the upper reaches of the Nanhua River?" Wei Kang opened the system information and nodded. "I have heard that this is a genetic community with a very high concentration of human genes. It is at war with the Jianye city-states in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River." Zhang Jiaqian glanced at Wei Kang, tried to find a suitable tone, and then said, "Yes, they have a lot of human genes and have mastered a lot of previous human craftsmanship, but they are not human beings." When Zhang Jiaqian, a tough guy, mentioned Chongqing City, his face inevitably twitched. Because he came into contact with a certain business group that had encountered Yuqing forces in the north. The situation described by the people who came back alive was very strange, and it became very strange later. Wei Kang looked at the skeleton on the fire, the fusion point of the assembly, and said, "Well, it seems like we have to hit them first." Zhang Jiaqian followed the direction of Wei Kang's baton and asked hesitantly, "Them?" The camp stationed at this time was on a hillside with a good viewing angle. Wei Kang pointed at several points in the northwest, due north, and northeast. "I can sense the direction of the surrounding life radiation groups, and of course they can also sense my direction." Another Wei Kang came up, opened the map, and then took out the wooden chess pieces one by one, labeled them, and placed them on the maps. Wei Kang pointed to a wooden sign on the map with the code name of the genetic community and explained, "The horned creatures that just attacked us are from this community. They are the fastest and most likely to cause harm to us in the entire battle. Big trouble. I would rather be chased by 20 bastards than have a fox follow me." When Wei Kang said this, he pushed the chess pieces representing his combat group across the map. Zhang Jiaqian looked at the chess piece Wei Kang and pushed it forward, inserting it into the positions of more than 20 groups. Then he watched Wei Kang take his own chess piece to check one of them. His face twitched. Of course, he knew that Wei Kang was willing to talk to him instead of directly maneuvering forward without telling him, so that he could have peace of mind. Zhang Jiaqian counted the distances between several points on the map and continued to ask, "How sure are you?" "Wei Kang, if the battle can be resolved within 3 days, we are 100% sure." Wei Kang opened the map again and said, "Look at this area. According to my experience in several battles, they cannot assemble a large force of more than 50,000 in 10 days. However, our firepower is strong and we currently have abundant supplies. It can be shrunk immediately after being drilled directly." Zhang Jiaqian, "So, what are we going to do?" He thought of those who followed the Wei Kang Corps. "Wei Kang, all actions follow the command." After several battles, Wei Kang has basically understood what it means to be strategically contemptuous and tactically important. Be bold with your interludes. When the enemy appears in clusters, in order to ensure a stable defensive posture, each module's reaction is conservative. When formulating a strategy, don't be frightened by it, but take the initiative to rush in. When it comes to formulating interleave tactics, we must make every effort to prepare. In all preparation items, we must do more and better than our opponents. After having a clear combat goal, Wei Kang immediately took action and launched a day's rapid march across a straight line distance of 40 kilometers. During the march, each man drank a piece of honey candy every hour, each man slept only 5 hours a day, and some members of the shift got even less. This is the marching strategy of the Wei Kang group in order to preserve the energy of the main battle force. It is also a marching speed determined based on the external movement conditions in the life radiation perception. If it is really pushed to the limit, Wei Kang can only sleep for 3 hours a day. Starting at 4 a.m. on October 2, 134, in the Pandora Plain. When Wei Kang suddenly accelerated and headed straight towards the area where many life communities were located, the coordination among these communities became chaotic, like an ant nest that had been scattered by a stick. Wei Kang can march more than 40 kilometers a day, but the migration of genetic communities cannot. Taking elephants as an example, they can indeed walk dozens of kilometers in a day, but they can only walk 400 kilometers in 40 days. The genetic community is a larger area, with various small and medium-sized animals inside. They must maintain a tacit understanding of the life community with each other. Under such a connection, if they want to move, they can move up to 10 kilometers a day. Therefore, no main body of the genetic community can quickly respond to Wei Kang's approach, and can only send some species to collide. Before these species came into contact with Wei Kang's main force, they were wiped out by Wei Kang's combat teams on the periphery using long-range firepower such as Type 38 rifles. After Wei Kang hit these creatures, he didn't even shoot again, because these injured targets were too far away from the group and their mobility became zero. Therefore, the probability that they can recover after being killed is less than 1 in 10. Now, Wei Kang pays attention to cost-effectiveness in his actions and will not waste too much energy on these secondary goals. As for Wei Kang's goal this time, that can have a handicraft industry to standardize the transformation of species, and at the same time, it can also allow some species to have a genetic community with company-level organization and coordination. Now I suddenly feel the malice coming straight from above. For these communities with some human genes, we can clearly feel the cruelty. Human beings are the most brutal species on the planet. In order to achieve their goals, they can reach heights that all species cannot reach. The Wei Kang Q approached the target and was now less than 5 kilometers away from the target. Wei Kang looked at the mountain and suddenly found writing on a large stone. He shoveled away the moss and saw, Julianshan National Forest Park. Wei Kang, well, this place seems to be southern Jiangxi. Then I opened the map and looked at it. It was indeed southern Jiangxi, but the northwest direction was indeed Shaoguan, Guangdong. This is the place where Jiangxi and Guangdong happen to meet. Directly ahead, the intensity of firing became higher and higher, and Wei Kang encountered blockage on almost every trail. Centaurs are often seen trying to throw biological spears with feather insect wings from high places. Of course, there are also some large birds trying to throw self-igniting warheads. Of course, all this has no effect. There is self-aiming in the perspective. At the same time, Wei Kang, who is telepathically responding to the shared space, is also open at the company combat level. Basically, as soon as a threat appears, he will lock his head immediately, or even if the target moves 500 meters away, the bullet will hit it. 2 hours later, the most intense contact battle broke out. When Wei Kang was detouring toward the east in an attempt to occupy the high ground, 150 centaurs charged forward menacingly. At that time, Wei Kang's 4 platoons of 80 people immediately set up positions on the mound to block the attack. The final battle situation was that the assault group waited until it was close to 100 meters before they all fell down under the combined fire of grenades and rifles. If it is a slightly flat area, this kind of troops rushing on 4 hooves can still have an impact. But now, on this terrain, they are just marching into the slaughterhouse with their heads held high. Under strong life radiation, this kind of human-like swarm combat power has a magical color. It has strong vitality, can withstand a few more bullets, or is not afraid of death, and will not stop charging even if everyone is killed in battle. It may indeed scare many people from the old days. But actually, Wei Kang is even more amazing. It's just that this kind of magic is a bit like new wine in old bottles. At first glance, there is nothing obvious about it. This is the first time that the Wei Kang cluster has classified telepathic information in combat, carried out standardized and efficient operations, and formed a language-like system. For example, tactical communication. Wei Kang's telepathy can directly complete information transmission, accurately describing the target's space, time, specific characteristics of the target and other combat information within 0.03 seconds. This key information allows the other person who is also on the battlefield to directly figure out the remaining information without observing it. It can be said that in Wei Kang's common 3-dimensional perspective, most of the clear plants and trees are not seen in real time, but each individual observes the information within a few minutes to form a background impression, and on the basis of this background add the key target information that each guard pays attention to in real time. This key information includes those moving hostile creatures and branches that may trip him on his path of action. Jungle color blocks where creatures may be hidden. The Wei Kang cluster communicates faster and the key points are clearer. What does this mean? The tacit understanding of Wei Kang in the battle is extremely terrifying when it comes to tactical coordination. When the grenade launcher of Group A Wei Kang dropped the bomb, the bullet of Group B hit the position where he was dodging without missing half a meter, and Group C would probe and fire a second before the first 2 groups operated, attracting their attention like a cat toy, and then Wei Kang, who was hiding 100 meters away from the front line, suddenly stood up and shot him in the head. In the battle, more than one time, Wei Kang made a prediction based on the prediction of another self. Even this prediction can continue to nest several layers, and each self forms a network of predictions. This is not a single Superman, this is a super god in coordination. After the battle, Wei Kang now has a good sense of guns, and he is more and more pursuing the effect of long-range headshots. So even if the reaction speed of Spider-Man is like that of Spider-Man, it will die under this joint observation and attack. In the high-dimensional space bubble, since the amount of information transmitted by Wei Kang's node can already support panoramic information, Bai Linglu is also observing the battle situation. Weapons, tactics, organization, and comprehensive advantages, so what can you use to fight us? The girl who has been watching the battlefield became more and more excited. I couldn't help but bring myself into the story and speak with confidence. In a high-risk plane, starting with a brand new mode, now it has developed to a level that everyone would be excited about. Bai Linglu boasted in his heart that he would humbly ask the upper level for advice on the current war record, so that the predecessors could find out what was lacking. All the high-dimensional parties invited by Bai Linglu gave an optimistic evaluation of Pandora Wei Kang's situation. At this time, only Wei King himself was still on guard. When the blood bar of the existence locked in the fire net by himself reached the bottom, it suddenly transformed, and a second life appeared, doubling the combat power. Wei Kang, this is the routine in the game. Be on guard. The gene community surrounded by Wei Kang at this time is the fusion will of Yuqing and Dongting. That is, the will after Qi Xingxuan melted into the dragon blood community. If the task can be completed, the two types of consciousness will separate, and Qi Xingxuan's remaining will condense again and return to the Yuqing community. But now, Master Wei King discovered that this group had some flexible and cunning human nature, so he came up and said, "Why are you so anxious to fight each other?" Wei King, showing the greatest respect for a war opponent with humanity is a respect for humanity. But this made the will of the group feel wronged. He came to assist, to plunder, to help on the periphery. Now the wills of Yuqing couldn't figure out why they were chosen as the node for the outbreak of the entire battle. After the failure of the Centaur raid on the east side, Wei King had already seized the high point that blocked the entire mountain, and it seemed that because he understood the gap in the battle, Wei King began to boldly take it all in one go. That is, 600 people were divided into 5 combat teams, and in all directions, they surrounded this gene group of nearly 6,000 people. However, in the encirclement, this group was uneasy, because after the war began, they found that Wei Kang's life radiation had almost doubled. The brain consciousness communication on Wei Kang's side consumed a lot of energy. Now it basically swallowed a palm-sized mutton jerky and a pot of water every hour. Although Wei Kang's total life scale is still weak, but this sudden outbreak, a double outbreak, no matter how you look at it, it feels so crazy. Humans, this is the kind of people who are willing to walk on the road of destruction to achieve their goals, and destroy their species before self-destruction. The logic of nuclear war in the 21st century, oh, if you use nuclear weapons on me, don't tell me after the madness of nuclear war, humans still need seeds and so on, you are crazy, I will be crazy with you, crazier than you, as for whether there is hope in the future, I must have me first, and then I will consider all this. Wei Kang now has such a doomsday atmosphere. And this style, Wei King himself did not notice, but it just made this Yuqing fusion gene community feel the chill from the gene. In the central forest, a jackal with a human upper body and a snake body with a large number of centipede tentacles on the snake body, faced one injured individual after another, opened the snake body abdomen to swallow it, and healed it. Because a large number of these injured individuals were shot in the head, the energy consumed for healing was too great. The middle-level priests in the community, 1/3 of whom are human and the rest are half-beasts, have been squeezed out of their entire workload by the backlog of seriously injured units. However, all their combat thinking has now been thrown aside, and their decision-making ability, which was originally weaker than Wei Kang, has now completely become zero. Using infiltration to counter infiltration? This requires intelligence capabilities and the action planning capabilities of each group. Wei King used all 600 brains to coordinate various goals. He even assigned some tasks to Zhang Jiakan and others. As for this gene community, how many brains can they use here? Even if they have brains, each brain is not matched and has limited communication capabilities. There is a military joke in the 21st century. The United States and India held a joint maritime exercise, and the final communication could only be done by flag language, because the Russian command system and the American command system were completely incompatible with different ship equipment. The commanders of both sides can only rely on guessing, and they can only guess the simplest coordination instructions. If they force complex subjects, they will only collide with each other. So, don't say that the Wei King community is not diverse. They are all human beings, and they are of average human form, without any extraordinary evolution. The Wei King community has a unified brain and fully utilizes group collaboration, informatization advantage. Back to the topic. 3 hours later, the priests made a very simple strategic defense decision, which was to shrink and then constantly ask for help from the surrounding communities. The written report would not exceed 300 words. That's all. There is no manuscript. 50% of the 50,000 words in the first volume were torn off, and the remaining content is the skeleton of this volume, and the first volume has not been completed yet. Therefore, I really dare not update twice. On October 3rd, at 8 a.m., the annihilation war against the pseudo-human gene colony began. Although the opponent did not open the metal gunpowder technology tree, because the opponent has the ability to throw explosive and burning objects with flying birds, Wei King assumed that he has long-range projection capabilities, so machine gun shooting bunkers must still be arranged, so that once encountering the enemy's firepower threat, they can quickly move with guns. Of course, subsequent battles proved that this was a surplus consideration. On the entire battle map, Wei King could see that the enemy's area was a total of 6 highlands. The flat and low-lying areas between these highlands could allow large troops to pass quickly, with 2 exits in the north and south. 3 of the highlands had extremely weak defenses, so when attacking, they first used squad tactics to feint at 2 highlands. Feints require artillery cover. With the joint induction of the Wei King group, the team at the front of the battle line observed the enemy position 200 meters ahead, and once again sensed the distance and shooting angle of the artillery group through the language of the mind. Therefore, the artillery sent not only the enemy's coordinate data, but also the trajectory calculated based on their own position. The artillery group also calculated the trajectory according to their own observation angle. The 2 sides quickly verified each other, and after determining the cause of the slight error, they made a thorough correction based on the observation at the 3rd point and opened fire. 3 artillery pieces exploded with a precision-guided effect in the 2nd round of firepower. Almost all the behemoths crawling on the hilltop rolled down in the stone fragments. After the artillery fire, Wei King lowered his assessment of this group of pseudo-human communities. They had been entrenched here for 3 hours without building any tunnels. The commander on the opposite side, that knowed life with consciousness, was indeed confused. Feints are feints after all. They only bombarded and suspected to launch a charge at the foot of the mountain, but they didn't rush up to take the hilltop. It's not that they couldn't, but after rushing up, they lacked the reserve troops for other tactical goals. Wei King, climbing the mountain is very tiring. It's enough to occupy 1 or 2 high grounds to form fire suppression. The large troops should maintain sufficient physical strength and be ready to intersperse along the road at any time to guard important traffic roads. 20 minutes after launching the feint attack, the Wei King group really started the main attack on the 2 high grounds. There were not many gene communities on these 2 high grounds. Under the cover of machine gun fire, Wei King bent his waist and rushed up along the gentle slope. There were no obstacles throughout the process. Yes, no obstacles. Wei King, who was charging on the hillside, almost swept the machine gun into a piece of bloody dust wherever he looked. And on these 2 hills, there were less than 600 ape-shaped garrison communities, which were basically in chaos after the trees were ignited by artillery fire. An hour later, Wei King occupied the 2 high grounds. 3 hours later, the cannon disassembled into 3 parts was transported to the top of the mountain and assembled. From this good perspective, the entire area and the entire community in the valley were in full view. At this stage of the battle, it was absolute control. The 2 mountain roads in and out of the north and south were blocked by machine guns sent by the team sent by the Wei King group. The artillery was looking down on all areas. This humanoid gene community was all compressed in this area of 10 square kilometers. They did not break through 3 hours ago, and just an hour ago, they failed to defend the high ground. Now they are locked here by Wei King, and their situation is like Shurji entering the 9 dragon cover. Wei King's artillery fired again and again on the top of the mountain. There was nowhere to hide in this area of dozens of square kilometers. A large number of beasts in the valley were harvested by shrapnel, and the gene group on the high ground could not move on the top of the mountain, and there was not much defense system. It was like a group of ants. A shell fell, which was equivalent to a cup of boiling water. At this time, this mountain area has become a smoke purgatory for the gene community. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Wei King's artillery on the top of the mountain annihilated a total of 4 large groups of beasts. 2 hours later, more than 2,000 corpses were left in various valleys. This was a real corpse everywhere, and there was no so-called life recovery. In this large-scale killing, the group was dying. The current highest-level snake female priest of this community may have realized the desperate situation at this time. At the last moment of destruction, she ordered the remaining community to charge towards the hilltop where the artillery was located, trying to destroy part of Wei King's group, but this hillside became its last cemetery. When the sun set and only half of it was on the horizon, the hillside was full of brown blood spots and scattered corpses, like mosquitoes slapped to death on the walls of university dormitories. This community disappeared completely, at least Wei King could no longer find the existence of these things in his perception. The military mission was completed, and the next step was to move on. That night, Wei Kang and Zhang Jiakan discussed again on the map, pushing their own army's chess pieces back through the many communities. Wei King pointed to a community on the map and said, "This one is relatively weak, let's fight back." On October 5, the army returned from the west side of the enemy community in northern Guangdong. This route avoided the strongest radiation areas of these Jin communities. By Linglu's comment, "Oh, in fact, those communities are not that strong. It's purely conservative and tactical planning, and they don't want to get too entangled in the process of evacuation." After all, he, Wei Kang, still has 18 wounded, no deaths. The weak Jin community selected by Wei King is actually not weak in terms of quantity. It is probably more than 4,000 in size, but it is now undergoing a metamorphosis. The metamorphosis here is a biological concept, such as metamorphosis. Tadpoles and caterpillars, after growing up, completely become different states of life structure, such as frogs and moths. This Jin community has just come out of the humid reservoir area, and most of them are still amphibians, that is, giant salamanders. These ferocious giant salamanders are 5 meters long, with saber-toothed tiger canines and shark-crushing sawtooth in their mouths. They are wet and pure black. This ferocious appearance is simply a crawling version of the alien. Of course, this thing is most suitable for water areas, and it moves very fast on the tidal flats, but in the mountains, this primitive form is not suitable. Now they are in the process of transforming their life forms. In order to adapt to the new environment, at least their legs should be longer and their skin should be as water-retaining as snakes. It is precisely because of this special gene switching state that a large number of individuals are in a dormant development state, and the life radiation looks a bit weak. So, Wei King came to the door. Starting from the morning of the 6th, the Wei King group passed through the area of this community. The original words of the Wei King cluster in the combat record were only through. The word battle did not appear. Only when both sides form a cluster and charge each other can it be called a battle. There is not even a cluster organization. Wei King is really embarrassed to call this a battle, he thought. Of course, it does not mean that Wei King did not open fire when he passed through. The mortar was directly set up, and a round of firepower was directly covered at several areas with strong life radiation. This is the same as turning on the lights at night. There are a bunch of mosquitoes outside the window, and spraying a round of insecticide directly. Wei King's grenade launcher fired incendiary bombs. The flames fell in the jungle and open flames appeared in less than 5 minutes. The fire caused the species in the area to flee. Of course, when the node creatures evacuated, they were still a large cluster, and Wei King carried out a second artillery attack. In Wei King's perception, the life radiation source where the node creature was located stopped moving and began to enter the jungle. Then what came into view was the trees that were burned to bare poles. When Wei King entered the jungle, from the perception of this world community, Wei King's life radiation was close to the node creature, so the remaining creatures in the community jumped out of the ashes in 3s or 2s and tried to attack Wei King. However, these 3 or 2 death charges were useless except for raising a bunch of grass and wood ash. The jungle was burned bare without any shelter. Just like the puffed bear biscuits trying to block the wheels, they were crushed one by one. The phrase "soldiers pass like combs" used today seems to describe the situation where Wei King passed through the burned jungle and poked all the scattered individuals in this community. However, even in the end, Wei King passed through the jungle and did not approach the node. Master Wei King was not going to hunt for novelty. The priority task was to return. As long as the node creature did not move, he would walk around 500 meters. But after going around, Wei King's artillery estimated the situation and decided to reduce the load and throw dozens of explosive packs at the node creature. With the rumbling flames, Wei King bid a warm farewell to the gene colony that blocked his way. After the 8th, Wei King returned to the supply point, exchanged the wounded, replaced the parts of the weapons and equipment, and completed a complete interspersed attack and interspersed return. This is the first time. There is a first time, there can be a second time, and a third time. Wei King, a 600-man corps, faced with an area occupied by more than 25 colonies and at least 30,000 large individuals, never expected to solve all of them in one battle. Wei King, there are many enemies, and the winter is long. I am not in a hurry. After returning to the city, the blood bar is full, the wounded heal themselves, and the blue bar is full, ammunition, fuel, food, medicine, and then another wave can be launched. On October 15th, Wei King attacked again, and this time, he chose a stronger colony. On the 18th, they penetrated to the rear, and on the 19th, they launched an attack within a day. Under the bombardment of artillery, Wei Kang's infantry regiment directly arrived at the place where the node creatures were hiding. In an old factory, it was covered with a large amount of silk. With the simultaneous projection of 20 kilograms of explosive packs, this 18-meter-long stick-insect-shaped node creature was broken into dozens of sections under the shock wave, and then struggled in the flames for dozens of seconds. The community lost the ability to think in a unified command, and swarmed towards the preset death place outside the encirclement along the escape channel that Wei King had given up. In the end, in the burning of the flames, the species that escaped from the community may be only 1/20th. In this chaotic natural world, a small number of individuals will soon be swallowed by other gene communities. On the 20th, when Wei Kang's combat battalion was evacuated, it submerged a small cluster when marching 60 kilometers to the south. On the 21st, it completely got rid of the gene community in the north and successfully returned to the garrison. The third wave of penetration started on October 25th and returned on November 2nd. The fourth wave of interspersion began on November 8th and ended on November 15th. Then, the fifth and sixth waves. On average, there are 2 waves a month, jumping into the circle of the gene community and beating it hard, stirring it up, then jumping out, then jumping in again, and then jumping out again. One interspersion back and forth takes a week. After mid-November, this southward gene community lost the power to roll southward, but was like a piece of meat that was electrocuted into a conditioned reflex. Under Wei Kang's constant and rapid stimulation, its limited ability to respond was exhausted, and it began to get tired, and even feared. Because, when the Wei Kang group had no substantial damage from beginning to end and maintained a constant state, the northern group had a vague feeling of encountering natural enemies. On December 4th, when the sixth penetration ended, the roar of the tractor made all the small animals near the queue shrink in their tunnels. After crossing the mountains and forests, the Wei King group felt something and looked more and more at the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees. Zhang Jiakan followed Wei Kang's line of sight and didn't notice anything at first glance, but then looked carefully at the surrounding grass and forests. It seemed that the leaves of these trees were turning, as if they were avoiding something. Zhang Jiakan caught Wei King on the side and asked, "Is there any danger here?" Wei King shook his head, "No danger, it's just that the war is too cruel." In Wei Kang's current life perception, a part of it began to gradually evolve into the grass and forests. The most basic producers in these ecosystems now entered Wei Kang's attention. In the third stage of the conflict, Wei King attacked very quickly in every interspersed battle, and after the artillery attack, a large area on the battlefield was turned into scorched earth. When fighting with the gene communities, Wei King destroyed more living plants. In the battle, Wei King has always focused on destroying the opponent's mobile forces and never took plants seriously, but in fact, after each animal gene community occupies the area, it will maintain a symbiotic relationship with the plant community in the area. Now this symbiotic relationship has been interrupted by Wei King again and again. The plant gene community in the entire area sent docking information to Wei Kang. This docking is that the plant receives Wei Kang's genetic radiation. There is a 1 in 10,000 chance that proteins similar to Wei Kang's visual photoreceptor cells appear in the chlorophyll of some organisms. And the electrolyte control of plants also has a biological current frequency corresponding to that in Wei Kang's nerve cells. At present, this slight change has not had any significant impact, but according to the system's speculation, when all the hostile gene communities leave and Wei King becomes the only community here, then the development trend is that it can obtain weak perception through the jungle. Weak. Extremely weak. The upper limit of perception that any single plant can provide to Wei King is so small that it can be ignored. This perception can never rise to the level of pain. Plants cannot support complex sensory organs to transmit signals to gene node species. Plants only use the synchronous mode to let the top of the gene community understand the total energy of the regional ecology, and then adjust the number of herbivorous and carnivorous populations for sustainable utilization and development. Originally, these plants have always been optimistic about those species with strong life radiation, and Wei King is not their first choice. But now after the war, the life radiation of these powerful species is constantly shaken by Wei Kang, while Wei Kang's life radiation has always been constant. If you use anthropomorphic techniques to describe, the forest trees here began to surrender to Wei Kang, then the thinking and understanding will be led astray. Anthropomorphic thinking is a supplementary function of the human cerebral cortex trying to understand its own kind. Plants do not have emotional organs. They are just stress instincts like paramecium to seek benefits and avoid harm. When the life radiation of other animal communities in this area is constantly mutated and unstable due to being beaten, Wei King's genes have basically not changed. In this way, in the process of plants receiving life radiation information from the top of the ecological chain, the information accumulation of the Wei King cluster has become the most. This is a very objective phenomenon. Standing on the tractor, Wei King stretched out his palm towards the vast mountains and rivers in a rather middle school manner. This action seemed to control a large area of jungle, but in the eyes of Zhang Jiakan trying to record something, nothing happened. Oh, maybe it happened, but it doesn't matter. Wei King just let the roots of the trees spread out a little bit, that's all. Wei King's ability to do only a little bit and forget it after hearing it will be constantly tried by other people in the space-time administration, but these seemingly valuable attempts are not necessarily correct. The final stage of the third phase of the conflict was extremely boring. Because the gene communities heading south were at their wits' end. If they gathered together, without the support of modern logistics, the lack of food and water in their location would make the gene communities move more slowly. And if they spread out more widely, they would be destroyed one by Wei King more quickly. Maintain the status quo? These community groups are now in a collapse-style retreat. So boring, just like the self-rescue of human city-states that the main world travelers have seen on timelines in the past. In those timelines, humans resisted after Pandora covered the world. Each time, it was one or two people, or a small group of people who used the remaining patterns of the past to the limit with great heart, and even exceeded the limit of the past, giving others ethereal hope, but in the end, facing the future that could never be blocked, they fell into powerlessness. Repeated again and again, as the taste of life became increasingly bland, the stench of decay became increasingly strong. What life wants is a breakthrough. The dying struggle is to try all possibilities with all your strength, not the helplessness of trying your best in the dark Japanese comics of the 21st century. When Wei King's seventh interlude ended, he still returned intact with all the weapons and supplies. When he happened to pass by Jian City, Wei King and his men looked at the mist spreading around the city walls, and the bleak life radiation of the city-state people who were still living in a dead state. Wei King, death? It doesn't seem unacceptable. The key is to have hope. Some people die lighter than a feather, and some people die heavier than Mount Tai. 3 days after Wei King's legion returned, a tractor team from the Pearl River Basin drove to the foot of Jian City and conducted a commercial trade. At the end of the war, the number of humans in this plain who followed Wei King to fight and undertake support missions had reached 347. In order to resist possible genetic radiation pollution, they were basically injected with Wei King's blood. There were no imagined side effects, such as becoming the same as Wei King, or having their minds controlled by Wei King. More and more locals in the gathering place began to be affected by the group following effect. These brave young people who wanted to walk freely on this land with guns chose to try a shot. As for Wei King, he began to ration the quota because of insufficient self-output. When Wei King tightened his blood output, it caused a trend of pursuit, which made Wei King laugh. On December 11, 134 of the Pandora era, the morning sun made the dew on the wall of the city wall reflect a little crystal. The tractor convoy from the south only stopped outside the city wall, and the goods began to be hoisted into the city, but the trade team from Zhujiang was not all put into the city wall. Zhang Jiakan, the general trade leader who led the team this time, returned to his homeland with enthusiasm, looking forward to being welcomed as a hero. However, a few hours after he entered the Iron Gate, he walked out of the black and gray city. When he returned, the excitement had disappeared, replaced by loss. In the city, he felt a bunch of looking at different eyes. This once passionate young man was very upset. He had risked being melted by the gene community to save this city, but in this city, those who had given him orders and colleagues who had admired his courage to leave the city were now whispering behind his back, "This person has become a slave controlled by the southern people." Zhang Jiakan wanted to shout at them, "Have you forgotten the sense of death pressure from the gene community?" The people in Jian City did not hear his inner cry. But Wei King heard it. Well, this is the first abnormal phenomenon that Wei King can confirm after the blood injection. The Wei King cluster attaches great importance to it. This proves that other individuals and themselves, Wei King, in the same life field still have special influence effects. Zhang Jiakan may not be the first one, because before this, he could always inadvertently hear the voices of some people's intense psychological activities, but at that time Wei King could not be sure whether it was his hallucination. But now he can be sure. Of course, Wei King can't hear everything. Wei King had never heard of some instinctive and meaningless psychological activities, such as whether to eat fish or eggs today, and other low-level desires. This is not even an active skill. Wei King can only hear it when some individuals have particularly complex emotions and cannot help themselves. The current phenomenon may be the convergence effect of the biological community node. What Wei King did not know was that in the high-dimensional space bubble, in the current records of Bailinglu, this kind of situation has been recorded as the formation of human genetic community, and Wei King has been compared with various elements of traditional node creatures in this world. After this incident, Wei King was also very concerned in the plane mission. Wei King, who was afraid of social death, began to pay attention to whether his inner dialogue sometimes could be heard by them. Of course, this would not happen. Bailinglu gave such an answer in the report. The information processing ability of node creatures is stronger than that of other individuals. Although the information relationship between Wei King's group is a regional block, it is the center relative to the newly included individuals in the outside world. Peripheral individuals such as Zhang Jiakan do not have the central information processing capabilities of the Wei King cluster, so they cannot receive the complex psychological activities of the Wei King cluster. As for Wei King, he acted as if nothing had happened to the outside world. In fact, he secretly tested the people in this plane and confirmed the same result. The group information between each individual will not be leaked. So he also quietly hid the fact that he can read other people's minds from the outside world. Hiding is hiding, but when he encountered those words, Wei King still thought about it. At this time, Zhang Jiakan asked about his resentment towards Jian City, and Wei King answered with empathy in his heart. Wei King, those people in the city who are now high and mighty and use literature to express the feelings of this city do not have too deep feelings about this war, because in the war with the community, they are in the leadership class and can push out unimportant people as sacrifice shells again and again, and you, Zhang Jiakan, took the initiative to meet the storm. They feel that they can't repay your kindness, and they don't want to feel guilty as a despicable person, so they deliberately regard you as a tool person and social shell without pain and emotion. But after thinking about what to say, Wei King didn't say a word to Zhang Jiakan. Wei King is not used to preaching. Preaching is equal to promise. So this answer is actually a self-reminder, reminding himself how to use some practical performance to deal with the questions of people like Zhang Jiakan. Look, some people in Jian City were picked up by the negotiators of the Pearl River gathering place. These numb and confused people who left the city are consumables for this defense. Because their bodies were damaged by a large amount of genetic radiation, part of their skin was covered with animal hair, and their hands even lost some human nerve functions and turned into claws. So they were hated by everyone in the city, and they hated their abnormal life phenomena, which would interfere with themselves. In short, to be honest, they are very ugly. If there is no premise, let Wei King meet them, he will definitely walk around like a beggar who smells bad on the street. However, now after answering quietly in his heart, Wei King pinched his nose and determined that they should be alive, and he should help these people. When the upper level of Jian City, standing on the high tower, confirmed that the fog of the surrounding jungle dissipated, the traces of the beasts disappeared, and the security crisis was resolved. He hurried to the ancestral temple in the city to thank his ancestors for their blessings. When the trade group of Zhujiao proposed that they could transfer labor to offset the cost of this rescue, and the specific plan did not mind some injured people irradiated by the Jin community, the ruling council of Jian City hurriedly drove more than 4,000 mutants out of the city. These people with serious mutant diseases were driven out of the city, and when they heard that they were going to be sent to monsters like Wei King, they were extremely panicked. Even in despair, some of the original symbiotic microbial communities on their bodies separated from the cell nucleus and turned into viruses, causing large-scale coughing and vomiting and diarrhea. Regarding this matter, Wei King sighed. Whenever such hysteria appeared in human society, religion was often needed as a dependency to fill the inner void. Now in front of Wei King is an opportunity to become a god. But Wei King refused in his heart. The working group separated from the Wei King cluster was responsible for counseling and began to chat with these people. Tell stories to 10-year-old children, tell idiom stories, and tell about human life before the Great Destruction. Chat with the women, ask them how to thread the clothes to mend them, and whether they need some sewing machines. Talk to the men about farming. You can grow food in the soil, you can make houses out of bricks, and you can cure diseases. Before returning to the temporary resettlement base in Zhujiang, the 4,000 people were almost calm, and they had no objection to the injection of Wei King's blood for life radiation treatment. The previous propaganda in Jian City about Wei King being a different species was slowly put down. It is very normal to inject blood in the city-state. It is the norm to resist the external life radiation. In Jian City, if a person is eroded by the demon's breath, genetic pollution, it can actually be treated. In this regard, these people who were excluded also yearn for such treatment in their hearts. After so many days of chatting, Wei King gradually dispelled their rejection and began to guide them to accept his own treatment. When Wei King proposed the treatment plan, it was seen that there was a trace of hesitation on their faces. But in the end? It seems that they still filled in the list one after another reluctantly. How to treat the minor effects of species chaos gene radiation in Jian City? Just inject the blood of 100 normal people. It's just that the market price of each normal person's blood is 100 coins. Yes, it's the nickel-iron $1 steel coin in the civilized era. When capital assists feudalism in management, there is no possibility that the survival rights of the middle and lower classes will be taken care of by public services. Poor, but want to survive, so in the end they are forced to accept the options that they would not have chosen before. This is like when there is a famine, they will eventually choose to eat kaolin. On December 31, 134 of the Pandora era, a week after these migrants from Jian City were resettled, Wei King drew blood from tubes and injected them into the 4,000 people, causing Wei King's life radiation to drop by 1% in a short period of time. But it was restored after a few days. After taking a tube of blood, Wei King felt uncomfortable for about 5 days. But for the 4,000 people, it was equivalent to regeneration. These mutants found that the effect of injecting Wei King's blood was almost visible to the naked eye. The hair of animals on the skin fell off, and some people's tail vertebrae also shrank back, causing them to be seriously disfigured. The sharp teeth that poked out of their lips were pulled out, and normal teeth began to grow again a few days later. Of course, after a month, no one's appearance would assimilate with Wei King. It's just that this gene injection made Wei King very serious about some changes now. Wei King, if it develops into a situation similar to a gene community now, then it is divided into an inner circle and an outer circle. The inner circle is our own group, and the outer circle is the human group that begins to communicate with our own genes. This assimilation may have a lot of benefits, but Wei King is wary of the possible disadvantages. As a population, humans should have a certain diversity. Now Wei King himself is unwilling to let everyone become the same as himself. Wei King, system, is this possible? System, your gene community effect is already in the radiation stage, and a large number of other species around you have been cleared by you. As the top species in the highest food chain, ecological resources begin to be controlled by a species, so they will form resonance under the gene activity of that species. You should be the core, and your blood injection just accelerates this process. Wei King, really? Then what are the disadvantages? System, there are no disadvantages. As long as the population spreads large enough, there will always be mutations. You don't have to worry about the problem of human genetic diversity. Because except for you, the cohesion of human beings can never make genes converge towards the level of clone clusters. But Wei King asked a more heartbreaking question, then will my life radiation field evolve to a higher level and affect the human groups around me? Wei King's inner rejection of the question, today, I can already hear the voices of some people, so one day in the future, will I send information to others in a one-way manner? Even in the future, I can directly remotely control their thinking and will. After running for a few seconds, the system responded with lack of data. The data is indeed lacking, but there are references in this world, but Bai Linglu will not point this vicious reference to Wei King. In the northern Yuqing, the rolling Yangtze River is still rushing against the vines blocking the river. In the three-dimensional mountain city, a large head hanging on the eye-catching skyscraper tree building turned again. Now this giant connects all the sacrifices at the top of the bright tower. At the top of this skyscraper, the tile floor is still preserved, but the tiles are covered with green veins like blood vessels. Every inch is wiped clean, which makes people think that the owner of this place has mysophobia. Every sacrifice here has a seat built by vines, but no one dares to sit down now. Because the mood of the head spirit is not good enough to allow them to sit down. The head spirit, the battle in the south is over, Shi Xingxuan is dead. From the perspective of humans, Shi Xingxuan died after his brain and mind were shuffled after being devoured, but in the community, there is no such thing as an emotional and mental self, everything belongs to the mistress. Only genes represent the self. Shi Xingxuan's genetic influence disappeared. His death represented that a branch of the first spirit was completely destroyed. The last priest crossed his hands and reported to the first spirit in awe, Dongting Lake Dragon blood suffered a heavy blow during this southward movement. Lord First Spirit, please ask, in your opinion, do you want to unify this incompetent scum? There have always been struggles between Jin communities. For example, the community that Wei King drove away from Guangdong in the second phase went north to Hunan and was swallowed up by the Dongting community. Now Dongting's southward movement was almost completely destroyed by Wei King. Only 1/5 of the total number of lives returned, but in fact, the node creatures were repeatedly destroyed, and the scale of life radiation was only 1 in 10, which was a real heavy blow. So this is indeed a good opportunity for the Yuqing community to annex. However, the First Spirit did not give priority to discussing this topic now, but continued to wonder. The First Spirit, what is that place in the south, near the sea? She continued to ask her closest priests. At this time, the anxiety of the super big head was shared by these closest priests. The conversation continued, but a few vines appeared in the hall without any hesitation, dragging a few priests into the cave in the big tree. The thoughts and consciousness of these priests were swallowed by the head spirit. And the head spirit seemed to have nothing happened, as if it had just swallowed a few breads, just like a bored human talking to his breads and eating while talking. And the priests who were little breads were not afraid, and they were all calm. They thought that it was normal to be swallowed if they were not used as bread for other purposes. Such a scene, so calm. Such understanding is enough to scare people in the civilized era. Therefore, they are not human beings, and have never regarded the humans in the city-state as the same kind. Long Shimin, madam, I still want to go there. Sholing, you? Do you think you can still communicate with him? Wow, he is very cruel. Long Shimin, he inherited the most brutal male gene among humans and has a tendency to destroy, but he may have some desires. The First Spirit thought for a while, and a flower bud with a diameter of 5 meters extended from the giant tree and wrapped around Long Shimin. As the petals bit together, the inner petals of the petals popped out flesh thorns and pierced Long Shimin's body inch by inch. There was no blood spurting, but the flesh was fused, and the flower bud completely shrank. The First Spirit put the flower back on the treetop 50 meters away from him, and wrapped around the branches of the giant tree. The First Spirit, she will come out in 50 days. Next, let's talk about the Dongting community. I don't want to drink from the same river with this group of hairy, scaly, and horned people now. In the spring of 2435 AD, the third conflict had essentially ended. Wei Kang's group also retreated southward. The war was over and they wanted to relax. However, after adapting to the war, people had a feeling of seeking excitement. The cold wind in the north had turned for the better, and a large number of migratory birds began to gather. However, when they met Wei Kang, who was free from the rules, they felt a little bit. The doctor privately drank glucose water, which might be a nuisance to some people. In the name of supplementing protein for himself, Wei King put 4 safety ropes on some individuals and went directly down the cliff to collect them. However, this kind of collection, in the 21st century, was judged to be illegal by peers. The court would sentence him to 5 years in prison and a fine of hundreds of thousands, while the kind and just nature conservation volunteers would convict him, that was insane and should be thrown down to fill the sea. Wei King had already made a predetermined collection target for each grid area based on the grid areas already drawn on the cliff. It was unrealistic to collect all of them, but if more than 3 nests were missed, it would be a mistake. Wei King and his men went down with ropes, and then sent baskets up one by one. After collecting one area, they went to the next area. The baskets were full of protein, rich in protein amino acids, which are not found in plant protein crops such as soybeans. As for this process, many birds also wanted to hinder, including vomiting acidic vomit and pecking with teeth. But Wei Kang, who planned carefully, was even prepared to encounter pterosaurs on the cliff. After the pile was driven, 3 people went down in groups, and at the same time brought iron wires. If anyone dared to spit dirty things on them or peck them, 2 people next to them would directly hook their wings with a large net bag, lift their feet up, just like lifting an old hen, tie them up, and then send them up with a rope. After 5 days of tossing, the birds in this cliff area disappeared, and Wei King changed to another cliff. Wei King was quite normal in his heart. I don't want to do this either, but who said chickens, ducks and geese are extinct in this era? Otherwise, wouldn't poultry and livestock be delicious? If modern civilization is not used to solve the meat, egg and milk problems of a certain group of people, then the concepts created by modern civilization should not be used to restrict the behavior of this group of people in this aspect of survival. In Wei King in the north, the chicken coop has been modified, and all the birds have their feathers cut off. They are stuffed into a cage according to the standard that they may be a family when they are caught. Wei King, a family must be neat and tidy. The female's wings are cut short to lay eggs, the male's neck is wiped, a bowl of salt water is used to collect blood, and then the feathers are plucked with boiling water. By the stream, white feathers float on the green water, red palms poke clear waves, and the iron plate is smeared with oil, and cumin and chile are fragrant. The buttocks of these birds are cut off to feed the cats, and the rest of the parts are marinated and cooked. Sprinkle with oil and chile, and the fried bird meat is served on Wei King's table that night. Of course, more is given to the laborers. In terms of average distribution, Wei King has always been vigilant against contradictions. As for the taste of the bird meat while picking his teeth, Wei King commented, "The meat is too tough, not soft at all, and can only be cut into slices and fried on the teppanyaki. It tastes like rubber when stewed, and it turns into dry wood when grilled. I will never eat wild game again in my life." Well, the eggs are still good. When Wei King was judging whether the bird meat was delicious, how to keep the cat's wolf nature to catch more mice and poisonous snakes, how to use the brine on the beach to naturally crystallize under the temperature difference at night, whether to find a pattern to shovel more, in the space bubble corresponding to Wei Kang, the supervisor by Linglu looked at the rectification plan issued from above very unhappily. After changing the background of the deep-sea coral in the space bubble to withered vines, old trees and crows, by Linglu, "Why, I developed this area first." The chief supervisor by Hengqian said with a cold face, "No reason, in the plane war, the highest action center has the right to requisition all resources and manpower." By Linglu, but, and was interrupted before the voice fell. By Hengqian, "No buts, by Linglu, are you going to obey or not now?" In the space, Bai Linglu pondered for a long time, raised his head and said stubbornly, "Girl, I admit it, but I want to express my opinion." Bai Hengqian, "Okay, you say it, I'll record it." A cold look of "You say yours, I will report it, and I may not pay attention to it." Bai Linglu, "This time of crossing has a huge contingency, the contingency of the nature of the crosser, and the contingency of not understanding the situation at the beginning of the crossing, and the contingency of the pure newcomer form exploration. These contingencies are not replicable. If this shuttle is abandoned halfway, it will be difficult to find the same crosser again. I don't deny that the Space-Time Center can transfer Xinqing to practice this model. However, can the consciousness proliferation be maintained under this model? Is the persistent consciousness proliferation sustainable and long-lasting? In my current records, when he first came, he was just a civilian, the most ordinary and initial civilian, and now every single individual here is a corporal, and the total scale is difficult to estimate. After the merger, even if the lowest fusion degree is 10%, Wei Kang's will burst this time is not small. And he is still increasing now? Whether it is the mission or his growth, we should strike while the iron is hot now. Bai Linglu emphasized his thoughts. Bai Hengqian said indifferently, "He has not shown the need to continue the mission, and as far as I know, he has not exchanged the proliferation equipment you recommended." Bai Linglu, "What he wants to do, he will never say at first. He doesn't want the proliferative equipment now, but I have the confidence to let him accept my plan." Bai Hengqian, "How to make him accept it? Are you lying? If a civilian-level time traveler is not satisfied with a high-risk mission, you can only serve as an assistant. We will mobilize others to continue the mission. You must obey the assignment." Bai Hengqian was so angry with this girl that she wished she could directly name him and explain, "The reason why we should replace you is because your current methods and mentality are wrong." Why can't Bai Hengqian say it directly? Because now she represents the government. During the work docking process of the supervisor, all conversations must be recorded. Once exposed, she will be questioned in the file. This means that the superiors arranged for her to be transferred. The reason is that if it were anyone else, Bai Linglu would have left out actual evidence for many things in the conversation. Bai Linglu, if it were someone else, it would be better not to do it and just seal off this space-time node of this plane instead of finding someone else to replace it. If you want to develop this plane now, you should reopen a timeline instead of using he has no timeline for completion. Bai Linglu meant to wait for Wei Kang's return at this time, rather than continue to push forward when Wei Kang is not on this timeline. However, this is impossible. Nowadays, the plane war has become more and more intense, and a plane arrival point with a high speed of time must be saved. The Space-Time Department will use the experience provided by Wei King to reopen this dimension, but it will not give up the history that Wei King has created. After all, Wei King has laid down 50,000 square kilometers of regional land in this plane, and is the first time traveler to complete a stable operation in this plane. This historical line can now produce stable output, enough to allow the effect of the high space-time gap to be stably exerted. But the Federation will never give up this safe foothold in time and space. After Wei Kang leaves, new travelers will be arranged to separate multiple historical lines. Moreover, in the current war, the supply of superiors and sergeants is in short supply. The Time and Space Administration is currently reopening the timeline in this area. It is only possible for non-commissioned officer-level time travelers. And even with the experience data provided by Wei Kang's exploration, the data provided is just over 2 years, which is too little. What if they fail to reopen? Therefore, in order to maintain a stable landing point on the plane, we must continue on the basis of Wei Kang's exploration. And we are still preparing for large-scale development, using the time after Wei Kang's departure as the beginning of a new time travel, and opening up a large number of timelines. To ensure that this high-flow world can be fully utilized during wartime. But in Bai Linglu's eyes, the upper management of the Space-Time Management Bureau may not have thought of one thing. In these timelines after Wei Kang's reopening, all other time travelers will not be able to find a way to continue to grow in this world. At that time, Wei Kang, the original version, will be allowed to come over and open up this world. Bai Linglu had a good grasp of Wei Kang's character these days. She knew that if Wei Kang left midway, it would be difficult for him to return to this plane. Bai Linglu, this guy is very reserved. Restart? His Wei Kang model looks strong now, but have you ever thought that in the early development, you need to let a civilian level consume yourself 3,000 or 4,000 times? The information enthalpy, and the initial equipment is very small, there is a high probability that it will suffer a certain death rate. When the death rate exceeds 10%, most people will collapse. You will not be able to restart, and in the end you will have to use the timeline he created. Carry out follow-up development. According to the current plane rules discovered in the main world, if the subsequent history of a time node is greatly modified, time and space will expand. This expansion of time and space will slow down the speed of the entire time and space relative to the main world. This expansion of time and space is not uniform, and the expansion effect has the weakest impact on parallel time and space. For example, a large number of people travel on the timeline next door to the Chinese plane. The time ratio between the Chinese plane and the main world only dropped from 10:1 to 9.8:1. But the upstream origin of a large number of branch timelines is the most bloated. And if you want to return to the plane of origin time, the time flow rate relative to the main world is not hundreds to one. If the Space-Time Management Bureau, based on Wei Kang's experience, reopens multiple parallel time points in the Pandora plane, and each timeline can continue, Bai Linglu will not say anything. But she knew that the next Space-Time Management Bureau above would most likely not be successful on other timelines, and could only be developed along Wei Kang's timeline. Then the time dilation effect at the origin when Wei Kang left would be very large. If this is the case, Wei Kang wants to return to this point in time again, and the entire shuttle process may be calculated in units of 10 years in the main world time. Because it has to bypass a large amount of time and space, the travel path will be very tortuous. In other words, if Wei Kang leaves this timeline now, and the new travelers sent by the Space-Time Bureau have not fully unleashed the transformative potential of this plane, the original version of Wei Kang must be brought back, and the price will be high. Wei Kang's process of returning to the origin of time would take more than 10 years compared to the main world. After working together with Wei Kang for 2 years, Bai Linglu had an intuition that she didn't trust travelers other than Wei Kang to be able to sustainably develop this plane. So she was very stubborn and didn't want to let Wei Kang go unless the follow-up of her and Wei Kang's timeline would not be open to other time travelers. As a supervisor, Bai Linglu was very concerned about the long-term prospects of safe development of his first high-risk plane. But the arms couldn't twist the thighs. She was forced to sign the approval form by her aunt and boss. On the beach, Wei Kang had already set up a lighthouse, and a Wei Kang squatted on it with a fat cat. The reason for building this lighthouse was the news provided by the system, that is, the plane support has arrived, and once it arrives, the time for him to leave this world will soon. In the back, when Wei Kang was enjoying industrial production in this plane, the system, Bai Linglu, once took the opportunity to ask, "Are you a little nostalgic for this world?" No nostalgia. Wei Kang immediately denied it in his heart. And he explained softly, "This plane is full of mushrooms, flies, and all kinds of ugly monsters. All day long, there are all kinds of things that must be done. It's annoying." Wei Kang really wants to go back. Return to the main world, then lean against his otaku room, open a bottle of happy water, tear open a bag of crab sticks, put on immersive goggles, sit on the movie rocking chair, and rest for 2 days. No, it's a week. Ding dong, when Wei Kang was imagining how to enjoy himself after returning, the system interface flashed again. The above is some knowledge system of the plane. During the time when Wei Kang was idle in this plane, the system popped up this information every day, supplementing Wei Kang with some common sense in plane exploration. The reason is, the Spacetime Administration is very short of people in the plane war, so, try to mobilize as much as possible, and find opportunities to educate the reserve soldiers as much as possible. Now that the two major technology groups on Earth are competing in various planes, they have also explored the situation of various spacetime planes outside the Earth. For these explorations and discoveries, Wei Kang just clicked to see them when he was free. The main world of the Earth, the only true world in the multiverse. Such an exaggerated title made Wei Kang dream back to the mobile phone news push in the 21st century. However, there are standards for assessing his own learning, so Wei Kang still has to click to see it. Compared with the other planes, the observable elementary particles in the main world are the simplest and most stable among all the planes that have been observed. The material framework foundation of the main world is so stable, equivalent to a house with bricks and tiles laid very densely, with almost no gaps. And this is the biggest feature. The phenomenon of consciousness is revealed through the cracks in the particle physics rules of this plane. The energy level of the physical phenomenon where human consciousness in the main world is located is very small compared to other phenomena in the main world. It is so small that humans in the past history could safely and boldly regard the vague information occasionally encountered in dreams as weird and supernatural and never worry about the real existence. Even idealism, the basis of I think, therefore I am often said by ancient philosophers thinking, is also electronic transmission. The energy of consciousness phenomenon is compared with it, just like a fish swimming in the sea. Most people's consciousness can't even stir up a vortex in their own ocean of thought. Procrastination, intermittent efforts, complacency when they understand a little, want to ignore difficulties when they encounter them, and look for possible innovation shortcuts. These are all proof that ordinary people's consciousness cannot dominate thinking. The physical phenomenon of consciousness in the main world is so negligible compared to macroscopic phenomena that the life will of the Earth has evolved for billions of years before evolving nerves, hands, tools and other ways to interfere with the world. However, in other planes, the bricks and tiles left by physical rules for the life will are very loose, and consciousness can directly shake these bricks and tiles, which has the effect of linking the consciousness of thinking to directly pry the macroscopic phenomenon at the macro level. That is, I think this mountain is going to collapse, and the mountain collapses with my heart. Relatively speaking, the speed of life evolution in these planes is much faster than that in the main world. Some major changes in life do not take hundreds of millions of years, but tens of thousands of years. However, loose bricks and tiles can allow life to drill out, but they cannot allow life to stand firmly on them. The wisdom of the Earth has completed its evolution through 4 billion years of hard work. After forming civilization in this main world, it has an excellent material accumulation foundation. Materials whose properties will not change for hundreds of millions of years are everywhere in the main world. When the materials are not shaken by the consciousness can use the objective material conditions of this world to accumulate from ancient times to the present. Supercomputers use the common materials on Earth have completed huge and precise calculations. This is the victory of the materialistic system. The internal energy operation phenomenon will not be affected by anyone's prayers, abuses, or consecration, and the calculation results will not be changed. However, in some planes, even if they are calculated with a differential engine, they will be unconsciously influenced by the social crowd, and their gears will slip uncertainly, resulting in different calculation results. Humans on Earth can be materialistic. Those who need idealism are almost all reflected in long-term planning. If in the short term, the objective accumulation of some people's long-term actual actions is changed by the imagination of a small number of people, then in the words of the Earthlings, it's a ghost. Due to the nature of the Earth can stably preserve a large number of completed results and continuously accumulate experience. Because the Earthlings are under the rules of physics, the growth of consciousness is generally more tenacious than the life of the same thinking complexity in other planes. Therefore, Earthlings, you must be confident. The system's popular science today ends here. Wei Kang, who was hugging the fat cat and covering his hands, looked at the sponge with some waves in a daze. Why do I feel like this seems to be educating me? The first volume is finally over in the plane of Pandora. In March, Wei Kang, who was sent to watch the lighthouse, looked at the sea with his arms around a meat cat. Wei Kang's look of anticipation is like that of a certain president who spent half a year in the mountains squatting on the kiln mouth and looking forward to the car every day in order to experience hardship. Wei Kang felt that this was his fistful heart that the child wanted to return, and he didn't know his behavior at all, and let his supervisor's little tiger teeth bite his lip so that it was almost crooked. Spacepow by Linglu, no prospect, no prospect. Humph, my eyes are in vain. There was no boat on the sea, so Wei King drove the cat on the windowsill to the roof, and started recording today's operation log while turning on the system. After the end of the current mission, the system released a series of information, which made Wei King know for the first time that the memory of his individual before death had been preserved. If this matter was learned just after my death, it would undoubtedly be great joy, but now it is a bit dull. After these 3 years, the surviving self has actually felt what the dead self thought, and I don't have any guilt when facing my dead self for the things I have done alive in the past 2 years. You can face the future without any burden. Wei King, after I return, will all thoughts and memories be integrated again? System, yes, during the fusion process, maybe some of your memories are not very compatible and may be lost, but they will all be recorded in the system, and your consciousness will be 100% condensed into one. Regarding this memory incompatibility, Wei King thought about it carefully, checked every part of his conscious individual, and made sure that he didn't seem to have too much self-exclusion, and all of himself had no opinion on reintegration. Some small things may cause self-hesitation, but Wei King and his colleagues all admit that there is no factual answer to this aspect, and it can be tentatively regarded as unknown. Wei King took a deep breath, opened his arms facing the distant sun, and did a stretching exercise. There should be no problem. By the way, supervisor, thank you, this cooperation is a pleasure. A few seconds later, the monitor behind the system responded, excuse me, are you willing to save this time point? From Wei King's perspective, a spacetime map is marked, and this spacetime map is marked, with multiple timelines unfolding the model, and the origin of all timelines, which is the time after Wei King left, is highlighted. Wei King, save? System, you can calibrate for the next crossing. Wei King, not coming, absolutely not coming. System, this plane is still a high-risk plane in the rating, and most of the threats have been dealt with for you. If you save this plane, you can still remember when you come to this plane again in the future. The number of times you have explored in the high-risk plane. Your potential will soon be out of the civilian level, and as a Shuren-Shin, you also need some high-risk plane missions as a necessary experience. Hearing this, Wei King thought for a moment, paused and said, well, after the war is over, can I change jobs? At this point in the conversation, Bai Linglu stood up in the space bubble, felt that he had grasped the direction, and began to type quickly. System, except for serious disabilities, traversers must obey the post system, and what about you? According to the latest consciousness test, your individual is very healthy. Oh, I wish you good health forever. Later, it seemed that they felt that the threat was not enough, so they directly posted the punishment for deserters who traversed. If you do not follow the mission order of the time travel, then all medical insurance and social insurance will be lost, and modern medical insurance includes regenerative surgery. After the memory of the brain is regenerated, the memory will be lost, so social security includes social re-education. That, Wei King's 200 yuan a month otaku room is not a matter of course. Wei King's face was a bit complicated, he hesitated, and continued to inquire. After the level of the traverser is raised, is it necessary to go to the high-risk plane? The Wanda search engine quickly gave the answer. Spacetime travelers in active service must abide by organizational regulations, and must not violate military orders issued by the Supreme Spacetime Planning Department for any reason. Wei King doesn't know that the Supreme Spacetime Planning Department generally doesn't issue military orders forcibly, only in special periods and in special areas. After teaching some traversers to no avail, they will force them to deal with them. Wei King is an honest person who has behaved well so far, and the top management of the Spacetime Management Bureau will not try to enforce Wei King's thinking because of Wei King's current thinking. Besides, Bai Linglu is also a clerk below, and he doesn't have the right to issue compulsory orders to Wei King. But Wei King is really shocked now, thinking that maybe he should have some qualifications in the high-risk plane. In case he is tricked one day, he can shout, I have made contributions to XX, and I have contributed to the development of the world. Bleeding, I want to see XX or something like that. Time has passed 2 standard scales. Bai Linglu wanted to get a result he was satisfied with, and after getting Wei King's permission from some trustees, he immediately drafted a rights appeal. Send it back down the gravity well. In the time-space travel legal system, when the traversers and regulators jointly declare to uphold some basic rights in a pioneering group of a high-risk plane, after the time and space they developed are requisitioned, it is also necessary to ensure that some principal issues during the expropriation process cannot be ruled out. Offended. Bai Linglu, barrister Bai is not Wei King. She can use the law flexibly. Now, for Wei King to return to the Pandora plane and exercise authority no less than that of other highest-level exploration teams, an explanation clause is reserved. On the other side of the gravitational well, The ministers who are now preparing to receive the Pandora plane have seen the supplementary regulations for system activation. After laughing dumbfounded, he could only make concessions. Speaking of this lawsuit, the officials of the Spacetime Administration can continue to fight it. Many of Wei Kang's defaults are not so clear, they are somewhat general. And if Wei King agrees to completely transfer the Pandora plane, he can get compensation in other planes. Bai Linglu didn't make it clear. It's not necessary. They are all children of their own. Bai Linglu is a relative and child of the supervisor's family on his own side. He has a strong personality. Now he is forced to give up the application rights of a plane by his superiors. There is no need to be too extreme. As for Wei Kang, it is the blood of the former teammates of the Shangqing in the crossing team. He has a very honest personality, but he is too honest. He just wants to lie down and choose freely according to his personality. After 3 voluntary missions in this campaign, I thought about going back to the main world to sleep. So, let's put a little pressure on the task. So, happy to see it come to fruition. In another plane, Hainan, Linggao Port. Luo Hongxing looked at the waves of weapons and equipment and industrial facilities loaded on the ship numbered Yuanhua 834. As a newly promoted employee of the Ministry of Foreign Trade this year, he has brought a big deal to North Industries, a set of bullet production lines, a set of steelmaking equipment with a production capacity of 100,000 tons that has been eliminated in China, seawater purification devices, and chemical catalysts and raw materials used to aid Persia in Central Asia. President Nixon is 75 years old this year, and he has served for more than 4 terms, which is comparable to Roosevelt in history, and it seems likely that he will continue to be re-elected. At this time, the friendship across the ocean is being greatly promoted on black and white TV. Well, it's quite friendly. Luo Hongxing folded the newspaper in his hand. The date was the 18th year from the penultimate of the second millennium, and various banners such as "Accelerate the construction of XX" and "Development is XXX" were hung on the port. Here is another timeline, a historical line that deviates from the same period of the main world. The northern red hairy bear is very calm. When it was determined that the Asia Central region could not be contested, it gave up the useless output here. Therefore, there is no game in the mountains of Afghanistan, but the focus is on the stability of Eastern Europe. This strategic contraction seems to relax the rigid oppression of the free world, but it also forces the free world to undertake non-performing assets around the world. Business and private rules are a process of connecting the past and the future in the development of human civilization. In this process, we must keep an eye on the further development of history and eliminate ourselves, and we must always guard against the operational consumption of the business and private rule system caused by the influence of the feudal backward areas we have come into contact with. As for the former, it is easy to guard against it now. After all, the red theory does not occupy the current core civilization area except for the East. There are many courses that are lacking in history. Even in the modern era of industrial civilization, there are still gaps in production management, and science and education are still lagging behind. But the latter is difficult to prevent, because the disease is in the viscera. It's like vowing to be unable to withstand the corrosion of sugar-coated cannonballs. Financial transactions ultimately cannot resist the temptation of feudal privileges after the financial plutocrats in the capitalist world established direct business relationships with military strongmen and feudal families around the world. They will inevitably form a circle that violates market rules, and this kind of violation will eventually lead to the passivation of global governance of commercial and private rules, making it impossible to maintain a unified market. The governance of feudalism is quite problematic. Whether it is the Yunnan Peninsula, Latin America, or Western Asia, it has been proved that these have not undergone a thorough reconstruction of the civilization system. The governance ability of the ruling group is low, and the investment in low-end culture, education, and infrastructure is very weak, which in turn results in excessive labor costs, transportation costs, and production costs. The strategic contraction of Mao Xiong on this plane is almost a stroke of magic. All the traditional markets in Europe and the New World fell into crisis after a little completion of the first electronic industry update. In the history of the main world control group, when the Axis was defeated, in order to solve the crisis, global businesses and private companies continued to shift their industries to areas with cheap manpower, and then digested the markets in these areas to complete asset anchoring. So first Western Europe, the Japanese islands, and then the East Asian Four Tigers, and then the third wave of the Eastern continent. There is an obvious cyclical law in this. After the investment boom ends, the financial bubble will be harvested, from Japan and South Korea to the Four Tigers without exception. By the time of the third wave of the eastern continent, due to the lack of financial opening in the region, international business and private companies continued to invest in local infrastructure and continued to invest in the excess capacity defined by these global financial rating agencies, which was criticized by economists in the South, but also to protect the employment rate of the people. This makes it impossible for international business and private companies to flow out after entering. In other words, the outflow is through the Eastern Depository System for outward investment, and international capital cannot further invest in cheaper places such as Southeast Asia and South Asia. When this game of drumming and passing flowers can't be spread anymore, then we can only keep making small moves, trying to create chaos, and at the same time keep packing white elephants. Trying to force credit from the east of Asia to the south of Asia and the Indochina Peninsula. And on this timeline, the first round of industrial transfer has not been completed. When the Marshall Plan began, the furry bears of the North gathered their forces. Heavy armor clusters are concentrated in the West, and nuclear weapons experiments are constantly being carried out. To the east there are 4 Minsk carrier battle groups. After MacArthur returned home with a pipe in his mouth, the Sea Soul shirts blocked the shipping lanes of the Northeast Asian archipelago twice. This kind of military blockade directly made the Japanese economic sanctions similar to the northern peninsula of the main world. When humans landed on the moon, the Red Navy was in direct conflict with Great Britain in the Atlantic Ocean. The nuclear submarine immediately sank a British frigate, and then used nuclear tests to put on a tough stance. Then, the Irish front exploded. London Exchange. What is capital? Capital is credit, which can be immediately exchanged for credit of various market raw materials, but this credit must be repaid. If there is no return, business and private will not invest in it. When Europe and Japan, the elite areas of the main world during the Cold Confrontation period, cannot support the industrial transfer of the Lighthouse Empire, and cannot expand the market to meet the gap of the financial crisis, business and private credit collapsed ahead of schedule. So the strategic difference between the main world and this world is here. The hairy bear in the main world wants to compete with the bald eagle for world supremacy. By controlling the energy production area, they wanted to change bicycles into motorcycles. As a result, they continued to invest a lot of aid in military forces in the middle of the world island. However, with the rise of Zionism, the reformists in the area were hit and the royal family lingered. And the aggressive advances in Afghanistan also lost everything. On the other hand, Mao Zedong on the plain line clearly recognizes that his national strength is not enough to fully compete with the bald eagle in the world. If you can't open a mine yourself, then harass the bald eagle's mining farmers in the 2 sub-mines of Beta Xiang and Taipei Taipingjiang, Big Island country. There is no so-called middle-class life in the second-tier slave country, and there is no way to whitewash the rich and advanced in the free world. Oh, and the bald eagle still has a mine, just exploit it, and maybe end up following in the footsteps of John Bull and Gallic Chicken decades ago. However, the cold confrontation between the world's largest camps has continued until both sides have reached their limits. Is there only one country in the world that has the ability to govern and has the potential to form a huge market? With a conflict on the border of North Asia, the decision-makers who suffered from the strategic confrontation of the bald eagle grasped an opportunity keenly. Politically, a series of agents in the West Island chain were abandoned almost overnight, and huge compromises were also made. The decision-makers at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue received a promise from the China Federation that they would not build a nuclear submarine base on the east coast of Nanbua Island, and sign a naval agreement that they would not develop a large aircraft carrier strike group. Let's do our best to guard against the Red Navy's fleet, and the mission of great unity is completed. As for MIDI, the harvest is also huge. 70 years ago, because it finally obtained a new market through technology transfer, it relieved the huge pressure in its own internal camp. This has to be mentioned in the timeline of the world. International capital needs to move around to continue its life, even if the debt is filled by flowing capital to low labor cost areas. During the Third Industrial Revolution, since the Rhine and neon markets were enough to sustain the life of lighthouse finance, and other countries could take a breather to develop industrialization, the industrial technology that was scarce internationally, but the historical line of this plane, since the nuclear missile crisis, these small depth areas are always within the range of fighter planes and warships, and belong to high-risk areas. At this time, the market is scarce in the world. And the market is often in the hands of sovereign countries with the ability to govern and defend themselves. This plane finally breathed a sigh of relief because the strategy was right. Compared with the absurd situation in the lighthouse country after the second millennium of the main plane, only Apple and other high-tech companies can earn high profits from the East, and other interest groups are frustrated and can only curse C for stealing XX. On the mainland of East Asia, imported cars do not have Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz and other brands, and high-precision machinery and power generation equipment are American companies that were originally rolled out. Even East Asian TV sets, washing machines, and home appliances, which have been invested by the main world company, are all supported by American capital and obtained agency rights. Of course there are still problems in this world. Beep, the ship's whistle sounded melodiously, and in the sea breeze, Luo Hongxing took out a Z-brand knockoff windproof lighter from his pocket, lit a cigarette, took a deep puff of the cigarette, and puffed. He turned on the system and made a final report. I'm in the deadly spacetime now, and I'm ready to set sail now. Pick me up. The Desolate plane, the Shenzhou plane, and the China Revolutionary Alliance plane belong to the same time and space area. In other words, Wei Kang, who is currently in the Pandora plane, can safely return to the Shenzhou plane as long as he connects to this plane. Of course, the Death plane has huge international problems. This series of problems has caused the two major time-traveling groups in the lower reaches of this plane and the main world to fight fiercely here. And it is precisely because the Death plane has a large number of time and space anchor points that it can be most stably connected to Wei Kang's plane. Luo Hongxing looked at the navigation coordinates. There are a total of 543 people on the entire ship, and they need to debug the industrial production chain for our partners in the peninsula region. Because of the recent border harassment in the Tianshan area, as a big eastern country, this aspect has certain strategic significance. But Luo Hongxing knew that the ship's final course was not bound for the Middle East. Before entering the Strait of Malacca, it would travel to a parallel plane along with a space hole. The things on the ship are sold to local forces in the San Peninsula, and this kind of trade is related to the current world situation. The Global Outlook newspaper on Luo Hongxing's left hand has the title, Auschwitz Returns, Where Will the Jews Go? Although the pattern of the Cold War has changed, intervention by major powers is still indispensable in the Middle East. The difference is that it is the United States that is trapped in this region at this time. In order to control the Soviet Union in the north and ensure the smooth transition of the US dollar from the gold standard to the oil standard, they had to increase investment in the region, support the local regime, establish military bases, and try to put pressure on Soviet Russia in the middle of the world island and reduce its presence in the world. Oppressive momentum in Europe and Northeast Asia. But it turns out that the United States may be very good at doing business with those countries on the world island that have completed social changes and have legal systems. But it is difficult to correct and rebuild a country with a lot of dross. The reason for this may have been at the beginning of the birth of the United States. The United States was not a country that corrected its mistakes. Because it could not correct the mistakes of the old world, it crossed the ocean and came to North America. Therefore, in the ideological concept of the new North American country, this restarted history did not give birth to the thinking mode of revising history. Therefore, in the Middle East, a region where East and West meet and may produce a large number of historical problems, the United States wants to bring its own order to this region, which is precisely the place where it is least suitable to challenge itself. In the main world, the Soviet Union was inspired by the explosion of fighting power of its eastern friends during the Korean War. It felt that China could go elsewhere, so it invested a lot of aid to support the pro-Soviet faction. After it was dismantled, it was discovered that all the people they were looking for were Zhang Wuzhou. And the conservatives that the free eagles of this world are looking for in the Middle East are the fifth scum of war among the five scum of war. Even the bald heads have better governance capabilities than this group of Middle Eastern nobles. After receiving foreign aid, this group of princes not only failed to complete their rule, but instead squeezed out the middle and lower class intellectuals. As a result, the Global Redemption Army was born. This organization, which relied on the teachings of the Prophet, began to grow in Central Asia. Of course, this world is not just a player who can manipulate the United States. Western European politicians were obviously unwilling to be lonely when they were suppressed by the Soviet Union. Hold out a shit stirrer. Forcibly supporting Israel and trying to re-intervene in the Suez Canal. The result is an extreme addition. What was originally a local conflict has gradually developed into a world problem that is hateful to the whole world. In the Middle East, those who could become the ruling class of strongman governments in the main world have now really begun to go to extremes. They directly attacked Europe with chemical weapons, cutting off the possibility of Europe assisting Israel. Then a large number of obsolete Russian rockets were purchased through arms dealers and smashed into Jewish settlements. Please note that at this time, there are no multiple industrial transfers and financial expansions like the main world, so the electronic technology update speed is slow, and there is no iron dome that can intercept rockets at will. Israel was exhausted in endless harassment wars, and a large number of fleeing Jews were captured and imprisoned by the Redemption Army. This is the content of the headline on the first page of Luo Hongxing's newspaper. Of course, behind this situation is the shaky state of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. This is why Luo Hongxing's current ship is sailing away carrying so much strategic materials. Luo Hongxing, when these materials arrive in Chaos Liangi, they will only be captured by the Redemption Army in the area. It is better not to send them. In the shuttle information that Wei Kang can now see, Luo Hongxing is a sergeant, who is here to replace Wei Kang and continue to open up this plane. In the plane of death, in the captain's room, a calendar page has been torn out, but not completely. The solar calendar cannot be seen. The year is vaguely April 15th, and the lunar calendar is the Wuching year. On the dashboard next to it, it read 8:34 a.m. Beijing time. When the ship Yuanhua 834 passed through a burst of sea fog, all the instrument pointers in the captain's cabin were spinning like a disco in a song and dance hall. These small metal hands were spinning rapidly, and even made the sound of fingernails tapping on the glass. Captain Sun Xiangyang sounded the whistle. Taking the walkie-talkie, he began to assign tasks to the members in each area. The crew members selected for overseas trade in this era were very upright in their thinking, so they were not superstitious at first, but believed that they had passed through a chaotic magnetic field. Area. Luo Hongxing also patrolled the side of the ship with a firearm. He was now the only insider on the ship. After confirming that he had arrived at this plane, he began to contact the system to determine the current situation. With a click, there was a sound of something heavy attached to the edge of the ship, and a tentacle as thick as a man's waist rolled up. This tentacle was not an enlarged squid tentacle that is often eaten at barbecue stalls. This thing is very ugly when it is enlarged, and the skin is like a pile of fat wrinkles, dripping into the water. The color is a circle of snake patterns, which looks very evil. If this thing appeared in the Age of Discovery, it would scare people to death, but now, on a 50,000-ton ship, it is just a gecko lying on a flower pot. Luo Hongxing was quick-witted. He poked the thing with an electric fishing fork, then turned on the electricity. The tentacles shrank back. Then other crew members took dry powder fire extinguishers and sprayed the tentacles crawling on the ship. Perhaps the ammonium phosphate, sodium bicarbonate, sodium chloride, and potassium chloride in the dry powder were highly irritating. The tentacles rolled into the sea, twisting and swaying in waves, trying to get rid of the dry powder. This twisting picture reminded the crew of the snake demon dancing in the recent domestic cartoon Calabash Brothers. Captain Sun Xiangyang looked at the current satellite communication equipment, and the broadcast was turned on to the maximum, but there was no response now. He called all the team members on the ship and announced the news. The theodolite showed that everyone was still in the South China Sea. Everyone gave the opinion of temporarily returning to the ship. Luo Hongxing knew the danger of the Pandora field in this world, and gave the suggestion of heading north immediately and returning to the port. In the end, the captain and several people on the ship voted and passed the decision. In the broadcast, attention all crew members, the voyage is now disturbed by unknown factors, all passengers please return to your rooms, and the crew members gather on the deck. At the mouth of the Pearl River, a 200-ton steamer is floating from the flooded dock. This ship is a steel frame, steel wire network, cement material ship, powered by a steam engine, and uses a paddle wheel structure. The propeller requires watertight technology. This small boat is Wei Kang's attempt near the harbor. The ship sailed to the area where seawater and salt meet outside the Pearl River. Wei Kang looked at the waves shaking the hull, took a deep breath, and said with his fingers, "This time, I will never be empty-handed." Because his own life radiation is too strong, now there are various biological groups hiding from him, especially the fish in the water. When Wei Kang approached, it was like a sparrow in a flower bed seeing a person approaching, and it instantly exploded. So in order to catch fish better, Wei Kang decided to speed up the water vehicle and update more effective fishing methods. 10 minutes later, Wei Kang sensed the life radiation of a school of fish underwater, and immediately accelerated the boat to approach. The fish obviously also sensed Wei Kang's approach and prepared to escape. Wei Kang launched a firework launch tube on the deck. When the school of fish was approaching and the school of fish was about to disperse, the firework tube fired, and rows of balls were scattered within a range of 200 meters. After entering the water, it was humming and bubbling. After a few seconds, flashes appeared underwater. Then cast the net. After confirming that there would be guests coming soon, Wei Kang now enthusiastically prepared the ingredients for the guests. When the net came up, it was poured into the ice room of the hull, and then prepared to set sail for home. And on the Yuanhua 834, 50 nautical miles away, people were not in the mood to eat fish. When they returned, they could not see any ship on the entire waterway. The Lingao port where they set sail had disappeared. When the ship approached the shore, they found that the land was completely swallowed by the jungle, and the birds flying from the shore had sharp teeth, and some small fish swam up along the side of the ship like snakes relying on suction cups. More importantly, 60 people on the ship had symptoms, sweating, and hair falling off. The doctors at the ship's clinic used various antibiotics to no avail. Now the only hope is to look towards Guangzhou port, which should be the most prosperous place. Of course, if no more people are found, the morale of this crew will be dispersed when they are infected with a serious disease. Luo Hongxing stood on the observation pole, watching the coastline approaching from the north. When he saw the lighthouse with a column of smoke on the shore, he took out a cigarette, took a deep puff, and then exhaled. He said to the system, "Connect me to Wei Kang." The Wei Kang cluster, whether it was the individual sweating beside the stove in the arsenal or the individual picking leaves beside the biological pool of the plant node, heard that the rescue team they had been waiting for on the coastline had finally arrived. The first reaction was to look at the surrounding working environment, farmland, factory buildings, dormitories, and the fat orange cat lying on the edge of the gravel road to bask in the sun. I have been to every plant and tree here. Every place, every 100 meters, has rough stone bricks that I have touched and felt, and there are also those corners where I often release water at night, and the sand on it has small gullies washed out. When I have lived in a place for a while and left a lot of traces, I feel the entanglement with this place when I am about to leave. Even after I leave, this place seems to have left a complete trace in my memory. When telepathy is scalarized into mental language, Wei King has 60,000 languages to describe this place in his mind. Gaga, near Wei King's canteen, a group of fattened seabirds are making noises in the cage, and a few meters away from them is the chef sharpening his knife calmly. 46 kilometers away, Luo Hongxing, wearing a blue and white sailor shirt, with muscles bulging on his arms holding the mast, started a conversation in a rough voice. Hey, Wei King, Kung. Pit. The shout of the new replacement broke the self-immersion of Master Wei Kang. Wei King, yes, I'm here, thank you, sir. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Luo Hongxing on the mast squinted in the sea breeze and said, hurry up and leave the port. There are wounded on my ship. Well, prepare your serum. Remember, don't come up by yourself. After injecting all the serum, explain your experience to the people on this ship. Wei King looked at the ship information sent by Luo Hongxing and was a little stunned. It seemed that this ship that came to pick him up had to let him help first. Luo Hongxing continued, there is a time-space node in the cabin now, but don't think about going back in the short term. Hand over the work here to me first. Wei Kang, brother Luo, how long will it take for me to hand over this work? Luo Hongxing, young man, don't always think about going back. This plane has been stepped on by you. It's okay to stay for a few more years. Aren't you very capable of pioneering here? Wei Kang, do I miss home? Luo Hongxing, you want the holographic projection cabin in the dormitory, right? No more chatting, go and prepare it. After ending the communication, Wei King contacted his supervisor. Hey, didn't you send me the shuttle channel? Now this ship won't let me get on? In the space bubble, Bai Linglu had just finished reading Luo Hongxing's preemptive speech. She was taking notes. Facing Wei Kang's inquiry, she adjusted her smiling tone and said, I understand your desire to return, but the objective conditions are still being prepared. Like you, I hope that the final mission will be completed more successfully. Wei King stopped banging the pot to celebrate. Stop, I want to ask, can I go back? Bai Linglu, yes, but the objective conditions do not allow it now. Wei Kang, then, can I exchange supplies again? Bai Linglu, yes, but the departure time needs to be extended again. Wei King seemed to understand something and was a little anxious. He said, isn't the space gate here? Why do I need to extend the return time to exchange supplies? Are you cheating me? Here in the kitchen cafeteria, the local vegetable washer asked Wei Kang who was cooking, are you going to add grilled fish or stewed hawksbill turtle today? Wei Kang, who had just finished talking to the system, was only an individual in charge of meals in the kitchen, but he was still in a very irritable mood. Wei King said in a somewhat agitated tone, steamed, lobster, and put a turtle bastard on the shrimp tail. In the plane of despair, the ocean-going ship number 834 of Yuanhua suddenly lost all signals on the empty sea, causing an uproar. For a while, a tabloid in a certain free foreign trade port talked about pirates, Bermuda in the east, alien abductions, etc. The topic is very popular. In the southern ninth section of the sea, a fleet of 3 destroyers was searching the area. Helicopters painted in blue and white skimmed the waves, and the crew relied on their naked eyes to search for targets on the sea. 9214, go to Yasi, 9214 received, please reply 9224, the sea conditions here are normal, the wind is level 6, the waves are high, no target has been found yet, continue searching. Radio signals are transmitted within the battleship's integrated tower. Since the missing freighter has not been searched so far, the search and rescue team feels that there is very little hope. However, orders from above have been issued and the search must continue. At the same time, a black stealth high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft from the United States passed by in the sky. The Pentagon seemed to be quite concerned about this disappearance. Perhaps it was more concerned about whether the ship of this quasi-ally in the East was really missing. Washington's when the decision-makers communicated with 5 stars, they also learned about some of the deceitful techniques of the East, such as building plank roads openly and concealing Chinsong and other things. After all, there is a series of valuable production equipment on this ship, and some of the equipment also involves sensitive materials. You know, according to the latest intelligence, the Global Redemption Army has used guided rockets containing highly toxic substances in its recent attacks on Israel. The production of these highly toxic substances involves some large-scale key industrial equipment. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 3rd search and rescue destroyer discovered a strange electronic emission signal on the sea near the Dongsha Islands and immediately approached. When the number 201 destroyer approached 200 meters, it saw a mirage. This light and shadow phenomenon happened to be the Yuanhua 834 heading towards the Guangdong port. The destroyer captain immediately stopped approaching and reported the situation back to the military area before taking the next step. 20 minutes later, the search and rescue helicopter that took off from the destroyer found the source of the emitted light and shadow. It was a luminous object without any charge, but it had a repulsive force on approaching materials within a range of 60 meters. This repulsive force became stronger the closer it got. Powerful. However, it is certain that this thing is still affected by the gravity of the Earth, and its mass is determined to be 45 tons. It's just that the volume of water pushed away by the repulsive force is greater than the gravity on itself, so it floats on the sea. The nearby supply ship collected the material-repelling wormhole into the hangar through steel cables. After entering the square hangar, the wormhole quickly filled up everything here. 3 days later, the luminous object was transported to the shore. The military used a pure steel carriage to contain the luminous object, and then transported it to the Southwest Physics Center by train overnight. In the plain of Pandora, in the newly built brick bungalow, black smoke began to emit from the chimney, and Waking burned the power boiler. The giant ship Yuanhua No. 834 has stopped outside the natural deep water port, while a cement ship is leaning next to it, and a steel frame ladder is set up on the side of the ship. Waking boarded the ship. Waking was quite surprised that he was able to board the ship. After coming to this world, Waking had always been wary. This sudden unguarded face-to-face communication made Waking a little uncomfortable. Wei Kang and Captain Sun Xiangyang met for the first time. The two parties looked at each other in confusion, and in confusion after completing the military salute to each other, they asked hello in Mandarin. For Sun Xiangyang, although the sound of unity is strength sounded on the dock, it was a bit weird that Wei Kang's group of people were all the same, but the red flag flying on the small port still made him choose to believe in this place. Sun Xiangyang wants to find out where this place is, but Wei King cannot show that I know it was the people from your main world who created the time and space vortex to get you here. He must act like I am actually a time traveler in need of assistance. Wei King, this plane is a future era, well, it is a future era for me. I am a person from the 21st century. I encountered an air crash while flying on a plane. After parachuting, I passed through the fog and landed here. When I landed, I found myself transformed into many individuals. Sun Xiangyang was shocked. Are you from the 21st century? This is the future for you, so what is this? Wei King finally found the opportunity to see the sign on the lifebuoy on the ship, 19XXA. In the year of Wuchen, he also asked surprised, are you people from more than 10 years ago? Since then, the incongruous dialogue between the two sides has finally ended. The first step in communication is sincerity. It may be said that Wei King is not confident in his ability to grasp people's hearts, even if he has the upper hand. No exception. Therefore, Wei King did not adopt Luo Hongxing's suggestion, but told the truth to the Ministry of Health here about the status of these diseases after boarding the ship. In the cabin in the middle of the hull, after listening to Wei King's information about life radiation in this plane, Lao Li, the health worker on the ship, asked, "We don't need to pay attention to blood type. Is there no rejection?" Wei King, yes, there are very few rejection phenomena. I have a lot of them, so according to the principle, if you inject my blood, you can quickly stabilize the patient's condition, but I don't know what additional effects there are. I suggest that patients with mild symptoms transfuse blood to each other to establish a life radiation link. This is a common practice among humans in this world, and patients with severe symptoms can be injected with my blood. Sun Shangyang on the side, Xiaowei's consideration is very thoughtful, but you just said that the life radiation in this world is very strong, don't you need to inject each other? Wei King, most of the time, no, in the case of my clones, the genes are very uniform, the life activities are uniform, and most of the time it is enough to fight external radiation, except when seriously injured. Sun Shangyang, have you ever been seriously injured? Wei King, yes, when I first arrived in this world, there were a large number of wild beasts in the entire Pearl River Delta area, and I suffered certain casualties. I have compiled the relevant information into the archives. Dong dong dong. The door of the cabin was knocked, and Luo Hongxing walked in and said, "Captain Sun, there is a situation in the cargo hold, go and take a look." Sun Shangyang stood up, stretched out his hands and shook hands with Wei King, "Then I'll leave it to Comrade Wei." Then he turned to the medical staff, "Lao Li, we must make sure that the comrades recover." Then he followed Luo Hongxing away. Before leaving, Luo Hongxing glanced at Wei King and nodded slightly. In the fatal plane, in this large warehouse similar to the cylindrical shell of a reactor in the 21st century, a group of scientists have adjusted the electromagnetic equipment, and the wormhole is firmly fixed in the metal structure. With the steady input of electric energy, the point in the light ball seemed to be stretched open, revealing an area like a cave entrance. When the cave entrance stretched to 1 meter, it could be confirmed that it was the cabin of the Yuanhua 834 cargo ship. Switch to 303 mode, adjust power to be 344, infrared electromagnetic radiation increases. In the control room, staff members were reporting on the test of this wormhole. And a few seconds later, another situation on the wormhole side was confirmed, that is, the phantom that kept flashing on the wormhole side was a person. After slowing down the video of the phantom 65 times, the researchers determined that the captain was standing there. The chief scientist stared at the clock placed there, his eyes blank, and then said, "The time is 60 times ours. It seems that something is being transmitted to us over there." I saw a recorder rewind the video back to 5 minutes ago, that is, on the wormhole side, dozens of crew members gathered together and tried to poke something into the wormhole with a pole tied to it. This process encountered the repulsion of the wormhole. According to scientists' calculations, to break this repulsive force, electromagnetic force is needed to break the distorted shell of the wormhole force field. Next to the scientific team, General Ling Liang, a military leader, stared at the wormhole, tipped the other side, used Morse code to exchange information. In the cabin, Wei King assisted Lao Li in the operation. Lao Li was very cautious and still conducted a blood type test. He asked healthy comrades on the ship to transfuse blood to those with mild symptoms. Wei King also tested the blood type and found that it was type A, and distributed the blood to 6 people. An hour later, 64 patients with mild symptoms on Lao Li's side were still under observation. Several patients with severe symptoms on Wei King's side had gotten out of bed and walked around the mild ward to show everyone that the disease could be cured and to calm the people on the ship. They were doing restorative training next door, that is, to increase lung capacity and sing a song together. A big river, wide waves, wind-blowing rice flowers. The volume of this song was not loud when it reached the next door, but almost everyone heard it. A worker lying on the bed threw the cold towel on his head into the basin beside him and said in a somewhat aggressive tone, "Lao Jiang and the others recovered so quickly, can we just give each other blood transfusions and forget about it?" The health worker Lao Li said, "Comrade Wei King introduced the situation here to us. Life radiation takes a certain amount of time. The leadership has studied it and decided that except for seriously ill patients, everyone here should receive conservative treatment. Comrade Yuhua, please be patient." The worker named Huang Yuhua was angry. "I have to get better quickly now. I have work to do. I don't have time to observe you here." Yuhua? Yuhua, what are you doing? Lali wanted to grab this stubborn donkey, but this strong worker in his 30s threw him away with one arm. Wei King looked at the worker who rushed to him and stretched out his sleeve to get an injection. He was stunned and asked, "Comrade, does the clinic have a prescription?" Huang Yuhua, "Comrade Wei, please give me a shot of the medicine you have here." Wei King, "Uncle, this is not medicine, it's my serum." I only accept seriously ill patients here. Huang Yuhua, comrade, don't be so stingy. Just when there might be a quarrel, Luo Hongxing rushed over to persuade. Luo Hongxing, Mr. Huang, you are too impatient. People are doing this for your own good. Comrade Wei Kang has an unknown replication and proliferation here, and there are many individuals. Huang Yuhua, I heard about it. There are a lot of things going on in my office over there. I am thinking of splitting a few. Luo Hongxing saw that he couldn't persuade him, so he said to Wei Kang, how about you? Wei Kang stared at Luo Hongxing, as if to confirm whether he was really acting, because his performance did not show the thoughts he gave himself in the system. Wei Kang took a deep breath, tore off a report sheet and handed it to the acute man named Huang. Wei Kang, I'll give you the injection, but you have to fill out this form 3 times a day for the first week. So, the non-severe person got the first injection. And this hole quickly enlarged. After receiving Wei Kang's serum, Huang Yuhua felt that his symptoms were quickly eliminated. He was so energetic that he ate a few more bowls of food. After finishing his work, he fell asleep. In his words, it's rare to sleep like this. After a week, he was full of energy. He came to Lao Li for a physical examination. After checking his heart, chest, and lungs, he muttered, he's as strong as an ox. In China's social environment, once the first person to eat the crab is fine, you will be able to catch all the crabs in the ditch. People on the entire ship ignored the warning and crowded in the window of the health clinic, pointing at the health clinic inside and asking for a shot directly. And these people include Luo Hongxing. After about 2/3 of the people on the ship received Wei Kang's blood, Luo Hongxing handed the data he collected to the system and contacted his supervisor, Mang Sini. Mang Sini, it has been determined that the human community is condensing. Please pay attention to your position in the community at all times. A discreetly distributed image appeared on it. And this model not only covers the current situation of the human group in the Pearl River Basin, but also the situation of several other apostle-level node creatures. The representative of the settlement is the node creature, but the node creature cannot be regarded as all of the settlement. According to the existing data of the Time Travel Department, when node organisms serve as the intersection of life radiation energy in a region, they can make concentrated use of the energy occupied by their own communities in the ecosystem. That is, the middle peak in the discrete model of the individual life scale of the entire community. When the node disappears, the point where energy meets is gone, but the life energy activity of the community is still there. Then it is possible that according to the internal differences of the community, it will be divided into several small communities and several node organisms will be reborn. For example, the entire Guangdong region originally had a large node, which was interfered by other communities. It was later divided into many small nodes, and fierce fighting was carried out around the Pearl River estuary area. Wei Kang is very special. In this land now inhabited by almost 8,000 people, including the new crew members, the effect of the community has been reflected, but there is no absolute node creature. Because of the highest part, the life radiation of Wei Kang's 1,500 individuals is average. It may be said that Wei Kang's group is a big fuzzy node. What if Wei Kang leaves? Communities that have been formed will not disappear, but new node organisms will form. In other words, Wei Kang's telepathy and recovery ability will disappear with Wei Kang's disappearance and appear in a person in the community who has high life strength and can best fit the community. But who would be such an heir? Luo Hongxing is now paying attention to his own numerical value in the discrete model. His position is not close to the central peak of Wei Kang, so he cannot let Wei Kang leave now. Luo Hongxing, please record that at the current time point, the name of this system is Human Emperor. Luo Hongxing's actual rank, Shangqing. He has been to some planes where life consciousness can shake the world. Human Emperor. The default of all people is the center, the gathering point of the destiny of the human race. When the Wei Kang group completely leaves the timeline, the current human community in this world will have a single node person. Therefore, Luo Shangqing gave it an Eastern definition. On May 1, 135 of the Pandora era, Wei Kang also completed the handover with the Jueming party. In the cabin in the middle of this giant ship, the area where the containers were originally stacked was moved away by a forklift to make a large space for the movement of this glowing wormhole. Through the wormhole, you can see the slow movement of people and machines over there. In the place that has been transformed into a conference table, Wei Kang sat quietly, and after the review committee on the other side of the wormhole arrived, he began to briefly explain. Wei Kang performed just right, with a calm tone, and a look of finally waiting for his superiors in his words. The opening was to thank the comrades for coming to open up a new world of XXXX. The people sitting opposite the wormhole with teacups in their hands were stunned. But Wei King quickly got to the point. He began to report on his work after entering this world. The transfer of the ruling area is a very large process. Wei King handed over the files he had accumulated in this area over the past year. A large safe of paper materials. The paper is very rough and still has wood fiber. Captain Sun and the crew were amazed when these things were transported onto the ship, especially the record points on the geographical contours, the daily precipitation plan for the past year, and a lot of numbers. He muttered, "Cultivated people are different." Now, the crew on the ship have the impression that Wei Kang is a cultured top student. This year, Wei King has made a detailed archive summary of tens of thousands of square kilometers of land. Hydrology, humanities, geography, minerals and species, and the growth areas and states of edible herbs found. And described the intelligence levels of different sizes of gene communities in various regions during the 3 conflicts between himself and the local community. And the situation of several large cities in the Yangtze River basin that he learned from Jian City. These materials are very detailed, and they are specially reported to the upper bureaucrats. Sun Shangyang obviously couldn't handle it. In order to appear busy, he now took a few people to unload industrial equipment, and arranged for the second mate to educate the local natives. In the fatal plane, in the office building, the lower half of the wall is painted green and the upper half is painted white. In several offices, people are busy all night. The leaders and clerks here can only rely on strong tea to work overtime. The printer is constantly printing the files sent by Wei Kang. These materials allow the organization to quickly establish a detailed understanding of this plane. The leadership team of the fatal plane also assessed Wei Kang. First of all, it was determined that Wei King graduated from a university. At this time, the fatal plane has not yet passed the second millennium, and Wei Kang's academic qualifications are still a child of destiny. As for graduate students, they are academic qualifications after further study in special fields, which cannot be reflected in primary production. In addition, they are very interested in the equipment that Wei King picked up in this plane. Kevlar helmets and bulletproof vests, although according to the production number and the mark number, it can be determined that they were manufactured in Shaanxi. But it is obviously better than the technical level of the Free Eagle in the fatal plane. As for how Wei King picked up brand new equipment with the same number, the person in charge of the fatal plane knew that there might be some small stories in it, but he did not dwell on this issue. In the Southwest High Energy Laboratory, the wormhole is on the metal confinement device. Cheng Shirtao, a military high-energy physics expert, is testing the wormhole with particles. This high-energy physics expert is testing some theories by changing the properties of particles next to the wormhole. In the tests that have been conducted, the self side can transmit matter, but the energy needs to be transmitted synchronously on both sides. The ratio is 65.6 to 1, that is, the energy output of the Ju Ming plane is equivalent to 65 times the energy input of the Pandora plane. During the material transmission process, both sides must prepare materials for conversion. It takes 1 kilowatt-hour to transmit 1 kilogram of steel on the Ju Ming plane, but the consumption of gasoline is very small. This is related to the rule that the energy information of organic matter conversion is easy to convert in the Pandora field. Of course, this wormhole does not support the transmission of animals. Putting organisms into the Pandora plane will turn them into dead objects. The internal protein structure is disordered. The above are the parameters measured by scientists in the Ju Ming plane. They tried to find some bugs from this parameter to further expand this alien plane shuttle channel. But in fact, this wormhole is the masterpiece of the main world. The main world has not built a channel for conscious life to shuttle. Now the material information sent on both sides of the wormhole is just an information transfer processing station. Through the processing station, the forces of the desperate plane input enough material information to assist the material structure of the Pandora world. Since the desperate plane is a research and development, exploration process, in this process, Luo Hongxing can get materials from the desperate plane through operation. But to a certain extent, everything in this alien plane area seems to have no value to the desperate plane. In September of the 135th year of the Pandora era, this was the year when the newly established New Pearl River was reborn. Wei King originally accumulated a small and simple industrial production chain composed of various small mechanical equipment. With the arrival of the Spacegate, there was a major technological update. The freighter carrying the wormhole brought down a large amount of modern equipment equivalent to the end of the second millennium in the main world, as well as bulldozers and excavators. Wei King even saw 5 round-headed Ares tanks. The military director of the Death Plane even sent a batch of biodiesel production equipment temporarily after learning about Wei Kang's situation. These mechanized equipment directly transformed the area around Wei Kang, and the dry toilet was directly filled up. There are combined equipment for making ammonia, alkali and acid, so there is no need to pile up manure and saltpeter. The organization on the Plane of Death authorizes the cadres on the ship to directly establish leadership in the place and continue to liberate the world. And this newly established organization on the Plane of Pandora defines Wei Kang as a typical case of a good young man building zism in the wilderness. Hearing this definition, Wei King felt a little embarrassed. Wei Kang, during this period, I have been only concerned about myself. I don't have any great ideals. I have always wanted to go back to my hometown. Now I am being set up as an example. It's too much, I can only say that the people on the other side of the wormhole are too simple. Wei Kang, who doesn't have many tricks, is praised by the group, and sometimes he can't help working hard. Lime kilns, coke ovens, and new mechanical production centers can all see Wei King busy. Even the natives of this plane felt that Wei King changed after the arrival of the big ship and became more cheerful. No one gave Wei King a bonus. After the task indicators were hung on Wei Kang's desk, Wei King worked overtime day and night, without the previous attitude of lying down. Now, Wei King seems to put his return aside for the time being and start to contribute to the magnificent development that will surely go down in history. When the huge steel ship docked at the port, some merchants in the original city-states of Guangdong secretly took rolls of photos with mechanical cameras. The flag on the bow made the families in the surrounding city-states with a little cultural heritage feel that things have become complicated. Because before the Pandora field spread all over the planet, the existence of all the counties in this land was represented by this symbol to represent this vast territory. And now, the East Asian continent is divided into 2 states and they all use this flag. The northern forces have added a horizontal line to the original flag. And the southern forces have added a blue horizontal line to the original flag. The huge ship that appeared at the new Pearl River terminal now is the original flag. Think of the sudden arrival of the Wei King group near the mouth of the Pearl River in Guangdong. All this seems to be strung together to become another new story. An unknown human force intervened in Guangdong, and before arriving in Guangdong, it sent a large number of people with the same face to pioneer. Now that the genetic communities in the area have been driven away, and the depth of various city-states including Jian City has been understood, more power and resources have begun to be projected. It must be said that their guess is very close. On June 1, 136 of the Pandora era, the sun was vigorous and the clouds were flourishing. In the square of the largest stronghold of the new Zhujiang Wei King settlement, more than 200 Wei Kangs, all the crew members, and more than 1,000 plain natives lined up on the stone ground according to the standards of the event organization. As the announcer said "Rise XX," everyone salutes in the speaker, the loud music sounded from the speaker, and the flag bearers raised the red flag, and let the flag rise slowly with the music. Rituals must be there, and righteousness must be spoken. The most important thing for a country is sacrifice in war. See as today's X-raising ceremony, and it will be promoted to all strongholds with today's process standards in the future. And Rome from this moment on, the armed forces here should not be a private army of one person who holds weapons and fights for Wei Kang's own survival. After the flag was raised, the organization announced the only legal name of the armed force now, Tongfa Army. After the Zhenglian floated on the metal flagpole, everyone still stood on the playground as required. 5 tanks drove across the parade ground, followed by 70mm caliber artillery towed by tractors. According to the standards after the fall of civilization after the Pandora era, such firepower is indeed majestic. This is Guangfu, whether tracing back to history or looking forward to the future, this name is very appropriate. Although most of the armed personnel are still supported by Wei Kang, and Wei Kang will be the skeleton here for a long time in the future, the military armed forces will ultimately depend on the core. Of course, from the personal perspective of Wei Kang, this music during the parade is a bit. Sun Xiangyang directly used the March of Athletes as the background music for the tank's advance, which made Wei King feel that in elementary school, even if the gurgling and creaking sound of the tank's steel rolled past his ears, it did not cover his feeling of standing on the grid with a red scarf and slacking off. March of Athletes has been brainwashed by me since I was a child in my 2 lives. I follow the rhythm when I hear the melody, and I can't replace it with March of the Iron Torrent in my mind. The matter of unified attack is still a long way to go. Now in this new organization in Xinzhujiang, there are many internal problems that are imminent. In the temporary health center, The only health worker Lowly was busy because of the people who vomited and had diarrhea. The unlucky people insisted that they did not eat anything randomly. But the friend who sent him here honestly confessed, this guy ate red raspberries on the roadside. The native interns in this plane were stunned by this. That thing can be eaten? If berries can be eaten, human civilization will not collapse so quickly. Just as all flowers with natural fragrance will be immediately visited by insects after they open, all fruits in this plane will have spores attached to them before they are ripe and have high sugar content. Those who eat these fruits are simple creatures with a growth cycle of only a few weeks. Now these high sugar and high water fruits are no longer relevant to human ecological niches, unless they are all heated to over 100 degrees Celsius with high pressure equipment to be inactivated. Wei King could only directly inject a few tubes of blood into this sick patient, allowing the sudden burst of life radiation to erase the genes of these microorganisms. And this incident taught the organization here a lesson, that is, logistical problems must be solved. In the past, Wei King explored the Pandora Plain by himself, relying on mountains and rivers. He sensed where there was life radiation and brought it directly. Wei King was in good health, and almost all living creatures around him were destroyed by Wei King's reverse radiation. Cantonese eat everything that flies in the sky, swims in the water, and runs on the ground. But as the team grows, we can no longer wait for the poor to evolve into supermen in this somewhat magical world of biological mutation, like American blockbusters. Instead, we must build an industrial logistics system from a scientific perspective. The microorganisms in this world are very powerful. Plastic bags are decomposed by bacteria. The only effective way to preserve Wei King now is to salt it, then smoke it and dehydrate it. Finally, wrap it with lotus leaves and cover it with yellow mud, and dry it with the hot air of the lime kiln. Sent to cellar for storage in anoxic environment. There is still nitrifying bacteria activity. As for ocean freighters, the freezers on board cannot store food. The only food available is canned goods and various vegetables. As for the fools who want to compare with Wei King, when he saw Wei King scratched his head and wiped spit on the wound at work, and the wound healed quickly, he realized the reality. At the work organization meeting, Wei King made notes based on the conditions collected below. Glass bottles must be available, and they must be sealed with tin plate lids. At the same time, a batch of food air equipment is required. All bottled drinking water is carbonated, which imposes a series of requirements on the space door on the ship. Everything was delivered quickly. After the materials from the spacegate were transferred, Wei King looked at the wormhole and began to think deeply. Wei King, so what can I do over there? As a member of society, Wei King is very concerned about the concept of exchange. It is impossible for oneself to contribute unlimitedly to some people, and similarly it is impossible for others to contribute unlimitedly to oneself. And I am obsessed with achieving a sustainable result in any model. A process in which only one party contributes cannot be long-term. Regarding this matter, Wei King's system prompts, you can double travel and travel back and forth between the planes of Jueming and Pandora. Exchange the resources of the two planes. Wei King, I will never travel to the death plane to make a contribution. It is said that the plane war is fierce there. I am a middle-aged man. I have no extraordinary ingenuity. In the past, I might not survive one episode. At most, I would be in Pandora. Do some things in the plane that are beneficial to the plane of death. In the 137th year of the Pandora era, the new southern regime has now established a firm foothold here. The main natural obstacles have been cleared during the exploration phase of Wei King, and now a new round of development has been carried out after a smooth handover process. In terms of military, in order to open up the traffic lines between the core area of the New Pearl River and the surrounding city-states, the Tongfa army conducted many military exercises. The round-headed god of war tank was equipped with a bucket in front to flatten the dead branches and rotten vines blocking the road. This diesel convoy followed the railway linebed built in the old civilization era and the original national highway, all the way to the walls of various city-states, and then carried out a military exercise mission code named Liberation. The rifled gun on the tank turret began to adjust the firing parameters, and the muzzle was facing the city wall from the angle when it first arrived. It turned to the hillside exercise area on the side at a 90-degree angle, and accurately hit the target, required to mark a point, temporarily scheduled by the representatives of the autonomous region, the nobles in the city-state. The actual combat elements were fully restored. Genoa Daily, on April 13, the Tongfa army successfully completed the military exercise mission, showing the people of the autonomous cities in Guangdong that our people's army is determined to defend national property. Representatives of the autonomous city-states firmly support the leadership of the new government and join the initiative of the New Pearl River economic integration. In human terms, those tanks completed the city's alliance and signed an economic agreement and an agreement on the free flow of population with Yuanhua Port. Wei King repeatedly reported to the organization that Guangdong has a population of 500,000 and the regional situation is complicated. Therefore, when making work plans, the backbones of the organization such as Sun Shangyang who are still vague about administrative work can only follow Wei King's PPT plan. Wei King's cultural level is higher than that of the crew from the Desperate Plane, which is a less obvious but effective advantage. The tradition of Chinese people respecting scholars has been engraved into the cultural genes. After becoming big, the bandits know to kidnap a scholar to be their military advisor. Therefore, Wei King does not need to fight for decision-making power or occupy many seats. The suggestions he put forward can always be smoothly promoted by relying on the archives he has summarized. After June, with the small workshops in various city-states, the economic system of small city-states was opened up by strong armor and sharp guns. The New Pearl River Economic Circle on the old ruins began its first round of takeoff after the arrival of the cargo ship. 13 excavators bulldozed part of the ruins, and the building materials produced by the lime kiln surrounded a circle of walls here. Then the construction of buildings was summarized inside, and green belts and facilities for possible road expansion in the future were reserved. This layout is the layout of the factory compound. As the population tide gathered towards the New Pearl River, various factories and buildings had to be built in advance. Wei King, based on the population migration information in various cities and the fluctuation of food prices, completed the modeling of the gathering of foreign population towards the Guangzhou economic zone, and the new government planned production and construction according to the trend in the modeling. As for the economy, while ensuring the food and clothing of the people, the New Pearl River economy has started export-oriented economic production and gathered capital. It is the 27th century. Wei King's sociology education naturally does not deify capitalism, but capital objectively exists before civilization has entered a period of great spiritual and material abundance. Gathering capital is not about finance, capital is the credibility in the exchange of social materials. Because society cannot be composed of a group of selfless people, and people sitting in high management positions are even less so. After experiencing the era of the 21st century, when monsters and demons were rampant, and hearing all kinds of selfless but shameless words such as overtime is to train you and forcing you to be laid off is to supply talents to the society, Wei King is extremely disgusted with selfless dedication. All his labor must be given a credit value by people with credibility. The most appropriate physical object for this value is money. It is capital. In a society with a constant population and productivity, the credibility that the entire society needs to operate is actually constant. Some systems in society sometimes virtualize some credibility to concentrate some wealth of society and invest in high-tech industries to gamble on the future. This kind of credibility operation means is financial means. Of course, virtual is virtual after all. If the financial means are not to gamble on future industries, but to build a blood bubble that can make blood-sucking worms full in this era, then financial bubbles will eventually accumulate. Every time a bubble bursts, a large amount of capital will evaporate, but as long as society continues to operate, the credibility of capital will still exist. Now in the Pandora Plain, where is the capital of this world gathered? In the upper class of each city-state. They concentrated all the 1 yuan steel coin and 50-cent copper coins that were widely circulated before the Great Destruction in their own hands. After Wei King arrived, the new economy in the Pearl River region continued to earn back these copper coins and steel coins in business through non-war means and relying on production advantages. This is the gathering of capital. Copper coins and steel coins, the Desperate Plane can provide coin-making facilities for mass printing, but that will only destroy the circulation of steel coins and copper coins in the south, causing both sides to perish together, and cannot gather capital. The essence of capital is reputation, which is a scalar that can temporarily exchange for human and material wealth of all classes in the operation of society. This is not simply made by a coin-making machine, but established in the process of social operation. A group must let the world know that they have the ability to increase wealth and provide security for society. In this way, the currency supported by the group is a scalar of reputation. This can be seen as standing on a tree to establish credibility. Although the process is quite complicated, it is necessary to prove both production capacity and military capability. However, modern civilization has developed to the present, and when it comes to governance, it should be larger and more sophisticated than in the Xiangyang era. In fact, if Wei King wants to quickly gather capital, it seems that there is another option, that is, to plunder directly by military means. Directly destroy the upper credibility of the nearby old city-states. However, let's not talk about whether Wei Kang, a guy who is afraid of death and pain, is willing to sacrifice for this plan. This method is too limited. Even if it can quickly gather the credibility of Guangdong, it will destroy the credibility of the Tongfa army outside. A force that completes the concentration of wealth through plunder will be questioned in every way outside the area that can be plundered. In addition to Guangdong, there are other city-states in the entire East Asian continent. There is still communication between these city-states. The military increase of the Tongfa army will definitely threaten these city-states with force. After all, the name is Tongfa rather than local separatism. Military forces may cause huge economic losses to a region when they are in action, but they must not bomb the other side into poverty in the name of plundering wealth. At least they cannot do this on the surface, and they cannot indulge in organized actions in the army. Otherwise, your army is definitely not a team to establish order, but a beast army to suck the bones and marrow. No matter how much real gold and silver you have plundered, it is only used as capital, credibility, to stabilize the occupied area internally, but externally? Unless you give up the occupation, external forces will never feel at ease to trade with you. Don't learn from Mao Zedong about things that can be obtained by economic means. Moreover, after Wei Kang's detailed investigation, the wealth structure of human city-states at this time is very deformed. The effect of using the economy is better. The economic model of these city-states in Guangdong is that capital is gathered on a large scale at the top level, and no longer fed back to the lower level through large-scale projects. These city-states now have an addictive demand for two types of goods: luxury goods and arms. Luxury goods and arms correspond to the hedonism of the upper class and the need to maintain the stability of their own rule. The Qing dynasty is an example of this. They bought Fusho cream and Krupp cannons. The new government of Zhujian will sell some guns and ammunition to help the surrounding human forces deal with the threat of gene groups. But now the main products sold in the new Canton Fair are still some high-end consumer goods. What are high-end consumer goods in contemporary times? It is instant noodle seasoning packets. For this reason, a MSG factory was established. When sodium chloride and sodium glutamate can be used to supplement sodium ions at the same time, the capital owned by the upper class can buy 100 times the salt they need. But because they don't need it, they won't flow out so much steel coins. So the MSG that is now 10 times the price of salt is tailor-made for them by Wei Kang. In Guangdong, there is a trade route for transporting salt to inland city-states, so this consumer market is very large. And the city-states that are constantly flowing out of steel coins do not have the ability of planned economy to allocate production materials for various classes today. Because they lack an important medium for social and economic activities, the outflow of capital means a decline in credibility. August 17, at the door of the supply agency. Buy. At the commodity supply point, merchants holding order forms even trampled in order to purchase enough goods, so that the supply agency had to deploy police to maintain order in the afternoon. These MSG, fragrant bath soap, and cotton-lined and leather-lined coats that ordinary people can't use now seem to be the currency before the Great Destruction when they arrive at the city-state. But in fact, it is the blood of social order in each city-state. At present, the workers under the new government are thrifty and work overtime to produce materials. The steel coins they exchange for themselves in the factory are not just metal pieces, but the guarantee that the unified expeditionary army can quickly gather local strategic resources after entering various regions in the future. In the process of capital accumulation, it seems that there is such a magic, and Wei King found that he was also infected by the magic. Wei Kang found that he was also working all night, and it was a high brain-consuming job. Wei Kang, so, what am I after? The old man Wei, who was about to return to the Shenzhou plain and become a top celebrity, found that he should not leave for a while and should do more. In October of Pandora 135, with the guidance of the technical experts of the Death Plane, Wei King started a new energy revolution in the Pandora plane. This energy station information was handed to Wei Kang by Luo Hongxing. When Wei King started to get busy, Luo Hongxing sent a communication message to Wei Kang's supervisor, "Little dear, it is important to take advantage of the situation." Bai Linglu said that he was willing to learn, but God knows how much he could learn. Let's talk about what Wei King is busy with now. For the teenagers before China's urbanization, a pond that had been dug for several years could always be found with bubbles if it was stirred with a long pole. This is a common phenomenon. After the arrival of UNO's crew, the urbanization process in Guangdong increased, and energy consumption also increased sharply. The past way of using charcoal as energy has encountered great challenges now. The storage of charcoal is easily invaded by fungi, and the released spores are easy to cause biological pollution. Therefore, there is an urgent need for energy that is more convenient to store and transport. Electricity and natural gas were important energy sources for human society at the same time in the main world. One was transmitted through wires, and the other was transmitted through pipelines. There is no natural gas now, but biogas? According to the current thriving biological world. Not only is there, but there is also a lot of it. According to Luo Hongxing, after arriving at the Desperate Plain, he stayed in some areas of southern China. There were no coal mines in those rural areas, and the electricity supply was not enough to support large-scale electrical appliances. In order to solve the problem of power generation, they used traditional methods and started to engage in biogas power generation. In fact, it was not a traditional method. It was because the national power grid was not so developed and provided technical assistance to the countryside. Wei King did what he said. He dug out the pool directly. It was very deep and large, and the bottom was connected to the heating pipe. When the waste heat residue of the factory was introduced into the pool next to it, the heat could flow through the pipe and be transmitted to the reaction pool to adjust the reaction temperature. Then the pool was covered with cement, a waterproof layer was attached, and then tiles were attached. The entire pool was fed through the pipeline, and the top cover was connected to the shaft seal stirring rod. The discharge port could discharge waste during the production process. When the construction was completed, the 15 groups of pools with a side length of 8 meters and a depth of 12 meters began to be filled with water and raw materials. Almost overnight, the inside was churning like beer. The decomposition speed of straw and other dead branches and rotten leaves is comparable to the speed at which strawberries grow white hair. As the stirring rod stirs evenly, the biogas in the large pool is like a shaken coke, with bubbles whirring out of the pipe, entering the combustion chamber to drive the gas turbine, driving the generator set to convert into electricity, and transmitting to the nearby factory along the wires on the elevated structure. However, in the Pandora field, the energy of life activities can be exchanged remotely. When the methanogens produce methane after receiving sufficient material supply, their remaining life energy is radiated to some surrounding plants and even insects. The earliest biogas pool was forced to stop after 10 days of power generation because an old tree root directly grew up and cracked the number 3 pool. So the second time the biogas power station was built, Wei King directly piled a layer of kaolin with a thickness of 3 meters around each pool, and piled it tightly with blue bricks and cement. This is the Imperial Tune technology. Such a cement pool that can continuously produce gas energy has an external life radiation energy density that is no less than that of a nuclear reactor in the civilized era. It's just that methanogens do not have complex genes, and the insertion effect of human genes is limited. However, continuous radiation will still increase the proliferation of some sugars and proteins, exceeding the upper limit of human endocrine coordination. From November 135 to April 136, those workers in the non-waking control group, if they continued to work on site for 3 hours, would have stomachaches or mites on their skin. Waking and the engineering team came to the conclusion that it is necessary to increase the automation of power control. Each patrol should not exceed half an hour, and it is necessary to complete blood interaction with comrades on duty in other areas every day, or directly inject Waking's blood to thoroughly enhance their resistance to life radiation during microbial proliferation. It's just that when the organization arranges work, it is more inclined to arrange the Waking cluster to take half of the duty load and wait for the next generation of technology to be updated. Each pool of the biogas power station can process 100 kilograms of straw-like materials every day, and the daily power generation is about 10,000 kilowatts, that is, 10,000 kilowatts of electricity. The current electricity fee is 0.8 cents per kilowatt, which is 80 yuan a day, and the entire power station needs 10 people to maintain operation. 1/3 of the output can be used as job wages. As the largest group of workers in the biogas power plant, Wei King and his colleagues could not help but sigh after receiving the salary from the organization. This is really a high welfare position. If this position can really provide an unchanging living state, then this is a good place to lie down. But Wei King waved his fist and encouraged himself, strive for a better tomorrow. In March of the 137th year of the Pandora era, upstream of the Yangtze River, Yucheng, this natural city, which was once on the upper layer of the mountain and was neatly divided into modules by huge trees, is now preparing in full swing. On the Yangtze River, a row of 50-meter-long hawksbill turtle boats are sailing on the river. These boats have no propellers, no paddle wheels, and no sails. Instead, they have rows of turtle paddle-like limbs under the hull, sliding the paddle blades in the dragon boat mode. These boats are also a kind of livestock for water hauling. Now they are carrying waves of supplies and drifting towards the downstream Dongting Lake. Of course, this also includes batches of sutured beasts lying in the depressions of the hawksbill turtle boat decks. When these boats pass by, they will emit sounds of a special frequency band. The trees on the towering canyons on both sides will receive these sounds and then transmit them downstream. Such a system has formed a more efficient communication system than the pigeon network. If you look at the current state of Yuching, it looks like a human group that is being mobilized. In fact, the central consciousness of the Jin community in Yuching does not deny that it is human. In the ancient buildings of the civilization era occupied by her ruling core area, there are a large number of books from the old era, which are her favorites. It is precisely because of this that when facing the traditional city-states and states in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, the consciousness of Yuching will call the other party the old human beings, and then claim to be the orthodox descendants of human beings. Human beings have the characteristics of self-existence and supremacy. The more cohesive they are in their own group, the more they reject the same kind outside the group. Therefore, humans are a rare, organized race in nature that performs thorough cleansing on other similar groups. From the perspective of humans themselves, many things in human society will produce the uncanny valley effect if they change slightly, making it difficult for humans in the original era to understand. The community in Yuching has industry, but they don't like it. But they will start when necessary, such as now. In the upper reaches of Yuching, large smelting buildings were unsealed. These hundreds of meters high pyramids, after the combustion chambers at their exits were ignited, began to heat up inside, and charcoal was added from the slope entrance. On the land around the pyramids, plants with only bachelors began to grow one by one. On several square kilometers of land, the earth showed slight undulations as the plants exchanged air. And these air currents eventually converged through the plant pipes several meters thick in the earth to the vents at the bottom of the pyramids and injected into the center of the tower, thereby increasing the furnace temperature. In the end, hot steel will be produced inside the tower. Industrialization is a social attribute for humans in the civilized era. Once productivity develops to the industrial age, because the material needs of everyone in society are released, the world-famous productivity must be started to continuously meet this supply-demand. But in fact, the nature of human beings left in the primitive age is the bondage brought by the anti-industrial society, because maintaining industrial manufacturing services will stifle human freedom. So after the completion of industrialization, developed regions will immediately transfer manufacturing after a wave of accumulation, keep themselves free, and push labor to other regions. Of course, in order to maintain this comfort forever, they use patented technology to remotely control the production of external regions, and then use financial means, that is, set up a bank, so that these emerging manufacturing regions can enter the gambling field, and a harvest will make the capital, credit, of the emerging regions disappear, and continue to work for themselves to meet their own needs that cannot be reduced. So we can see that the developed regional society before the Pandora era was in this contradiction between consumption demand and anti-production constraints. The latter made them shrink most of their industries and only maintain the bottom-line high-tech industries to ensure the world order to supply their former. In the end, it was euphemistically called, I innovate, you work, and global division of labor. And these human gene communities in Yuching have completed evolution to a certain extent and solved this contradiction. They can completely shrink the industry when it is not necessary. And they can suddenly restore the industry when needed. Imagine, a human group develops to the point where it can build aircraft carriers, and has a series of industrial systems such as oil refining and steelmaking. After the war, these industrial systems are all sealed up, without the need for military to civilian conversion, without the need to build cars, and without the need to maintain a huge logistics system, completely reducing the consumption of social operation to the minimum. Because everyone can return to small farmers, handwork, and then the happiness index is extremely high. And when needed, they can suddenly become various craftsmen and fight for the population wholeheartedly. Anyway, Master Wei King can't understand such a form of the so-called elf tribe. The human gene community in Yuching got rid of the social attribute of industrialization and turned it into a social tool that can be picked up and put down. This is one of the reasons why the fusion people think that they have surpassed the old human civilization. In just 2 years. The fusion people in Yuching have returned from the handicraft of inserting wooden poles into animals and stitching human bodies and organisms to the level of forging and cutting steel with steam and water power, and the military has also increased the generation of nitrifying substances. This community gradually started its own fighting mode. However, the reason why Yuching became like this could not be attributed entirely to the threat brought by Wei Kang. Instead, the Jin community in the Dongting Lake area was severely damaged when it moved south. It can be annexed. You can refer to the Free Eagle in the New World. The most developed industrial capacity was during World War I and World War II. Because the outside world was unstable and there were bargains to be taken, the industry was stimulated by interests and exploded. But if the outside area is stable, even if the military power of this stable area can be smashed by oneself, as long as it cannot be occupied, there is no need to explode capacity for this. In August, after the Tongfa Army Group integrated the economy of Guangdong, the Jin community in Yuching also had a wave of cleansing in Dongting Lake, completing the strategic replacement. The original amphibian genes in Dongting Lake were replaced by genes similar to otters, and the genes of the red-crowned cranes on the lake that rely on long legs to stand were replaced by diving ducks. Well, these ducks have 4 feet, 2 of which paddle the water, and 2 are eagle claws that directly hook the target and drag the target to exhaustion, and then bring the prey ashore and use claws to hook out the meat to eat. On the boat trip in Dongting Lake, Long Shimin stood on the lake. Her clothes were not silk, but a kind of palm-sized scales connected by long cotton wool threads. This kind of fish scales is very moist. In the 21st century, it is the texture of hornbill bone and hawksbill turtle. Of course, because the scales have gaps, you can always see the whiteness when she walks. 10 kilometers away from where Long Shimin is, it is the place where Qi Xingxuan and Dongting Jin communities merged 2 years ago. The traces of the giant monster that devoured Qi Xingxuan on the mudflats have long been invisible. Instead, Long Shimin's armored beast army constantly drilled holes in the mudflats and pecked the last Dongting Jin creatures remaining in the mud. Now she is looking south. The Dongting Lake Jin community has split, and the remaining part has split into several small communities, and began to flee in the east-west direction. The passage has been opened, and she is going there to complete her mission. The perspective returned to the south, where the development represents another direction for human development after the end of the Pandora era. Perhaps it will also become a community. As a leader in this direction, Wei Kang did not reduce the social attribute of industrialization, but was ready to turn industrialization into the constant temperature attribute of his human community. Wei Kang, no matter what humans become, the actual ability to realize big dreams must become stronger and stronger. And maintaining industrialization as an unchanging constant temperature requires a stable energy supply. Therefore, Wei Kang invested a lot of effort in this project, trying to make this power station practical, that is, in addition to himself, others can perform regular maintenance. Now outside the number 4 experimental power station, a large number of glass window ecological laboratories have been built. This place is like a plant ecological warehouse in a spacecraft. Under the influence of the radiation field of methanogens replication and proliferation, the organisms in these glass squares bear the life radiation emitted by the swamp bacteria when they proliferate to the peak. These grid plants act as a radiation buffer layer and also as a marker. Of course, in addition to establishing biological protection zones on these facilities, Wei Kang also came up with relevant personal protection measures. The personal protection measures are roughly as follows. Workers here should reduce their intake of dietary fiber 2 days before work, especially mushrooms, drink carbonated beverages and eat a small amount of protein blocks as water and energy supplements, and use drinks made from fresh plant juice produced in the facility as vitamin supplements. After Wei Kang collected these data, the professional scientific team of the Death Plane also completed the design of the second phase of the biogas pool. The Death Plane invited the engineer team of the nuclear power plant, and through the wormhole, they also made relevant suggestions according to the situation. Most activities that may be exposed to life radiation can be completed directly with cable-controlled machinery. A series of standardized processes such as adding materials and rapid shutdown through water injection dilution have been summarized. When the second phase of the biological power plant was completed, Wei Kang looked at the metal towers guarding the center of the biogas pool. Dozens of liquid extraction tanks and feed tanks were hung on the upper part of the tower. These tanks were connected to each other by metal pipes, forming a hexagonal symmetry. When Wei Kang stood on a nearby rooftop and looked down at the construction achievements, he suddenly felt a little strange. He felt that he had seen this design in some materials before coming to Shenzhou. Just as Wei Kang was thinking about this problem, by Ling Lu had already filled in the name in the data file biochemical reactor. The color of this noun is purple. Clicking on it also has a hyperlink. Bai Linglu sent the remaining technologies by the way, including super strong biochemical warriors and large combat creatures, pictures of giant squids. Under these technologies, there is a small reminder, these are all technologies that can be applied in Shenzhou. The corners of Master Wei Kang's mouth twitched. This is the timeline next to Shenzhou. The degree of development of biochemical technology there is quite high. The solution suggestions given by the system are obviously applied to the ready-made technology there. Thanks to the advice of Senior Luo Hongxing, Bai Linglu is now trying to take advantage of the situation. However, what she did was still too obvious. After seeing this information, Wei King reacted with a defensive reaction. Are you trying to persuade me to go back to the Shenzhou plane to cause trouble? I seem to be becoming more and more biochemical in this plane. Am I, unknowingly becoming more and more tolerant of biochemical things? Wei King was playing with his fingers out of boredom, and he grew a 1 centimeter nail in a few minutes without noticing. He quickly took a nail clipper to cut it off. The individuals arranged by the Wei King cluster at the Swamp Fungus Power Station have already shown signs of adapting to life energy. Their nails can grow quickly, and their hair can grow to waist length within a day. As for other hair on the body, it can also be done, but letting it grow will make the body very itchy, so Wei King will not do it. What about this? For example, if you cut off the hair below, you will feel like the stubble is pricking your legs. Unlike ordinary people, it is difficult for Wei King to judge which one he belongs to according to a fixed standard. However, Wei King has been working hard to become an individual and a person recognized by society. Wei King can gather 1% of the huge life field of this biogas pool, allowing it to focus on certain creatures, causing them to grow and recover quickly. Of course, it can also be concentrated on other people. There is a new hospital nearby, which has recently received 17 cases of mutilated limbs. For these people who are not him, Wei King resonates with them, that is, sings the same song. Then read common books and exchange experiences. Finally, these patients are injected with blood and brought into the common life field. The growth power exerted by the biogas bacteria on itself is transferred to these disabled patients, allowing them to recover from their injuries. This can be said to be the most important application now. But Wei King was once worried that he could not find a replacement for this kind of medical technology that could only be applied by himself. Just when Wei King was troubled by this, Luo Hongxing came to explain a few days ago, you are the node of this community, and the entire human community will always have someone to maintain this technology. Pandora on November 30th, 137, in the Life Radiation Sanatorium, when the life fluctuation of the last patient this year became normal, Wei King in the hospital closed his eyes and began to spread his sense of life outward. With the ability to absorb the radiation of marsh bacteria, the perception of waking individuals here is hundreds of times clearer than in other areas. Even a flock of birds 5 kilometers away can detect it. But now Wei King is looking inward, experiencing the entanglement between the fluctuations of his life and this world. At this time, Wei King noticed that there was a door behind his life. This door is also the node for traveling between planes in self-awareness. Now I can go back at any time. In the Pandora plane, things are getting more and more complicated. After the operating procedures of the power station are determined, Wei King will take the new workers to familiarize themselves with the operating procedures, which will take 3 months. And in the latest soilless cultivation, it is necessary to complete the selection and cultivation of dozens of crops. Sun Xiangyang awarded several boxes of labor medals to Wei King, which made Wei King embarrassed to leave. In the 138th year of the Pandora calendar, it was the 5th year of Wei King's arrival, 9 months and 29 days. The originally ruined banks of the Pearl River now have a large number of villages and towns full of the openness of the times, with neat factories, dotted residential buildings, and loudspeaker broadcasts on every street. The number of people who have stayed here for more than 1 month and are ready to settle down has reached 67,000. Excluding Wei King cluster, but Wei King will eventually go back. When Wei King was able to control life radiation in the world of Pandora, he gathered a little together, and a space wormhole using the life field of this world as energy naturally appeared. This time it was April 4th, 138. This wormhole looks to be the same type as the one on Yuanhua 834. Soon Sun Xiangyang arrived with his people. They tried to make contact and determined that the spacetime gate was still repulsive, but they soon discovered that Wei King could get close to the wormhole. When a Wei King passed through directly, all the Wei Kings suddenly disappeared on the spot, but as the Wei King who passed through the time and space gate returned, the Wei King who disappeared on the spot appeared again. 50 minutes later, this space wormhole opened to its maximum within an hour, and then began to slowly shrink. According to the trend, this wormhole was temporary and would completely shrink in a few days. The group of people discussed around the time and space gate. Sun Xiangyang announced that everyone should leave, sent people to seal the time and space gate, and then announced the meeting. Before the meeting, Sun Xiangyang had a conversation with 6 representatives of the Wei King cluster in the office. Sun Xiangyang asked frankly, "What are your plans?" Wei King replied honestly, "I still want to go back there. After all, my home is over there." When Sun Xiangyang heard this, he paused. As a man who has been wandering on the sea all year round, he understood Wei King, so he said with emotion, "Yes, home is over there." Then Sun Xiangyang said sternly to Wei King, "Your personal needs will be considered by the organization, but now I have to trouble you to work the last shift." 6 Wei King said, "Yes." They saluted collectively. However, when Wei King left, Sun Xiangyang asked one last question, "Comrade Wei." Wei King couldn't help but stop. "Sun Xiangyang, will you still, we can meet again, right?" Wei King was slightly startled and said after a few seconds, "I think it should be possible." On October 21, Pandora 138, when the wormhole opened, Wei King did not leave immediately, but postponed for another 200 days. The various Wei Kings in the cluster discussed their impulse to stay for 200 days in telepathy. Labor will transform a person's mental outlook. Standing on the dam, the Wei King team watched the rolling river water being restrained by the reinforced concrete dam and evaluated their sexual experience in this crossing. In the process of constantly transforming the world and watching my actions accumulate day by day, the whole person is in a state of facing the sun. This is something that I don't have when I lie comfortably in the school apartment. In the farmland, Wei Kang, who was counting the growth status of each crop on the table, began to compare the 2 lives. So, was it a degeneration in the past? In the steel plant, while watching the heavy hammer hitting the red-hot steel one after another, Wei King shook off the sweat on his hands and asked himself, "Maybe it's depravity, maybe not, I'm not sure, but the fact that can be confirmed is that what others say doesn't count." In the north, an iron crossbow arrow stabbed a jumping wolf that tried to escape, and the Wei King team that fired the crossbow arrow answered while carrying a steel gun on their backs. "I can have many futures, but the conditions only allow me to choose one of them, and that one can't define all of me." Wei Kang, who was on a cement fishing boat in the harbor, was constantly recovering the nets under the wheel driven by the steam engine. Looking at the increasingly boiling sea surface in the net area, I sighed. In the Pandora plane, when the wormhole where Wei King returned for the first time disappeared, there were several flashes in this wormhole area, all caused by Wei Kang's gathering of life energy. It was to remind Sun Xiangyang and other crew comrades that if they didn't leave today, they would leave tomorrow, giving the people around them an advance amount. The desperate physicists gave instructions on the intermittent flashing of the wormhole in the Pandora plane. Local cadres should understand Comrade Wei Kang's desire to return home and complete the handover of work with Wei Kang as soon as possible. Of course, it is very difficult for comrades other than Wei King to fulfill this instruction from Jueming. Wei Kang's work in the Pearl River region is very important in many positions, and his work ability is unique in many aspects. If he leaves directly, it will cause many departments' work tasks to be delayed and paralyzed. However, as a senior staff member of the Spacetime Administration, Luo Hongxing has secretly arranged this situation. Once Wei Kang leaves, the timeline will be divided into 2 groups, A and B. On the timeline of Group A, Wei Kang will come back. And Luo Hongxing will back up himself and stay in this time and space. In the timeline of Group B, Wei King completely leaves, then Luo Hongxing will completely take over this world and develop this plane more thoroughly. He will completely open the shuttle of the Jueming plane. The Jueming plane finds that the nature of the wormhole has changed slightly, and people staying there can come over, but every time a person comes over, the wormhole will shrink. After 6,000 people pass through, the wormhole will shrink completely, and after waiting to be expanded again, it will change back to a form that does not support human crossing. Does it make sense for the plane of death to shuttle 6,000 people in one direction? Of course it makes sense. Although there are many dangers in the Pandora plane, and the conditions are backward and difficult, the life radiation here gives new opportunities for human life. Zhonglian in the plane of death has just completed independence and unity for 30 years. In the process of developing nuclear missiles, many contributors have fallen ill. So instead of lying on the bed and dying in the case of underdeveloped medical care in the plane of death, it is better to enter the Pandora plane. Here, cancer cells and body lesions can be cured under the effect of community radiation. For the decision-making team of the plane of death, it can change the outcome of some high-value talents who die of terminal illnesses to just leave this world. This item is worth their investment in the Pandora plane. Some things have no meaning from an absolutely objective point of view, but society will recognize the meaning. For example, funeral expenses such as memorial services are worth people's energy and wealth. Now, sending someone away from this world, objectively speaking, does not create value for the plane of death. But the people in the death plane think this is valuable, and are willing to work hard with subjective initiative, and then donate everything to XX in exchange for this quota. As for the human community in the Pandora plane that lacks Wei Kang, when a large number of scientists and technical talents from the death plane arrive, they will definitely fill the job vacancies left by Wei Kang. It is April again, and Wei Kang has been here for more than 6 years. This year, the reservoir in the upper reaches of the Pearl River was completed. The construction of large-scale infrastructure of this level is rare in the entire plane after the end of the Pandora era. The super smelting pyramid in Yuching is one, the Taihang Mountain Tunnel Group of the Yellow River Alliance in the north of East Asia is also one, and the Ice City in Greenland on the North Atlantic is also one. To be able to complete such a facility, it has a strong mobilization power. Such a spectacular facility represents the return of human power in the Pearl River Delta region. And the Yangtze River Delta region, which coexisted with the Pearl River Delta region before the Great Destruction, is now the core of the southern states of East Asia. This reservoir was built completely in accordance with the requirements of this plane. The most notable feature is that a cement pillar is reserved every 400 meters in the reservoir. This cement pillar has a grooved sliding rail reserved for the network. When the network cable falls into the reservoir along the groove, the bottom interception of this water area is completed. This will enable humans to have the ability to sweep large creatures in this water area. After the Pandora field spread to the whole world, the most terrifying thing for humans is genetic pollution. That is, the genes of one organism suddenly appear in another organism, such as crocodiles with shark teeth and bears making monkey calls. Of course, this kind of spread is more common in the case of similar size of organisms and similar diet. As mentioned earlier, the proliferation of bacteria cannot affect higher organisms such as humans. Because microorganisms are too easy to replicate and proliferate, they only produce very simple proteins and sugars, which do not interfere much with the process of DNA-building proteins in humans. It is also difficult for herbivores to interfere with carnivores, because many proteins in carnivores are constructed by amino acids directly ingested from the decomposition of prey proteins in the intestines. The intestines of herbivores are not enough to supply these substances and nutrients, so even if some tissue cells are interfered with, these tissue cells will lack nutrients and stop. Therefore, the attitude of contemporary humans towards ecology must also change slightly. Master Wei Kang, since the genes of the entire biological world can be exchanged across species, humans in the contemporary Blue Star Online version must play Battle Royale. As long as I am the only strong species in this area? See which other foreign species can still cause me radiation sickness. Monopolize your own ecological niche. All ecological niches that overlap with your own food are controlled. Like this reservoir, all fish must be caught regularly, because if they are not caught, other large species may feed on it, have a way to survive, and then reproduce genes. Don't think about species diversity these days. Because you may be diversity at any time. As humans, the food they take from nature cannot be eaten, and they must be caught and killed, and sent to the biogas tank for decomposers to process. Battle Royale, Battle Royale. All supplies must be destroyed if not picked up, and must not be used to help the enemy. 4th, 15th. When the White River water was injected into the reservoir, the water level gradually rose to 2/3 of the pillars, and standing on the pillars to look at the clear water, well, there were few fish. At the same time, a visitor from the north came out of the mountains and forests. Long Shinin walked south and came to the Pearl River area. The first feeling was that the originally natural area was suddenly cut into pieces by these buildings, which made her eyebrows hang a trace of solemnity. Then she saw the river cut off by the reinforced concrete dam on the main stream, and her face was solemn. Next, from north to south, she passed through a large area, and then to this river reservoir. In her perception of life radiation, large areas of life lacked gathering, and were scattered, and everywhere was forcibly destroyed and cut. Finally, she came to this largest reservoir, and the life field she could perceive was swept into a basic appearance. To describe her perception in a way that humans can understand, in a normal ecology, energy is supplied by basic plant producers, then gathered by insects and herbivores, and then gathered by carnivores to reach the top of the energy pyramid. In the Pandora field, at the top of the food chain, which is often the final gathering point of life radiation energy, all life radiation energy will clearly become an energy network, with the species at the top of the food chain as nodes. The node creatures will feel a kind of beauty about this clearly differentiated ecological energy flow. But what about now? Although the plants are still thriving and various bacterial decomposers are still there, what about this energy process? It is ugly. There are fragments and cuts everywhere. Wei King set fires and floods a few years ago, and then carried out large-scale hunting and hunting. The large species in this area have long disappeared. Now human communities have risen in the Pearl River Delta region and began to use the energy in this area, but they cannot use it up. A large amount of energy is directly cut down with the vegetation, and small fish and shrimp are caught and given to the decomposers. Such a domineering attitude towards nature made Long Shimin feel the desolation of the life system in this area. She turned her eyes to the high tower areas outside the city in the Pearl River area, that is, the biochemical reactor area, and took a deep breath and said, "So strong, but this is withering." In the knowledge system of Yuqing, the life radiation of producers is the power of vitality, while the life radiation of decomposers is the breath of withering. April 30th. Wei King completed the final job handover and prepared to return. Sun Xiangyang wanted to hold a farewell ceremony for Wei King, but Wei King refused. "Wei King, if you leave, you leave. If you come back, you have to hold a welcome ceremony. Making one thing too complicated will destroy the original intention of coming and going freely. And if you can't come back, I hope you don't have to think about me. I can't represent anything, because the future you need can go on by yourself." After a brief farewell, the Wei King group began to gather in the empty houses arranged in various bases. At the point where Wei King first landed, it was an empty lot. Later, it was covered with earthen brick houses. After the arrival of the Yuanhua ship, it was raised and rebuilt. Now it is a warehouse with a red brick wall. At 9:30 this morning, the wormhole appeared. The 125 Wei Kings who were originally sitting on small benches in the hall looked at the flashing wormhole, stood up collectively, and then sent 5 people to walk towards the wormhole from 5 directions. With every average step, the bodies of the Wei Kings in various strongholds in the entire Pearl River area became a little more ethereal. When they walked completely in, the Wei Kings disappeared on this plane. The camera returned to Wei King's perspective. When an individual entered the spacetime gate, all clusters were gone, and Wei King was unified again in spacetime. This feeling of unity made Wei King stunned. More than 1,500 people, the scale of memory is really too large, so large that Wei King's consciousness must be sorted out and then simplified. Simplify a memory from multiple perspectives of the self. Wei King vaguely heard the system constantly reminding, the memory is being uploaded and stored. Please select the important memories of the day and sort them out linearly. After the initial fusion, Wei King kept yelling at himself to calm down, concentrate, and be serious, because a large number of self-individuals were thinking about other things before fusion. Although these messy thoughts will not cause essential conflicts, they make me very confused in the short term and difficult to concentrate. For example, when I just entered the wormhole stage, all Wei Kings seemed to be silent, but there was a fool in my heart who hummed, "I really want to stay for another 500 years. And there were more than one of them, so that these ongoing feelings directly continued into the distractions in the current unity. Wei King, when I was busy, I was absent like this, it was really me. Wei King finally spent about a few hours to calm down his thoughts and began to sort out the linear memories in the Pandora mission. That is, the important things I did every day were recorded in memory, and the rushing, weeding, eating, and a large number of unimportant memories and thoughts were only uploaded to the personal system for storage, which will serve as the diary of the traverser during his stay in a plane. I don't know how long it took. Wei King's consciousness was finally pulled out of his memory, and the stars formed by the traversers behind him had passed, and now they were falling towards the time and space of the Shenzhou plane area. And about to enter the station. The station here refers to the space-time rift station, where information is stored in the space-time rift technology of the Shenzhou plane within the scope of influence of space. Now the Space-Time Research Department of Shenzhou, under the leadership of Director Kofei Jia, has done its best to allow only some people with special Jiehongzi and some intelligent devices to enter the space-time rift station. And these special Jiehongzi people are only Kofei Jia, who has left this plane, and Wei King. In fact, if you are not a time traveler from the main world, you can't jump to the platform of the space-time rift station at all. The major indigenous forces of the Shenzhou plane are not aware that their rift space stations are all space locations quietly acquiesced by the civilization of another plane. Wei King entered this space-time rift station and already had normal human vision, hearing, touch and other perceptions, and could see his hands and feet. Of course, there are also items. Wei King touched himself, his hands and feet were healthy, his skin was still tender, especially the 2 tails of meat in his lower hips were not lost, and his mood was stable. He looked at the system left by Kofeijia in the space station with a relaxed mood. Artificial intelligence Luofu, she is a bionic robot with perfect curves and beautiful face. Well, a robot, looks like a human but is actually made of steel and iron, as hard as the plastic models in the clothing store. Wei King touched it all over and confirmed that it was a machine. It was produced by the Shenzhou Shinzhou workshop and put into the space-time rift, and then Kofeijia re-entered the service program with the highest authority of the main world. Luofu, my lord, welcome back. The energy balance of the spacetime gate is 9,843, you can return safely. Wei Kang, what time is it over there, Shenzhou, after I go back? Luofu said, there is no absolute time or absolute space in the universe. To be precise, the 2 sides of the spacetime gate are not time rivers in a broad sense, but are located in a physical material state. This state may develop into various modes. When this intelligence said the 3rd sentence, Wei King stopped listening and looked at the information himself. According to the time of the main world, the first timeline of the Shenzhou plane that Wei King traveled through is past, and Kofeijia and his team have completed their mission and left this plane. But according to the time of Shenzhou, Wei King returned to the time he had just left. In Wei King's timeline, Kofeijia disappeared halfway as he left. This timeline was backed up to Wei King. Wei King was surprised, that is to say, after returning there, Shenzhou, I will be alone? After getting a confirmed answer, Wei King felt a little disappointed that he was left behind. Wei King sighed with a little uncertainty, I am still a newcomer, please guide me. In China, after Wei King came out of Luoshu laboratory, he rejected all inquiries from visitors and returned to Luojing with the people of Luoshu A group. From the perspective of this plane, he survived this time and space accident, but Kofeijia disappeared. I can't act like I'm fine with this kind of thing. I still have to attend Kofeijia's memorial service. Well, I know he didn't die, he just changed the timeline, but well, we still have to abide by the rules of the world here. After taking a special plane and arriving at Kofeijia's hometown dressed in plain clothes, he burned a stick of incense in front of the morning hall in Luoyang, showed concern for his brother and niece, and made some guarantees. Amid the cries in the morning hall, Wei Kang, who had no inner feelings, felt very disharmonious. Of course, after meeting Kofeijia's brothers in this world and looking at their sad emotions, in the sound of gongs in this hall, Wei King suddenly gained insight into many of their psychological activities. Although I don't know how I understood it, I just understood it suddenly. Kofeijia's cousins and family members are a little sad at this time. After all, they fought and went to the game arcade with Kofeijia when they were young. Now they are gone, so those tears are not made with onions. Yes, but the crying was a bit exaggerated. But behind the sadness, the Ku family feels more regretful. Kofeijia had close connections with the dignitaries in the temple. One person could understand the principle of chickens and dogs ascending to heaven. The children in the family all understood it. Now that Kofeijia was gone, they were a little panicked. So the crying at this time was to cover up the sound of abacus whirling in my heart. Kofeijia has no heir, so how should he distribute the property and savings he left behind, as well as some places for academic examinations and business stocks that can lead him to join the upper class? So now we cry together in the morning hall for outsiders to see. After leaving the morning hall and closing the door of the house, we have to argue with each other in the ancestral hall. It's so complicated that it makes Wei King want to shake his legs. Oh, he can't now, so wrap his fingers? I want to respond to messy things. Suddenly, a baby in the morning hall began to cry loudly. Everyone turned around and looked at the baby. The doll was pointing at the incense in the incense burner in the morning hall. The smoke from the incense that Wei King had just placed was wrapped around it like twists. When Wei King saw this smoke ball, his mind was buzzing. In an instant the smoke suddenly dissipated. After a day of fuss, Wei King finally returned to his room, which was a mansion purchased by the Luoshui group in Luoyang. These days, how can the top chaebols stay in hotels in China? Wei King leaned on the Taisher chair and looked at the itinerary plan in front of him. When I come to Luoyang today, I still want to take this opportunity to meet some business partners. When you come here, if you don't visit those aristocratic families that are friendly to the Wei family, or refuse their visits, it means that the relationship may not be good. Stuffing the itinerary into his handbag, Wei King let out a suppressed breath. It's so complicated. After leaving the house the next day, Wei King called and asked someone to come in and clean the place where he was staying. The 2,000 square meter house is located in a rare quiet place in the busy city of Luodu. It is really rare, but this kind of mansion is by no means the only one in Luodu. As for cleaning, Wei King can arrange maids. For example, Qin Honyue is the maid who comes to the door. But Wei King felt that he was here to mourn his friend, so it was better to restrain himself from some misunderstandings. This kind of house is open all year round, so it is naturally impossible to be equipped with a complete set of servants and housekeepers. Moreover, the main family does not live in it all year round, and there is no special privacy. The servants signed by the dental department will clean the living room, bathroom, kitchen, and outdoor swimming pool according to the time the owner of the house goes out every day. This type of servant is a local, has a clean family background, and has been honest and reliable for 3 consecutive generations, so they can do this job. Wei King's salary is 2,000 at a time, and maintenance is usually done once a week. As for cleaning once a month, the price will be increased to 5,000 depending on the situation. In Luoyang, more than 1,000 luxury mansions that are usually deserted are cleaned by such public servants. Based on the average cleaning of 15 mansions per month, the monthly income is more than 30,000 yuan. In addition to these net income, there are additional bonuses matched by Yarency every year. That's right, the Yaren division will provide additional subsidies. Because this type of industry belongs to those who cling to the powerful. It's not about making money from being powerful, but making money through being powerful. Of course, the threshold for this industry is too high, and it relies on a very important capital, which is integrity. Sons inherit their father's legacy, and there are 3 most important points in the family education passed down from generation to generation. Don't take gold when you see it, become mute when you hear stolen goods, and ignore theft. First, it is easy to understand that when you see valuables, you will not be motivated by money at all. Second, it's very ambiguous, that is, if you see something you shouldn't see, you remain silent and don't say a word. Even if you see some stolen goods transactions, if you report it, the newspapers in Qinglu will remember your momentary righteousness, but your entire department will not be in this business, and the entire Yarency, intermediary introduction company, will also be stink. Third, when you see a thief, you don't care about yourself. When you see a thief, you must protect your employer's property at all costs. 5 days later. Wei Zong, I'm really sorry about the situation here. I would like to take 2 days off. This was the full-time servant's trembling message to Wei King. His eyes were very evasive. Such an honest employee in the service industry was obviously in great panic before he took the initiative to make such a request to his employer. Wei King smiled helplessly, then replied to an email, and took 300,000 yuan from the account and handed it to the worker as mental damage compensation. The servant hurriedly refused, and then whispered to Wei King, "Master, let's find a Taoist priest to perform a few rituals for the things in that house." Wei King patted his shoulder, "There is no dirty thing in that house, don't talk nonsense outside." The servant, yes. After Wei King came back, there were some abnormal phenomena accompanying him. In his house, the faucet often turned on automatically, the quilt was slept in by someone, and then instantly restored to the tidy state, and the TV suddenly turned on and off inexplicably. Of course, Wei King was not frightened by these abnormalities, because before each abnormality broke out, he had related thoughts in his mind. For example, he was worried that the TV was not turned off, so the TV would turn on and off inexplicably, and the toilet flushing phenomenon was the same. Before he wanted to go to the toilet would flush in advance. Abnormalities can be scary when you are not mentally prepared, but abnormalities that happen at will are not that scary. Wei King was sure that he must have scared the servant because he suddenly missed some things at home when he was away from home, so? Finally, Wei King used the camera to adjust the camera and saw mysterious flashes in each room before the abnormality occurred. As for what outsiders would see? Wei King put himself in the poor servant's shoes and did give the poor servant some mental damage compensation. The superpower phenomenon of this plane lies in the phenomenon of the medium macro that can be linked by conscious activities. Wei King carried out the second stage of crossing in order to increase the potential energy of the consciousness medium macro. Now it seems that this increase is very effective. Every day, his own medium macro energy will be released with his unconscious spirit. The system has made statistics based on Wei King's situation in the past few days. The medium macro on Wei King has the ability to travel through time and space, that is, wherever he is touched, he will think about it a little bit, and the medium macro will travel to the place where Wei King has stayed and touched some things. Wei King accumulates a certain amount of Jihangzi energy every day, which is unconsciously released like hiccups, and needs to be further controlled. Wei King learned at the beginning that this Jihonzi energy is increased. It is not the kind of superpower he wants, such as true chi and telekinesis. The first thing he thought of was, can I take a sick leave and go back? The mission is over, but the next day, the interface popped up by the time and space shuttle warned, after review and investigation, you have not suffered a mental breakdown or life threat. Please fulfill your obligations. It is wartime now. If you evade the time and space garrison mission, you will be severely punished. Then, there are persuasive letters from his friends and family. Wei Chang, now you have to consider the overall situation. Your position is very safe. You have already completed the most dangerous work in excess. You are just waiting for the welfare distribution later. Why give up in the second half? As for Kofajia, he pointed out a research and development direction for Wei King to apply the current superpower control. Wei Kang, who was originally indifferent, felt that the situation in the Space Administration was very serious, and it seemed that the order and discipline during the war were strictly enforced. So he stopped throwing a tantrum. Wei Kang, now, I don't know the situation, at least don't become a model. Regarding the control of his current superpower phenomenon, this is not actually uncontrollable. Rather than saying it is difficult to control, it is better to say that Wei Kang is lazy. Wei Kang's expectation for this world is simple and easy things such as telekinesis waves and true chi. This strong path dependence makes Wei King not want to do anything else, just feel that the skills are not good enough, and want to quit the game. But now he has to stay here, so he can only use his brain to develop. After returning to Luoshui, he came to the factory that produces electronic components and measured the material that is most sensitive to the photoelectric effect produced by the meson on his body. Wei King directly asked the research group that originally developed the control components related to the Puju and Jinjia to separate a research and development team. Of course, the research and development funds are still hanging on the Jinjia project. This research direction is not difficult, because there are similar material models in the previous material screening. 60 days later, Wei King was lying in a full information warehouse. In front of him were a large number of electronic components, arranged like a mahjong table. He was in seclusion in the 5 cubic meters of information warehouse for 4 hours, and 867 of them completed the entanglement reaction with Wei Kang's Jiehongzi. These electronic components were taken out, and then the matching facilities were used for further experiments. The way to treat leg shaking is to exercise as much as possible, and subjectively let the movement of your legs reach the movement you want to run again and again. The same is true for treating unconscious finger entanglement. Write more, sit at the table, and when you feel that your hands are redundant without a pen, you must hold something in your hands. And now, Wei Kang's consciousness is that the reason why Jiehongzi caused the supernatural phenomenon in the eyes of outsiders is because his ordinary daily activities cannot provide a channel for the normal release of this energy. So now let your habits connect to certain specific items, common tools. If the naughty child is used to mobile games, he will not go out with a pen. Well, if Wei Kang, an old farmer, is used to farming, the manure fork in his hand will not be anti-official. In the year 2194 of the Qin Tongli calendar, in a military base in Mabe, Wei Kang, dressed in ordinary work clothes, as a tester of Luoshui group, bowed to the military commander here and started the test. The general of Mabe sat on the observation platform, looking at the various information sent back on the electronic screen in front. Wei Kang leaned against a cabin-sized structure, put on a helmet on his head, and began information command. The armored battalion, composed of 20 tanks and 18 various armored auxiliary vehicles, had no military orders from any soldiers in its electronic communication channel, and they were all equipped with automatic chips, as well as the amount of information that was entangled by Wei Kang's Jiehongzi. In the command hall, groups of personnel began to monitor the battle situation on various interfaces. As the military officers issued multiple combat orders, Wei Kang's thoughts began, and various armored vehicles began to start. At the same time, the drone equipment suspended above the armored vehicle flew to the front of the vehicle for scanning. As the light wing of the probe took off, the armored synthetic force composed of the Kirin main battle tank and the magnetic crossbow anti-aircraft vehicle quickly deployed its formation and moved forward. Armored groups must have battlefield perception capabilities in the front. The Ace Armored Company commanders in the main world during World War II would inevitably ride jeeps to the front for observation before the war, so that the company's light vehicles were consumed very quickly. Therefore, in the tactical summary, drones must also be used up in front of the tanks for close observation. As the probes hovered lightly in various highlands and low-lying areas, they quickly stepped on the plate in front of the steel torrent. When choosing the path, each subsequent tank cleverly avoided the pits and ensured stability when firing. 50 minutes after the exercise, the rolling yellow sand, as the tracks turned, brought a filter to the entire battlefield observation. The rear command of the traditional battlefield has lost its effectiveness. At this time, the rear commander can only issue general battalion-level combat orders, and the command of the front details of the battlefield is delegated to the company below. Now, the general soldier of Shenzhou strode to Wei Kang's cockpit, opened the cover of the information cabin, stretched his hand straight in front of Wei Kang, and inserted the data cable. This attitude of not taking Wei Kang seriously made Wei Kang's operation stagnate for a while. For reference, when crossing the tower to kill people, your parents did not take you seriously and directly inserted the data cable into the host. The general soldier connected to Wei Kang's interface. Now, among the hundreds of perspectives in Wei Kang's cockpit, there are drone suspension perspectives and various perspectives of tanks on the front line. After splicing, these perspectives have become a three-dimensional God's perspective. It is similar to the situation in the Total War game where you can look down at will and pull down to see any details. After experiencing this scene for 5 minutes, the general soldier wearing the holographic eyepiece slowly raised his hand, and a few seconds later, he swung it down. In the hall next to him, the deputy general saw this and immediately conveyed the command of magnetic pulse attack to all departments. In the military command hall, the windows for external observation began to close, and shielding steel plates fell down one by one, turning the entire hall dark. Under the dark blue light, the commanders sitting in front of the screens were also staring at their traditional observation screens. At this time, on the battlefield, the Suzaku bomber in the sky passed through the defense zone and left 6 bombs. These bombs burst out with strange blue light on the battlefield, and in this blue light and the billowing smoke, the chariots that were still moving had a little more sci-fi color. In the command hall, all traditional screens fell into black screens. However, the information transmitted from Wei Kang's cockpit was still clear. The electronic components entangled with Jia Hongzi ignored the electromagnetic waves that permeated the space and went directly back along the Jia Hongzi field beside Wei Kang. Wei Kang could still issue the order to advance. The general looked at the three-dimensional picture that Wei Kang was still transmitting stably, and the mechanical group's tactical control on the picture was not hindered at all. Although he did not show his joy, his palm was pressed in front of Wei Kang's cockpit for a long time. Transmission is a powerful technology of the Allied group. It attempts to complete the distortion of time and space through strong enough electromagnetic energy to facilitate the transmission of matter. Disadvantages: if the transmission is to the wrong location, the overlap of solid matter will produce a terrible explosion. For example, a destroyer is transmitted to an aircraft carrier. The risk taken by the driver of the mechanical vehicle involved in the transmission is no less than that of super high-altitude parachuting. Relatively speaking, single-soldier transmission is more demanding. It takes the talent of Jia Hongzi to be sensitive to time and space to control small transmission equipment. The number of transmission soldiers in the Allied forces on a certain timeline is still very small until the end of the war. Now, Wei Kang's talent is exactly this kind, and it is very strong. The Europeans are very adventurous. They developed paratrooper tactics during the First World War and completed many successful tactical cuts to the rear. Such benefits make them insist on developing transmission technology. Although Shenzhou has the same technical level, the culture of a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall makes the progress of this type of technology very slow. But now, Shenzhou military strategists do not have the courage to use the 5 ghosts moving method to transport troops, but they have the idea of using this technology to send messages thousands of miles away, and they are very bold. After Wei Kang successfully completed the commander test in the Mabe military research base, the general and his scientific and technological personnel here have not figured out what Wei Kang's identity is. At first, the general thought that Luo Shui just found an ordinary qualified person to demonstrate the technology, and he wanted to take the initiative by taking decisive measures. He immediately detained him on the grounds of military and national affairs. In this way, Master Wei Kang saw that the soldiers with live ammunition invited him to stay in the courtyard temporarily, and thought that the Shenzhou warriors had turned the world upside down. He came to demonstrate the technology, and they did business like this? In the high-tech building in the Mabe camp, the technical officers pointed to the situation of Jia Hongzi on Wei Kang in the military test just now, and excitedly recorded their findings. They are all technical people, and everyone has Sharingan. Because the researchers in the camp are also working on related technologies, they determined at a glance that the military information transmission system sent by Luo Shui may be a little advanced in electronic components, but there is no revolutionary breakthrough. The core is that this person is very special. Military Research Officer, Luo Shui is very lucky, just screened out 1 in a million people. So it is suggested that the general should not discuss business with Luo Shui first, but detain this person first. Keeping people for military affairs? That's not called detaining people, this is called urgent conscription. This little abacus is very good. If Wei Kang is an ordinary person, Luo Shui may really suffer this loss. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when Wei King was still looking at the vertical version of the military recruitment book in front of him, he was thinking, Father Hua Mulan, I received, Khan is recruiting soldiers, 12 volumes of military books, and my name is on every volume. Is this the thing? Ding dong, the electronic door opened. The general came here accompanied by his entourage. After seeing Wei Kang, he forced a smile on his face and apologized, brother, misunderstanding, I'm sorry, I really didn't expect you to be the patriarch of Luo Shui. Since then, Wei King has realized the whole story. Of course, if the honest soldier in front of him said it was a misunderstanding, then it was a misunderstanding. Master Wei has always had a good temper and would not show his face. Wei Kang, making money, business, not bad. The Mabe army camp could not force Wei King to stay as a strong man, but did not want to let Wei King go. Wei King came here to intervene in the equipment, communication, hardware, equipment and software supply chain of the Shenzhou army. Even if the other party is a wolf, he must dance with it. Then the two sides renegotiated the cooperation, and the Ministry of War gave Wei King a rank of Lieutenant General of the Central Army, Colonel, and Wei King also had to cooperate with the Ministry of War in the research and development of new battlefield communications. The Mabe camp seemed to have achieved the previous idea, and Wei King could still stay for a long time, but he could not be used like a strong man. The Lieutenant General of the Central Army given to Wei King by the Ministry of War was definitely not an empty title. In the Mabe experimental camp, he controlled 3 departments, battalions. A mechanical armor department, a heavy tank department, and an artillery assault department, with an aviation squadron. Under the department is the division, company. The mechanical armor department has 2 tank divisions and 4 mechanical armor soldiers. Under the organization of a tank division in this plane, there are 15 lightweight main battle tanks, Shilin main battle tanks. The heavy tank department has 4 tank divisions and 2 mechanical armor soldiers. This tank division is equipped with 10 heavy tanks, Jerome-class heavy tanks, and 2 magnetic crossbow anti-aircraft vehicles. As for the artillery assault department, there are more than 60 large and small self-propelled artillery and long-range rocket launchers. Judging from this organization, the heavy troops held by Wei Kang, the Lieutenant General, are almost an armored brigade. The military force of the armored brigade level can only be mastered by the Deputy General level in Shenzhou. The corresponding rank in Europe is Brigadier General, a Brigadier General with real soldiers. Of course, the rank of Brigadier General can also command a mechanized infantry division, about 15,000 people. The corresponding officer of the infantry division in Shenzhou is called the commander. In the higher rank, Shenzhou is the general. Control 30,000 to 50,000 military forces. In Europe, it is also a general, major general, and lieutenant general. The general in charge of the command of the entire theater in Europe is the general in Shenzhou, which is the 4 general titles of general, cavalry, chariot cavalry, and guard general in the Han system. Commander-in-chief is the limit of the initial military rank that the assistant minister of the Ministry of War of Gansu and Shaanxi and Shenzhou can give to Wei Kang. This can be further promoted, but it will take 7 or 8 years after joining the army, or if there are outstanding military achievements. Regarding Wei Kang's entry into the army, it has no impact on the actual operation of Luo Shui Group. In TV dramas, capitalists are busy with the development of the entire group, as if such a large group cannot survive without him, but in fact, it is the CEO, that is, the current major shopkeepers who are busy. As for the plot that the CEO steals the equity and then sells out the company, this is only possible in the period of free capital. In the stage of monopoly capitalism, whether in the East or the West, those who dare to have this idea are courting death. Especially the clan system like Shenzhou. Someone in the clan has entered the court as an official and can no longer manage the business, and then the various branches of the family rush in to take the opportunity to divide it up? There is no possibility. Although Wei King was not an official in the court, and he was not influencing the central government's policies, he was a military officer in Mabe and outside Yumen Pass, which was no less than a local official in the southeast. Many industries far outside the Great Wall can be run smoothly if they have people in the army. Although Shenzhou does not allow private rewards to the army, military supplies must always be purchased locally, right? Food, bedding, fuel, etc., these must always be accounted for, right? As a giant and prominent family in Guangzhou, it is too easy to output some strength to the army in this area. The salaries of low-level military officers in Shenzhou are limited, so they slightly increase the food allowance, travel allowance and other benefits, and add meat and meals to the grassroots soldiers, and then they can be responsible for arranging work after retirement. Wei King is very young and has just been a military officer, so he has plenty of time to display this personal charm. In the East, as long as the clan power is not swept away, combined with commercial capitalism, this situation will occur, even if the recruited people do not break the rules on the surface, do not control the finance and personnel, and do not let the soldiers sing eat the marshal's food, take the marshal's money, and fight for the marshal after eating and receiving the salary. But the clan behind it in the local popularity and business relationship can still help it win the hearts of the people in the army. Wei King has a very good relationship with people after entering the army, and of course he does impeccable work in the business. Chin Tongli 2194, May. After joining the army, Wei King had hundreds of luxury cars in his hands, and he felt itchy if he didn't let them all move. In the Pandora plane, his own tanks are not enough for his fingers. So Wei King applied for a long-distance mechanized march every month, and actively signed up for various practical military exercises in the Western Desert. Then he discussed tactics with his flag sentries and generals every day. Unmanned combat does not mean that military officers are not needed. Thinking that there are unmanned weapons, he wants to kick people aside. Obviously, he is a child who has played too many games. Unmanned weapons only replace people to perform dangerous combat tasks, and how to perform them specifically still needs people to summarize. This is similar to an automated factory. The robot itself cannot think about how to work, and engineers are needed to adjust it. In each military exercise, officers and soldiers of each department must summarize practical problems, such as personnel transfer, fire cover, and various attacks in combat. For this reason, there are not enough people. Wei King also pulled the lecture officers into these tasks, reporting from the grassroots, and the middle-level personnel solved them locally. Every month, the high-level meetings make changes from the military system. After 7 years in the Pandora plane, Wei King has his own understanding of being able to fight and fight. If the non-commissioned officer group of the Legion becomes a normal state of no work to do, then the hierarchical authority will be maintained from top to bottom, and the old will suppress the new. Such things are the most common in colonial armies. Colonial armies have never needed the lower levels to think, just obey. Wei King is quite disgusted with the colonial military style. In my previous life, I always saw a South Korean propaganda about their army in the entertainment industry, and I successfully understood the negative teaching material version. It helped me understand the meaning of the positive teaching material. Discipline is to maintain the organization, which is true, but the organization is for victory, and what is the use of formalism that has nothing to do with victory? Therefore, Wei King maintained a strict discipline under his command, which was to reward and punish attendance based on the completion of actual military exercises. And this formal style of doing things made the relevant personnel in charge of military affairs in Mabe feel relieved. Although this gentleman of Luoshui group was not an officer who graduated from an orthodox military academy, he was definitely not an unlearned and unskilled dandy. He could even be said to be a talent. By the way, in Shenzhou, Wei King was admitted to the famous Shijing Academy based on his scores, not by shadowing. The military department of Shenzhou could not recruit such students on weekdays. Of course, the yellow sand was rolling, the chariots and engines were roaring, and the bullets were flying and the targets were cracking. The process of Wei King's busy work was not in the attention of the above. In the eyes of the Ministry of War, letting Wei King stay in the army to command the troops is a compromise made in order to allow the technical department to continue to develop technology. The technical department does not think so. They knew from the beginning that the scale of the meso-macro phenomenon reflected by Wei King in supercommunication is so large that there is no second example. The technical department screened a large number of young people and found many candidates who met the characteristics of meso-macro, but the amount of information that can be transmitted is very small. The highest talent is 4 orders of magnitude less than Wei King, which is a unit of 10,000. Military practical application is impossible unless the technology of electronic components can be greatly improved. And this is not something that the military technology department can accomplish. The technical department can only use the existing mature process indicators to develop military technology. Improve the performance of electronic components by 3 orders of magnitude. This is not something that can be done by government funding, but rather requires national policies to escort the relevant industrial technology departments and ensure that the market can respond to nearly 1 trillion yuan in profits every year. At present, in the Shenzhou system, Luoshui is precisely the largest supplier of electronic equipment. So at the moment, in this newly established experimental mechanized camp, Shenzhou is being led by Wei Kang, a local tyrant, in terms of both technology and personnel. It's like Russia and India jointly developed the Su-57, the Russians held the technology, and the production chain was also controlled in their own hands. India joined the cooperation, and later found out that it was just a rich man who paid for it. Wei Kang did not admit at first that he was playing with Shenzhou's military department. He emphasized to himself, "Hypnosis, I just successfully promoted a concept that would take more than a decade to be put into practical use." Wei Kang just got the military department to implement this concept project first, so that he could contribute to the development of Shenzhou. Wei Kang finally couldn't bear his conscience and admitted against his will, "Hey, this is a routine." This routine was not something that an honest man like Wei Kang could come up with. Instead, it was the proposal letter left by Ko Feijia and Wei Chang that asked him to do so. In the parallel timeline, Wei Chang was not as weak as Wei Kang. After selling the technology, he immediately took the initiative, but there was no script of being under house arrest for a while. And the reason why Wei Kang did this? Of course, Shenzhou has fallen behind. If it is not compensated, it may lose part of its national strength in the future. There has been no progress in the super time and space communication technology in Shenzhou, but in the north, Sushun has solved it. They did not take the silicon-based route but the carbon-based route that took a different approach. To be more precise, they did not use nano-level technical processing methods, but the biological route. The Soviet Union determined the route through the research and development of mental technology, activated the frontal lobe in the medium-sized macrosun, and implanted the soldiers through surgery to passively obtain mental communication from a certain center. According to the information provided by the system that Wei Kang can link to, the location of the Soviet Research Institute is near the mouth of the Ob River. The entire base is covered by high walls, and magnetic storm towers are deployed around it to prevent snooping from all parties. All the research inside is difficult for the outside world to explore. Only after the timeline of the Allied victory can the black research inside be discovered. This is a technical route that Shenzhou would not have thought of. When he joined the army before, even if Wei Kang did not have the identity of the head of the Luoshui group, his life would not be endangered during the detention. At most, he was forced to sign a strongman agreement. In Shenzhou, research in the field of military technology, all related to ethics, is closely watched by the temple literati. No, Western purebred horses require all kinds of inbreeding, sometimes the first and second generations, and the third generation of direct mating. This kind of thing has been suppressed by the masters of science for hundreds of years. Not to mention people. Now the Soviet Union has taken the lead in this technology, and in the original timeline, it will gain a window period of communication command technology advantage. This window period is very short, because compared with the silicon-based route, the power of biological information transmission has an upper limit. The route that Wei Kang has chosen now is the most difficult route, but it is also the route with the most development potential in this plane. July has passed. After midsummer, Wei Kang, sitting in the underground military base in Ma Bay, analyzed the military exercise data. In the simulated attack, Wei Kang prepared to add two elements, air support and short-range ballistic missile support. 400 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers is short range. After putting down the pen, Wei Kang looked at the world map at this time, staring at Europe and Shenzhou. In the short term, it is now a technical contest between the two sides, but in the long term, it is a contest of civilization thinking. These two civilizations are civilizations with huge historical differences. In the cycle of development, there is a regular formatting process. It's just that the focus of formatting is different. One focuses on etiquette formatting, and the other focuses on thought, morality, formatting. At the end of Eastern society, the rituals of all ruling classes from civilians to above were complicated. These things used to highlight solemnity, sacredness, and to maintain the social hierarchy were purged after a change of dynasty. All dynasties in Eastern history began with simplicity. After the second millennium in the main world, even the ancient costumes and hair crowns in the core areas of Eastern civilization were not preserved. Instead, they were picked up as treasures by the surrounding historical vassal states as evidence of a long history. Western thinking, morality, and all kinds of correctness will develop to an extremely rigid level in every period, and will not tolerate other dissent. The Middle Ages was once, and the first century of the second millennium was also once. And when all this is overwhelmed, tear everything down, and then take the most advanced technology, the coldest social management, and rush with the simplest concepts. And this will instead create a new path in practicality. Etiquette formatting is to clear away the red tape of the past, making Eastern society like a computer system with many plugins missing. Then, when we enter a new era and choose new things, we will have more material and human resources to invest in the direction that we believe is correct based on our social and moral values. Thought formatting means discarding all complex moral thinking, and then based on the most primitive sacred worship and the concept of kingly hierarchy, the victorious king re-establishes morality and order, while the reeds that the old forces used to show their noble status will not be regarded as the things of the fallen country and burned like in the East, but will be owned by the new king. It can be seen that the anchor points relied on by Western and Eastern civilizations in the process of inheritance are different. One is that after losing the social order system, the lower and middle classes who inherited the cultural ideas formed a new dynasty with less social energy consumption and rebuilt the social order. The other is that after losing the moral system, the glory of the social hierarchy system is still remembered, and finally the winner gets the gem that remembers everything and re-establishes a new moral system. As for the dual formatting of etiquette and thought, if both the social order system and the moral thought are lost, then each time the civilization is hit hard, as the population and economy recover, it will basically become a completely different civilization. The South Asian subcontinent is such a reincarnation civilization. Wei slowly turned away from the world map, so, these two routes have their own strengths. But Wei clicked on the system prompts below a series of plots and sighed, now it's our Eastern turn to format the periodic law. After modern times, as the space of the blue planet becomes smaller and smaller, the East and the West are connected, and information is exchanged, the formatting of both sides cannot be carried out completely. Because the thought space vacated by any civilization during the formatting process will be invaded by the other party, interrupting the self-metabolism of civilization. In the suburbs of Xijing. Looking at the hot melt power towers in the distance, on the top of the tower, one after another sky-eye probe hovers on the top of the tower. Measuring the intensity of the solar light wave, the cautious flying appearance is very similar to someone's current mentality. Now Wei Kang, who dares only to make improvements, can't help but recite a poem. The swallows in front of the halls of the Wang Xia family in the old days flew into the homes of ordinary people. The bells and drums of the prominent families are destined to be formatted, and the poor families should lose them all by drilling holes in the wall. In the year 2195 of the Qin Tong calendar, with the continuous shrinkage of the global market and the continuous decline in the constant production rate, the internal contradictions of the various powers in the world have been squeezed to the limit. The European side has intensified its plunder of Yinzhou, Africa, exporting concepts to replace agents. When new agents come to power, they will sell off a large amount of the old agents' accumulation. On the European continent, armed elements often use Soviet weapons exported to attack convoys. For example, in the newspaper, a case was broadcasted. In the central part of Yinzhou, hundreds of armed elements from local tribes defeated the security forces in the area and directly advanced into the presidential palace in the colonial area. Important figures in this area have always been solved by the embassy of Gaul. But this time, the Shenzhou sergeant was found directly. The troops sent by Shenzhou to Africa have just completed the full mecha modification. 6 Longyan soldiers formed crossfire with the help of bunkers, and a 2-5-meter tall metal-plated armor-piercing iron guard, under the shocked eyes of the local officials in the area, unfolded a portable energy shield, hundreds of bullets, and a large number of bullet marks on the iron guard system afterwards. It proved that the armed forces had good defense in low-intensity conflicts. This incident made the Shenzhou people raise their heads for a while. Showing military power thousands of miles away, how powerful. However, military affairs cannot cover up the same shortcomings of Shenzhou in terms of strategy. In May, the latest data from the National Treasure Bureau of Shenzhou showed that the failure rate in the east had risen to 15%. This is very terrifying in a country with 800 million people. The administrative departments of various counties, roads, and prefectures in the east have been trying their best to carry out work relief to ease the contradictions. In Gansu, Shaanxi, and even Sichuan, the situation looks better. As Luoshui Group has completely withdrawn its investment from restaurants, residential gardens, and high-end vans in prosperous areas, and then turned to the middle and low-level, wider market. Withstood this fluctuation. When the eastern prefectures and roads have fallen into a large-scale depression, various productions in the west of Shenzhou continue, and the retail industry has risen. The calculation of the scale of this retail industry gave Shenzhou's Treasure Bureau a headache, because it could not be counted at all. Wei Kang's thing was a bit fragmented. In addition to the obvious treasure notes in the network, every small private industry also relied on points to operate. For example, after a glass factory produces a large number of goods, it puts them on the market at a cost price of 1.1, and then can obtain 20% of the points, which can be directly exchanged for electricity during the low peak period of electricity consumption. How should the economic activity of this point exchange be calculated? There is no circulation process of treasure notes, and it is indeed a commodity exchange activity in the textbook. Now in the new economic chain of the West, each factory and enterprise has points, and this kind of points can only be used in the upstream and downstream transactions of the industry. Points are a kind of capital, but they are firmly tied to the exchange of manufacturing. Traditional financial means cannot extract this part of water. This part of business data is also out of the statistical ability of the Shenzhou Baoqiao Bureau. Now the only one that can count this kind of exchange process is a subsidiary of Luoshui Group engaged in the IT industry. The current trademark of this subsidiary is an Antarctic goose with a scarf tied, smiling, and showing a mouthful of teeth. In order to control this subsidiary, Wei Kang, the head of Luoshui Group, built 5 data centers from the beginning, physically directly controlling 4 of them, and firmly grasping the authority of the remaining one. First of all, this fat goose must be cultivated. Because Wei Kang wants to protect the industries in Guangdong region. In finance, many assessments are too subjective. For example, in the earliest financial crisis, the valuation of tulips was higher than that of a house. But if the financial tycoons need it, they will suppress the value of certain assets in the market for a long time. For example, after the second millennium of the main world, various capital rating agencies in the West have long overestimated their own assets, such as the national debt and other assets of the European pigs that are about to go bankrupt. The risk is also assessed to be lower than that of the manufacturing powerhouse. These rating agencies have long underestimated the assets of the largest industrial country in the East, just to make the East lack financing, so that they can easily concentrate capital to attack the upstream and downstream supply chains and try to make malicious acquisitions. This is true for the golden crocodile in any timeline. In the martial arts arena, the Sky Eye sentry controlled by one hand searches the terrain for ambushes. Wei Kang opened the financial newspaper and was very sure that the ticket offices in the East had seriously underestimated the output value of their industrial relief industries. Wei Kang tapped his temple and complained, "Isn't this bullying an honest person?" For example, the output value of solar thermal power stations is set very low because they cannot maintain stable electricity around the clock. But in fact, all the electricity from these solar power stations is traded. In the big data network, it is all distributed to various township industrial enterprises in the form of points. These industrial enterprises also convert electricity into output value. But the gold scholars in the East don't care about this and just suppress the output value. However, Wei Kang is not an honest man in the eyes of the gold group in the East. In order to prevent the high-quality assets in the West from being maliciously acquired by those pure businessmen who cannot be measured by morality outsiders, Luoshui firmly controls the IT industry and big data that integrate economic activities. The IT companies in Luoshui have set up an evil points membership system and small private enterprises. Any small private enterprises that transfer shares without authorization will directly downgrade their membership level. Oh, if they transfer all shares, the upstream supply chain and downstream market of the entire big data network will start from scratch. Well, if you want to restore your level, come, charge some coins, and then get a yellow diamond to make up for the missing part of your evaluation of output value. Therefore, although the prominent families in the East are envious of the emerging market cultivated by Luoshui, they have always been a mess and can't get started. The threat of this mess is this Antarctic goose. Before this goose became fat, Wei Kang strangled its neck tightly, covering up its possibility of indulgence. Such a group that controls big data, if completely privatized, its greedy nature will be brought to the limit. The detailed data of industry chain, market, raw materials is the basis of this fat goose, and if this fat goose is not restricted, it can be connected to the financial system and integrate a large amount of funds by its own ability. Then it will find that it can raise more money by reinvesting its borrowed debts in the market. This is addictive, and after addiction, it will go crazy and expand, and finally perish. Wei Kang will never let the IT industry become something like the rubber tickets of Shenzhou 60 years ago. In order to make the western part of Shenzhou prosperous, the IT industry has implemented unlimited responsibility. After Wei King finished the military exercise, he suddenly felt that his ability to do things as a general was limited, and he had to deploy more useful things. In the second half of the 2195th year of the Qin Tongli calendar, Wei Kang, who was already very simple in clothing, arrived at the venue at the financial meeting in Luoshui. Compared to the fancy clothes and high crowns that had to be worn when he first came to this world, Wei King is now gradually accumulating prestige and has the ability to control the style of his forces in this regard. The front seats of the meeting are the old people of Luoshui, but the back seats are the young people of Guangzhou. Their clothes are very plain, but Wei King wears the same clothes as them. These poor people were selected in this major personnel transfer and participated in the meeting on the overall development plan of Luoshui. Throughout the meeting, the data of these young people were cited many times on major issues. This made the front seat feel that this meeting lacked a bit of solemnity, but made the back seat feel that this discussion did not have such a high-handed sense of oppression. During the meeting, the dining cart was pushed directly to each square chair for lunch. A portion of shredded potatoes, a portion of cabbage, a portion of braised chicken legs, and a simple street migrant meal were placed in front of everyone. And Wei King also ordered one, and ate it in 2 or 3 bites calmly. After separating the bones and the plate, he waited for others to finish such a meal. The old people in Luoshui who were used to eating delicacies from the mountains and the sea in the front seat felt that this atmosphere was a bit bad, but they didn't say anything. It is difficult to live frugally, but there is a virtue of frugality in the Eastern culture. If the upper position is like this, there is nothing to be hypocritical about. However, Wei King saw these old people in the front seat, shaking their beards sullenly, chewing the food in the bowl, as if they were not eating food, but debts owed to them by others, and he couldn't help but laugh at it in his heart. Wei King, this bunch of old antiques, cut breaking the old and establishing the new, we need the enthusiasm of the rising stars to do things, you don't even want to draw the cake on the surface. How to win people's hearts. Now Master Wei King has set an example by selling the unused guangsha under his command, and sending a large number of servants out of private houses and arranging them in public canteens, health and education projects. And he opposed specialization in various affairs of Luoshui. Example 1. It is not allowed to drink tea in the office. When these people in Shenzhou drink tea, they definitely don't store some tea in a small jar in the office and then pour it into a thermos. Instead, it is a whole set of coffee tables and various purple clay wares. Example 2. No expensive flowers or plants are allowed. When people get to a high position, they want to pursue artistic conception. In the official residence, there are exquisite bonsai in the blue and white flower pots. Example 3. No calligraphy or paintings are allowed. Those upper-class things that the poor young people have no money and energy to study, Master Wei removed all of them, showing that the upper and the lower have the same desire. When Duke Mu of Qin lost his horse, the wild people in Qixia got it and ate it together with 300 people. He did not harm them, but gave them wine. It has been more than 2,000 years, what are you guys in Qin still pretending to be? In the first Western Joint Economic Conference, Wei King's purpose was just to raise a flag, and this flag had to shine now to gather people. After most of the stages of the meeting were completed, the map of the Western Guang region of Shenzhou behind Wei King was lit up by the stars of each project. Wei King knew that only 10% of these projects could be completed in the end, and the other areas could only achieve preliminary results. This super investment project, designated as the Big Three sections construction, involves large-scale investment in the main roads of 7 states, including Sichuan, Guizhou, Yunnan, Shaanxi, Gansu, Ningxia, and Shanghai, to strengthen the network communication of the surrounding affiliated cities, and include them in the new economic network at one time. Take a point near the first-class and second-class mansions in these areas as a model, update the intelligent communication tower, and the power system. This requires organizing 3 million households for work relief, and taking care of the living education and medical and health systems for their wives and children. The total cost is 600 billion, and of course more importantly, it requires hundreds of thousands of classmates and young people to express their ambitions here. After the 3-day planning came to an end, Wei King stood on the stage again in the lecture hall, facing the like-minded people present. Trillions of gold can be recovered after being spent, Wei King pointed to the east. For decades, the people there have been poor, tired, weak, and humiliated, and then unified. What we are going to create in these 5 years is, wealth can be hidden in the people, but the people's permanent property depends on the country. Good. Thousands of people on the scene gave such praise. This is similar to the applause in the main world. The Confucianism of the East makes the poor scholars always have a kind of character that is proud of the powerful and the vision of the kingly way to pacify the world. Now Wei Kang, a prominent family in Guangzhou, has all the current styles that suit their tastes, so when he said such words, it aroused the shouts of these young aspirants. However, not all young people will be completely convinced by Wei Kang. In the audience, a young scholar repeated in a thoughtful tone, "Wealth can be hidden in the whole people. The permanent property of the whole people depends on the country." What is this? Having read some theories that were banned in Europe, he looked at Wei Kang on the stage. Now he wanted to ask, if some people have more permanent property and some people have less permanent property, what should we do? And the one with more permanent property will inevitably take away the permanent property of the one with less property and make him propertyless. What should we do? But he didn't know that Wei Kang actually wanted to answer his question openly. Wei Kang, there are 3 things to do here: fairness, fairness, and fairness. Now as the first stage, we must ensure that everyone has a fair income from their work, and that there is fairness in food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Then comes the second stage, which is fairness in studying, medical care, and nursing. The last third stage is to ensure that all people are promoted fairly among the people. Each stage requires the cultivation of corresponding fighting forces. If the leaders always keep the formatted state in these 3 stages, that is, from the people to the people, don't unzip yourself into something special, then that thing can be accomplished. Wei Kang can't say the above words now, and he can't show off in the future, because there will always be repenters in time and space. When walking out of Guangsha, Wei Kang raised his hand, and a large number of nano-robots floated beside him, and in front of the aisle, the time and space fluctuations from the future were annihilated before they were turned on. When the time and space fluctuations calmed down, Wei Kang opened his arms, "Then let's make a big fuss." A madman who tries to change the times will inevitably be denied in this era in various ways. Wei Kang's wild words in the lecture hall accidentally spread, causing a wave of not too small or not too small. This is much louder than the White Tiger heavy artillery firing in Ma Bay. This is also within Wei Kang's expectations. The first step of gathering people can only be to sign an agreement. Only after further assessment and inclusion can they be disciplined. Wei Kang was just shouting in Luoshui. In this era where everyone brags, many bigwigs in the temple only regarded it as a young restlessness. The general of the Great Wall Corps of Ma Bay recruited Wei Kang for this matter and reprimanded him. He should not be too ostentatious. Wei Kang, of course, admitted his mistake, and then stuffed a kickback of 5 million in a certain military procurement. The general of Ma Bay is easy to deal with. This military strategist is an outsider, and he doesn't want to let the camp be stained with rumors because of the appointment of Wei Kang as a lieutenant general. The warriors only consider weapons and military honors, such as the Iron Guard armor and Giron-class heavy tanks recently allocated by the Ordnance Department. The generals wanted to fight for the allocation. But the other gold-holding clans in Shenzhou really took action in this matter. In a garden in Jiangnan, these people in brocade clothes and long gowns decided to teach the young clans of Luoshui a lesson. However, financial wars are also like wars. Blocking must find a clear direction and target scale. Now Wei Kang, as a person with money, not a real ruling leader, does not have to take 100% responsibility for what he said, but as long as he is responsible for 1/20th of the responsibility, he can gain reputation. Luoshui has a big stall, but the actual implementation is very cautious. Luoshui's investment in Guangzhou and other areas is no problem. It is easy for local prominent families to do things, but there are many obstacles to going out. For example, the situation in Shu is obviously difficult. It is impossible to develop directly around the metropolis like Guangdong. There are all kinds of people colluding with each other, which can create many problems. For example, if an outsider opens a factory in Shudu, he has to negotiate the rules with the local Pao brothers, otherwise these gangsters will throw a beggar's body at the door and cause a storm in the city. Wei Kang marked a large number of points in the Western Economic Union planning, but he did not say that each point is a capital with a population of 1 million. At present, a small town is selected in the outer prefecture area for planning and transformation, and the road here is widened to connect with the existing main road. Take the strategy of surrounding the city with the countryside, not seeking to make money but to take root. As for the Guizhou and Guizhou regions, it is naturally the same. Just find a place where there were only dozens of villages originally, send all the young people here out of the mountains to study, and then blow up the mountain to build a bridge, dig a tunnel, and open a road out. Of course, some rare minerals will be discovered accidentally, so don't blame Wei Kang for being lucky. Parallel timeline data in the spacetime system. It is impossible for Wei Kang to get rich in business with his personality, but it is more difficult to be cut by others. In the year 2196 of the Qin Tongli calendar, when a large amount of funds poured in from the southeast, and they had discussed with local forces, all kinds of bulk raw materials were already in the hands of these great gods, and they were ready to reap a wave of benefits from Luoshui. It turned out that Luoshui only touched on these areas, and the layout of the western half of Shenzhou avoided Mingfu. Because Luoshui's investment was far less fierce than imagined, the overheated market in the western states was a mess. These gamblers who entered the market could not help but curse Luoshui's credibility, declaring in the newspapers gimmick, liar, not the so-called benefit to the world, excessive talk. Indeed, if you don't fill the stomachs of the hungry wolves, of course you have to get the howling of the hungry wolves, but it is not right to say that Wei King was completely bluffing, it's just that he didn't make money, and Xingqiu's training work was not reduced at all. At present, none of the people in charge of Luoshui's investment in other prefectures was born in Qin. They were all locals in these investment locations. Wei Kang's younger brother compiled a list of talents in another timeline. Wei King interviewed them one by one, and then arranged them to the nodes of the prefectures after organizing and training them. And transforming these natural villages with only 1 or 2 post offices and more than 20 vehicles for external communication into modern towns is just enough for these local poor families to try their hand. Wei King, the big things in the future will have to be done after these people grow up. Wei King's decision was criticized by the elders in Luoshui, who believed that handing over a large amount of funds to novices was like child's play. The elders of Luoshui thought with great sorrow that they should send experienced people so that they could communicate better with the forces in other regions of Shenzhou. Wei King smiled at these experienced words and disdained them. The so-called experienced people are nothing more than running to the local Huang Silang's house, after drinking and chatting, to ask for a 3:7 split. Moreover, to get this 3 points, you have to kneel down to get it. Little do you know that Huang Silang and his people don't want to give you a penny, and they want to eat you up. So, instead of kneeling and not making any money, it's better to stand in the mountains and lead the team out. Regarding the integration plan of the entire West, Wei King has already divided it into multiple stages. The first stage is just to deploy the network to a small half of China, and there is no expectation that the network will immediately receive significant economic benefits in the first stage. All things are difficult at the beginning. As long as the network is laid out, the roots can be planted. In Luoshui, the arsenal that produced electromagnetic guns switched to producing mountain fragmentation equipment. The product produced though is no longer the azure beauty it was when it was fired. But after the shell exploded the moment after it was fired, no one paid attention to it. But after thousands of miles of mountains and rivers have been carved, I opened this mountain, I built this road. I will arrange all your things from now on. After Qin Tongli 2196, the so-called Western China Electronic Logistics Network of the Luoshui Group was dismissed by the intellectual public opinion in the East. According to insiders in multiple forums, Luoshui's construction of the so-called Universal Internet of Things in the West is just a gimmick and boring in terms of various financial returns. Judging from the standard of not making money, it is quite boring. But Luoshui still did boring things with great energy. When Wei King connected through the internet and determined that his young men, with the machinery and equipment provided by Luoshui and the team of workers, came to small places in his hometown to start large-scale construction, wasn't there such a kind of builder? Are you feeling satisfied in training? Especially seeing that they work during the day and do local culture and education at night. More sense of immersion during construction. Xingqiu and workers were equipped with unified engineering mechas and collaborated with multifunctional robotic arms. Staring at the schedule to complete the solidification of the road and the pouring of the bridge pillars to catch up with the progress of the project, Wei King felt that this corresponded to his main theme of concerted construction in the Pandora Plain. Wei King, money is nothing. When a large number of educated and hard-working young people begin to obey orders and form a collective according to the future pointed by the baton, it's worth our investment. In this regard, Mr. Wei wanted to sing a song, "We workers have power, hey, we workers have power," at the end of Qin Tongli 2196. A big data center in Xijing. Wei King was lying in the information warehouse. After 2 years of training, his abilities were steadily improving. The maximum number of chips that could be connected at the same time was 15,434. Of course, with millions of chips deployed everywhere, there was no need for them at all. In terms of system settings, Wei King is the person with the highest authority in this big data system. After checking China's economic data through the geocentric calculation system in the main world, Wei King breathed a sigh of relief when faced with a stable economic line. I have passed the test this year. No messing around. After closing the multiple interfaces of the travel system in his mind, Wei King silently looked at the blue light screen of the big data center and said slowly, "How will the subsequent history record the current behavior of Luoshui Group?" Thinking of this problem, Wei King couldn't help but laugh. As the top decision maker of Luoshui Group, he has done too many things that are against the nature of capital. Not to mention anything else, investing a lot of money directly to support each operating point in remote nodes in various state capitals in China, expecting returns in 10 or 20 years, is something that businessmen can do. Take something that happened after the second millennium of the main world as an example. A certain director with a lot of wealth could throw tens of billions to a poor town under pressure from the political circles, but he would never let the profits from his investment go to waste. Stay local for long-term development. It's not a matter of money, it's a matter of disdain and care here. For this type of people, finance and real estate in core cities are very attractive. Even if he gave his son 500 million to invest in games, he would never worry about the employment, education, and medical care of the poor people in a town, because that aloof heart would only express charity. Wei King answered on his own, businessmen should be free, so traders are not worthy of holding magical weapons. The history here can be recorded like this: the Luoshui Group's reform movement was a successful self-rescue movement for the business class. In this movement, seizing the opportunities of technological development and the new economy has historical particularity. For other palm gold groups in China, Luoshui did not get out of hand, which was really frustrating for them. In the words of the veteran gold masters, "I have lived for so many years, but that boy from Luoshui, who doesn't even have a hair on his lips, pretends to be crazy and behaves like a fool, and makes a fool of himself." These arrogant people will never admit another thing verbally. The industrial chain in eastern China is still shrinking on a large scale, and actual production and sales are shrinking. Even if you can use financial means to make money, you can't find the actual anchor of wealth and the risk is extremely high. The big guys from Baoqiao Bureau no longer dare to follow. The risk of state-owned assets is already so high that it is almost unbearable. The premise for them to release water to the Liangjiang Chaebol is that the Liangjiang Chaebol can complete control of high-quality assets. For example, if Wei King was previously judged to be a prodigal, he might be able to collect some good things. Although 70% of the people in charge of the Baoqiao Bureau are from Jiangnan, you still have to consider issues from the perspective of the world when you join Xinjiang. China's current state system is modern, with a balanced distribution of power, and local officials also have the rule of serving as officials in different places. During the rubber stamp disaster 60 years ago, the courtiers in the court fought with each other and called each other treacherous. They did not care that they were in the south of the Yangtze River and spoke Wu together. Volk Su has a long history. In the side hall of the state palace, Su Zhen, the head of the cabinet, looked at the secret letter in his hand. His cousins at home were complaining. The northwest side still rejected the business cooperation plan. In fact, it was not that Luoshui refused unilaterally, but that the two sides did not agree on something. Jiangsu and Zhejiang only want a simple distribution of money and are unwilling to take responsibility and will not let Luoshui put his hand in it. Of course, the Jin clan, the head of Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, would not explain these things clearly to the elder in his family letters. The elder frowned, and after putting down the letter from home, he said with some emotion, "The country's situation is very difficult." The difficulty was for him. The elder could no longer control his official group in this matter. For example, Baoqiao Bureau is a family friend of his. Yesterday, when faced with his invitation, he already complained of illness. Letting go of his position, he greatly admired Wei King in Luoshui. In the midst of global depression, the commercial industries in Western China are prosperous. How could there be such a scene if there was no experienced talent? If possible, there might be forces in the cabinet that would allow Wei King to become an official, but what? However, Wei King took over the military post first, which separated him from the civil service system. Governmental service is a process of mutual compromise, but this mutual compromise is also a channel for solving problems, and now Dongfang Zhongjin and Wei King do not even have this channel. Note, there are also people from the Wei family in Luoshui who serve as officials in the court, but Wei King is now engaged in formalization. Officials in these families are handled in a business-like manner, and the money they should be given is given, but the other side is not allowed to interfere in the matter. Su Hong stroked his beard. It is said that the sky is brighter when you take a step back, but as the elder of the pavilion, he cannot bow to Huangkor. So he called his butler. One day later, Taozhou Pavilion. This is an 88-story merchant mansion and an important trade center in China. The design is as tall as bamboo. In the black van, a man in black clothes got out. This man's surname was Bai, his given name was Yiyun, and his courtesy name was Jifeng. He walked into the building and, accompanied by several nursing staff, came to a room and met the big shot he wanted to meet. After entering the hall, Bai Ian did not dare to neglect it all and saluted the old man in the middle of the hall, even though the old man was just a procurement manager in the Su family. Manager Su was very kind. Ian, sit down, sit down. Bai Ian is the king of the southeastern underground world. Ahem, they were actually the Chao Gang forces before the mass production of craftsmanship. And now they are the black gloves of some big shots in the temple. Manager Su retreated from everyone and explained some things. Bai Yun thought for a while, since this matter is related to national policy, Jifeng dare not refuse. However, our business travelers have not yet severed contact with the Rakshasa people. If I do this, will the Rakshasa people retaliate against our business travelers? Manager Su, this is certainly planned. In more than a month, the cabinet will make another ruling on the northern mutual market. At that time, Chinese merchants will be evacuated as much as possible. On the canal, a carbon awning boat rode across the water. Behind the ripples, lotus flowers were placed. After the mechanical lotus unfolded, it aimed at the clouds in the sky and released a reflection of the blossoming flowers. Against this background, the projection of a dancer in silk clothes and gold belt dances gracefully in the clouds. And this is the original melody of this world. In the year 2197 of the Qin Tongli calendar, 24 years before the new millennium of the AD, the reform activities of Luoshui showed positive feedback. The characteristics are the sustainable development of the economy and the increase of young officers. A large number of talents have gradually become middle-level backbones after being trained at the grassroots level. This new atmosphere is not available in the westernization movement. When the consumption of steel industry in the East continued to shrink, Luoshui even built a new steel plant to meet the growing demand, and bought shares in a large iron ore area in Xinyuanfu of the Western Region's Protectorate. Regarding the purchase of this iron ore, the governor of the Protectorate, the frontier official who was at the same level as the boss of Wei Keng's boss, directly pulled Wei King to sit on the same level and asked Wei King how he wanted to transfer this general to a higher position. In this dimension, Shenzhou regards the Western region as a production area of agricultural and cotton raw materials, as well as a strategic point to exert influence on the Middle East, but the deeper management is very weak. The heavy-duty railway that facilitates military entry into the Western region is operating at a deficit all year round. As for the heavy metal smelters and machinery repair shops that support the military, they are all maintained by imperial grain, but eating imperial grain is just enough to keep from starving to death. Especially since Shenzhou has had economic problems recently, the arsenal industry here is struggling. Facing the somewhat overly enthusiastic superior of the Western Region Protectorate, Wei King did not dare to be presumptuous. As for the military operation mentioned by the superior, Wei King hurriedly shirked, I dare not. This is not a joke. As a lieutenant general, he has been criticized. He can only continue to exercise and train, show his practical ability, and reduce gossip. Besides, he is doing too many things now, and he wants to smear more mud on his face, so how dare he take advantage of it? The upgrade of military rank is not the focus now, but the military power available in the future. There are more than 3,000 people under Wei King's command. They are the system that Wei King confirmed the military combat process. That is, at least understand how to fight. Of course, in the process of understanding, the method was also updated. In these exercises, Wei King added a large number of information equipment and intelligent equipment, so that many of the original similar positions can be merged into an unmanned team. If the automated combat system of the Legion is completed, the workload of personnel in various departments can be largely replaced by machinery and intelligence. In addition, Wei King's increasingly buggy battlefield chip control ability can be used to operate unmanned armed forces. This reinforced regiment of the experimental nature of Ma Bei can expand to a terrifying degree. In the void space station of the spacetime rift, Kofeijia left himself the information. About 6 years later, the Soviet Union and Shenzhou will clash in the Ibo Sea. And now, Wei King feels that the butterfly effect caused by himself may change this time node. In June, Wei King once again entered the spacetime rift, and this entry was tacitly approved by the main world. Because the plane war has passed another stage, many new technologies have been put into practice. All travelers in the jurisdiction, including those in low-intensity areas, need to be updated. For example, the situation that Wei King is going to update this time can accurately predict the existence of the downstream of this plane time to disturb the assassination of travelers. That is to say, after this update is completed, the assassination alone is useless. Only after arriving and organizing some troops can it cause danger to Wei Kang. Wei King entered the space-time crack station and first looked at his mailbox. Brother Wei Chang has now gone to the nearby timeline where aliens, Skrin, invaded. He reported his safety in the letter. Kafeijia took some of Shenzhou's technology to the next timeline and began to study antimatter energy technology. He asked Wei King several questions and provided solutions, warning Wei King to be careful of the possibility that the old political forces in the eastern part of Shenzhou would throw away the white gloves and put on black gloves to make trouble. As for Bai Linglu, who sent the most letters, it may be that the time flow is very fast on her side. In Bai Linglu's message, it seems to be a subtle apology. Wei King was a little confused about this. What did she want to apologize for? As for the content of Bai Linglu's letter, it was nothing more than complaining that the personnel arranged by the higher-ups could not match the situation of Pandora's plane. Even if Wei Kang's multi-body mode was used, it was difficult to integrate them. After a long time, they collapsed. She sincerely requested that after Wei Kang's Shenzhou plane mission was completed, he could apply to return to Pandora's plane and restart the mission progress. After replying to all personal letters, Wei King opened the announcement and looked at the current situation of the plane war. The first plane war has entered the late stage. In this war, there was no situation where one side suppressed the other. After the two major forces paid enough losses, they understood the other side's forces very objectively and had similar views on some patterns on the plane. For example, the near plane and the near plane with the background of blue star default to the coexistence of Eastern and Western cultures, but only distinguish different strong routes on the timeline, but there is a bottom line that is defaulted. No matter which civilization is strong on these timelines, it is not allowed to destroy another civilization. After such a view is reached, the intensity of the battle in this type of plane will soon drop. I believe that there will be a ceasefire here soon. As for other planes, since they are still to be developed, conflicts will not stop in the future, but it can be predicted that the first plane war will end soon. After reading the information, Wei King felt a little relaxed and happy. If the plane conflict is over, I want to go back to my room and eat potato chips. After returning from the time and space rift space, Wei King was in a very cheerful mood. A large-scale conflict involving his own society was over. In any case, the atmosphere became relaxed. Although this plane is not a high-intensity war zone, there are not even any hostile travelers. But without war, at least it would be more stable. In October 2197 of Qin Tongli, the Fengho Group invited big figures from the Western Region Protectorate, Mabe Military Region, and South Asia Governor General Guard to gather in the northwest. Wei Kang, as a military chief in Mabe, was naturally fortunate to receive invitation. The ranking of this invitation is number 312, the last one. Of course, if Luoshui Group was still the most important supplier of military main battle equipment in the West, it would definitely be ranked in the top 30 in the invitation letter it received. Of course, even the lower ranking did not affect his friendship with Fengho Group at all. Bai Jingqi entertained those members of the royal family, especially after saluting one of the ladies, Her Royal Highness the Princess. He came to Wei Kang's side, arm in arm and asked, "Mr. Wei, General Wei, are you here to pry into the secrets of our group?" Bai Jingqi said all this in a joking tone. Since there was no military competition with Luo Shui, the friendship between the two parties has become deeper. The new economic system in Luo Shui has greatly increased the demand for a large number of civilian trucks, excavators, bulldozers, and other equipment. The large number of orders in recent years has made these old military industrial groups shout righteousness. Of course, Luo Shui not only just smashes orders, but also firmly occupies many technical positions in the upstream of the supply chain. For example, high-energy batteries, various electronic components and equipment, and automated robotic arms. With the expansion of the new economy, they have occupied the entire market in the Midwest. Various small and medium-sized factories now use these components in Luo Shui. When traditional military industrial groups now take orders from Luo Shui, they also prefer Luo Shui for purchasing these components. The large-scale military equipment that is about to be launched now is the masterpiece of Fengho Group, but many of the general electronic components are produced by companies in which Luo Shui technology has a stake. Faced with Bai Jingqi's joke, Wei King said, "Master Bai didn't go to accompany those big shots, and now you are causing trouble for me. You are not a friend enough." "Bai Jingqi, how dare you, how dare you, I just want to ask you," he whispered in Wei King's ear, "the Yangzhou thin horse I showed you last time is about to make her debut. Her red pill is you keep it." "Wei King, no, I'm not interested in this. Apart from the first one, we can't talk about the wealth, sex, and alcoholism between the two of us." Bai Jingqi, you are a prude, but you also need to know some dark things. Wei King paused, looked at Bai Jingqi, and said slowly, I happen to have 2 bottles of Puzhong wine over there. I will send them to you later, so that Mr. Bai can talk a little drunkenly. Bai Jingqi smiled and said leisurely, look northwest and shoot it serious. Then he cupped his hands toward the north. After this song poem, Wei King understood something. Similar things happened in Wei Chang's parallel timeline. The best way to attack an emerging group is to create risk for its assets. For example, every time the Euro currency zone and the main world wants to cheer up, the bald eagle takes a look at the surrounding areas of Europe, picks a weak point, and directly hits it with a stick, knocking out some refugees and knocking out some Iranian nuclear crises. Or let Israel do something more and create risks for the Suez lane, and the euro will soon weaken. Bai Jingqi now gave a reminder, there are people in the temple in Chengdu who want to conduct a military adventure in the west and create some conflicts. Wei King immediately guessed that there were external forces, which in turn caused Luoshui's output value in the west to decline and shorted himself. While Wei King was thinking, a black shadow descended from the sky. The Qinglong maglev battleship broke through the clouds and gradually descended. It looked like a wild goose at first, but after it descended, its true size gradually came to the front, making everyone on the small platform less than 50 meters feel their own small. When a super behemoth with a length of 260 meters and a tonnage of 100,000 tons came to a stop in the open Gobi Desert, it flattened 2 sand dunes. At this time, Bai Jingqi had already begun to talk about this super battleship that was completed regardless of the cost in front of the royal family members and several frontier officials. Bai Jingqi, this is the latest technological product of the craftsmanship department and will be our next generation base. It uses an anti-gravity system. Before takeoff, the power grid needs to be supplied with electrical energy for storage, and a single charge can maintain the anti-gravity system for 8 hours of fighting in the air. This series of spacetime planes in China strangely completes the grand unified theory of physics. That is to say, the 4 fundamental forces under Einstein's theory are unified with each other. Based on basic physics, this world can control the gravity field with powerful electromagnetic force. There was news in March last year, Soviet Russia even conducted related space experiments in Siberia, using a special magnetic satellite to pull a large number of heavy objects such as tanks from the surface into space orbit. Europe and the United States protested against the junk created by Soviet Russia in space. Of course, other mainstream industrial countries are also studying this technology, which is embodied in super-mechanical units such as base vehicles. The design of this world's heavy-duty land mobile vehicle of more than 10,000 tons is the same as the Tokamak on the main plane. It must complete the low-temperature control of superconductivity and the constraint of nuclear fusion by strong magnetism. The technical balance sought in the contradiction requires that the base vehicle not only achieves high electromagnetic force output, but also prevents it from being overweight. Among them, the Allies, the Soviet Union, and the current rising Sun Empire all have semi-isolation indicators for super-land heavy vehicles, that is, shielding about 30% to 60% of gravity. Amphibious is enough. The future Soviet base vehicles will have the weakest electromagnetic isolation efficiency, but their heavy base vehicles allow them to find another way. They often rely on thick armor and use gravity adjustment to crush. It has a unique effect. And the Qinglong floating warship currently developed by Shenzhou. It is the only floating warship with zero gravity as its goal. This gimmick was blown by Bai Jingqi to the bigwigs of Shenzhou. Wei Kang will never blindly believe in technology. Wei Kang, the birth of the Qinglong floating base is by no means the best in Shenzhou technology, but it is due to the unique terrain design needs of Shenzhou. After all, there is no country in the world that has such a unique terrain as the roof of the world. At the beginning of the design of the Qinglong engineering ship, it was required to be deployed on the plateau, and even some other capabilities, such as armor, could be sacrificed. Compared with the hard armor, magnetic reactive armor, and nano-layer consumable armor set up by the other 3 industrial countries in the world for heavy armed forces, Shenzhou has armor with electric power characteristic technology. According to Bai Jingqi's introduction, the Qinglong engineering ship uses a proton shield that is almost pure energy armor, which means that the energy consumption will be greater. After the Qinglong engineering ship consumes energy, it must find a suitable place to land and quickly replenish electricity to maintain continuous suspension capability. This means that only in the charging area of a large city connected in series by the ultra-high voltage system, or near a strategic node with a large number of power stations, can such a military force deployment be supported. So in the final analysis, Wei Kang looked at Bai Jingqi. This kid is now fooling around like himself in ba. It is the same as expounding advanced concepts. None of them meet the conditions for short-term actual combat. Even if this dragon ship is built, it requires advanced infrastructure, which coincides with the strategy of Luo Shui Group to update the power infrastructure. Wei King tried to catch up with the smart people. Maybe this is why he, Bai Jingqi, is reminding me now. A few minutes later, when he heard his own general suddenly mentioning with other colleagues in a weird tone, what happened to the Navy? It was like a flash of lightning passing through his mind. Wei King patted his forehead. By the way, those people in the southeast seem to focus on sea power. And the appearance of floating warships will inevitably cause problems in the allocation of military funds. Therefore, those military giants in the north want to pull me into an alliance in this regard. Shenzhou is too big, as big as Europe, with multiple strategic directions. As long as the national policy is outward, it will inevitably lead to division. Protectorate of the Western regions. After Qin Tongli 2195, various investments in technology and management entered, and the logistics system was updated on a large scale. The animal husbandry and agriculture here began to grow explosively. At the same time, a large number of inland civilian industrial products also flowed here. The most intuitive thing is that there are many barbecue restaurants opened on Xin Lulan Street. Every evening, the street always smells of cumin. In the past, every family used charcoal barbecue, and the maximum number of guests was a dozen or so during the busiest times. But now it has 2 floors, using pure metal cooking utensils. In the large oven with a glass display window in front of the store, a whole lamb is slowly turning, and the meat oil slides off the crispy skin. The chefs with shiny bald heads sliced all the grilled meat, covered it with metal insulation lids, and brought it to the diners' tables. While the guests were enjoying the air conditioning, they used chopsticks to break open the golden and crispy barbecue skin. Hey, that's a treat. In the past, people here were poor and could only raise sheep or collect local jade and send it to the Central Plains. Now, when this logistics is opened, the large sunset industry in the Guangzhou area suddenly resurrected. Sheep and cotton began to be produced on a large scale, and potassium salt and electric energy were imported to the east hundreds of times more than in the past. At the same time, after receiving the guarantee of the platform, the online merchants in the customs sold everything from toothpaste cups to medium-sized household appliances and air conditioners. With a whole solar panel, simple houses that can be assembled are constantly being produced. Due to the abundant supplies, the warriors stationed here have no longer been living in poverty in recent years. In a newly opened restaurant in Zinlulan, a group of non-commissioned officers who had just finished their training were so greedy that they took off their military uniforms and ran here to book a table for food. Beef bones, mutton, etc. are indispensable, and in the center of the table is a large plate of chicken stir-fried with spicy sauce. The person sitting in the main seat now is Zhao Luoqi, the commander-in-chief, major, here, and the guest seat next to him is Bai Yiyun, who has just come here after a long journey. Judging from the relationship between the two, it is very strong. Because 5 years ago, in the Kyoto area, Zhao Luoqi, who was still a young military attaché at the time, participated in a nasty incident of a fight between military attachés in the foreign missions, and was therefore directly transferred to the western regions to eat sand and dust. Zhao Luoqi was born into a well-known military family, and Bai Yiyun, a low-ranking member of the lower class, was initially at the outermost circle of his friends. But Zhao Luo was relegated to a foreigner, so Bai had the opportunity to have a close relationship with him. Over the years, it has been Bai who has provided funds for Zhao Luoqi. And Zhao Luoqi also has some abilities. In the western region, not all his lavish spending in recent years has been wasted. He has won over a large number of bloody warriors in the army. Now, riding on the westward wind of Luoshui, he is also investing backhand. The local salt mine has been used, which has resulted in no shortage of funds in the past 2 years. Zhao is indeed a capable man, and he is now the leader of the army. In the Wei Chang Nebo timeline, the conflict between China and Soviet Russia in Asia and China had a lot to do with these Sichuan factions. And this kind of thing is inevitable. The operation of China has stagnated, and there are many people at the bottom who are unemployed. The top figures in China are on strict guard against Soviet Russia's red ideology, especially in the western regions. Due to the geographical proximity, red insurrectionists are most likely to appear. So that route is demonized in the narrative. But contradictions still exist. Since they cannot think in that direction, those who are dissatisfied with the status quo can only vent in the direction of foolishness and madness. In fact, according to China's current strict classification of Chiban rebels, almost all of them are within the economic organizations established by Luo Shui Group and Wei Kang. According to Wei Kang's own standards, he was unceremonious in his judgment of the scholars under his command who had some brains. Just you? She? Ha, hey, the real Chi disciples should be thinking about how to bring them to me now. A noose, one end of the noose is in the hands of the people, and the other end is connected to the street lamp, instead of now, after seeing the possibility of improvement, it is a fluke. The reality is so funny. After the carnivores in China created a mess, they didn't dare to make people think. They wanted to pry open the brains of everyone who had read the book and lock them all. Wei Kang kept going against common sense to clean up the mess in China, and after gathering these smart people together, he wanted to enlighten them. But these guys gave up after half a century, and pinned the final possible problem on the high-ranking sages. Never fundamentally doubting the model, this is such a road confidence, and it is an inherent flaw of Eastern civilization that can only format etiquette. Zhao Luoqi and Bai Yiyan then met alone to exchange some things that they felt were very important to boost the country's power. When Bai Yiyan left, Zhao Luoqi returned to the army, and a few days later he started a meeting with members of the secret party in the army. Comrades, we have funds. At this time, Deputy Huang Qi asked, where did the funds come from? Obviously, he was confused about the sudden extra money. Zhao Luoqi, it's provided by the martyrs who support our work in the south. Someone else asked, is there any conspiracy in the south? Zhao Luoqi, we act with integrity, and no one in China will succeed in plotting against us. A few months later, the perspective shifts to Mabe, thousands of miles away. In this military exercise, Wei King is beginning to simulate the Wolf Army for the Shenzhou Group. The Wolf Army equals foreign army, and the mighty-owned troops in China are the Tiger Army. But now, in the past few years, the model that should have been the default for the Tiger Army to win has become increasingly difficult. It seems that there is a lack of water in the desert, so Wei King did not put any water. The speed of the Wolf Army of Master Wei is extremely fast. When the equipment is dispatched, the failure rate is obviously lower than that of other corps in Shenzhou. Obviously, the whole army has a much deeper understanding of the equipment and the maintenance level. During the march, all routes are fully digitized for reconnaissance, and the speed of building pontoon bridges is first class. After entering the front line, the artillery is divided into small pieces, suddenly approaching the front line, and immediately retreating after a round of shooting. Even though the chief officers of all parties have raised their defense systems and the armored blood volume of the troops on the template of the exercise, they are still beaten up. Moreover, in recent times, Wei King's Wolf Army has become more cunning. The characteristics of the decision-making team of each corps have been found, and there have been cases of direct single-handed beheading in the early stage of the exercise. Wei King has information cases of decision-making by various armies in Shenzhou in various timelines. When a core decision-making level is determined by only a small number of people for a long time, the variability is extremely weak, and it is very easy to calculate fatal loopholes. Look, when there is no exercise, Wei King is popular among his fellow military officers in the Shenzhou army. However, when there is an exercise, Wei King becomes a rat, weasel, thief in the mouths of various military officers because he blocks everyone's promotion path. Of course, Wei King does not look at people during the exercise, and all of them are blocked. Moreover, he himself has not been promoted. There is no such thing as stepping on colleagues to climb up, and some resentment gradually turns into self-mockery. However, there is a subtle change in the details of interpersonal relationships. Although Wei King is not praised by everyone, these military officers also began to discuss the situation of the exercise when discussing things, that is, to use Wei King's corps as a combat unit to discuss their own combat effectiveness. The gold content of the exercise has been determined, and the generals in the Ministry of War are also happy to see it. Not seeking promotion, not greedy for credit, doing more and asking for less, and at the same time having a strong foundation to suppress subordinates, it is really perfect. But what about this perfect subordinate? The generals are currently collecting statistics on the combat data of various armies in Shenzhou. They may not be so clear about the consequences of this matter. Wei King, what bad intentions do I have? I just want to integrate the adjutant intelligence system through big data and research data. Then let the military officers who have just completed their command studies be able to start commanding immediately. It is said that it is easy to get thousands of troops but difficult to get a general. For things like war, no matter how well prepared, it is not excessive. After the exercise, the general held Wei King, Run Han, Wei King's name, come, you have once again pitted your colleagues today. Although you can't drink, you still have to fill the tea, and a cup of tea will make up for the grudges. Wei King can't drink. This is the endorsement of Wei King by the Taoist Chuanjin. Alcohol and sex will reduce Wei King's cultivation. Therefore, the general will not force Wei Kang, but the human relationship still drags Wei Kang. And Wei King can only serve tea instead of wine one by one. At the same time, he matched the names of these military attaches with the information recorded in the system, and began to talk to them according to their preferences. Wei King felt it necessary to get familiar with them, especially the deputy generals from the Western Regions Protectorate, these senior military attaches who controlled a mechanical armored division or an armored brigade. Wei King wanted to know what kind of strategy these pig brains, these geniuses took the initiative to send, so that the Soviet armored torrent could cut off the retreat. In the main world, there is a joke about the Japanese Imperial Army. When Chiang Kai wondered who was in charge of the Japanese Imperial Army, someone told him that no one in the headquarters would speak, and the decision-making of the Japanese Imperial Army was led by three types of people: colonel, lieutenant colonel, major, that is, the level of colonel. Behind this joke is a social science. When the upper and lower levels are out of touch, the upper class does not want the middle and lower classes to think, but only obeys orders. When the middle stream was executing, they actually obtained the power to guide the bottom stream's ideas. Following the upper stream outside the restricted area of thought, they began to use the simple characteristics of the bottom stream's passive obedience to initiate independent action and get promoted. Shenzhou is very large. After the civil system of the two Song dynasties, the civil officials in Xinjiang were not as coerced by the warriors as the Japanese emperors. However, in the western regions, Shenzhou has a bit of Tang style, and the ideas of the middle and lower classes are also driving out good money with bad money by the aggressive middle-class military officers. This is a huge bomb. Even though Wei Kang is defusing the bomb now. For example, in Luoshui's layout of the western regions, various industries give priority to recruiting retired military guards from Shenzhou. Alleviate the anxiety of the bottom-level soldiers about their passing age and having no way to go. However, these middle-level martial arts schools who still live in the grassroots and pursue the center of the power stage may still have an outbreak. From Wei Kang's perspective, the madness of these people must be blocked. After the banquet, Wei King did an hour of exercise, then entered the Jiahongzi entanglement warehouse, highly connected himself to the electronic chip group of the entire western region. Observe the latest information given to him by big data. In the information column that Wei King followed, the color of the organization Hatian Blood Soldiers was bright red. This organization was the group of middle and lower level warriors who formed a party privately where Zhao Luoqi was. Their actions were relatively secretive, but they were still reflected abruptly under the monitoring of big data. The crude actions planned by these people made Wei King very speechless. Wei King, to describe it as arrogant? It will miss their hidden shrewdness. To say that they are shrewd and only cling to their own temporary and single-point control, completely ignoring the consequences, is stupid. And stupid people blindly believe in what they can activate. Strength can achieve the goal, but it can only be said to be arrogant. Zhao Luoqi's actions, preparing to save the country and cut off the threat of the Rakshasa people to the south, so he believed that China should take more proactive actions in Asia and Central. However, he believed that the top leaders of China had thought too much and had no determination to do it, so he made this determination for China. The key point was this. He didn't know where the information came from. He knew all the industries invested by the Luoshui Group in the Western Region Protectorate. He felt that once the war started, he would first control these civilian industries and everything else. To serve the war effort. Wait until victory comes after the war before compensating this civilian property. Note, this is the purpose of Bai Yun, the black glove, coming here this time, and the thread behind Bai Yun is the man named Su in the cabinet. It can be said that white gloves cannot solve it, so he will not hesitate to use this method. The Hatian blood soldiers think they are noble and can ignore some rules and do not reflect on how selfish they are. This directly drives the economic reformers of the Luoshui Big Data Intelligence Center crazy, so they are sorting out the information. At that time, Wei King was directly marked in red. The key people in charge of the overall construction of the western region in Luoshui used to hate the black hands from the top scene when they were Qingshou. But when they sit at the center of the data advantage, they want to directly form a spy group and directly get rid of these lunatics. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the virtual conference hall, 127 members of the Jinglian core group appeared, and as Wei King took his seat in the main seat, the meeting began. Obviously the first topic is the current situation in the western region. If this problem is not solved, these backbones will have no intention to do anything else, because no matter how much they do, they will be taken away by others. Wei Kang looked at the pop-up windows that kept popping up in front of him. They were all suggestions from these young and energetic people. After scanning it, Wei Kang shook his head, knocked on the table and said, "Talk to the matter, not the person. The focus of the discussion should be on why do warriors have such thoughts, rather than telling me they're just that crazy. If they're that crazy, you have to think, am I that crazy?" These words made the atmosphere in the venue less exciting. Wei Kang rubbed his head and said with some sadness, "The hidden conflicts between China and the Soviet Union in Asia and China are not just a matter of days. This will not change with the disappearance of radical groups like the Hotan blood soldiers. Even though the behavior of the Hotan blood soldiers is absolutely wrong, you should not let these 2 points lead you astray when looking at the problem. What we want to solve is the overall problem, and the first priority now is to deal with the worst possibility. That's what happens when war breaks out. Seeing those brainless guys running amok, we should imagine, how would we solve the same problem? If we also take 10,000 bones and wither them, we will win as one. There is no difference between us and them." Wei Kang raised his head and looked at everyone. Under the gaze of a pair of contradictory and confused eyes, he said something, "I have decided to increase investment in the western region. Now I have begun to hoard strategic resources in the region and prepare roads. System." Wei Yu, the middle-aged man on the lower left, stood up quickly and was about to pull Wei Kang's sleeve. "You, sir?" Wei Kang stared at him. This cousin who had assisted Wei Chang and Wei Kang suddenly stopped talking. In this situation, you should not say no, as that would challenge the authority of the Zone family. But just now he just couldn't bear it anymore. Wei Kang turned to the venue and spoke eloquently, "To prove that he was not crazy, you want to say that we will lose money, right?" A few seconds later, when no one could respond, Wei Kang smiled, "Thank you, it's not a big deal, it's just that I can't wear silk clothes, live in a big house, and there are no maids. Then I will go with my clan brothers, let's eat bang bang rice with you. But I can't let some fools and the careerists behind them think they can make money." Wei Kang opened the strategic map. "In the next few months, I will apply for training on long-distance operations in the western regions. I hope that your work will focus on transportation, inventory and other aspects, so that there can be no problems with heavy-haul railways during wartime, once something happens. Instead of waiting for those fools to take over, it's better for us to take the initiative, at least we can understand it, right?" Wei Kang looked at everyone with a smile. The people present looked confused. These young talents wondered if Wei Kang was stupid. How come others come to snatch it away, and why don't they give it away if they don't fight back? A few people reacted inwardly, feeling in disbelief, but repeatedly recited the judgment they did not want to confirm. He, Wei Kang, wants to stud. After returning from the Pandora Plain, Wei Kang had a logical and clear understanding of China. There was a lack of responsibility in the top-level structure, which led to the emergence of various monsters in the middle level to stir up all kinds of raging desires at the bottom. The core problem is not who is interfering in the middle level, but the lack of structure. Luoshui has already spread its business in the western region. When people open their minds, there will inevitably be jackals, tigers and leopards that want to rush up and take a bite. If you retreat at this time, you will not be able to stop the loss no matter what. Then we simply won't withdraw. When fighting a small cat like a leopard, there is this trick: when it opens its mouth, you directly stuff your fist into its throat, choking it to death until its upper and lower jaws are dislocated. Friendly reminder, you can try this on your own cat. A cat that can't close its mouth from ear to ear will want to spit out whatever you stuff into its throat. Originally, Luoshui grew pressed down with one hand, so Luoshui would be the one to take the loss, but now that Luoshui pressed half of his body up, not only could Xia Xiao not be able to swallow it, but he would also drag half of China into the arena. At present, no party in China has any reason to prevent Luoshui from investing in infrastructure construction in the western region. In the future, Xinjiang will shirk responsibility for the instability in the western region, and it will be impossible to prevent Wei Kang from leading the army to fill the vacancy. At that time, as a force that supports the most serious absence, it will inevitably be able to break through certain restrictions at the top of China and begin to grow. Amidst the silence of thousands of horses, those who swim against the current can turn into dragons. So what? Taking a gamble, Wei Kang said a little thickly, "Anyway, it's my father's accumulation in this plane. If I lose, so what?" In October 2197 of the Qin dynasty, Wei Kang's simulated heavy armored army began running exercises. The first batch of light combat vehicles was shipped and quickly arrived at the transportation hub 800 kilometers away. The heavily equipped tank then entered the train, speeding along the heavy loaded rails, and quickly moved 600 kilometers away in 3 days. During the entire transfer process, the railway network gave full play to its deployment power. The entire railway network is like a tap, running at full capacity and without any blockage. Wartime availability verified. This kind of deployment is a technological revolution in intelligent programs and a huge progress in team building of relevant personnel. After Wei King arrived in the western region, the Heavy Armored Corps was deployed to conduct assault drills at multiple passes west of the Eyre Valley. This also cooperates with local civilian industries. Now Wei Kang, on behalf of a subordinate corps at Shenzhou, quickly signed a contract with the Civilian Transportation Company. Explanation: although both the civilian company and the corps belong to Wei Kang, this is not just a formality. The obligations and responsibilities were clarified, which provided a model for the subsequent cooperation between the Shenzhou military attaché and the region's civilian transportation companies. During the war against time, there would be no wrangling or buck passing. For example, in order to undertake transportation in low-risk areas during wartime, the civilian industry must be timely, punctual, and deliver documents on time, while the Shenzhou military army must endorse the risks, including casualties and vehicle losses during transportation. All must be compensated. After quickly finalizing the contract, Wei King asked the Army's logistics department to step in and train company personnel in the area for 3 months to ensure that distribution standards were met during wartime. The reformists under the Luoshui regiment also followed this kind of business standard and began to dispatch capable personnel from the entire Kanto region into the western region to ensure that all links could quickly meet the requirements. War requires a whole system to mobilize. Wei Kang's troops came this time, but everything they did here was reported to the Western Region Protectorate. As for the feudal officials here, they are also happy to see such a thing happen. Inviting people to help fight is a very complicated task that involves many aspects. Wei King is willing to take the initiative to cooperate this time, which is really a good thing that benefits the country and the people. What? Does Wei King's Mabe Corps have ulterior motives? The entire exercise lasted for half a month and ended. Then the Mabe Mechanical Regiment went back, and only the huge road operation team was left behind to continue discussing and improving the details of the war operation. Do you really want to say that something is wrong? That is because the young and handsome leader of Luoshui has such an upright heart in helping the country, as if he is just like the family and country integrated that the big guys in the temple boast. In November, Wei King confirmed that the material transportation and dispatch system for 300,000 people in the western region had been completed. Logistics officers from the Western Region Military Regiment were invited to conduct procedural inspections and interactive discussions with local colleagues. Of course, in the end, these colleagues may only focus on drinking at the cocktail party. But there is some understanding of it. Therefore, there is no chance that various warriors will come over to take over. There are 300,000 people under this material operation system, and the operation of a large number of electronic equipment locks in its professionalism. In human society, only high-efficiency systems have always taken over low-efficiency systems, and there has never been a situation where low-efficiency systems have taken over high-efficiency systems. If it happens, it will only be in the name of destruction. Seize dominance. The warriors of the western regions did not yet have such courage. Guys like the haughty and blood soldiers who are uneducated and unprofessional, who think they are organized and want to show off their abilities just because they are military personnel. Now you want to swallow the private property here in Luoshui? So now Wei Kang will directly strengthen the civilian industry here and make it bigger, letting them know that they can't swallow it. In the train carriage, a restaurant was temporarily converted into an office space. Curtains were drawn on both sides, guards stood, and external communication equipment was placed, turning it into a temporary headquarters. After finishing the report, Wei King signed the work task plans of each group and asked the newly emerging cadres of the Luoshui group who were responsible for organization and management, Sun Chang, Zheng Xiqing, do you believe that these days, people like me will is it difficult to destroy the family and provide relief? Sun, sir, I didn't believe it in the past, but now I do. Zhang, sir, what are you asking? Are you asking yourself or the world? Wei King waved his hand. Let me tell you a joke. Once a group of passionate young scholars ran to the street to investigate the folk customs and simplicity. They found an old man and asked, if you have 1 million, you can donate it. Charity? Uncle, okay. Then the young people asked, if you have 10 million, would you be willing to donate? The uncle replied, don't say 10 million, I am willing to donate even 1 billion. The scholars were very satisfied, so they changed the topic and wanted to continue asking, if you had a car, would you be willing to donate it? The uncle replied, I don't want to. The scholar asked in confusion, you have donated 1 billion, why are you not willing to donate a car? The uncle said, because I really have a car. After finishing speaking, Wei King giggled, hee, and then Sun and Zhang were very cold. This black humor was not funny to them. When Wei King handed over the 2 sets of work assignment reports to them, he leaned in front of them and whispered, now, destroying my home can really save the country. Relief. If one day, you climb to that hay, can these 4 words, destroy the family and save the people, still come out of your mouth? After finishing speaking, he patted the shoulders of the 2 stunned people and signaled them to disperse and that he would continue working. Sun and Zhang, Wei King knew that both of them were thinking independently about some structural issues in China. There was no shortage of ideas that embraced some of the Paris uprisings. Wei King didn't even care. They thought about it and finally designed a road where Wei King was hung on a street lamp. But Wei King wanted to tell them, when you think about hanging someone on a street lamp, you should also think about whether you will have a reason to hang on a street lamp if you come to a certain level. The thinking within the Eastern intellectual class is too inertial, and they always attribute the good and bad of some societies to the fact that some people are inherently evil or inherently good, or that human desires are in opposition to natural principles. Even if Sun and Zhang have read some Western class property theories, they cannot help but bring in Eastern thinking to understand the class property theory, which class property is good, which class property is bad, which class property is high quality, and which class property is superior. Class property is inferior. Wei King, there is no good or bad class property, only essential weaknesses and strengths. Without thorough integration into Western philosophical thought, it is impossible to objectively analyze class contradictions. Because the author of Ziluluan is a Westerner. In the same way, if indigenous progressive ideas were born in the East, Westerners would not be able to understand them. In the Lushan villa of Fengho Group, Wei King and Bai Jingqi met again. Under a 2-meter-high pine bonsai with pine branches stretching out in front, refer to the welcoming pine, Bai Jingqi, who was wearing a white crane in a sunrise pattern, almost spit out the tea in his mouth after hearing Wei King's first sentence. Bai Jingqi, what are you talking about? 100 transport planes. Wei King, yes, I will rent it at a high price. Your aircraft storage warehouse should have this inventory for so many years, right? Wei King popped up the interface, which showed a Peng-class transport aircraft. Due to the advancement of anti-gravity technology in China, new transportation equipment is being developed. This large transport aircraft, which was finalized by Fengho Technology 30 years ago, has been mothballed because it is difficult to maintain. Of course, Luo Shui also invested in this type of aircraft, and also obtained technical authorization and established a production line. In the past 2 years, Wei King has tried to carry out unmanned transformation of this type of transport aircraft. Bai Jingqi stood up from the sofa and said to Wei King, why do you need so many transport planes? These are all military supplies. Wei King raised his hand, pinched a pine needle, chewed it with his teeth, and said casually, I use it to transport seafood to the western regions. Ha 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 ha. Bai Jingqi laughed wildly, then suddenly stopped and said, renting is not allowed, you have to buy it directly. Wei King paused for a moment. Okay, do you accept equity mortgage credit? Then he opened the tablet he was carrying, and quickly entered with his own consciousness, and all the high-value assets of Luo Shui Group popped up. Bai Jingqi was really confused at this time. He took a towel and wiped his face, then walked slowly to the side and came to a wall. Hanging on the wall was a map of the entire China. His eyes slowly moved to the extreme northwest, and slowly said, if you go all in on the west, if you are not careful, your Wei family will no longer be a famous family in the Guangzhou area. Wei King took back the tablet and asked slowly, if the clan cannot be careless, then the country cannot be careless, right? Bai Jingqi did not look back at Wei King, but continued, you have to know that the eyes of the princes are not on the frontiers, but on how to control Fusang again on the Eastern Ocean. Of course, further east, North America is in Shanghai. 3 heavy aircraft carriers have been deployed on the island, and those passes outside the western wall are enough to withstand the Soviet Union, so there is no need to worry. Wei King, so China's national policy towards frontier fortresses is to guard against them, and then to demonstrate unscrupulously outside. Wei King's tone started to get a little angry, so, the frontier fortress is just a chess piece planned by the princes. As long as this chess piece can be used, it is better to be poorer, so that more soldiers can be sent out. With this kind of attitude, you will not see Han the end of trouble. The main force in the Western Han dynasty's fight against the Huns was the Liangjiatsi of the 6 counties, but they never received the treatment they deserved. The most famous poem is Li Guang Can't Be Sealed. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the soldiers led by Dong Zhuo were the Xiliang soldiers. Although most of them were Han people, they were transformed into barbarians. What they did after taking over the core area of the Han Dynasty made people and gods more angry than foreigners. Wei King, in the western region, if you want to be rich, you must have order and the frontiers must be stable. You must manage it carefully. You must exert enough strength and be very cautious. There are no bastards there. The Chinese have been cultivating there for 2,000 years, and it is better than anything else in the world. Most nations have a long history of origin, and they have been the soil of our blood since ancient times. After saying these words, Wei King packed up his things and prepared to leave. Strategic airlift is just one more layer of insurance. There is no such insurance, and Wei King has other plans. However, when Wei King walked out of the door, Bai Jingqi said, "The goods will be delivered in 2 months, remember to pay." Wei King turned around and said, "Within a month. I will carry out information transformation here. Or let my people enter your factory and transform it there." Bai Jingqi snorted and said, "Doing business with you is really troublesome. Everything in history is still breaking out like inertia." In May of the year 2198 of the Qin dynasty, eye-catching headlines such as "Bloody Conflict" and "Rakshasa Kingdom's Treachery" appeared in the business news and newspapers of major cities in China. The Soviet tank and mechanized troops gathered from near the Aral Sea, then quickly moved south, penetrating eastward like lightning. In the process, the commercial station built by Shenzhou was bombarded, and the stainless steel high-speed fighter plane appeared at the Tianshan border and was driven out by the army in the Shenzhou zone. On the news, frontline reporters secretly photographed scenes from the battlefield, a large number of unknown people dressed in Soviet costumes, holding wine bottles and incendiary bombs, setting fires everywhere. The Soviet invasion is real, but these photos are obviously fake. How can these media have the courage to go deep into the Soviet-occupied areas? The frontier news is very complicated, but the Luo Shui Group's intelligence analysis team has screened most of the information. Wei King stared at the map. On the other side was the information provided by cutting-edge logistics data. Logistics information display. The warriors from the western regions actually took the initiative to move their troops out of the country on May 7. Although many things have changed in the timeline where Wei King is located, and the conflict between Soviet Russia and China has been advanced by 4 years, some inertia has not changed. Wei King's heart was full of noise. Do you still think this is the period of Han Wu and Tang Zong? It's time to open your eyes wider and take a look at the world. It's time to get rid of the old routine. In the original timeline, this mess was ultimately caused by China, Shanghai, and the Soviet Union mass-producing enough Suzaku gunships, relying on many road passes in the Tian Shan Mountains to curb the momentum of the Soviet-Russian armored group's attack into the interior of the western region. Although the war finally ended, the Soviet Union's military front also seriously damaged the security of the western region, and the western region was unable to build and develop all year round. Moreover, as soon as you hear the name Shanghai Soviet Industry, you will know that it is the military industry of the Wudi interest group. The reason why the current war in the western region broke out early is that one of the many reasons behind it is that some people from the southeast intervened here. Wei King did not expect them to support him. Wei King called up the information provided by the system, which showed the armed parameters of the Soviet Union's battle. The most eye-catching tank was code-named Rhinoceros. The design was full of the flavor of a bear, with a round turret and a large amount of ceramic resin hanging on the outside. The armor overall looks like a mobile bunker with tracks. The powerful diesel engine and large-capacity fuel tank allow it to travel long distances. But fortunately, the Soviet Union's Apocalypse project at this stage has not yet been completed. Those super-heavy tanks that directly carry Tesla energy stores on their backs cannot appear on the next battlefield, otherwise China's existing land anti-armor forces cannot penetrate it at all. Wei King patted his forehead, trying to calm down. This war is a collision of torrents of steel, trying to block the sweeping iron rod of the bear. Ilia, the name of an ancient country in the western regions during the Western Han Dynasty. Since ancient times. In the new Battle of Talas, which side was mainly at fault? If scholars from both sides were asked to judge, they would both blame the other side. But there is no doubt that the rulers of both sides bear the main responsibility. In May of the 2198th year of the Qin Tongli calendar, the relationship between Shenzhou and the powerful country in the north of the border deteriorated rapidly. They expelled foreign affairs personnel from each other and were carrying out the withdrawal of merchants and overseas Chinese from each other. Both sides also began to stockpile troops on the border, and war was inevitable. Kazan Fortress. General Kukov, whose medals on his chest were like bulletproof vests, arrived at his office. He had been fully authorized by the Red Palace to deal with the situation in the Far East. The general was holding a pen with his staff to draw up the strategy for the region. Overall, the distance between Kazan Fortress and the western regions was nearly 1,000 kilometers, and both sides were completely in the area of two war zones. Kukov formulated the conflict with Shenzhou here, and it seemed that there was a sense that Shenzhou people were sitting in Shaanxi and Gansu to discuss the gap in the eastern coastal defense. In fact, the main strategic direction formulated by the Kremlin is not to collide with Shenzhou in the Central Asian plate. The decision-makers of the Red Palace believe that it is the arrogant invaders who have provoked the conflict, and they must give them a head-on blow. What is the main strategic plan of the Red Polar Bear now? The first direction is naturally the European continent, and they must find an outlet to the Mediterranean Sea in the direction of southern Europe, and for this they must cut down the native chickens. The second direction is to contact the Indian Ocean, and for this they must break through the Persian Plateau. As for unlimited conflicts with Shenzhou's western regions and the Mongolian Plateau, they are also trying their best to avoid it, because what can they get if they win the conflict in the center of the Asian plate? There are only vast Gobi deserts and hot beaches during the day and cold at night. What? Hami melons are sweet there? Cotton grows well? The Russians can take root in bitter and cold places, bypass the Arctic Ocean, and establish settlements near the Bering Strait, relying on their cold tolerance, not their extraordinary management, farming, ability. Even if the Red Palace puts all its strategic weight on the conflict with Shenzhou, and even if it is lucky enough that all the generals of Shenzhou are buffed with idiots, it will take more than 10 years to connect to the ice-free port in the East Ocean. The excellent ice-free port on the northern coastline of East Asia. The Russian bear is not yet confident enough to rely on the manpower of digging potatoes in Siberia to push the Mongolian plateau in one wave, then push to the 9 provinces of Liaoning, and then resist the military force of Shenzhou after the total mobilization in the north. It's just that the Russian bear has always lacked dexterity in dealing with foreign issues. This is the case in the main world. Faced with the departure of the original allies in East Asia, it deployed 1 million troops in the east, intending to force them back to form an alliance, but it ended up with a conventional military confrontation, and then a nuclear confrontation after further escalation. In this world, Shenzhou does not have the tenacity of the main world. Faced with the increasing military strength of the northern part of the Sibay and the southern Caucasus, the Saichu faction has the ambition to drink from the North Sea and build a monument, and the reasons are very sufficient. The north has been a threat to Shenzhou for thousands of years, and any rising power in the north must be defeated at all costs. These Saichu factions also explain the necessity of urgent action. Now is the time to take advantage of the faction of the Luosha people before their technology is developed to gank. In Shenzhou, anyone who disagrees with their opinions is a cowardly peace advocate, and there are many notorious figures in the peace advocate in the history of Shenzhou, the most famous of which is the prime minister of the southern Song dynasty cast in iron. So anyone who disagrees with these Saichu factions is a traitor. Of course, these reasons Wei Kang cannot complain. In history, the northern threats faced by Shenzhou relied on the Liaodong region, which was the economic zone of the former Bohai kingdom, as well as several places with abundant water and grass in southern Mongolia and the river area in the western regions, which threatened the central plains in the agricultural era. But now is the industrial age, competing for the productivity of hundreds of thousands and millions of people. The Russians are an Eastern European power, and 90% of the population base is concentrated in several large cities such as St. Petersburg and Moscow. This is only close to the forces in the Rhine basin, and there is an irreconcilable geopolitical security crisis between them. And the anxiety peddled by these generals and lieutenants in Shenzhou is like seeing a doctor on Baidu. Wei Kang seriously suspects that they are reincarnated from the Indian side. Shenzhou is out of control, and General Kukov, who is leading the Eastern strategy at this time, is not a world war strategist. In his eyes, the correct plan is, in order to not affect the strategy of going south to the Persian Plateau, it is necessary to launch a preventive counterattack against Shenzhou's forces in the sub-central region. In another timeline, Wei Kang's younger brother, Wei Chang, commented on him as Mao's version of 5-star General MacArthur. At this time, in the command center of the Caucasus bunker, the general paced in front of the table where the staff gathered, put down his pipe, picked up a pen, and drew a thick red line on the strategic map on the table. The red line will cut through the yellow group representing the Shenzhou group. As he put down his pen, on the vast land of Central Asia, the Soviet heavy construction vehicles with black smoke were rolling forward from the East Siberia region, and the steel structure monsters weighing tens of thousands of tons crushed tracks as wide as 3 meters in the jungle. In the sky, MiG fighters flew over the armored front. The concept of the Malbare's Air Force was to maintain air superiority 400 kilometers ahead of the armored impact cluster. Clear the obstacles for the ground cluster. Above the vast number of tanks, the Kirov-3 airship moved with it. In the cabin of this air unit weighing thousands of tons, enough bombs were stored. At the same time, there were also the latest models soaked in nutrient solution. Brainwave signal transmitter. The base vehicle drove to an area 200 kilometers away from the front line and quickly deployed. The metal with electromagnetic memory quickly expands into a huge building like origami unfolding. Its huge robotic arms stretch around, and the ground soil blocks are heated by hot melt equipment, and then installed into metal skeletons in cubic barriers of composite materials. These are the most common piles in the construction of the Saibei powerful country, and then the construction machines of the Saibei powerful country, then insert the steel plate, put the Tesla motor and other equipment into it, and install it on the production line. Soon these cutting-edge tank factories sprang up near the main base. In the future, the Siberian Railway will transport more materials. Talas. More than 1,000 years ago, the Tang dynasty and the Arab Empire fought a war in this region. Datang was reluctant to lose and confirmed that it had reached its strategic limit. Continued eastward expansion has also reached its limit. The terrain of this place is in the area southwest of Bash Lake in the main world. This is the main world. When the territory was in its heyday, the lake was like a moat in the northwest. At that time, Ilya Mansion was not on the border of Rooster, but in a centered position. If the border is like that, if you have to guard the exits of a few mountain passes in Altai, you can firmly control the entire border defense, because no one can cross the mountains to enter. How could that allow the warriors of the previous life of the main plain guard Kang? Bandits infiltrated from outside are circulating in the Gobi Desert. This plain of China actually completes territory control according to this terrain. Let's put it this way, starting from Chang'an and entering the western region directly through the Hatao corridor, it will merge into the Tokar Basin in the south and the Jungar Basin in the north. Because the atmospheric circulation flows from the Mediterranean Sea and the Caspian Sea, this series of ancient Mediterranean relics will produce relatively abundant precipitation and form large rivers due to the terrain obstruction of the Altai Mountains. This is why the northern part of the western region is more prosperous than the southern part, Taxmu Basin. And continuing to the west is the exit to the south of Ibohai Talas. To the people of China, this is a completely foreign and unfamiliar area. In Wei Kang's eyes, the psychological expectation is to clear the control line, but the Chinese warriors in this world see farther when they look at the map. Continuing to move westward along the ancient Silk Road, there is only the Tehran Plain separated from the Persian Plateau farther west. Further south of Tehran is the most famous imperial cemetery. The mountainous terrain completely separates it from South Asia. To the west is the Caspian Sea, to the northeast is the boundary of Eastern Europeans. Apart from anything else, China always wants to go west here, which is equivalent to inserting a thorn in the side of Mauzi's south to the Indian Ocean. This is also the reason why the Rakshasa kingdom and the main plain forced the Qing court to redefine the northwest boundary in modern times, because the Qing's territory in the western region was so perfect at that time. By guarding the gate, the forces in the area can be attacked or defended. And now, precisely because of this advantageous location for offense and defense, the soldiers from Shenzhou, from Xinjiang to the western regions, are eager to provoke provocations at the front. When the Shenzhou Forward Army arrived at the Tulan Plain, it was September 10. Photographed by cutting-edge reconnaissance aircraft, the pure steel shells of a large number of Rhino tanks have become very clear. Morongxi, the commander-in-chief of the western regions, looked down upon such junk, thinking that these were just junk. Indeed, in the main world, armored troops with pure steel shells can now be easily penetrated to a depth of 1 meter by shaped armor-piercing projectiles. The high-speed metal flow will penetrate the steel shell like a water jet cutting tofu, and then burn the high-heat flames filled with steel. However, the strange physical conditions of this plane have led to the emergence of many black technologies. Well, as long as you are dead enough, you can play it. For example, burn the molten iron until it is red, strengthen its bond energy intensity in the electromagnetic field, and then let it reach hundreds of times, and then transfer, the state of the molten iron to the front tank shell. After this strengthening, the iron curtain shattered any kinetic energy projectile that came into contact with it. When the Shenzhou camp was bidding for defense systems, this technology bid together with strong electromagnetic deflection technology. However, in the end, this technology would cause overheating inside the tank and may even cause personnel to suffocate and other unfavorable factors. Being abandoned, it is obvious that the Soviet scientists are more bold. When Morongshi, general soldier, determined the enemy's forward position, he immediately ordered his own group's armored forces to launch an assault. The Kirin main battle tanks and White Tiger heavy artillery clusters began to rush to meet him following his message. But he didn't seem to have thought that such an action would repeat what happened to Talas 1,000 years ago. Because the target his main force was trying to attack was just a decoy force of the Soviet army. At this time, on Kukov's combat map, he waited for the troops to come out of the defensive corridor of the western region of China and stretched forward too much to intercept them. 6 hours later, when the Chinese side thought they had control of the air superiority over the Turan plain, a large number of stainless steel war eagles with a speed of 2 Mach appeared on the radar scan of the early warning aircraft from the northern sky. These fighter groups quickly approached and unified. A large number of missiles were released. In the sky, China's first-generation Phoenix fighter aircraft inevitably collided with the Soviet air power, and was consumed in large numbers in less than 30 minutes. At the same time, as the Soviet heavy tanks rolled southward, the 4 heavy artillery tanks of Shenzhou's northern defense, the White Tiger artillery quickly turned to fire strikes, but these tanks were not damaged at all in the smoke, and they continued to roll forward in the smoke. The dark red light, like the eyes of evil spirits in the smoke, kept approaching from the horizon. On September 12, the Battle of New Talas was lost. An entire heavy armored group army was hit by the Soviet armored force several times larger, and had to flee to the Kandahar area in the south, and then move to South Asia. However, this army could retreat, but the western region became extremely empty due to the lack of the core. Various anxious discussions were made in the business newspapers. The original war faction is now in an uproar. Before the war, Shenzhou's Science and Technology Department believed that the armored forces of the northern powers, which were backward and had very imperfect information technology, seemed huge, but would collapse at the touch of a button. The Soviet Army's NCOs have a kind of mind chip implanted in their helmets, which makes the command of the grassroots Northern Power Company very flexible, and these NCOs can take on skills and become versatile. For example, on the battlefield, after some vehicles lose their combat capability due to some minor problems, these NCOs can guide the mobilized soldiers to repair them, and then sit in them to restart the vehicles. September 13, 8 a.m. The huge anti-gravity Kirov airship arrived at the Zhawo fortress. 2-ton gliding bombs fell from the airship and continued to destroy the defense line, and the defenders of the Zhawo fortress could only rely on the construction vehicles of the base, taking advantage of the gaps between firepower strikes, and constantly piled up barriers to stop the Soviet army from advancing. The situation was very critical, and the front defenders sent messages to Xinjiang 3 times an hour to seek support. And the officials in Xinjiang carried out a new round of blame for this matter. The censors wrote, "This border provocation was condoned by some people in the cabinet." Of course, the big men in the cabinet did not expect the situation to deteriorate to such an extent. In his mind, originally, he just wanted to create some disturbances in the border fortress, and use the military and national affairs of the western region to give the merchants in Guangzhou a warning. But now the military affairs in the western region have collapsed directly, and the entire western region is facing the risk of being plunged into the flames of war. Once this happens, overthrowing the cabinet will become inevitable. At this time, the originally radical war faction in the cabinet is now somewhat in a dilemma. It's just that they can't end the war first due to face, and this matter should be raised by others. For example, those Guangdong nobles who have invested too much in the western region. So under the instruction of the cabinet, the official newspaper of the day still said Zhawu fortress is indestructible, and the heaven and earth bless our army to victory. But in the evening, Su Golao was awakened by new news. The reinforcements from Mabe are rushing to support the western region, and the chief officer leading the team is Lieutenant General Wei Kang, now temporarily promoted to Deputy General. The new head of the Ministry of War bypassed the cabinet's general meeting and signed the order first. However, Su Jian did not say much about this matter. At this time, the new head of the Ministry of War made him avoid it. After getting up from the bed and changing clothes, he said as if he was worried about the country, "I hope this war can end soon." Thousands of miles away, in a heavy loaded train speeding on the railway, Wei Kang and the officers, wearing Longyan combat armor, looked at the map and discussed the time point repeatedly. When someone talked about ending the war quickly, Wei Kang immediately interrupted his own people in this regard. End the war? Don't think about it after the war. War can only be actively prepared before the war, and every effort should be made to avoid it. Every bad thing in Shenzhou makes Wei Kang extremely angry, but as more things happen, his tolerance increases. How bad is the situation for Luoshui now? The front line is on the verge of death, and the rear is scrambling. As the stock price of Minsheng plummeted, of course the stock price of the military industry soared. The entire Guanzhong family seemed to have found an opportunity to kick the Wei family down, and they danced wildly with this wave, and the internal Wei family was not so peaceful. Now at the board of directors, many shareholder representatives are connecting and preparing for impeachment. Even people inside the Wei family are involved, in the name of for the Wei family. After Wei Kang, who has arrived at the front line, learned about this, he seemed a little calm. Oh, these things, let's count them later, dare to jump like this today. Wei Kang's face once again showed a full smile. Now these scoundrels in Luoshui think that even if they lose the jump, the head of the family, Wei Kang, will not be held responsible, because once they are liquidated, the control of the Wei family over Luoshui will be shaken. But these people may be wrong. Wei Kang's brain is not as smart as Chang Shengkai. He is thinking about how to lose the family and leave. Wei Kang, who was half lying in the command cabin of the chariot, took out a bottle of Lucian floral water from his pocket and wiped it on his forehead. The cool feeling made him feel relaxed. Now Wei King turned on the integrated system and connected to the supercomputer built by the main world on this space membrane. The big data processing technology that has surpassed this era for more than 4 centuries can lock all the undercurrents in the entire northwestern provinces based on the data collected by Wei King on various chips. Now, basically everyone has prepared their knives and forks for dinner for Luoshui, including Bai Jingqi, who was chatting and laughing with him a few months ago. This is commercial selfishness. When resisting strong enemies externally, they are all pig teammates. When calculating with each other internally, they can calculate 10 steps with 1 step. A business partner must never be regarded as a reliable ally in a struggle, and can only be used for mutual benefit. In this process of mutual benefit, Wei King always gives some people the feeling of being foolish and easy to deceive. Xinjiang, the Ministry of War, was also in a state of panic at this time. The orders issued from here were contradictory many times. Such a phenomenon appeared in the country's military decision-making center, and it was obvious that they didn't know how to deal with it. However, it was precisely because of this that Wei Kang's corps quickly advanced westward. Such a move that seemed to be the only useful one was given special attention by the Ministry of War. In this battle, when Wei King showed his ability to mobilize quickly, these bigwigs tried to draw inferences from one example and tried to move more bricks to fill the pit. What was the result? The mobilization in other directions was not as feasible as Wei Kang's flying over. The bigwigs of the Ministry of War had to admit that the reason why Wei Kang, the Lieutenant General of Mabe, could advance quickly was unique in Shenzhou. Now, the region standing in front of the military map of the western regions in the Ministry of War, well, such a royal member, stared at the red dot representing Wei King on the map approaching at high speed. His eyes were like those of a 21st century online shopper, watching where the express delivery had reached after circulating across the country. Shenzhou is currently a constitutional system, the monarchy has become virtual, and the emperor is only the high priest of the heaven, but the imperial power has not directly withdrawn from the military power, and the emperor's sons can have privileges in the personnel promotion of various departments. Compared with the past, the absolute centralization of imperial power led to the situation where the dragon sons fought each other, and the current royal family is more like a political alliance in the name of the family. Such a force that can influence the court is lurking on weekdays, but after encountering military and national events like today, the heads of the cabinet have to put away their arrogance and accept the clamp obediently. And now the regent in the Ministry of War has played a role in calming people's hearts. It cannot be said that he has made a lot of correct measures, but it has reduced the chaos and mistakes in the Ministry of War. First, when Wei King set out from the Mabe camp, he had to mobilize a large number of information equipment in the arsenal. The general of Mabe, out of human kindness, asked Wei King to pull up the equipment first, load it on the train, and then report to Xinjiang. If the cabinet, which is incompetent and good at shirking responsibility, were allowed to handle this matter, well, the front line would probably be out of control. Now no one in the cabinet is willing to endorse the rationality of Wei Kang's rapid assistance, and they will only sit under Guangsha and make a note of Wei Kang. If Wei King wins, it is not in accordance with the rules to talk about the merits. Although it is excusable, it must be strictly controlled by the national system. If Wei King loses, it will be counted together, just to pass on the first mistake. But now that this prince has taken over the Ministry of War, he has directly completed all the procedures for Wei Kang. Moreover, he learned that in recent years, after Luo Shui invested in the construction of transportation in the western regions, it has improved the cross-war zone core transportation process, which is even more touching. You know, over the years, Luo Shui has not stood on the side of the war faction. In fact, because of manipulating the interests of merchants, it was regarded as an unreliable potential peace faction by the young soldiers in the western regions. But in the current war, it is precisely these peace factions who have been preparing for war in a low-key manner that can be used. Especially at the moment, the turmoil brought by the war has caused the Luoshui People's Business, which has been responsible for the construction and maintenance of roads in the western regions, to be speculated by other, mainly southeast, ticket trading institutions in Shenzhou. It is really embarrassing for the observers. The regent now announced the implementation of the wartime control law, suspended all ticket transactions on the western transportation line, and directly invested in military expenses to support the wartime operation and turnover of several private businesses. In the hall, as the punctuation mark on the map representing the Mabe Heavy Armored Brigade arrived in the Yungar Basin, the punctuation mark's display light changed from green, safe transportation status, to blue, deployment status. The communication interface popped up, and Wei Kang, wearing a full information sensing suit like a spacesuit and a helmet, sat in the cockpit and raised his head to salute the officers in the hall of the Ministry of War. The salute mode in this small military cabin is to make a fist with the left hand and beat the chest with the thumb inward. Wei Kang, report to the superior, I have arrived at the front line, the corps is being deployed, and it will be deployed in 12 hours. The military regent, Guan Yen, with the word Ditao, looked at Wei Kang's face and was very satisfied. For a patriot like Wei Kang who came from a famous family and was dedicated to serving the country, it was in line with the moral values of the children educated by the royal family. Regent, state affairs are difficult, and Wei Qing has worked hard. Wei Kang, enjoying state benefits for generations is as it should be. Wei Qing said this very loudly, and when it echoed in the Ministry of War, many people felt ridiculed. It is not just the Wei family that enjoys state benefits for generations. Regent seemed not to notice this, or perhaps, noticed but did not want to say that as long as these family cliques did not affect the foundation of the country, to some extent, it was good news for the royal family that had been far away from the center of power. In the following conversation, Wei Qing detailed his strategic views on the strategic map. First, the enemy is strong and we are weak. But Shenzhou still has a defensive advantage strategically. In terms of terrain, the Tianshan Mountains and the Altai Mountains are arranged from east to west, dividing the western region of Shenzhou into two large blocks, north and south. This is the territory naturally enclosed by the two mountain ranges. And on the southwest side of the Tianshan Mountains, it is the remnant of the mountain range that wrinkles outward, cutting the terrain into small pieces. So if the Soviet armored forces want to continue to advance eastward, they will leave the Great Plains and lose the ability to make detours at will, and can only choose to attack all the way. The large area in the south is completely blocked by the Tianshan Mountains. This route is not suitable for the armored corps to advance. Even if they advance to the south side of the Tianshan Mountains, except for the small piece of land at the foot of the Tianshan Mountains, the vast Kaitam Basin is to the south. So why go over the mountain? They can't even run away, so why grab the Aksu apples on the south side of the Tianshan Mountains? The most likely route for the Soviet Union to launch a heavy assault is the southern route, breaking through the lower reaches of the Ili River and entering the inner ring area of the Iba Sea. Depending on the impression left by the late Qing dynasty history in the main world, the order of the land ceded in the process of the Tsarist Russia's continuous encroachment on the northwest border of the Qing dynasty can make Wei Kang roughly understand the overall strategic intention of the Russians. Wei Kang is not stupid at all in copying answers. So, after the incident, Wei Kang was able to respond clearly. 3 days before Wei Kang arrived in the Yungar Basin, the strategic transport plane that departed from Luoshui Mabe first transported the vanguard, that is, some light armored equipment and personnel, to the front line and squatted at several points in the northern mountains. These light armored forces correspond to the main world's Striker Brigade. The characteristic is a large number of wheeled armored vehicles. The force in Wei Kang's hands now is composed of the desert ship modified by Lingbo armored vehicles, equipped with a large number of intelligent mortars and squad firepower. Although it is only a few light armored companies, it wins in speed. Seizing the favorable terrain in advance, the Soviet light forces cannot break through at all, and the Soviet heavy forces want to turn to the north again, and there is absolutely not enough time. No matter how useless the military department is, it can transfer the heavy troops to block the mouth within a week. Wei Kang is sure that the Soviet commander will not waste time and manpower after determining that the several holes in the north cannot be penetrated. Master Wei has blocked several leakages, and the location of the next heavy armored encounter can be determined with 100% certainty both sides of the Ili River. The upper part of the Ili River is surrounded by the Tianshan Mountains. The basin washed out here is the famous Ili River Valley. The land was not lost even in the late Qing dynasty, because the opening of this river valley out of the Tian Shan Mountains is very narrow. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, after the Ili River leaves the Tian Shan Mountains, the part that flows northwest into the Yiba Sea is lost. This section of the river flows from north to south, divided into the east and west banks. Through the screen, Wei Kang, thousands of miles away, pointed his finger at the lower reaches of the Ili River. After reading Wei Kang's analysis, the regent said, "You want to block here?" Facing the gazes of many officials from the Ministry of War on the interface, Wei Kang replied fearlessly, "This area embraced by the Yiba Sea and the remnants of the Tian Shan Mountains has only two openings, north and south. The northern opening is narrow and will be quickly cut off by our forces from the north of the Yungar Basin. The enemy's armored forces are huge and will inevitably seek to cross the river in the south. Our army defends here, just like holding a steel knife stuck on its wrist at the entrance of the cave, and the Soviet armored forces cannot go forward with all their strength." After Wei Kang finished speaking word for word, the hall of the Ministry of War was very quiet. Indeed, the strategy was very clear. If such a deployment was made before the defeat of the Western Region Corps, it would look very good, but now? The region looked at Wei Kang's current core data. There were only 400 tanks of all kinds. It seemed that there was little hope for such a force to carry out the blocking operation in the Ili River Valley. In the sunset outside the window, the shadows of the building's flying eaves and the stone carvings of birds and animals are reflected on the walls and courtyards, making the palace gate, which is seamlessly integrated under the vermilion paint, appear modeled. Supervisor asked, "What else do you need?" Wei Kang, "A large number of transport aircraft and missile defense systems. The mountains in this area are intertwined, which is not conducive to the large-scale use of the enemy's air force. As long as we are well prepared, it is easy to expand its shortcomings, so that the ground forces can reduce interference elements." Supervisor, "What else?" Wei Kang paused for a moment. "If possible, I want full authority over the Isle Valley area. As well as the material deployment in the rear, I will get priority." Supervisor, "Okay. Wei Kang, then, that's it." Jian Guo raised his fist and made a warrior salute. "Then I wish you a triumphant return." After the conversation ended, Wei Kang's interface disappeared. The punctuation point of the Guards Corps derived a line that reached the Eyre Valley, and continued to change from the blue punctuation point to the green punctuation point. A few minutes later, the cabinet minister came to inspect. The soldiers in the military department seemed to be continuing to be busy, but they seemed to be looking for things to do. Just like when the leaders inspected, all the unimportant reports that were usually unimportant were now being written vigorously. After the supervisor finished speaking, he went to the troop dispatching department and asked, knowingly, besides General Wei, what other chariot troops are about to arrive near the Duhu mansion. The censor of the Ministry of War who was in charge of this matter bit the bullet and said, "This? In the early Battle of Talas, all the military vehicles of our country in the western region were sent out, and now the troops in the area." Jian Guo deliberately raised his voice. "Don't say useless words. Is my northwest territory of China only supported by the western region soldiers and Mabe?" When the people present were suppressed, Su Zhen, the road administration envoy following here, "There are also soldiers from other state capitals, but it will take time to mobilize them." The chief clerk on the side immediately opened the map, which showed that several heavy equipment groups were moving towards the western region. However, the road was very far. There would inevitably be bumps in the complete transportation, and there would inevitably be traffic jams. All of this required scheduling. As for Wei Kang's regiment, relying on continuous transportation by railways and roads within 3 days, they traveled more than 1,000 kilometers to the war zone. They simply flew over. But the inspector cannot say much about these things at the moment. There is too much to say. It seems incompetent. There was a smile on Jian Guo's face. "Then it is true that General Wei moved too fast. Is that right?" Mr. Su from the cabinet had to speak at this time. He nodded and said, "Indeed, Wei Kang is a good general of the country." Supervisor Gui nodded with satisfaction. He had heard a little bit about the conflict between Luoshui and the eastern Zhejiang region, so instead of waiting for the Su party to impose restrictions from the Ministry of War, it would be better to directly force the party leader to admit the facts now. Wei Kang is making intensive arrangements according to the time schedule. He took over the defense of the area and arrived here by plane in half an hour. And on the plane, Wei Kang began detailed preparations for the battle. A large number of excavators and bulldozers sealed in the area were dragged out of the warehouse by Luo Shui and rushed to the preset positions in the forward area. Position preparation is not outdated even in the battle between Mars and the Moon in the 24th century of the main world. When an armored vehicle drives into a tunnel from a slope and then shoots at it, a miraculous ricochet will appear. Now, in addition to using excavators to dig out tank trenches, these civilian engineering teams have also buried cement piles on flat positions. As the ground combat system unfolds, an air defense system is also being urgently constructed here. 40 Kuanping transport planes also arrived at the airport, and radar and missile systems that could be carried by helicopters began to be set up on the mountains, and at the same time covered with concealment nets. 3 hours later, a temporary air defense network consisting of mountain posts on both sides of the Isle Valley was successfully deployed. The drone control tower data link is also connected smoothly. In the virtual combat hall, War Deputy Meng Sua, Your Majesty, the base has been deployed, please give instructions. Wei King opened the status of the Soviet armored group detected in the forward area, and looked at the personnel projections on multiple interfaces. Everyone, be ready for battle now. In addition to nuclear bombing, what can efficiently destroy tanks? Is it a ground attack aircraft? No, that thing is used to bully guerrillas who have no regular air defense firepower. Its firepower of hovering and attacking the ground is very fierce, but the air defense forces of major countries can easily deal with such fixed trajectory aircraft. In the future, Shenzhou's Suzaku ground attack aircraft will be equipped with shield technology, but even so, the impact formation deployed by the ground armored group is a horizontal row consisting of a tank every 100 or 200 meters on average, and the destruction efficiency of pure attack aircraft is limited. Is it a single soldier missile? Missiles do have the ability to destroy tanks, but these two-legged infantrymen carrying such single-shot firepower have a hard injury in terms of movement speed. Even if Shenzhou develops a single soldier mecha now, it will not improve much. In regular battles, the mobility brought by the rotation of the tracks can completely kill the relatively stationary infantry. If the infantry is in a vehicle, then it is actually a confrontation between vehicles. The front row must have units that can resist and counter armor. The most effective way to deal with tanks is to open up the formation of tanks, and the armor-piercing shells will pierce each other's steel shells. On October 4, 2198 of the Qin Tongli calendar, on the high ground outside the Ili River Valley, Wei King's corps faced the Soviet armored cluster and started a tank battle. From the perspective of total force, the strength of the two sides is very different, but this is an area where the hillside blocks the river, and the intersection area is very narrow, less than 50 kilometers. The tanks of both sides marched in the direction of the Ili River turning from west to north, and saluted each other with armor-piercing shells from a distance. Within 2 hours, the Soviet armored group army suffered a head-on blow in this area and experienced a cunning tactic. They found that the defenders of Shenzhou here successfully deployed tanks in artificial bunkers. These bunkers are sometimes just a pile of earth, but for Shenzhou's reversing experts, these barriers can just block the assault of the Soviet steel torrent. And the Soviet armored forces encountered anti-tank piles on the road. This half-meter-high anti-tank pile is not to prevent the tank from driving through. But when the Soviet tank rushed straight up, the chassis would be lifted up to show the front. At this moment, it was immediately locked by the Sky Eye sentry in the sky and transmitted to the highly informationized Shenzhou tank group. Immediately, a high-speed tungsten steel armor-piercing bullet was fired, giving the Soviet armored vehicle a crotch kick. And if it wanted to go around, it would expose the weaker side armor. The tank driver seemed to be assisted by God, seizing this moment and opening fire. In the tank battle on the morning of the 4th. In the end, the Soviet army declared the failure of the attack at the painful cost of losing 345 tanks. The Shenzhou side lost 32 tanks and won an absolute victory tactically. In the evening, the infantry of the Shenzhou side launched an attack under the cover of artillery, dragged 87 tanks that could still be repaired to the tugboat on the Isle River, and then transported them to the rear. In the following week of repairs, these Soviet tanks were repaired, and some civilian electronic equipment, tablets, were placed on the internal frames, using their cameras and recognition programs for preliminary informatization. On the 5th, the Soviet army was obviously more fully prepared, using double-blade helicopters and Bandicoot bombers for air-to-ground coordination. However, such electronic coordinated operations were in chaos just after entering the battlefield. The 3 Phoenix fighters transformed into electronic warfare fantasy-breaking fighters made dozens of times more targets appear in the Soviet radar detection. And then, Wei King showed them what coordinated operations were. The White Tiger heavy artillery was towed by a cement boat, and after being fixed on the Ili River beach, it began to bombard fiercely. This shell is still a traditional high-speed penetrating shell. The new generation of warheads of the Shenzhou military are plasma beam energy weapons wrapped in nanolayers, which are being developed in the Shanghai Su Joint Industrial Group. They may have completed the research and development, but there is no plan to equip the Saibei Corps. What is the reason? Who told Wei Kang's Luoshui Group and the Zhongjin Group in the East have a bad relationship? But Luoshui also has unique skills. Wei Kang's father founded the Luoshui Group with electronic technology. Wei Kang used network channels to revitalize a large number of low-end and mid-end electronic industries, so some electronic products with simple structures can be made very cheap, such as terminal-sensitive bombs. After the curved trajectory fell, a high-speed projectile scanned the ground, and after another explosion, it turned into a high-speed metal projectile that penetrated the armor of the Soviet-made tank from top to bottom. A large number of flames appeared on the ground, and only those tanks with Iron Curtain energy reinforcement were not destroyed. After the 5th, due to Wei Kang's proper air protection of the area, the Soviet Air Force had no chance to take advantage. Although the Soviet double-edged armed helicopters also flew over the river many times and destroyed many barges, the missiles on the barges also made the double-edged helicopters spin, float freely, and land hard with a bang, turning into a smoking burning pile in the valley. In the Yael River Basin, the main stage of the war is still the fight between artillery and armor. After the failure of the 5-day war, the Soviet staff realized that it was unrealistic to rely on heavy troops to force their way in. The complex and long Yael River Valley passage could always break the iron rods that the Soviets put in. But, give up just like that? The Soviet high-level commanders were unwilling to give up. The Soviet goal of this battle was to completely destroy all resistance forces of Shenzhou in the Central Asian outpost area and sweep the Shenzhou garrison area in the Tianshan area. Now, with great difficulty, we have finally used tactics to drive the main combat force of Shenzhou in the western region out of the house and beat them up, and drove them to Tianzhu in the south. But now we have encountered a goalkeeper like Wei Kang. It is like eating sand and drinking water and seeing insects. But now the Su Heavy Equipment Group has no choice. The military department of Shenzhou has successfully transferred troops to block the intersection on the north side of Shenzhou during this period. The members of Wei Kang's light armored vehicle sentry team who arrived here first have handed over the vehicles and defensive positions to the friendly forces on the spot. And the Russians did not know that these troops under Wei Kang then moved south at a very fast speed, joined a group of supporting tanks and heavy equipment, and rushed to the Ili River Valley. Old Russian proverb, when encountering difficulties, the iron rod sweeps across. When the difficulties double, the iron rod thickens. After October 7th, the Soviet army quickly bypassed a group of light-armed troops from the lower reaches of the Ili River into the Iba Sea. This group consumed less supplies and could barely maintain combat supplies within a month after entering the area. After the transfer, they immediately attacked Wei Kang's corps from the northeast. At the same time, they also launched an attack in the south of the Ili River, trying to destroy Wei Kang's blocking troops with a north-south pincer attack tactic. But this offensive did not work. The participation of Soviet light armor on the northern line was all within Wei Kang's calculations. Combat armor such as the sickle and the harvester, which rely on magnetoelectric memory metal to form tensile muscles, has excellent performance in terrain crossing, and can even rely on rockets at the bottom to leapfrog over 30-meter obstacles. Often more than a dozen such mechas can capture high ground. However, in the mountain defense system on the northern line, Wei Kang conducted exploration before the war. During the war, the engineering team temporarily widened the road with blasting, allowing the captured Rhino main battle tanks and Kirin tanks to drive directly to the ridge. One car is like a mountain, and all the machines cannot be used. The Soviet light armored units were smashed one by the tanks on the hilltop, and the soldiers under Wei Kang retreated from the ridge after firing a shot, and then moved along the road behind the ridge to another place to continue firing a shot, which really made the commander of the northeastern direction of the bear so angry that he smashed the vodka bottle. On the 12th, Wei Kang still firmly held many key positions in front of the Yael River Valley, like a thick and short vise that could not be worn, slightly protruding to clamp the main force of the Soviet army, and occasionally twisting it, so that the Soviet steel torrent could not advance or retreat. Wei Kang was not a person who reported victory randomly. Because Master Wei's mentality has always been, for anything that has not been put in the bag, you have to keep your mind alert. But the Ministry of War had already reported the victory of this battle in advance. In all the major newspapers in Xinjiang, reports about the annihilation of the armored forces of several divisions of the enemy country in the north came out. Even the photos recorded by Wei Kang on the battlefield, the scene of the wreckage of Soviet tanks scattered on the west bank of the Yael River, were also put on the headlines. As for Wei Kang's military rank, it was directly changed to Deputy General. When he was ready to come back, he was directly promoted to General. This is real martial arts, not something that can be obtained by accumulating experience in the camp or paying money to go through the back door of the Ministry of War. The group of Saichu faction in the western regions was seeking this military merit promotion. They were all from the famous families of the Military Officer Academy in Xinjiang, and they claimed to have real talents and knowledge. Now in the end, it was obtained by Wei Kang, an outsider, which was really ironic. This military merit and military promotion. At present, it is not Wei Kang's main consideration. What Wei Kang is anxiously thinking about now is, end the war. So when the Ministry of War in Xinjiang held another video conference, the regent praised, General Wei Kang, I hope you will continue to work hard and make your name known in history. Wei Kang was very calm and put forward his current strategic thinking. Wei Kang, may I ask what our strategic plan is next? The chief clerk of the Ministry of War, General Wei, we are carrying out a comprehensive counterattack plan. Wei Kang, then tell the truth. From the current battle situation, I can only hold on for a month at most. After a month, if there is no action in other strategic directions to put full pressure on the Red Palace, I will be defeated. When the situation turned for the better, Wei Kang suddenly said that he was defeated, which made the Ministry of War feel that Wei Kang was a bit of a sabotage. Wei Kang, my dear officers, I am a person who joined the army halfway. My views on war are different from the mainstream of the army. Now I dare to present it. I hope you can forgive my wild words. The regent was very optimistic about Wei Kang and motioned Wei Kang to continue. Wei Kang, Sun Tzu's art of war is a matter of great importance to a country. Life and death, survival, must be carefully considered. War is a clash of national strength, and victory requires mobilizing the power of the whole country. Just like now, the conflict in the northern part of the Great Wall is local, but it has already opened the long-term war in the future of the northern part of China. I can hold on for a month because my army can withstand the forces currently mobilized by the Russians, but if the time is extended and the Russians further mobilize, the battles our army encounters are just a small splash in the conflict between the two countries. Listening on the side, the official of the Ministry of Revenue said sarcastically, are you saying that you are now supporting the frontier alone? Wei Kang, it is not important whether I support it alone or with my colleagues. The army is a major event for the country. Compared with it, we are all small. What is important is the attitude of my Shenzhou towards this war. The layman who was listening wanted to refute, but the regent turned his head and said coldly, I want to hear what General Wei said. Wei Kang, my Shenzhou should use war to promote peace. In the areas of Mabei and Xing'an mountains, we should send good generals to attack with light troops across the board. Arrogant, Wei Kang, you are provocative. If there is a large-scale war between China and Rakshasa, our national strength will be greatly damaged, and the benefits will be other wolves, tigers and leopards. Members of the Su party found the opportunity to launch an attack. Wei Kang remained calm. War should have been avoided between Shenzhou and Rakshasa. The two sides do not have the conditions for a large-scale war. The loss of security tacit understanding on the long border is a disaster for us, and the same for the other side. Since the princes of the Ministry of War know it well, then the Rakshasa will also know it. You are playing with fire and burning yourself, one minister scolded. Wei Kang's tone was also a little angry, and he refuted, weren't we all playing with fire before? Military warfare is like fire, everything depends on attitude. If you light a match carelessly, although the flame is small, you are still playing with fire. The goal is clear, act cautiously and apply strict behavioral boundaries, this is fire control. Wei Kang gritted his teeth in his heart. Previously, you central ministers thought that the western region was far away and there was nothing to worry about. Now that you really want to solve the problem, you are like a long-lasting turtle in Nanshan. However, Wei Kang did not realize that showing emotions so easily was a taboo in China's officialdom. Wei Kang opened a specific proposal for the northern strategy on the electronic video, which is for light troops to cut off the fragile transportation nodes in Su's vast northern territory and provide deterrence. They did not attack large cities, did not engage in confrontation with the Soviet main forces, and even tried their best to avoid local defenses and break diplomatic relations. China should make its attitude clear and prepare for a comprehensive war to force the Soviet Union to the negotiating table. 10 minutes later, the talks with Xinjiang ended. Wei Kang realized from the way the supervisor looked at him that his military career might have reached its peak. If a warrior has a unique idea about national policy and expresses it clearly, even if the content of what he says is correct, he will be shelved by the court officials. This is how Wu and Jun by Qi ended up. However, Wei Kang is not afraid. Wei Kang, a scoundrel, said in a confident manner, "I have no intention of becoming a general in China. I don't have much general talent in the first place." Wei Kang connected his own super network information system and looked at the big data information in the West. At this time, all Luoshui Group's investments in the Western region stopped falling and started to rise. When Wei Kang went straight out of the game and succeeded in stud, it proved that even the most risky military crisis could not affect Luoshui's investment. What? Liquidation of temples after the war. China's current superstructure, even if the powerful ministers in the DPRK put Wei Kang in cold storage, it was absolutely impossible to suppress the rise of new forces in Luoshui. The reason for the cold storage is that the Chinese court officials are unwilling to give Wei Kang more qualifications for the military position, but if they want to suppress Luoshui, they will be forced to rebel. Luoshui's material deployment combined with Wei Kang's current military prowess can resist several Soviet armored divisions externally, so internally, this is a huge bargaining chip. A single general is easy to suppress, and a single order can make him leave his camp. And if a single business family behaves rebelliously, it can also be suppressed. But the combination of the two and their tacit understanding and cooperation during the war means that we must be cautious. The cabinet may gradually cool down Wei Kang in military affairs, but that does not mean that it will underestimate Luo Shui, who has made great contributions this time. Wei Kang's advice seemed to have an effect. The Shenzhou government realized that it was inappropriate for the war to continue. So they began to exert their strength, and many orders were quickly issued from the center. The military strategy decision-making of the top level of Shenzhou was not kept secret from Wei. Wei Kang's friend Bai Jingqi had already revealed the core information. Who said Luo Shui is also the top gold holder in Shenzhou? In the past, all parties wanted to swallow a bite, and all parties tacitly excluded Luo Shui, but now it has been proved that they cannot swallow it, so they must inform Luo Shui about everything. "Brother Wei, this trip is dangerous, I am really worried about you." Bai Jingqi seemed to care about Wei Kang sincerely. If Wei Kang did not have some inadvertent information acquisition on the relevant electronic chips, plus the impression left by the large number of transport planes he gave in the early stage, honest Wei Kang would really think that this brother Bai might really be a good person who would stick a knife in his ribs. But now, facing his close brother Bai, Wei Kang couldn't help but complain, "Sometimes it's better to be confused, so you won't be lonely." Bai Jingqi came to Wei Kang, saying that it was for the matter of a distant cousin of his. Shenzhou wanted to attack the huge body of Luosha Kingdom, and Bai Jingqi's distant brother was a general who received the order from the central government. In this war, General Bai paid close attention to Wei Kang's frontline military situation. Wei Kang's tactical command level was very standard, and even a little timid in the eyes of this general who was born in a military family. If he controlled the high ground, he could completely divide some troops to attack. But at that time, Wei Kang was more inclined to build a deep defense line in the inner area, and later these deep defenses were not used. But Wei Kang's undisputed advantage in the entire operation was that he was fast. The speed of marching was fast. The speed of supply was fast, and the speed of mobilizing the accumulated power of the people was fast. With this, he had already surpassed most of the generals in Shenzhou. Perhaps it is the corrupt bureaucracy in Shenzhou that cannot compare with the system built by Luoshui Commercial Group in terms of logistics. Therefore, after receiving the combat order, General Bai wanted to ask Bai Jingqi to meet with Wei Kang to discuss the supply of materials for the upcoming northern battle. Wei Kang lowered his head and thought for a while. As a substantive superior, Wei Kang is still accustomed to starting from the bottom. It is possible to provide supplies for other legions, but this kind of movement that has mobilized a large number of people's enthusiasm cannot be generously promised to the outside world at will. Any great cause can smoothly gather strength from the people, not because of its good reason, but in the end, the benefits of victory must be returned to all individuals in the people. This is why 880,000 carts and 310,000 stretchers voluntarily moved forward without any complaints, and decades later, under the same name, they continued to make concessions to fellows of the same blood and clan, and each county opened a department to serve its business, and was accused of having brain problems. Now the entire Luoshui, a modern logistics system with 300,000 people built on the road system of the western region, can still operate stably in wartime, and even personnel are eager to enter the risk area where they may encounter enemy firepower to deliver supplies by remote-controlled drones. This is not because Wei Kang brainwashed well. In the past few years, the cultural education, healthcare, food, clothing, housing and transportation of subordinates have been taken care of, which has substantially made their lives better. These were completely unqualified investments in the eyes of businessmen and private individuals at that time, but they were huge capital in wartime. The essence of capital is credibility. When this livelihood security system faced external threats, tens of millions of people under the new industrial system opened by the entire Luoxue suddenly burst out with a terrible joint force. But what consequences will it cause for these small groups of people who have their own small families to pay for a military operation not controlled by Luoxue? Wei King can use his prestige to issue orders in the short term, but if there is no income, he will overdraw. As the saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly, and Wei Kang and those who are willing to listen to his reasoning now are very clear in their accounts. Wei Kang, who said I'm not a private businessman? Who can calculate as accurately and meticulously as I do? Wei Kang and General Bai had a conversation on the internet. Since the remote network is not a 4G network now, and both parties are in the war zone, there is no wired network. The two sides had a conversation in a mode similar to the text forum in the 2G era. The characteristic is that the dialog box scrolls down. Both sides typed on the keyboard and determined the reason for this private business transportation. In the scrolling text, Wei Kang, who is not a pure warrior, expounded his own ideas. First of all wartime transportation costs money. If there is no money, as a general, after the end of the war, Shenzhou must ensure the Luoxue Group can win the bid in the auction of mineral raw materials in some areas. Of course, as long as the bid is won, the debt is eliminated, and the kickbacks that should be given to the general will also be given. Wei Kang still knows how to be a man. This General Bai doesn't seem to understand the twists and turns here? Or is he surprised that Wei Kang, who should be an upright warrior, is like this? In this regard, Wei Kang explained to him, if you don't know how to deal with the bureaucracy, you will run into obstacles at critical moments and when doing critical things. After this battle, I may retire, so you don't have to worry about me ruining the morals of the warriors of China. The somewhat awkward signing of the civilian logistics military remuneration contract ended, and the discussion of specific war strategies began. This kind of discussion is because Wei Kang must know his battle plan in order to effectively arrange logistics planning. The northern attack plan obtained by Wei Kang here is more detailed than that of the White Tiger Hall in Xinjiang, the hall where military strategy is discussed. Of course, General Bai also believed that Wei Kang could keep this military operation secret. General Bai's tactics and strategies are also very simple. It means to seize a strategic support point in Mabe, and then make destructive assaults from all directions, like acupuncture, striking a protrusion of thousands of kilometers, using the least force to force Rakshasa to strategically defend in this area, and ultimately consume the Soviet Army's strategic logistics strength to achieve the purpose of strategic exchange. Following the example of Hua Tsubing, the Xiongnu could not live in North Asia until they were poked thousands of kilometers away. Shenzhou is now the Han Dynasty's strategy for defending against foreign enemies, rather than the Ming Dynasty scholar officials who despised the barbarians and refused to garrison troops, allowing foreign enemies to come in and fight. At noon on October 13, the Siberian Railway, a small town near the Angara River. This small town originally did not have much defense. Everything was still a bastion left over from the Tsarist Russia era. With the bombardment cover of General Bai's light mechanical artillery, the special teams wearing Longyan individual armor quickly captured various commanding heights. The blockade of the town was completed within 10 minutes. A few dozen kilometers away from this town is the city of Yeniseisk, population 20,000, and General Bai has paralyzed the entire city's ports and transportation stations through bombers, cutting off the Siberian railway and waterway transportation hubs. And this is a start. In the next 70 hours, after continuously cutting off dozens of Soviet transportation nodes, General Bai's assault began to turn westward, exactly to the northern section of the Western Region battlefield, where Mongolian Khan entered the European continent line, but actually a stab in the rear of Krukov. Kazan Fortress. General Krukov looked at the situation coming from central Siberia, the beard at the corner of his mouth solidified, and he had no words. The strategic rear was unstable, so he rushed back temporarily. In war, the fog factor is very important. It is impossible for a general to directly understand the movement of the opponent's troops like a cheat. He can only use various real-time details during the encounter to make up for the enemy's position on the map. When a large number of cities in the north were attacked and the signals were completely interrupted, Krukov rationally judged that this was a small force and not something to be afraid of. However, he still sent fighter planes to investigate. As a result, the anti-aircraft missiles deployed by the Soviet Air Force were jammed by electronic warfare aircraft because their radars were jammed by electronic warfare aircraft. The screen was filled with false targets. MiGs took off in an emergency and hit the missile net. 40 of them were shot down. Therefore, the Red Palace now believes that it is necessary to send ground troops to re-enter the northern region and then control the river to prevent the Chinese troops from inserting into Siberia. Threaten the industrial urban agglomerations west of the Ural Mountains. Krukov knocked on the table and looked at the subway in the north. He seemed calm but very troubled, biting his pipe, and asked himself, how many troops are there in the north now on the Chinese side? There are not many troops. General Bai has 3 mechanized battalions under his command, which is convenient for the Air Force to drop. Then he will drive directly along the road from the drop point for 50 kilometers to attack the Siberian Key Road. The supply stations it requires are specially developed by the Luo Shui Group. This kind of research and development is not to win arms orders, but to prospect for some uninhabited areas in the vast territory. The entire supply station is highly automated from deployment to operation. 6 technicians can complete the operation in half an hour. After 3 hours of construction, it can even be abandoned within an hour, and the key internal facilities can be transported away from the base station, transferred to other base stations. The logistics and technical personnel brought by General Bai's assault force did not even occupy the redundant establishment. The Soviet command just grasped a point and sent air groups to break through the temporary missile positions and prepare to wash the ground. As a result, General Bai changed places directly. Although the Soviet army had an absolute advantage overall, the land in North Asia was too vast. Big, with the destruction of transportation arteries, the Soviet army encountered such agile destruction, just like a bear fighting a mosquito and never being able to get a point. On the North Asian battlefield on October 24, Wei King finally reaped the benefits of Shenzhou's flank and rear destruction on the Western Front. At the high-intensity confrontation point in the Western region, the Soviet army went through the last round of urgent attacks and barely broke through the first line of defense. They found that there was a denser defense system behind it, and it was still hundreds of kilometers away from the core area of the Isle Valley. Realized that the war objectives could not be achieved. As a result, the rude Mao Xiong finally made diplomatic contact with China. In the splendid hall, with sandalwood tables and black veils on their heads, the officials met at the meeting. Faced with the intertwined status quo on the border in northwest China, they began to interpret the incomprehensible art of language among themselves. This crisis in the western regions was the result of the Western Region Army's initial rash advance. Although the subsequent deployment of troops saved face, it initially lost the blame for the 3 armored groups. If you can't pin it on others in time, then others will pin it on you. So, now, on this stage of big bosses, some people are responsible for whitewashing, some are responsible for deducting crimes, and finally, someone is responsible for coordinating. Those who are responsible for whitewashing are the humblest officials in the cabinet meeting. They want to cover up the mistakes of the general decision-making. At the same time, the young men in the army are all from aristocratic families, and it is impossible to strictly investigate and pursue them. Speaking for these young people is also gain popularity for yourself. The person responsible for taking the blame is the backbone of the meeting. As the group that talks the most and has the loudest voice in this parliament, they must attack in advance and punish their opponents so that their opponents are busy defending and have no time to target their own bosses. As for the big guys who finally stood up to coordinate, they would lightly take the responsibility of "I am not a good leader" and then make a big gesture to unite. As the commander-in-chief of the frontline troops, Wei King's report was also the focus of the cabinet's discussion. Of course, the business group behind Wei King and the officials of the Wei family in the court also have a certain weight, and they are not tools for court struggles that can be used as guns at will. Before Wei King reported, some chief officials in Xinjiang would greet Wei King in advance and help him polish it, so as to prevent Wei King, a fool, from saying something he shouldn't say, causing a new round of confrontation in the court. After learning about the ecology of the temple in Xinjiang, Wei King couldn't help but sigh. Yes, I understand. The big guys leave margins for the people they favor, and the overall margins contributed by the people below are squandered like this. TSK. Of course, the crows on Sue's side are as black as crows. After this battle, the newspaper described the conflict in the sub-center as follows. The Great Sioux XX successfully educated the imperial forces in the east. Then, General Kukov will have a few more medals on his chest. In early November, as Wei King counterattacked and recaptured the position, he once again completed a powerful forward protrusion along the lower reaches of the Isle River, intercepting the Soviet light armored forces of 70,000 people who had originally detoured in with friendly forces on the east bank of the Isle River, and finally made them lose all their baggage, which was considered to be a foregone conclusion for this battle. After the small defeat in the Yibahai area, the Soviet armored army began to evacuate westward in an organized manner, and Wei King also ordered all troops to begin to shrink in an orderly manner and be fully prepared for a possible fierce counterattack. Wei King got intelligence from General Bai, and now the Red Palace was also irritated. A large number of air forces have been mobilized from the European continent, and some super weapons are ready to be deployed to the east. The peace talks between the two sides have touched each other's bottom line, and it is not appropriate to do something more excessive. So everyone took a step back and dispersed. In mid-November, when the Soviet army completely withdrew, the tracks were everywhere, and shells and dilapidated tents float everywhere as garbage. Wei King's pursuit troops advanced completely along the Yael River and arrived at Yibahai. The national fortress gate of the western border of the western region of Shenzhou was closed again. At the same time, the friendly forces in the Yungar region also moved south, and the two armies met in the middle of Yibahai. The scene of this meeting was that a dozen patrol boats and an off-road convoy on the shore met and took photos with each other. And it was such a simple act that announced the recovery of all the territory. In this battle, the soldiers who survived the frontier mission waved their hats and cheered. That night, a self-service celebration banquet was held, with barbecue, pickled cucumbers, fried cabbage, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The service management department rarely agreed to supply some low-alcohol rice wine. In fact, the soldiers who had just been relieved from the tension of the battlefield were extremely difficult to control themselves. Even the lowest alcohol drinks would make them drunk. Finally, the inspector entered the scene and forcibly pressed the guy who drank too much to go back to sleep. The style of the painting in the back was different. In Jiangsu and Zhejiang, a group of young scholars seemed to have found a reason to be dissatisfied with the court affairs, demanding more troops, and often arranged to shave their heads in the streets to show their determination, seeking a good name in this matter. In response, the foul-mouthed Wei King used the convenience of his super-powered remote control chip to anonymously curse in the Yinju online forum of these scholars. Damn it, you should cut open your abdomen to show your determination. If that doesn't work, cut off your fingers. Howling at home, like a husky, still barking. Are you asking for shit? The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the court said you are not worthy. The inappropriate words and deeds of Master Wei in the online forum seemed to be quickly noticed by the online censors of Shenzhou. Perhaps the managers of these online forums where young scholars gathered were originally online censors. When they began to check identities by address, Wei King directly cancelled the information on the central chip of that place. Then, he changed his ID and continued. In the year 2198 of the Qin Tongli calendar, which is the year 2202 of the original timeline, the conflict between Shenzhou and the Soviet army in Talas was caused by two anxious behemoths colliding their pustules with each other. After the collision, some pus flowed out. Although the outer skin looked broken, the internal hidden dangers were eliminated a little. In early 2199, Wei King's troops withdrew from the western regions. Temporarily returned to Mabe to wait for the appointment. Mabe already has a general, so it is impossible for Wei King to grab the position. As for the western regions, the big guys in Xinjiang are not fools. They will never let Wei King, a domineering guy, stay here just because Wei King won a battle. In addition, as a general, Wei King made some remarks in the national policy that were inconsistent with his status, so he must be transferred out. As for such a transfer, as a frontier general, he obviously cannot be transferred to the East Coast region for appointment. The positions of generals in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Fujian and Fujian are already saturated. As for being sent to Guangzhou, the reason why Wei King was not allowed to stay in the western regions was that he was worried that he would be out of control. If he stayed in Guangzhou, the hidden dangers would be even greater. After all, Shenzhou is not a feudal system. As for being transferred to Liubei, the gold masters of Yan and Ji gave a heads up in advance. Support Wei King to get promoted and make money, but don't come to me. Everyone is still good partners if they keep their distance, but if they get close together and roll up against each other, they will be irreconcilable. So the Ministry of War was very troubled by this matter, but in the end Wei King understood the Ministry of War. Wei King was willing to go to the plateau area to serve as a general. The plateau area has always been a bitter and cold place, and there is no military merit to be gained. There is no Indian in this plain who takes the initiative to send in the south of the Himalayas. It has always been the place where Shenzhou handles exiled military officers. However, Wei King did not intend to go further in the military system. The general is already very high, and above that, it's a regular general. Wei King, besides, I still think that a team tempered on the snowy grassland is more pure. The subordinates in the Ely battle will not follow Wei King to the plateau area, but will be arranged to other places for promotion. The cabinet's university scholars are also relieved about this. They were originally thinking about how to split Wei King's troops, but now Wei King cooperates on his own. For example, in the western regions, after the Talas incident, many military officers were asked to be punished and put in cold storage, so there are a lot of military vacancies. These old subordinates of Wei King have outstanding capabilities in this battle and are to be appointed here. The Wei family army can be dismantled, but the Luoshui people's business, which showed paramilitary logistics quality in this war, cannot be dismantled, let alone plundered for the country. When those military officers who fought with Wei King were appointed to the western regions, Luoshui's influence in the western regions was not weak but strong. And Wei King made so many concessions. It has to be made up in other places. Shenzhou encountered a financial crisis after this war, and some resource mining rights needed to be transferred. A large number of minerals were directly won by Luoshui. In addition, the highest civil official in the entire plateau area is temporarily vacant, and the appointment of subsequent personnel is tentative. Wei King can give suggestions in this regard. Shenzhou's national system is the separation of civil and military affairs, even in remote areas. Therefore, Wei King cannot serve as civil affairs concurrently, but if he wants his private investment and construction here to be free from local constraints, the upper echelons of Shenzhou can play a marginal ball. After a war, a large amount of dividends will be divided by the victorious forces, but if you only focus on dividends, it will be no different from the Shanglong group in this world. So some rotten sores inside should be cut off, otherwise they will become new pustules after absorbing enough blood. Big data will record everything. Fortunately, the big data of this world has not been monopolized by individuals after its birth. Wei King's authority over big data is directly managed by a committee of 219 people in the entire Luoshui Public Management Department. These committee members must abide by strict confidentiality regulations and maintain a decent style. Not only personal promotion and income, but even life ethics will be evaluated. Every 5 years, the committee completes a rotation. The data processing of the past 5 years will be open to a more open big data review meeting. The members of this meeting currently have 8,778 people, who are the general control personnel of each data center of the Luoshui Merchant Group. They will participate in the review of whether the supreme membership will violate the rules. All reviewers are under 35 years old. Every 10 years, except for technical exchange data involving important technical industries, most public data will be made public. If the data reviewed is wrong during the disclosure, since the above-mentioned personnel have not retired yet, they will be held responsible according to the severity of the situation. The idea of some people wanting to land safely is eliminated. A newly emerging public resource has been left alone from the beginning to allow a few people to gain an advantage. In the future, the unfair phenomenon of this minority advantage will continue to magnify, which is to hand a knife to the anti-progressive and conservative groups in the future major conflicts. And this newly emerged data right, when it first developed, was controlled by the system. Then technological innovation squeezed the old advantages of the old rulers at the same time, and it was also an innovation of social relations. It is just a proposal to control a new thing that is developing in everyone's life. It is often criticized. Because the majority of the melon-eating masses in the early stage could not perceive that the thing had developed into a tool for the oppression of the majority by the minority, and they purely had goodwill expectations for it and catered to the speeches of the minority who controlled the thing. There will be many smart people in the upper class and the middle class who think they have new knowledge and will unite to deny the control suggestion. After Wei King finished recording in the system, he sighed, "That is the real history." In Shenzhou, the first knife of the cold light sharpened by big data is now cut on the rotten sore of their own family. Guanzhong Wei family. That is, the family created by Wei King's father. When Wei King mobilized forces on a large scale to fight in the western regions. There are so many people in Luoshui who tried to cooperate with the outside world to lower the stock price of various new projects, related to people's livelihood, that Wei King has been engaged in over the years and apply for bankruptcy. They did succeed almost shorting the stock prices of these people's livelihood projects, waiting for Wei King to rebel directly after failing in the western regions, and take down the position of the highest director. Among them, the people in the third room jumped the most fiercely. But in fact, according to the big data records, the second room operated the most fiercely. Even tied up the son of the first room, that is, his younger brother Wei Chang, the silly boy named Wei Qixian, to do it together, and even bought insurance after the car overturned. Later, the people in the second room found that Wei King had won and held on, so they immediately turned around and immediately offered a large amount of funds to the first room, eating the small head themselves, and stood back. Such a shrewd guy, if placed in normal history, would not fall at all as long as the power he belongs to was not completely hollowed out. Even Wei King just saw it, did not think carefully, and saw that they were very sensible later, subconsciously thought whether to let them go and just catch a typical example. That is, the people of the third house. However, after Wei King finished the war, he felt a sense of resentment. The comfortable life of eating fried chicken and drinking soda in the main plane is not enough, but he was sent to the Corona plane, and then fought a war. In this war, I fought for you? I can live on 50 yuan a day, and I worry about a war worth trillions of dollars, and then I make you fat? Such a family is better off not having it. Based on the prodigal concept, Wei King felt that he must build it well, and the fools in the third house must be pressed to the ground, and the people in the second house must be hammered. As for his nephew, he must also teach him that he is not a money-making genius in this world, and all the easy money has a price behind it. In March 2199, Wei King, who temporarily returned to Guangzhou, was warmly welcomed. However, Wei King met with representatives of students of Gowu, representatives of craftsmen, and road management and construction workers in the hall of discussion, and proposed to establish the Western United Development Association in front of these broad masses. Wei King defined this association in his speech. The main task of this association is not to discuss with the nobles how much benefits should be sought for the small group. This kind of begging is not in line with your backbone. You must participate in the governance of the world. Governing the world requires unity, law and discipline, and must face resistance. You must imagine facing that most intense conflict. This is not a new high-end tea party, salon, for gentle and elegant gentlemen. There must be warriors who dare to roar and fight here, and use heavy fists to forge the world. And behind the warriors, we must unite as one, maintain justice, and always stand in front of those who step on mud, have iron filings and engine oil on their hands. Wei King was very involved. After explaining the definition, he also cited the current examples of unity in action before and after this battle. This is to sow the condensation nucleus for the next downpour. During the Battle of Talas, many reliable backbones emerged in the entire logistics, maintenance and transportation. Now they are thrown into this vast ocean and will soon form a large group. The world where Shenzhou is located is becoming more and more turbulent. Wei King thinks that he does not have the IQ to play the left and right balance. Then why not take the initiative to draw some lines, draw them more clearly, so that you can be a good person at ease, and don't let the smart people harm you like in the last life. In this way, at the beginning of the year 2199 of the Qin Tongli calendar, Wei King entered Guangzhou like a spring thunder. In the Battle of Talas, the elite forces of the people of Luoshui, combined with the talents and people's spirits of Guangzhou, gathered into a storm after hundreds of thousands of people began to move closer. With such a storm, the temple in Shenzhou was highly nervous. Although the court officials were fighting with each other, they also paid attention to who Wei King was going to deal with. The reason why they thought so was because they had used public opinion in this way over the years. Even the Jinglu department in Xinjiang has prepared a response plan for the relevant conflicts. The bigwigs in the court, through some people in the military and business circles, tried to persuade Wei King not to be impulsive by writing letters. But then, they found that they were wrong. Wei King did want to target certain people, but not other forces, but to raid his own home. Overnight, part of the data reviewed by Big Data was exposed, and a large number of people in the upper reaches of Luoshui were dismissed. The relevant positions were immediately handed over to the newly established Zhaijinglian. As for the middle level, after being screened by Big Data and determined that the family's economic activities were normal, they were directly absorbed into the management committee without even changing their positions. And those who recorded the most document data on the communication software, often the people who did the most work, directly filled the vacancies in the management positions of their departments. If there is really a mistake in the investigation, the person under investigation will directly publish the specific information and sacrifice the network privacy, and then let it go. As for those who can still conceal it, Wei King, such forces are not my enemies. Business and privatism are linked and corrupted between the middle and lower levels, but there is no such strict law and discipline. A big cleanup like the Mao Bear? That was because of incomplete data, which led to the rough execution. Sometimes, 10 people were killed by mistake and no one was spared, which paralyzed the entire management. But now, the Luoshui group's big purge is like a net of heaven, and nothing can escape it. Those who can exploit loopholes and find loopholes should always communicate and send information. Nowadays, traditional telephone calls have been eliminated for several years, and all communication is done online. The amount of data and the data sending address, these sickles used by business and private groups to harvest leaks after the second millennium of the main world, can also be turned into hammers to educate them. In a mansion owned by the Wei family, censors wearing blue uniforms and red armbands entered the interior to seize property, while another group of people who were drawn from the military and were responsible for maintaining order held weapons. The gun stood in a fixed position, staring at the subjects. In the center of the courtyard, Wei King sat on a Wang Wally wood chair, which had obviously just been moved from a mansion. In front of the chair was a 5-meter-long carved stone table made of Lingbai stone, and there were many other items beside it. Tables, and people in the third and second rooms. Wei King knocked on the table with a pen, and the stone made a pleasant sound like a golden chime. We are all members of our own family, why are we standing here? The two heads of the second and third bedrooms looked at Wei King with ugly expressions. Wei King used a knife to open a box of mineral water at his feet, took a few bottles, and threw it away. These few people have always drank tea from expensive tea ceremonies. It may be a new experience for Wei King to throw the mineral water so casually. The head of the second room, Wei Zhong, and the head of the third room, Wei Qing, are both 50 years old. Now facing Wei King, the eldest brother who looks to be in his 20s, his expression is complicated. The second roommate had already begun to beg for mercy. Wei Zhong smiled and opened the mineral water bottle, took a sip and said with a smile, "Brother is right, they are all family members." Wei Qing, who was on the side, snorted coldly, pushed the bottle of water aside, moved the chair a little further away, and sat down alone. Wei King couldn't help but laugh when he saw Wei Qing like this, because this awkward look of refusing to admit defeat was a bit like Wei Chang. But thinking of this, I looked at Wei Zhong again, with such a tactful and quick way of admitting defeat, well, maybe I have a little bit of it too. Thinking of this, Wei King sighed, then stood up, carried a chair, came to Wei Qing's side and sat down, and then motioned for Wei Zhong to sit over. After both of them sat down, Wei King said, "You're frustrated. This is enough. I'm here to ransack the house, and I'm not an outsider. There's no place to die without a burial, and there's no such thing as beating someone down with a stick and never getting up." Wei Zhong and Wei Qing raised their heads slightly when they heard this. Wei King moved his chair again and sat across from the two of them. Wei King said, "I am using family law now. I am not using national law to suppress you. What you did to me, well, because you are my brother, so I admit it, it is my brother who is holding me back. If it were someone else, huh? But you should also reflect on this. If I hadn't led the troops, it wouldn't have been me who could have held you two down, and it wouldn't have been a big mistake, but someone else. How will this end?" Wei Zhong's face didn't know whether it was real or fake, and he felt guilty. As for Wei Qing, he didn't say a word. Wei King smiled, "By the way, I was wrong. If it were someone else, leading the army, you wouldn't cheat like this because the consequences would be too serious. What about me? I'm not familiar with this one, so just start from freeze. The big brother who came out of the warehouse inexplicably and also robbed your family property deserves your displeasure for doing this." Wei Zhong, "Brother, I never meant this. You will always be my eldest brother." Ha ha, Wei King burst out laughing. After hammering his chest to calm down, he said to him, "I don't dare to do it, I don't dare to do it. Wei Chang never called me eldest brother. When he was a child, whenever they encounter a toy, they always punch me and snatch it away." Speaking of this, Wei King saw other people's eyes and suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. In this dimension, he and Wei Chang had no chance of meeting each other as children. Now that he said it, everyone present felt strange, especially Wei Chang's son who was standing far away. Wei King coughed and continued the topic, "I will come back after all my money is gone. After this incident is over, I will arrange accommodation and houses for you old people and women. By the way, if you want to grow land and vegetables, I will also give it to you. As for your arrangement, you can be ordinary people and enjoy happiness. As for money, you don't need to touch power. As for the young ones, come to the plateau with me." Wei King glanced at the young men from the tribe standing around and said coldly, "When you are young, you have to do something for the vast and righteous path of the world. Then you will not feel panic in your heart when you are old and weak, unable to move or do anything. Please pray to God." Master Wei added in his heart, "Don't be a monster if you feel tired." After he finished speaking, Wei King saw that the expressions of these young people from the Wei family were stiff, just like the scumbags in math class. Wei King felt that now he wanted to catch a model. Yes, it was Wei Chang's son. He had never educated that younger brother when he was a child, but now, he can be his son. So, he took out the armed belt from his waist and walked towards Wei Qixin, who looked stupid and pale, but he couldn't run away. Wei King grabbed his ears and came to the stone table. He put one foot in front of the table and crawled on it. Then I started to fry the meat on the belt. Wei King had very high demands on Wei Chang's descendants. Put the mineral water bottle directly in his mouth and let him bite it without barking. Wei King recorded and explained in the system, "My brother is so stubborn, my nephew can't be a pustule, right?" At this time, Wei Zhong and Wei Qing stretched out their hands to persuade, but the belt was pulled quickly. They watched Wei King open and close with smug expressions on their faces, unable to intervene. The next generation of the Wei clan, seeing their young uncle being so ferocious for the first time, were so shocked that they dared not move or breathe loudly. Because Wei King's behavior was too contrary to historical common sense, it was difficult for his actions to be approved by the high-level scholars in Shenzhou. However, the good thing is that the upper echelons of Shenzhou are not too vigilant. If they really take everything seriously, they will not condone so many chronic diseases in such a large country. After Wei King emptied out the influence of his clan in Luoshui, he began to really invest in the plateau. The top streamers in Shenzhou reluctantly confirmed this, and concluded and accepted the explanation that Wei King is a real prodigal son. No one will invest in an area where people will have altitude sickness. If there is, they must be stupid. This is the consensus in the investment community of Shenzhou. Wei King's performance of accepting orders to serve in the plateau area is generally regarded as a signal that Luoshui has accepted the idle position of military preparation. Who would have thought that Wei King was serious? Wei King is indeed a fool who loves to argue. In Shenzhou, those upper-class scholars who sat in the gardens, playing with Song Dynasty porcelain, strange stones, and amusing fish collectively accepted this harmless result. After Wei King followed the first batch of migration teams across Kunlun, Xinjing secretly lifted the alert for the uprising in Guangzhou. And the poor people who followed Wei King in the past few years are now involved in a tide of unknown future results. The traditional scholars represented by Sun and Zhang did not keep up with Wei King's ideas. After they took over the management of a large number of industries in Luoshui in ignorance, they didn't know what to do next. They could only go with the flow, and now they are moving forward with Wei King's wave. Go with the flow. This is a common problem for all innovators after they have achieved initial victory and suddenly come to the forefront. Because they suddenly reached the top from the bottom and obtained public tools. If you don't know what to do, try to do things that look good. This is like a novice who has just entered the production line. Facing the complex production machinery, he knows nothing. Oh, then do what seems right, wipe the table a few times, and turn a few pages of regulations. Don't let others think that you have done nothing, and you have done nothing wrong. The Paris incident is a typical example. What did they do after the wave topped the peak? Organize citizens? Build armed forces? They did not do these things that can effectively curb the counterattack of the European Empire Alliance. Everyone was doing things that they would not do wrong at the time, that is, discussing who was qualified to be the new representative, and no one did what was right for the group. These middle and lower class citizens who have turned over, under the various suggestions of people who are also half-water and claim to be knowledgeable, put their initial vigorous energy into this useless aspect. Not to mention defending their own fruits, even running is difficult. Now, these poor families in the upper middle of the Western Economic Union are also the same. They suddenly got power, but they didn't have time to have the ability to think based on their own class. But it's different now. When Wei King put power in their hands, he also stuffed a new obligation into them. Strive to build the plateau in the western regions. This is the only right thing to do at present. Wei King, reading the history, the mission of the leading brother is to clearly point out a direction that can make the new forces grow steadily when they just appear and their eyes just open. Avoid the uncoordinated left foot tripping right foot at the beginning. In fact, which class will be the most advanced in the future? Wei King is not ignorant, nor is it an escape in the eyes of some scholars who claim to have a far-sighted perspective after reading Su XX newspapers. It's just not said. In Wei King's inner division, the scholars of the Western Economic Association are representatives of small property owners. Now they are just because they have just formed a new group, and everyone is still in a state of ignorance about the future direction. Once they pass the stable development stage, they will bring their own class perspective to the decision-making. Now Wei King goes to the plateau and builds in the western regions. In fact, he takes advantage of the poor people whose minds are still unclear and uses their initial enthusiasm to grow a more advanced group. Coming from a more future era, Wei King can always propose strategic points that have a sense of resonance to the people he wants to talk to, in order to encourage them. In the 2200th year of the Qin Tongli calendar, an article titled "Why Didn't We Win Decades Ago" began to be widely pushed on the internet forum controlled by the Western Economic Union. The article directly used a large amount of data to prove that China's national potential was insufficient in the last hegemony war. This deficiency is a cognitive problem within the country. In peacetime, celebrities from all walks of life always complain about overproduction of materials, insufficient economic efficiency of various industries, and low efficiency of loss-making operations. But in super wars, almost all materials are in short supply. Economic strategists will explain that it is the huge consumption caused by the war. You can find reasons in both periods, but the problem will not disappear with sufficient reasons. If a person's whole body is stiff, he attributes the reason to sitting for a long time, and his eyes are black and dizzy, he attributes it to running fast, then I have no reason to be angry. Disease? The most important affairs of a country are sacrifices in war. If a country cannot fight, how can it be free of disease? The Confucian sage said, "Grains and fish and turtles are inexhaustible to eat, and wood is inexhaustible to use, so that the people can live and die without regrets." Living and dying without regrets is the beginning of the kingly way. In the days of peace, the people are thrifty, and the country is safe and peaceful. Our Shenzhou is vast, the people are vast, and the road is long. We should have cultivated deeply and worked hard for a long time. However, the per capita output of farmers, craftsmen, roads, and information is low. Now those who share the same aspirations as me embrace and move forward together, expand the country's power on the road, be frugal, work hard, do not avoid good words, and have the same heart and desire. After fighting a war, Wei King spoke very forcefully, but this was just to make those who created resistance for him stop for a while. If he wanted to actually implement it, he needed to take quick and practical actions. After entering the plateau, a complete system is needed to solve the problem of unsuitable for economic development here. In the past, these issues did not receive full attention from the human production system, but in this era, humans can maintain mobility on the moon. The current development problems in the plateau area are only low air pressure and difficult roads, which are far less than the technical difficulties of building a palace on the moon. It boils down to a matter of determination. After the Kunlun mountain tunnel was drilled, various manufacturers in the Guangdong region began to invest in technology in various industrial chains for this march. For example, general-purpose molecular sieve oxygen production equipment. This type of equipment, which uses electricity to squeeze air through molecular sieves to produce oxygen, only costs 4,000 yuan for a 21st century household model in the main world, which is about the same price as an air conditioner. Even the models used in large factories can be purchased for only tens of thousands of yuan. Oxygenate the room. When everyone on the plateau is poor, there is no need to develop this industrial chain. This is just like the 20th century. The old farmers at the grassroots level have become accustomed to frugality. They feel that the free daily weather forecast on TV is the best, and they don't use it if they can. However, when a large number of rich intellectuals had to come to the plateau to accumulate industry, their minds had to pull out of fashion trends and turn to the development of oxygen supplement appliances for home use in public places. Now, as the Western Economic Union is marching towards higher ground, this industry has been formed very quickly, comparable to the rise of the mask industry in the 1920s after the second millennium of the main world. When there is sufficient oxygen in each room and the cab, coupled with slightly higher carbon dioxide stimulation, people's mental productivity can be fully released, and then development can be carried out based on the complete experience and data of railway construction in the main world. Compared with the main world, the black technology of this world is easier to develop on the plateau from a technical point of view. Looking at railway construction, when building a railway into the plateau in the main world, construction workers need to overcome the serious problems of human hypoxia and diesel engine hypoxia. In this world, the technology of Tesla's onboard reactor has been completed. In one of the long stretches of high-altitude wilderness with few birds, there is a construction site. The construction group is like a greedy snake, extending the time bit by bit. The snake's head, the first frozen soil excavator weighing 3,000 tons, drills pipes into the frozen soil, melts the frozen soil, enters the maximum frozen soil layer, drives into the foundation, and establishes a thermal insulation layer. The second large-scale rail-laying vehicle weighs 5,000 tons. It is to fix the rails. The two heavy-duty vehicles are 20 kilometers apart, and the work responsible for monitoring road construction conditions and reinforcing construction at special locations is also within these 20 kilometers. On the vast plateau, with the majestic Kunlun mountains in the background, it's not these heavy machinery that are majestic. But the human heart. There are more than 50 such construction sections, and the construction period for directly entering the plateau from Guangzhou is expected to be completed within 2 years. After the reorganization of Luoshui, the cooperation with heavy industry groups like Fenghe became more in-depth. The spring breeze brought by the prodigal Wei King has made the group's life better and better. Due to the difficulty in supplying materials for railway construction in plateau areas, the natural rotation of water bodies in many permafrost areas is too slow and is not suitable for erecting temporary roads, which are cheap and then dismantled after a few years, to assist construction, so airships are directly used. Wei King proposed pragmatic standard indicators based on the basic parameters of the Soviet-Russian Kirov airship. The load capacity index should be large, at least 500 tons, and 1,000 tons is best. There is little demand for speed and maneuverability, but controllability, stability, safety and other characteristics must be prioritized. This technical indicator is very poor for the current Shenzhou, but Fenghe Group has put full energy into it. Because Western Economic Union ordered too many aircraft, and the first batch was 100. According to the current plan of the Western Economic Union, based on the density of automated airship material transmission towers deployed on the plateau, Fenghe Group's technical staff estimate that this is at least a need for 4,000 airships. Wei King, on the other hand, has also tried to lay out 3 airship manufacturing plants in terms of industrial layout, and installed Tesla power storage equipment and anti-gravity systems. Apparently, he does not believe in the supply volume of Fenghe Group. In order to make Wei King believe in Fenghe's strength, Bai Jingqi called Wei King one after another to ask questions and repeatedly promised, "I will personally supervise the process and will definitely connect Brother Wei's leg on the plateau on time and according to the measurement." In the oxygen bar on the plateau, Wei King, who was eating shredded pork stir-fried with potatoes and preserved eggs mixed with tofu, heard President Bai think about himself so much, and swore with tears in his eyes, "We will never forget each other even if we are rich and noble." However, as soon as Wei King ended the communication with Bai Laudi, he contacted the Luoshui Group's airship R&D department and issued the following instructions: airship technology is very important. Personnel, funds, and equipment should be discussed and resolved first after reporting. No matter how cheap Bai Jingqi's products were, Wei King would be foolish to buy some of his own expensive products. Innocent and honest Wei King, because, what if this brother stabs me one day? In peacetime, water often flows to lower areas and people move towards big cities. However, after the Battle of Talas, the false peace was broken. After Wei King completely formatted the Guangzhou Luoshui Group, he began to reverse the trend. A large amount of capital and manpower in the Guangzhou region flowed towards the plateau and the western regions. Consumerism in big cities begins to decline and is replaced by savingsism. Families in the Guangzhou area have begun saving on a large scale in addition to necessary consumption such as medical care, education, food, clothing, housing and transportation. Save. It represents increased wealth in society that can anchor savings. And now, as Wei King himself and a large number of former Guangzhou scholars have gone to the plateau, and construction has begun in the western regions, grassroots producers have begun to believe that the wealth of the western regions is increasing. In the process of high savings, a large amount of real wealth is still being produced over time. Light and heavy industrial products are continuously piled on the plateau areas, and they begin to turn into reservoirs, power stations, and ultra-high voltage power grids. As well as the current water-saving ecological farmland in the western region. Wei King, who has the feeling of little people, understands, it is okay for people to save money and temporarily lend money to the country for construction. But this is saving money for oneself, and one must have clear accounts at home. When parents take away the New Year's money, when they grow up, the situation for your wedding is different. The word's awareness needs to be high and the ideological realm needs to be improved, can no longer fool Wei King, and Wei King is not prepared to fool people in this world. Since arriving on the plateau, as he has witnessed more and more engineering construction teams and material support teams promoting this magnificent construction, Wei King has become more and more certain, I will never let anyone be selfless. Dedication. In this world, when miracle-level human achievements rise one after another, there are always people who think that society is diverse and that there are people who can selflessly dedicate themselves to certain people, while they are others allowed by a diverse society. This cognitive problem has almost accompanied the development of civilization from the stage of ignorance to today. In the year 2201 of the Qin dynasty, in western China, the people were doing their best to conquer the worst nature. Some noises were talked about by the national scholars in the east. During the Battle of New Talas, the trials of the defeated generals were ongoing in Tianzhu. The military court review, which was supposed to be strictly confidential, had the ruling of outside public opinion introduced. Zhao Luoqiai raved in the court, "The outcome has not yet been determined, we will fight again with the powerful enemy in the north of the Great Wall." Although his argument was considered by the military judge to be the arrogance of a loser, the 10-year sentence was upheld and he was thrown into a military prison. However, outside public opinion is very interested in this talk of fighting again. As a result, these leisure guests sitting in the east enjoying tea and fragrant rice began to take stock of the new electricity, steel facilities, and grain production in the entire plateau in the western regions in the past 2 years, and came to the conclusion if such a conflict occurs again, the outcome will be different. It's just that they ignored that the steel, electricity, and transportation roads he and others discussed were actually the wealth built by the people there, which was linked to the savings of the people of Western China. The middle class in the East generally own stocks, and any ups and downs can affect their emotions. Any small fluctuations in the East will trigger countless suggestions that people's interests will be disturbed. However, under the guidance of public opinion, various conclusions about fighting again in Shisai all ignore the wealth savings in the Western regions. Your own property is important and you cannot gamble. The wealth created by others is public, and you are the public. If your own circle thinks it is okay, you must have the courage to do it. Such a problematic thinking mode has been generally ignored. For example, I eat seafood that is allowed in my personal circle, and ask everyone outside my circle to stop eating seafood, because my circle feels that the environment must be protected, and I am qualified to call on everyone, excluding my circle, not to eat seafood. When a group of people enjoy good treatment and feel that they are superior, the thought at the end of this paragraph will appear. The core problem of Zhanghuang Banner and Huizhou Banquet is the current flow of wealth. There are too many high-class people. In the year 2202 of the Qin Tongli calendar, the entire Western Economic Union formed a prototype of an industrial cycle in the Western region. A foundation that can enable the operation of a society of tens of millions of people is being born. In the past, the vast Western region could not develop because of the lack of some core elements. However, large-scale infrastructure can integrate it. The plateau environment is fragile. Although it is not short of water, it is the upstream of all water sources in Shenzhou. Heavy industries such as washing and coking that may produce three wastes must not be developed. However, local energy reserves are quite abundant. Also, as a hot boiler that never extinguishes, hot dry rock is safer and pollution-free compared to nuclear energy. The difficulty limiting its development is the high investment in preliminary geological surveys and the high water consumption, and a large amount of power storage infrastructure is also required. Wei King guided the detailed geological data on the roof of the world in the main world, opening the door, and the 18 hot dry rock wells that the Western Economic Union successively hit all burst out abundant energy, and the entire plateau area became an energy exporter. In the Western regions, in addition to solar energy and abundant mineral resources, the focus of the Western Economic Association's planning is agriculture. As a person who lived once in the 27th century, it is impossible for Wei King to be superstitious about such a large-scale Russian-style reckless project of bringing water from Tibet to Xinjiang, which has too many uncontrollable factors. Natural river water contains soluble salts. The evaporation in the western regions is still greater than the precipitation. Several years of extensive irrigation will only dry the land and create saline alkali land where poplar trees cannot grow. In the data of the main world, the way out for agriculture in the western regions is the comprehensive utilization of water resources. All crops are planted in metal and plastic greenhouses. This technology can use drip irrigation and precise control of planting technology to reduce water evaporation. During the day, the water vapor produced by the large amount of transpiration of plants through photosynthesis is directly introduced into the underground area with lower temperature through air exchange, and condensed in the condensation box through groundwater cooling to ensure constant humidity in the greenhouse. In the evening, when there is no photosynthesis and the temperature is low, proper ventilation is required. Such agricultural investment seems huge, but with the improvement of industrial productivity, the cost of non-high-tech products such as glass, steel frames, and thermometers will gradually decrease to a less outrageous level. At least Wei King has seen many garden flowers in rich houses, which are cultivated in this way. Master Wei is not interested in flowers, but when it comes to farming, it is like starving ghosts see food, and hoarders want to save canned food. As for the original industry in Guangzhou area of Luoshui Group, the defect is that the site is too small, far away from the ocean transportation line, lack of raw materials, and lack of market for industrial products. In the past, Luoshui had to transport by rail, so it could only rely on the northern plain economic zone of Shenzhou. Now, with the continuous investment of manpower and capital in the plateau and the western regions for 3 years, the Guangdong economic zone has gradually gotten rid of its original dependence. Now in the management system of Zijinglian, agricultural products and light industrial products have begun to be self-sufficient, especially the cotton textile industry has become a flagship product. Although heavy industrial products rely on imports, Luoshui Group has core technologies in heavy trucks, high-performance batteries and other projects. It still maintains its own technical needs for imported heavy industrial products, and has not formed a fatal dependence. It has also pulled back the deficit through the mining, refining economy, and the electronics industry. The most important thing is that the Western Economic Union has just gone through the Battle of Talas and did not lose. There will be no more wars outside the northern frontier in the short term. With security guarantees, we can now devote all our energy to the development of the basic economy. Unlike the East, which is caught in a fierce high-tech competition. In the shipyard of Su Shanghai joint venture, a cutting-edge all-electric system battleship costs 40 billion. The generals of the Navy in the eastern part of Shenzhou are constantly asking for military expenditures, clamoring to maintain 50 Xianming-class battleships with laser anti-missile capabilities to replace the Prince Wudao class, which is already one generation behind. As for Xinjiang, it gritted its teeth and developed a cutting-edge air force to match the first-class air force of the European Allied forces, upgrade the new generation of Suzaku, Phoenix fighters, and Qinglong floating ships. The funds behind any of these projects are enough for the Western Economic Union to transform thousands of hectares of farmland greenhouses in the western regions. 1 hectare, 4 or 5 million funds, 1,000 hectares is only 4 or 5 billion. The main world also encountered this problem during the First and Second Wars after the Industrial Age. After the Versailles Peace Conference, after achieving the goal of victory, the British found that their living standards were not as good as those of the Germans. The British don't think about how terrifying their battleship clusters across the oceans were at that time. As for the second time, the economic situation of Germany and Japan was once better than that of the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War, because these two countries were restricted from development and did not need to compete in nuclear energy, aerospace, aviation, and battleship technology, and focused on their own expertise in machinery, chemicals, and semiconductors. Of course, it is necessary for superpowers to compete in cutting-edge fields. After solving the bear, the bald eagle turned around and cut the leeks of its followers. As for the rabbits that are keeping up with the latest technology, the bald eagles have to be more cautious when wielding their harvesters. However, it is also important to recognize one's own strength. The biggest negative example of the same period is the white elephant. As a regional power, it needs to consolidate the security of the region first. However, after the second millennium, when many minds in its internal governance system have not been resolved, and the economic structure has not even laid the most basic foundation, it tried to compete in various major power fields such as nuclear energy, aerospace, and battleships to expand its global influence. As a result, it was eager to start, and various external technologies were replaced, which was in full swing, just like the westernization movement in the last century. As a result, the world fluctuated and everything stagnated. Wei Kang is now very down to earth. He is an average person, so he doesn't have so many crazy ideas. After serving as the general of the Shenzhou Plateau region, the number of tanks did not increase in the first few years, all-wheeled armored vehicles. In terms of air force, only drones were updated, and no new fighters were competed with other war zones. As for the allocation of weapons at the annual military meeting, Wei King would take the second-hand one that was cheaper. Anyway, no one beat him on the plateau, and the military expenditure was reduced to a quarter of that of other land generals. As for those naval commanders in the east, Wei King is even more incomparable. Of course, Wei King's abandonment of unrealistic pursuits is not the lack of ambition that people say. Some things that can be completed and should be done honestly. In August, in order to commemorate the third anniversary of the Battle of Talas, Wei King conducted a group of exercises on the plateau, whether it was a show or a sword dance. In the multiple channels of Kunlun Mountain, trains were mobilized in the caves. Then the missile vehicles moved along the road system to various highway sections. With an order, 3 missiles took off at different times from 3 launch positions, and then made tactical maneuvers according to different ballistics, and finally crossed 2,000 kilometers and arrived at the designated shooting range in the Mabei area at the same time. The exercise was very successful. In the final summary report submitted, there was such a self-boasting sentence: from a high position, we can provide tactical support to the surrounding military areas. Wei Kang, I am not an idle position on the plateau. The Xinjing side seems to be a procedural reward. But in Wei King's real calculation, the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and the 3rd burrow is completed. The 3rd burrow in the illusion of the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows is to distribute Qi's ancestral vessels to Meng Changjun's fiefdom Shui. With the artifact sitting in his fiefdom, Qi has to send troops to protect it, and there is no need to worry about other calculations. As for what will happen in the next timeline of this plane, the novice task planned by the Spacetime Administration for Wei King was not arranged. On August 15, just after Wei King finished the plateau exercise, the Spacetime Administration had just issued the decrypted information of this plane, and after seeing this information, Master Wei frowned. The Prince of Shenyang who changed the history of this timeline is back. But after he came back, there will be changes in the entire spacetime fusion process. In this stable spacetime, a multiple spacetime reflection will appear, and the super spacetime technology of various countries in this world will undergo major application changes. Just like 2 mirrors can produce countless mirrors in the mirror. In the spacetime rift technology, after projecting large-scale weapons into it, sufficient energy and metal minerals are injected, and the weapons and equipment in the reflection can be easily taken out. Of course, the more you want to project into the spacetime rift, the more energy you consume. The most economical post-projection demand will be about 20 times. The projected product can be used as a master for continued projection after error correction. And what will this mean? The above-mentioned expensive large-scale military weapons will be able to be built in multiples. The only consumption is minerals and energy. Wei King clicked on the information left by Ku Feijia for himself. It turns out that the purpose of this brother's research and development of the 2 space laboratories, Hichu and Luoshu, is not just for superpowers. Wei King was actually careless himself. At that time, Ku Feijia left a lot of complex concepts such as spacetime reflection in the report. And Wei King felt that it was useless to learn these physical concepts because they were different from the main world and only applicable here. He completely ignored them. And now, once physicists around the world discover the spacetime mirror phenomenon, this technology will soon be put into practical use and put into various military factories. Operators only need to refer to the master template and make continuous corrections during the process of generating metal structures in spacetime cracks. The manufacturing threshold of industrial products that have been perfected in design will be greatly reduced. As long as the energy system and resource mining and transportation system are stable, they can support the frontier combat forces. The base vehicle system will appear. Wei King quickly opened the information of various forces in the world in this regard. The Soviet Union's Little Basil base vehicle in Siberia, because its architectural structure is very similar to St. Basil's Cathedral, was originally just to stimulate the economy and build boardhouses, but as long as this crack projection processing system is installed, it can automatically use local minerals to manufacture weapons and vehicles. The base vehicle developed by the Allies specifically for overseas supplies has better projection progress with their space printing technology, and there is no need to prepare lathes for additional polishing of some places with high precision requirements like the Soviet Union's base vehicles. As for Shenyang, they are the original interferers in history here. Their nano-calibration technology can even allow armor, even large ships and floating fortresses to be included in this projection system. Wei King sighed and complained to Ku Feijia, who was no longer in this timeline, "No wonder, I feel that what I do is just playing house in your eyes. The world is so crazy. In fact, no matter what construction, in the coming decades of conflict, the powers here will only talk with artillery and energy bombs." Wei King also understood why the system only sent him the information about this plane now. That's because originally I was just a novice. According to the original plan, I should stay in this world until the year 2202 of Qin Tongli and then go back. In order not to interfere with it, the time was divided into deployments of combat time and space, so whether it was Wei Chang or Ku Feijia, according to the time and space mission regulations, kept Wei King secret. But now, Wei King is on a solo mission in this plane. And with the end of the plane war, Wei King was classified as an official traveler for his contribution to the Pandora plane. So, a new mission was released. When Wei King was on the plateau, he positioned himself as a strategic projection archer. Now the system reminds Wei King, a guy who is too frugal in military armaments, that he still needs to master heavy armor armaments. Command and Conquer is about to begin. As spring turns to summer, on May 26, 2003, on the Oriental cruise ship in the southeastern waters, this modern floating hotel with a dragon boat style is displayed. Yen Muneng, the second largest figure in the Donglin Party and the steward of Mr. Yin Gu, is meeting with European businessmen on behalf of the Fengho Group. What came was not an ordinary businessman, but Lizette, an agent sent by the intelligence department. She now came to the East under the false identity of a business manager, with the purpose of trying to sign a rare earth procurement contract for the Allied forces. Strategic resources like rare earths involve military technology. 4 years ago, the Allies believed that they must develop a new advanced anti-armor swarm combat vehicle. After multiple rounds of bidding, European and American technology companies took turns to demonstrate various anti-armor swarm technologies. The European Joint Operations Committee finally finalized the high-energy spectral penetrating weapon. After many studies, the scientific and technical personnel finally reached the limit of spectral power output, 465 nanometers. At this time, the system outputs blue-violet visible light. However, the output of high-power beams is limited to the coupling of optical fibers to the spectrum. Regardless of its complex industry, the share of rare earths opened by the United States alone is not enough for the Allies to manufacture. China now has the largest terrestrial rare earth resources in the world. In the first-class cabin of the cruise ship, the Eastern-style garden decoration allows the giant ship, which is obviously on the sea, to luxuriously express the quiet atmosphere of a mountain temple. In terms of taste, it is still a wonderful thing for Orientals. Lizette picked up the tea and said, "Tea from Wui Mountain. Are you willing to give it up, sir?" Munong said, "Of course you have to be the best when entertaining foreign guests." When the two were having a pleasant discussion, they didn't know that their conversation had been eavesdropped by a small bug. The private tea party that took place in the next half hour became an important weapon in the internal struggle among the Donglin Party members. The next day, the news that the Donglin Party members were colluding with others and preparing to sell out important strategic resources made headlines in major business news. This matter caused an uproar, and the Yin family and the cabinet quickly distanced themselves from the matter and kicked the steward out. But with everyone in the public speaking out, how could he be allowed to argue? According to the information discovered in the main world, this eavesdropping incident was planned by the Fengho Group in order to combat the imperial power behind the Shanghai Soviet United Industrial Group, and the same is true in this timeline. Affected by the turmoil in the temple, Bai Jingqi spoke to Wei King again. This guy who has now climbed to the top of the Fengho Group has been getting more and more shiny recently, and he has become a charming person. Wei King's face turned a plateau red, looking more and more like a country bumpkin. Therefore, the painting styles of the two parties seem to be very inconsistent. However, the business dealings between the two parties have made the relationship between the two parties more and more harmonious. At least it's peaceful on the surface. Wei King's group currently does not have any strategic projects that are being manipulated by Fengho. On the contrary, whether the Fengho project's financial report this year will be a loss or a profit depends on the procurement and infrastructure plans of the Western Economic Union. While Wei King looked at Hyla opposite him, he took out a multifunctional knife and peeled an oxu apple for himself. Today's topic is rare earths. China's rare earths are distributed in the north and south, with 98% distributed in southern Mongolia, Jiangxi, Guangdong, Sichuan, and Shandong. The current core rare earth capital of Baiyun Obo was planned by Wei King 10 years ago. A steel plant was captured. Moreover, Luoshui's technology reserve quickly produced a set of the most advanced extraction and purification industries from the main world, and established the largest processing industry. Part of the output value of these processes is used to develop related optoelectronic equipment for internal needs, while the other part is delivered to some military projects of Fengho Group. When the Shanghai Soviet United Industrial Group was deeply involved in public opinion turmoil, at present, the rare earth trade was decided by Fengho Group. Without competitors, Fengho Group now no longer has to think about economic considerations, such as selling more and selling less, and starts calculating whether it should sell or not. So he had to find Wei King for consensus. After hearing this, Wei King asked with an incredulous look on his face, "Do we need to help our potential opponents? Or, when we were carrying the torrent of Soviet armor a few years ago, they helped us, and now we need to return the favor?" After receiving Wei King's clear response, Bai Jingqi clapped his hands and praised, "Heroes see the same thing." A few weeks later, a document from the Land and Resources Department of the Ministry of Household Affairs of China froze the trade. The Fengho Group trade representative who was fully responsible for this transaction rejected the request of Raytheon, United States of Eden, with a regretful smile. However, Wei King did not expect that the decision he made according to the original timeline history would cause another change in the time flow. Warning, warning, the space-time fluctuations from the downstream are approaching. Please receive the spacetime information. Note, the spacetime information is too large. Please activate the space backup, otherwise the carbon-based brain will suffer from consciousness damage due to the impact of excessive memory information. When Wei Kang and Bai Jingqi had just finished their conversation and were about to take a closer look at the next hot dry rock collection point, an emergency notification came to them from the main world. Wei Kang, what spacetime information? What else do you want to ask? The system has already sent a tutorial on temporarily storing relevant memories on the Dimension ship. After the First Plane War, the main world's plane assistance technology became more and more advanced, so advanced that Wei Kang was a little confused. Next, Wei Kang completed the storage according to the tutorial, and another memory of himself was fed back from the downstream time and space, and he continued to be confused. The time and space assassination will arrive in 6 hours, but before the assassination arrives, he receives the memory of his future self and begins to accurately understand the reason why he was assassinated. At this point in time in this plane, Wei Kang had not had time to do anything. Due to the changes that the downstream time and space attempted to make to the past time and space, Wei Kang suddenly had the memory of 40 years later. If things continue as usual, there will be an economic war between the East and the West, and then there will be a global war. The navy in eastern China was attacked by Shenyang, and Su Hong took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on the Allies. On the one hand, the United States of Idnia allied with the European continent, but did not directly land on the frontal battlefield of the European continent, but crossed the Arctic Ocean and occupied Siberia. The United States of Idnia intervened in China in the name of mediation, trying to support a puppet regime, Smecta, on the North Asian continent, embedded between China and Shenyang. It will be a world war. A lot of drama happened in China at this time. General Bai rebelled, and as for Wei Kang, the downstream timeline proved that Wei Kang stayed here and was involved in the war. Wei Kang read the timeline of his own downstream and asked the system, "This future? Is that what I am?" The performance of future people downstream does not seem to be the same as when I traveled to other planes midway and returned to change the timeline here. Elements? Main world, this timeline only reflects the most likely natural selection after you stay in this plane. It does not show the impact of your possible travel to other processes. In fact, the longer this timeline is reflected, Wei Kang took a deep breath. What about now? Intelligent AI Luofu system, when the downstream time nodes try to return to the upstream to try to change, but before their subjective purpose is achieved, the objective information caused by their behavior is leaked, allowing you to see in advance that changes will occur again in the future. Wei Kang nodded, indicating that he had received it. Why did you come to assassinate yourself at this time? It's all because you might do something next. According to the future timeline, when China rejected the Raytheon Group's rare earth exports, Wei Kang, who teamed up with Fengho Group to monopolize the rare earth industry, suddenly had an idea. Since the Allies were developing light prism tanks, why couldn't he? Wei Kang's thinking is the attitude of Eastern engineers in the 21st century when comparing Western high technology. Aegis? Come on, if you build an electromagnetic gun, I'll try that thing too. Laser weapons? After building it, I thought it was good, so I installed a suppression system on my 99. In the beginning, you were crossing the river by feeling for the stones. But then, your stone hasn't taken shape yet? You tell me the shape, and I'll get some cement and make it exactly the same to see if it can withstand the trends of the times. The downstream timeline successfully predicted what Wei Kang was going to do. In 2204 of the Qing dynasty, the High Energy Laser Institute was established in Luoshui, and then began to recruit engineers in optical materials and superconducting technology from all over China, and then developed spectral technology and power control technology. It is developed through 3 systems, carrier-based and ship-based. The vehicle-mounted weapon was the first to be successfully developed, and an order was signed with Jibei Military Vehicle Research Institute. The Candlelight-class laser chariot appears. In the year 2210 of the Qing dynasty, beam weapons were successful in terms of cost and practicality. They were installed on a 1-ton individual combat mecha. The performance of the EO individual soldier system completely defeated the tank killers of the sun. As for the range, in terms of mobile protection and mobile protection, Wei Kang was far superior to the Soviet Army's magnetic storm infantry. After seeing this downstream memory, Wei Kang admitted that the individual beam weapon he had developed was a bit of a radiation engineer. In the year 2216 of the Qing dynasty, in order to completely wipe out the rebels, Shenzhou sent a laser core to the moon on a rocket, and continued to wipe out the rebels and the troops of the United States of Idnia, and then discovered that the United States of Idnia used helium-3 energy to activate the system on the back of the moon. Sigma Coordinator. Well, the history below is a bit more vague. All in all, in order to prevent the existence of the laser general in China, the time and space assassins in the lower reaches of this timeline started to stop it in 2203, which is now, before Wei King's idea has been fully formed. This kind of assassination operation in the past can indeed eliminate the signs in advance for the natives of this plane, but more unknowns will emerge. But to a time traveler like Wei Kang, it is to send memories. The time travel system behind Wei King had just been updated, and this time and space assassination directly sent downstream information in advance. The technologies that Wei Kang might come up with were clearly recorded by the system, and they were sorted out and turned into a complete set of information. In other words, Wei King can make this laser technology faster and more powerful. But now, Wei King is not concerned about this problem, but where is the location of the upcoming spacetime assassination? Prepare carefully. However, the system has also made arrangements. The risk in the new plan has been reduced again, and it does not even allow the traversers of the main world to come into contact with the spacetime vortex of the downstream corrector. When the opposite spacetime fluctuation is about to arrive, immediately shuttle out of this plane. Wait until the energy of the spacetime fluctuation is exhausted and return again. Facing the new concept thrown out by the system again, Wei King is like an old man born in the 1960s trying hard to learn WeChat chat and keep up with the times. Of course, new things are not difficult. The things made by the Spacetime Administration are becoming more and more foolproof for users. Wei Kang, is the spacetime fluctuation exhausted? The system showed a rusty multifunctional knife in Wei Kang's mind. Wei Kang paused and immediately touched his waist. The knife was on his waist and was very new. The system explained that the correctors downstream used this substance, knife, as a time clue, and according to the time experience of this substance, they flowed back to a certain point and found someone. Wei Kang, so, after I traveled through, I took this knife away, and they had no coordinates. System, you can understand it this way. Wei Kang felt that there might be some details that this system did not explain. July 7, 2203, Qin Tongli, 7 a.m. Somewhere on the plateau, in a spacetime shuttle site preset by the main world, Wei Kang slowly walked into the crack area and disappeared temporarily. And 4 hours later, in a nearby city, a group of people from the downstream of spacetime arrived here. These people were very confused for a few hours after they came here. However, after 15 hours of confusion, they disappeared in this spacetime. But this is not the end for them. After the time-space retracing, the spacetime material coordinates have not been completely destroyed. On the original timeline, the spacetime energy will continue to search for coordinates. Such continuous search is fatal to the spacetime changers. After the first search failed, these people returned to the beginning of time again, found another location, stayed for 15 hours, and disappeared from this timeline again. Then, everything returned to the beginning of time. Over and over again, in the infinite repetition, these people realized that they had an accident. Humans have been accompanied by accidents since entering the industrial age. If the operating machinery is accidentally entered, it will be torn apart. If the steel smelting furnace is added, improper operation will cause evaporation to death. If the chemical inspection is not careful, the corrosive gas will cause all personnel to be unconscious. Now the operation of the spacetime machine has encountered a malfunction. After hundreds of shuttles, these shuttlers who wanted to correct history have lost their original purpose. They were desperate and frantically watching the reincarnations, praying to God to save them, and finally committed suicide in despair. However, everything returned to the starting point. In the end, it seemed that the carbon-based brain recorded too much entropy increase information, and began to watch the rotation of time and space again and again in silence and dullness, and finally lost themselves. With countless times of time and space running, the repetition time became shorter and shorter, and the consciousness began to be dull. Finally, as the time and space vortex calmed down, they also disappeared. This is the most terrible death, because the time of death is infinitely long. Wei King did not know the tragic end of the time and space assassins after he avoided the time and space assassination. Oh, but even if he knew, there might be a little pity, but no sympathy. The biggest lesson of the main world in the 21st century is, their standard for a better future of the world is to destroy your species. Do you discuss civilization and morality with them? Then empathize? Wei King once again crossed the sea of stars. The current shuttle flow is more prosperous than before, with many more stars. Of course, compared with the last shuttle, it seems that a group of stardust is brighter and stands out in the sea of stars. However, Wei King now doesn't know what he is like in this star sea. Wei King should be in the middle, the middle and lower reaches. The system interface in front of him began to flicker. Wei King looked at the supervisor named Bai who had sent him many emails, and said unhappily, "Why are you urging me?" "Ah, I just came here when I had time." Wei King, system, connect to the Pandora plane shuttle channel. System, we have helped you lock the channel. The target area is a high-risk, carbon-based information quantum super transmission plane. Your current level is corporal. The exploration bottom line of this plane is sergeant. Please confirm again. Wei King, Hearing high-risk plane, he was about to reconsider. System, sorry, your information has not been updated with the system. This is our mistake. It has been resolved. In this plane, you have a Class A priority and the spacetime channel is being opened for you. Wei King, the large amount of command information jumping on this interface includes a large number of symbols such as special, key exploration, matching, and the original high-risk red logo has become a golden special supply. Before Wei King could continue to respond, the system quickly arranged it. At this time, the surrounding stars seemed to have heard the relevant information, and the stars of all sizes temporarily gave up a considerable area. In the space ripples, a large number of measurement lines pointing to the inner part of the collapsed area appeared. Such an arrangement in the shuttle allows Wei King to deploy more plane pointers when he shuttles, and is often used in the shuttle at certain precise time points. In fact, when Wei King did not notice the outer area, other travelers were very surprised to see that the space-time administration of the main world now marked out so many dimension distance measurement points for this crossing, and they could not help but watch curiously. A sergeant's node was leading a newcomer. The dimension distance measurement points originally lined up were temporarily requisitioned by Wei Kang's shuttle mission. The sergeant leading the team stopped the team urgently and waited for Wei Kang's shuttle to end. Newcomer 1 asked, "Why should we give way to him? The sergeant's rank is not high, right?" The leading sergeant Wang Qianyue looked at the public information and said, "This is a special mission. He is going to a high-risk plane, so of course he has priority." Newcomer 2, "High-risk plane, isn't the plane war over?" Another newcomer, "Didn't you read the training rules for crossing?" The plane war planned the historical bottom line and responsibilities of the near and adjacent planes, but in the far and different planes, there are still a lot of physical areas to be explored and developed, where there are high-risk physical phenomena. The first newcomer at the beginning said half-jokingly, "A high-risk plane is not the task shuttle led by Shang Cheng. With his brightness level, is he using a backdoor?" These shuttlers of this generation recruited after the war have undergone more rigorous selection. Compared with Wei Kang and others who relied on the identity of the second generation of crossovers to mix into the first crossover before the war, the difficulty of their assessment is equivalent to that of a first-class university in the 21st century. The pride of heaven is a little proud, and pride makes people more questioning. Wang Qianyue, "Shut up." Although the sergeant could not see Wei Kang's information, the information about the plane that Wei King traveled through was clearly written. A total of 4 senior officials have explored it, 2 of whom were injured. The rate of serious damage to consciousness of subsequent sergeants' exploration is 70%. Ordinary sergeants are now strictly prohibited from entering. Wang Qianyue, "I'm giving you all a warning. Don't talk irresponsibly. If you do it again, you will be punished and your travel points will be deducted." As the spatial ripples in the surrounding area converged, Wei King arrived at the edge of the Pandora plane in a sense of falling. Before arriving at the plane, he finally confirmed that the time he arrived was exactly the same as the end of the last time. So, in the duration of this mission, 300 days was filled in. This number of days happened to be the shortest mission time when traveling through the mission, and of course it could be extended freely. In the space interface bubble, the long-awaited Bai Linglu finally waited for the shuttler she wanted. At present, she has handled dozens of new shuttlers on the timeline. As she intuitively determined at the beginning, other travelers always have inconsistencies in exploring this plane. The Pandora plane data file record seemed to lack a summary of a certain element of Wei Kang, which is extremely important. When Wei Kang confirmed the plane mission, Bai Linglu's raised eyelashes had not yet flickered. She looked down at the mission duration filled in by Wei Kang, and her originally happy pretty face suddenly became cold. A few seconds later, she immediately flipped to another numerical box and pulled the information enthalpy scale she could adjust to the maximum. She gritted her teeth and said, "I told you to slack off, slack off." The system prompted by Linglu, the information enthalpy consumption for the individual traversers must not exceed 1/3 of the total information enthalpy. You must reserve enough information enthalpy to prepare for the exchange of materials for Sergeant Wei Kang. Bai Linglu, got it. Then Bai Ling Lu added, he left the exchange authority to him, and he probably didn't use it, and used the information enthalpy reserved by Luo Shangqing's Spacegate. This old stingy.